In this vast realm of cultivation, the laws of the Heavenly Dao manifest. The Heavenly Dao steel descended from the ancient era of immortals, utilizing the power of the Heavenly Dao to construct secret realms and rankings. Cultivators venture into these secret realms, chasing after the rankings in pursuit of longevity and the path to immortality. Xian, having traversed into this world, found his family annihilated and his talents mediocre, beginning his journey in a hellish mode, believing he could only survive at the bottom of the cultivation world. However, everything changed when he repaired a shattered crystal in his sea of consciousness, which daily emanated a wondrous nine-colored radiance. This nine-colored radiance could amplify all things and deduce cultivation techniques. A single strand could elevate a low-grade elixir to a high-grade one. 100 strands could enhance a low-grade spirit weapon to an exceptional grade, and 1,000 strands could evolve a low-grade heavenly technique into a low-grade immortal technique. Henceforth, Xian's path of cultivation transformed from a hellish mode to a simplified one. Chapter 246, The Golden Core Cultivators of the Xianjin Sword Sect, aiming to steal disciples. Upon returning to the alchemy room, Xian inquired, "Do you need assistance?" She had acquired Xian's shared insights in alchemy and had mastered the crafting of spirit source golden pills as well. Xian pondered for a moment and replied, "You should refine the high-grade ones. I will concoct 2 exceptional ones." Xian nodded without further comment. The two then retrieved their alchemical furnaces and commenced their work. Meanwhile, Nangongyu observed their endeavors, scratching her head in confusion. Lacking knowledge in this area, she could be of no assistance and decided to practice nearby instead. Xian boldly tossed both sets of materials into the alchemical furnace. With his current mental acuity, coupled with his understanding of alchemy, he was fully capable of refining 2 exceptional spirit source golden pills simultaneously. A day later, both Xian and Xian concluded their alchemical processes. Xian extracted her spirit source golden pill, letting out a sigh of relief. "That was close. I almost lost control and produced an exceptional elixir." Having grown accustomed to crafting exceptional pills, she nearly forgot how to create high-grade ones. This sensation was something she would have never comprehended before. Xian also retrieved his elixirs from the furnace. Upon seeing the 2 exceptional spirit pills, Xian was momentarily stunned, exclaiming, "You refined 2 exceptional spirit pills in one go?" Xian nodded. "Indeed, my mental prowess has grown significantly. Additionally, I have fully comprehended the 1,000 Mechanisms puppet secret art, allowing me to effortlessly manipulate the alchemy process." Xian nodded in realization, her eyes sparkling with eagerness. "Then I wish to learn the 1,000 Mechanisms puppet secret art as well." Previously, she had not shared this technique with Xian, as her time was consumed with alchemical studies. However, now that it could enhance her efficiency, she was keen to learn. Xian agreed. "No problem. During our dual cultivation tonight, I will share it with you." Upon hearing this, Xian's face flushed slightly with shyness as she nodded. Nangongyu's teasing voice interrupted, "TSK, TSK, TSK, Yin, we are practically an old married couple at this point. Why the shyness?" Xian rolled her eyes, shooting a glare at Nangongyu. "Not everyone is as shameless as you." Aside from the initial times, Nangongyu's behavior had become increasingly outrageous, always insisting on involving Xian. Now, Xian felt like a pervert, but undoubtedly, Nangongyu was the most outrageous one. With arms crossed, Nangongyu cast a sidelong glance at Xian, a smirk playing on her lips. "But our husband seems to quite like it." Xian cleared his throat. "All right, let's go and complete the transaction." Nangongyu was correct. He indeed harbored fondness. Yet, he felt too bashful to articulate it, acknowledging that his sense of modesty was still quite intact. Given that refining 3rd-tier pills required a considerable amount of time, the 3 golden core cultivators from the Xianjin Sword Sect could not possibly wait in Luo Qinghan's alchemy room. They had been assigned to guest quarters for rest. After a day, they were informed that the high-grade spirit source golden pills had been successfully refined, leaving them bewildered. They recalled that their sect's alchemical master had spent 4 days crafting this very pill, barely managing to succeed. Could it be that Xian had achieved it in merely a day? This suggested that Xian's alchemical prowess had surpassed that of their sect's master. Although he might still be lacking in the refinement of 3rd-tier pills, It was likely that his skills in second-tier pills exceeded those of their sex alchemical master. With a mix of astonishment, the three golden core cultivators made their way to Luo Qinghan's alchemy room, where Lu Xian awaited. The leading middle-aged golden core cultivator eagerly inquired, "Lu Xian, did you truly refine a high-grade spirit source golden pill?" Lu Xian nodded and handed over a porcelain vial. The middle-aged cultivator hurriedly received it, opening the vial to extract the elixir. The other two golden core elders leaned in closer, their eyes keen with anticipation. After a moment of scrutiny, they exchanged glances, each reflecting a glimmer of delight. It was indeed a high-grade spirit source golden pill. The middle-aged cultivator carefully stored the pill and turned to Lu Xian, stating, "This pill is flawless." Lu Xian smiled slightly and replied, "In that case, could you please hand over the fallen iron xianjin to me?" The middle-aged cultivator grinned, retrieving a chunk of golden-hued or the size of a human head from his storage pouch and presenting it to Lu Xian. "This fallen iron xianjin belongs to you." Lu Xian accepted the fallen iron xianjin. He noticed the golden or surface emanating faint silver moonlight beneath its gleam. A smile broke across his face. Everything was in order. "Thank you, senior. Just a transaction, there's no need for thanks. Your alchemical skills are truly impressive, leaving us in awe. You are bound to achieve great renown in the future. Perhaps our Xinjin sword sect may require your alchemical talents." Frankly, had it not been for Luo Qinghan and Xiaoyu's presence beside Lu Xian, he would have even considered inviting Lu Xian to join the Xinjin sword sect, offering him exceptional terms without hesitation. Such a prodigy in alchemy was exceedingly rare across the entire Xianling continent. If their sect could claim such a talent, their future prospects would undoubtedly soar. However, in the presence of the head of the Hanyu sword sect and Lu Xian's master, he refrained from making such an overture. After exchanging pleasantries, the three golden core cultivators took their leave, hastily flying toward the sect's residence. With the high-grade spirit source golden pill in hand, they were eager to return to their sect and present it to their talented disciple. Watching the three golden core elders depart, Xiaoyu crossed her arms, her demeanor unexpectedly vexed. "I did not appreciate the way those three looked at Junior Lu." Luo Qinghan narrowed her eyes, nodding in agreement. Eight-peak golden core cultivator. Her powerful consciousness allowed her to perceive the emotional fluctuations of the three golden core cultivators. It was evident they harbored intentions of seizing her disciple. Naturally, Luo Qinghan held no fondness for such behavior. Xiaoyu turned to Lu Xian, smiling warmly. "Congratulations, Junior Lu, on acquiring the fallen iron xianjin. I shall mobilize the sect to assist you in locating the remaining materials." Liu Xian immediately cupped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Sect Master Ant." He understood Xiaoyu's concerns implicitly. He paused momentarily before offering words of comfort. "Rest assured, Master, as long as the sect does not forsake me, I shall never betray the sect." Upon hearing Lu Xian's declaration, Xiaoyu's face lit up with a radiant smile as she nodded. "I have faith in you. My dear disciple, you truly are a remarkable child." Lu Xian, at over 30 years of age, was he still to be referred to as a child? Yet, in comparison to Xiaoyu, he indeed appeared youthful. According to the gossip Lu Xian had gathered from Nangongyu, Xiaoyu was over 300 years old. An apex golden core cultivator could live for nearly 6 centuries. Even so, Xiaoyu's age was akin to that of an ordinary mortal in their 40s or 50s, certainly not insignificant. However, should Xiaoyu manage to advance to the nascent soul stage, she would extend her lifespan to a millennium. Over 300 years. She was in the prime of her life, still relatively young. In contrast, her master was considerably younger. Indeed, when measured against Xiaoyu, Lu Xian was still but a child. The age difference was nearly tenfold. Xiaoyu soon departed in haste, leaving Nangongyu behind. That on one hand, both parties were cautious, resulting in a significant reduction in hostilities. On the other hand, it was likely due to Lu Xian's standing. Naturally, Lu Xian was pleased by this. After all, if it were only Yi Jian present, their dual cultivation would not sustain for long. Once Xiaoyu had taken her leave, Lu Xian turned to Luo Qinghan and said, "Master, I shall make a trip to the Tianji Pavilion in Linhai City." Luo Qinghan nodded slightly. "Go ahead." She understood perfectly well the purpose of Lu Xian's journey to it was, of course, to investigate the whereabouts of other materials. Immediately, Su Su chimed in. "Junior brother, I shall accompany you." Her restless nature had kept her confined to the sect during its tribulations, and now that the situation had improved somewhat, she was eager to venture out. Luo Qinghan's expression darkened slightly, yet she refrained from further comment. Why Yijian and Nangongyu, on the other hand, resolved to continue their cultivation. Both felt a pressing urgency. The disparity in their cultivation levels compared to Lu Xian was still substantial. They hoped to swiftly break through to the golden core stage. Only then could they offer Lu Xian greater assistance, especially for Nangongyu. While Yijian could refine pills, she could not. Thus, she aspired to reach the golden core stage, so she could join Lu Xian in his adventures or aid him externally. Chapter 247, The Desolate State, Yun State, and the Songming Sea. The white jade wine gourd soared through the sky, with Lu Xian and Su Su seated in succession atop it. The fierce winds howled beside them, yet were thwarted by the gourd's protective barrier. Below, the forest receded into the distance, while the surrounding mists were cleaved apart. Lu Xian inquired, "Senior sister, what brings you to Linhai City with me?" Su Su took a hearty swig from the gourd and replied, "To have some fun. Lately, I've been cooped up in the camp, either cultivating or training. And it's dreadfully monotonous." Lu Xian remarked, "Indeed, you live up to the reputation of a senior sister. It's either training or along the path of training." Su Su then chuckled. The situation within the sect seems quite stable for now, and a large-scale conflict is unlikely to erupt in the short term. I plan to venture out for a bit soon. Lu Xian, intrigued, asked, "Where do you intend to go?" Su Su shook her head. "I'm not quite sure yet." Then, a thought struck her, and she turned to Lu Xian with a playful grin. "Why don't we continue to team up? Last time, I accompanied you to the bone-eating wasteland to find a 9-turn spirit herb. Perhaps when you seek materials for your destined magical treasure, you could bring me along." Lu Xian paused, then replied, "As a junior brother, I have no objections, but I worry it might hinder your cultivation. After all, you possess considerable strength at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, and your assistance would certainly be invaluable." Su Su waved her hand dismissively. "Oh, it's of no concern. I usually cultivate while enjoying my wine. It's all the same to me. And a little outing might even help me find some brewing materials." Hearing this, Lu Xian ceased his persuasion. "Very well, if I go in search of materials, I shall invite you along." Su Su's eyes sparkled with delight, her intoxication evident as she extended her pinky towards Lu Xian. "It's a deal. Don't you dare go back on your word. Pinky swear." Lu Xian's expression darkened. "Are you a child? Hurry up." Su Su playfully poked Lu Xian's chest with her pinky. With a resigned sigh, Lu Xian extended his pinky to seal the promise with her. Satisfied, Su Su turned away to continue her drinking. In Linhai City, Lu Xian had visited several times before, so he navigated his way with ease and soon arrived at the Tianji Pavilion. As he entered, an attendant approached and escorted him to a private room, just as before. Lu Xian then relayed the materials he sought to the cultivators behind the barrier. He currently required 5 types of materials: Huanglong Heavy Earth, Sanyang Jade, Jiuhua Yulu, Haixin Stone, and Bipolar Spiritual Water. Unlike the materials for the 9-turn Golden Core Pill, which were all 2nd tier, these were all 3rd-tier materials, significantly raising the price. Each clue cost a substantial 2,000 middle-grade spirit stones, totaling a hefty 10,000. For weaker Golden Core cultivators, this could represent a considerable financial strain, even potentially exhausting their entire fortune. However, for Lu Xian, such a sum was inconsequential. After paying the clue fees, the Tianji Pavilion cultivators informed him that the search for 3rd-tier materials would require more time, and he could return for the clues in a month. For Lu Xian, this was of no concern, and he and Su Su settled into an inn in Linhai City. A month later, Lu Xian and Su Su returned to the Tianji Pavilion, where Lu Xian received the long-awaited clues. Both Huanglong Heavy Earth and Sanyang Jade were located in the Desolate State. Huanglong Heavy Earth could be found in the thick earth desert area of the Desolate State, which was home to the thick earth palace of the Transformation God sect, boasting a high concentration of earth's spiritual energy and excellent spiritual veins. Within the thick earth palace, Huanglong Heavy Earth was present. Additionally, there were several secret realms within the thick earth desert that might also yield Huanglong Heavy Earth. As for Sanyang Jade, it resided in the Burning Sky Rift area of the Desolate State, under the jurisdiction of the Burning Sky Valley of the Transformation God sect. Both the Burning Sky sect and the Thick Earth Palace were top-tier Transformation God sects in the Desolate State, akin to the Danding sect and the 10,000 Sword Pavilion in relation to the Tsong state. Jiuhua Yulu, a rare treasure of the wood attribute, was found in the Wanmu Forest Sea of Yun State, which was dominated by the powerful Yuaning sect, Qingming sect. Above the Qingming sect, The Wanmu Immortal sect was also a transformation god sect. Jiuhua Yulu was a specialty of the Wanmu Forest Sea. The remaining Haixin stone and bipolar spiritual water were not located on the Xianling continent, but rather in the direction of the overseas islands. The Tsangming Sea, adjacent to the Tsang state, was home to these two treasures. Haixin stone could potentially be found in the mineral veins beneath the sea, where spiritual energy was abundant. Alternatively, one might explore various islands, hoping to stumble upon them. As for bipolar spiritual water, it was unique to the bipolar islands, governed by the overseas transformation god sect. Bipolar manner. Strangely, none of these 5 treasures were found in the Tsang state. Lu Xian felt somewhat exasperated. The other major states were quite distant from Tsang state, with the farthest being the desolate state, separated by the central state. The Hengduan Mountains, which span the entire Xianling continent, lay on the outskirts of the central state, making the journey quite lengthy. Of course, if one could locate a cross-state teleportation array, it would facilitate a swift arrival. To Lu Xian's knowledge, only transformation god sects possessed such arrays. He planned to inquire at the Danding sect about borrowing a cross-state teleportation array. Otherwise, flying from Tsang state to the desolate state would take him several years. Would he even have time to cultivate then? Comparatively, the closest treasures were the Haixin stone and bipolar spiritual water from the Tsangming Sea, as it was directly connected to the Tsang state. As long as he reached the Tsang state coastline, he would be in the Tsangming Sea. However, the overseas region was fraught with peril due to the presence of formidable sea beasts. If a cultivator lacked sufficient strength, venturing out to sea could be exceedingly dangerous. Lu Xian resolved to make thorough preparations before embarking. Upon hearing Lu Xian's intention to head to the Tsangming Sea, Su Su's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wonderful. I've been to the Tsang state coastline before, but I've never ventured overseas. The sea beasts wield immense power, and even golden core cultivators face certain risks when crossing the sea. If one inadvertently strays into the territory of golden core sea beasts, or even Yuaning sea beasts, they could meet their demise at any moment. Lu Xian pondered, is it truly that perilous? He had perused various texts and was aware of the dangers of the sea, but he was not entirely clear on the specifics. It appeared to be even worse than he had anticipated. Let us return to the camp. I need to prepare before we set off. Su Su readily agreed, nodding, all right. The two returned to their station at number 236. Each retreated to their respective alchemy chambers. Within his chamber, only Nangong Yu was engaged in cultivation, while Yi Jian had retreated to her own chamber to refine pills. As Lu Xian entered, Nangong Yu ceased her cultivation immediately and turned to him. So, did you obtain the clues? Yes, I did. 5 types of heavenly materials, all quite distant. Gathering them completely will require considerable effort. Nangong Yu furrowed her brow and expressed her frustration. It's a pity my strength is insufficient to assist you in gathering them. Even foundational cultivators must tread carefully while traversing the misty forest sea, and the journey to the vast expanse of Tsangzhou is fraught with even greater challenges. Not to mention the difficulties of interstate travels. Lu Xian chuckled as he affectionately tousled Nangong Yu's hair, saying, do not worry, focus on your cultivation. There will surely come a time when you can offer your assistance. Nangong Yu felt a pang of disappointment, nodding slightly without uttering much. She held a certain pride within herself, for her extraordinary spiritual root was, to be frank, a mark of genius across the entire Xianling continent. The rarity of spiritual bodies further accentuated her uniqueness. However, Lu Xian's rate of advancement in power exceeded her expectations. She began to contemplate that once Lu Xian departed, she would practice abilities related to talismans. After all, she had already cultivated the Xuanji Yin-Yang Pact, displaying commendable comprehension. Even if her innate talent for talismans was not particularly remarkable, her understanding would facilitate her entry into the craft. Subsequently, through spiritual communion with Lu Xian, she believed she would inevitably discover a path to mastery. Thus, she too could assist Lu Xian, much like Yin Yan. With this thought, Nangong Yu found some solace. Chapter 248. 2 years later, preparation complete. Time flowed swiftly, and before long, 2 years had passed. Within the cold abyss sword sect, at the Pill Peak, in Lu Xian's cave abode, he slowly opened his eyes and rose to his feet. Beside him, Nangong Yu and Yi Jian sensed the movement and likewise opened their eyes. Both draped in loose Taoist robes, their lovely faces still adorned with a hint of blush. Nangong Yu, puzzled, inquired, Lu Xian, what is the matter? With a gentle smile, Lu Xian replied, I have made sufficient preparations. It is time for us to journey to the Tsangming Sea. At these words, Nangong Yu sprang to her feet, declaring, I have reached the golden core stage. I shall accompany you. Through frequent dual cultivation with the Xuanji Yin-Yang Pact, the 3 of them had significantly enhanced their strengths. Lu Xian had already broken through to the mid-golden core stage a year and a half prior, elevating his prowess even further. With his early golden core cultivation, He was capable of contending with peak golden core cultivators, and having advanced to the mid-golden core stage, he held a reasonable chance of defeating those at the peak. However, relying solely on his own strength, dealing with nascent soul cultivators would still pose a challenge. As for Nangongyu and Yi Zhiyan, they had both achieved the golden core stage a year ago. Their breakthroughs were facilitated by the exquisite spiritual source golden core pills crafted by Lu Xian. Their golden cores were exceptionally powerful, with a remarkable foundation. Furthermore, Lu Xian had continuously shared his techniques and spells with them, significantly enhancing their combat capabilities. Although they had just transitioned to the early golden core stage, their innate strength was sufficient to contend with mid-golden core cultivators. Particularly, Nangongyu stood out. While Yi Zhiyan was somewhat engrossed in alchemy and lacked practical combat experience, Nangongyu had chosen the path of combat, showcasing formidable real-world capabilities. Lu Xian even believed that Nangongyu's combat prowess might surpass that of the previous Gongyu Yun. It was precisely for this reason that Nangongyu felt confident in stating her desire to accompany Lu Xian in search of rare materials. Her mid-golden core cultivation would indeed be of assistance. After some contemplation, Lu Xian said, "That is acceptable. By the way, please hand over the Extreme Ice Profound Dark Sword Classic to the Master Uncle first." Nangongyu's lovely eyes sparkled as she approached Lu Xian, embracing him and planting a gentle kiss on his cheek. With a beaming smile, she said, "Then I shall express my gratitude to the Master for you." Lu Xian playfully patted her rear, saying, "You belong entirely to me. There is no need for thanks." The Extreme Ice Profound Dark Sword Classic is a middle-grade ice sword technique derived from the sect's Cold Abyss Sword Classic. Over the past 2 years, Lu Xian had devoted the accumulated 9-colored Radiance to this endeavor, successfully evolving the Cold Abyss Sword Classic into the Extreme Ice Profound Dark Sword Classic. This technique was initially tailored for Nangongyu, as Yi Zhiyan's technique was already a heavenly grade 1, while Nangongyu's was somewhat outdated. However, due to Lu Xian's unique constitution as a Hunyuan golden core and Hunyuan spiritual body, he could also transform his Hunyuan spiritual energy into ice-type energy through the 5-elemental cycle. Thus, Lu Xian could utilize the Extreme Ice Profound Dark Sword Classic as well. In fact, as a middle-grade heavenly sword technique, it surpassed the 9 Heavens Fragmented Light Sword Classic he previously practiced, which was a delightful surprise for him. Moreover, Lu Xian had also perfected the Myriad Forms Puppet Secret Classic. He had crafted the Myriad Forms Spiritual Seal and integrated it into the 2 golden core puppets he had previously acquired. These early golden core puppets had reached their pinnacle due to Lu Xian's mastery of the crafting techniques. He had applied for some rare materials from the sect and enhanced them slightly, elevating the puppets directly to the late golden core stage. With the precise control afforded by his Myriad Forms Spiritual Seal, Lu Xian felt that the combat prowess of these 2 puppets was comparable to his own, if not slightly stronger. In addition to these accomplishments, Lu Xian utilized the remaining 9-colored Radiance to enhance the Jade Clarity Nourishing Marrow Pill to the Jade Clarity Purifying Marrow Pill. He had intended to give it to Nangongyu after his departure, but he was taken aback when she expressed her desire to accompany him. After some thought, Lu Xian retrieved the Jade Clarity Purifying Marrow Pill and presented it to Nangongyu. The pill gleamed with a crystalline brilliance, emanating a rich medicinal fragrance. Upon inhaling the fragrance, Nangongyu felt a warmth enveloping her body. Surprised, she inquired, "What kind of pill is this?" With a subtle smile, Lu Xian responded, "The Jade Clarity Purifying Marrow Pill. It can cleanse spiritual roots and enhance one's aptitude." At these words, Nangongyu's pupils dilated in astonishment as she looked at Lu Xian with excitement. "My spiritual root is an extraordinary one. Can it truly be enhanced?" Lu Xian chuckled softly. "This is a top-tier 4th-grade spiritual pill. It should have the potential for enhancement. Even if it does not, it should still elevate your aptitude to some degree." Upon hearing this, Nangongyu's eyes glistened with moisture, her lower lip trembling as she gazed at Lu Xian with gratitude. "Lu Xian, you are so kind to me." Lu Xian smiled gently. "You are quite wonderful to me as well." Nangongyu accepted the pill but did not consume it immediately. Instead, she tucked it away. Lu Xian was momentarily taken aback. "Aren't you going to use it?" Looking up at Lu Xian with glistening eyes, she wrapped her arms around his neck and whispered in his ear, "Love me." Lu Xian raised an eyebrow, a hint of concern crossing his features. "Didn't you two say you couldn't handle it yesterday?" Nangongyu playfully blew softly in Lu Xian's ear. "What? Are you unable?" "Hurry." Lu Xian, unable to withstand such provocation, retorted, "You asked for this. Don't blame me then." On the side, Yi Zhiyan stood in shock, her mind blank as she observed the two before her. "Wait, Nangongyu, you wicked woman. If you want to go to such lengths to please Lu Xian, can't you wait until I leave this place?" She quietly attempted to slip out of the room. However, in the next instant, she felt a hand grasp her wrist. Her eyes filled with despair as she was pulled back. 10 days had passed since their journey began. The first 5 days were consumed by their unabashed dual cultivation, while the latter days were spent with Nangong, you consuming the Jade Clarity Purifying Marrow Pill. After 5 days, a cold mist swirled around Nangong Yu, and Lu Xian could distinctly sense the water spiritual energy becoming exceptionally dense. The icy spiritual energy was a variant of the water spiritual energy and belonged to one of the 5 elemental spiritual energies. At this moment, the concentration of spiritual energy no longer resembled that of a heavenly spiritual root. Evidently, Nangong Yu's spiritual root has undergone a remarkable transformation. The ice spirit body. This is the same as Gong Yu's spiritual body. As Nangong Yu opened her eyes, they sparkled with brilliance, and even her breath seemed to carry a chill. She turned to Lu Xian, her eyes brimming with delight. I did it. My spiritual root has transformed into the ice spirit body. Lu Xian smiled with satisfaction. Indeed. With Nangong Yu now possessing the ice spirit body, coupled with various exceptional elixirs, the perfected ice Xianming Sword Classic and the perfected Xuanji Yin-Yang Contract, her configuration is scarcely inferior to mine. One can easily surmise that her strength is on the brink of an explosive surge. Even if her combat power does not quite match mine at this moment, it remains formidable. Subsequently, Lu Xian turned his gaze towards Yi Zhiyin, speaking, Yin Yin, I must trouble you with the sect's exceptional elixirs. Over the past 2 years, due to the less intense conflict, our group has not needed to remain stationed constantly. So we have returned for now. However, sporadic skirmishes still occur. The sect disciples will continue to require various elixirs for support. If I leave the sect, and Yi Zhiyin departs as well, the supply of exceptional elixirs from the Pill Peak would likely rely solely on the master, which is clearly untenable. Naturally, Lu Xian had no intention of having Yi Zhiyin accompany him. Yi Zhiyin nodded slightly, assuring, rest assured, I will prepare the exceptional elixirs for the sect diligently. Travel safely. Nangong Yu leaped up, somewhat pleased. Do not worry. I am now exceptionally powerful and will certainly protect Lu Xian well. Both Yi Zhiyin and Lu Xian's expressions darkened. This girl is truly arrogant. Lu Xian chuckled helplessly. All right, Xiaoya, go find your uncle master. I need to bid farewell to the master and inform senior sister. Nangong Yu nodded. Okay. She intended to deliver the ice Xianming Sword Classic to Xiaoyu. Chapter 249. Xiaoyu. Could it be that my disciple is not averse to indulgences? Xiaoyu and Luo Qinghan had naturally returned to the sect from their station location. As the sect leader, Xiaoyu could not remain at a single outpost indefinitely. After Lu Xian and Nangong Yu departed from the cave dwelling, they split into 2 paths. Lu Xian flew towards the peak of the Pill Peak, while Xiaoyu ascended towards the main peak. At the entrance of the main palace of the Cold Abyss Sword Sect, Nangong Yu transformed into a radiant light and landed. She clasped her hands in salute. Master, your disciple seeks an audience. The palace doors opened, and Xiaoyu's calm voice resounded from within. Come in. Nangong Yu stepped into the palace, and soon found Xiaoyu seated cross-legged deep within. Xiaoyu gazed at Nangong Yu with a slight smile, teasing, Where? Instead of staying in your lover's cave dwelling, what brings you to visit your master? Xiaoyu was exceedingly pleased with Nangong Yu. After all, this disciple possessed exceptional talent and a commendable disposition. Moreover, she had attained the golden core last year. Although slightly behind Yue, it was hardly by many years. Most importantly, Nangong Yu, with merely an ice spirit root, managed to form her core so swiftly. This was something Xiaoyu had never anticipated. Previously, she had inquired about it, and Nangong Yu's response now made Xiaoyu feel somewhat awkward. It turned out to be due to dual cultivation. As a maiden over 300 years old, this topic was somewhat beyond her comprehension. However, Xiaoyu was also curious about what dual cultivation technique could enable her ice spirit root disciple to break through to the golden core stage by her early 30s. It was simply astonishing. According to her disciple, this technique was derived by Lu Xian through a method of absorbing and refining. Such talent was truly shocking. No wonder her disciple was so infatuated with Lu Xian. To be honest, if she were 200 years younger, she might also find herself drawn to her nephew. Yet, since this technique was derived by Lu Xian himself, Xiaoyu felt it inappropriate to ask him to lend it to her. While Xiaoyu's thoughts wandered, Nangong Yu smiled and said, Lu Xian plans to venture to the Tsangming Sea in search of rare materials to refine his life-bound magical treasure, and I intend to accompany him. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu fell silent in contemplation. She nodded slightly. That is acceptable, my disciple. Having just broken through to the golden core, should indeed go out to experience and explore the world. Observing the outside world may greatly benefit your understanding of the distinction between the mortal and the celestial, thus facilitating your future comprehension of the great Dao and making the process of breaking through to the nascent soul stage much smoother. Nangong Yu smiled and nodded. I understand. Master. At this juncture, Nangong Yu paused, grinning mischievously. By the way, Lu Xian has prepared a grand gift for you, master. Xiaoyu was taken aback, casting a bemused glance at Nangongyu. What kind of grand gift could my nephew possibly prepare? Do not jest. Nangongyu smiled slightly, enunciating each word. A middle-grade celestial technique. Can it be considered a grand gift? Xiaoyu's smile froze on her face. Her eyes widened as she abruptly stood, her expression a mixture of surprise and uncertainty. A middle-grade celestial technique? How could that be? Nangongyu grinned. It is true. It is a technique derived by Lu Xian based on the Cold Abyss Sword Classic. You are aware of Lu Xian's comprehension. Xiaoyu's breath quickened. A middle-grade celestial technique. And one derived from the Cold Abyss Sword Classic? If this were true, it would indeed be a grand gift for her. After all, her primary cultivation technique was the Cold Abyss Sword Classic. Since this celestial technique was based on it, her understanding would undoubtedly be rapid. There was even a hope that she could achieve great mastery or perfection within a mere century. If that were the case, with a middle-grade celestial technique, her comprehension of the great Dao would surely ascend to new heights. The likelihood of breaking through to the nascent soul stage would increase significantly. There was even a substantial possibility of achieving that breakthrough. This would be akin to a rebirth. No, not only for her, but for the entire Cold Abyss Sword sect. Future elders who primarily cultivate the Cold Abyss Sword Classic could also switch to this technique, vastly increasing their chances of breaking through to the nascent soul stage. In the future, the Cold Abyss Sword sect might even witness multiple nascent soul cultivators. What does my nephew mean by this? To bestow such a grand gift upon her? Xiaoyu was at a loss, not entirely understanding her nephew's intentions. Could it be? Xiaoyu felt a twinge of embarrassment and anger. Was it perhaps for her? Xiaoyu considered herself quite attractive, certainly not inferior to Yue or Yue. However, she was not young anymore. Could her nephew truly be so indiscriminate in his affections? Nangongyu, noticing the fluctuations in Xiaoyu's expression, found it somewhat puzzling. Master? What is the matter? Are you not happy? Xiaoyu regained her composure, feeling somewhat awkward. She had not anticipated such thoughts to cross her mind. Perhaps it was simply because her nephew had been good to the sect. She quickly inquired, what of the technique? Seeing Xiaoyu's eager demeanor, Nangongyu felt a sense of satisfaction. This reaction was appropriate. She smiled and produced a tome of the technique, handing it to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu accepted it and began to peruse. The more she read, the brighter her eyes became. She indeed saw the shadows of the Cold Abyss Sword Classic within this Ice Xianming Sword Classic. Yet, the issue was that this Ice Xianming Sword Classic was far more profound than the Cold Abyss Sword Classic. Even at her level, much of its content was only partially understood. She felt that if she could thoroughly grasp the contents of this Ice Xianming Sword Classic, breaking through to the nascent soul stage should not pose a significant challenge. As she contemplated this, her excitement grew exponentially, her face radiating with joy as she exclaimed, "Did you truly say that I can cultivate, Master Lu?" Nangongyu nodded slightly and replied with a smile. Indeed, Lu Xian has stated that Master can practice cultivation. He even mentioned that if Master desires the elders of the sect to cultivate, you have the authority to make that decision. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Her disciple had shown immense kindness towards both her and the sect. Noticing the touched expression on Xiaoyu's face, Nangongyu's eyes flickered, and a bold idea suddenly took shape in her mind. Despite their combined efforts, she and Yin had been unable to compel Lu Xian to take matters seriously. Perhaps she could draw her master into this endeavor as well? After all, she herself had been pulled into it by that rascal Yin. While she too shared a mutual affection with Lu Xian, was this not a tradition of theirs? Should she not also bring someone else into their fold? Her master? Sister Gong or Sister Susu? Regardless, it seemed imperative to bring someone in to share the burden. With this thought, Nangongyu felt a wave of exhilaration wash over her. She smiled and said, Lu Xian originally devised this technique for both you and me to cultivate. But considering your concerns for the sect, he has allowed you to manage it as you see fit. Xiaoyu was taken aback. What do you mean? Specifically designed for you and me to cultivate? My standing in my disciple's heart is surprisingly high. Xiaoyu was somewhat stunned, given that they had scarcely met a handful of times. Feeling a bit awkward, she chose to ignore this comment and instead smiled. Your disciple is thoughtful. Seeing that her words seemed to have little effect, Nangongyu felt a pang of disappointment. It was understandable. After all, her master was over 300 years old. It was unlikely she could be easily swayed. Then, a thought struck her, and she cautioned, Master, please do not disclose the source of this technique to others. Xiaoyu immediately assured her, rest assured, we share the bond of master and disciple, and you and Lu Xian are companions of fate. I would never jeopardize you. Furthermore, until our sect produces a nascent soul cultivator, I will not choose to allow the elders to cultivate on behalf of others. Upon hearing this, Nangongyu nodded and smiled. As long as master understands. She then clasped her hands and stated, I have completed Lu Xian's task and must take my leave. Xiaoyu nodded, go ahead, and take care on your journey. After a brief pause, she added, do remind your disciple to be cautious as well. Chapter 250, Salming City. The Luo family of the nascent soul. Atop the peak of the Dan Peak, Luo Qinghan was busy gathering herbs when she sensed a presence behind her and turned to see Lu Xian landing. Calmly, she inquired, what brings you to seek me? My disciple? Lu Xian cupped his hands and replied, Master, I intend to venture to the Salming Sea. On one hand, I aim to experience the trials of breaking through to the golden core stage, and on the other, I seek materials for crafting my life-bound treasure. Luo Qinghan fell silent for a moment before nodding slightly. Indeed, with your current strength, it is indeed time for you to undergo some trials. Should you require anything, you may always consult me. Lu Xian shook his head and smiled. I am fully prepared. By the way, Master, this technique is a celestial tier method I derived from the sect's Han Yuan Sword Classic. You may wish to cultivate it as well. He handed the manual of the Extreme Ice Profound Underworld Sword Classic to Luo Qinghan. Luo Qinghan paused, her expression one of surprise. Celestial tier technique? As she perused the text, joy quickly illuminated her face. Closing the manual, she smiled, your thoughtfulness is appreciated, my disciple. With this technique, my success rate in breaking through to the nascent soul stage will surely increase. Lu Xian chuckled. I have every confidence that Master will succeed in reaching the nascent soul stage. His master had always treated him well, and even if she were unable to break through, he would find a way to assist her. At that moment, Lu Xian recalled something and asked, by the way, Master, have you made any progress in your research on the condensation of the Xuanji Yin-Yang-Qi? If you have any uncertainties, feel free to ask me. Without a partner, his master could not engage in dual cultivation. However, the Xuanji Yin-Yang-Qi was indeed an excellent method. If she could derive it based on her own circumstances, it would undoubtedly enhance her chances of transformation. Lu Xian was more than willing to elucidate its mysteries for her. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghan's heart skipped a beat, feeling somewhat embarrassed. After all, this was fundamentally a dual cultivation technique. It felt somewhat inappropriate for a disciple to explore its secrets. Yet, she did have several perplexing questions that had eluded her understanding. If these issues remained unresolved, it would be near impossible for her to condense the Xuanji Yin-Yang-Qi. After a moment of hesitation, Luo Qinghan eventually nodded. I do have a few areas of confusion. Lu Xian smiled. Please, Master, do not hesitate to speak. I will share everything I know. An hour later, Lu Xian had resolved some of Luo Qinghan's queries. After bidding her farewell, he returned to his cave dwelling. Nangong Yu had already returned, and Su Su was also present. She had brought out several jars of spirit wine and was drinking with Nangong Yu and Yi Zhiyan. Upon seeing Lu Xian return, Su Su immediately expressed her displeasure. Honestly, you brat have been preparing for 2 whole years. Do you have any idea how I spent this time? I feel like I've almost turned moldy in the sect. Lu Xian couldn't help but chuckle at her irritation. Had she truly been unable to endure just 2 years of stability? Furthermore, this was under the condition that she hadn't gone out to spar with the Golden Core elders of the Xuanwu Sword sect and the Iron Garment sect. Rolling his eyes, he replied, Sister, your patience seems to be rather lacking. Su Su took a hearty swig of wine and waved her hand dismissively. That's irrelevant. Are we not preparing to set off? Lu Xian nodded. Yes, I am ready. Let us depart. The 3 of them rose to their feet. Yi Zhiyan stepped forward, tiptoeing to peck Lu Xian on the lips, and smiled. Please take care on the journey. Lu Xian nodded and replied, Indeed, should any troubles arise, seek Master. For significant matters, you can notify me via the Destiny token. It has no limitations on distance. So I need not worry about being unable to contact you once I reach the Salming Sea. I understand, Yi Zhiyan replied. Meanwhile, Su Su shivered, feeling goosebumps rise on her arms. Oh, come on. How mushy can you get? Why do cultivators engage in such romantic displays? After bidding farewell to Yi Zhiyan, the 3 soared into the sky, transforming into streaks of rainbow light as they flew towards the entrance of the Han Yuan Sword sect. 6 months later, in the extreme east of Cangzhou, vast forests blanketed an endless expanse of land, and further to the east lay a deep, mysterious ocean. The sea, a deep blue, was marked by towering waves. At the shoreline stood a massive city. On the side of the city closest to the ocean, a grand harbor was present. Massive ships were docked at the port, some departing while others approached from the sea. These vessels varied in construction, some crafted from wood, others of iron, and some of jade, among various materials. Each ship bore intricate and complex runes etched upon them. In the Kanglan Sea region, tumultuous waves, swirling winds, and thunderous roars of formidable sea beasts posed threats even to golden core and nascent soul cultivators. If a ship lacked sufficient strength and fortitude, it could be obliterated at any moment. Moreover, amidst the endless ocean, hordes of sea beasts awaited, If a cultivator were to exhaust their magical energy without a vessel, they would be completely consumed by the sea. Thus, for those venturing out to sea, the sturdiness of their ship was paramount. This city was named Songming City. Songming City serves as the stronghold of the Luo family, a formidable force at the nascent soul level. The Luo family has prospered through trade across the various islands of Tsangzhou and the Songming Sea, establishing themselves as one of the most powerful factions among all nascent soul forces in Tsangzhou. Were it not for the absence of a transformation stage cultivator within their ranks, they would undoubtedly ascend to the status of a transformation stage power. As Lu Xian and his companions traversed the skies above the forest aboard their jade vessel, they approached the majestic city of cultivators, which rivaled Dan's city in grandeur. Nangong, you gazed at the boundless ocean in the distance, where colossal waves soared hundreds of meters high, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of awe. Is this truly the Songming Sea? With such towering waves, survival for cultivators must be exceedingly arduous, she mused. Born in the Qingting market, this marked her inaugural visit to the fringes of the outer sea. The sight of this endless expanse of water left her utterly astonished. Susu took a sip of wine and remarked with a smile, "What is this?" "This is merely the nearshore region. Both the winds and the beasts here are relatively mild. Once we delve deeper into the Songming Sea, we will encounter massive whirlpools, fierce winds, thunderous storms, and powerful demonic creatures, all far exceeding the dangers of the near shore. A moment's carelessness could lead to death." Lu Xian's lips twitched slightly. "Then how do we venture out to sea?" After contemplating for a moment, Susu replied, "We should join the Luo family's trading fleet. Every year, the Luo family organizes caravans to trade at various islands in the Songming Sea. Their ships are exceptionally sturdy, and they are guarded by nascent soul cultivators, making them considerably safer." Upon hearing this, Lu Xian's eyes brightened. "That sounds promising. Let us first enter the city to gather information about the caravan. With nascent soul cultivators guarding it, the safety must be relatively assured. Even when faced with formidable demonic beasts, we would stand a chance to survive." Nangong, you shared the same sentiment and offered no objections. The trio swiftly entered Songming City. According to Susu, they needed to consult the Luo family's trading association regarding the caravan. Thus, they directed their course towards the Luo family's commerce hall. The Luo family commerce hall, located in the heart of Songming City, stood adjacent to the Tiandao Steel Square. This grand edifice towered over 1,000 meters high, emanating an aura of profound light and occupying a vast expanse. It was the most opulent structure Lu Xian had ever encountered throughout his years, even surpassing the grandeur of anything he had seen in Dan City. This was only to be expected, as the Luo family, a nascent soul lineage engaged in commerce, certainly possessed considerable wealth. As the face of their trading enterprise, it was essential to present an impressive faade. Upon entering the commerce hall, a respectful attendant approached them, saying, "Welcome to the Luo family trading hall, where you can find an extensive array of elixirs, talismans, formations, materials, and more. What can I assist you with today?" After taking another sip of wine, Su inquired, "We wish to board one of your trading vessels. How should we proceed?" At this, the attendant's eyes gleamed with excitement as he smiled broadly. "Esteemed guests, our trading fleet journeys to the islands of the Songming Sea, and the routes we take can be quite perilous, hence the costs are somewhat elevated. May I inquire if you are amenable to this?" Lu Xian asked, "How much?" "Our fleet will pass by several islands. The shortest route requires 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, while the longest will necessitate 15,000 mid-grade spirit stones." Nangong Yu's eyes widened in surprise. 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones was a sum that even a peak foundation establishment cultivator might struggle to afford, and for golden core cultivators, it was indeed a painful number. She had not anticipated such exorbitant costs. Lu Xian, however, remained unfazed. "No problem, I have ample spirit stones." Upon hearing this, the attendant's demeanor shifted to one of even greater respect. To be able to nonchalantly produce 30,000 mid-grade spirit stones indicated that the trio possessed formidable strength. Perhaps they were even powerful golden core practitioners. The attendant could not afford to offend them. Bowing respectfully, he said, "Esteemed seniors, please follow me. I will assist you with the registration." Following the attendant, Lu Xian and his companions ascended several floors, ultimately arriving at a relatively quiet level. Here, they found a single hall, exquisitely decorated, with tables and chairs crafted from rare spiritual wood radiating spiritual energy, a rare opportunity for lower-tier cultivators. Inside the hall, only 5 cultivators were present. Lu Xian scanned the room and noted that all of them were formidable, with one being a peak foundation establishment cultivator and the other 4 at the golden core stage. Clearly, those seeking to travel with the fleet were not weaklings. Given the dangers of the Songming Sea, only the strong could hope to survive. The attendant led them to 2 staff members on one side of the hall. One was a golden core cultivator, and the other a Peak Foundation establishment cultivator, both exuding considerable strength. The golden core cultivator was a middle-aged woman. The attendant bowed respectfully and announced, "Greetings, Manager Luo. These 3 seniors wish to board the ship." Manager Luo's gaze swept over the trio, and a flicker of seriousness crossed her eyes. She was somewhat taken aback. Such youthful golden core cultivators, 3 of them? Could they possibly be from some transformation stage sect? Rising, she offered a warm smile. "Greetings, esteemed friends. Do you seek to board a vessel?" Observing Luo's demeanor, the other patrons raised their eyebrows, casting curious and wary glances toward Lu Xian and his companions. Manager Luo was one of the elders of the Luo family. Although her cultivation was not particularly formidable among the family, her position as the one overseeing the critical registration of passengers for the fleet indicated her elevated status within the Luo family. The respect she showed clearly signified that these 3 cultivators were extraordinary. Lu Xian smiled slightly and replied, "Indeed, we intend to board. Have the fees for boarding been made clear to you?" "Yes, I am aware. The Luo family organizes a fleet to set sail each year, with this year's journey scheduled for September. If you can wait, you may pay the fees now, and I will complete your registration." Lu Xian nodded. "No problem. It is early January. We have 9 months ahead. However, for golden core cultivators, 9 months is a brief period. A mere retreat could see it pass in the blink of an eye. They could easily find an inn in the Tsangming Sea and cultivate for 9 months." Manager Luo then smiled and asked, "At which stop do you plan to disembark?" Lu Xian suddenly realized that he was unaware of the available stops. He only knew they would pass by 4 islands. He inquired, "Is it possible to travel to the island where the Baibo mansion is located?" At this, the other cultivators in the hall exchanged peculiar glances, and Manager Luo paused, looking at Lu Xian with a hint of surprise. Noticing their odd expressions, Lu Xian raised an eyebrow. "Is there a problem?" Manager Luo chuckled. "You seem to overestimate our Luo family. The Baibo Islands are located in the central region of the Tsangming Sea, and our fleet cannot reach there. The 4 islands we can visit are situated closer to the outer sea region of the Tsangming Sea." Hearing this, Lu Xian felt a tinge of disappointment. It seemed that even if they journeyed with the Luo family's fleet, they would still need to find another way to reach the Baibo Sea. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to proceed, as he was determined to acquire the Baibo spirit water. Lu Xian pondered for a moment before speaking. "Do you, Taoist Luo, happen to know if there are routes from the 4 islands you plan to visit to the Baibo Sea?" Luo Yin nodded slightly. "Certainly. The destination of our trade caravan is the Qianlei Islands. There, you can find fleets bound for the depths of the Tsangming Sea. At that time, you can take advantage of the ships departing from Qianlei Island to reach the profound waters of the Tsangming Sea." Lu Xian nodded gently. "Then let us head towards the Qianlei Sea region." Luo Yun immediately smiled. "No problem. In that case, shall I register the 3 of you? Since Qianlei Island is the furthest island, the fee is 15,000 mid-grade spirit stones." Lu Xian produced a pouch containing 45,000 mid-grade spirit stones. After receiving the spirit stones, Luo Yun completed the registration for the 3 of them. Subsequently, she took out 3 jade tokens and handed them to Lu Xian. "These are your boarding passes. The fleet will set sail on the 15th of September. With these passes, you may board the ship between the 1st and 15th of September. Please be mindful of the time." Lu Xian accepted the boarding passes and examined them closely, noticing several simple array patterns. As a formidable alchemist now, he could instantly discern that these patterns included functions for identification, sound transmission, and vibration, among others. One side of the jade token was engraved with the image of a large ship, while the other side bore the character Luo. Lu Xian distributed the boarding passes to his companions, Nangong Yu and Su Su, before they bid farewell and left the Luo family trading house. They found a rather luxurious inn near the square to stay in. The heavenly suite of this inn required 100 mid-grade spirit stones per night, a rather exorbitant price. Lu Xian booked 2 suites, one for Su Su and one shared by himself and Nangong Yu. Su Su's expression darkened. "You guys can't be serious. You're going to fool around out here?" Nangong Yu, entwining her arms around Lu Xian's, smiled. "How can you call it fooling around? Lu Xian and I are in a genuine Taoist partner relationship, and we even established a Heavenly Dao contract." She then winked, a teasing smile playing on her lips. "If senior sister Su Su finds it unbearable, why not join us?" Su Su burst out laughing, wine spraying from her mouth. Lu Xian, momentarily taken aback by Nangong Yu's words, was caught off guard by the wine splattering onto his face. Seeing Lu Xian's awkwardness, Nangong Yu couldn't help but laugh. Su Su's face flushed with embarrassment, indignantly exclaiming, "Xiao Yu, what nonsense are you talking about?" Lu Xian also wore a grim expression. He used a cleansing spell to rid himself of the wine. "Really, Xiao Yu, what are you talking about?" Nangong Yu blinked innocently. "I was just joking." "Why are you getting so worked up, senior sister?" Su Su froze for a moment. then shot a glare at Lu Xian before retreating to her own room. Lu Xian was left utterly perplexed. Why is she glaring at me? Clearly, it was Xiao Yu who said something inappropriate. Feeling somewhat frustrated at Nangong Yu's playful demeanor, he lifted her up and carried her towards their room, saying, I think you need a lesson. Nangong Yu's smile faltered. She suddenly realized a serious issue. This time, she didn't have Yin Yin to share the burden. This was bad. She quickly pleaded, Good husband, I was wrong. Hearing this, Lu Xian's anger flared even more. He sneered, Oh, so you realize your mistake? I see you're just aware of your impending doom. Chapter 252, Heavenly Grade Ultimate Body Refining Technique, 9 Transformations of Xianwang. September 4th, Luo's Inn, Heavenly Suite. Lu Xian sat cross-legged, vibrant 9-colored lights swirling in his mind, as an array of information flooded in. He was currently deducing the 9 transformations of Xianwang. This technique, derived from the Earth Grade Ultimate 3 Transformations of Xianwang, had reached the Heavenly Grade Ultimate level. As a Heavenly Grade Ultimate Body Refining Technique, its power was naturally formidable. This technique belonged to both the Earth and Metal Elemental categories. It comprises 9 transformations in total. The first transformation corresponds to the late stage of Qi refinement, granting skin that can withstand magical artifacts. The third transformation corresponds to the foundation establishment stage, rendering flesh and organs as tough as spiritual iron, thus enhancing one's aura and endurance significantly. The fifth transformation corresponds to the golden core stage, where bones transform to a hue, making them capable of resisting even magical treasures. The seventh transformation pertains to the nascent soul stage, and upon reaching this phase, the body can rival that of a nascent soul beast and even regenerate lost limbs. The ninth transformation applies to the God transformation stage, allowing for size manipulation, with the maximum possible transformation reaching a height of 100 zhang. Upon achieving the ninth transformation, one would possess a physique akin to an ancient giant, virtually invincible. Cultivating the 9 transformations of Xianwang requires channeling the earth vein energy to refine every limb and bone, subsequently condensing the Xianwang true essence to nourish the golden core, necessitating considerable resources. Most importantly, it requires the aid of earth vein energy. Naturally, as a heavenly grade ultimate technique, the 9 transformations of Xianwang is accompanied by corresponding spells. Once the body refinement reaches the 5th transformation, one can utilize the Xianwang battle armor, which offers defense surpassing that of the 9 transformations of Xuanwang's own physical defenses by approximately 2 minor realms, showcasing its formidable protective capabilities. Should Lu Xian's 9 transformations of Xianwang reach the 5th transformation, he could withstand an all-out strike from a mid-nascent soul cultivator solely through this technique. Upon reaching the 7th transformation, the practitioner gains the ability for resonance with the earth veins. By grounding oneself, one can directly absorb earth vein energy to restore internal mana, with a recovery speed significantly faster than self-recovery. This implies that Lu Xian could possess an even more formidable endurance in combat. Upon achieving the 9th transformation, one would acquire a spell known as Xianwang Seal. The Xianwang Seal can manipulate gravitational changes in the earth, suppressing cultivators through gravitational compression. When cultivated to perfection, this seal could alter the gravitational pull within 100 miles, akin to a natural disaster. As a heavenly grade ultimate technique, its power is immensely formidable. Lu Xian had previously been unable to deduce it to perfection due to a lack of 9-colored light. Now that he finally possessed sufficient 9-colored light, he succeeded in perfecting the 9 transformations of Xianwang. Of course, body refining techniques differ from Qi refining techniques. Although Lu Xian's comprehension of the 9 transformations of Xianwang has reached perfection, he still needed to expend resources to elevate his physical strength to the corresponding level. While utilizing earth vein energy for cultivation yields significant results, Lu Xian could also employ other body refining elixirs for training, albeit with lesser efficacy. Nevertheless, great effort can yield remarkable results. By consuming a few hundred top-tier body refining pills, this technique could still be enhanced. Lu Xian had previously accumulated a fair number of top-tier body refining pills, but they were all of the 1st and 2nd tiers. He lacked any 3rd-tier pills, as the Hanyuan sword sect did not possess recipes for 3rd-tier body refining elixirs. This was somewhat disheartening. Lu Xian consumed a large quantity of 1st and 2nd-tier body refining pills. After 3 days, he refined the 9 transformations of Xianwang to the 4th transformation, roughly equivalent to the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Coupled with the body refining techniques he had practiced previously, his physical strength had now reached the mid-golden core stage. While not exceptionally powerful, it was sufficient to keep pace with his current cultivation level. Overall, it was still acceptable. Unfortunately, since he had consumed only 1st and 2nd-tier body refining pills, their limited potency meant he had yet to achieve the 5th transformation. It seems that he would need to seek out some recipes for body-refining elixirs in the future. Upon reaching this realization, Xuan suddenly thought of the Luo family commerce. The business was thriving, and it would be prudent to see if there were any items for sale. With this thought, Xuan opened his eyes. Beside him, Nangongyu, noticing this, immediately inquired, Xuan, have you completed your training? She was aware that Xuan was currently engaged in body refinement. After all, the two had been frequently cultivating together during this period. A couple of days prior, after Xuan perfected his understanding of the 9-transformation profound yellow body, he had shared his insights with Nangongyu through their spiritual connection. Nangongyu had become accustomed to Xuan occasionally presenting her with celestial-level techniques, and could not help but marvel at the potency of this particular technique. When cultivated to its zenith, it could transform the practitioner into a massive 100-foot-tall figure, a truly terrifying prospect. Xuan nodded, saying, "Here, take these body refinement elixirs. They no longer have any effect on me." Nangongyu nodded in understanding, refraining from further comments as she accepted the elixirs. There was no need for them to engage in pleasantries or expressions of gratitude between themselves. Xuan then suggested, "We can board the ship now. Why not continue your training aboard?" "Very well," Nangongyu agreed, not declining the offer. "Are we boarding the ship now?" "We still have a few days before we set sail," she asked, looking at Xuan. Xuan shook his head. "I need to visit the commerce to see if I can procure the formulas for the body refinement elixirs. We are running low." Nangongyu nodded. "Shall we head over now? Should we summon senior sister?" Xuan pondered for a moment before deciding. "Yes, let us call her. Once we acquire the formulas, we can head directly to the dock." "All right." Xuan retrieved a communication talisman and sent a message to Su. Subsequently, the two exited their quarters. As they stepped out, the door of an adjacent room opened, and Su emerged, her cheeks flushed and reeking of various spiritual wines. Upon spotting Xuan and Nangongyu, she took several gulps from her flask, grinning foolishly as she waved. "Junior brother, Xiaoyu, good morning." Lucian's expression darkened. "Senior sister, it's the afternoon." He had genuinely lost his temper with this drunken senior sister who indulged in wine daily. Yet, her prowess had increased rapidly with her drinking. She had already reached the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm before even arriving at the Tsangming Sea. And she was likely even stronger now. However, her speed of advancement could not compare to Lucian's. After all, the worth of a celestial-grade dual cultivation technique was no trifling matter. Su chuckled, "Doesn't matter. Shall we set off now? I need to visit the commerce to buy some formulas." Upon hearing this, Su nodded in agreement. "No problem. Let us go." The Luo family commerce was conveniently located adjacent to the inn. Lucian only needed to walk a few steps to arrive, guided by a servant. The trio swiftly reached the floor dedicated to purchasing elixirs, formulas, herbs, and other assorted items. It was undeniable that the Luo family was a prominent merchant clan of the nascent soul stage, boasting an impressive collection of formulas. Once Lucian revealed his cultivation level, the manager overseeing that floor of the Luo family promptly escorted him to the VIP room and presented him with a catalog of various formulas. To Lucian's astonishment, he discovered that even 4th-tier formulas were available, though there were only 3, one for the cultivation elixir Xiaodan, one for healing elixirs Lingyu Dan, and one for restoring mana, Wajiuanqi Dan. These 4th-tier spiritual elixirs, even if only foundational in efficacy, held considerable value. As for the 1st to 3rd-tier elixirs, their variety was abundant. Lucian purchased every formula he had not previously studied. He intended to glance at them for a basic understanding. For those that required further research, he would pass them to Yan, who would then share her insights with him through their spiritual connection. Eventually, he planned to utilize the 9-colored radiance to perfect his understanding of all these formulas. At that point, his foundation in alchemy would likely reach an unprecedented level. Among these elixirs was indeed a body refinement elixir, along with a Tier 3 body refinement elixir, the Jingguang Lian body pill. The materials required for this elixir were relatively rare, though not entirely unavailable. As far as Lucian was aware, the Cold Abyss Sword sect had some in stock. However, he did not intend to wait until returning to the sect to refine it. He chose to purchase it directly from the Luo family commerce. In total, Lucian acquired materials for 100 portions. Given the value of the materials for body refinement elixirs, each set cost a substantial 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Additionally, he purchased various formulas and materials for 2nd-tier body refinement elixirs. Altogether, his expenditure amounted to a staggering 160,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Such a sizable transaction left even the elder from the Luo family, responsible for the dealings, somewhat astonished. Many peak Golden Core cultivators might not possess such wealth in their entirety. This Golden Core cultivator had the means to produce such a sum of medium-grade spirit stones, marking him as immensely wealthy. Were it not for the fact that the Luo family was engaged in legitimate business, the elder might have considered robbery. Of course, he felt he might not prevail against 3 golden core cultivators in such an endeavor. This transaction represented a significant achievement for the elder of the Luo family, and given that he would also receive a portion of the profits, he stood to gain at least several thousand medium-grade spirit stones. Naturally, he was beaming with joy. Dear friends, is there anything else you require? If there is anything else you need, do not hesitate to let me know. The Luo family can procure it for you. Such a substantial client was a rarity. Spending over 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones in one go was an occurrence he had never encountered outside of their auctions. Lu Xian smiled. Thank you, Elder Luo, but I have acquired all I wish for today, and I am currently out of spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Luo Ku felt a twinge of regret, yet he nodded repeatedly. Understood, understood. By the way, fellow cultivator, shall we exchange communication talismans? Should you ever require assistance, feel free to reach out to me. It would be foolish not to maintain a good relationship with such a valuable client. Even the commissions alone would allow him to profit immensely from this patron. Lu Xian considered this and did not decline, of course. More friends, more paths. And given that he had nearly exhausted his spirit stones, the few treasures and elixirs remaining in his storage bag were worth quite a bit. But they had yet to be liquidated. In the future, should he find himself in need of spirit stones, he could approach Luo Ku to sell some elixirs and treasures. After adding the communication talisman, Luo Ku personally escorted the trio out of the Luo family commerce, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers. Luo Ku, being the supervisor of the alchemy business and a late-stage golden core cultivator, held considerable authority within the Luo family. That he would extend such warmth in seeing off these 3 cultivators sparked intrigue about their origins. Although the spectators were bewildered, they were nonetheless deeply impressed. Once Lu Xian and his companions departed the commerce, they transformed into streaks of light, hurrying toward the dock. Upon their arrival, they quickly spotted the Luo family's fleet. The fleet occupied a designated boarding area, prominently marked for identification. Currently, a number of cultivators were passing through the boarding gate, making their way toward the massive vessels moored at the dock. These ships were entirely black, adorned with intricate runes. As a third-tier master craftsman, Lu Xian quickly discerned that these runes included enhancements for defense, stabilization of form, acceleration, and various protective shield formations. Some of the runes were so rare that even Lu Xian could hardly recognize them. To be candid, given Lu Xian's current mastery in crafting, he too could forge such colossal vessels, albeit it would demand a considerable investment of time. The 3 of them presented their boarding tokens to the Luo clan cultivator conducting the inspection. Upon verifying the tokens, the cultivator beamed with delight. Esteemed guests, please proceed. Your vessel is number 4, equipped with 3 basic cabins. Should you wish to upgrade the cabins, an additional payment of spirit stones will be required. Lu Xian was momentarily taken aback. Good heavens, the Luo clan truly knows how to profit. Over 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones merely secured them the basic cabins, and an upgrade would incur extra costs. Curiosity piqued, Lu Xian inquired, how does one go about upgrading the cabins? The Luo clan cultivator's smile widened even further upon hearing this. We offer 3 tiers of cabins, the basic cabin, the earth-grade cabin, and the heaven-grade cabin. Upgrading from a basic cabin to an earth-grade cabin costs 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, while an upgrade to a heaven-grade cabin requires 30,000 mid-grade spirit stones. However, esteemed guests, do not perceive this as exorbitant. Each tier of cabin provides distinct services. The formations for gathering spirit energy and for defense vary significantly. Furthermore, our Luo clan arranges private trading sessions for cultivators staying in heaven-grade cabins, featuring exceedingly rare items that are seldom seen in the outside world. Of course, there are additional services as well. As the Luo clan cultivator spoke with enthusiasm, he cast a sidelong glance at Nan Gongyue and Su Su beside Lu Xian, a flicker of envy glinting in his eyes. These 2 celestial beings possessed such extraordinary grace that they could incite admiration from all around. With a forced chuckle, he added, Naturally, esteemed guests, I assume you would not require such services. Lu Xian noted the subtle shift in the cultivator's demeanor, feeling a sense of peculiarity. This expression reminded him of what he had witnessed in the Qing Tung market. Whenever he passed by the Hehuan demonic caves, he would often see similar expressions. Glancing at Nan Gongyue and Su Su, who appeared somewhat bewildered by the cultivator's insinuation, Lu Xian decided to redirect the conversation. Then let us upgrade to the heaven-grade cabins. No problem at all. The Luo clan cultivator beamed. The total for the 3 of you amounts to 90,000. Lu Xian inquired, might it be possible to exchange for this with high-grade elixirs? The cultivator momentarily froze. Then his eyes widened in surprise. Esteemed guest, do you possess high-grade elixirs? Lu Xian affirmed, indeed, I am an alchemist. Ah, that is certainly no problem. The cultivator's face lit up with excitement. He had not anticipated that this seemingly youthful cultivator, accompanied by two stunning celestial maidens, was actually a high-level alchemist. Such talent at such a young age, possessing golden core cultivation, and able to present high-grade elixirs. Could he be some hidden genius from the Danding immortal sect? However, the cultivator noted that Lu Xian's appearance did not quite match that of the rising stars from the sect. Could he be a concealed prodigy? His expression grew increasingly respectful as he stated, "Certainly, I shall fetch an alchemist right away." The cultivator hurried off. Just as he departed, a middle-aged man in the queue behind them approached eagerly. With a warm demeanor, he said, "Friend, might I inquire if your high-grade elixirs are for sale? I would be willing to cover the cost of your cabin upgrade." This middle-aged man was a mid-stage golden core cultivator, likely drawn by the allure of the high-grade elixirs. Lu Xian was not surprised by this. After all, Tier 3 high-grade elixirs were exceedingly rare across the entire Xianian continent. The alchemists capable of producing such quality elixirs were primarily from the Huashan immortal sect or the talented disciples of the Danding sect. High-grade elixirs available on the market were always the subject of fierce competition. Lu Xian smiled. "Friend, I have already committed to exchanging with the Luo clan. If you can persuade them, I would have no objections." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged cultivator chuckled awkwardly. "Then I suppose I shall let it go." He felt somewhat helpless. Convincing a colossal entity like the Luo clan was beyond his capabilities. What a pity, to be so close to high-grade elixirs, yet unable to obtain them. The thought of attempting to seize Lu Xian's elixirs never crossed his mind, as he could not discern the true strength of Lu Xian and his companions. Yet he sensed a formidable threat emanating from them. Clearly, the prowess of these three golden core cultivators was extraordinary. It would be a stroke of luck if he could avoid conflict, let alone dare to snatch something from them. Before long, the registering cultivator returned, accompanied by an elderly man. This elder, also a golden core cultivator, wasted no time on pleasantries and hurriedly approached Lu Xian with palpable anticipation. "Friend, are you indeed selling high-grade elixirs?" Lu Xian nodded. "Yes, a Tier 3 spirit essence elixir." He produced an elixir and extended it toward the elder. Before the elder could even grasp the elixir, he was already intoxicated by its fragrance. His hands trembled slightly, and a glimmer of fervor and reverence shone in his eyes. As an alchemist himself, even though he could not concoct high-grade elixirs, merely inhaling their aroma confirmed their exceptional quality. The prospect of meeting a young alchemist capable of producing Tier 3 high-grade elixirs was astonishing. Was he a prodigious talent from the Danding immortal sect, or one of the renowned figures on the alchemy rankings? If he could seek guidance from this master of the alchemical arts, perhaps he could hope to advance in his own craft. After examining the elixir closely, the elder confirmed its authenticity. He took a deep breath, bowed deeply, and saluted. "It is an honor to meet a master of alchemy. I, an old man, pay my respects to you." Those waiting to board, as well as the registering cultivator from the Luo clan, were momentarily taken aback. They stared in disbelief at the elder. This elder was well known in Songming City as a distinguished master of alchemy named Luo Yi. The fact that Luo Yi would bow in deference to such a young cultivator was beyond their comprehension. Is this real? Lu Xian was equally astonished by the elder's display of such profound respect. He quickly summoned his magical energy to assist him in standing. "You overestimate me, friend. You are my senior by quite a margin. I cannot accept such grand gestures." Luo Yi replied, "A true master is defined by their abilities. Your alchemical prowess far exceeds my own." Lu Xian chuckled lightly, choosing not to dwell on the matter. "Is this elixir acceptable for our exchange?" Luo Yi nodded vigorously, "Absolutely. It is suitable for trade." Lu Xian smiled. "How shall we determine the price?" The value of the high-grade spirit essence elixir was indeed considerable. For one, we would be willing to exchange it for 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. If you could provide us with 9, that would suffice. Nodding, Lu Xian produced 9 high-grade spirit essence elixirs, completing the cabin upgrade. "May we board the vessel now?" Luo Yi nodded enthusiastically. "I am also traveling to the island, so allow me to escort you to the heaven-grade cabin." Lu Xian smiled. "That would be most appreciated." "Not at all, not at all. Please, after you." Luo Yi responded with warm hospitality. The three followed Luo Yi aboard the ship. This colossal vessel measured nearly a kilometer in length, with an expansive and magnificent deck. They traversed the deck with Luo Yi, entering the cabin area. Luo Yi explained, "The heaven-grade cabins are located near the core of the ship, where the concentration of spiritual energy is at its peak, complemented by gathering formations, creating an excellent environment for cultivation. Indeed, I am also in a nearby cabin. Should you require anything, feel free to seek me out." Lu Xian felt a tad embarrassed by Luo Yi's enthusiasm and nodded with a smile. "Very well. I appreciate your kindness." Luo Yi immediately suggested, "How about we exchange sound transmission talisman marks?" Lu Xian did not decline. "Certainly." The old man, known as Luo Yi, was the Grand Elder of the Luo family's alchemy division. May I ask how you prefer to be addressed, my friend? Lu Xian replied with a smile. I am Lu Xian. Upon hearing this name, Luo Yi felt a sense of familiarity. Soon, a realization struck him, and his eyes widened. Fellow Taoist Lu, are you not the alchemy champion of the Danding sect? Lu Xian was taken aback, surprised that even in such a remote coastal region as Zhangzhou, his name had gained recognition. He nodded. Indeed, I am the alchemy champion. Luo Ye's smile blossomed. So it is fellow Taoist Lu. No wonder your alchemical prowess is so remarkable. He felt a mixture of astonishment and admiration. It was known that Lu Xian had only recently attained the rank of alchemy champion, seemingly while still in the foundation establishment stage, and now, just a few years later, he had reached the golden core stage. Furthermore, as Luo Yi understood, Lu Xian had previously concocted 2 types of exceptional second-tier elixirs. Now, he was already capable of producing top-tier, third-tier spirit elixirs. Such extraordinary talent in alchemy was truly astounding. It seemed Lu Xian's master was the illustrious Luo Qinghan, a prominent figure in the alchemy rankings. Truly, a distinguished master yields exceptional disciples. Moreover, Lu Xian's alchemical skill might even surpass that of Luo Xianzi in the future. With this thought, Luo Ye's mind became lively. Initially, he had assumed Lu Xian was a rare genius from the Danding sect. But it was evident that Lu Xian was more than that. If he were merely a genius from the Danding sect, Luo Yi would feel unworthy. However, it appeared that Lu Xian's sect was not particularly powerful, and with Lu Xian's level of expertise in alchemy, there was less psychological burden in their interactions. This realization gave Luo Yi more confidence in seeking Lu Xian's guidance. After all, the Luo family was a Yuan Ing level lineage. With this in mind, Luo Yi clasped his hands and said, Fellow Taoist, I find myself perplexed by certain aspects of alchemy, and I humbly seek your guidance. I shall not ask for your insights without offering something in return. I can share some of my alchemical formulas with you. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian raised an eyebrow and inquired, Do you possess any formulas for body refining elixirs? Although he had previously purchased the formula for the Golden Light Body Refinement Pill at the trading post, it was but a singular formula, and the others were for first and second-tier elixirs. Merely relying on these body refining elixirs, even if Lu Xian were to perfect them using top-quality materials, would not suffice to elevate the 9 transformations Xianhuang body to its 9th transformation, not to mention achieving the 7th transformation, which equates to the strength of the Yuaning stage. If he could acquire several more formulas for Golden Core stage body refining elixirs, Lu Xian's ability to concoct top-tier, third-tier spirit elixirs would indeed hold the potential to elevate him to the 7th transformation. Once Lu Xian's 9 transformations Xianhuang body reached the 7th transformation, he would be capable of regrowing severed limbs, significantly enhancing his recovery capabilities, rendering him unafraid of injuries in the future. Hearing Lu Xian's words, Luo Yi chuckled. I indeed possess 2 body-refining formulas, namely the Spirit Body Pill and the Xianyang Body Refinement Pill. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian's smile radiated with delight. 2 formulas? Truly befitting the Grand Elder of an alchemical lineage of Yuan Ing level. The breadth of knowledge is indeed impressive. Lu Xian promptly stated, I am currently in need of body-refining elixirs. If you are willing to exchange these 2 formulas with me, I assure you that my insights into alchemy will be generously shared in return. Luo Yi beamed. It is an honor to discuss alchemy with fellow Taoist Lu. I would never refuse. Even if I were to impart these formulas to Lu Xian, it would not negatively impact me. After all, the knowledge I have acquired remains with me, and should Lu Xian master these formulas, I could then seek his guidance. He had a clear understanding of his own alchemical talent. Given his capabilities, it was unlikely he would ever fully comprehend these 2 body-refining formulas, let alone reach the perfect realm. However, Lu Xian was different. With his talent in alchemy, he would likely have a promising future in mastering these formulas. When that time comes, Lu Xian's teachings would also enable him to advance further. Lu Xian smiled. Feel free to reach out whenever you wish to discuss the way. Luo Yi nodded. No problem. I shall not disturb you for the next few days. There will be ample time once the fleet embarks on its journey. Luo Yi led the 3 of them quickly into the cabin, proceeding down the corridor towards the depths of the ship's hull. On the upper deck, there was a room every few meters, and with each descent to a lower level, the concentration of spiritual energy increased, and the rooms grew in size, with their doors spaced further apart. Upon reaching the lowest level, they arrived in the area designated for heavenly-grade cabins. Luo Yi brought them to the entrance of 3 adjacent rooms. These 3 rooms are yours, fellow Taoist Lu and companions. The attendants are at your service. And should you have any questions, feel free to contact me. I hold a certain standing in the Luo family and should be able to assist you with various matters. Lu Xian nodded. I thank you for your generosity, my friend. Luo Yi nodded and turned to leave. Lu Xian looked at Su Su and Nan Gongyu. Smiling, Let us take a look at the rooms. Su was already brimming with anticipation. She utilized the boarding token to unlock the room's restrictions. The door swung open, revealing a suite. The suite's hall featured several windows overlooking the ocean, with waves crashing and seabirds calling. The decor was exquisite and luxurious, crafted from precious spiritual materials. Despite the considerable expense, it was quite satisfactory overall. Su took a hearty swig of drink and nodded in satisfaction. They explored the suite, which included not only the hall but also 2 additional rooms, a bedroom for rest and a cultivation chamber. The cultivation chamber was fortified with defensive formations and featured a spirit-gathering array. Within, one could not only cultivate but also refine pills and forge artifacts. Although the overall area of the suite was not overly spacious, it was certainly well equipped. Nangonyu remarked, "This suite is indeed quite splendid." Su, however, scoffed. "To be honest, we only need 2 suites, as you 2 could share one anyway. There seems to be a waste of so many spirit stones." Nangonyu immediately retorted, smiling, "1 suite would suffice. Senior sister, you could stay with us. I wouldn't mind." Su was momentarily rendered speechless. She took another swig of her drink and rolled her eyes. "You little vixen, what are you thinking all day? Hurry up and get out. I need to cultivate." She pushed both Lu Xian and Nangonyu outside. Lu Xian found this rather amusing. It wasn't as if he had said anything to warrant such treatment. Nevertheless, he had no intention of lingering in Su's suite and turned to leave. Chapter 255, The Generous Luo Yi. September 15th. The fleet officially set sail. On board the massive vessels, arrays materialized, enveloping the entire ship. Spiritual energy activated the formations, causing the ships to sail autonomously, akin to arrows released from bows, racing towards the vast ocean. As the 3 of them ventured out to sea for the first time, Lu Xian and his companions ascended to the deck, captivated by the grandeur of their maritime journey. Surrounding them were numerous cultivators, all passengers aboard the vessel. These practitioners varied in strength, and Lu Xian was astonished to observe that several were at the late stage or peak of foundation establishment. For cultivators of such caliber, unless they hailed from considerable powers, the cost of passage would represent their entire fortune. It was remarkable to see so many of them boarding the ship. Lu Xian was not the only one taken aback. Nangonyu shared his astonishment. Why were there so many foundation establishment cultivators here? Su, sipping her drink, replied nonchalantly, "To make money." "Make money?" Lu Xian and Nangonyu looked at Su with curiosity. Though she had never sailed before, her penchant for adventure had taken her to many places, broadening her horizons. She smiled and explained, "There are rare materials found overseas that are not available on the Xianling continent. Some medicinal pills and magical artifacts require these rare materials for their creation, making them quite valuable back on the continent. These foundation establishment cultivators accompany the fleet to gather these materials and return to sell them at a profit." Understanding dawned on Lu Xian and Nangonyu. Lu Xian pondered, "But the risks of venturing with outer fleets must be considerable, right? With their low cultivation levels, they could face life-threatening dangers at any moment. It seems they are willing to take such risks for substantial profits." Su nodded. "Indeed, the profits are significant. I once heard they could be 2 or 3 times the investment." "Is it really that high?" Nangonyu exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. "They are risking their lives. If the profits weren't substantial, there wouldn't be so many foundation establishment cultivators willing to take such risks." Su chuckled. Nangonyu nodded slightly, conceding that Su had a point. Of course, apart from the foundation establishment cultivators, the deck was predominantly occupied by golden core practitioners. As for those in the nascent soul stage, Lu Xian had not encountered any. For nascent soul cultivators, the dangers of the sea were evidently minimal. Unless they stumbled upon exceptional troubles or encountered formidable sea beasts, they would face little risk. Such cultivators had no need to travel with trading fleets. They could embark on journeys to the sea independently. Lu Xian felt a twinge of envy. He had yet to reach the nascent soul stage. Otherwise, he would be free to go wherever he pleased. However, given the rate at which his cultivation was progressing, it would not be long before he achieved that milestone. He was now merely about 10 progress points away from the late stage of golden core. If he remained in his cave abode, frequently cultivating with Nangonyu and Yi Jiyan, his cultivation speed would be swift. Yet now, being outside, with only Nangonyu as his companion, their dual cultivation pace had inevitably slowed. Even so, within 6 months at most, he could attain the late golden core stage. It was precisely because his innate magical artifact was of utmost importance to Lu Xian that he needed to seek out rare materials. Otherwise, he would certainly remain within the sect, dedicating his days to studying various techniques and engaging in dual cultivation to enhance his strength. What could be better than that? As the fleet ventured into the deep sea, the majestic Kanglan city faded beneath the horizon, and Lu Xian and his companions returned to their quarters. The entire journey to their destination, the distant Thousand Thunder Island, would take a year and 2 months. For more than a year, Lu Xian and his companions would be confined to the ship for cultivation. Their training regimen would be no different from that in their sect, researching pill formulas and dual cultivating with Nangongyu. Their days would unfold in this manner. During this year, Lu Xian intended to delve into the study of the golden light refining body pill. He also planned to engage in discussions with Elder Luo Yi from the Luo family to acquire formulas for the spirit body pill and the Xianyang refining body pill and to gain a foundational understanding of them. After that, Lu Xian could utilize the 9-colored radiance for deductions. The time spent on the 9-colored radiance over the year would suffice to perfect 3 golden core pill formulas, and perhaps even more. The remaining time should allow him to refine one of the refining body formulas to the 4th tier, corresponding to the nascent soul stage. If he could procure the necessary materials, he would be able to concoct these pills for cultivating the 9 turns Xianhuang body. This would ensure that his 9 turns Xianhuang body could reach the 7th turn, even if his cultivation had not reached the nascent soul stage. With a 7th turn 9 turns Xianhuang body, his combat prowess as a body cultivator would be equivalent to that of a nascent soul cultivator. This would become an invaluable trump card for Lu Xian. For months later, in Elder Luo Ye's luxurious suite, within the cultivation chamber, Lu Xian and Luo Yi sat cross-legged opposite each other, a Dan furnace levitating before them. Lu Xian conjured pale flames in his hands, skillfully and gracefully handling various alchemical materials while intermittently sharing his insights on alchemy with Luo Yi. Luo Yi, resembling a diligent student, listened attentively, nodding in agreement, sometimes appearing contemplative, at other times displaying expressions of realization. As the day drew to a close, Lu Xian concluded his alchemical work, the furnace settling before him. Upon lifting the lid, a fragrant aroma wafted forth, causing Luo Yi to inhale deeply, captivated by the scent. He could not help but exclaim, "Your talent for alchemy is truly remarkable, Lu Daoyu. After listening to your explanations, my understanding of alchemy has deepened significantly, especially regarding this spirit breath pill. It may not be long before I reach a state of mastery in it." Lu Xian smiled gently, replying, "You flatter me, Luo Daoyu. In our discussions, I've also grasped several other formulas and gained additional insights." Luo Ye's eyes brightened with a thought, and he smiled. "By the way, Lu Daoyu, didn't you mention needing 2 refining body formulas? Allow me to provide them to you now." Lu Xian's eyes lit up with anticipation, though he feigned reluctance, saying, "Oh, I couldn't possibly accept such a generous offer." Luo Yi chuckled. "Discussing alchemy with you has saved me 10 years of contemplation. My lifespan is limited, and perhaps I have a chance to ascend further in the realm of alchemy, all thanks to you, Lu Daoyu. What are 2 formulas in comparison? Since you insist." "I won't decline," Lu Xian conceded, realizing the importance of not pushing back too much. If Luo Yi took his words to heart and withheld the formulas, it would be disastrous. Luo Yi retrieved 2 small booklets from his storage pouch and handed them to Lu Xian. These contain the formulas for the spirit body pill and the Xianyang refining body pill. Please review them at your leisure. He then stroked his beard and jested. "If you gain any insights afterward, do not hesitate to share them with me." Lu Xian smiled. "Should I have any insights, I will certainly remember to inform you, Luo Daoyu." Luo Ye's eyes sparkled. He had awaited this very affirmation from Lu Xian. A smile broke across his face as he said, "Then this old man looks forward to your early realizations, huh?" Suddenly, Lu Xian seemed to recall something and inquired, "By the way, Luo Daoyu, you know that alchemy requires materials. I wish to study these 2 formulas, but I need the materials to concoct them. I wonder if you have any on hand?" Luo Yi laughed. "You've asked the right person. I do have some materials. Let me check." He glanced into his storage pouch and continued, "I have 40 portions of materials for the spirit body pill and 32 portions for the Xianyang refining body pill." After a pause, he added, "How about this? I want to be needing these 2 types of pills in the near future, so let us trade these materials with each other." Chapter 256, Pirates. Lu Xian's eyes widened. "Is that really appropriate?" "Do not worry. The crafting of elixirs inherently requires materials, and I can wait until I return to gather them. The Luo family possesses a considerable advantage in this regard." Upon hearing this, Lu Xian nodded in agreement. As a business family, the Luo clan excels in the procurement of various rare herbs and treasures. In that case, I shall not be modest. I propose to trade with you using the top-grade spirit breath pills. What say you? That is certainly agreeable. Lu Xian continued, "By the way, might I request your assistance in gathering the materials needed for these 2 elixirs?" Luo Yi smiled. "Of course, no problem at all." Lu Xian felt a smile form on his lips at Luo Yi's generous response. He realized that one of the greatest benefits of knowing Luo Yi was the ability to leverage the Luo family's resources to source materials for himself. This was of paramount importance to Lu Xian, as the quality of the elixirs he was currently crafting was steadily increasing, necessitating ever rarer and more precious materials. The Cold Abyss Sword sect, being merely a golden core sect, found it increasingly difficult to procure many of the required ingredients. However, the Luo family, as a prominent trading clan both domestically and internationally, and with the backing of a nascent soul force, could undoubtedly acquire a variety and quantity of materials far surpassing that of the Cold Abyss Sword sect. Upon returning to his suite, Xuan eagerly retrieved 2 elixir formulas and began his research. He discovered that his efficiency in utilizing the 9-color radiance to deduce golden core elixir formulas exceeded his expectations. Merely spending 21 strands of 9-color radiance enabled him to elevate the golden light body refining pill to its perfected state. He surmised that this might be related to his complete mastery of several third-tier formulas, as well as a thorough understanding of numerous first- and second-tier formulas. After all, each formula has its similarities, and upon mastering multiple formulas, Xuan had already fully grasped the processing methods for most herbs. Regarding the fire control technique, although he had yet to advance the profound dark cold flame technique to the celestial tier, it was nonetheless sufficient for his needs. Considering all factors, Xuan was confident that even if he were to study the formulas himself, he could swiftly attain a complete understanding of the formulas. Thus, the expenditure of 21 strands of 9-color radiance seemed quite reasonable. As for the remaining 9-color radiance, Xuan awaited the acquisition of the spirit body pill and the profound yang body refining pill formulas. Now that they were finally at hand, he felt compelled to delve into them without delay. The crafting methods for the spirit body pill and the profound yang body refining pill bore some resemblance to that of the golden light body refining pill. Through associative reasoning, Xuan merely needed to review the formulas, comprehend the materials and the elixir-making process, and he was already on the brink of mastering the 2 formulas. With only a small distance left to cover, after entering the realm of understanding, Xuan directly employed the 9-color radiance to begin deducing the insights associated with the 2 formulas. This time, he expended only 20 strands of 9-color radiance to thoroughly deduce each formula to perfection. Xuan was even left with over 60 strands of 9-color radiance. At this rate, Xuan felt that during the course of the fleet's journey, he could at least elevate 2 of the body refining formulas to the 4th tier, and perhaps even all 3. However, after some contemplation, Xuan decided to pause the deductions temporarily. The 4th tier elixirs, which are suitable for use during the nascent soul stage, naturally require 4th tier herbs, which are relatively rare and precious. Even if he were to successfully deduce these 4th tier formulas, it would be difficult to gather the necessary materials in a short time. It would be more prudent to utilize the 9-color radiance to advance the profound dark cold flame technique. Once the technique reached the celestial tier, Xuan would acquire a more powerful fire control technique, making elixir crafting significantly easier. Moreover, the fire control technique could also be employed in combat, effectively granting him an additional celestial tier fire-based spell. Ultimately, this would be more advantageous than being unable to craft 4th tier elixirs. Xuan quickly gathered his thoughts and proceeded to the cultivation chamber for seclusion. Previously, he had crafted nearly 50 golden light body refining pills. During this period, he had been utilizing them to cultivate the 9 turns profound yellow body. Just as Xuan was about to begin his training, a formidable pressure from the golden core stage suddenly descended upon him. The intensity of this pressure was overwhelming, clearly indicating that the newcomer bore ill intentions. Xuan raised an eyebrow and glanced out the window. There, on the horizon, he spotted a fleet of ships. The fleet consisted of more than 10 massive vessels, which were rapidly approaching their own ship. Above those colossal ships, Xuan also observed several figures, all of whom were at the golden core stage. As Xuan scrutinized the distant fleet, the door to his room swung open, and Nangon Yu entered. She typically preferred to cultivate in her own suite, as sharing a cultivation chamber could disrupt the absorption of spiritual energy due to their proximity. Her expression was grave as she spoke. Xuan, it seems that something is amiss. Xuan nodded. Indeed, it appears quite unfriendly. Just then, there was a knock at the door. When Xuan opened it, he found Su standing outside, her face flushed with intoxication and her demeanor quite dazed. Xuan even suspected that she had been inebriated since boarding the ship. However, considering his senior sister's usual state, he deemed it a possibility. At that moment, Su's face bore an excited expression. It seems we have enemies? Finally, we can stretch our muscles. Xuan frowned. What is there to be happy about with enemies? What if they have nascent soul cultivators among them? Su replied. But we have nascent soul cultivators in our fleet as well, do we not? What is there to worry about? After pondering Su's words, Xuan conceded that she had a point. The disparity between nascent soul and golden core cultivators was vast and incomparable. With nascent soul cultivators guarding their fleet, they were indeed quite safe. Let us head to the deck and take a look. The 3 of them exited the room and made their way to the deck. Along the way, numerous cultivators emerged from their quarters, their expressions far from cheerful and tinged with concern. Particularly the Foundation establishment cultivators, who appeared pale and even seemed a bit weak in the knees. Pirates. Darn it. I've sailed the seas multiple times without encountering pirates. And now I come across them? Do not panic, do not panic. The Luo family's fleet is guarded by nascent soul cultivators. Ordinary pirates would not dare to attack us. Exactly. There is no need for undue anxiety. The three exchanged glances. Pirates, huh? I've heard of them before, but this is my first time encountering one. Su remarked with a smile, her excitement growing. As they traversed the corridor, they quickly arrived at the deck. The deck was bustling with people. Lu Xian even spotted Luo Yi, who was standing with several golden core cultivators, all observing the approaching pirate fleet with solemn expressions. It seemed that the situation was not as favorable as they had hoped. Chapter 257, Nascent Soul Cultivators. Luo Yi noticed Lu Xian, and his eyes lit up as he waved energetically. Lu Xian, come over here. The nearby golden core cultivators turned their heads to look at Lu Xian, greeting him with friendly smiles, appearing quite welcoming. Lu Xian, accompanied by Su and Nan Gongyu, made his way over. Luo Yi introduced, Lu Xian, allow me to present to you these esteemed golden core cultivators of the Luo family. Luo Ming, Luo Su, Luo Qi. And this individual is our esteemed elder, Lin Yang. Luo Ming and Luo Su both appeared to be middle-aged. Luo Ming possessed a tall and slender physique, while Luo Su was somewhat short and stout. In contrast, Luo Qi was a young beauty, though her eyes bore the weight of experience, suggesting she was not as youthful as she seemed, possibly having consumed elixirs for maintaining her appearance. As for Lin Yang, he was a robust elderly man with silver hair. The four of them nodded towards Lu Xian, their smiles radiating warmth. Luo Qi spoke up. Master Luo's alchemical prowess is indeed commendable. I have heard much about it from Uncle Luo. Luo Su, with a beaming smile, added, Greetings, Master Lu. Should I require any alchemical services in the future, I hope you would be willing to assist me. Rest assured, I shall not skimp on the materials or fees. The Luo family is not lacking in spirit stones. Luo Ming slightly inclined his head in greeting. Greetings, Master Lu. If you require any assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Lin Yang chuckled. Like my friend Luo Ming, I am also at your service, Master Lu. I still possess a fair bit of strength. As a master alchemist capable of crafting top-tier third-grade elixirs, he was held in high esteem among cultivators in the Golden Core stage. Lu Xian was not surprised by this. After all, who among cultivators did not need elixirs? Even the mightiest Golden Core practitioners would eventually find themselves in need of an alchemist. Yet, Lu Xian remained humble, merely smiling and greeting them in return. The Luo family members, being from a lineage of merchants, did not overlook Nan Gongyu and Su nearby. Luo Qi smiled and remarked, Both of you must be Master Lu's companions, correct? To be a companion of Master Lu is indeed a great fortune. I can only imagine that both of you possess remarkable talents, having formed your golden cores at such a young age, far surpassing my sister in her youth. Nan Gongyu replied with a gracious smile, Thank you for your kind words, Miss Luo. However, Su, feeling a bit awkward, nearly choked and coughed twice before interjecting. Just to clarify, I am this brat's senior sister, not his companion. Luo Qi's expression turned awkward. She had assumed both were companions. She offered a sheepish smile. I apologize for my misunderstanding. Su smiled in return. You are too gracious, Miss Luo. I took no offense. As the conversation among them grew animated, Lu Xian turned to Luo Yi, curiosity piqued, and asked, Your expressions seem rather grave. Are the pirates particularly formidable? Upon hearing this, the group's demeanor shifted to seriousness. Luo Yi took a deep breath and nodded slightly. The flag of these pirates indicates they are the Black Shark Pirates, a notorious band across the Xiaoming Sea. Notorious for their strength, boasting 3 nascent soul cultivators. At this revelation, the faces of Lu Xian and his companions paled. 3 nascent soul cultivators? What shall we do? Can we withstand them? Nan Gongyu expressed her alarm. Luo Qi reassured her, There is no need for excessive worry, Sister Nan Gong. The Black Shark Pirates are vast, with numerous ships, and their nascent soul cultivators lack the ability to split themselves. It is unlikely we would encounter all 3 at once. Hearing this, Lu Xian and his companions felt a measure of relief. If they were indeed to face 3 nascent soul cultivators, it would pose a significant dilemma. Su realized. So you are concerned about encountering a nascent soul cultivator on the ship? Luo Yi and the others nodded in agreement. Luo Su sighed indeed. If we were to encounter a nascent soul cultivator, it would not end well. At that moment, an overwhelming pressure emanated from the massive ship at the forefront of the fleet. A colossal phantom appeared in the sky, its presence altering the very essence of the surrounding spiritual energy. Waves of azure light swirled around the apparition like silk. Lu Xian felt a weight upon his chest, as though a boulder pressed down upon him. Gazing at the immense phantom, he was struck with astonishment. Was this the might of a nascent soul cultivator? Merely a phantom, yet it emanated such formidable power. Indeed, the distinction between golden core and nascent soul cultivators was akin to that between two disparate realms. Having just recently broken through to the late golden core stage, Lu Xian had pondered whether he could contend with a nascent soul practitioner. Yet, it was evident to him now that the gap was considerable. Perhaps only when his 9-turn Xian Huang body reached the 7th transformation would he stand a chance against a nascent soul practitioner. If he were to achieve the 8th transformation, he might compare to a late-stage nascent soul body cultivator, possibly able to vanquish early-stage nascent soul practitioners. As the phantom of the nascent soul cultivator emerged, the reactions of the cultivators on the deck varied. The Foundation establishment practitioners turned pale, visibly affected by the immense pressure, their breaths becoming labored. The golden core practitioners fared slightly better, yet they too felt discomfort. The expressions of Luo Yi and her companions were filled with fervor. It is the second ancestor. At that moment, the phantom of the Luo family's second ancestor spoke, his voice booming and resonant, creating shockwaves that rippled outward, silencing the surrounding sea. Fellow cultivator, why not come forth for a meeting? The crowd's expressions shifted slightly at these words. Meanwhile, laughter erupted from the Black Shark Pirates fleet. Huh? Who would have thought we would encounter the Luo family's fleet? Luo Shi, pay the toll, and we shall coexist peacefully. As the laughter rang out, a phantom appeared above the Black Shark Pirates fleet, depicting a burly man with a beard, his expression brimming with audacity. His gaze was electric as he fixed it upon Luo Shi. Luo Shi maintained a calm demeanor. We are both early-stage nascent soul cultivators. Neither of us can truly dominate the other. To seek peace, you demand a toll? The grin on the burly man's phantom faded, replaced by a glimmer of menace. What? Is the name of my Black Shark Pirates no longer feared? Does my reputation as Renji hold no weight? Am I not worthy of respect even in my own presence? Luo Shi remained unperturbed, replying slowly, it appears you desire a confrontation. With that, the phantom gradually dissipated, replaced by a young man clad in a blue robe, his black hair cascading like a waterfall. He possessed striking features, surrounded by streams of azure light. Those who beheld him felt as though they were witnessing the cycle of life and death. Lu Xian's expression turned grave. This was the manifestation of a profound understanding of the Dao, beginning to influence the souls of cultivators. This was the insight of a nascent soul practitioner. Luo Shi's comprehension likely pertained to the duality of growth and decay associated with the wood element. The mere preliminary understanding of the Dao produced such phenomena. It was indeed terrifying. Chapter 258, The Overwhelming Strength of Nangongwa. As Luo Shi appeared, the Black Shark Pirate's nascent soul cultivator scoffed, do you think I fear you? With that, his phantom also vanished, replaced by a burly man clad in black robes. Renji extended his hand towards the fleet, summoning a colossal black palm from the turbulent spiritual energy. This massive hand, spanning thousands of meters, descended upon Luo Shi like the collapse of heaven and earth. Luo Shi narrowed his eyes, forming a hand seal as the spiritual energy surged in response. A towering tree-s phantom emerged from the sea, swiftly positioning itself in front of the colossal hand. Boom! The massive palm struck the tree-s canopy, and the clash of powers resonated with a deafening roar. The surrounding spiritual energy surged violently, and tempestuous winds tore through the area, raising towering waves upon the sea. Even the enormous ships of the fleet swayed violently in the tumultuous waves. However, for the cultivators aboard, this turbulence did not hinder their balance. The surging fluctuations of spiritual energy intensified the pressure on the Foundation establishment cultivators, compelling them to employ spells to withstand the overwhelming force. Following a collision of spells, Renji let out a hearty laugh, proclaiming, to battle with the heavens. Luo Shi coldly retorted, are you afraid of me? The two transformed into streaks of light, vanishing into the sky as they soared toward the horizon. With the disappearance of the two nascent soul cultivators, a multitude of golden core practitioners from the Black Shark faction swiftly surged towards them, their raucous laughter echoing in the air. Ha! Brothers, let us kill. They've stolen our fleet and dare to disregard the authority of our third master. All male cultivators must be slain, while the female cultivators shall be captured as furnace slaves. Nonsense. Even handsome male cultivators should be taken back for the same purpose. Charge! The shouts reverberated, chilling the faces of the cultivators aboard the fleet, rendering them visibly distressed, particularly the female cultivators, whose expressions turned icy with murderous intent. Luo Qi, Su Su, and Nangong Yu all exhibited a fierce determination. The beasts of the Black Shark faction seek their own demise. Luo Ming's expression hardened, and he commanded, activate the defensive formation. Prepare the offensive array. Immediately, intricate patterns of arrays materialized on the immense ships, and the defensive shields were raised. Concurrently, the arrays began to swirl as potent spells coalesced. Each spell possessed formidable might, equivalent to the attacks of Golden Core cultivators. Golden light, fireballs, ice spears, and various other assaults were unleashed upon the advancing Black Shark practitioners, forcing them to stagger back in alarm, scrambling to evade. There is such a powerful offensive array. We're not the only ones with strength. Let the brothers behind us attack. We shall retaliate. On the massive ships of the Black Shark faction, arrays illuminated, and a barrage of spells surged forth. Meanwhile, the Golden Core practitioners charging toward them unleashed their own spells, resulting in a cacophony of explosive clashes and a kaleidoscope of mystical lights. A late Foundation establishment cultivator could not withstand the immense pressure and coughed up a mouthful of blood, paling dramatically before collapsing. As the first Foundation establishment cultivator fell unconscious, more began to succumb to the strain, collapsing one after another. Luo Yi and the others wore grim expressions. Fellow cultivators, the Black Shark faction is exceedingly oppressive. If we remain on the defensive, our defenses may not hold for long. I urge all cultivators to join forces and eradicate the Black Shark pirates. Luo Ming scanned the deck, fixing his gaze on the Golden Core practitioners as he implored loudly. Luo Dao speaks wisely. We cannot allow them to succeed. Let us slay them. The Golden Core cultivators comprehended that relying solely on the defensive array of the massive ships would be insufficient to withstand the onslaught from so many Golden Core practitioners and the pirate ships behind them. They must take the initiative. Luo Yi turned to Lu Xian and the others, speaking in a hushed tone. Lu Daoyu, you three should follow closely behind us. The Black Shark pirates are merciless, and as your main focus is alchemy, you might lack experience in combat. Do not take unnecessary risks. Luo Ming and the others nodded in agreement. When the time comes, you and your companions will act together with us. They had resolved to befriend Lu Xian, naturally wishing for his survival in this perilous situation. A deceased alchemist would hold little value. Hearing their words, Su Su and Nangong Yu exchanged glances, puzzled. Lu Xian? Not adept in combat. What a jest. If he is not skilled in battle, then scarcely any Golden Core cultivator on the entire Xianling continent would dare claim proficiency. Lu Xian was equally taken aback by their comments. However, recognizing their goodwill, he chose not to elaborate further. He smiled and said, very well. I shall do my best to assist. In this expansive and desolate Songming Sea, losing the fleet would complicate their journey to their intended destination. Lu Xian had no intention of remaining a mere spectator. Aiding the Luo family fleet was synonymous with aiding himself. The group of Golden Core cultivators immediately charged out of the protective range of the defensive array, rushing toward the Black Shark Golden Core practitioners in the sky. Upon witnessing the Golden Core cultivators from the Luo family charge forth, the Black Shark practitioners erupted with excitement. Kill. Luo Yi and his companions soon encountered several Black Shark Golden Core practitioners barreling toward them. These adversaries exuded formidable pressure, predominantly at the mid-Golden Core stage, with one reaching the late stage. However, Luo Yi and his companions possessed slightly greater strength. Luo Su bellowed, Lu Daoyu, support us. With that, they unleashed their life-bound treasures, launching an assault against the Black Shark Golden Core cultivators. Only Lu Xian, Nangong Yu, and one other remained behind. Nangong Yu, eager for action, spoke up. Lu Xian, allow me to take action. I wish to test my current strength. Over the past 2 years, she had been cultivating alongside Lu Xian, enhancing numerous techniques to their perfected states through their shared experiences. Additionally, her innate ice spirit constitution allowed her to cultivate rapidly. Already, months prior, she had reached the mid-Golden Core realm. At this moment, she was uncertain of her true strength, eagerly wishing to engage in battle with a formidable opponent to gauge her abilities. Lu Xian had no objections and smiled. Go ahead, unleash your power. Among the opponents, only one was at the late stage of Golden Core. Even that cultivator posed little threat to Nangong Yu now. With her top-tier celestial techniques and perfected spells, combined with her spiritual roots and ice spirit foundation, it was evident how formidable her prowess had become. It was merely that Nangong Yu had yet to forge her own life-bound treasure. Otherwise, her strength would have ascended even further. Nangong Yu, exhilarated, nodded and formed a spell seal, her eyes shimmering with azure light. In the next moment, the temperature in the surrounding area plummeted dramatically. Luo Yi and the others, engaged in battle, were momentarily stunned, bewildered by the chilling aura emanating from Nangong Yu. They recognized this powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy. It belonged to Lu Xian's partner. Nangong Yu, what a terrifying force, they thought. Before they could ponder further, they noticed the faces of the Black Shark Golden Core practitioners before them turn pale. Fear etched across their features. Then, they witnessed a flurry of razor-sharp ice swords shooting forth at incredible speed, enveloping the group of golden core practitioners. Except for the late-stage black shark cultivator, the others could only emit a single, desperate cry before being engulfed by the ice swords. Even that late-stage cultivator found himself retreating in confusion, his body encased in frost, appearing utterly disheveled. Luo Yi and the others were left speechless. What in the world? What is happening? The seemingly silent Nangong Yu possesses such immense strength? 5 golden core practitioners, and she has dispatched 4 with a single spell? Chapter 259. Who dares to disrupt the affairs of the Black Shark faction? The remaining late-stage Black Shark golden core cultivator gazed at Nangong Yu in terror. Damn it. This individual is clearly only at mid-golden core. What kind of spell is this? I have never witnessed a mid-golden core cultivator wield such power. However, in the next moment, he noticed Nangong Yu slightly furrowing her brow. The cultivator at the late stage of the golden core realm was indeed formidable. Once more, she formed a hand seal. And this time, a massive sword of profound ice, extending 100 meters in length, materialized. The overwhelming sword intent and fluctuations of her magical power radiated outward in all directions. The expression of the late golden core cultivator turned pale. He immediately produced a talisman and transformed into a streak of rainbow light, fleeing into the distance. Yet, despite his speed, he was no match for the sword's luminescence. The profound ice sword became a fleeting shadow, vanishing in an instant. All that could be heard was a chilling scream, followed by the sight of the late golden core cultivator's protective shield shattering, his body cleaved in two, blood and remnants cascading from the heavens. For a moment, the air fell into a profound silence. Luo Yi and the others silently turned to Nangong Yu, their eyes filled with astonishment. Such strength could surely rival that of the pinnacle of the golden core realm, could it not? What kind of genius was this, to possess such power? Not only they, but even Su, who had been trailing Lu Xian and Nangong Yu, was momentarily stunned. She gazed at Nangong Yu as if she had seen a ghost. Junior sister Nangong, how is your power so extraordinary? Nangong Yu smiled softly and conveyed telepathically to Su. It is thanks to Lu Xian. He bestowed upon me a celestial-grade cultivation technique, which I further refined to perfection using the Xuanji Yin-Yang Pact. Oh, and he also gave me a spiritual pill that elevated my aptitude to the spiritual body level. Su was left utterly bewildered. Was her junior brother truly that generous to his partner? A spiritual pill capable of enhancing one's aptitude to the spiritual body level? And a celestial-grade technique? The shared dual cultivation method allowed his partner to comprehend perfection? This treatment was indeed too favorable. Why didn't her own status as a senior sister afford her such benefits? Su's eyes turned green with envy. If only she could enjoy such privileges. She wouldn't have to toil so hard in her own research. Oh, but wait, her inheritance couldn't be passed on to Lu Xian. Nor could he comprehend it and then share it with her. Nevertheless, even if she couldn't impart her technique to Lu Xian, there were still other things she desired. Such as the spiritual body. Who wouldn't want that? Or perhaps for her junior brother to share insights into the great Dao with her. That way, her own understanding of the techniques would be much easier. How infuriating. She felt a twinge of jealousy. By the way, does my junior brother need a partner? Su's thoughts raced, while Lu Xian remained unfazed. After all, it was he who had nurtured Nangong Yu's strength. He was well aware of how powerful she had become. Dealing with a late-stage golden core cultivator was certainly not a monumental challenge for her. Even against a peak golden core cultivator, Nangong Yu was capable of putting up a fight. Her formidable foundation, combined with her spiritual body and perfected celestial-grade techniques and spells, created a combat prowess that was no trivial matter. Many nascent soul cultivators lacked such impressive attributes. Observing Nangong Yu's abilities brought satisfaction to Lu Xian's heart. After all, being able to cultivate his partner to such an independent level was an accomplishment in itself. Furthermore, in the future, Nangong Yu would also be able to assist him. Luo Yi and the others flew back, and Luo Qi regarded Lu Xian with an expression of uncertainty. I never expected Sister Nangong to be so powerful. My sister truly underestimated her. Luo Qi's own strength was similarly at the mid-golden core stage, but in comparison to Nangong Yu, it felt as if they were worlds apart. The disparity was staggering. Luo Ming also remarked, Sister Nangong's combat prowess is indeed astonishing. With such talent, she is bound to achieve the nascent soul stage in the future. Truly a match for Master Lu. Luo Yi and the others nodded in agreement. Initially, they believed Nangong Yu was somewhat overreaching in being with Lu Xian, considering he was a young golden core cultivator and a master alchemist capable of refining top-tier third-grade pills. Now, with Nangong Yu demonstrating such strength, they felt that the notion of her overreaching was entirely unfounded. They were indeed a pair of golden boy and jade girl, perfectly matched. While Nan Gongwei received accolades, she remained indifferent to the flattery. However, upon hearing Luo Ming's comment about her compatibility with Lu Xian, a radiant smile blossomed on her face. "You flatter me, my fellow cultivators." Lu Xian then said with a grin, "Shall you? Why not take care of the other pirates as well?" The others snapped back to reality. This was no time for idle chatter. Luo Yi promptly declared, "We shall assist as well." Instantly, the group transformed into streaks of flowing light, charging towards the band of pirate cultivators. Surprisingly, the combat-loving Su Su did not follow, which puzzled Lu Xian. "Sister, why aren't you helping? Aren't you rather idle?" Su Su cleared her throat and glanced around before approaching Lu Xian, communicating quietly. "Earlier, Xiao Yu mentioned you were the one who helped her elevate her strength?" Lu Xian nodded. "Indeed, what of it?" Su Su coughed awkwardly, her face slightly flushed. "Well, junior brother, you and I have a good rapport, don't we?" Lu Xian regarded her with an odd expression. "Sister, please speak candidly." Their relationship was indeed amicable, after all. Su Su had accompanied him to the bone erosion wilderness to retrieve the 9-turn spirit herb. Moreover, she still owed him 100 years' worth of spirit wine. Su Su grinned at Lu Xian. "How about helping me out too? Is there any way you could assist in enhancing my strength? You see, I was already a golden core cultivator, and Xiao Yu was only at the foundation establishment stage. Yet, just a few years have passed, and her strength has surpassed mine. This cannot continue, junior brother." Su Su lamented to Lu Xian, feeling as though her dignity as a senior sister was slipping away. Lu Xian, listening to her woes, wore an odd expression. "Sister, it's not that I don't wish to help you. Xiao Yu must have explained to you how I assisted her, right? It's through dual cultivation, and you are not my partner." Su Su's cheeks reddened, yet she remained undeterred. "Is there no other way? After all, I am your closest senior sister. You can't just leave me out in the cold, can you?" Lu Xian felt a shiver run down his spine at Su Su's somewhat coaxing tone. "Please, don't speak to me like that." He pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "I truly have no other means. I can only provide you with top-tier pills. Beyond that, I cannot assist you. You know the unique function of the Xuanji Yin-Yang Pact. The reason Xiao Yu has progressed so rapidly is largely due to the divine connection." Su Su deflated like a punctured balloon, her demeanor turning despondent. Observing her forlorn expression, Lu Xian felt a pang of sympathy. After all, their relationship was merely that of senior sister and junior brother. Had it been as partners, he would have readily embraced the role. Yet, such a relationship couldn't possibly entail dual cultivation, could it? As Su Su wallowed in her disappointment, Lu Xian turned his attention back to Nan Gongwei's battle. Given the extraordinary strength she displayed, having reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm, she soon found herself confronted by a peak Golden Core cultivator from the Black Shark faction after dispatching several of their members. In the ensuing battle, neither could gain the upper hand. Nonetheless, Nan Gongwei's performance left everyone in awe, especially the members of the Black Shark faction. After all, among the many Golden Core cultivators present, there were only 2 who had reached the pinnacle. On the side of the Luo family, 2 peak Golden Core cultivators stood ready. With the unexpected variable of Nan Gongyu now in play, their circumstances underwent a swift transformation. Coupled with a surge in morale, the members of the Black Shark faction began to retreat in disarray. "Withdraw." One of the peak Golden Core cultivators glared furiously at Nan Gongyu before bellowing. Upon hearing this command, the Black Shark cultivators hastily fell back, racing towards their fleet. One of the peak Golden Core pirates snarled coldly, "Wretched woman! How dare you thwart the plans of the Black Shark faction? In this vast Songming Sea, we shall not let you escape. Just wait." Nan Gongyu's expression turned icy, and she was about to strike again when she sensed a chilling murderous intent approaching from behind. She halted, a glint of amusement flickering in her eyes. In the next instant, 3 golden flying swords shot forth with remarkable speed, arranging themselves in a formation that encircled the shouting peak Golden Core cultivator. The fierce sword light sent a shiver down his spine. He felt that this was even stronger than the mid-Golden Core female cultivator. With a roar, he conjured a series of protective shields to fend off the 3 flying swords. However, in the following moment, brilliant golden light erupted from the swords, releasing a terrifying sword intent that pierced the heavens. The defenses he had summoned were instantly shattered, and his body was likewise penetrated. The once mighty peak Golden Core cultivator fell lifelessly, his demise shocking both sides, who stared wide-eyed at the fallen figure. The atmosphere turned momentarily quiet. Chapter 260, Luo Shi. Well done, young friend. After slaying the peak Golden Core cultivator, Lu Xian made a series of hand seals, sending the 3 golden flying swords darting towards another peak Golden Core pirate of the Black Shark faction. His demeanor was devoid of emotion. How dare the Black Shark faction threaten Nan Gongyu? Such audacity was tantamount to courting death. After all, Nan Gongyu was his Dao partner. As for the Black Shark faction's nascent soul cultivators, Lu Xian possessed his own trump cards for dealing with them, and even if he faced a nascent soul cultivator, he would not be defenseless. Given a little more time for his 9 transformations of the primordial yellow body to break through, he would face even a nascent soul cultivator without trepidation. Moreover, the Xianxia was vast. What did it matter if he offended the Black Shark faction? They would have to find him first. While Lu Xian was merely at the mid-golden core stage, the cloud-piercing sword formation belonged to the realm of formations, possessing tremendous power. Coupled with the enhancements from his primordial golden core and primordial spirit body, the might was formidable indeed. Even a peak golden core cultivator had no means of resistance. The remaining peak golden core pirate, unable to flee from the pursuit of the flying swords, resorted to various defensive talismans and spells. Yet, the 3 swords, sharp as ever, encircled him, slicing through the air with golden streaks. With each pass of the golden light, layers of his shields crumbled, and in mere moments, the golden sword light shattered the last of his defenses, resulting in his demise. With the death of 2 peak golden core cultivators, the remaining pirates' expressions shifted dramatically. Damn it! What manner of cultivator is that? Just a mid-golden core? Is this some sort of trick? They thought in disbelief. Run! The Black Shark pirates, already intent on retreating, seemed to have sprouted wings as they sprinted towards their ships with unprecedented speed. Some invoked secret techniques, while others utilized talismans or transformed into clouds of black mist. In the midst of such haste, they distanced themselves further. However, the golden flying swords outpaced them effortlessly. The golden light flashed, piercing through the bodies of several cultivators. Even the peak golden core cultivators could not withstand the onslaught, let alone those in the late golden core stage or those still in the early stages. In the briefest of moments, dozens of golden core cultivators saw less than a dozen return to their pirate ships. The defensive shields of the pirate vessels were activated, and with the flying swords now at a distance, Lu Xian found himself unable to breach their defenses. Naturally, he was dissatisfied with this outcome. How dare they threaten him and expect to leave unscathed? I will dismantle your ship. With a flash, Lu Xian transformed into a streak of sword light. Appearing above the several pirate ships, 3 golden flying swords danced around him, radiating a fierce sword intent that spread outward in all directions. Upon witnessing Lu Xian's pursuit, the pirates aboard the ships turned pale. This madman dares to chase us. One of the late golden core cultivators, Face Ashen, called out to Lu Xian, friend. If you dare to continue, the Black Shark faction will surely retaliate. You will not find it easy to handle. Lu Xian, his hand weaving through the seals, smiled faintly. Do you truly believe that if I spare you now, you will not seek revenge? The late golden core cultivator's eyes brightened as he nodded eagerly. Indeed. We will not retaliate. As Lu Xian completed his hand seals, the 3 flying swords expanded to several dozen meters in length. The fierce sword intent alone caused the defensive shields of the Black Shark fleet to tremble violently. Rather than directly attacking, he said with a smirk, "Then swear an oath to the heavens. Should the Black Shark faction seek revenge, you shall be struck by the wrath of myriad heavenly tribulations, never to transcend this life." The golden core cultivator was left speechless, cursing inwardly. He had only intended to placate Lu Xian. After suffering such losses, how could the Black Shark faction refrain from retaliation? If they did not, they would have no standing in the Xianxia. He understood that such a heavenly oath was impossible to uphold. Once made, it would seal his doom. With the late golden core cultivator rendered mute, Lu Xian smiled mildly. It seems our sentiments differ from your earlier claims. Therefore, I shall take action. Even if that cultivator had sworn, his resolve to act remained. This grudge was already etched into his memory, and the entire Black Shark faction was well within his sights. With a deliberate gesture, he pointed downward. In the next moment, 3 colossal flying swords transformed into streaks of light, vanishing from sight. Thunderous roars erupted as the golden sword beams flickered erratically, incessantly striking the protective barrier. In a matter of moments, the shield shattered, and streams of sword light sliced through the massive ship, leaving its occupants drenched in blood. The sword intent, which even golden core cultivators could not withstand, presented an insurmountable challenge to the Foundation establishment cultivators aboard the pirate ship. Just as the pirate fleet was on the brink of annihilation, a distant, furious roar echoed through the air. "You audacious little brat, how dare you!" In the next instant, a shadow of black mist surged towards Lu Xian with remarkable speed, exuding a sense of grave threat. Frowning slightly, Lu Xian swiftly retreated while simultaneously forming hand seals, sending the 3 flying swords to intercept the shadow. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing resonated as the flying swords were sent reeling. The shadow halted, dimming slightly in intensity. Lu Xian discovered that the ethereal figure before him bore a striking resemblance to that of Renji, albeit significantly weaker in presence. If this were merely the extent of the aura, Lu Xian believed he might still possess the strength to engage in battle. At that moment, the apparition of Renji regarded Lu Xian with a profoundly gloomy expression. His gaze flickered uncertainly, yet he refrained from launching an attack. Just then, two radiant beams approached at an astonishing speed from the distance. Upon witnessing this, Lu Xian cast a glance at the Black Shark fleet and felt no inclination to linger. He immediately executed the Xianxiao escape technique and vanished from sight. When Lu Xian reappeared, he found himself on the deck of the Luo family's fleet. Luo Shi and Renji soared into the air above their respective fleets. Upon seeing the severely damaged Black Shark fleet, Luo Shi's expression turned peculiar. He glanced down at Lu Xian, a faint smile gracing his lips. In Lu Xian's mind echoed Luo Shi's voice. "Young friend, you have performed admirably." Stunned, Lu Xian looked up at Luo Shi in the sky, feeling a strange sensation in his heart. It seemed that the second ancestor of the Luo family also bore a disdain for the Black Shark fleet. However, given the current states of Luo Shi and Renji, it appeared that neither had gained any advantage. Naturally, the second ancestor of the Luo family was delighted to see the Black Shark fleet so heavily wounded. Lu Xian transmitted a thought to the second ancestor. "Senior, your praise is unwarranted." Luo Shi did not respond, and Lu Xian then felt a frigid gaze settle upon him. He sensed a slight sting on his skin, which caused his expression to grow serious. Such overwhelming pressure could be felt merely through a glance. Following the source of the gaze, he saw Renji coldly fixating on him. Chapter 261, The Black Shark Fleet's Retreat. At this moment, Renji was seething with rage. He could hardly believe that their formidable group had sustained such grievous losses. All of this was due to that mid-stage golden core cultivator. During his battle with Luo Shi, he had also been aware of the unfolding situation here through his spiritual sense. This mid-stage golden core individual had surprisingly mastered such a powerful sword formation. This formation likely possessed the might of a heavenly tier. Beyond the sword formation, the cultivator's magical power was peculiar, far exceeding the usual quality for his rank. Clearly, this cultivator was exceptionally gifted, with a robust foundation in the golden core stage. He was an unparalleled prodigy. In his 500 years of life, Renji had never encountered such a monstrous talent. Contemplating this, a shadow of darkness flickered in Renji's eyes. Could this be someone from the divine transformation sect of the continent? The Cangmingxi was near Cangzhou, and Renji recalled that there were two divine transformation sects in Cangzhou, the Wanjian Pavilion and the Danding sect. Judging by the proficiency exhibited in his sword formation, it was likely that he was a genius from the Wanjian Pavilion. Truly, a prodigy hailing from the divine transformation sect. But what of it? A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Renji's eyes. Since he dared to strike against them, he had already forged enmity with the Black Shark fleet. The Black Shark fleet would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely. As for the Wanjian Pavilion's vengeance, Renji paid it no heed. The Black Shark fleet had no fixed base. Their fleets drifted across the vast expanse of the Cangmingxi. If powerful figures from the Wanjian Pavilion came seeking revenge, they could simply hide for a time. The Cangmingxi was so vast that even a divine transformation cultivator would find it difficult to locate them. With this thought, a murderous glint flickered in Renji's eyes as he slowly remarked, "Young friend, your methods are commendable, but be wary of shining too brightly. Such brilliance may lead to an untimely demise." Naturally, Lu Xian discerned the murderous intent in Renji's words. He merely smiled and replied, "Whether I meet an untimely end is not something for senior to concern yourself with." A cold glimmer passed through Renji's eyes. Meanwhile, Luo Shi positioned himself in front of Lu Xian, smiling as he said, "Fellow cultivator, if you wish to engage in combat once more, I would not object, though I fear your subordinates may not withstand it." A look of displeasure crossed Renji's face, and after a moment of silence, he coldly commanded, "Retreat." With no means to contend with Luo Shi and having already suffered such substantial losses, remaining here would only serve to invite further humiliation. He landed on the flagship of the Black Shark fleet, which then began to withdraw, slowly disappearing from sight. Luo Shi did not pursue them, as he too was unable to contend with Renji. With this in mind, a shadow of displeasure crossed Luo Shi's eyes. The Luo family possessed a degree of influence and prestige in the outer sea regions. The audacity of the Black Shark fleet to brazenly plunder their vessels clearly indicated that they held the Luo family in disregard. How could this bring joy to Luo Shi? Upon returning, he would undoubtedly discuss this matter with his clan. The Luo family's strength was not inferior to that of the Black Shark fleet. In fact, they might even surpass it. The trouble lay in the Black Shark fleet's lack of a permanent base, making them elusive. Luo Shi's gaze flickered as his thoughts raced. At that moment, Luo Yi approached cautiously and said, "Second ancestor, the Black Shark fleet has departed." Luo Shi came back to his senses. He nodded slightly, then turned to Lu Xian, offering a faint smile. Young friend, your strength is impressive. I have heard you are also a master of alchemy. Truly, you are a remarkable talent. In truth, Luo she felt a twinge of shock. A mid-stage golden core cultivator capable of defeating a peak golden core opponent, and additionally being a master of alchemy. Such talent suggested he might even aspire to the divine transformation stage in the future. The Luo family excelled in commerce and was adept at forging connections with promising cultivators. For merchants, having more friends is undoubtedly preferable to having more enemies, particularly when those friends possess such extraordinary talents. Moreover, given that Lu Xian had just obliterated the Black Shark fleet and aided the Luo family in repelling the foe, Luo Shi's attitude towards him was exceedingly favorable. Lu Xian smiled and replied, Senior, your praise is excessive. After pondering for a moment, Luo Shi produced a talisman and handed it to Lu Xian. This is a 1,000-mile talisman. The Black Shark fleet will surely seek revenge. With this talisman, you may be able to evade disaster. Lu Xian was taken aback that Luo Shi would gift him a 1,000-mile talisman. This talisman was a 4th-tier talisman, a rare life-saving artifact. It was quite generous of Luo Shi to bestow such a talisman upon him. However, Lu Xian was not alone. He had both Nangongyu and Su with him. He certainly could not abandon Nangongyu to flee on his own. Nevertheless, Lu Xian possessed several 1,000-mile talismans, all crafted using his 1,000-mile enhancing talisman, specifically for the purpose of preserving his life. For this, he had expended considerable amounts of 9-colored radiance. However, when it came to his own safety, Lu Xian was always willing to invest. Since a nascent soul senior had offered him a talisman, he would naturally not refuse it, lest he offend the giver. He accepted the talisman with a smile, saying, Thank you, senior. Luo Shi nodded slightly. Should you require anything, seek out Luo Yi. With that, Luo Shi disappeared from sight. Even Lu Xian could not discern how he vanished. With Luo Shi's departure, the previously reticent Luo Yi and the others exhaled in relief. Luo Ming expressed some envy, saying, Lu Daoist, who would have thought the second ancestor valued you so highly, even granting you a 1,000-mile talisman? Luo Qi nodded in agreement, her expression one of admiration. Indeed, this is a 4th-tier talisman, a true life-saving artifact. None of us have received such generous rewards from the second ancestor. Lu Xian chuckled. I owe my thanks to Senior Luo Shi for his regard. Luo Yi interjected. All right, Lu Daoist, you have worked hard this time. Let him return to rest. Upon hearing this, the others nodded, no longer disturbing Lu Xian, although they had many questions and were quite astonished by Lu Xian's prowess. However, they are individuals who are aware of the gravity of the situation, and thus it would be inappropriate for them to pry into such personal matters. Luo Yi, with a serious expression, stated, We must calm the crowd and ascertain if any of these passengers are in distress. Moreover here, Luo Yi paused momentarily before continuing. We must remain vigilant and keep an eye on our surroundings to prevent another ambush by the Black Shark Gang. Upon hearing mention of the Black Shark Gang, Luo Ming and the others adopted equally solemn expressions. Meanwhile, Lu Xian and his companions took their leave from Luo Yi, making their way toward their suite. Lu Xian noticed that Su appeared dejected and had not uttered a word. He inquired with a hint of confusion, Senior sister, what troubles you? Su cast a resentful glance at Lu Xian before downing her drink in rapid succession. The last time we ventured to the bone-devouring wasteland, our strengths were comparable. Yet now, in less than a decade, your prowess has far surpassed mine. You truly are abnormal. Lu Xian responded, his expression darkening. Why do I feel that you're insulting me, senior sister? Is it appropriate to label someone as abnormal? I was merely complimenting you. I aspire to be as extraordinary. Su took another hearty swig of her drink. At this point, Nangongyu chuckled and teased. If senior sister Su wishes to be that extraordinary, it's quite simple. Just seek out Lu Xian. Su was taken aback, shooting a glare at Nangongyu before huffily retreating to her room. Observing this, Nangongyu squinted her eyes, a glimmer of insight flashing within. It seems senior sister may have been somewhat swayed. However, in the next moment, she felt herself being hoisted into the air. When she regained her senses, she found herself thrown over Lu Xian's shoulder as he headed toward the suite. Not this again. It seems I'm due for another reckoning. Nangongyu exclaimed in disbelief. Chapter 262. The Qi of the Earth, the Dragon Abyss Secret Realm. Given the potential for retaliation from the Black Shark Gang at any moment, Lu Xian devoted his efforts to cultivation, focusing primarily on the refinement of the 9 transformations' profound yellow body. He consumed approximately 30 golden light body refining pills, after which their efficacy diminished, indicating that he had developed a tolerance. The 30 pills successfully elevated Lu Xian's 9 transformations' profound yellow body to the 5th level. The remaining pills were entrusted to Nangongyu, who also shared in the benefits of the 9 transformations' profound yellow body. By utilizing these golden light body refining pills, she could enhance her physical form, thereby allowing her to endure longer in the face of danger. Subsequently, Lu Xian proceeded to concoct spirit body pills and xianyang body refining pills. Previously, Luo Yi had traded him 40 sets of materials for spirit body pills and 20 sets for xianyang body refining pills. Lu Xian successfully refined superior grade elixirs. He could utilize a maximum of 25 spirit body pills, along with 20 xianyang body refining pills. As a result, Lu Xian successfully elevated his 9 transformations profound yellow body to the pinnacle of the 6th level. Coupled with his prior cultivation of various body refinement techniques, Lu Xian's physical strength now stood among the elite, rivaling even the peak of golden core cultivators. After refining and absorbing these elixirs, for months elapsed. During this time, Lu Xian accumulated over 100 strands of the 9-colored radiance, allowing him to deduce new pill formulas. He chose to focus on the golden light body refining pill. Remarkably, it took merely 83 strands of 9-colored radiance for him to successfully derive a new formula named the 100 Refinements Golden Light Pill. Perhaps due to its derivation from the golden light body refining pill, many of its herbs bore similarities, though it included a considerable number of 4th-tier herbs as well. Naturally, Lu Xian did not possess such a quantity of 4th-tier herbs. However, he now had access to Luo Yi's resources. He promptly contacted Luo Yi through a sound transmission talisman. "Friend Luo, are you able to procure the golden earth root and the 100-fruit herb?" Luo Yi quickly responded. "Many of the materials you require are indeed 4th-tier herbs. These are quite difficult to find." Lu Xian replied, "Friend Luo, your family possesses immense influence and is primarily engaged in commerce. Surely, you can acquire these materials?" Luo Yi chuckled. "You are correct, my friend. This ship convoy does indeed have several types of 4th-tier herbs. I shall report to the 2nd ancestor, and if he consents, I can arrange a trade with you." Lu Xian's eyes brightened, and a smile graced his lips. This was the advantage of fostering good relations with others. Originally, the cargo of the Luo family's ship was intended for trading island specialties, but now they could directly offer it to Lu Xian. Given their amicable relations, it was only fitting that Luo's family would facilitate this exchange. "I am willing to purchase at market price, trading with superior grade elixirs or magical artifacts." Absolutely. Superior grade elixirs are also rare and precious to the Luo family. "I shall report to the 2nd ancestor immediately." After a brief wait of approximately half an hour, Luo Yi's voice echoed through the talisman once more. "Friend Lu, the 2nd ancestor has agreed to the trade." Lu Xian exhaled in relief, a smile blooming on his face. "Let us meet. We can conduct the transaction now." He was on the verge of elevating his 9 transformations profound yellow body to the 7th level. All the body refinement elixirs he had previously mastered had reached their limits of efficacy. If he could acquire additional 3rd-tier body refinement pill formulas, he could certainly concoct new 3rd-tier elixirs and break through to the 7th level. However, locating these formulas would require considerable time. If he could directly refine 4th-tier body refinement elixirs, perhaps just a single superior grade elixir would suffice for him to ascend to the 7th level. Lu Xian departed the suite and swiftly arrived at Luo Yi's door. After knocking, the door swung open to reveal Luo Yi, his face adorned with a broad smile. "Friend Lu, please come in." Lu Xian nodded and followed Luo Yi into the suite. He observed that Luo Yi had already prepared tea, with steam wafting from the cup, indicating it had just been brewed. Luo Yi remarked, "Knowing you would be coming, I made sure to brew some spirit tea in advance." "Friend Luo, you are too gracious. I feel quite overwhelmed." Once seated, Lu Xian took a sip of tea and promptly got to the point. "Friend Luo, may I proceed with the trade for the herbs?" Luo Yi nodded affirmatively. Of course. He produced several materials and placed them on the table. "These are all you requested. Given the rarity of the 4th-tier herbs, we sell them individually. As for the price, our 2nd ancestor has stated to follow the market price on the continent, as if we hadn't brought these herbs." Upon hearing this, Lu Xian felt a warmth in his heart, yet he still insisted, "These are materials I require. How could I allow the Luo family to incur a loss? Let us settle on the island pricing instead." Luo Yi paused for a moment before responding, "Friend Lu, you underestimate the Luo family. We do not place much value on these spirit stones." He then smiled, adding, "Moreover, even at the continent's market price, the Luo family would not suffer a loss. We would simply earn a bit less, so you need not feel guilty." Hearing Luo Yi's words, Lu Xian ultimately nodded. "Since you say so, I shall not be overly polite. The value of the 4th-tier herbs is indeed significant. Yet a single one is worth less than a superior grade spirit breath pill." Lu Xian only needed to use 30 spirit breath pills to obtain all the 4th-tier materials. Each type of material was approximately 2 to 3 variants. However, these materials did not comprise the entirety of the required ingredients for the pill formula. 3 more materials were still needed. Lu Xian inquired of Luo Yi regarding the daylight golden flower, dragon bone profound spirit grass, and profound light grass. Do you happen to have them in the Luo family? Upon hearing this, Luo Yi spoke. These three materials, while not particularly rare or precious fourth-tier herbs, were unfortunately not brought by our trading caravan this time. Pausing for a moment, he continued, if you are in urgent need, Taoist Lu, you can similarly acquire them on the island. In just a month, we shall arrive at our first destination, Qinyu Island, where Feiyu City resides. And you should be able to purchase these three herbs there, as they are not particularly uncommon in the sea. Lu Xian's eyes brightened at this news. Are we really approaching the first stop? He asked. Luo Yi nodded with a smile. Indeed, we have already been at sea for over 8 months. Lu Xian felt a sudden realization wash over him. In the realm of cultivation, time seemed to slip by unnoticed as he devoted himself to alchemy, body refinement, and dual cultivation. Given that Qinyu Island might have what he sought, he felt no urgency, for it was merely a month away. Then, a thought crossed Lu Xian's mind, prompting him to inquire, by the way, Taoist Luo, are there any regions in the Songming Sea that possess a rich vein of earth energy? Earth energy? Luo Yi contemplated for a moment before responding. In the outer sea region, it seems that only Dian Island exists. It is the closest island to the inner sea, and it houses the Longyuan secret realm, which contains abundant earth energy. Perhaps you could explore that location. Dian Island? Lu Xian pondered this prospect. His pursuit of earth energy was primarily for the cultivation of the 9 transformation Xianwang body. Given the difficulty of sourcing 4th-tier herb materials, the quest for the 5th-tier herbs required for divine transformation would be even more troublesome. Thus, it seemed prudent to seek out areas rich in earth energy to aid in the cultivation of his 9 transformation Xianwang body. Dian Island sounded promising. Originally, Lu Xian had intended to travel to the Baibo Islands in the inner sea, and since he would be passing Dian Island along the way, it would be convenient to collect earth energy there for his body refinement. Chapter 263, Qinyu Island, the bustling Qinyu City. Dian Island is not on our caravan's route. Otherwise, we could have taken you there. However, it is not too far from Qianlei Island, and there are ship fleets that make the journey. Luo Yi elaborated on the shipping routes. Lu Xian nodded occasionally as they spoke. After their conversation, Lu Xian gathered the herbs and bid farewell to Luo Yi. Returning to his suite, since he could not concoct the 100 refinements golden light pill, he decided to utilize the remaining herbs to create more golden light body refinement pills. In the time that followed, Lu Xian continued his dual cultivation with Nangong Yu and delved into comprehending the principles of the Tao. Having broken through to the golden core stage, he began to grasp the laws of the universe. By the time he reached the nascent soul stage, he would have developed a rudimentary understanding of the Tao. For example, in the previous battle between Luo Shi and Ren Ji, the spells cast by both sides bore traces of law. If Lu Xian could gain a basic understanding of the Tao's principles, it would significantly enhance the power of his spells. Perhaps even if his physical body had not reached the 7th transformation, he could still possess the combat power of the nascent soul. The most crucial aspect was that once Lu Xian began to perceive the laws, it would mean he could employ the 9-colored radiance to deduce those laws. If he could swiftly deduce the laws and achieve a perfect understanding of one, he could hardly fathom how powerful he would become. Of course, this was merely Lu Xian's optimistic conjecture. Even deducing a heavenly grade technique required substantial 9-colored radiance, and one could only imagine the amount required for the deduction of the laws of the Tao. However, for Lu Xian, comprehending the laws did not seem entirely out of reach. After all, he had already mastered multiple heavenly grade techniques, all of which were at their pinnacle. Coupled with the fact that his primordial spirit body was inherently attuned to the laws of the 5 elements, he was not without hope of grasping the laws during the golden core stage. He chose to pursue the sharp laws of the metal Tao, as he practiced numerous sword techniques related to the metal Tao sharpness. For Lu Xian, this would not be particularly challenging. After some time spent in contemplation, Lu Xian felt he had gained some insight. Yet, these realizations remained somewhat nebulous, as if shrouded in mist. Once he could consolidate all his insights, he would truly master the sharp laws of the metal Tao. 1 month later, inside his suite, Lu Xian heard a tremendous buzzing sound from outside. Soon after, he heard Luo Ming's booming voice announce, "We are almost at Qinyu Island. All cultivators wishing to disembark should prepare to leave." The ship would dock at Qinyu Island for 5 days, and passengers needing to attend to matters on the island should go early and return promptly. Once the docking time expires, the ship will depart without waiting. Lu Xian slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of excitement flashing in them. At last, we have arrived. He rose, stretched, and exited the cultivation room. As the bedroom door opened, Nangong Yu emerged, somewhat languid, her delicate face still adorned with a faint blush. Upon seeing Lu Xian, she immediately approached him. Lu Xian smiled and embraced her. With a look of satisfaction, Nangongyu leaned against Lu Xian's chest and suggested, "Shall we disembark and explore? Staying on the ship is a bit stifling." Lu Xian replied with a chuckle, "Of course. I also need to purchase some herbs." Nangongyu then recalled something. "Is it for the materials for the 100 refinements golden light pill? By the way, how is your training with the 9 transformation Xianwang body progressing?" Nangongyu appeared somewhat disheartened. "Not too well. I'm only at the 5th transformation now, and I've exhausted all my pills." Lu Xian raised an eyebrow, realizing that Nangongyu's progress was slower than he had anticipated. This might be due to her innate talent. After all, she was also cultivating the fully comprehended 9 transformation Xianwang body, yet with all the high-grade pills she had consumed, she had only reached the 5th stage. This could only imply that her talent and body refinement was not particularly exceptional. Moreover, it was evident that the 9 transformation Xianwang body was not entirely suited for Nangongyu. The technique belonged to the earth and metal systems, and while body refinement techniques differ from qi cultivation techniques and do not entirely preclude other elemental roots from practicing, the results would undoubtedly be less efficient, and the power exhibited would also be diminished. The main issue was that Lu Xian currently lacked suitable body refinement techniques for water and ice system cultivators. Otherwise, he could have prepared something for Nangongyu. Having the 9 transformation Xianwang body was still decent, they could make do with it. "No worries. I've already asked Yin Yin to gather other 3rd-tier body refinement pill recipes. By the time we return, she should have prepared several recipes and materials for body refinement pills. We can then use high-grade body refinement pills for cultivation. Additionally, we should visit the Lonyuan secret realm, where we might be able to utilize the earth energy to break through." Nangongyu nodded slightly. "Let's go, and call on Sister Susu. We should go down and explore. She must be getting restless aboard the ship." The two left their suite and arrived at Susu's door, knocking lightly. In a short while, Susu opened the door, her face alight with eagerness. "Are we heading out?" Seeing Susu's impatient demeanor, Lu Xian couldn't help but smirk. Just as he had suspected, she was indeed unable to sit still. He nodded yes. Just then, Lu Xian's communication talisman vibrated. Scanning with his consciousness, he discovered it was a message from Luo Yi. "Taoist Lu, since this is your first time visiting Xinyu City, you might find it beneficial to accompany us to various shops. Having us along will certainly make your herb procurement more convenient." Lu Xian was taken aback by the fact that Luo Yi was genuinely concerned. After a moment of contemplation, he communicated through thought, "I appreciate your assistance. Given that we are in unfamiliar territory, it is indeed beneficial to have someone to guide us." "What is the matter?" Susu inquired, somewhat puzzled. Lu Xian smiled and replied, "Luo Yi has suggested that we accompany the Luo family's merchant convoy for trading purposes, as they are well acquainted with various merchants, which should facilitate our acquisition of herbs." Upon hearing this, Susu and Nangongyu exchanged looks of understanding. Nangongyu chuckled. "It appears that the Luo family is truly invested in you, Lu Xian." Lu Xian nodded in affirmation. The Luo family is quite earnest in their intentions. Should they ever require high-quality elixirs in the future, I would be more than willing to assist. Nangongyu gave a slight nod. Indeed. Before long, Lu Xian received a message from Luo Yi, instructing him to proceed to the deck. The members of the Luo family's merchant convoy were already on the deck, awaiting the docking of the ship. Lu Xian, accompanied by Nangongyu and Susu, made their way towards the deck. As they walked, every cultivator they encountered regarded the trio with a sense of awe. Gold core practitioners bowed respectfully, greeting them. "Master Lu, greetings to the 2 fairies." In response to their warm and reverent salutations, Lu Xian and his companions offered slight nods as acknowledgement. The previous encounter with the Black Shark Brigade had showcased Lu Xian and Nangongyu's formidable prowess, leaving all passengers astounded. Henceforth, whenever they encountered Lu Xian and his companions, they exhibited a notable degree of politeness. The trio found this favorable. At the very least, it ensured they would not attract any trouble from overzealous cultivators. Soon, they arrived on the deck. Luo Yi, Luo Qi, Luo Ming, and others were gathered on one side, gazing towards the entrance of the cabin. Upon spotting Lu Xian and his companions, their eyes brightened, and they hurried over. Luo Yi exclaimed, "Lu Daoyu, we are almost there. Ahead lies Xinyu Island, and the dock we are headed to is located within Xinyu City." Following Luo Yi's, Lu Xian looked in the indicated direction and beheld 3 massive islands clustered together on the horizon, their peaks towering into the clouds, likely surpassing 10,000 feet. Enveloping these islands was a grand array of mystical runes that cast an enigmatic aura over the sky. In the center island, a bustling city sprawled, a metropolis far larger than both Dan City and Saming City. Along the coastline, numerous colossal ships approached, while many others set sail from the city. Within Lu Xian's line of sight, over 100 massive vessels dotted the surface of the sea. The grandeur and vibrancy of this scene, so distinct from the mainland cities, left Lu Xian in awe. This was the island city of the Tsangming Sea, truly monumental. Chapter 264. Heart of the Sea Stone. The convoy swiftly approached the dock of Qianyu City. Once the ship was anchored, everyone on the deck descended from the vessel. Upon entering the dock, they encountered cultivators clad in white robes stationed at the exit. Luo Yi explained, "These are the Qianyu guards. The Tsangming Sea differs from the mainland. Due to the prevalence of islands, malevolent cultivators find it easier to traverse between them. Consequently, the number of such individuals in the sea is significantly higher than on land. Additionally, the presence of pirates necessitates that large cities maintain a registration system to prevent these unsavory characters from infiltrating." Hearing this, Lu Xian raised an eyebrow. Is this registration effective? Many cultivators can alter their appearance and physique, after all. Luo Ming chuckled wryly. Indeed, it is rather ineffective. It is not difficult for malevolent cultivators and pirates to enter the city. This merely signifies Qianyu City's stance, urging them not to cause trouble once they do. Lu Xian nodded in understanding. I see. Our Luo family convoy has a VIP passage in Qianyu City. Follow me, Luo Ming stated. Luo Yi and the others guided Lu Xian and his companions towards a smaller exit not far away. This exit, too, was guarded by the Qianyu guards. Yet few individuals were entering or leaving, with no lines to speak of. As they approached, the leading gold core Qianyu guard greeted them with a smile. Brother Luo Ming, it has been a while. Are you aboard again this time? Luo Ming returned the smile and cupped his hands in greeting. Indeed. I've come out to earn some contribution points. Otherwise, I would lack the means to cultivate. Brother Yilin, I trust you are well? Ha ha ha, you are too modest. Brother Luo, who doesn't he know of the Luo family's wealth in the outer seas? As a direct descendant gold core cultivator, you have no need to worry about resources for cultivation. Yi Lin, a tall and amiable middle-aged man, remarked with warmth. Luo Ming chuckled, then said, Brother Yi, could you assist us with the registration? Of course, it's quite straightforward. A simple, almost perfunctory inspection followed by the registration of names and cultivation levels will suffice. In no time, the registration was completed. Yi Lin then suggested, Brother Luo, let us share a drink tonight. Certainly, my treat. Same place as always. Luo Ming waved his hand and stepped towards the dock exit. Lu Xian and his companions followed in silence. Once they left the dock, Luo Ming remarked, Yi Lin is a cultivator from the Yi family in Qianyu City. There are 2 nascent soul families in Qianyu City, and the Yi family is one of them. Building a good rapport with the Yi family is advantageous for our Luo family. Lu Xian nodded. As merchants, it is only prudent to foster amicable relations. Ha ha. You are quite right, Lu Daoyu. It is only through harmony that prosperity may be achieved. Violence is not the Luo family's style. Luo Su chuckled heartily. Our convoy is headed to the Qianyu Chamber of Commerce, which collaborates with the Yi family, before we venture to the market area. There, one can find shops from various powers across the islands, as well as establishments run by rogue cultivators from the sea, where we can procure some unique treasures. Luo Yi elaborated to Lu Xian. As Lu Xian observed his surroundings, he nodded thoughtfully. He noticed that the cities in the sea differed from those on the mainland. While mortals were present, their numbers paled in comparison to cultivators. Moreover, the strength of these cultivators was not to be underestimated. Lu Xian scarcely encountered any qi refinement practitioners. Most were at the foundation establishment stage at the very least. He even spotted 5 or 6 gold core cultivators along the way. It was worth noting that the abundance of gold core cultivators within the convoy was due to their affiliation with the merchant group, as traversing the Tsangming Sea posed considerable dangers without adequate strength. Yet, within the confines of the cultivator city, such threats were considerably diminished. Logically, one would expect a greater number of qi refinement practitioners and mortals. Lu Xian was not the only one perplexed. Nangongyu and Su Su shared similar sentiments. Su Su, ever forthright, took a hearty swig of her drink and directly asked, why are there so few mortals and qi refinement cultivators in this city? Luo Yi smiled and explained, you have sensed it, haven't you? The spiritual energy in Qianyu Island is exceptionally dense. Typically, qi refinement cultivators are engrossed in their cultivation and seldom venture out, as survival is more challenging in the island regions. Most are supported by their elders who procure resources for them until they reach the foundation establishment stage before they embark on their journeys. As for ordinary mortals, at this point, Luo Yi fell silent. While Luo Ming interjected, the island regions differ from the mainland. Mortals hold almost no status. When a cultivator family produces a mortal, they are often confined to their home for life. Conversely, for families of common mortals, life in Qianyu City can be quite arduous. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian and his companions were taken aback. After all, on the mainland, the conditions for mortals were relatively favorable. The realms of immortals and mortals seldom interfered with one another. Even mortals residing in cultivator cities were not subjected to persecution. However, The local environments and customs of each region differ significantly. Therefore, Lu Xian refrained from elaborating further. Before long, the group arrived at the Qianyu Chamber of Commerce. The establishment was exceedingly opulent, rivaling that of the Luo family's trading house. The presence of the Luo family cultivators was likely communicated directly to the members of the Qianyu Chamber, as 3 golden core cultivators awaited them at the entrance. Upon seeing Luo Yi and the others, the 3 golden core cultivators immediately approached with warm smiles. After exchanging pleasantries, the 3 cultivators guided Lu Xian and his companions into the chamber. Through their conversations, Lu Xian learned that these 3 cultivators were affiliated with the Yi family and served as the management personnel of the chamber. The transactions between the Luo and Yi families were inherently characterized by the exchange of unique treasures from both sides. The Luo family presented items rich in the distinct natural resources and elixirs of the continent, while the Yi family showcased treasures and medicinals representative of the Tsangming Sea. The value of their trade was extraordinarily high, leaving Lu Xian momentarily astounded. He had never possessed such an array of treasures. However, it was important to note that Lu Xian was but a solitary individual, whereas Luo Yi and the others were trading on behalf of the entire Luo family's caravan, highlighting a stark disparity. Should Lu Xian ascend to the nascent soul stage, he might be able to compete with the Luo family. After all, once he reaches that level, he would be able to seek out a greater variety of 4th-tier materials, which would be invaluable for crafting high-grade elixirs or Xiantian artifacts. Particularly, the high-grade Xiantian artifacts could potentially surpass the entire fortune of an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. Only a merchant family like the Luo could afford 2 or 3 of them. As far as Lu Xian understood, Xiantian artifacts were exceedingly rare across the entire Xianling continent, with many nascent soul cultivators unable to acquire even a single piece, relying solely on their own innate treasures. Yet, amidst their trading, Lu Xian's gaze was suddenly drawn to one particular treasure, causing his heart to leap. It was a sizable stone, resembling the deep blue hue of the ocean, with ethereal wisps of water vapor swirling around it. The heart of the sea. To his astonishment, it had come to him so effortlessly. He had initially planned to scour various shops and markets in search of the heart of the sea, and here it was, presented before him as soon as he arrived at this establishment. Lu Xian chose not to voice his intentions just yet, planning instead to negotiate directly with the Luo family. After all, the Luo family dealt in the heart of the sea primarily to sell it back on the continent. Given his amicable rapport with the Luo family, they would undoubtedly not refuse him if he offered the continental selling price. After all, selling to whom was still selling? With this in mind, Lu Xian felt a surge of excitement. Finding the heart of the sea so swiftly was indeed a fortuitous start. Chapter 265, The Yi Family of Qianyu City. Digging the wall. Once the Luo and Yi families had completed their transaction, Luo Yi smiled and said, "By the way, this is my friend, Taoist Lu from the Luo family. He is in need of some herbs. If you have them here, please prepare a selection." The leader, a middle-aged man named Yi Ju, regarded Lu Xian with a scrutinizing gaze. He smiled and said, "I was wondering why I hadn't seen you before. So you are a friend of the Luo family? What herbs do you require, Taoist?" Lu Xian returned the smile and listed a series of herbs. These herbs were not only for the Balian Jingguang Dan, but also for the Lingti Dan, Xianyang Lianti Dan, and the Jingguang Lianti Wan. Since he was already purchasing from the shop, Lu Xian naturally intended to acquire the other herbs as well. The 3 Yi family cultivators were somewhat taken aback by the extensive list of materials Lu Xian provided. The herbs he requested were quite valuable. Taoist Lu is asking for such a large quantity. He must be quite affluent. However, since he was a friend of the Luo family, the Yi family trio did not dwell on it further. Yi Ju instructed another Yi family golden core cultivator, "Go check the storeroom for how many herbs we have. Bring over whatever is available." The golden core cultivator nodded and vanished from sight. Come, let us have some tea while we await Yi Lu's return." Half an hour later, Yi Lu returned, handing a storage bag to Yi Ju and saying, "Everything is here." Yi Ju nodded, glanced at the herbs within the storage bag, and then smiled as he presented them to Lu Xian. "Taoist, please take a look at these herbs." Lu Xian examined them and raised an eyebrow. One of the primary herbs for the Jingguang Lianti Wan was missing, but the others appeared to number around 40. The Lingti Dan had 30 portions, and all materials were accounted for. The Xianyang Lianti Dan was missing 2 types of herbs, though the others totaled 40. Considering the circumstances of the islands, it was normal for some herbs to be unavailable. What excited Lu Xian most was the completeness of the herbs for the Balian Jingguang Dan. To his delight, there were 4 portions of the required herbs, along with a few extra primary ingredients. For Lu Xian, this was a pleasant surprise. He had initially thought he would be fortunate to find the missing herbs, never expecting to acquire 4 portions right away. Lu Xian beamed, "Excellent. How many spirit stones for these herbs? Since you are a friend of the Luo family, I can offer you a discounted price. a total of 700,000 middle-grade spirit stones. How does that sound? Lu Xian calculated in his mind. This price was indeed quite favorable. After all, among the herbs, there were several fourth-tier varieties. If he could craft a high-grade Baolian Jingguang Dan from these, a single one could sell for over 1 million middle-grade spirit stones. Lu Xian nodded. Deal. May I trade using high-grade Xianxia Dan? If that's not feasible, I also possess some artifacts. High-grade Xianxia Dan? The 3 Yi family golden core cultivators' eyes brightened. Yi Ju, the leader, smiled. No problem. That is certainly acceptable. Lu Xian produced 7 bottles of high-grade Xianxia Dan and handed them to Yi Ju. Upon seeing the 7 bottles, Yi Ju's hands trembled slightly. 7 bottles contained 70 high-grade Xianxia Dan. Such a quantity of premium elixirs. Was this master alchemist truly the one who crafted them? Previously, he had been puzzled as to why the Luo family treated this alchemist with such courtesy. Now it was evident that the alchemist's skill in the art of alchemy far surpassed his expectations. To possess such a large quantity of high-grade Xianxia Dan, it was clear that the alchemist had reached a profound understanding of the elixir. Given the herbs he requested, he was likely not crafting Xianxia Dan, but rather some kind of body-refining elixir, with even some fourth-tier herbs involved. Could it be that this master alchemist had already attained the ability to produce fourth-tier elixirs? His level of expertise must be at least that of a third-tier alchemy master. No wonder the Luo family treated him with such esteem. Yi Ju opened the jade vial and took a whiff, thoroughly inspecting with his spiritual sense. Once he confirmed their authenticity, he beamed. Master Lu's elixirs are truly of the highest quality. It is an honor to meet you. Might I inquire if you have any other high-grade elixirs for sale? If so, the Yi family would like to procure them all. Nearby, Luo Yi and the others frowned. With Luo Su interjecting, Friend Yi, Taoist Lu is a friend of my Luo family. If we are to trade, it should be with us first. Had it not been for the concern that Lu Xian had already proposed trading high-grade elixirs, they might have attempted to negotiate with Lu Xian for spirit stones first, and then let him settle with spirit stones afterward. The Yi family was truly ungrateful, attempting to set their sights on Lu Xian. Yi Ju smiled. Master Lu is merely a friend of the Luo family. He can also become a friend of the Yi family, cannot he? It is simply a matter of normal business competition. The friends from the Luo family seem overly anxious. The expressions of Luo Yi and the others darkened. They were reluctant to say much. After all, if they spoke too freely, it might lead Lu Xian to feel that they were attempting to manipulate him, which would be contrary to their own interests. With this thought in mind, Luo Yi turned to Lu Xian and spoke. Taoist Lu, if you possess any exquisite elixirs, our Luo family would certainly be interested in a trade, offering prices that exceed the market value. Lu Xian chuckled lightly. There is no need for Taoist Luo to be anxious. He glanced at Yi Ju and added with a grin, I don't have many exquisite elixirs left, my apologies. Taoist Yi. He had come to the sea region solely in search of elixirs. Now that he was on the verge of acquiring the Sea Heart Stone, he only needed to locate the Baibo spirit water before returning to the mainland. The connections he had with the Yi family were certainly not as vital as those with the Luo family. Once back on the mainland, he could easily visit Saming City. However, coming to Feiyu City would bring about considerably more complications. Upon hearing Lu Xian's words, Yi Ju's smile faltered, and a glimmer of coldness flashed in his eyes. Nevertheless, he cast a glance at the members of the Luo family and refrained from expressing his displeasure. Since Master Lu has said so, I shall not press the matter. Should Master Lu acquire any exquisite elixirs in the future, you are always welcome to collaborate with my Yi family. Lu Xian nodded, no problem. The members of the Luo family breathed a sigh of relief and subsequently wore smiles on their faces. Luo Yi, however, cast a stern look at the Yi family cultivators and stood up, stating, now that the transaction is complete, we shall take our leave. The other Luo family members also rose, their expressions far from pleasant. The Yi family's attempt to poach in front of them had truly incensed them. Yet, considering the need for cooperation between the Luo and Yi families in this place, they chose to remain silent. Yi Ju smiled and offered, allow me to see you off. After departing from the trading association, the Yi family members vanished from sight. Luo Qi frowned and coldly remarked, humph. The Yi family remains as they always were, caring nothing for sentiments in pursuit of profit. Luo Ming sighed. It's a pity that the only partner for the cooperation in Qianyu City is the Yi family. Let it be. The other Luo family members wore dark expressions and said nothing further. Lu Xian, however, was not particularly curious about the relationship between the Luo and Yi families. He stated, I plan to visit other trading associations and then stroll through the market to see if I can procure some good items. Luo Yi and the others exchanged glances. And Luo Ming promptly said, we are somewhat familiar with Qianyu City. We shall accompany Taoist Lu. After the incident with the Yi family, they were genuinely concerned that Lu Xian might be deceived, which would be a considerable loss for them. With familiar guides leading the way, it was naturally advantageous for Lu Xian and he had no reason to decline. Thus, the three of them followed Luo Yi and his companions as they visited various shops and markets. This time, the Luo family members were more astute. First, proposing a trade of exquisite elixirs in exchange for spirit stones, lest these elixirs fall into the hands of other cultivators. I have some second-tier exquisite elixirs here. Would you be interested? Lu Xian still possessed a considerable number of second-tier exquisite elixirs in his storage bag. These were concocted previously. And since Lu Xian had reached the golden core stage, both Nangong Yu and Yi Ji Yin had also attained golden core status. Such elixirs had little use for him now. Since they were merely lying around, he figured it would be better to sell them. The eyes of Luo Yi and the others lit up. As long as they are exquisite elixirs, regardless of the tier, our Luo family desires them. They were not surprised by Lu Xian's ability to concoct other exquisite elixirs. After all, someone capable of producing third-tier exquisite elixirs would certainly be able to create second-tier elixirs as well. However, when they witnessed Lu Xian producing bottles filled with various exquisite elixirs, they were nonetheless taken aback. What? So many? Luo Yi, being a master alchemist, immediately began inspecting all the elixirs. There are a full 12 types of exquisite elixirs, and each has different effects. Taoist Lu, you have completely mastered so many second-tier formulas? Lu Xian smiled. I merely researched them during my leisure time. The members of the Luo family were momentarily speechless, particularly Luo Yi, whose eyes turned green with envy. To casually master over a dozen formulas while he had spent hundreds of years diligently mastering only 2 second-tier formulas. What did that make him? A failure? Luo Yi's composure began to waver. Fortunately, after several deep breaths, he managed to steady his tumultuous heart. After all, he had exchanged ideas with Lu Xian and had some understanding of his talents and proficiency in alchemy. With this in mind, Luo Yi deemed it somewhat reasonable. Lu Xian, pondering further, decided to sell some first-tier elixirs he no longer needed as well. In total, he managed to sell for approximately 3 million medium-grade spirit stones. This left the Luo family members feeling a mixture of envy and admiration. It was worth noting that this wealth came from a single individual, not a whole family. Lu Xian, solely relying on his surplus elixirs, had garnered 3 million medium-grade spirit stones. How affluent must he be? Such an amount could sustain some lesser golden core stage cultivators for half a lifetime. Not even Luo family members, but even Su Su appeared somewhat dazed. She was aware of her junior disciple's exceptional talent in alchemy and his ability to generate income. Yet, witnessing him earn 3 million medium-grade spirit stones in one fell swoop left her momentarily speechless. Only Nangong Yu, being the most acquainted with Lu Xian, refrained from commenting further. With this substantial sum of spirit stones at his disposal, Lu Xian was naturally prepared for a lavish shopping spree. He accompanied the members of the Luo family as they visited numerous shops and markets, purchasing various useful herbs and materials. He noticed an interesting trend. Perhaps due to the abundance of powerful demonic beasts in the sea region, many shops stocked materials from these creatures, even third-tier materials, at relatively affordable prices, much cheaper than on the mainland. Lu Xian was not one to be polite, and he promptly acquired a substantial quantity of materials from metal and water-type demonic beasts. These would serve as excellent resources for crafting. For the metal materials, he intended to forge a flying sword artifact, while the water materials were earmarked for the same purpose. In his earlier theoretical explorations of the extreme ice profound underworld sword classic, he had also devised a sword formation known as the Profound Underworld 3 Absolute Sword Formation. This formation required a maximum of 108 water-type flying swords. The complexity of setting up this formation surpassed that of the cloud-piercing sword formation in the 9 Heavens Light splitting sword classic. However, once established, its might would undoubtedly exceed that of the latter. Given that 108 artifacts were quite a number, Lu Xian planned to first prepare for the cloud-piercing sword formation. As for the water-type flying swords, he would prepare as many as possible. Upon seeing Lu Xian purchase such an extensive array of demonic beast materials, Luo Yi and his companions were left bewildered. Taoist Lu, these demonic beast materials surely cannot be used for alchemy, can they? What do you intend to do with them? Lu Xian chuckled. These are excellent materials for crafting. I naturally intend to use them for that purpose. Hearing this, the Luo family members were momentarily taken aback, their minds swirling with questions. Taoist Lu, are you implying that you also possess skills in crafting? Luo Qi exclaimed, wide-eyed with astonishment. Lu Xian humbly nodded. I suppose I know a bit. Luo Ming swallowed hard. How much is a bit? Roughly on par with my alchemical skills, Lu Xian replied. The members of the Luo family were rendered speechless. The mastery of both alchemy and artifact forging at a grandmaster level? Luo Ming found it hard to believe. Friend Lu, you can even forge extraordinary magical treasures? Lu Xian nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I just learned it recently. A gasp escaped the lips of many cultivators from the Luo family. a dual master in both alchemy and forging. Moreover, his combat prowess could rival that of a mid-golden core practitioner, capable of defeating those at the peak of the golden core stage. What kind of prodigy is this? The Luo family had established itself in Zhangzhou for over 10 millennia. Yet in all that time, they had never encountered a genius of this caliber. It was simply astonishing. In every aspect, the talent was overwhelmingly powerful, with virtually no weaknesses. Luo Yi hesitated and asked, "Friend Lu, you don't also possess knowledge of talismans and formations, do you?" Lu Xian chuckled modestly. Not quite. The members of the Luo family felt a wave of relief. However, in the next moment, Lu Xian's words froze their expressions. But I do plan to delve into those subjects soon. Luo Yi and the others were taken aback. Could it be that cultivation doesn't require time? Achieving the golden core stage takes a mere 500 years, and within such a limited time frame, breaking through to the nascent soul stage is akin to scaling the heavens. How could he possibly find time to study these additional subjects, especially after having mastered both alchemy and forging to such an extent? They found it utterly incomprehensible. His talent was simply too extraordinary. Lu Xian inquired, "Are you all right? Why the sudden silence?" Luo Yi and the others snapped back to reality. They exchanged glances. And Luo Yi sighed. "Friend Lu's talent is truly astounding. We are momentarily at a loss for words." Luo Ming sighed as well. "Let us continue searching for a shop for Friend Lu. In addition to materials for artifact forging and alchemical herbs, Lu Xian also discovered 2 large pieces of sea heart stone at a stall belonging to a wandering cultivator. Naturally, he purchased them without hesitation. After all, they were materials for crafting his life-bound magical treasure, and it was wise to have a surplus. Regrettably, there were no transactions for Baibo spirit water available here. Otherwise, Lu Xian could have acquired both types of rare materials and returned directly after a trip to the Longyuan secret realm. As for other items, he did not find anything particularly precious, so he refrained from further purchases. After spending a day wandering through Qinyu City, Lu Xian and his companions finally returned to their enormous ship. Lu Xian traded with Luo Yi and the others, acquiring their sea heart stones as well. Subsequently, they each retreated to their respective suites. Once in his suite, Lu Xian immediately commenced the refinement of the 100 Refinements Golden Light Pill. As soon as he successfully concocted a top-tier 100 Refinements Golden Light Pill, consuming it would elevate his 9 transformations Xian Huang body to the 7th transformation. This would grant him the physical prowess of an early nascent soul practitioner, true nascent soul-level combat strength. Chapter 267, 7th Transformation, Nascent Soul Physical Cultivation. As a 4th-tier elixir, the refinement of the 100 Refinements Golden Light Pill is exceedingly complex and time-consuming. Even Lu Xian took a full 3 days to successfully create one. He intended to first elevate the Xian Ming Cold Flame technique to the heavenly tier, as this would subsequently reduce the time required for both alchemy and artifact forging. Lu Xian later acquired additional materials for the 100 Refinements Golden Light Pill from various shops and stalls, accumulating a total of 5 sets of materials. After spending half a month, he successfully refined 5 top-tier 100 Refinements Golden Light Pills. Upon completion, Lu Xian entered seclusion. He consumed one of the top-tier 100 Refinements Golden Light Pills, activating his 9 transformations Xian Huang body to begin refining the medicinal properties. It must be noted that the medicinal potency of a 4th-tier top-tier elixir is remarkably strong, far exceeding Lu Xian's expectations. His physical strength surged at an astonishing rate, with every cell being infused and transformed by the medicinal essence. Just as Lu Xian consumed nearly 90% of the elixir's properties, a thunderous roar erupted within him. In the next moment, a terrifying force surged forth from the deepest recesses of his cells, akin to a volcanic eruption. This was the innate power of the human body being unleashed. Lu Xian sensed a rapid enhancement in all aspects of his strength, akin to a form of evolution. When the enhancement subsided, he opened his eyes, gazing at his hands. Clenching his fists, it felt as though the air itself shattered under the immense force, producing a resounding boom. A delighted smile graced Lu Xian's face. Is this the strength of a 7th transformation? With such physical prowess, combined with his various spells and abilities, he felt that he could defeat his former self with a single strike. Moreover, and most importantly, upon elevating the 9 transformations Xian Huang body to the 7th transformation, all related spells would also see improvements. For instance, the Xian Huang battle armor, which could be utilized at the 5th transformation, could now withstand a full force strike from a late nascent soul practitioner, thanks to his current physical defenses. If he activated the Xian Huang battle armor, a mid-nascent soul cultivator would find it exceedingly difficult to pose a lethal threat to him. The earth vein resonance available at the 7th transformation would significantly enhance both his mana recovery speed and healing rate. He felt that if on solid ground, he could likely contend with a mid-nascent soul practitioner, even having a chance to defeat them. Of course, killing them might be a tall order. The defensive capabilities of nascent soul practitioners are formidable, and he could only rely on his powerful defenses and recovery abilities to wear them down until their mana was depleted. If a mid-nascent soul practitioner chose to flee, Lu Xian would be powerless to stop them. In encounters with late nascent soul practitioners, he felt he could manage to evade for a while, but would likely not stand a chance against them. If he were to reach the 9th transformation and master the Xianhuang seal, he believed that with the 9 transformations, Xianhuang body, he could confront late nascent soul and peak nascent soul practitioners directly. However, the resources required for cultivating body refinement techniques are considerable. Lu Xian had consumed numerous top-tier body refinement pills, yet had only managed to reach the 7th transformation. Ascending to the 9th transformation would pose a significant challenge. He consumed the remaining 4 top-tier 100 refinements golden light pills. His physical strength increased once more, yet he sensed that he was still quite a distance from the 8th transformation, let alone the 9th. Moreover, after consuming the 5th 100 refinements golden light pill, Lu Xian distinctly felt that the medicinal potency had waned significantly. The next 100 refinements golden light pill would likely be ineffective. This indicated that he had reached the tolerance limit for the 100 refinements golden light pill. Moving forward, he would need to seek out alternative elixirs. Fortunately, he still possessed the formulas for spirit body pills and Xianyang body refinement pills, which could be developed into 2 4th-tier elixirs, allowing for further enhancement. This period of seclusion lasted just over a month. After concluding his retreat, Lu Xian sought out Nangongyu for a dual cultivation celebration. Eager to gauge his current physical strength, the results were quite satisfactory. Nangongyu had also cultivated the 9 transformations Xianhuang body, and her combat power had improved compared to before. However, in the end, she was still overwhelmed, pleading for mercy repeatedly. Additionally, Lu Xian was pleasantly surprised that the extended duration of their dual cultivation led to even greater enhancements. This was undoubtedly a boon for Lu Xian, as it significantly accelerated his cultivation speed. 6 months later, the fleet traversed a dim, storm-laden region. The heavens roared with thunder, and purple lightning struck repeatedly, ultimately descending upon the colossal vessel. Fortunately, the ship had activated its defensive shield. Though it was struck, the shield merely quivered before swiftly returning to tranquility. In the depths of the ocean, shadows approached the great ship, their forms grotesque and their sizes immense. Yet, as they neared the fleet, a green radiance emerged from the sea. The overwhelming pressure startled all the shadows, causing them to flee in disarray. The sea beasts at the Golden Core stage possessed considerable wisdom. Upon sensing the aura of those at the nascent soul stage, they naturally refrained from launching an attack. Even demon beasts, upon reaching the nascent soul stage, could take on human forms, their intellect rivaling that of mankind. Typically, nascent soul stage demon beasts would not provoke those of the same cultivation level. Having narrowly traversed the stormy region, sunlight bathed the ocean's surface, reflecting a cascade of golden glimmers. In the distance, a massive island emerged on the horizon. Simultaneously, an announcement echoed from the giant ship. Fellow Taoists, we have arrived at our final destination, Thunder Island. The fleet will remain here for half a month before returning. Please disembark if you wish to leave. Should you wish to accompany us on the return journey, kindly repurchase your cabin. Shortly thereafter, numerous cultivators ascended from the ship's cabins onto the deck. Most of them were Golden Core practitioners, with only a few Foundation Establishment cultivators remaining. Previously, many of the Foundation Establishment cultivators had disembarked at earlier islands. Thunder Island lay near the inner sea, where the demon beasts were notably stronger. Golden Core demon beasts were abundant, posing a significant danger to Foundation Establishment cultivators, which is why few of them ventured here. Lu Xian and his 2 companions also made their way to the deck, accompanied by Luo Yi and other members of the Luo family. Luo Ming inquired, Lu Daoist, are you truly not returning with us? After a moment's contemplation, Lu Xian replied, no. He had initially come to the Tsangming Sea in search of the Baibo Spirit Water and the Sea Heart Stone. Having located the Sea Heart Stone, he now only needed the Baibo Spirit Water. Under normal circumstances, if he could find the Baibo Spirit Water on Thunder Island, he would certainly return. However, after hearing about the Longyuan secret realm, Lu Xian decided to explore the Dun Island. If he could utilize the energy of the Earth's veins to directly elevate his 9 transformations mysterious yellow body to the 9 transformations realm, he would essentially be a body cultivator at the divine transformation stage. At that point, he would stand among the apex of the Xianling continent's strongest. The Xuanwu Sword sect, the Tie sect, and the Blood Demon Hall would pose no threat to him, especially the Blood Demon Hall, which he could crush without hesitation. This was of utmost importance to Lu Xian. He absolutely had to make the trip. Upon hearing Lu Xian's declaration, Luo Yi and the others felt a twinge of disappointment. Luo Yi then remarked, in that case, we shall not press further. The inner sea is far more perilous than the outer sea. The Bai-Bo mansion, being a force in the maritime domain, embodies both righteousness and villainy. Do not trust them lightly. Lu Xian nodded. Thank you for the warning, Taoist Luo. I shall be cautious. Chapter 268. Celestial Level Fire Control Technique, Tai, Su Xian Ming Calamity Flame. After disembarking, Lu Xian and his companions first accompanied Luo Yi to various merchant associations, shops, and markets. Lu Xian procured numerous items, primarily unique specialties of the ocean. While aboard the ship, he had traded his previously crafted yet unused magical tools and spiritual instruments to the Luo family, receiving over 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones in return. After sweeping through all the shops, his pocket of spirit stones was nearly depleted. Nevertheless, Lu Xian felt immense satisfaction. Even if he did not personally use these specialties, they could fetch a handsome profit upon his return to the continent, potentially earning him several million mid-grade spirit stones. Of course, Lu Xian intended to keep many for himself. For instance, the materials from demon beasts could be used for crafting, their value multiplying by dozens or even hundreds of times. Wasn't it far more lucrative than selling the materials outright? Having already mastered alchemy, Lu Xian was not short on funds. With his newfound mastery in crafting, his financial situation had only improved. For Lu Xian, any issue resolvable with spirit stones was trivial. It was the problems that spirit stones could not address that were truly troublesome. Following his extensive shopping spree, under the introduction of Luo Yi, they boarded another fleet. This fleet was also affiliated with a merchant association, the owner of which was the Wang family. The Wang family, a local power on Thunder Island, was also a nascent soul-level clan. They had a partnership with the Luo family, and a major trading association on Thunder Island was a joint establishment between the two families. The Wang family's stronghold was on Thunder Island, and they naturally ventured deeper into the region for trade. Dun Island fell within their commercial territory. Given that Dun Island was not too far from Thunder Island, a journey there would take approximately 2 months. As a result, the Wang family made trips to Dun Island roughly every 3 months. Lu Xian and his companions were fortunate, as the fleet was set to depart for Dun Island in 3 days. Thanks to the Luo family's recommendation, they smoothly acquired celestial-level cabins and subsequently boarded the ship. Esteemed Taoists, this will be your suite, announced a handsome young man who was a golden core elder of the Luo family named Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan's gaze swept over the trio, a gentle smile gracing his features. When his eyes landed on Nangong Yu and Su Su, a glimmer of admiration flickered within them. After all, both ladies possessed remarkable beauty. Although such beauty was rare among cultivators, it was not entirely absent. What made Su Su and Nangong Yu stand out was their youth. Having already reached the golden core stage, such exceptionally talented and stunning female cultivators were indeed a rarity. Even Wang Yuan, who himself was a prodigy, felt his heart race. However, he refrained from acting on his feelings. He recognized the respect the Luo family's golden core cultivators, particularly their esteemed alchemist, held for Lu Xian. Someone who garnered such esteem from the Luo family must possess a significant background. He was not a pirate. Any confrontation with Lu Xian and his companions could embroil the Wang family in trouble. He merely felt a twinge of envy at Lu Xian's fortune in having 2 such outstanding beauties at his side. Alas, he Wang Yuan, despite his own talents and high status, lacked such captivating companions. What a pity. Lu Xian nodded to Wang Yuan, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Taoist Wang, for leading the way. Wang Yuan waved his hand dismissively. No need for formality, Lu Taoist. Since you are a friend of the Luo family, you are a friend of the Wang family as well. Should you require anything, feel free to let me know. After Wang Yuan departed, Lu Xian and his companions entered their suite. The accommodations were similar to those provided by the Luo family. Su Su stretched languidly, took a hearty swig of wine, and with a glint of melancholy in her eyes, lamented, "You can absorb the energy of the earth's veins in Dun City, while I cannot." Alas, Lu Xian's expression darkened. "Senior sister, have I not given you the 9 transformations' mysterious yellow body? You should cultivate it." Su Su crossed her arms, looking at Lu Xian with an expression of disbelief. "Junior brother, you think too highly of me. My innate talent is merely as a water spirit root. This 9 transformations' mysterious yellow body is a golden earth attribute body refinement technique, and a celestial level 1 at that. How could I possibly grasp it so quickly?" Lu Xian looked at Su Su's defiant demeanor, unable to suppress a chuckle. "What can I do? The secrets I shared with you contain my own insights. If you fail to comprehend them, it is merely a reflection of your own lack of intelligence. Is it not my fault?" Beside them, Nangong Yu's eyes glinted mischievously as she chimed in. "Actually, there is a way. Su Su senior sister could cultivate the art of divine communion, and then Lu Xian could share his insights with you." Su Su's face flushed crimson as she shot a glare at Nangong Yu and Lu Xian. "You two are truly perverse. Especially you, Lu Xian. Am I not your senior sister? How could you entertain such thoughts? Lu Xian, taken aback, darkened in countenance. Wasn't it Xiao Yu who suggested it? How is this my fault? If I get angry, I might just have to teach you a lesson. Clenching his fist. The sheer might of his physique distorted the very air around them. Su Su's lips twitched, a chill creeping down her spine. If he were to strike her, she would be utterly defenseless. Instinctively, she shrank back, realizing that her authority as a senior sister had dwindled to nothing. How could her junior be so formidable? Perhaps she should truly consider honing the art of divine communion. With her cultivation of the nine-turned profound yellow body, she might reclaim a semblance of her senior sister dignity. Su Su's thoughts raced chaotically. As for Nangongyu, she felt a twinge of fear. After all, ever since Lu Xian reached the 7th turn, he had morphed into a veritable monster. She felt as though her life was hanging by a thread. With Yin Yin absent, no one could assist her. What was she to do? All she yearned for was to enlist Su Su's help. Yet, Su Su, in her current state, was proving to be utterly unreliable. This prompted Nangongyu to consider forcibly binding Su Su and tossing her onto Lu Xian's bed. She finally grasped the sentiment Yin Yin had experienced when facing her. How could her sister be so unhelpful? Ultimately, Su Su fled, leaving Nangongyu alone with Lu Xian. As Nangongyu sensed Lu Xian's gaze upon her, tears brimmed in her eyes. She understood that she would inevitably pay the price for her earlier words. 3 days later, the fleet set sail. The Wang family did not intrude upon them. The fleet glided smoothly away from the dock, and Lu Xian spotted the Luo family ships anchored nearby. Though the cultivators from the Luo family were absent, he also noticed new cultivators boarding the ships. Soon, Qianlei Island vanished from sight, leaving only an endless expanse of sea. Lu Xian shifted his attention, casting a glance at the slumbering Nangongyu before retreating to the training room. Through the accumulation of rainbow-hued light, Lu Xian had progressed the Xianming cold flame technique to a low-tier heavenly fire control technique, named Tai Su Xianming Jieyan. As a low-tier heavenly fire control technique, its capabilities surpassed those of the original Xianming cold flame technique. The Tai Su Xianming Jieyan manifested as an ice flame interwoven with reality and illusion. The solid state of the flame was the Xianming ice flame, while the illusory state was the Tai Su Jie fire. In this interwoven state, the refinement of materials for alchemy and artifact forging became significantly more efficient and thorough. Moreover, the Tai Su Xianming Jieyan could also be employed in combat. Within the realm of Xianming fire, the Xianming ice flame and Tai Su Jie fire intertwined, yielding a formidable power comparable to a perfected cloud-piercing sword array. However, for Lu Xian, such offensive capability was merely secondary. His primary need lay in the ability to refine materials. With the Tai Su Xianming Jieyan at his disposal, Lu Xian's speed in both alchemy and artifact forging had increased remarkably. In particular, he could now forge a supreme-grade artifact in merely 10 days. Previously, he had crafted around 20 supreme-grade metal artifacts. Coupled with the initial 3 he had forged, he was only 13 short of assembling a complete cloud-piercing sword array. Chapter 269, The Black Shark Gang's Ambush. As time flowed by, 10 days had elapsed. Lu Xian was diligently forging the Jin Fengchong Yuan sword in the training room when a formidable pressure surged from the distance. Instantly, Lu Xian raised his head, directing his gaze toward the source of the oppressive aura. This sensation felt oddly familiar. Had he encountered pirates once more? Which pirate gang was it this time? Casting a glance at the Jin Fengchong Yuan sword he was crafting, he completed the final touches. Over the past 10 days, he had successfully forged the Jin Fengchong Yuan sword. Just then, a chilling voice resonated from afar. Lu Xiaoyu, I have promised to seek you out. Having offended my Black Shark gang, do you still wish to cling to life? Lu Xian paused, raising an eyebrow as a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. It was the nascent soul cultivator from the Black Shark gang, whose name he recalled as Renji. He had not sought trouble with the Black Shark gang, yet they had come looking for him. How had the Black Shark gang even managed to locate him? Lu Xian was uncertain, but he speculated it might be due to a member of the Black Shark gang being in Qianlei City. When Lu Xian had departed with the Wang family fleet, the news could have spread. On the fleet, the cultivators in various cabins felt the pirates' magical pressure and frowned, their expressions turning grave. However, compared to the previous Luo family fleet from the mainland, they were not overly alarmed. After all, danger could strike at any moment at sea, and most of the cultivators present had encountered pirates on numerous occasions. Yet, upon hearing Renji's voice, many cultivators turned pale. Members of the Black Shark gang? That voice, I believe I have heard it before. It belongs to the Black Shark gang's 3rd elder, Renji. The 3rd elder? The Black Shark gang has 3 nascent soul cultivators. Are they truly that formidable? Damn it. Who is that Lu fellow to have offended the Black Shark gang? Even the 3rd elder has come out. Is he trying to get us all killed? Let's see what the Wang family has to say about this. At the deepest part of the flagship, a middle-aged man clad in a purple robe adorned with golden patterns slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of purple lightning flashing within them. He gazed toward the direction of the Black Shark Gang's fleet, his expression growing serious. Lu Xiaoyu? Could it be that Lu Xian has offended members of the Black Shark Gang? What has happened to Taoist Luo? Why has he handed me such a hot potato? He recalled that before setting sail, Luo Shi had specifically warned him that Lu Xian was a friend of their Luo family and instructed them to take good care of him. Yet, how could he look after someone who had offended the entire Black Shark Gang? With this thought in mind, Wang Qing's expression shifted unpredictably. Taking a deep breath, he transformed into a bolt of lightning and vanished from sight. Above the Wang family fleet, Wang Qing materialized. He surveyed the distant Black Shark Gang's fleet, which was not small at all, comprising nearly 20 pirate ships. It was evident that they were embarking on a large-scale operation. A shadow passed through Wang Qing's eyes as he slowly spoke. Taoist Run, it has been many years. I hope you are well. A cold snort echoed as Renji's figure appeared in the sky. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his black robe billowed in the sea breeze. His expression was stern as he declared, Taoist Wang, I require one individual from your fleet. Wang Qing narrowed his eyes, somewhat displeased by Renji's attitude. However, considering the Black Shark Gang's standing in the Tsangming Sea and the fact that the Wang family still needed to make a living in the sea, he took a deep breath and replied slowly, Who is the Lu Xiaoyu you seek? Lu Xian, the one who came with the Luo family, Renji stated. A flicker of displeasure crossed Wang Qing's eyes. Indeed, it was that Lu Xian. What could Taoist Luo Shi possibly mean? Had he known of the enmity between Lu Xian and the Black Shark clan, which appeared to be quite severe, he would certainly have refused to comply. With this thought in mind, Wang Qing slowly spoke, Taoist friend, it is better to resolve enmity than to deepen it. This young friend Lu is under my care. Entrusted by the Luo family. Why not, for the sake of my Wang family's reputation, allow me to mediate a reconciliation between both parties. I can have young Master Lu apologize to you. Upon hearing this, Renji revealed a smile, his teeth gleaming white. You wish for me to spare young Master Lu? How about this? Let him send his 2 female cultivators to our Black Shark clan as alchemical furnaces, and I shall let him go. How does that sound? At this, Wang Qing thought of Nangong Yu and Su Su, who were by Lu Xian's side. He narrowed his eyes. Frankly, Renji's proposal was exceedingly insulting to Lu Xian. However, compared to preserving a life, perhaps it was worth considering? Wang Qing intended to inquire of Lu Xian. Just then, Lu Xian's voice echoed softly. There is no need for deliberation. Wang Qing turned to see Lu Xian, accompanied by Nangong Yu and Su Su, soaring towards them. Nangong Yu and Su Su wore expressions of icy disdain, their faces quite grim. Under such circumstances, it was only natural for anyone to feel displeased. Lu Xian remained impassive, devoid of any discernible emotion. Yet, Wang Qing could still sense the surging currents of power emanating from within Lu Xian. To his astonishment, he felt a fleeting sense of threat from Lu Xian, a lethal one at that. This sensation left Wang Qing rather perplexed. How could this be? Was he misinterpreting? A mere mid-stage golden core cultivator could evoke such a sense of peril? Wang Qing found it somewhat amusing. Perhaps he was simply too anxious in the presence of Renji and the Black Shark clan. He slowly said, Young Master Lu, I am willing to mediate a reconciliation. I wonder what you think. Lu Xian shook his head. There is no need, Senior Wang. I can handle this matter myself. Hearing this, Wang Qing froze momentarily. Not only he, but the other cultivators aboard the vessel were equally bewildered. How could a mere mid-stage golden core cultivator manage such a situation? This was a pursuit by a formidable early-stage nascent soul cultivator. The willingness of another early-stage nascent soul cultivator to negotiate was already an extraordinary stroke of fortune. And yet, he outright rejected it? Was Lu Xian truly unafraid of death? Huh, how naive. This lad had offended the Black Shark clan, given their nature. It was likely he would find himself turned into a puppet, unable to seek life or death. What a pity for those 2 fair maidens, who were truly beauties of exceptional grace, yet had allied with the wrong person. How tragic their fate might be. As the many cultivators on the ship exchanged glances, a cold glint flickered in Wang Qing's eyes, his dissatisfaction palpable. As a nascent soul cultivator willing to mediate, it was not merely out of respect for Lu Xian, but for the Luo family. How could this young man be so ungrateful? With a disdainful snort, he said slowly, If that is the case, I shall refrain from meddling further. From a distance, Renji's eyes glimmered with a cold smirk as he remarked, Taoist Wang. Since this fellow refuses to acknowledge your esteem, this matter is no longer your concern, is it? Wang Qing cast a glance at Lu Xian and chose not to speak further, vanishing into thin air. Thus, only Lu Xian and his companions remained to face Renji. Under the pressure exerted by Renji, Su Su felt her palms become clammy with sweat. She transmitted a message. Hey, what should we do? Should we use the distance talismans to escape? To prepare for unforeseen circumstances, Lu Xian had provided Su Su and Nan Gongyu with several distance talismans. If they encountered a nascent soul cultivator, using the talismans might ensure their survival. Therefore, despite her anxiety, Su Su did not succumb to despair. Hearing Su Su's transmission, Lu Xian smiled. Escape? Why should we flee? Su Su's eyes widened. No, junior brother, you should at least transmit that quietly. What if that old monster hears us? And if we're not escaping, what do you intend to do? Su Su felt her junior brother was truly brave. To stand firm before a nascent soul elder and not flee? Was he courting death? In the distance, Ren Ji wore a mocking expression, not fleeing? Is that even an option? Lu Xian smiled, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes as he gazed at Ren Ji. That is not the case. I simply wish to eliminate you. Did he truly think Lu Xian was so easily intimidated? To attempt to capture my companion as an alchemical furnace? If I do not flay you alive, consider me a benevolent soul. As Lu Xian's words resonated, the atmosphere fell into an unsettling silence, punctuated only by the crashing waves. Apart from Nan Gongyu, everyone, including Su Su, was momentarily stunned. On the deck, Wang Qing stood with his hands clasped behind his back. After all, a nascent soul cultivator from the Black Shark clan was present. He could not simply return to his meditation. He needed to wait until Renji's issue was resolved and the Black Shark clan departed before he could rest easy. When Wang Qing heard Lu Xian's declaration, his expression morphed into something peculiar. A cold smile emerged, and he felt a sense of incredulity. Who was this fool? Previously, Luo Shi had personally instructed him to look after Lu Xian, and he had assumed Lu Xian was someone of significance. Hearing this now, he thought Lu Xian was nothing but a simpleton. A mere mid-stage golden core cultivator dared to claim he would slay a nascent soul cultivator? What a jest! Were nascent soul cultivators as common as cabbages? Wang Qing shook his head, having completely lost interest in Lu Xian's fate. The others also blinked in astonishment, before bursting into laughter. This Lu Xian must be a fool, thinking a golden core cultivator could contend with a nascent soul elder? Indeed, just moments ago, Senior Wang had been willing to mediate, and yet he would not accept it. This individual was truly courting death. In contrast to the laughter of the crowd, Ren Ji's eyes flashed with fury. A mere golden core junior dared to threaten him? Did he appear so weak? Ever since his breakthrough to the nascent soul stage, he had never been so openly scorned. Even mid-stage nascent soul cultivators would not dare to utter threats against him. The fact that he was so openly belittled by a golden core cultivator was a profound humiliation for Ren Ji. Lu Xian merely smiled calmly. You are indeed not strong. Beside him, Su Su transmitted a message. Senior, are you serious? Su Su felt a chill run down her spine. This was a nascent soul elder. Could her junior brother truly be intent on killing him? Yet, having known her junior brother for several years, she understood he never exaggerated, especially in such perilous situations. If he lacked confidence, he would likely choose to flee directly. Could it be? Su Su swallowed hard, gazing at Lu Xian's back, her eyes filled with astonishment. Did her junior brother truly intend to kill this nascent soul elder? Was it truly within his capability? The realization filled Su Su with immense awe. While Su Su was still in shock, Lu Xian transmitted, Sister, when the time comes, follow Xiaoya to deal with the Black Shark pirates. If danger arises, use the talismans I provided. Your life is paramount. Returning to her senses, Su Su cast a deep glance at Lu Xian's back and transmitted, I understand. After a moment, she added, if you find yourself in peril, make sure to escape at the earliest opportunity. Do not act recklessly. Lu Xian nodded slightly, transmitting his thoughts, rest assured. He then directed his thoughts towards Nan Gongyu, saying, Little you, eliminate those pirates, but be cautious of the Wang family's fleet. Do not approach them. Nan Gongyu nodded in acknowledgement, understood. After advising both of them, Lu Xian's expression turned frosty as he slowly articulated. You will find out for yourself whether you can be slain. Radiant golden light swirled around him, coalescing into a suit of golden battle armor, the Xianhuang armor of the 9 turns. As Lu Xian fully unleashed his physical prowess, a surge of vitality erupted forth, rendering the heavens seemingly subdued under the weight of his oppressive aura. The sea beneath his feet sank, the surrounding winds and waves dissipating into an eerie stillness. Feeling the terrifying fluctuation of Lu Xian's aura, Wang Qing's previously mocking demeanor froze, his eyes widening in disbelief as he turned to regard Lu Xian. A glimmer of shock flickered in his gaze, incredulous at the vitality he sensed. Was it a body cultivator of the nascent soul realm? How could this be possible? He could perceive that Lu Xian was quite young, likely not over a century old. Body cultivation demanded immense resources, and the path was fraught with hardship. The difficulty of advancement was far greater than that of qi training. Yet, here was Lu Xian, merely at the mid-stage of the golden core realm. exhibiting the might of a nascent soul-body cultivator. What manner of creature was this? No wonder Lu Xian had dared to boast about slaying Renji. A hint of regret surfaced in Wang Qing's heart. Such youth, already a mid-stage golden core practitioner, and a body cultivator at the nascent soul level. This talent was exceedingly rare throughout history. Even in the ancient immortal era, he would rank among the most extraordinary prodigies. In the present realm of Xianling continent, he was likely unparalleled. If only he had positioned himself to confront Renji. Perhaps he could have forged an alliance with such a genius. He lamented missing such an opportunity. Meanwhile, the expressions of those who had previously mocked Lu Xian turned ashen. Even those at the late or peak stages of the golden core realm felt their knees weaken, unable to stand firm. A body cultivator of the nascent soul realm. This was a veteran of the nascent soul. They had just mocked a being of such caliber? The chilling realization coursed through them, drenched in cold sweat. Renji's previously smug smile vanished, replaced by a solemn expression as he regarded Lu Xian, his eyes betraying a flicker of caution. I underestimated you. A body cultivator of the nascent soul at such a young age. Your talent is indeed remarkable, and your fortune extraordinary. Lu Xian clenched his fist, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. What business is it of yours? With that, Lu Xian abruptly vanished from sight. With a surge of vitality and the perfected Xianxiao escape technique, he almost instantaneously appeared before Renji. Lu Xian's countenance was fierce as he struck with his right fist towards Renji's face. The ferocious force unleashed by a nascent soul-body cultivator sent winds howling, making Renji feel as if his face were being sliced by blades. His dark hair whipping around him. A fleeting glimmer crossed Renji's eyes as he transformed into a wisp of black mist, vanishing into thin air. The next moment, he reappeared hundreds of meters away in the sky. As soon as he materialized, he formed a hand seal and reached out towards Lu Xian. A massive black hand coalesced within a radius of hundreds of meters, intent on grasping Lu Xian. However, Lu Xian did not evade. He charged directly at the hand. Boom. The hand shattered under Lu Xian's overwhelming physical strength, his Xianhuang armor barely vibrating, showing no significant change. Renji's complexion paled at this sight. The Black Sha giant hand was formidable. Even practitioners of the same level had to avoid its might. It was Renji's first encounter with someone who could tear apart such an attack using sheer physicality. In the next moment, Lu Xian had once again appeared before Renji. Renji's face darkened as sinister claws formed from swirling black mist lunged at Lu Xian, attempting to rend him asunder. Yet, Lu Xian unleashed a shockwave of vitality, shattering the claws effortlessly. What? Renji's expression turned icy, his brow furrowing. As Lu Xian's palm neared him, a black seal flew from Renji's dantian, transforming into black light aimed directly at Lu Xian's chest. Witnessing Lu Xian's lack of evasion sparked a flicker of hope in Renji's eyes. However, the next moment, his expression froze in disbelief. The seal struck Lu Xian's chest, merely causing a ripple across the Xianhuang armor, which remained intact, sending the seal flying back. Renji felt a wave of dread wash over him. How could this be? This was a strike from his innate treasure. It had failed to breach even the defenses of this individual. Chapter 271, Black Sha Seal, Eternal Silence of the Ice River. As shock reverberated within Renji's heart, Lu Xian's palm connected with his chest. Boom. A flicker of black light surged, forming a shield that sought to absorb Lu Xian's onslaught. Yet, Lu Xian's physical might was too overwhelming. The shield shattered swiftly. Although Renji attempted to retreat, he was still struck in the chest. A cracking sound echoed as he was sent flying, blood spewing forth, his complexion paling significantly. As Lu Xian approached once more, Renji transformed into a wisp of black mist and dissipated. His figure flickered as he retreated several hundred meters, halting in midair. Upon stopping, Renji retrieved a medicinal pill and consumed it, gradually restoring some color to his pallid face. His eyes bore an expression of astonishment mixed with indignation. How could he be injured by a mere junior in the Golden Core stage? With a wave of his hand, his innate treasure materialized above him, showering him in a cascade of black light that enveloped him. Subsequently, Renji formed a hand seal, releasing wisps of dark malevolence. Within the malevolence, faint wails echoed, and distorted souls flickered into view. Lu Xian frowned at this sight. Clearly, this was a form of dark sorcery. However, given that pirates were inherently rogue cultivators, mastering such arts was entirely expected. The maritime environment posed significant challenges to combating such wicked practitioners. The twisted souls morphed into eerie black shadows, swarming towards Lu Xian in droves. Countless shadows blotted out the sky, their density casting a dark and sinister pall over the atmosphere. Lu Xian regarded the advancing shadows with an impassive expression. In the next instant, he formed a sword seal. summoning a flurry of azure golden sword lights that manifested in the air. The multitude of sword lights shot towards the shadows, each diminishing their intensity. When the sword lights finally waned, the shadows had not fully dissipated but were considerably weakened. This sight caused Renji's pupils to constrict, his heart pounding in astonishment. This was no mere physical attack. It was a spell-based assault. This youth, utilizing techniques beyond the scope of his mid-stage golden core cultivation, had nearly thwarted his malevolent souls. Does this not imply that this fellow's magical prowess has already approached that of a nascent soul cultivator? What manner of creature is this? A physical cultivator reaching the nascent soul stage, with spiritual power nearly rivaling that of the same? It is not merely he, in the distance. Wang Qing has also discerned the truth, equally astonished. The power displayed by Lu Xian has undeniably reached the nascent soul level. Moreover, due to Lu Xian's exceptionally formidable defenses and powerful physical cultivation, he likely stands among the more formidable in the early nascent soul stage. Contemplating this, Wang Qing's heart swelled with regret. As a merchant, he has missed the opportunity to befriend such a prodigy. Though the malevolent spirits have dimmed considerably, they still launched an assault on Lu Xian. He deftly dodged one spirit's attack, but another's claw grazed his arm. Although the claw was repelled by the Xianhuang battle armor, a fragment of chilling malevolence still seeped into Lu Xian's body. Evidently, his defenses were insufficient to entirely ward off the malevolence. However, this dark aura was swiftly dispersed by Lu Xian's vital energy. As a physical cultivator, he inherently possesses a certain resilience against such sinister forces. Realizing that these malevolent energies posed little threat to him, Lu Xian unleashed a wicked grin and charged through the throng of spirits. With a casual punch, he shattered the spirit blocking his path. While the other spirit's attacks were merely deflected by the Xianhuang battle body, the malevolence that entered Lu Xian's body was entirely obliterated upon contact. Renji had not anticipated that the malevolent spirits could completely obstruct Lu Xian. At this moment, a swirling black mist enveloped him, and his hand gestures shifted continuously. Just as Lu Xian surged forward, Renji sensed something amiss, furrowing his brow as he glanced upward. To his astonishment, he saw his life-bound treasure, the massive black seal, materializing above him. This colossal seal loomed as large as a mountain. Noticing Lu Xian's awareness of the black seal, Renji displayed a cold smirk. Realizing it was too late, he forcefully pressed his palm down. The black seal plummeted like a meteor, hurtling towards Lu Xian. Lu Xian felt the air around him grow viscous, his body ensnared. It was clear that this treasure's activation imposed a suppression on the surrounding space, effectively locking onto its target. In no time, the black seal crashed down upon Lu Xian. The Xianhuang battle armor trembled violently, even displaying slight fissures. The potency of this spell was extraordinarily formidable, nearing that of a mid-nascent soul cultivator. Coupled with the numerous attacks Lu Xian had previously endured, his Xianhuang battle body had already been significantly weakened. At this moment, it seemed on the brink of collapse. The ferocious force exerted by the black seal was beyond what even Lu Xian could withstand with mere flesh. His form was driven downwards, plunging into the sea. Boom! The ocean erupted, sending towering waves soaring thousands of meters high, as the black seal struck the surface, causing the waters to ripple outward violently. Not far away, Su Su and Nangong Yu were engaged in combat with a group of black shark pirates. Hearing the commotion, both turned to observe. Upon witnessing the disturbance on the ocean's surface, Su Su's expression shifted, tinged with concern. Junior brother, do not fret, sister Su Su. Lu Xian's strength far exceeds your expectations. This level of force poses little threat to him, Nangong Yu reassured her calmly. Nearby, several golden core pirates exchanged disdainful glances. Huh. Our third captain's black sha seal is a life-bound treasure of immense power. Even early nascent soul cultivators would hesitate to take a hit from it. Your man has likely been reduced to a mist of blood. Nangong Yu shot a cold glance at the speaking golden core cultivator and retorted, silence. In the next moment, she formed a series of intricate hand seals, summoning a multitude of small ice blades. Upon closer inspection, these blades took the form of long swords forged from frost. As the swords materialized, a wave of sword intent surged forth, enveloping the air in a chilling aura. With a commanding shout, Nangong Yu declared, "Go." The myriad of frost swords surged forth like a glacial river, slicing through the void. Everything in their vicinity was frozen, including the late-stage golden core cultivators. This was a mid-tier heavenly stage technique, the eternal silent ice river from the extreme ice profound Nethersword classic. With Nangong Yu's perfected comprehension of the technique, bolstered by her own profound heritage, it was sufficient to contend against mid to late-stage golden core cultivators. Only one golden core peak pirate managed to evade the freezing. Yet, even he was encrusted with frost, his complexion pale and body trembling uncontrollably. Casting a terrified glance at the falling ice sculptures, he was struck by a wave of trepidation. Damn it, are these people monsters? A mid-golden core can challenge a nascent soul's third captain, while another mid-golden core even evokes a sense of lethal threat. However, the third captain had already slain that reckless Lu Xian, and now it was the turn of these two women. Just then, the ocean surface erupted violently. Lu Xian's figure soared into the sky. He had reconstituted his Xian Huang battle body, his robes seemingly unscathed. Upon witnessing Lu Xian standing before him completely unharmed, the smile that had begun to form on Ren Ji's face froze. Chapter 272. I warned you. I will slay you. Lu Xian cast an impassive glance at the black Sha seal hovering above Ren Ji, calmly stating, "Is this all you are capable of? If you possess no other means, then it appears you are destined to perish here." Ren Ji's expression darkened as he shouted, "You insolent brat, you go too far." He waved his hand, sending a flurry of talismans hurtling toward Lu Xian. These talismans transformed into spells aimed at Lu Xian. However, only one of them was an early nascent soul spell. The rest were merely peak golden core attacks. This struck Lu Xian as peculiar. What sort of inferior talismans were these? Lu Xian grasped the golden spear of the early nascent soul spell and exerted force. Crack, crack, boom. The golden spear was obliterated, dissolving into golden motes. As for the golden core talismans, Lu Xian did not even bother to defend. Those spells failed to elicit even the slightest ripple against his Xian Huang battle armor. Having dispatched the talismans, Ren Ji had completed his spell once again. Amidst the malevolent energies, the lingering soul shrieked, only to be consumed by Ren Ji. As he devoured the remnants of the souls, his aura surged at a visible rate. Soon, the pressure he emanated significantly increased, nearing the mid-nascent soul level. He struck at Lu Xian with a fierce swipe of his hand. A colossal, ominous black claw descended upon Lu Xian with great force. As it passed, the very air twisted, as though the fabric of space were being torn asunder. The power of this spell was vastly superior to the previous one. Yet, against Lu Xian's Xian Huang battle armor, it remained ineffectual. The armor was more than sufficient to withstand the full might of a mid-nascent soul cultivator strike. Lu Xian surged forward to meet the black claw head-on, his diminutive form colliding with the massive appendage. A thunderous roar erupted, and the ensuing shockwave ravaged the surroundings. As the claw disintegrated, multiple cracks appeared across Lu Xian's Xian Huang battle armor. However, as Lu Xian's magical energy coursed through him, the Xian Huang battle armor regained its former luster. Although the armor consumed considerable stamina and magic, Lu Xian, being the primordial spirit body and a cultivator of the 9 transformations primordial golden core, could wield powerful spells without restraint. His physical stamina, akin to that of a Yuanian-level cultivator, permitted him to engage in prolonged combat. Witnessing that even such an assault could not breach Lu Xian's defenses, Ren Ji's expression stiffened. Lu Xian regarded Ren Ji calmly and inquired, "Do you have any further means?" Ren Ji's countenance shifted repeatedly before he icily retorted, "I concede that I am powerless against you, but you have offended the Black Shark Gang, and you shall undoubtedly face our relentless vengeance. Our gang boasts 3 Yuanian cultivators. Can you withstand the combined might of us 3? Lu Xian smiled faintly. "Are you finished? If so, then make your departure." Upon hearing this, Ren Ji's expression changed drastically, and he transformed into a plume of black smoke, fleeing into the distance. "Ha! Lu Xian, your physical escape techniques cannot compare to mine. If I wish to leave, can you catch up to me? Await the wrath of the Black Shark Gang." At that moment, a melodious sword cry echoed. Subsequently, beneath the surface of the sea within a radius of several dozen kilometers from Ren Ji, golden sword lights erupted forth. 24 golden flying swords coalesced into a complex and arcane formation, enveloping Ren Ji. A barrage of razor-sharp golden sword lights surged towards him at an astonishing speed. Individually, these sword lights posed little threat to Ren Ji. However, their sheer volume was overwhelming, seemingly endless. Hundreds of sword lights emerged from the flying swords, relentlessly bombarding Ren Ji, compelling him to devote his full efforts to defense. Ren Ji's complexion was exceedingly grim. A heavenly tier sword formation. The formation and physical cultivation were not of the same realm. The ability to wield 24 magical flying swords to create such a formation that could threaten him was undoubtedly a heavenly tier formation, and one that had been comprehended to a profound degree. This monster, what else is he capable of? Moreover, how does he possess so many magical artifacts? Each artifact emanates the aura of a top-tier treasure. 24 top-tier flying swords. This collection alone could purchase a Xianxian artifact. How does a mere mid-stage golden core cultivator acquire such an abundance of treasures? Ren Ji sensed an approaching aura in the distance. Lu Xian was closing in. A jolt of alarm surged through him as his expression fluctuated. No, he could not be ensnared by the sword formation. If Lu Xian entered the formation, escaping would become nigh impossible. He might truly perish here. Renji had no desire to meet his end just yet. Gritting his teeth, a flicker of black light flashed in his eyes. In the next moment, he roared, and his left arm suddenly transformed into a cloud of black mist, dissipating. As his left arm vanished, Renji's figure morphed into a mass of black light, swiftly evading the dense barrage of flying swords and charging towards the periphery of the formation. Given a few breaths of time, he would surely breach the sword formation's confines. Once outside, he would soar into the skies, ensuring his survival. However, at that instant, the air warped, and pale flames ignited amidst the sword formation. These flames were not hot. In fact, they were chillingly cold. Yet, this frigid fire exuded a sense of annihilating power. Renji had sensed this and immediately attempted to dodge the pale flames. However, he was still singed by a flicker of the spectral fire. The next moment, Renji let out a piercing scream. His form reappeared, and on his left leg, the ethereal flames burned fiercely, clinging to him like a wraith. Renji desperately channeled his magical energy, striving to extinguish the flames, but the insubstantial fire seemed impervious to his efforts. In mere moments, Renji felt his left leg's flesh begin to freeze and subsequently carbonize. This transformation drained the color from his face, and a glimmer of terror filled his eyes. Acting swiftly, he slashed with his right hand, his black claws tearing away the flesh engulfed in the pale flames. Blood gushed forth. Gasping for breath, Renji gazed at the approaching Lu Xian, his eyes betraying a flicker of dread. The next moment, he sensed something amiss and abruptly cast his gaze towards the depths beneath the sea. Lu Xian, noticing Renji's expression, revealed a sinister smile. Have you realized? In the next instant, two figures emerged from beneath the sea. They were Lu Xian's two late-stage golden core puppets. During the prior assault of the Black Sha seal, Lu Xian had indeed been capable of avoiding being plunged into the depths of the sea. However, he had already resolved to keep Renji here. His escape techniques might not rival Renji's, and without prior arrangements, it would be challenging to retain someone so intent on fleeing. Thus, upon descending to the seabed, Lu Xian had summoned forth the two puppets. He had mastered the mystical puppet secret tome and had inscribed the mystical connection seal upon the puppets. With Lu Xian's current mental acuity combined with the techniques from the tome, he could manipulate the puppets almost as effectively as his own body. Consequently, during the prior battle, he had quietly maneuvered the two puppets to disperse. Simultaneously, he had utilized the puppets to set up the cloud-piercing sword formation. With 24 top-tier gold element flying swords at his disposal, the formation could pose a significant threat even to early-stage Yuanian cultivators. Coupled with Lu Xian controlling another puppet to unleash the Xianming fire domain, the combination was formidable enough to challenge even early-stage Yuanian cultivators. Moreover, considering that Renji had already been wounded by Lu Xian and was in a state of retreat and unpreparedness, he would undoubtedly be unable to evade the puppet's meticulously plotted assault. Observing Renji, who was gravely injured and pale, Lu Xian's eyes glinted coldly as he stated calmly, "I warned you, I will slay you." Chapter 273. It is my junior disciple who has nurtured this so well. A flicker of dread flashed in Renji's eyes as he barked, "Lu Xian, you must think carefully. If you truly kill me, the Black Shark gang will not spare you. Our gang's leader is a late-stage Yuanian cultivator, and the second in command is also mid-stage. When they join forces, there will be no escape for you." Lu Xian smiled slightly. "Perfect. I have no intention of letting the Black Shark gang go either. If they come for me, I shall save myself the trouble of seeking them out." As long as he absorbed some of the Earth Vein's energy on Dian Island and elevated his 9 transformations Xianwang body to the 8th transformation, he would possess the physical cultivation level of a late-stage Yuanian. At that point, even facing the late-stage leader of the Black Shark gang would not intimidate him. Even if he did not reach the 8th transformation and could not contend with a late-stage Yuanian cultivator, he could always flee. As long as he survived, he would inevitably reach the 8th transformation, perhaps even the 9th. His cultivation could also ascend to the Yuanian stage. Once his power was sufficient, returning to the Tsangming Sea for vengeance would be just as feasible, given that the enmity between him and the Black Shark gang had escalated to this point. Lu Xian had no intention of letting them off the hook. Upon hearing Lu Xian's words, Renji's pupils contracted. The next moment, he roared, propelling himself once more towards the perimeter of the cloud-piercing sword formation. However, Lu Xian's expression remained unchanged. Two puppets each wielded their unique techniques, unleashing phantasmal flames and golden sword lights that surged forth, instantaneously obstructing Renji's advance. Despite Renji's desperate attempts to break free, he found himself ensnared within their defenses. As the phantasmal flames continued to taint his form, he was compelled to tear at his own flesh to rid himself of the relentless fire. Meanwhile, Xian, clad in the Xianhuang battle armor, charged towards Renji. As a practitioner in the early stages of the nascent soul realm, Renji still possessed some capacity for resistance. He avoided direct confrontation with Xian, making it difficult for Xian to eliminate him swiftly. However, should Xian be resolute in his intent to kill, Renji's survival was utterly bleak. Thus, all eyes beheld the scene atop the ocean, where within the golden sword array, the intertwining phantasmal flames and shimmering sword lights flickered with a deadly allure. Xian, adorned in his battle armor, resembled a divine warrior from myth. Encircling Renji in a relentless assault, dark mist swirled around Renji, interspersed with anguished cries. His aura, too, waned amidst the onslaught, rendering his fear palpable to all present. At that moment, Wang Qing clenched his fists, his complexion pale, and his lips quivered slightly. He mentally simulated the scenario, realizing that had he been in Renji's position, facing Xian's varied methods, his fate would likely have been no better than Renji's. Ultimately, he too would be forced into close-quarters combat with Xian, a formidable opponent whose defensive capabilities were utterly despairing. As a chi-refining practitioner, engaging in such combat against a body practitioner of equal rank, with no means of escape, constituted a certain death. Moreover, during the skirmish, golden sword lights and phantasmal flames would intermittently assist in the assault. It was improbable for an ordinary early nascent soul practitioner to survive. Only the most elite among them might hope to break free from the encirclement. Yet, the prospect of counterattacking Xian was utterly unattainable. The defensive prowess exhibited by Xian was likely on par with that of a mid-nascent soul practitioner. An early nascent soul cultivator could hardly pose a lethal threat to him. This individual was indeed a monster, so overwhelmingly powerful. Wang Qing's perceptiveness allowed him to discern that both the golden sword array and the phantasmal flames, as well as Xian's body cultivation techniques, were likely of heavenly grade. 3 forms of heavenly techniques. Xian's fortuitous encounters were remarkably exceptional. Whether acquired through celestial tasks or other secret realms, they were undoubtedly of profound celestial significance. Given Xian's displayed talent and fortune, it seemed unlikely he would be contained even in the nascent soul stage. He might very well ascend to the transformation stage. Transformation stage practitioners, the pinnacle of the Xianling realm. In the future, he might even ascend to the spirit realm, becoming something far mightier. Contemplating this, Wang Qing's eyes glimmered with a mix of envy and trepidation. The current Xian was already beyond his reach, and the future Xian instilled a sense of awe within him. With a final anguished scream, Renji was pierced through the chest by Xian's fist, utterly devoid of life. Xian nonchalantly retrieved the storage bag from Renji's body and incinerated his remains to ashes. After ensuring no remnants lingered by reciting the rebirth incantation, he stowed away the puppets. Once the puppets were retracted, Xian turned his gaze towards the positions of Nangong Yu and Su Su, who were currently engaged in combat against a group of over 10 Golden Core stage Black Shark pirates. Nangong Yu's magical prowess had diminished significantly from her peak, and Su Su's condition was similarly subpar. However, neither bore any injuries. On the other hand, the Black Shark pirates had lost nearly half their numbers, their corpses drifting upon the sea, a grim spectacle indeed. Moreover, had it not been for the presence of a Golden Core peak pirate obstructing them, Xian believed that Nangong Yu would have been able to dispatch the remaining Black Shark pirates. As for Su Su, relying on her own heritage, she was barely managing to hold back 1 late Golden Core and 2 mid-Golden Core practitioners. Even so, the situation remained perilously tense. Xian did not linger on the sidelines. Instead, he transformed into a streak of rainbow light and appeared before them. Upon his arrival, both sides paused. Nangong Yu looked up at Xian, her eyes shimmering with admiration. Xian, you're incredible. You truly defeated an early nascent soul old monster. Beneath her skirt, Nangong Yu's legs tightened, a subtle friction igniting a flutter within her. Xian's overwhelming strength stirred feelings within her that she had not anticipated. She yearned for a dual cultivation partnership. Beside her, Su Su wore an expression of complex emotions. Her junior disciple was astonishingly formidable. To think that an old monster of the nascent soul realm was ruthlessly slain by her junior. If this were the case, did it not imply that even their master might not be a match for him? Goodness, had their sect's strongest become her junior disciple? Remarkably, he had only been in the sect for a mere 15 years. It was truly terrifying. Naturally, Su Su found it hard to contain her feelings, especially as her junior sister had surpassed her significantly in strength. Wasn't she the one who had inherited the sword immortal legacy? Why were they all eclipsing her? It left her feeling like a fool. As for her junior disciple Esmite, Su Su understood well. After all, He was a prodigy capable of deducing heavenly techniques even in the foundation establishment stage. There was little she could say in response. He was simply extraordinary. However, her junior sister, who had seemed unremarkable during their first meeting, had undergone a remarkable transformation in strength over the years. This left Su feeling a bit off-kilter. After all, her junior sister's prowess was entirely attributable to her junior disciple's nurturing. He had cultivated her magnificently. Moreover, this method was replicable. Now, Su was torn with indecision. Should she also explore the path of dual cultivation? The Xuanji Yin-Yang covenant seemed to have 3 forms of dual cultivation methods. If she focused solely on spiritual exchange, avoiding qi and physical interactions, that should pose no issue, right? Su's mind was a flurry of chaotic thoughts. Chapter 274, Wang Qing's Regret. In stark contrast to the elation of Su and Nangongyu, the Black Shark pirates were steeped in despair. Their early nascent soul third-in-command had indeed been slain by Lu Xian. A golden core practitioner had defied a nascent soul cultivator. This monster was simply too powerful. How could they contend with him? Flee. The leading peak golden core practitioner immediately barked an order, swiftly turning to escape into the distance. The other golden core practitioners also employed talismans and various means in a frantic attempt to evade Lu Xian. Lu Xian cast a glance at them, and golden edge heavy yuan swords soared forth, their lights slicing through the air with remarkable speed, mercilessly slaying each fleeing black shark pirate. Blood and corpses rained down from the sky as the remaining pirates could only watch in despair as the golden sword lights closed in on them, leading to their demise. In mere moments, all the golden core pirates had been eradicated. Lu Xian then turned his gaze towards the several massive ships belonging to the black shark pirates. He surged towards the colossal vessels, delivering a single punch that shattered their protective barriers. Following this, countless golden sword lights obliterated the remaining black shark pirates at the helm of the ships. In the brief span of time, not a single pirate remained aboard the 5 giant vessels. As a master of artifact refining, Lu Xian's divine sense swept across the area, swiftly gaining control over all the colossal ships. With a mere thought, the giant vessels began to shrink and flew into Lu Xian's hand, subsequently stored within his spatial pouch. These enormous ships could be classified as magical treasures of the Golden Core stage, and their prices were far from insignificant. Even the materials alone were worth a considerable fortune. After making slight modifications, Lu Xian believed he could potentially forge an exquisite treasure ship. In due course, whether for his own use or as a gift to the Hanyuan sword sect, it would serve him well in maritime endeavors. He turned to Nangongyu and Su, smiling as he said, "Let us return to the fleet." Although Wang Qing's behavior had left Lu Xian somewhat reluctant, the fact remained that the man had not attacked him, merely observing from the sidelines. There were no obligations between the Wang family and Lu Xian, and thus he had no reason to solicit their assistance. Moreover, the suite he occupied was purchased with his own funds, and navigating the ship independently would prove rather cumbersome. Naturally, Lu Xian intended to accompany the fleet to Diyuan Island. Beyond this point, he anticipated little further interaction with the Wang family. Nangongyu and Su nodded in agreement. The 3 transformed into streaks of radiant light, swiftly returning to the Wang family's colossal ship. The cultivators on the deck fell silent, their gazes toward Lu Xian and his companions filled with awe, particularly for Lu Xian himself. They had witnessed firsthand as he vanquished an early Yuanying stage elder. Truth be told, had they not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed such a prodigious figure existed in the world. Wang Qing approached with a broad smile, exclaiming, "Haha, fellow Taoist Lu, your prowess is truly astonishing. Even the third-in-command of the Black Shark Gang could not match you. I fear I am no match for you either. I have some exceptional spirit wine. Would you honor me with your company for a few drinks?" Although Lu Xian was merely at the Golden Core stage, Wang Qing, being his senior in cultivation, ought to have maintained a position of precedence. However, Lu Xian's overwhelming strength compelled Wang Qing to acknowledge that his chances of escaping a confrontation with him were minimal. Thus, he refrained from overstepping, hesitating to assert himself as Lu Xian's senior. Even when it came to their peers, Wang Qing felt somewhat intimidated. Yet, addressing Lu Xian as senior was a challenge for him to swallow. Listening to Wang Qing's words, Lu Xian maintained a calm demeanor and replied with a smile, "You flatter me, Wang Taoist. After this battle, I find myself somewhat fatigued and wish to rest first." Wang Qing's expression stiffened momentarily before he quickly responded, "Indeed, after all, Renji is a Yuanying early-stage cultivator. It must have been taxing for you. In that case, I shall not impose further." Lu Xian nodded slightly and, accompanied by Nangongyu and Su, made his way toward the cabin. Watching the trio disappear, Wang Qing felt a twinge of irritation. It was evident to any discerning eye that Lu Xian had dispatched Renji with relative ease. his true strength likely reached the mid-Yuanying level. Yet, he had declined Wang Qing's invitation, which was undeniably a slight to his pride. More than that, Wang Qing felt regret. If only he had taken the time to ponder the intentions of Taoist Luo Shi earlier. Had he positioned himself in Lu Xian's stead and been willing to confront the Black Shark gang, the Wang family could have established a rapport with such a prodigious talent. A future transformation stage cultivator. Even a mere acquaintance would be immensely beneficial to the Wang family. Alas, it was a regrettable missed opportunity. Wang Yuan, standing nearby, voiced his concerns. Elder, do you think Lu Xian will hold it against us for not lending assistance? Wang Qing cast a glance at Wang Yuan and replied calmly. I doubt it. After all, I approached with intentions of peace, and fellow Taoist Lu is not an evil person. There is no need to make another enemy. With a sigh, he added, regrettably, our earlier demeanor was somewhat ambiguous. Although fellow Taoist Lu likely will not blame us. He may not wish to forge a connection with us. Wang Yuan's eyes flickered with complexity. It is indeed a pity. Earlier, when he had escorted Lu Xian and the others to their suite, he had been somewhat curious about Lu Xian. However, he had merely assumed Lu Xian was a talented disciple from a transformation stage sect. Now it was evident that Lu Xian's potential far exceeded his expectations. Upon returning to the suite, Su Su looked at Lu Xian with concern. Junior brother, after your battle with that Yuanying elder, are you injured? Lu Xian chuckled. Sister, you underestimate me. I am a body cultivator of the Yuanying stage. Such battles are quite manageable for me. Unless facing a mid-Yuanying cultivator, it would be challenging for me to sustain injuries. Hearing this, Su Su felt relieved, but was also somewhat astonished. I did not expect you to have grown so powerful in such a short time. Then, she sighed with mixed feelings. At your current pace of cultivation, it seems that both Master and I may struggle to keep up with you in the future. Lu Xian fell silent upon hearing this. With the Xianyin Yin-Yang contract, he was confident that his partner would be able to keep pace with him. After all, dual cultivation significantly enhances the cultivation speed for both partners. Most importantly, the comprehension gained through the method of spiritual communion was invaluable for cultivators. Lu Xian could utilize the 9-colored radiance to swiftly elevate techniques and spells to their perfected state, subsequently sharing this understanding with his partner. This meant that his partner would save considerable time in grasping techniques and spells, while perfected techniques inherently improve cultivation efficiency, effectively reducing the time required for training. Thus, as long as talent was not lacking, a bright future awaited. Moreover, Lu Xian intended to prepare various trump cards and resources for them. Even when they faced tribulations during future breakthroughs, he was confident in protecting them. However, his sister and master were different. While Lu Xian could provide them with exceptional elixirs, top-tier treasures, and various rare materials, he could not assist them in comprehending techniques, principles, or the Tao. Consequently, the two would inevitably fall further behind Lu Xian, which was an unavoidable reality. All he could do was to offer his utmost support to his master and sister, allowing them to accompany him on their journey in cultivation for as long as possible. Chapter 275, Diyuan Island, the Dongfang family. Lu Xian's mind was in a whirl, and he slowly said, Sister, there is no need to feel disheartened. With your and Master's talent, I will assist you, and your cultivation will progress swiftly. Su Su smiled. For now, it seems manageable, but with your talent, junior brother, you will likely ascend to the spirit realm in the future. By then, it may be difficult for us to meet again. Lu Xian paused in thought before responding. I have heard that the spirit realm and the Xianling realm are interconnected. Should I indeed ascend to the spirit realm, I will find a way to contact you and Master. Who knows, I might even be able to send back some precious materials from the spirit realm for both of you. Su Su felt deeply moved. Her little junior brother was truly kind-hearted, even remembering her and Master after ascending. Suddenly, Su Su spoke up, Junior brother, may I take a look at that dual cultivation technique of yours? Huh. Lu Xian was taken aback. Nangong Yu's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed excitedly. Sister Su Su has finally made up her mind? You want to become my sister? How wonderful. Thus, she finally gained a companion. Heaven knows how she has endured during this time. If her senior sister is willing to assist, she would wholeheartedly welcome it. Lu Xian gazed at Su Su with a hint of curiosity. Senior sister, what is this about? To be frank, Su Su, despite her penchant for indulging in spirits and her lively demeanor that makes it difficult for her to settle down, is undeniably beautiful, with a figure that is utterly remarkable. As a man with 2 partners, Lu Xian cannot claim to be pure-hearted. Naturally, he finds such an attractive senior sister appealing. Moreover, she has indeed treated him quite well. However, Lu Xian could never declare his intention to pursue Su Su as a partner, as that would be disrespectful to Xiao Yu and Yin Yin. Nevertheless, it seems that his senior sister harbors such thoughts, and Xiao Yu does not oppose them. He plans to inquire about Yin Yin's feelings through the fate token. If she has no objections, Xian would be more than willing to embrace the situation. Seeing the fervent yet peculiar gaze from Xian, Su felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She regretted her impulsive remark about wanting to see that dual cultivation technique. Wasn't she just being ridiculous? Judging by her junior brother's expression, he probably thinks she has ulterior motives. How awkward. The most outrageous part is that her junior sister, Nangong, seems excessively thrilled about it. What is there to be excited about? One might think she is some sort of savior, destined to rescue her junior sister from peril. However, since she has already spoken, Su is not one to cower. She promptly stated, "I merely wish to take a look." Nangong Yu immediately responded, "Senior sister, I have perfected the understanding of the Su New Jersey Y New Yorking contract. I will guide you step by step. Let us head to your suite." Xian, Su. Observing Nangong Yu's demeanor, Xian wondered if she was truly afraid of him. He believed he had been quite restrained. Meanwhile, Su was baffled. What on earth is going on with her junior sister? Unable to comprehend, she felt utterly astounded. Ultimately, Nangong Yu eagerly dragged Su away. While Xian chose not to interfere, he returned to the training room, continuing his work on the Golden Edge Heavy Yuan sword. The previous formation of 24 flying swords, known as the Cloud-Piercing Sword Array, had proven powerful enough to delay early-stage nascent soul cultivators, exceeding his expectations. It was indeed impressive, crafted from numerous top-tier magical artifacts. If a formation of 36 exquisite flying swords were to be created, its might would surely ascend to even greater heights. At that point, with his physique cultivation and the combination of the Cloud-Piercing Sword Array and the Xianming Fire Domain, he could possibly contend even against mid-stage nascent soul cultivators. Should they engage on solid ground, Xian could utilize the resonance ability of his 9 turns Xian Huang body, along with his formidable magical and injury recovery capabilities, to face mid-stage nascent soul cultivators head-on. In a prolonged battle, even they might not be able to outlast him. With these thoughts, a sense of excitement bubbled within Xian. 20 days later, the fleet arrived at the Abyssal Island. The Abyssal Island is a cluster of islands comprising 3 colossal sea islands and over 10 smaller ones. Among them, Abyssal City is situated on one of the giant islands, while the so-called Dragon Abyss Secret Realm lies on another. Above that island, wisps of azure and golden light flicker intermittently, a manifestation of the Earth Vein energy. This island inherently possesses Earth Vein energy, albeit at a relatively low concentration. The higher concentration resides within the Dragon Abyss Secret Realm, which is precisely why Xian and his companions have come. He hopes that the Earth Vein energy obtained within the Secret Realm will elevate his 9 turns Xian Huang body to the 8th turn. As the fleet docked, Xian and his companions departed their suite and made their way to the deck. Along the way, every cultivator they encountered stepped aside, their expressions filled with reverence, and none dared to meet their gaze. Upon reaching the deck, Wang Qing approached with a smile. "Friend Lu, do you require assistance in Abyssal City? My Wang family holds some influence here. Feel free to ask if you need help." Xian shook his head. "No need. Thank you, friend Wang." Wang Qing sighed. His last attempt having failed, it was evident that Xian harbored little affection for their family. He ceased further conversation, merely smiling and wishing Xian and his party a smooth journey. The trio disembarked from the fleet and swiftly made their way to the pier. The piers of these islands were similarly constructed. After passing through the inspection area, they soon entered the city. As before, Xian and his companions strolled through various shops and markets within the city. This time, fortune smiled upon them, as Xian stumbled upon a golden core-level medicinal formula. This formula, named the Taiching Golden Bone Pill, would allow him to enhance the 4th-tier formula and create 2 additional pills to elevate his 9 turns Xian Huang body. After their shopping spree, having acquired some materials and herbs, the trio headed directly towards the Dragon Abyss Secret Realm. Upon reaching the outskirts of the Secret Realm, Xian noticed that a large encampment had been established outside. The encampment's entrance was guarded by cultivators, 2 of whom were golden core cultivators. This surprised Xian. Even though the sea region harbors formidable beasts, the number of golden core cultivators on a large island is quite limited. To have golden core guards at the entrance is quite a high requirement. As the 3 passed through the inspection, one of the golden core cultivators frowned and stopped them. "Fellow cultivators, please wait." Xian was taken aback. "What is the matter? This secret realm is exclusively owned by our Dongfang family. To enter, you must pay a fee in spirit stones. Are you outsiders unaware of this rule?" The golden core cultivator explained. Upon hearing this, Xian understood. No wonder golden core cultivators were stationed here. It was indeed a private secret realm. It seems the Dongfang family possesses considerable strength, likely standing in a league of their own on the entire Abyssal Island. However, due to Xian's prior lack of engagement with the Wang family, he was not well informed about this. Since this is their territory, Xian refrained from making further comments. He inquired, "How much is the fee?" 3 golden core cultivators. 100,000 middle-grade spirit stones each, totaling 300,000. Lu Xian nodded and retrieved his pouch of spirit stones, tossing it over. In his view, this price was not exorbitant, considering that a heavenly grade VIP suite would cost nearly the same, and this was a secret realm. Once inside the encampment, they traversed through it and entered the Dragon Abyss secret realm. Chapter 276, Earth Vein Crystals. In the Dragon Abyss secret realm, Lu Xian and his companions passed through the secret realm gate, arriving at a desolate mountain peak. Standing atop the peak and gazing down, they beheld an endless expanse of wilderness. The sky shimmered with azure and golden streams of light. Lu Xian could distinctly feel the rich earth vein energy permeating the area. He took a deep breath and activated his 9 Xianhuang body. Instantly, wisps of earth vein energy flowed from beneath his feet into his body. With the influx of this energy, Lu Xian felt his 9 Xianhuang body begin to ascend, though the concentration of the earth vein energy was insufficient, rendering the speed inferior to that achieved through the consumption of exquisite body-refining elixirs. It nonetheless accelerated the cultivation process significantly compared to relying solely on spiritual energy. Naturally, despite this notable increase in pace, Lu Xian remained somewhat dissatisfied. Casting a glance around, he spoke, "Let us proceed in search of a location with a richer concentration of earth vein energy." Nangongyu, equally engaged in absorbing the earth vein energy, opened her eyes upon hearing Lu Xian's words and nodded slightly in agreement. Very well. Beside them, Su wore an expression of envy. She was inherently unsuited for cultivating this metal and earth-based technique, having yet to even breach the threshold of entry. This fueled her desire to eventually master the method of divine communication, hoping to share it with her junior brother. The mere thought of dual cultivation made Su's cheeks flush. She recalled some of the things Nangong Jr.'s sister had mentioned during her earlier guidance, which struck a blow to her innocent heart. She had never imagined that her seemingly handsome and harmless junior brother could indulge in such frivolities. Noticing Su's peculiar gaze, Lu Xian shot her a questioning look. "Is something troubling you, senior sister?" Su snapped back to reality and hurriedly shook her head with a serious expression. "It's nothing." Lu Xian, perplexed, chose not to dwell on it. Meanwhile, Nangongyu couldn't help but smile slightly, her expression tinged with a hint of mischief. She had an inkling of what Su was thinking. It was precisely this understanding that made her even more exhilarated. The private discussions she had previously shared with Su seemed to have resonated with her. Nangongyu felt rather like a wicked woman, leading Su into temptation. Of course, Su had already expressed her desire for dual cultivation with Lu Xian, so Nangongyu considered herself merely indulging her own mischievous whims. The trio transformed into streaks of light, swiftly moving beyond the deserted mountains. Thanks to Lu Xian's perfected 9 Xianhuang body, his sensitivity to the earth vein energy was commendably acute, and he effortlessly discerned the direction of a relatively concentrated source of this energy. By following this path, they were bound to discover areas rich in earth vein energy. The Longyuan secret realm, being a vast expanse, resembled a miniature world. Near the entrance of the secret realm, the beasts possessed foundational cultivation levels. The further one ventured from the entrance, the stronger the beasts became, escalating from early foundational stages to mid, late, and even peak foundational levels. Additionally, Lu Xian and his companions encountered several foundational cultivators honing their skills in this location. Most of these cultivators traveled in groups, with no lone wanderers in sight. However, Lu Xian and his companions understood this well. After all, the Longyuan secret realm, as a large secret domain, primarily housed gregarious and formidable beasts. Solo foundational cultivators would find themselves in grave danger in such an environment. Moreover, within the secret realm, threats also stemmed from fellow cultivators. It was common for cultivators to engage in conflict over opportunities and rare resources. As they journeyed, the trio even stumbled upon 2 groups of cultivators locked in combat. Surrounding them were several second-tier spiritual herbs, indicating that these cultivators were vying for the prized plants. When Lu Xian and his companions passed by, both groups abruptly halted. "We meet the esteemed seniors." The leaders of both groups bowed respectfully. The other cultivators wore expressions of awe. It was well known that Lu Xian and his companions were golden core cultivators, their prowess far exceeding that of the others. Should Lu Xian and his companions take offense and casually eliminate them, they would be utterly powerless to resist. Although they were strangers, devoid of any entanglements, should Lu Xian and his companions kill them without cause, it would only serve to increase their karma. However, karma did not guarantee their demise. It merely indicated that future breakthroughs would become more arduous. In contrast, the fate of these cultivators was indeed sealed. Hence, they naturally feared any potential aggression from Lu Xian and his companions. One mid-aged foundational cultivator among them spoke respectfully, "Esteemed seniors, if you have need of these 3 Xian herbs, please take them." Lu Xian and his companions exchanged glances before Lu Xian shook his head. "We are merely passing through. You may keep them." The trio had no intentions of involving themselves in the disputes of others. After all, Lu Xian himself had risen from the ranks of lowly cultivators. Such struggles for resources were all too common for those at the bottom. He had engaged in similar contests before. If one lacked the strength, retreat was the prudent choice. If one possessed sufficient strength, seizing the opportunity was the natural course. Ultimately, it was a personal choice. Not being acquainted with these individuals, Lu Xian had no inclination to alter their fates. As the 3 continued onward, having scarcely traveled a kilometer, they sensed a resurgence of magical fluctuations behind them. Evidently, as Lu Xian and his companions departed, the 2 groups of foundational cultivators had resumed their battle. The trio transformed into streaks of radiant light, swiftly covering thousands of kilometers. At this juncture, the presence of golden core beasts began to emerge. Should they encounter any, Lu Xian and his companions would readily dispatch them. 4 golden core beasts were replete with treasures, materials for refining weapons, demon cores for alchemy, and demon blood for crafting talismans. Furthermore, upon their demise, the heavenly path would periodically reset the secret realm, allowing golden core beasts to reappear. For ordinary cultivators, this place was indeed a bountiful source of resources. In addition to the beasts, Lu Xian and his companions frequently discovered various herbs and spiritual fruits, the rarest treasures of heaven and earth. Naturally, upon discovering these, they would seize the opportunity to collect them. They were, after all, valuable spiritual stones. As they continued their journey, they felt the concentration of earth vein energy intensifying. The azure golden radiance in the sky became increasingly dazzling. Nangongyu, filled with astonishment, remarked, "The concentration of earth vein energy here is remarkable. If one were to cultivate the 9 turns Xianhuang body in this location, the improvement would be substantial in a short time." Lu Xian smiled in agreement. This place was indeed exceptional. At that moment, a sudden roar echoed from afar. The trio paused, turning their attention toward the source of the sound. It originated from a vast expanse of desolate mountains. The mountain range undulated like a dragon's spine, stretching toward the horizon. Within this mountainous region, a particular area shimmered with a mysterious light, and magical fluctuations were exceptionally intense. Lu Xian could distinctly sense the presence of multiple golden core cultivators, and their strength was formidable, some even reaching the pinnacle of the golden core stage. Su, brimming with excitement, gulped down a mouthful of wine and exclaimed, "It seems there's a fierce battle. Shall we go take a look? Perhaps we could find something valuable." Nangongyu added, "I sense that the concentration of earth vein energy at that location is quite high. Should we investigate?" Lu Xian pondered briefly before nodding. "Very well. Let us go and see." Instantly, the 3 transformed into streaks of light, hastening toward the source of the battle. As they drew closer, Lu Xian quickly discerned the unfolding conflict. 5 golden core cultivators were assaulting a horde of demon beasts. These creatures were entirely enveloped in earthy yellow scales, their heads grotesque, resembling dragon heads, with razor-sharp claws on their limbs. All 3 of these demon beasts possessed golden core level strength, their defenses formidable, and they commanded earth-based magic, making them exceedingly powerful. Though only 3 in number, these formidable creatures engaged in a fierce exchange with 5 golden core cultivators. To Lu Xian's astonishment, he noticed that these 3 golden core beasts bore several embedded crystal stones upon their backs. The crystals, radiating a rich, earthy hue akin to quartz, emanated a notably potent aura of ley line energy. A flicker of excitement danced in Lu Xian's eyes. Ley line crystals? These were entirely formed from concentrated ley line energy. The density of this energy was exceedingly high. For earth element cultivators, such treasures would be invaluable. He could hardly believe his fortune in encountering them here. Chapter 277. Such a young nascent soul old monster? Both Nangongyu and Su also perceived the ley line crystals, their expressions mirroring Lu Xian's surprise. Su remarked, "These ley line crystals would greatly benefit your cultivation of the 9 transformations Xianhuang body, wouldn't they? Shall we seize them?" Lu Xian pondered for a moment before responding. "Let us observe first. If these golden core cultivators can handle the beasts, I shall procure the ley line crystals from them later. Unprovoked robbery only invites karma." Of course, even without the concern of karma, Lu Xian had no intention of stealing. He had ascended from the ranks of lower-tier cultivators and had been robbed numerous times. Now that he had grown stronger, he could not forget the anger of being victimized and then turn around to do the same to others. With his profound knowledge of alchemy and weaponry, he would never lack for spirit stones. Purchasing with spirit stones was, without a doubt, the best course of action. Upon hearing Lu Xian's words, Su took a hearty swig of her drink. You truly are a good person, junior brother. She was indifferent, willing to follow Lu Xian's lead. Nangong Yu, too, was wholly aligned with Lu Xian's intentions. If he chose not to engage in theft, she would not press the matter further. At that moment, among the 5 golden core cultivators locked in combat, a young and striking female cultivator caught sight of Lu Xian and his companions. Her expression shifted slightly, a glimmer of wariness flashing in her eyes. The trio sensed her sending a message through sound transmission. Subsequently, the other 4 cultivators also exhibited subtle changes in demeanor, diverting part of their attention towards Lu Xian. The battle was intensely fierce. The beast's physical prowess was astonishing. Though not as formidable as Lu Xian, it was resilient against attacks of the same level. It was precisely due to the beast's lack of speed that the 5 golden core cultivators could hold their ground. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly have been no match for the 3 beasts. Even after such a prolonged assault, the 5 cultivators had yet to achieve significant results. Now, with 3 additional golden core cultivators observing with predatory intent, their anxiety heightened. They had even begun to hold back and retreat step by step, unwilling to exert their full power. At this juncture, the young female cultivator proposed, "Fellow Taoists, these 3 xianxia earth dragons are quite formidable. Would you consider collaborating? We can evenly share the ley line crystals and materials obtained." Lu Xian was taken aback, somewhat surprised by the unexpected invitation. After a moment's reflection, he replied, "You may handle it as you wish. If you are unable to defeat them, we shall take care of it. Rest assured, we will not attack you." The 5 golden core cultivators were momentarily rendered speechless. They thought, "You claim you want to attack. Shouldn't you make a heavenly vow?" However, they dared not voice such thoughts, fearing it might provoke the trio. Yet, should Lu Xian and his companions abstain from involvement, the 5 cultivators would be left in a precarious position. Even if they managed to slay the 3 beasts, they would undoubtedly be left in a weakened state. If Lu Xian and his companions chose to attack them then, they would find it exceedingly difficult to defend themselves. "What shall we do?" One elder with a head of white hair transmitted. "We retreat." He narrowed his eyes, slowly adding, "These 3 clearly intend to reap the benefits. We cannot leave any openings. Let us withdraw." Another cultivator, struck by a sudden inspiration, chuckled. "Didn't he say if we cannot handle them, we should leave them to him? Very well, let us do just that and allow them to take action. We shall be the ones to benefit." Upon hearing this, the 5 golden core cultivators swiftly reached a consensus. The peak golden core elder laughed heartily. "Fellow Taoists, we find ourselves lacking in strength and unable to contend with these 3 xianxia earth dragons. They are yours to claim." Lu Xian's eyes brightened. Su remarked, "I didn't expect them to be so accommodating." Nangong Yu nodded in agreement. "I thought they would exhaust some of their hidden cards to defeat the dragons." Lu Xian chuckled. "Why ponder such matters? Since they are offering it willingly, we shall accept. Let us remember to express our gratitude later." Nangong Yu and Su nodded in accord. The 5 golden core cultivators exchanged blows with the 3 xianxia earth dragons, then began to retreat in haste. The dragons, unable to match the speed of the 5 cultivators, soon returned to their previous position. Observing this, Lu Xian declared, "I shall take care of it." Nangong Yu and Su said nothing further, simply nodding in agreement. Lu Xian's strength was formidable, having reached the nascent soul stage. Dealing with such beasts would pose no challenge for him, thus saving considerable time. They watched as Lu Xian transformed into a streak of radiant light, charging towards the 3 xianxia earth dragons. Sensing Lu Xian's aura, the 3 dragons turned in unison, unleashing furious roars. The golden core beasts were capable of uttering human speech, albeit in a limited capacity. However, they were still unable to take human form. With an impassive expression, Lu Xian activated his 9 transformations, Xian Huang body. The turbulent surge of blood energy created a powerful shockwave. The previously enraged xianxia earth dragons suddenly froze in place, sensing a life-threatening danger. As golden core beasts, they promptly turned to flee without a second thought, recognizing the insurmountable disparity between them. However, Lu Xian's speed far surpassed that of the golden core beasts. In an instant, he caught up to the strongest among them, the peak golden core xianxia earth dragon. Fear flickered in the beast's once fierce eyes as it let out a deafening roar, channeling its demonic energy to form thick yellow shields around itself. The shields were numerous, clearly indicating that the dragon was utilizing all its strength to defend itself. Yet, such defenses were woefully inadequate for Lu Xian. The moment his fist collided with the yellow shield, it shattered effortlessly, with a single strike. The entirety of the yellow shields disintegrated. Lu Xian's fist struck the back of the peak golden core xianxia earth dragon with tremendous force. Boom! The sound resonated like muffled thunder. The dragon's scales cracked, flesh ruptured, and bones splintered. It could only emit a mournful cry before its body transformed into a fleeting shadow, crashing heavily into the valley below. The impact created a deep crater in the ground, and the Xianxia Earth Dragon was utterly lifeless. Witnessing this scene, the other two Xianxia Earth Dragons stood paralyzed with fear. They too were overwhelmed with terror and roared in an attempt to hasten their escape. Yet, their speed was far too slow. In an instant, Lu Xian caught up to the two remaining Xianxia Earth Dragons, dispatching them with a single punch each. At this moment, the 5 golden core cultivators who had recently departed returned, only to witness the scene where Lu Xian had just dispatched a mysterious armored earth dragon beast with a single punch. Their expressions became rigid, their minds flooded with questions. The young female cultivator, incredulous, remarked, "That peak golden core mysterious armored earth dragon beast had defensive capabilities that rivaled those of early nascent soul cultivators, did it not? And yet, it perished with a single blow? This fellow cultivator, merely at the mid-golden core stage, how could he possess such strength?" The elderly golden core practitioner at the pinnacle level trembled, his voice quaking slightly as he exclaimed, "He is a body cultivator, a nascent soul stage body cultivator." The other 4 golden core practitioners fell into a stunned silence, their eyes wide with terror as they gazed at Lu Xian. A nascent soul elder? Such a youthful nascent soul elder? As their astonishment grew, Lu Xian turned his gaze toward them, with a radiant smile upon his face. He instilled a chill into their bones, their eyes reflecting sheer fear. They couldn't shake the thought that this nascent soul elder might want to silence them. Chapter 278, Nascent Soul Stage Beast. While the 5 golden core cultivators trembled with trepidation, Lu Xian averted his gaze. He collected the earth vein crystals from the 3 fallen mysterious armored earth dragon beasts, and subsequently stored their remains as well. Once tidied up, Lu Xian approached the 5 golden core cultivators, who promptly bowed in respect. "Greetings, esteemed senior." Lu Xian nodded calmly, though internally he felt a tinge of surprise. He had not anticipated that golden core cultivators would now refer to him as a senior, considering he was merely at the late golden core stage. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need for excessive courtesy. I have a question to ask you." The 5 golden core cultivators exchanged glances, and the elder among them quickly replied, "Please, esteemed senior, inquire away. We shall speak freely." Lu Xian nodded and inquired, "Where can one find a greater abundance of mysterious armored earth dragon beasts?" He was particularly intrigued by the earth vein crystals found on these creatures. If he could procure a significant quantity, his 9 transformations of the Xian yellow body could swiftly ascend to the 8th transformation. Upon hearing this, the elder immediately responded, "In response to your esteemed question, the mysterious armored earth dragon beast is a unique creature found within the Dragon Abyss secret realm, primarily inhabiting the Dragon Ridge mountain range, specifically within this mountainous region. However, the population of mysterious armored earth dragon beasts is quite sparse, making them relatively rare throughout the entire Dragon Ridge mountain range. The deeper one ventures, the higher the chance of encountering them." Hearing this, Lu Xian raised an eyebrow, glancing at the endless expanse of the Dragon Ridge mountain range below. This implied that the mysterious armored earth dragon beasts did not have fixed nests or lairs. "None, esteemed senior," the elder confirmed. Lu Xian nodded, feeling a slight disappointment. He had hoped there would be designated lairs for the hunting of these beasts. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "Is the Dragon Ridge mountain range the region with the most concentrated earth vein energy within the secret realm?" The elder nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, esteemed senior. The Dragon Ridge mountain range falls within the core area of the secret realm, where the earth vein energy is most potent. It is said that the core region even contains earth vein jade marrow." Earth vein jade marrow. Lu Xian's eyes brightened, a smile gracing his lips. The energy contained within earth vein jade marrow far surpasses that of earth vein crystals. This journey to the Dragon Abyss secret realm was indeed fortuitous. Noticing Lu Xian's interest, the elder felt a sense of relief and continued, "Yes, esteemed senior, but be warned that the core region is home to nascent soul stage beasts, which are exceedingly formidable. Even the Dongfang family cannot fully explore the depths of the Dragon Ridge mountain range." Lu Xian paused, somewhat taken aback. "The Dongfang family is the owner of the Dragon Abyss secret realm, is it not? Even they have not completely explored this secret realm? Does that mean the core region has yet to reset?" The elder nodded, affirming, "That is indeed the case. It is said that at the depths of the Dragon Ridge mountain range resides a dragon-type beast nearing the god transformation stage, which is exceptionally powerful, beyond the capability of any nascent soul cultivator to contend with. The Dongfang family has no god transformation cultivators, and their attempts to subdue that dragon-type beast have repeatedly ended in failure." Lu Xian understood, nodding slightly. A beast nearing the god transformation stage was certainly not within his reach at present. Fortunately, Lu Xian had little interest in the deepest parts of the Dragon Ridge mountain range. He only sought to acquire more earth vein crystals and jade marrow. For him, elevating his 9 transformations of the Xian yellow body to the 8th transformation would suffice as a successful endeavor. If he could amass a sufficient quantity of earth vein crystals and jade marrow to elevate it to the 9th transformation, he would then possess the realm of a god transformation body cultivator. Should he reach such a level, he might consider venturing deeper. Otherwise, Lu Xian would certainly refrain from doing so. Safety was paramount. Contemplating this, Lu Xian nodded slightly to the 5 golden core cultivators, saying, "You may leave." The 5 golden core cultivators sighed in relief at his words, fearing he might change his mind. They swiftly transformed into streaks of light, disappearing from sight. Nangongyu and Susu approached. Nangongyu spoke, "Lu Xian, are we heading into the depths of the Dragon Ridge mountain range next?" Both of them had also overheard the conversation among the golden core cultivators. Lu Xian nodded, a smile spreading across his face. "This Dragon Abyss secret realm is quite suitable for us. We should seek out the mysterious armored earth dragon beasts and that earth vein jade marrow so that we can expedite the advancement of our 9 transformations of the Xian yellow body." Indeed, the 3 of them transformed into streaks of light, heading deeper into the Dragon Ridge mountain range. Lu Xian observed that within the Dragon Ridge mountain range, several golden core cultivators still lingered in the outer regions. They were likely there to hunt mysterious armored earth dragon beasts or search for rare materials. Noticing Lu Xian and his companions, most golden core cultivators silently distanced themselves, avoiding potential conflict. At the golden core level, the repercussions of battle were significant, and no one was eager to engage lightly. Lu Xian and his companions had no intention of initiating conflict either, as Lu Xian was not a bandit. The Dragon Ridge mountain range, as the elder had previously stated, was indeed vast. They traversed thousands of kilometers and remained within the outer regions. The so-called mysterious armored earth dragon beasts were indeed scarce. After flying such a distance, they had only encountered 13 of these creatures. Among them, 2 had been besieged and killed by other golden core cultivators, and Lu Xian directly purchased their remains using high-quality spirit-restoring pills. For golden core cultivators, superior cultivation pills were evidently far more precious and significant than earth vein crystals. Witnessing Lu Xian's willingness to trade high-quality spirit-restoring pills, many began to offer the earth vein crystals they had previously acquired. This provided Lu Xian with an alternative approach whenever he encountered golden core cultivators. Regardless of whether they were engaged in battle with mysterious armored earth dragon beasts, he would inquire if they had obtained any earth vein crystals, expressing his willingness to purchase them with high-quality spirit-restoring pills. This method proved to be far more fruitful than hunting the mysterious armored earth dragon beasts on his own. In total, he acquired 112 earth vein crystals. A small portion came from the mysterious armored earth dragon beasts, while the majority were obtained through exchanges with other golden core cultivators. As they ventured deeper into the Dragon Ridge mountain range, they gradually encountered fewer and fewer other cultivators. Instead, the beasts they encountered grew increasingly formidable. Within the Dragon Ridge mountain range, it was evident that there were not only mysterious armored earth dragon beasts among the creatures. However, only the mysterious armored earth dragon beasts condensed earth vein crystals on their armored backs during their cultivation and advancement. Other demonic beasts lacked such capabilities. As they ventured further, the creatures they encountered were predominantly in the mid to late stages of the golden core realm, with several even at the pinnacle of that level. At that moment, Lu Xian suddenly halted. Observing his pause, Nangongyu and Susu exchanged puzzled glances with him. "Junior brother, what is it?" Susu inquired, blinking in confusion, before taking a few sips from her spirit wine, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction. Lu Xian gazed towards a direction on his left and spoke. "I just sensed the aura of a nascent soul demonic beast from that direction." Upon hearing this, both Nangongyu and Susu froze momentarily. Turning to the direction Lu Xian indicated, Nangongyu expressed her astonishment. "A nascent soul demonic beast? If it claims that territory, the concentration of spiritual energy within must be extraordinary, possibly housing rare treasures." Susu nodded vigorously in agreement. "Indeed. Should we go investigate?" If it were merely Susu and Nangongyu, they would certainly hesitate to venture forth. However, with Lu Xian accompanying them, the situation was markedly different. Lu Xian had previously slain Renji, a formidable foe in the early nascent soul stage. Thus, even if they were to encounter a nascent soul demonic beast, they would not be entirely defenseless. Lu Xian nodded. "Yes, I think we should proceed. Perhaps we might encounter that earth vein jade marrow." They had been traveling for quite some time, having collected a considerable number of earth vein crystals, yet not a trace of earth vein jade marrow had been found. The 3 transformed into streaks of light, swiftly moving towards the direction where Lu Xian had sensed the nascent soul beast's presence. Chapter 279. the rare dragon-type demonic beast. The trio soared over several hundred kilometers, arriving at a basin nestled between the Dragon Ridge Mountains. The basin spanned approximately 300 kilometers, characterized by a desolate wilderness riddled with ground fissures, alongside the growth of some weeds and withered trees. The peaks surrounding the basin rose higher than those of the other mountains in the Dragon Ridge Range, with several caves at their base. One of these caves was notably vast, emanating a fierce and formidable aura. This presence caused Nangong Yu and Su Su's expressions to grow solemn, feeling an undeniable pressure. However, for Lu Xian, this oppressive force posed little threat. He instructed the two women beside him, "You stay here, I will investigate." They nodded in agreement. Nangong Yu cautioned, "Be careful." "Understood," Lu Xian affirmed, summoning the yellow Xianhuang battle armor around him as he descended towards the cave. As Lu Xian approached the cavern, the ground beneath him rippled like water. In the next instant, a monstrous creature surged forth from the undulating surface. This beast measured several meters in diameter. Its entire body cloaked in a black gold, sharply defined rock armor, each segment etched with golden patterns. It bore no discernible eyes. Its head was conical, adorned with layers of diamond-like teeth resembling a drill. Upon the apex of its head, several pairs of soft, elongated tentacles danced through the air. In that moment, the creature opened its massive, circular maw, lunging towards Lu Xian with the intent to devour him. Its speed was astonishing, silent, and swift. Lu Xian remained vigilant. The instant the creature emerged, he executed the Xianxiao body vanishing technique, activating his own life force to swiftly sidestep to the side. The creature's velocity was formidable. Lu Xian barely evaded its consuming jaws. Upon witnessing the beast's pillar-like form before him, Lu Xian immediately clenched his fist, delivering a powerful strike against its rock armor. At that moment, the earth vein energy beneath the creature swirled around it, forming thick, yellowish-brown, earthen shields. Lu Xian's fist collided with the shields, sending violent shockwaves rippling through the air. One shield after another shattered, yet their regeneration was astonishingly rapid. When the force of Lu Xian's strike was spent, he found he had still not managed to breach the shield's defenses. Furrowing his brow, he was taken aback by the creature's formidable defense. As a body cultivator in the early nascent soul stage, he had not anticipated such resilience at such close range. Just as Lu Xian prepared to strike again, the beast opened its mouth, unleashing a low, rumbling roar akin to a dragon's cry. With the roar, a wave of earthy yellow ripples emanated from the creature, causing the ground to tremble. Lu Xian felt his soul reverberate, momentarily rendering his form rigid and unresponsive. In that instant of paralysis, spikes of rock erupted from the ground, shooting towards him with alarming speed. As Lu Xian's senses regained their clarity, the rock spikes had already struck his Xianhuang battle armor. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of thunderous sounds erupted as the myriad spikes battered against the armor. Though it managed to withstand the assault, the sheer force sent Lu Xian staggering backward. He swiftly began to evade the onslaught of rock spikes. Simultaneously, he reached into his storage bag, releasing two figures that darted to either side. These were his two puppets. The puppets transformed into streaks of rainbow light, swiftly encircling the demonic beast. The tentacles atop the creature's head writhed, and the golden patterns on its body glimmered with brilliance. Lu Xian immediately sensed an anomaly in the surrounding earth vein energy. In the next moment, he distinctly felt the gravity around him shift dramatically, increasing by more than tenfold. His body plunged downward slightly. However, with Lu Xian's strength, such a tenfold increase in gravity was insufficient to hinder his flight, although his speed had noticeably diminished. Not only Lu Xian, but even the two puppets were similarly affected by the gravitational force. Lu Xian was taken aback. This beast was incredibly powerful. Its array of techniques was astounding, capable of manipulating the earth vein energy to alter gravity directly. This was akin to a domain ability, requiring a profound understanding of the earth element. Among those in the early nascent soul stage, this beast was significantly stronger than Renji. Had Renji been present, he would likely have been forced to flee after just a few exchanges. Gazing at the creature, Lu Xian couldn't shake the impression that it resembled a giant earthworm. Albeit on a colossal scale, it had yet to fully emerge from the ground, but its exposed length already exceeded 100 meters. Its overall length was surely over 200, if not 300. The name of this demonic beast surfaced in Lu Xian's mind, the Panshan stone earthworm. He had encountered it in the demonic beast compendium of the Xianling continent, classified as a rather rare earth-type beast. The Panshan stone earthworm bore a trace of dragon lineage, its strength formidable, comparable to that of elite human cultivators of the same tier. This beast possessed an innate ability to sense earth vein energy and, upon reaching a certain level of power, could manipulate that energy to accomplish feats unattainable by many other earth-type beasts. Moreover, the the Panchon stone earthworm commanded soundwave consciousness attacks, which must have been the source of the earlier dragon-like roar. Lu Xian felt a wave of relief, thankful that his consciousness had been bolstered by various spiritual fruits, dual cultivation enhancements, and the secrets of the myriad puppets, granting him the strength of an early nascent soul. Otherwise, that earlier attack would have undoubtedly taken a toll on him. The most troublesome ability of the Panchon stone earthworm was its unique earth escape technique. Unlike the typical earth escape of other earth-type beasts, the Panchon stone earthworm could control the earth vein energy to perform its escape, achieving incredible speed without any recovery time. This meant that the creature could burrow into the earth at will, escaping whenever it wished. Consequently, this type of demonic beast was exceedingly difficult to slay. Do not be deceived by the fact that this Panlong stone earthworm is merely at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. Even a cultivator at the mid-nascent soul stage may struggle to prevail against it in an area rich in earth vein energy. Even a peak nascent soul cultivator would find it exceedingly difficult to capture a Panlong stone earthworm intent on fleeing for its life. Of course, the Panlong stone earthworm itself is a treasure trove. Its demon core harbors immense earth vein energy and a trace of draconic essence, serving as a prime material for the crafting of earth-type xianxian artifacts and for cultivating earth-based divine abilities, as well as refining the physical body. Indeed, should Lu Xian obtain the demon core of this Panlong stone earthworm, he could directly utilize it to cultivate his 9-transformation Xianwang body. The efficacy of this item far surpasses that of earth vein crystals. Furthermore, the rock armor and the skeletal tendons of the Panlong stone earthworm are exceptional 4th-tier materials, suitable for forging xianxian artifacts. As the Panlong stone earthworm thrives by absorbing earth vein energy, the concentration of such energy in its habitat is bound to be extraordinarily high. Within its lair, there is undoubtedly earth vein jade. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xian gazed at the Panlong stone earthworm with a fervent gleam in his eyes. If he could slay it, the rewards would be bountiful. For other cultivators, attempting to kill this Panlong stone earthworm would pose a formidable challenge. However, for Lu Xian, hope flickered on the horizon. This was because he practiced the 9-transformation Xianhuang body, which also grants him the ability to manipulate earth vein energy. As long as he could disrupt the Panlong stone earthworm, preventing it from swiftly utilizing the earth vein energy to execute its earth escape technique, and launch a rapid and decisive attack before the creature could react, Lu Xian genuinely stood a chance at defeating it. With this thought in mind, Lu Xian inhaled deeply, his eyes flashing with a cold, determined light. Regardless of the outcome, he resolved to give it a try. Chapter 280, Resonance of Earth Veins and the Gung Metal Sword Momentum. As Lu Xian and his 2 puppets were affected by the gravitational force, their speed significantly diminished, prompting the Panlong stone earthworm to emit a roar reminiscent of a dragon's cry once more. This time, Lu Xian was fully prepared, having conjured the 9-transformation soul shield within his sea of consciousness. This was a defensive spell he had acquired long ago, which had remained unused until now. Although the 9-transformation soul shield was merely a low-grade earth-tier spell, Lu Xian's formidable spiritual consciousness, combined with the shield's protection, rendered the sonic attack ineffective against him. As for the 2 puppets, lacking any spiritual consciousness and controlled by Lu Xian through the universal spirit convergence seal, they naturally remained unaffected by the sonic waves. Lu Xian's Xianhuang battle body coalesced around him as he plummeted to the ground. He activated the 9-transformation Xianhuang body, and the resonance of the earth veins manifested, allowing Lu Xian to distinctly feel his mana and physical strength rapidly replenishing. Simultaneously, under Lu Xian's command, the 2 puppets unleashed their spells. One puppet launched a barrage of golden flying swords. After slaying Renji, Lu Xian had crafted 2 more swords on his journey to the Abyssal Island, bringing his total to 26 flying swords. These 26 swords formed a sword array in the air, unleashing a torrent of golden sword light that transformed into an overwhelmingly powerful river of sword energy. Meanwhile, the other puppet executed the spell of the Xianming fire domain from the Tai Su Xianming calamity flame, conjuring a pale flame that intertwined between reality and illusion. Burning in the sky, the chilling fire made the air feel as if it had solidified, with ice crystals manifesting everywhere. In the face of Lu Xian and his 2 puppets' assault, the Panlong stone earthworm displayed no sign of fear. Its form transformed into a gleaming Xianhuang light, merging with the earth. Through the resonance of the earth veins, Lu Xian could clearly sense the Panlong stone earthworm moving rapidly beneath the ground. It glided as effortlessly as a fish in water, the earth offering no hindrance whatsoever. Lu Xian refrained from immediately disrupting the earth vein energy to affect the Panlong stone earthworm. He was biding his time for an opportunity, a decisive opportunity. Several kilometers away, the ground rippled like waves, and the Panlong stone earthworm emerged once more. The instant it appeared, a flurry of golden sword light surged towards it, accompanied by the intertwining pale flames that rushed forward as well. The Panlong stone earthworm let out a low growl, summoning the earth vein energy to form thick, xianhuang earthen shields around itself. These sturdy shields absorbed the onslaught of golden sword light and halted the fiery currents. At this moment, Lu Xian's main body swiftly approached the Panlong stone earthworm. Noticing Lu Xian's approach, the Panlong stone earthworm emitted a low growl, unleashing sonic waves that radiated outward to disrupt Lu Xian's spiritual consciousness. Although Lu Xian successfully defended against the attack on his consciousness, the ground trembled in response, fissures appearing as if an earthquake had struck, and sharp rock spikes shot towards Lu Xian at incredible speed. Lu Xian deftly evaded the rock spikes, shattering those he could not avoid, all while inching closer to the Panlong stone earthworm. When Lu Xian drew within approximately 300 meters of the creature, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Now was his chance. A golden stream of light flickered in Lu Xian's gaze. In the next moment, a melodious sword chime resonated. Clang! A golden sword light burst forth from Lu Xian's dantian, striking with unparalleled ferocity and unimaginable power towards the Panlong stone earthworm. This was Lu Xian's divine ability, the Gung metal sword momentum. He had not employed this ability in quite some time. The Gung metal sword momentum's might was augmented by Lu Xian's cultivation level, as well as his insights into the principles of metal and sword techniques. Given Lu Xian's current cultivation realm, combined with his understanding of swordsmanship and the metal path, the power of the Gung metal sword momentum was undoubtedly on par with that of the nascent soul realm. The razor-sharp Gung metal sword momentum traversed the 300 meters in the blink of an eye, aiming directly at the Panlong stone earthworm's body. Sensing the impending danger, the Panlong stone earthworm attempted to defend itself. However, the shields it had summoned were already preoccupied with fending off the golden sword light from the sword array and the flames from the Xianming fire domain. The Panlong stone earthworm hastily gathered its mana, channeling all its strength to reinforce its shields, conjuring a small additional shield in the process. Yet, this scant defense proved insufficient against the Gung metal sword momentum, shattering upon contact. In an instant, dozens of shields were obliterated. The Gung metal sword momentum struck the Panlong stone earthworm's rock armor with a resounding clang, producing a sound akin to metal clashing, accompanied by sparks flying. However, this stalemate lasted but a moment before the Gung metal sword momentum sliced through the Panlong stone earthworm's form, leaving a gaping, gruesome wound from which blood gushed forth. The grievous injury elicited a roar of rage and agony from the Panlong stone earthworm. Witnessing this, Lu Xian let out a cold chuckle, unleashing another Gung metal sword momentum from his dantian. At this moment, Lu Xian had already reached the late stage of the Golden Core realm, and the Gung metal sword momentum he cultivated had evolved beyond the previous 3 manifestations. Now his dantian contained a full 12 Gung metal sword moments. As the Gung metal sword momentum surged towards the Panlong stone earthworm, Lu Xian found himself less than 100 meters away from it. At this speed, a third Gung metal sword momentum would be unnecessary, for as long as Lu Xian could close the distance. The combination of the sword array and the Xianming fire domain would be more than sufficient to bring about the creature's demise. Upon seeing the second Gung metal sword momentum, the Panlong stone earthworm let out another low growl. Subsequently, a mysterious yellow light began to swirl around its entire being, attempting to harness the energies of the Earth's veins to utilize Earth escape and flee. Lu Xian had long been in a state of resonance with the Earth's veins and was fully prepared. The moment the Panshur stone earthworm began to draw upon the energies of the Earth, Lu Xian immediately exerted his full strength in resonance with the Earth's veins. Although Lu Xian's 9 transformations of the yellow body had not yet refined his physical cultivation to perfection, his comprehension was already complete. This indicated that Lu Xian's resonance with the Earth's veins was equally perfected, with the full force of a perfected resonance. Even the Panshur stone earthworm lost its perception of the Earth's energies for an instant. In that fleeting moment, which was ample for Lu Xian, the second Gung metal sword force descended once more upon the Panshur stone earthworm, tearing open its body anew. A deeper wound intersected its form, allowing Lu Xian to glimpse its innards. The Panshur stone earthworm emitted a mournful cry. After 2 successive grievous injuries, its breath and magical power weakened significantly. Even the shield barrier struggled to hold, as golden sword lights and flames rained down upon it, inflicting further scars. At this moment, Lu Xian had already approached the Panshur stone earthworm. Clenching his fists, he struck repeatedly at its body. Each punch bore the might of moving mountains and filling seas. The resounding booms echoed relentlessly as his ferocious power unleashed within the Panshur stone earthworm. Blood gushed forth from its wounds. The Pancher stone earthworm desperately tried to escape through the earth, yet its injuries were too severe, rendering it incapable of harnessing the earth's energies, let alone escaping with Lu Xian's resonance sealing the energies. Under Lu Xian's relentless assault, despite the Pancher stone earthworm's formidable physique, it could only withstand for a little over 10 breaths. Soon after, its internal flesh was shattered, as the massive form of the Pancher stone earthworm collapsed to the ground. A yellow-hued rainbow light shot forth, fleeing into the distance. This was the earthworm's nascent soul. As a beast of the nascent soul stage, it could indeed survive through its nascent soul. In this critical moment of death, the Pancher stone earthworm hoped to escape through its nascent soul. Lu Xian was already prepared. The domain of the nether fire enveloped the sky, and the resonance of the earth's veins sealed the land. The earthworm's nascent soul was swiftly obliterated by golden sword light. With the demise of the nascent soul, the Pancher stone earthworm utterly lost its vitality. Chapter 281. Eastern Family's Nascent Soul. Have you seen the Pancher stone earthworm? Gazing at the corpse on the ground, Lu Xian exhaled a breath of turbid air and revealed a faint smile. The process had been even smoother than he had anticipated. He had not expected the resonance with the earth's veins to suppress the earth escape technique so effortlessly. Of course, the most crucial factor was still the Gung metal sword force. Even though Renji had not managed to compel him to use this technique, it was evident that the Pancher stone earthworm was not weak, and indeed, was stronger than Renji by a considerable margin. Now that it had been slain, the next step was to handle the corpse. Lu Xian carefully severed the pieces of rock armor and extracted the main tendons from the earthworm's body, finally securing the demon core that emitted a rich aura of Earth's energies. As for the other materials, Lu Xian pondered for a moment before collecting them. After all, his storage bag had been enhanced with rainbow light, providing ample space. While the flesh of this beast may not be as precious as other materials, it would serve well for crafting spiritual meals, considering it was a creature of the nascent soul stage. While Lu Xian tended to the Pancher stone earthworm, Nangongyu and Su Su landed before him. The two were already well aware of Lu Xian's prowess. Hence they were not surprised that he could slay the Pancher stone earthworm. They assisted him in cutting and gathering the earthworm's flesh. Once all was accomplished, Su Su inquired, "Shall we venture into that cave?" Lu Xian nodded. "Of course, I will lead the way, and you both follow closely behind." Although their spiritual senses had not detected any nascent soul stage beasts within, caution was always prudent. With Lu Xian leading the way and the resonance with the earth's veins as their safeguard, they would be alerted even if other Pancher stone earthworms were present. The three entered the cave in succession, which wound downward. After traversing nearly several hundred meters, they arrived at a spacious cavern. Within the cavern, azure golden light shimmered, thick and almost vaporous. Nangongyu took a deep breath, her eyes gleaming with excitement. What a rich aura of the earth's veins. If I were to cultivate the 9 transformations of the yellow body here, I would surely advance rapidly. Lu Xian nodded in agreement. His gaze swept the surroundings. The cavern walls were adorned with yellow crystals emitting a soft glow, alleviating the dimness of the space. At the center of the cavern lay a small pool, filled with viscous yellow gelatinous substance. Upon seeing this gelatinous matter, Lu Xian's eyes brightened. He swiftly moved to the edge of the pool, extracting some of the substance for examination, and a smile crossed his lips. Earth vein jade essence. I can't believe it truly exists here. Nangongyu and Su Su soon joined Lu Xian's side, their faces equally beaming with joy. With so much earth vein jade essence, it would be fantastic. If you absorb it all, perhaps you could elevate the 9 transformations of the yellow body to perfection. Lu Xian chuckled softly. Let's assess the situation first. For now, let's gather it. Lu Xian collected all the earth vein jade essence. Subsequently, the three explored the cavern but found no other valuable items, and thus they decided to exit. Upon returning to the outside world, Lu Xian and his companions intended to delve deeper. At that moment, they sensed something amiss and looked skyward. In the next instant, 3 streaks of light approached them at an astonishing speed. As they felt the presence of the 3 cultivators, Nangongyu and Su Su furrowed their brows. Lu Xian's expression also turned serious. 3 cultivators at the early nascent soul stage. The trio soon halted in midair, 2 young men and a young woman. Naturally, having reached the nascent soul stage, their ages were not trivial, though they had preserved their youthful appearances. Their gazes scanned the surroundings, and the leading young woman frowned, a flash of anger crossing her features. Turning her attention to Lu Xian and his companions, her spiritual sense unceremoniously pressed down upon them. Lu Xian narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing within, as he expanded his spiritual sense to counter their intrusion. The 3 early nascent soul cultivators exhibited surprise. They scrutinized Lu Xian, and the leading young woman sneered. Impressive spiritual sense. It has reached the early nascent soul level. Junior, Did your elders not teach you to show respect when addressing seniors of the nascent soul stage? Lu Xian smiled slightly. Since you three seniors are aware that we are juniors, why exert your spiritual sense so brazenly? Are you not concerned about affecting our resolve and cultivation? The young man beside her flashed a fierce glint in his eyes. Seeking death, we, three dignified nascent soul cultivators, should not require instruction from a mere golden core junior. The strength of nascent soul cultivators far surpassed that of golden core practitioners. With three of them present, they had never fathomed that a golden core junior would dare to confront them so boldly. The young man began to channel his magical power, ready to strike Lu Xian down. This was the price of provoking nascent soul cultivators. Just then, the young woman intervened. The young man glanced at her in confusion. Third sister, what is it? The young woman shook her head, gazing at Lu Xian with a smile, and inquired, young friend. There should originally be a Yuanying stage Pancher stone earthworm here. Have you seen it? A subtle heaviness settled in Lu Xian's heart. So, they were after the Pancher stone earthworm. However, three early-stage Yuanying cultivators should hardly be able to contend with it. Or did the trio possess some hidden trump cards? Lu Xian feigned innocence and replied, esteemed elders. It was like this when we arrived. I have no knowledge of any Pancher stone earthworm. The three furrowed their brows. They could discern the traces of battle below, indicating that a fierce conflict had transpired not long ago. Yet, they could not possibly believe that Lu Xian and his companions had been the ones to slay the Pancher stone earthworm. How could three golden core juniors deal with such a creature? They merely sought to ascertain if the trio had witnessed anything. Had they truly seen nothing at all? A glint of light flickered in the young woman's eyes, her beautiful visage darkening with a hint of foreboding. Truly nothing. She sighed softly and murmured, kill them. And check if the earth vein jade marrow remains in the cave. The young man who had previously intended to act revealed a smile. At that moment, golden sword lights suddenly manifested around them, shooting towards the trio at an astonishing speed. The sharp sword intent instilled a sense of peril in the three. An ambush. Be cautious. Just as the trio's attention was drawn to the sword lights of the Chuan Yun sword array, Lu Xian unleashed three formidable Gengjin sword intents in a single strike. Not only that, each Gengjin sword intent was augmented by the Xuanji Yin-Yang Qi, enhancing its power by nearly 50% compared to a pure Gengjin sword intent. The three Yuanying cultivators barely had time to perceive a flash of golden light before they sensed the imminent threat to their lives. However, they realized this too late. The three Yuanying cultivators had never regarded Lu Xian and his companions as worthy adversaries. How could they fathom that Lu Xian could unleash such a devastating assault? They didn't even have the opportunity to summon their magic treasures or their innate artifacts, nor could they employ any means of defense. The three golden sword lights pierced through their bodies with ruthless precision. The overwhelming sword intent instantaneously extinguished their life force. In the next moment, three radiant lights erupted from their corpses. Those were their Yuanying. At that instant, the Yuanying were filled with terror and resentment. Ah, damn it. My Dongfang family will never let you go. Just wait. Lu Xian scoffed. Do you truly believe you can escape? In the sky, a pale flame of illusion and reality manifested, enveloping the entire vault of heaven. The three Yuanying widened their eyes, fear evident within them. Merely approaching the flame made them feel their Yuanying destabilizing. What kind of flame is this? Who are you? How can a golden core cultivator wield such formidable power? Friend, spare us, and you shall become an honored guest of the Dongfang family. Yet, Lu Xian had no intention of answering their queries. The Chuan Yun sword array and the Xianming fire domain swiftly consumed the three Yuanying. Their agonized screams lasted but a breath before dissipating into nothingness. Despite having slain three Yuanying cultivators, Lu Xian's expression bore no trace of joy. He quickly moved forward to collect the storage bags of the three Yuanying cultivators, and then incinerated their remains with a flicker of flame. After silently reciting a rebirth incantation, Lu Xian hastily remarked, these cultivators claim to be from the Dongfang family. We must leave post-haste. Su Su and Nangong Yu wore solemn expressions, nodding in agreement. Indeed, Yuanying cultivators likely possess soul tokens. If those tokens shatter, the Dongfang family will undoubtedly come searching for us. We must depart quickly. Initially, Lu Xian's trio had intended to delve deeper, but it became evident that they could not afford to do so any longer. Who could have anticipated the audacity of these three Dongfang family Yuanying cultivators? A mere disagreement led them to attempt murder. What could Lu Xian do? They courted their own demise. He bore no responsibility for their folly. Lu Xian even urged Su Su and Nangong Yu to utilize their escape talismans, and the three soared towards the exit of the secret realm at an incredible speed. Chapter 282. How dare he? On Diyuan Island, Dongfang family. A stream of profound light surged skyward, transforming into an ancient bell that resonated with a continuous clang. The bell's toll echoed throughout the entirety of Diyuan Island, ringing out 9 times. This caused the expressions of all cultivators in Diyuan City to shift, their gazes fixated in astonishment towards the direction of the Dongfang family. The ancient bell of the Dongfang family's patriarch. It has tolled 9 times? How long has it been since the bell rang 9 times? Surely over 5,000 years, right? The sound of the ancient bell signifies that the Dongfang family is in trouble. But what does 9 tolls signify? There has never been mention of such a thing before. 9 tolls imply that the Dongfang family is facing a calamity that could lead to their annihilation. What kind of upheaval has occurred? Look, the Dongfang family cultivators are returning. All cultivators observed radiant lights soaring towards the Dongfang family at incredible speed. The cultivators of Diyuan Island exchanged glances, their expressions shifting repeatedly. They understood that the Dongfang family was likely embroiled in a significant crisis. Such a crisis could potentially impact the entire Diyuan Island. Some cultivators began contemplating a retreat to other islands. However, upon reaching the dock, they discovered that the Dongfang family cultivators had already sealed the area, permitting only entry, but denying any exit. Witnessing this scene, the cultivators at the dock were both shocked and enraged. Yet, faced with the Dongfang family's cultivators, they could only seethe in silence. It is crucial to note that the Dongfang family had existed on Diyuan Island for tens of thousands of years, boasting dozens of Yuanian cultivators within their ranks. Had they given birth to a transformation god cultivator, the Dongfang family would undoubtedly ascend to become another powerful force in the Zhangming Sea. In the ancestral hall of the Dongfang family, the atmosphere was tense as cultivators gazed solemnly at the soul tokens above the hall. 3 of the tokens had shattered. These cultivators, brimming with powerful mana, were all at the Yuaniing stage. One individual looked at the white-haired elder leading them and spoke. "Elder, how could the 3 young ladies have encountered misfortune? Indeed, where could they have gone?" A middle-aged man slowly replied, "I dispatched them to the Longyuan secret realm. The Panchur stone earthworm and the earth vein jade marrow within its nest should have been reset. I arranged for them to deal with the Panchur stone earthworm, yet I never anticipated they would perish. Could it have been the Panchur stone earthworm that killed them?" A middle-aged woman frowned. "Impossible. The 3rd young lady possessed the 4th grade superior talismans I provided, sufficient to slay the Panchur stone earthworm. Moreover, the simultaneous shattering of their soul tokens indicates they all perished at once, and the Panchur stone earthworm lacks such power." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd subtly changed. To simultaneously slay 3 individuals, the assailant would have to possess at least mid-stage Yuaniing strength, possibly even late-stage or peak Yuaniing. After all, to kill 3 simultaneously likely required only a single strike. If it truly was executed in a single strike, then the assailant's strength knew no bounds. A late-stage Yuaniing could achieve this with 1 strike, a peak Yuaniing could as well, and even a transformation god could potentially do so. "Indeed, this is precisely what I fear most," the white-haired elder slowly stated. His eyes gleamed with insight as he continued. "All cultivators entering the Longyuan secret realm have been registered. There are no Yuanian cultivators, let alone transformation god cultivators. Clearly, there exists a cultivator whose strength is concealed." The crowd exchanged grave glances, their expressions laden with concern. After a moment of silence, one of the late-stage nascent soul elders slowly spoke. "Ancestor, what shall our Dongfang family do now? The loss of 3 nascent souls at once is far too grave. Moreover, if we do not take action, other forces may perceive our Dongfang family as weak and easily bullied. Soon, everyone will come to take a bite out of us, won't they?" A glint of coldness flashed in the eyes of the Dongfang family elder, who gradually replied, "Naturally, we cannot let this matter rest. I have instructed Xiao Yun to seal off the docks and the entrances to the secret realm. I shall personally investigate the origins of those who dare to act so audaciously against my Dongfang family." Everyone nodded in agreement. Then, a cultivator spoke slowly. "Ancestor, what if they are from the Baibo mansion, or the Mare folk, or even the Zhangming flood dragon lineage?" A hush fell over the crowd. The elder then continued. "If they are a force of the transformation stage, then we will have no choice but to accept our fate." A sense of unwillingness flickered across the hearts of many Dongfang family cultivators. Yet, they could hardly voice their concerns. After all, what could they do against superior strength? If they truly provoked a transformation stage cultivator, the entire Dongfang family would face annihilation. Let us go and see for ourselves. At the exit of the Longyuan secret realm, 3 streaks of rainbow light swiftly approached the towering mountain that marked the secret realm's exit. Just then, 5 cultivators barred their path. With calm expressions, they spoke slowly. "Esteemed friends, please halt." Lu Xian's gaze swept over the area and noticed numerous cultivators present, some at the foundation establishment stage, others at the golden core stage. Their faces bore expressions of anger and anxiety. Lu Xian's heart sank, realizing that the Dongfang family had likely reacted. Although he felt a weight of concern, He remained unflustered and calmly inquired, "Friends, we wish to leave the secret realm. What is the meaning of your obstruction?" One of the individuals, expressionless, replied, "There has been an incident at the Longyuan secret realm. By the decree of our Dongfang family ancestor, no one is permitted to leave. The ancestor will arrive shortly. If you pose no issues, you will naturally be allowed to depart. For now, please remain here peacefully." As soon as he finished speaking, 5 golden sword lights swiftly sliced through the bodies of the 5 Dongfang family cultivators. Naturally, the golden core cultivators of the Dongfang family were no match for Lu Xian's spells. The 5 golden core cultivators were taken completely by surprise, not anticipating that Lu Xian would so directly resort to killing. As they perished, their faces still bore the expressions they had in their final moments. The other cultivators who had been halted were left dumbfounded, witnessing the instantaneous deaths of 5 golden core cultivators. The atmosphere grew eerily silent. All eyes turned to Lu Xian and his companions, as though they had encountered a ghost. Those were golden core cultivators of the Dongfang family, 5 in total. How could he dare? And how could his strength be so formidable? Among those 5, 2 were at the peak of the golden core stage. The fact that all 5 were slain in an instant, without a chance to react, left their faces pale and expressions grim. This is disastrous. While the deaths were at the hands of these 5 cultivators, the concern remained that if the Dongfang family pursued the matter, they too would likely be implicated. Lu Xian paid no heed to the reactions of the others. With a flick of his hand, he summoned all 5 cultivator storage bags into his possession. He spoke, "Let us depart the secret realm." Nangong Yu and Su Su, their expressions taut, nodded in agreement. They understood the gravity of the situation and felt no need for further words. The 3 passed through the portal of the secret realm. The remaining cultivators exchanged glances, bewildered. After a prolonged silence, one golden core cultivator, despair etched on his face, voiced, "What shall we do? This is terrible. How could that cultivator act with such audacity? Will we be implicated? No, I must leave. I cannot remain here. If the Dongfang family turns their wrath upon us, what can we do?" Upon hearing this, the other cultivators exchanged glances before swiftly rushing toward the exit of the secret realm. At the Dongyuan secret realm base, the once bustling square now lay deserted. The shops and stalls in the distance remained, with cultivators still present, yet silence enveloped them as they cast uncertain glances toward the secret realm's entrance. Outside the realm's gate, 8 golden core cultivators sat cross-legged. Upon witnessing the sudden disturbance at the gate, the 8 golden core cultivators opened their eyes abruptly. The elder leading them expressed discontent. "The ancestor has yet to arrive. What is happening? Why have those 5 emerged now? Do they not fear the ancestor's ire?" Moments later, Lu Xian and his companions emerged. The 8 golden core cultivators were momentarily stunned at the sight of them. Lu Xian and his companions were equally taken aback by the presence of the 8. A silent standoff ensued. In the next instant, golden sword lights swiftly severed the necks of the 8 golden core cultivators. Lu Xian, with an impassive expression, sheathed his exquisite golden sword, collected the storage bags, and ignited the 8 corpses in flames. He then declared, "Use the Wanli talisman and follow me." Su Su and Nangong Yu nodded, their expressions grave. Chapter 283, Escape from Dian Island. Lu Xian and his companions activated the Wanli talisman. Instantly, the space around them warped, engulfing the 3 into the void. Only after the trio vanished did the cultivators at the base react. Their eyes widened in shock, horror etched across their faces. What just happened? This is a calamity. Those were 8 golden core cultivators of the Dongfang family. They exclaimed, "How could they die here so easily? Who was that cultivator? So powerful. I saw he was merely at the late golden core stage, yet he possessed such strength to annihilate 8 golden core cultivators in an instant. Who knows? But regardless of who he is, that individual is likely in serious trouble now. He has thoroughly offended the Dongfang family. As long as he remains in the Tsangming Sea, the Dongfang family will undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly." Just as they exchanged words, streaks of rainbow light streaked across the sky. In the next moment, a powerful pressure descended, silencing all cultivators within the base, fear flashing in their eyes. Soon, the rainbow light materialized in the square, transforming into a group of nascent soul cultivators, led by none other than the Dongfang family's ancestor. At this moment, all cultivators gazed at the intertwining pale flames on the ground, along with the last remnants of ash within them, their faces displaying deep unease. In the next moment, a nascent soul cultivator gestured toward a nearby stall, summoning a Foundation Establishment rogue cultivator, who was trembling in fear, to their front. "Please, esteemed seniors, spare my life. We had no part in this." The Foundation Establishment cultivator pleaded, his face pale. The nascent soul cultivator's expression turned icy as he slowly demanded, "Do not waste words. Tell me what you witnessed in detail. How did these few disciples of my Dongfang family meet their demise?" Upon hearing this, the Foundation establishment cultivator nodded repeatedly and began to recount. We saw everything. 3 cultivators emerged from the secret realm, 1 male and 2 females. The 8 esteemed seniors of the Dongfang family attempted to stop them, but the male cultivator immediately unleashed his flying sword, slaying all 8 seniors. At this, the group of nascent soul cultivators narrowed their eyes, a glimmer of coldness flashing within. It seemed they had found the very cultivator who had slain the 3 young ladies. The Dongfang family ancestor expanded his divine sense, instantly covering a radius of several thousand kilometers. However, he furrowed his brow, finding no signs of any unusual activity. He gazed at the foundation-building cultivator and inquired slowly. In which direction did they depart? The foundation-building cultivator shook his head and replied, I do not know. They utilized the talisman and were subsequently swallowed by space. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the gathered nascent soul cultivators shifted slightly. They each extended their divine senses to survey the surrounding area, finding nothing amiss. I have found nothing on my end as well. To have traversed thousands of kilometers so swiftly, they must have employed a talisman akin to the 10,000-li talisman. The countenances of the numerous nascent soul cultivators fluctuated. The elder of the Dongfang family continued to interrogate. What was their cultivation level? The foundation-building rogue swallowed hard and hastily responded. The 2 female cultivators did not engage, so I am uncertain. But the male cultivator was at the late stage of the golden core. Late stage of the golden core? Impossible. The faces of the nascent soul cultivators darkened as they cast cold glances at the foundation-building rogue. The nascent soul cultivator who had apprehended him wore an indifferent expression. Do you dare to toy with us? How could a mere late-stage golden core cultivator possibly slay 8 of my Dongfang family's cultivators so swiftly? The foundation-building rogue felt an overwhelming fear creeping up on him. His voice trembled as he said, Respected seniors, every word I utter is the truth. Everyone here witnessed it. It was indeed a late-stage golden core cultivator. Hearing this, the elder of the Dongfang family narrowed his eyes and exchanged glances with a few nearby nascent soul cultivators. In the next moment, several cultivators were seized and brought forth. Their expressions were pale and filled with terror, frozen in place. You must have seen it too, right? It was indeed a late-stage golden core. The apprehended cultivators, all of whom were at the golden core stage, nodded repeatedly. We all saw it. It truly was a late-stage golden core cultivator. Yes, we all witnessed it. Upon hearing this consensus, the nascent soul cultivators of the Dongfang family exchanged glances, each reflecting uncertainty and suspicion in their eyes. They found it hard to believe that so many cultivators would dare to deceive them. Could it be that the individual was genuinely at the late stage of the golden core? However, how could a late-stage golden core cultivator possibly annihilate 8 golden core cultivators in an instant, let alone eliminate 3 nascent soul cultivators from the Dongfang family? This was utterly implausible. Elder, could it not be him? A nascent soul cultivator ventured cautiously. The elder of the Dongfang family pondered for a moment before articulating. It must be him, but he may have concealed his true cultivation. If a nascent soul cultivator wishes to hide their level, how could a mere golden core be discerned? The other nascent soul cultivators nodded in realization. The elder's reasoning was indeed sound. Nevertheless, it was apparent that the cultivator had fled, suggesting that his strength was likely not formidable. The other nascent soul cultivator's eyes brightened as they nodded in agreement. He likely does not exceed the late stage of the nascent soul. Otherwise, he would not have shown such trepidation towards our Dongfang family and chosen to flee outright. Humph. Merely a late-stage nascent soul strength? A glint of coldness flickered in the elder's eyes. He spoke slowly. If that is the case, he has offended my Dongfang family and shall undoubtedly pay the price. Afterward, he cast a glance at a nearby nascent soul cultivator and signaled with his eyes. In the next moment, the cultivator understood and smiled at the foundation-building cultivator. Junior, release your divine sense. Let me peer into your memories. Upon hearing this, the foundation-building cultivator's face blanched. Soon, he realized he could not resist and had no choice but to lower all his defenses. The nascent soul cultivator, seeing this, reached out and placed his hand on the rogue's forehead. The foundation-building cultivator trembled slightly, his complexion pale and cold sweat beading on his brow. Although he did not resist, the probing of his soul's memories inflicted irreversible harm. It was likely that his prospects for advancement would be severely hindered in the future. The other golden core cultivators also turned pale, their eyes filled with dread, fearing that the nascent soul cultivators would also delve into their souls. Before long, the nascent soul cultivator slowly opened his eyes and nodded to the elder of the Dongfang family. There is no issue with the memories. I have discerned the appearances of those 3 cultivators. The elder of the Dongfang family nodded slowly. Good, then we shall issue a warrant for their capture. As long as he remains in the Tsangming Sea, my Dongfang family shall ensure he pays the price. The other nascent soul cultivators' gazes also turned cold as they nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the elder of the Dongfang family addressed the foundation-building cultivator, who lay slumped on the ground, his eyes vacant. Junior, you may come to the Dongfang family later. We shall provide you with compensation. Upon hearing this, the foundation-building cultivator trembled, forcing a pained smile. Thank you, senior. The elder of the Dongfang family spoke slowly. Let us proceed to the secret realm to assess the situation. You return to the family and record the appearances of those 3 cultivators. Issue the warrant immediately. Dongfang Yi nodded solemnly. Understood. Dongfang Yi transformed into a beam of light, soaring towards the direction of the Dongfang family. Meanwhile, the elder and the other cultivators flew towards the secret realm. On the plaza, the scattered cultivators who had survived the ordeal remained. The golden core cultivators and those not apprehended gazed at the foundation-building cultivator on the ground, their eyes reflecting a hint of sympathy. Although the elder of the Dongfang family had stated he could seek compensation from them, who would dare to claim it? To do so would imply that the Dongfang family had erred. How could the Dongfang family possibly be in the wrong? If this foundation-building cultivator truly sought compensation, he would likely meet a grim fate. The foundation-building cultivator understood this reality as well. His expression was one of dazed numbness as he slowly rose and walked towards the exit, appearing as if his heart had turned to ashes. On the boundless sea, a colossal ship drifted upon the surface, where Lu Xian and his companions stood on the deck. Lu Xian tossed mid-grade spirit stones into the orifice of the ship's driving mechanism. The colossal vessel shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, racing towards the distant horizon, away from the abyssal island. Chapter 284. The 8th transformation of the Xian Huang body. Lu Xian expanded his divine sense, enveloping a radius of over 1,000 kilometers. He did not detect any pursuers from the Dongfang family. Lu Xian exhaled a sigh of relief, a faint smile gracing his lips. They should have escaped. The serious expressions of Nangong Yu and Su Su relaxed immediately. The pressure of being pursued by an entire nascent soul family was indeed overwhelming. They had just employed 2 10,000-ly talismans in succession, traversing tens of thousands of kilometers before daring to halt. Su Su patted her robust chest, a hint of lingering fear in her voice. That was too exhilarating. After this ordeal, I will need to rest in the sect for a while. It is my first time crossing paths with an entire nascent soul family. Her heart had nearly stopped during the encounter. Nangong Yu nodded in agreement, her expression mirroring Su Su's sentiments. Lu Xian, what shall we do next? Lu Xian pondered for a moment before responding. Let us first digest these gains. The Dongfang family will certainly not let this matter rest easily. I need to elevate my strength, or I may face danger at any moment. Su Su reminded, besides the Dongfang family, there is also the Black Shark Alliance. They possess 2 nascent soul cultivators as well. Lu Xian slapped his forehead. I almost forgot about them. He found it hard to believe. We have only just entered the Tsangming Sea, and we have already offended 2 nascent soul powers? Su Su and Nangong Yu exchanged glances, their expressions peculiar. Nangong Yu spoke. We were previously concerned about the potential presence of nascent soul cultivators from the Xian Mist Sword sect and the Iron Garment sect. Now we have already entangled ourselves with so many nascent soul cultivators. I wonder what our master will think upon learning of this. Su Su wore an expression of peculiarity as she envisioned the countenance of Luo Qinghan upon discovering that they had directly provoked 2 powers at the nascent soul level. Indeed, it was likely that his expression would not be particularly pleasant. After contemplating for a moment, Su Su ultimately decided against voicing her thoughts, wishing to spare her master any unnecessary concern. Meanwhile, Lu Xian had never considered mentioning this matter either. With a nonchalant demeanor, he remarked, after all, our current strength has significantly improved compared to before. He then suggested, let us drift at sea for a while, as I intend to enter seclusion for some time. Both Su Su and Nangong Yu nodded in agreement. They subsequently entered the ship's cabin. This grand vessel was a pirate ship belonging to the Black Shark Gang, which Lu Xian had simply modified using his refining techniques, erasing its pirate characteristics. He also transformed the cabin's rooms into a more comfortable setting, completing all these alterations in under 10 days. Once finished, this Black Shark Gang pirate ship had become a mobile abode upon the sea. The trio planned to enter seclusion here for a time. On one hand, Lu Xian needed to focus on breaking through to the 9th turn of the mysterious yellow body. On the other hand, given the recent upheaval surrounding the Dongfang family, it was prudent to avoid the limelight for a while. As time passed, Lu Xian began his seclusion. He took out the demon core of the Panlong stone earthworm and began to absorb it, utilizing the energy from the earth veins contained within the demon core. Lu Xian's progression in the 9th turn of the mysterious yellow body accelerated remarkably. Within just over a month, he fully absorbed the earth vein energy, achieving a profound advancement in his 7th turn. Lu Xian could distinctly feel that at this moment, his physical strength far surpassed his previous state, qualifying him as a mid-nascent soul physical cultivator. However, he still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching the 8th turn. It must be said that the resources required for physical cultivation were indeed substantial. Lu Xian had consumed many top-tier body refining elixirs to reach this point, which were rare treasures that most cultivators would consider a stroke of luck to obtain even one. Yet, Lu Xian had consumed them like candies and had only managed to reach the 7th turn. Although he had completely absorbed the earth vein energy from the demon core, Lu Xian still possessed a large quantity of earth vein jade marrow and earth vein crystals. He continued his absorption. Time slipped away, and 2 more months passed. As Lu Xian absorbed more than half of the earth vein jade marrow, a thunderous sound resonated within his body. He distinctly felt an invisible force surging forth from within him, akin to a volcanic eruption. Lu Xian could clearly sense his physical strength skyrocketing at an unprecedented pace. When the enhancement of his physique concluded, Lu Xian successfully broke through to the 8th turn. A smile spread across Lu Xian's lips, and a spark of excitement illuminated his face. With his current physical strength, even though he had not yet reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, he was not far from it. He still had some earth vein jade marrow and earth vein crystals remaining, prompting Lu Xian to continue his absorption and cultivation. After another 2 months, he had completely absorbed all the earth vein jade marrow in his possession. His 9th turn of the mysterious yellow body had stabilized at the 8th turn, with a certain degree of enhancement achieved. However, at this level, the difficulty of further advancement was exceedingly high. Lu Xian felt that he would require at least a dozen demon cores like the Panlong stone earthworm to progress to the 9th turn. Lu Xian then attempted to absorb the earth vein crystals. He discovered that with his current physical strength, the enhancement provided by the earth vein crystals was minimal. Even if he absorbed all the earth vein crystals, the improvement would not be substantial. He shook his head, deciding against further absorption. It would be a waste of time, not to mention resources. He planned to hand over these earth vein crystals to Nangongyu for her cultivation, considering she also practiced the 9th turn of the mysterious yellow body. As for himself, Lu Xian intended to utilize this time to complete the refinement of all the golden edge heavy yuan swords and simultaneously take stock of the materials to see if he could forge a Xiantian treasure using the materials from the Panlong stone earthworm. Coincidentally, Lu Xian possessed the forging blueprint for the Xiantian treasure, which he had derived from the treasure forging blueprints within the sect. By making slight modifications according to the attributes of the materials, he believed he could succeed without issue. The only challenge was that Lu Xian currently had only a handful of 4th-grade materials, making it unrealistic to forge a top-tier Xiantian treasure with them. His hope was to create at least a low or mid-grade treasure. Even a low-grade Xiantian treasure would far surpass that of a top-tier one, as Xiantian treasures could invoke a trace of the laws of heaven and earth. With a deep exhale, Lu Xian rose to conclude his seclusion. As he stepped out of the cultivation chamber, he spotted Su seated in the common area, drinking heartily. Due to Lu Xian's modifications, the entire cabin had been transformed into a large cave dwelling, featuring 5 cultivation rooms, 3 bedrooms, as well as alchemy and refining rooms. Naturally, the common area was shared. Therefore, Lu Xian was not surprised to see Su. What astonished him was that she was not cultivating at this time. "Senior Sister Su, why aren't you cultivating?" Lu Xian inquired, a hint of confusion in his tone. Su jolted slightly, nearly dropping her wine gourd. She turned to Lu Xian, exclaiming, "Junior brother? How come you're out?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Su had been contemplating matters concerning Lu Xian and was caught off guard by his unexpected emergence. After a lengthy period of introspection, coupled with Nangongyu's assistance, Su had finally grasped the basics of the divine connection technique. Yet, now that she had entered this new realm, she was bewildered. How had she even come to the decision to practice such a technique? Was it truly intended for use with her junior brother? And if not, what was the purpose of her training? Nangongyu had subtly encouraged her to act swiftly, leaving Su feeling lost. How was she supposed to take action? Fortunately, her junior brother was currently in seclusion. Otherwise, Su might have suspected that Nangongyu would have directly pushed her into her junior brother's bed. Because her junior brother was in seclusion and seeing no opportunity, Nangongyu had also retreated into her own cultivation. Su had initially intended to enter seclusion herself, but the matter of the divine connection technique left her in a state of inner turmoil. She found it difficult to settle her mind enough to cultivate. Thus, she had come to the common area to drink away her sorrows. Little did she expect that after only a few days of drinking, her junior brother would emerge from seclusion. Upon noticing Su's silence and her ever-changing expression, Lu Xian grew more puzzled. "Senior sister, are you all right?" Su, upon hearing his words, snapped back to reality and quickly replied, I'm fine. Lu Xian inquired again, "Why aren't you cultivating, senior sister?" The path of cultivation requires diligent effort. Otherwise, time will slip away, and the future could become troublesome. Hearing Lu Xian's words, Su couldn't help but chuckle. I am the senior sister. How is it that you, as the junior brother, are lecturing me? She tossed a bottle of spirit wine to Xuan. He caught it and settled onto a chair beside her, smiling as he said, I simply do not wish to see you withering away, your lifespan spent. Though immortality aligns with the heavenly path and treats all beings as mere fodder, cultivators are still human. I do not wish for my friends and family to leave this world one day. Upon hearing this, Su was momentarily taken aback. Propping herself on one arm, she gazed at Xuan, her eyes shimmering like water. Junior brother, may I pose a question to you? Xuan was taken aback and smiled, saying, Please, senior sister. Go ahead. Su, with a cheerful grin, asked, Do you think I am suitable to be a Dao partner? Xuan's expression grew peculiar as he pondered for a moment before replying. Senior sister, you are as beautiful as a celestial being, extraordinarily gifted, possessing the legacy of the sword immortal, and you are adept at brewing spiritual wine. Though your temperament may be a tad unconventional, it is hardly a significant flaw. You are indeed suitable to be a Dao partner. A deeper blush graced Su's cheeks. She then took a hearty gulp of wine and, with a determined bite of her lip, continued, By the way, junior brother, Sister Nangong has previously initiated me into the method of divine communion. Upon hearing this, Xuan's eyes brightened. He had been somewhat perplexed by the odd question from senior sister. As someone with 2 Dao partners and possessing the dual cultivation technique of the heavenly level, he considered himself rather lecherous. He certainly had an admiration for senior sister, and he would not deny his feelings. Did Su's words imply that she was contemplating dual cultivation? Clearing his throat, Xuan adopted a serious demeanor and inquired, Does senior sister wish to practice the method of divine communion? Su took a deep breath and nodded, yes. Then, with a hint of frustration, she added, I cannot compare to an anomaly like you, but in such a short time, even Xiaoyu has surpassed me significantly. I feel somewhat unwilling. Xuan struggled to suppress his laughter. With a righteous expression, he reassured her, Rest assured, senior sister, the method of divine communion is quite powerful, and you will surely progress rapidly. Su shot a disapproving glare at the pretentious Xuan. After so many years of acquaintance, she was well aware of her mischievous junior brother. It was only due to recent troubles that he had been earnest and secluded. In the past, he had always been gallivanting with the 2 junior sisters, a veritable lecher, and now, he was putting on an air of seriousness. However, Su refrained from voicing her thoughts. Though her nature was somewhat whimsical, she was still an innocent maiden and felt too embarrassed to speak of such matters. Merely mentioning the initiation into divine communion was already her limit. In truth, what astonished Su even more was Sister Nangong, whose continuous bold expressions left her deeply shocked. Reflecting on Sister Nangong's words, Su pushed those thoughts aside and shyly remarked, Then I shall trouble you, junior brother. However, Su bit her lip and slowly added, Junior brother, could we limit our experience to the method of divine communion for now? As for the other 2 methods, especially the physical union, I am not yet prepared. Xuan felt a peculiar sensation in his heart. Did senior sister not know that the method of divine communion was the most profound form of dual cultivation? Experiencing divine communion would surely prepare her for the other methods. Nevertheless, Xuan chose not to dwell on this and nodded, saying, Very well. Su took a deep breath. Having made her decision, she would not hesitate further. Let us go. Right now? Su intended to complete the matter before Sister Nangong emerged. Otherwise, she could only imagine the absurdities Sister Nangong might conjure. 10 days later, Su, watching Xuan leave, buried herself beneath the covers. Although she had initiated the method of divine communion, Su had yet to experience it. At the onset of dual cultivation, she realized that everything she had previously stated was merely a fade. How could she possibly endure? Gradually, Su also began to comprehend why Sister Nangong had insisted on drawing her into this predicament. Indeed, it was somewhat overwhelming. Feeling fatigued, Su longed for a good night's sleep. Meanwhile, after leaving the room, Xuan returned to the cultivation chamber. It must be acknowledged that as a golden core cultivator, senior sister Su's essence significantly enhanced Xuan's cultivation. At that moment, Xuan's cultivation had progressed considerably. However, he was still quite distant from reaching the pinnacle of the golden core stage. At this rate, it would likely take several more years to achieve complete perfection. Nevertheless, before breaking through to the nascent soul stage, Xuan knew he must first refine his life-bound treasure. Preparing the life-bound treasure after reaching the nascent soul stage would pose considerably greater challenges due to his level of cultivation. Taking a deep breath, Xuan began to forge the golden edge heavy yuan sword. He spent just over 3 months completing the refinement of the remaining 10 golden edge heavy yuan swords. Subsequently, he took out the rock armor and primary tendons of the Panlong stoneworm, along with some third-tier heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Contemplating the materials, He momentarily set the primary tendons aside, selecting some third-tier heavenly materials and the Panlong Stoneworm's rock armor to commence the forging process. The crafting of the Xiantian treasures was extremely challenging. Lu Xian devoted all the accumulated 9-colored radiance to deducing the refinement method of the Xiantian treasure, mastering it to perfection. Coupled with the Tai Su Xian Ming Calamity Flame, it took him over a year to complete the final step of the refinement. As the last inscription was etched, a deep dragon's roar resounded. A pillar of dark golden light surged skyward from the cabin, causing dark clouds to gather in the sky. In that instant, the world seemed to become heavier. The birth of the Xiantian treasure could even alter the heavens. Before Lu Xian floated the Xiantian treasure, a pair of gauntlets. The gauntlets were entirely dark golden, exuding an ancient and weighty aura, with dragon patterns faintly visible on the armor plates. Lu Xian reached out and grasped the gauntlets, feeling a profound weight in his wrists. Though small, these gauntlets were as heavy as a mountain. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Lu Xian closed his eyes and began to refine this Xiantian treasure. Within the Xiantian treasure lay a trace of sentience, exuding a breath akin to that of a living being. As Lu Xian was the forger of the Xiantian treasure, his consciousness penetrated the gauntlets, and the sentience immediately began to assist him in the refinement. In a mere month, Lu Xian completed the process. After the refinement, the gauntlets felt weightless in his grasp. He donned the gauntlets, and with a thought, dark golden light enveloped him, transforming into a complete set of dark golden armor. The helm of the armor was fashioned in the shape of a dragon's head. The shoulder plates resembled a coiled dragon, and the joints were infused with azure golden earth vein energy. The instant Lu Xian donned the armor, he radiated an overwhelming aura akin to the grandeur of the earth itself. Even their massive ship sank slightly under this pressure. Beneath the helm, Lu Xian's lips curled into a smile. The mid-grade Xiantian treasure had been successfully forged, as it was crafted from the rock armor of the Panlong Stoneworm. Lu Xian named it the Panlong armor. As a mid-grade Xiantian treasure, its capabilities were immensely formidable. For instance, activating the dragon patterns on the armor could instantaneously conjure a formidable Xuanwu heavy barrier, exhibiting incredible defensive capabilities. Coupled with Lu Xian's own Xianhuang battle armor, he felt confident in withstanding a full-force strike from a peak nascent soul cultivator. Moreover, the Panlong armor inherited the ability to manipulate the earth vein energy of the Panlong Stoneworm. Combined with Lu Xian's own resonance with the earth veins, he could significantly mitigate the threats posed by earth-type spells, even directly diminishing their potency. Furthermore, Lu Xian could exert slight control over the surrounding earthen environment. The recovery ability of his earth vein resonance had been further enhanced. Additionally, Lu Xian gained a form of earth escape ability akin to that of the Panlong Stoneworm, though it was still somewhat inferior to the original creature. However, compared to ordinary earth escape techniques, it was vastly superior. In addition to this, the Xiantian treasure also harbors a remarkably potent offensive technique. By channeling the vitality of one's physical body and resonating with the essence of the earth's veins, one can concentrate this power into a singular point, unleashing a formidable strike. This bears some resemblance to the techniques employed by body cultivators. And coupled with Lu Xian's own mastery of body refinement, he feels confident that even a peak nascent soul cultivator would find it challenging to withstand such an onslaught. It can be said that with the possession of the Xiantian treasure, Lu Xian has completely gained the capability to confront peak nascent soul cultivators head-on, and may even have the potential to subdue them. Chapter 286, the Qingdi Longevity Scripture, the Azure Wave Sea. With the acquisition of the dragon armor, Lu Xian now possesses the means to safeguard himself against peak nascent soul cultivators. However, this level of strength still feels somewhat inadequate for Lu Xian at present. After all, he has attracted numerous enemies in the Tsangming Sea, all of whom are nascent soul cultivators. If there were only 1 or 2, it would be manageable, but with more than 10, he would still be outmatched. Even if Lu Xian is not in danger, there are still Nan Gongyue and Su Su to consider. After some contemplation, Lu Xian resolves to utilize the remaining heavenly materials and earthly treasures to concoct puppets. The mystical puppet secret tome significantly enhances Lu Xian's combat prowess. Each puppet can be utilized to execute Lu Xian's techniques and spells. He currently possesses a considerable array of heavenly tier techniques, including the 9 heavens splitting light sword technique, the Qingdi Longevity Scripture, the 9 transformations of the Xian yellow body, the extreme ice Xianming sword technique, and the Taishu Xianming calamity flame. The Qingdi Longevity Scripture, a low-grade heavenly tier technique cultivated by Yi Zhiyan, was fully comprehended by Lu Xian when he assisted her in grasping heavenly tier techniques. However, the continued progression of heavenly tier techniques leads to the emergence of methods beyond heavenly tier, which demand an extraordinary amount of 9-colored radiance. Hence, Lu Xian has refrained from further refinement. Lu Xian himself employs the 9 transformations of the Xian yellow body, while the 4 other puppets can execute the remaining 3 techniques. Previously, he possessed only 2 puppets, but he can create 2 more and, using the materials at hand, enhance the original 2 puppets. Without hesitation, Lu Xian retrieves the 3rd-tier materials purchased from various cities and commences the crafting process. The creation of puppets is quite intricate, significantly more challenging than forging treasures. Nonetheless, Lu Xian's mastery of the mystical puppet secret tome, a pinnacle heavenly tier technique, provides him with exquisite manufacturing techniques. The highest level of puppets he could create might even reach the peak of the transformation god stage. However, without such advanced materials, using 3rd-tier materials, Lu Xian could at best forge puppets at the peak of the golden core stage. As time elapsed, half a year swiftly passed. Lu Xian completed the fabrication of the 2 golden core peak puppets and also improved the other 2 to the same level. Gazing at the 4 puppets before him, Lu Xian hesitated for a moment, ultimately deciding to enhance them to the nascent soul stage using the 9-colored radiance he possessed. The operation of the puppets is contingent upon Lu Xian's own spiritual consciousness strength, thanks to the spiritual pills and heavenly materials he consumed earlier. Coupled with the refining section of the mystical puppet secret tome and the spiritual connection techniques of the Xuanji Yinyang covenant, Lu Xian's spiritual consciousness strength has reached the early stage of the nascent soul. This implies that even puppets at the early nascent soul stage can be perfectly controlled by Lu Xian. By augmenting these 4 puppets to the nascent soul stage and combining them with the mystical spirit seal, Lu Xian effectively possesses 4 combat avatars at the early nascent soul stage. These avatars can completely utilize Lu Xian's techniques. The power they wield by executing fully realized heavenly tier techniques and spells at the early nascent soul stage is formidable. It is conceivable that they could even eliminate mid-nascent soul cultivators single-handedly. Furthermore, they could collaborate with Lu Xian to besiege peak nascent soul cultivators, significantly enhancing Lu Xian's overall strength. After this period of seclusion, the accumulation of 9-colored radiance in Lu Xian's possession reached approximately 600 strands. He utilized 150 strands for each puppet. Ultimately, all 4 puppets were elevated to the late nascent soul level. This exceeded Lu Xian's initial expectations. He had anticipated merely achieving the mid-nascent soul stage. However, given Lu Xian's current level of spiritual consciousness, he is unable to fully unleash the complete power of the late nascent soul puppets, only managing to exhibit the capabilities of the early nascent soul stage. Further enhancement of his spiritual consciousness is required. However, such enhancement must come gradually, and there is little Lu Xian can do about it. Once all these tasks were completed, Lu Xian took a deep breath, stored away the 4 puppets, and concluded his seclusion. With the current array of cards up his sleeve, he felt sufficiently prepared to confront the potential dangers that lay ahead. It was now time to venture deeper into the Cangming Sea and investigate the Azure Wave Islands in hopes of acquiring the Azure Wave spiritual water. Upon exiting the cultivation chamber, Lu Xian found the hall devoid of any presence. Both Su Su and Nan Gonyue were engrossed in their own seclusion. Not wishing to disturb them, Lu Xian proceeded directly to the deck and began maneuvering the colossal ship, altering its course. On his journey, Lu Xian had already familiarized himself with the region housing the Azure Wave Islands, so he simply steered in that direction. Between the outer sea and the inner sea of the Cangming Sea lies a tempestuous wall of storms. The fierce gales and thunderous tempests in this area pose a significant challenge, even for golden core cultivators, who find it difficult to withstand such peril for extended periods. Therefore, to traverse from the outer sea to the inner sea, one must either possess a sturdy vessel or possess strength at the nascent soul stage. For Lu Xian, neither of these posed a problem. As he approached the storm wall, Lu Xian beheld the sky shrouded in darkness, thick clouds obscuring the sun entirely. These ominous clouds stretched far into the distance, beneath which storms raged and thunder roared, exuding a potent aura of destruction. The surface of the sea was equally tumultuous, with deep whirlpools appearing everywhere. Guiding the colossal ship, Lu Xian advanced toward this seemingly apocalyptic landscape. The storm wall spanned less than 10,000 miles. Yet due to its extreme danger, many golden core cultivators dared not venture through. As the massive ship entered the storm wall, bolts of lightning struck it almost instantaneously. Lu Xian remained composed. With a mere thought, he donned the dragon armor. A formidable and heavy aura emanated, as the earthy yellow Xuanwu heavy shield enveloped the entire ship. In an instant, the ship stabilized, as if anchored on solid ground, and even the previously raging waves around it calmed to tranquility. By employing the 8 transformations of the Xian yellow body to activate the dragon armor, Lu Xian wielded the strength of a peak nascent soul cultivator. Not even natural disasters would dare approach one of such might. Lu Xian's spiritual consciousness expanded, allowing him to sense the enormous sea beasts swimming beneath the surface of the surrounding waters, seemingly in search of prey. Yet upon sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from the ship, they scattered in fright, fleeing into the distance. The colossal ship navigated smoothly through the storm wall. As it emerged from the ominous cloud cover, the sky once again brightened, revealing a serene sea stretching before him, its azure hue contrasting starkly with the perilous surges of the outer sea. This was the Azure Wave Sea. Lu Xian surveyed his surroundings, using the sun to determine direction, and set his course toward the Azure Wave Islands. After a swift journey of half a day, he found himself nearing the islands. It was at this moment that a sudden rumble echoed from afar. Turning to look, Lu Xian beheld a spectacle of swirling Xian light and towering waves. To his astonishment, he sensed an aura emanating from that direction, unmistakably of the nascent soul stage. Although it was merely the aura fluctuations of a nascent soul in its early stage, it still evoked astonishment. One must understand that even within the inner regions of the Sangming Sea, nascent soul cultivators are exceedingly rare. In the Xianling realm, without the emergence of divine transformation, a nascent soul represents the pinnacle of power. To his surprise, he happened upon two nascent soul practitioners embroiled in battle. Lu Xian, however, was uninterested in witnessing the spectacle, steering his massive vessel onward. Yet, to his chagrin, it appeared that the two battling nascent soul practitioners were advancing toward his ship. Lu Xian's expression darkened. He had no intention of becoming embroiled in their conflict, yet they were approaching him nonetheless. Chapter 287, Elder of the Baibo Mansion. The speed of the colossal ship was limited, as it did not possess the ability to traverse the skies like Lu Xian himself. He was reluctant to stow away the ship over such a trivial matter. Thus, Lu Xian could only await the approach of the two nascent soul practitioners. However, as they drew closer, Lu Xian discerned that the situation was not as he had anticipated. One of the practitioners was suffused with demonic energy, clearly not a human cultivator. Besides the demonic aura, Lu Xian also sensed a hint of draconic energy emanating from him. The other practitioner, a young man clad in a blue robe, presented a stark contrast. They were unleashing their true powers in a fierce contest, each spell cast with no mercy. Both wielded water elemental spiritual roots, while the young man also exhibited traces of wood elemental roots. A dual elemental root cultivator reaching the nascent soul stage was indicative of formidable celestial fortune. The creature infused with demonic and draconic energies had assumed a humanoid form, manifesting as a tall and muscular man. His spells, though not as intricate as those of the young practitioner, showcased a formidable blend of physical and magical prowess. Both sides exhibited unique strengths, unable to gain the upper hand. They continued their fierce clash upon the surface of the sea. Unbeknownst to them, they had drawn near to the colossal ship. The young practitioner, sensing the presence of the ship, furrowed his brow and commanded, "Long Ming, let us continue our duel elsewhere." Long Ming also sensed the ship, sneering dismissively. "That is a human cultivator. He is of no concern to me, a member of the Sangming Jiao clan. I care not for his fate." In the midst of their exchange, an overwhelming and terrifying aura emanated from the direction of the ship. The weighty force, akin to the might of the earth, bore down upon them like a mountain, causing a sense of oppression in their chests and rendering their faces pale. The young practitioner's eyes widened in shock as he gazed toward the ship, late-stage nascent soul. Long Ming's expression shifted to one of caution, retreating a significant distance to avoid provoking the late-stage nascent soul cultivator. After all, the words he had just spoken were likely not well received. A stream of yellowish golden light shot forth from the ship, approaching the two combatants. Upon seeing the newcomer, both the young practitioner and Long Ming were momentarily taken aback, their eyes soon reflecting astonishment. The individual was extraordinarily youthful. While nascent soul cultivators often appeared young, they typically bore the marks of age. Yet this cultivator exhibited none of those signs, seemingly not exceeding a century in age. A nascent soul practitioner under 100 years? However, it quickly became apparent to both that this practitioner's cultivation level was likely only at the late stage of the golden core. His aura reached that of the late-stage nascent soul due to his mastery of physical cultivation. A late-stage golden core cultivator under 100 years, with physical cultivation that had reached the nascent soul stage? What manner of monster was this? The young man and Long Ming hailed from the esteemed Baibo Mansion and the Sangming Jiao clan, respectively, both having reached the nascent soul stage after nearly 3 centuries of cultivation. Their accomplishments were revered by countless cultivators throughout the Sangming Sea. Yet, in comparison to this under a century-old practitioner who had already attained the late stage of nascent soul in physical cultivation, the disparity was staggering. As they appraised Lu Xian, he too scrutinized them in return. With a calm demeanor, he spoke, "Fellow cultivators, this is my vessel. If you wish to engage in combat, I kindly ask that you do so at a distance. Both the practitioner and the demon, appearing relatively youthful themselves, clearly possessed formidable backing, prompting Xian to refrain from inciting enmity. Should their affiliations trace back to divine transformation level powers, it would spell considerable trouble for him. Even if they were merely at the nascent soul level, it would still pose a headache, especially as he had already made enemies of two such factions. Upon hearing Xian's words, Long Ming felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful that there was no immediate confrontation. Otherwise, he might have been forced to resort to desperate measures to escape. He turned to the young man, speaking coldly, Xianyang, let us move aside to continue our duel. Dare to claim the 1,000-year-old Xiang flower from my domain, and I shall ensure you pay dearly. Once I capture you, Bai Bo Mansion will have to come to collect their own. Xianyang maintained a placid expression. Are you afraid of me? At that moment, Xian's heart sank upon hearing Long Ming's words. Bai Bo Mansion, he interjected. Both individuals paused, turning their attention to him. What is it, fellow cultivator? Xianyang's demeanor shifted to one of uncertainty. Did he intend to seek recompense for the disturbance to his cultivation? Xian gazed at Xianyang and inquired. Are you a cultivator of the Bai Bo Mansion? Xianyang's heart raced with apprehension. Why did this cultivator wish to know his affiliation with Bai Bo Mansion? Was there enmity, or perhaps a debt owed? Uncertain of the situation, he nodded. Indeed, I am Xianyang, a newly appointed elder of Bai Bo Mansion. So, he was indeed affiliated with Bai Bo Mansion. The Bai Bo spirit water he sought was only available through them. Xian had been planning a visit to Bai Bo Mansion, but to encounter a nascent soul practitioner directly was truly fortuitous. Xian contemplated that perhaps this was due to his own fortunate circumstances, given his remarkable luck. Turning to Long Ming, he stated, fellow cultivator, I wish to protect him. You may take your leave. Upon hearing this, Long Ming's expression darkened, while Xianyang was momentarily taken aback before a glimmer of joy illuminated his features. It seems this extraordinary fellow cultivator bears goodwill toward Bai Bo Mansion, he exclaimed gratefully. Long Ming, however, wore a grim countenance and replied slowly, fellow cultivator, Xianyang has appropriated my belongings. You intend to shield him? Xian maintained his calm demeanor. You may confront him again another day. For now, it is not permissible in my presence. Long Ming's expression soured, fluctuating between emotions. Eventually, he took a deep breath and shot a piercing glare at Xianyang. Xianyang, you shall not have such fortune next time. Faced with this late-stage nascent soul prodigy, he realized he could do little to Xianyang. Resigned to his misfortune, Long Ming let out a low growl, transforming into a blue dragon, and soared into the distance. As Long Ming departed, Xianyang clasped his hands in gratitude towards Xian, smiling, thank you, fellow cultivator. May I inquire what connection you have with Bai Bo Mansion that prompted your assistance? Xian chuckled lightly. I wish to propose a transaction. Xianyang was taken aback by these words, but soon understood Xian's intent to assist him. He adopted a serious demeanor. What does the fellow cultivator wish to trade? With a slight smile, Xian replied, Bai Bo Mansion possesses Bai Bo spirit water. Does it not? I require some for crafting artifacts. As an elder of Bai Bo Mansion, you should have access to it, yes? After all, Bai Bo spirit water was merely a third-tier heavenly material. Although rare, it should not be deemed particularly precious in value. Xian believed that an elder from the Bai Bo Mansion at the nascent soul stage would undoubtedly possess such heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Upon hearing this, Xianyang couldn't help but let out a bitter smile and said, my friend, I must admit that I do not have the Bai Bo spiritual water. Xian frowned slightly. Noticing his expression, Xianyang hastily added, however, rest assured, I can return to the sect in exchange for it using contribution points. There is still a stock of Bai Bo spiritual water within the sect. I shall retrieve it, and then we can trade. Xian's mood instantly brightened. He smiled and replied, no problem, what do you require? I can assist you in refining elixirs or crafting magical artifacts, whichever you prefer. Xianyang was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Xian. My friend, how old are you this year? To have already reached the late stage of the nascent soul at such a young age, and yet still have time to delve into the arts of alchemy and artifact forging? Xian glanced at him calmly and replied, is there still a need to study alchemy and artifact forging? Isn't it something one can master with just a glance? Xianyang. Chapter 288, Trade, Bai Bo Mansion. Xian's words left Xianyang utterly bewildered. What does it mean that alchemy and artifact forging still require study? What does it mean that one could master it with just a glance? Is he for real? To be frank, if it were a normal person making such claims, Xianyang would consider them pretentious. However, Xian was clearly no ordinary individual. How could someone elevate their physical cultivation to the late stage of the nascent soul before turning 100 possibly be normal? Could it be that he is indeed a prodigy of such extraordinary caliber? Having lived for over 200 years, Xianyang had never encountered such a remarkable being. Seeing him lost in thought, Lu Xian smiled and inquired, "What is the matter? Is there an issue?" Xianyang snapped back to reality, offering a dry laugh as he shook his head. No. By the way, what level of magical artifacts and elixirs can you refine?" Lu Xian pondered for a moment. "I can refine various elixirs of the Golden Core stage, including around 10 types of top-tier third-grade elixirs, among which are several body-refining elixirs. These top-tier third-grade body-refining elixirs should still be quite beneficial for you. As for magical artifacts, I can craft top-tier ones, provided you supply the materials." Although Lu Xian was capable of forging Xiantian artifacts, they were exceedingly precious. Even among strong nascent soul cultivators, few could utilize Xiantian artifacts. Thus, stating he could forge such artifacts would undoubtedly draw attention. Xianyang listened, his breath quickening. Over 10 types of top-tier third-grade elixirs and top-tier magical artifacts? Initially, I thought that although you possessed knowledge of alchemy and artifact forging, there would still be a gap compared to those masters. However, it appears you are indeed a master-level alchemist and craftsman. Is there truly someone so powerful? Xianyang's current magical artifact was merely of the upper grade. Top-tier artifacts were exceedingly rare. As for Xiantian artifacts, he had not even dared to consider them as something within his reach. Thus, without further hesitation, he promptly stated, "My friend, I require a top-tier water-type magical artifact. Can you forge it?" Lu Xian nodded. "No problem. As long as you provide the materials, I can craft it." Xianyang's face broke into a smile. He nodded and said, "If you don't mind, let us proceed to the Bai Bo Islands together. Once I have exchanged for the Bai Bo spiritual water, we can conduct our trade." Lu Xian agreed. "No problem. Since we are here, it would be nice to see the Bai Bo Islands. As a sect of the transformation stage, the Bai Bo Islands should be quite extraordinary. Akin to the Danding sect." Lu Xian suggested, "You go ahead, I will follow behind." Xianyang opened his mouth, initially expecting an invitation to board the grand ship together. However, Lu Xian made no such invitation, leaving him feeling somewhat awkward. He could only nod begrudgingly. Upon returning to the grand ship, Lu Xian entered the cabin and found Nan Gongyu and Su Su in the hall. The two were gazing out of the windows at the scenery beyond. Lu Xian smiled. "Have you finished your meditation?" Nan Gongyu shook her head. "I was startled awake just now by some sort of commotion." Su Su nodded in agreement, her tone slightly disgruntled. "Me too. I was just a step away from achieving great success in my cultivation. Due to the constraints of her inherited Heavenly Dao oath, Su Su was unable to teach Lu Xian the sword immortal techniques, leaving her to comprehend them on her own. Nevertheless, during their dual cultivation, Lu Xian had shared insights from various heavenly grade techniques with Su Su. With such a wealth of complete insights, Su Su was able to draw parallels and apply them to her own heavenly grade techniques. Consequently, in just over a year, her progress had surged from minor success to mastery, with great success merely a step away. At this rate, Su Su believed she could achieve complete mastery of her techniques within 5 years. Furthermore, in terms of cultivation, she could utilize the middle-grade Heavenly Ice and Nether Sword Classic for her training. The rapid cultivation speed of the complete realm of the Heavenly Ice and Nether Sword Classic would not hinder her progress at all. Thus, Su Su no longer had to worry about falling behind her peers. Unbeknownst to her, Nan Gongyu raised an eyebrow. Glancing at Su Su with a gleam in her eye, "Sister Su Su, your advancement in cultivation is quite astonishing. To be nearing great success so quickly? What is the reason behind this?" Su Su was taken aback. She had not disclosed her dual cultivation with Lu Xian to Nan Gongyu, fearing that she would suddenly reveal something shocking. However, Su Su also realized that it was only a matter of time before Nan Gongyu discovered it. But how long could she delay? She was completely unprepared for her secret to be uncovered at this moment. As Su Su pondered over what excuse to craft, Nan Gongyu's eyes sparkled as she suddenly embraced Lu Xian, her gaze swirling with mischief as she smiled at him. "Lu Xian, has Sister Su Su already sought you for dual cultivation?" Su Su's eyes widened in shock as she quickly interjected, "That is not true." Lu Xian glanced at Su Su, a playful grin spreading across his face. "Indeed, it is true." Su Su instantly stiffened, her demeanor deflated as if life had lost its meaning. Previously, while following Nan Gongyu to learn about the divine exchange technique, she had insisted that she might not necessarily cultivate with Lu Xian. Yet, only a short while later, she had slapped herself in the face. Nan Gongyu would surely find this hilarious. Meanwhile, Nan Gongyu's eyes gleamed with excitement, her expression brightening. Finally, she had a comrade. However, she had no intention of immediately probing the differences between Sister Su Su and Yin Yin. Curiously, she asked, "Who was that cultivator outside just now? What were you discussing, Lu Xian?" Lu Xian chuckled. "We were fortunate this time. Upon entering the Bai Bo Sea, I encountered an elder from the Bai Bo mansion at the nascent soul stage. I have already arranged a trade, and once we reach the Bai Bo Islands, He will directly trade the Baibo spiritual water with me. Upon hearing this, both Su Su and Nan Gongyu's eyes lit up with surprise. Really? That is wonderful. Once we acquire the Baibo spiritual water, we can return. Having spent 4 years in the Tsangming Sea. Although the Xian Mist Sword sect and the Iron Garment sect were currently quiet, there was still an underlying threat. A sense of worry lingered in their hearts. Lu Xian nodded in agreement. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he spoke. Upon our return, I shall confront the Iron Garment sect and the Xuanwu Sword sect to see if I can unearth the blood demon hall lurking behind them. If possible, I will eradicate them without hesitation. Although Lu Xian had yet to forge his own life-bound magical treasure, he possessed the Xiantian treasure, the Panlong armor. With the Panlong armor enhancing his abilities, Lu Xian's strength was sufficient to reach the peak of the nascent soul stage. He harbored no fear unless the blood demon hall was backed by a transformation god cultivator. If such a powerful entity were indeed behind them, they would hardly be so concerned about the Danding sect. Should the opportunity arise, Lu Xian intended to obliterate the blood demon hall entirely. This would grant him and the entire Hanyuan Sword sect a sense of security. The Baibo Islands were situated in the central region of the Inner Sea. After more than half a month, they finally arrived at the outskirts of the Baibo Islands. Upon sighting the islands, Lu Xian and his companions were taken aback. The entirety of the Baibo Islands comprised one large island and 12 smaller ones, totaling 13 islands. The main island, Baibo Island, was shaped like a whirlpool, with a vast cluster of palaces in its central area. These palaces were crafted from warm jade coral that had existed for millennia. The concentration of spiritual energy throughout the Baibo Islands was extraordinarily rich, casting a hazy glow and ethereal mist over the landscape. Together with the majestic palaces, the scene resembled a celestial dragon palace. At that moment, on the deck, Lu Xian, Nan Gongyu, and Su Su were present, accompanied by Xianyang. Xianyang smiled and said, "Friends, we have arrived at the Baibo Islands. Allow me to escort you to our sect." Chapter 289, The Baibo Spiritual Water Obtained. As a cultivator at the early nascent soul stage, Xianyang, while not exceptionally powerful within the esteemed Baibo mansion, was nonetheless considered a vital member of its ranks. His youth and exceptional talents further elevated his standing within the Baibo mansion. After entering the Baibo mansion, Xianyang promptly arranged for them to be accommodated in a guest courtyard. Once settled, he said, "Friends, I shall procure the refining materials for you, and then exchange for the Baibo spiritual water." Lu Xian nodded in acknowledgement. "Feel free, we shall await your return here." Xianyang smiled. "If you require anything, do not hesitate to seek the steward of this area. I have already given my instructions." With that, Xianyang hurriedly departed. 2 days later, while Lu Xian was immersed in his cultivation, he sensed Xianyang's presence and exited his chamber to the courtyard. A beam of rainbow light descended within the courtyard, and upon seeing Lu Xian, Xianyang exclaimed with excitement, "Friend, I have prepared both the materials and the Baibo spiritual water." Lu Xian's heart leaped with joy, and he replied with a smile, "Let me see what you have." Xianyang produced a collection of materials, including ores and beast materials, all exuding a rich aura of water element spiritual energy, making them excellent for crafting water-based treasures. Lu Xian was slightly astonished. "This seems to be more than necessary." Xianyang immediately reassured him, "No worries, I prepared extra just in case." Lu Xian nodded in understanding. Although he did not need the surplus materials, he would not refuse them, considering it a bonus for himself. He took the remaining materials. Next, Lu Xian's gaze shifted to another jade vial Xianyang had produced. The vial, no larger than a fist, prompted Lu Xian to raise an eyebrow. "Isn't the quantity of Baibo spiritual water a bit lacking?" Xianyang promptly replied, "Ah, my friend, you may not know that this vial possesses a large internal space. It contains about 20 units of Baibo spiritual water, which should be sufficient for your refining needs." 20 units? Lu Xian's eyes brightened. This exceeded his expectations, as he had anticipated only 10 units. He then smiled. "Rest assured, your exquisite treasure will be crafted with utmost care." Xianyang nodded. "I appreciate your efforts." Lu Xian gathered the materials and the Baibo spiritual water, stating, "Return in 2 months, and your treasure will be ready." Xianyang was taken aback, somewhat surprised. "So soon? Even our Baibo mansion's artisans typically require 4 to 5 months for refining high-grade treasures, given that crafting top-tier treasures is typically more challenging." He was astonished that Lu Xian could complete it in just 2 months. Lu Xian chuckled. "Have faith, I am not deceiving you." In truth, he only required 10 days to forge his treasures. However, to avoid drawing too much attention, he chose to extend the time frame to 2 months. Seeing Lu Xian's confidence, Xianyang ceased his musings, pondering that perhaps a master refiner differed from a regular craftsman. With that, Xianyang decided not to disturb Lu Xian further. He took his leave once more, while Lu Xian returned to his refining chamber to begin his work. In merely 10 days, he had successfully crafted the coveted top-tier treasure, the Xianming Heavy Water Pearl. This pearl, the size of a dragon's eye and a deep blue hue, had been acquired during his previous research into a refining technique. As a water-type treasure, its potency was intrinsically linked to water. It possessed 3 capabilities: heavy water, Xianming water lightning, and the ability to transform into water beasts. The heavy water provided both offensive and defensive advantages, while the Xianming water lightning and water beasts were purely offensive. This treasure would serve exceptionally well for cultivators at the early nascent soul stage, and even those at the mid to late stages, who had not acquired Xiantian treasures, would likely rely on treasures of this caliber. Upon completion of his crafting, Lu Xian dedicated the remaining time to forging water-type flying swords. He intended to utilize these swords to form the Xianming 3 absolute sword formation from the extreme ice Xianming sword cannon. However, deploying this formation required a total of 108 flying swords, necessitating a considerable quantity. Lu Xian chose to forge them now, as once he created his life-bound treasure, the Hunyuan Ding, he could easily throw both the previously forged Jinfeng Heavy Yuan sword and the flying swords into the Hunyuan Ding to nurture them into the 5 elements Hunyuan sword. This way, he would not need to forge all 108 flying swords. As time flowed, 2 months swiftly passed. Xianyang returned to the residence of Lu Xian and his companions, where Lu Xian awaited in the courtyard. This time, Nangong Yu and Su Su were also present. Xianyang clasped his hands in greeting. "Friend, how has the treasure forging progressed?" Lu Xian smiled. "I have fulfilled my promise." He tossed the Xianming Heavy Water Pearl to Xianyang. Xianyang caught it and inspected it closely, soon revealing a look of delight. "This treasure is indeed remarkable. Truly a top-tier artifact." He bowed to Lu Xian, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, my friend. With this Xianming Heavy Water Pearl, it will be as if I have gained wings." Lu Xian smiled slightly. "I am glad you are satisfied." More than satisfied. Xianyang believed that with the Xianming Heavy Water Pearl, his combat prowess would increase by nearly 20%. If he encountered Longming again, he would likely be able to suppress him. While Xianyang was lost in his aspirations, Lu Xian spoke. "Since you are pleased, we can consider this transaction complete." "Indeed, it is complete." Lu Xian then added, "It is time for us to depart." Xianyang was momentarily taken aback, then quickly asked, "You are leaving so soon? Will you not stay a while longer in the Baibo mansion? I can show you around the vicinity." Lu Xian smiled. "No need. I have other matters to attend to." Upon hearing these words, Xianyang felt a tinge of regret. He then spoke, "By the way, esteemed friend, your remarkable talent is truly impressive. I would like to extend an invitation for you to join my Baibo mansion as a guest elder. I assure you, Baibo mansion will not treat you unfairly." Lu Xian shook his head once more, replying, "Thank you for your kind offer, Xianyang. But I have already committed myself to a sect and shall not leave it." Xianyang, though somewhat disappointed, recognized that Lu Xian had made his stance clear, and thus refrained from pressing the matter further. At that moment, however, Lu Xian recalled something. "Ah yes, as Baibo Mansion is affiliated with the Huashan Immortal Sect, I would like to request your assistance in determining whether your sect possesses certain materials. If so, we could arrange a trade." Lu Xian was contemplating additional materials needed for the Hunyuan Ding. Given that Baibo Mansion was part of the Huashan Immortal Sect, it was plausible they might have other necessary materials for the Hunyuan Ding. If they did, Lu Xian could conveniently conduct a transaction with Xianyang. Upon hearing Lu Xian's request, Xianyang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he inquired, "What materials do you seek, esteemed friend? I will assist you in searching for them." The recent transaction involving the Xianming Heavy Water Pearl had greatly satisfied Xianyang, and he was filled with anticipation regarding another potential trade with Lu Xian. If they could indeed trade again, he could enlist Lu Xian's help in refining some exquisite magical treasures. With 3 or 4 top-tier magical artifacts in his possession, he would surely rank among the elite in the early stages of the nascent soul realm. The thought ignited a fervent passion within Xianyang's heart. Chapter 290, A Reunion with the Black Shark Group. Lu Xian reviewed the materials he still required and stated, "I am in need of 3 rare treasures, Huang Long Heavy Earth, Sanyang Jade, and Jiuhua Jade Dew. I wonder if you might have any of these." Xianyang paused, his expression turning somewhat peculiar as he remarked, "These 3 treasures are quite rare. Although they are merely of the 3rd tier, they are exceedingly difficult to procure and are valued no less than the Baibo spiritual water. Pray tell, what kind of magical artifact are you crafting that necessitates such precious materials?" Lu Xian simply smiled and refrained from answering. "If you can procure these 3 treasures, I shall forge 3 exquisite magical artifacts for you." Xianyang gasped, excitement flashing in his eyes. "I shall head to the sect's treasury at once to see if we possess these treasures." Lu Xian nodded in agreement. "Very well. Xianyang transformed into a streak of light and vanished. Nearby, Su took a swig of wine and remarked with a smile, "I thought we would be leaving. But it seems we will be staying a few more days after all." Nan Gongyu smiled softly. "If we can find the other 3 treasures here, staying a few extra days is certainly acceptable." After all, Lu Xian had previously mentioned that these treasures were quite challenging to locate, all absent from Sangzhou. Huanglong Heavy Earth and Sanyang Jade were found in Huangzhou, while Jiuhua Jade Du was located in Yunzhou, both regions quite distant. If they could find them at Baibo Mansion, they would save a significant amount of time. "Let us return to our cultivation," Lu Xian said, stretching lazily with a smile. Nan Gongyu's eyes brightened as she cheerfully embraced Su. Let us cultivate together." Su was taken aback, shivering slightly. She had come to fear Nan Gongyu's enthusiasm. This junior sister was too intense. Moreover, she seemed to lead her junior brother down a similarly exuberant path. Su felt her junior brother had been influenced by Nan Gongyu. "You two go ahead with your cultivation. I have matters to attend to, so I shall pass," Lu Xian said, a mischievous smile appearing on his face as he added, "What could be more important than cultivation? As cultivators, our pursuit of the Dao is our utmost priority." "Sister, your thinking seems a bit misguided. Allow us to correct it." Nan Gongyu nodded vigorously. "Indeed. It must be corrected." Su. A full half-month passed before Xianyang returned to the courtyard where Lu Xian and the others resided. He contacted Lu Xian via a sound transmission talisman, and Lu Xian awaited him eagerly. Upon Xianyang's arrival, Lu Xian noted the excitement on his face and felt a surge of joy. He promptly inquired, "Xianyang, do you have any leads?" Xianyang nodded repeatedly, as promised. "I scoured the sect's treasury and found both Huanglong Heavy Earth and Jiuhua Jade Du. Unfortunately, the Sanyang Jade, being of the fire attribute, is exceedingly difficult to obtain in the sea regions. You may need to search elsewhere." Lu Xian beamed with delight and replied, "Having secured 2 of the treasures is already a wonderful surprise. Thank you, Xianyang." Xianyang waved his hand dismissively and produced a jade box and a jade vial, offering them to Lu Xian. Inside the jade box lay a piece of yellow soil the size of a human head. Though it appeared modest, it was remarkably heavy, akin to a small mountain. The jade vial contained a special liquid that shimmered with a rainbow of colors, exuding a captivating allure. Indeed, these were the Huanglong Heavy Earth and Jiuhua Jade Du. Lu Xian accepted the 2 treasures with a grin and teased, "Are you not afraid I might take these and flee?" Xianyang laughed heartily. "With your talent and integrity, how could you possibly resort to such actions? I have faith in you." Lu Xian chuckled. "Now, let us see the materials you have. I will assist you in refining them." Xianyang promptly produced a collection of water attribute treasures and handed them to Lu Xian. Lu Xian took them and announced, "I shall have 2 exquisite magical artifacts ready for you in 4 months. Xianyang nodded vigorously. "No problem." After Xianyang departed, Lu Xian returned to the task of refining magical artifacts. In 20 days, he successfully crafted 2 water attribute exquisite artifacts. Considering he had previously crafted an offensive artifact for Xianyang, this time he created a defensive artifact and a control-type artifact, perfectly completing a set. 4 months later, Xianyang arrived once more at the courtyard, and upon seeing the 2 exquisite artifacts presented by Lu Xian, he was nearly moved to tears. How thoughtful. Offense, defense, control, everything was accounted for. With these 3 exquisite artifacts, his strength would see a substantial enhancement. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Xianyang was tempted to propose a brotherhood with Lu Xian. But the latter's firm rejection caused Xianyang to abandon the idea. Upon learning that Lu Xian intended to depart, Xianyang's expression reflected a sense of reluctance. "Lu Dao brother, allow me to see you off." Lu Xian waved his hand, saying, "There is no need. There is no space for you on the ship." Xianyang. His expression turned somewhat forlorn. After bidding farewell to Xianyang, Lu Xian and his companions boarded a massive ship and departed from Baibo Mansion. During this time, Lu Xian, in addition to refining exquisite artifacts, made improvements to the ship as well. It had now reached the level of an exquisite magical artifact. Unfortunately, Lu Xian's stock of 4th-tier treasures was insufficient. Otherwise, he could have upgraded the ship to the level of a Xian magical artifact. Although Lu Xian had accumulated some 9-colored radiance during this period, he felt it unwise to expend it on this endeavor. With the ship now at the level of an exquisite magical artifact, its speed had greatly increased. Within just a few days, they arrived at the storm wall. After departing from the storm wall, Lu Xian and his party swiftly made their way towards the direction of the Xianling continent. Considering they had incurred the ire of the Dongfang family and the Black Shark group, Lu Xian chose not to steer the ship towards the large islands near the Abyss City to avoid drawing the attention of the Dongfang cultivators. Although Lu Xian now possessed the combat strength of a peak nascent soul, the Dongfang family had numerous nascent soul cultivators, so it was prudent to exercise caution. He intended to return to the mainland first, waiting until he had successfully refined the primordial cauldron and nurtured 108 five-elements primordial swords before breaking through to the nascent soul stage, at which point he would seek out the Dongfang family for a discussion. Of course, another reason was the leyline energy of the Dragon Abyss Secret Realm. Xuan had not fully explored the Dragon Abyss Secret Realm during this visit. The next time he returned, with his enhanced strength, he could thoroughly investigate the entire realm. By then, with ample leyline energy, he should be able to elevate his 9 transformations mysterious yellow body to its complete state. Contemplating this, Xuan cast a glance towards the direction of Diyuan Island before retracting his gaze. Thanks to the extraordinary ship of supreme artifact grade, his return journey was considerably expedited. In a mere 3 months, the colossal vessel reached the waters near Qinyu Island, which had previously been the first stop of the Luo family's trading caravan. Xuan found himself somewhat inclined to visit Qinyu City, as it had been over 4 years, and he was curious if there were any new goods available. However, after some deliberation, he decided it would be wiser to proceed directly to the mainland. After all, he was not particularly lacking in various materials and treasures at the moment. If necessary, he could always visit Songming City to procure some supplements once he returned to Xinling mainland. With this thought in mind, Xuan resolved to return without further delay. At that moment, however, a fleet of over 10 ships appeared on the horizon. The design of these vessels was strikingly familiar to Xuan. Were these not the pirate ships of the Black Shark Brigade? His brows furrowed slightly in surprise. He anticipated encountering the Black Shark Brigade again. As he pondered this, he noticed the pirate ships were approaching his direction. Were they seeking him out? In the next instant, he sensed the presence of 2 nascent soul-level auras emanating from the Black Shark Brigade ships, bearing down upon his colossal vessel. One aura was from a mid-stage nascent soul, while the other belonged to a late-stage nascent soul. The malevolence radiating from them indicated that they were not here for a friendly exchange. Xuan narrowed his eyes slightly, a smile creeping across his face. He had not sought trouble with the Black Shark Brigade, yet it seemed they had come knocking at his door. Chapter 291, Annihilation. The destruction of the Black Shark Brigade. Emerging from the training room, Xuan encountered Nangongyu and Su Su rushing out from another chamber. Their expressions were grave, but upon seeing Xuan, they visibly relaxed. With Xuan present, they felt a sense of security. Nangongyu inquired, Xuan, it appears there are Black Shark Brigade pirate ships outside. Su Su expressed her skepticism. Could it be that the other 2 leaders of the Black Shark Brigade have come as well? Are they seeking revenge for Renji? Xuan chuckled and nodded. That seems to be the case. Su Su crossed her arms, a cold smile gracing her lips. They certainly didn't expect that you, Xuan, have already attained the 8 transformations mysterious yellow body. The 8 transformations mysterious yellow body is equivalent to the late stage of nascent soul, nearing its pinnacle. Coupled with the various trump cards in your possession, even the late-stage leader of the Black Shark Brigade might find it difficult to escape. A glint of coldness flashed in Nangongyu's eyes. We haven't sought them out for trouble, yet they have come to us first. It is only fitting that we deal with them. Xuan nodded, a similar glimmer of coldness manifesting in his gaze. He had long marked the Black Shark Brigade in his book of grudges. Initially, he had planned to wait until he refined his innate treasure and broke through to the nascent soul stage before returning to the Songming Sea to demand an explanation. However, it seemed there was no need to wait any longer. At that moment, the 3 of them sensed a multitude of presences swiftly surrounding them. Xuan smiled. Let us go outside. The trio exited the cabin and ascended to the deck. In the sky, dozens of cultivators had encircled their colossal vessel. Xuan's gaze swept across the scene, landing on 2 figures clad in black robes at the forefront, both of whom were at the nascent soul stage. One was a frail, white-haired elder in the late stage of nascent soul, while the other was a tall youth in the mid-stage. At that moment, all the cultivators were coldly staring at the giant ship. The frail elder's eyes scanned the 3, and Xuan distinctly sensed a flicker of greed in the elder's gaze when it landed on Su Su and Nangongyu. This heightened the chill in Xuan's eyes. The elder's voice was hoarse as he slowly spoke. You are the one who killed Renji and has provoked the Dongfang family, Xuan? Xuan leaped into the air, landing atop the colossal ship. He smiled slightly. Old man, why feign ignorance? A shadow crossed the elder's eyes, and he replied coldly. You killed Renji, leaving the Black Shark Brigade without a 3rd leader. Here's the deal. You release your divine soul, allowing me to plant a mark, and I will spare your life. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Xuan grinned, his smile tinged with a cold ferocity. No need for that. I was planning to slaughter you all. The frail elder, the cold youth, and the other golden core pirates from the Black Shark Brigade were momentarily stunned. Before they could respond, an overwhelming aura erupted from Xuan. This presence was vast and profound as the earth itself, relentless and stirring the surrounding waves. The elder's pupils constricted, and a look of gravity settled on his face. A late-stage body cultivator. The cold youth immediately retrieved his innate treasure, a black bell. The elder's expression turned serious. With a sneer, the elder said, "My friend, what of being a late-stage nascent soul? I am a late-stage nascent soul myself, and besides, there is the second leader as well. Do you think you can kill us?" Lu Xian chuckled. "Is that so?" With a mere thought. His dragon coiling armor radiated brilliant light, transforming into a complete suit of armor that enveloped Lu Xian. His aura, which had already approached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, now surged to its zenith, even among the strongest of that realm. Sensing Lu Xian's presence, the elder's complexion changed drastically. Without a moment's hesitation, he transformed into a streak of black light, fleeing into the distance. This sudden retreat caught Lu Xian off guard. Were they truly fleeing? How cowardly. Not only Lu Xian, but even the mid-stage second leader was momentarily taken aback before also morphing into a streak of light, fleeing into the distance. This left behind a group of golden core pirates, their faces pale, drenched in cold sweat, struggling to maintain their flight. With the two leaders fleeing, did that not mean they were destined to perish here? At that moment, a clear and melodious sound of sword chimes echoed. In the next instant, a torrent of golden sword light erupted, resembling a torrential rain of swords, shooting towards the fleeing leaders of the Black Shark Brigade. In addition to the golden sword light, there were also ethereal flames, interwoven in shades of pale, morphing into fiery dragons that closed in on the two leaders. In another direction, a massive sword of condensed ice, radiating an aura of chill, sped towards the two nascent soul cultivators at an astonishing pace. Lastly, from a different direction, a sphere of greenish light with deep green hues shot forth like a rainbow toward the two nascent soul cultivators. Lu Xian had previously dispatched 4 puppets to guard the 4 cardinal directions, specifically to prevent these two from escaping. Each puppet wielded a different celestial-grade technique, all at the pinnacle level, delivering a formidable power. Even the late-stage leader of the Black Shark Brigade found his expression drastically altering in the face of such concentrated assault, prompting him to retreat immediately. He sensed that if he were to confront head-on, he would undoubtedly be overwhelmed and might even sustain grave injuries. Yet, as he took a single step back, the intertwining of profound yellow light heralded the emergence of Lu Xian, clad in battle armor, right behind him. Lu Xian's right fist was clenched, the swirling profound yellow radiance enveloping it, as the dense energy of the earth surged forth, resembling a mountain descending upon the leader of the Black Shark gang. The leader's eyes widened in terror. Death was imminent. Should he be struck, it would mean his end. He attempted to flee, only to find the surrounding space unnaturally viscous, as if this cataclysmic blow had sealed off all avenues of escape. Moreover, he felt the very gravity shift, rendering his body exceedingly heavy. In a fit of panic, the leader let out a desperate roar, immediately employing talismans and artifacts. There was no time for spells, nor could he evade. He had no choice but to withstand the onslaught. However, Lu Xian's fist shattered all defensive barriers as though they were mere paper. When Lu Xian's fist connected with the leader's chest, the sound of fracturing bones echoed ominously. The leader's ribcage caved in, and he coughed up a copious amount of blood, his body plummeting like a meteor towards the sea below. Lu Xian's figure vanished from sight, only to instantaneously reappear in front of the falling leader. He executed a sweeping kick to the leader's back. Boom! The sound of shattering bones resonated once more, and the leader's body shot upwards toward the sky. With that kick, the leader's vitality had all but extinguished. In the next moment, his primordial spirit attempted to escape. But Lu Xian was already prepared. The infernal calamity flame promptly engulfed his primordial spirit, leaving not even a trace behind. Lu Xian collected the storage bag from the corpse, and then commanded the infernal calamity flame to incinerate the body entirely. As Lu Xian dispatched the leader of the Black Shark gang, a scream erupted from another direction. Turning his gaze, Lu Xian beheld the second-in-command of the Black Shark gang, his entire form encased in ice, half of his body showing signs of decay and putrefaction. His vitality also waned. The second-in-command's primordial spirit, reluctant to accept defeat, endeavored to break free, but as expected, it was promptly consumed by the infernal calamity flame. Lu Xian collected the second-in-command's storage bag and proceeded with the same process as he had with the leader. Having completed this, Lu Xian turned his attention to the remaining golden core pirates of the Black Shark gang. These golden core pirates had already been mercilessly cut down by countless sword lights. Their storage bags were gathered by 4 puppets, while their bodies were incinerated by the infernal calamity flame. Lu Xian, along with the 4 puppets, took positions at the 4 corners and the center, beginning to silently recite the rebirth incantation to ensure that none of these pirates would rise as vengeful spirits. While Lucian feared not such specters, the thought was still somewhat unsettling. Accompanied by the 4 puppets, Lucian annihilated the remaining cultivators aboard the distant pirate ships and collected a dozen or so vessels. The entire process had become second nature to him. Satisfied with his endeavors, he returned to the colossal ship. Through the mental conduit, he sensed that Nangongyu and Su Su were not the least bit surprised by the demise of the pirates. As dual cultivation partners, they were most aware of Lucian's formidable strength. Lucian steered the giant ship toward the mainland, subsequently leading Nangongyu and Su Su to the cabin to inspect the contents of the storage bags. Chapter 292, 9 Nether Soul Devouring Secret Tome, Treasure Map. As Lucian prepared to tally the treasures within the storage bags, he recalled that he had yet to examine the storage bags belonging to the Black Shark Pirates and the 3 early-stage primordial spirit cultivators from the Dongfang family. Previously, Lucian had been preoccupied with dual cultivation and artifact refinement, allowing these storage bags to slip his mind. Now, it was the perfect opportunity for a comprehensive inventory. He retrieved the storage bags and began assessing those belonging to the Black Shark Pirates. The Black Shark gang comprised 3 primordial spirit leaders, dozens of golden core cultivators, and a multitude of foundation establishment practitioners. Naturally, the storage bags of the 3 primordial spirit cultivators contained the most wealth. Among their possessions, the most valuable was a low-grade heavenly technique known as 9 Nether Soul Devouring Secret Tome. The complete text resided with the elderly primordial spirit cultivator, while the young practitioner and Renji only possessed fragments. Lucian speculated that the technique was originally acquired by the elderly cultivator, who then imparted portions of it to Renji and the young cultivator for their training. Upon perusing the technique, Lucian discerned that it was a nefarious practice, detailing methods of devouring souls and refining living spirits to accelerate cultivation, alongside sinister and powerful soul attack techniques. It even included methods for forging soul-based artifacts akin to the soul-devouring banner. The crafting of such malevolent artifacts required a vast number of living souls, likely necessitating the slaughter of hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of mortals. Lucian felt that if he were to cultivate this technique, he would undoubtedly be struck down by heavenly tribulations upon attempting to transcend into the god transformation stage. It was excessively outrageous, even more so than the dual cultivation technique he had previously acquired. Both Nangongyu and Su Su cast apprehensive glances at the technique, equally astonished. Su Su, in disbelief, remarked, "I wonder how many souls these 3 Black Shark primordial spirit cultivators must have devoured to reach their current stage." Nangongyu replied slowly, "Indeed, it appears that wicked cultivators thrive in the seas. Had they been on the mainland, practitioners of such dark arts would have long been eradicated by the divine transformation sect." Su Su nodded in agreement, then continued, "However, the karmic debt accumulated from practicing such malevolent arts must be staggering. These 3 wicked cultivators encountered Lucian, perhaps due to their overwhelming karma, leading to their calamity." Su Su's words left both Lucian and Nangongyu momentarily stunned, as they found her reasoning quite plausible. Lucian shook his head, dismissing further contemplation. He certainly had no intention of cultivating the 9 Nether Soul Devouring Secret Tome, but he could grasp its essence to accumulate some 9-colored radiance, thereby deriving techniques surpassing the heavenly grade. This 9 Nether Soul Devouring Secret Tome pertained to heavenly grade techniques involving consciousness and souls. Should he elevate it to a righteous soul-based technique of heavenly grade or above, it would prove significantly advantageous for Lucian in the future. He carefully stored the 9 Nether Soul Devouring Secret Tome. In addition to this technique, there were several other manuals of spells and arts. These texts were quite eclectic, varying in nature, and Lucian surmised they were likely plundered from various sources. None of these manuals reached the heavenly grade, with the highest being of the superior earthly grade. There were 2 earthly grade techniques for earthly grade spells, and over 20 combined techniques and spells of the mysterious grade. There were no yellow grade texts, as they would likely be deemed beneath their notice. After all, these were primordial spirit cultivators. It was improbable they would covet such trivialities. These manuals, however, were indeed righteous techniques, which could be returned to the sect for the cultivation of its practitioners. Beyond the techniques and spells, there were also numerous artifacts. Among them were 3 exceptional treasures: the soul-devouring banner, soul-devouring pearl, and the soul-lost bell. The materials used for the soul-devouring banner were of high quality, even incorporating 4th-tier materials, bringing this exceptional treasure close to the level of the Xianxian artifacts. Regrettably, the proficiency of that old evil cultivator in artifact refinement leaves much to be desired. Despite the exceptional quality of the materials at hand, he could only manage to forge a top-tier magical treasure. This serves to highlight just how exceedingly rare the Xiantian magical treasures are. The Black Shark Brigade, a formidable pirate faction, is led by a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, yet possesses only a top-tier magical artifact. The Wanhun banner, classified as an evil artifact, is of no use to Lu Xian, who intends to destroy it later and reforge it using its materials. Perhaps he might succeed in creating another Xiantian magical treasure. The prospect of possessing a second such treasure is tantalizing. The Shurhun Pearl, similarly an evil artifact, is also destined for destruction, with Lu Xian planning to refine its materials to forge anew. The materials of the Shurhun Pearl are quite commendable, all amplifying consciousness, and with some refinement. It could yield a top-tier artifact for safeguarding the soul, which would be immensely beneficial to Lu Xian. As for the Soul Bell of the Black Shark Brigade's second-in-command, it does not fall under the category of evil artifacts. Rather, it is a treasure associated with consciousness. However, its malevolent aura is likely intensified due to its association with the second-in-command of the Black Shark Brigade, necessitating purification before it can be employed. Beyond these 3 top-tier artifacts, there exist several others of varied quality, totaling 8 in all. Upon inspection, Lu Xian noted that the refinement techniques employed were rather crude, and he anticipated that reworking them would not be particularly challenging to achieve top-tier status. In addition to the artifacts, a substantial quantity of medicinal pills was found, including those for cultivation, mana restoration, healing, and combat. However, to Lu Xian, the quality of these pills is rather subpar, rendering them useless to him. He would simply sell them off later. He also discovered a considerable cache of spirit stones. Collectively, the 3 nascent soul cultivators amassed over 13 million mid-grade spirit stones, along with more than 30,000 high-grade spirit stones and 2 top-grade spirit stones. The materials were plentiful as well, comprising a vast array of herbs, ores, beast materials, and demon cores. Altogether, these items might well surpass the value of the spirit stones. Regrettably, Lu Xian did not find the coveted Sanyang jade among these treasures. Aside from these, Lu Xian stumbled upon a peculiar magical tool, crafted from 10,000-year-old cold jade. This luxurious artifact exhibits exceptional refinement, yet it is not classified as a magical treasure. By infusing it with mana, a map of the Zhangming Sea is projected into the air, revealing a unique point of light that traverses the map at a leisurely pace. Both Su Su and Nangong Yu gazed at the map in perplexity. "What is this?" Nangong Yu inquired with curiosity. After taking a hearty swig of her drink, Su Su's eyes lit up as she speculated. Could it be the location of the Black Shark Brigade's hidden treasure? Upon hearing this, both Lu Xian and Nangong Yu's eyes glimmered with intrigue. Given the bounty they had already uncovered, one could only imagine the wealth that lay at the Black Shark Brigade's treasure site. With palpable excitement, Nangong Yu turned to Lu Xian. "Shall we go investigate?" Lu Xian glanced at the indicated location and shook his head. "It is too far. We shall visit it on our next journey to the Zhangming Sea." Nangong Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Though a hint of disappointment lingered, she ultimately deferred to Lu Xian's judgment. Su Su, too, felt a twinge of curiosity but, respecting Lu Xian's decision, refrained from dissent. Lu Xian carefully stored away the jade talisman, resolving to investigate it further on his next visit to the Zhangming Sea. The storage bags of the 3 nascent soul cultivators essentially contained these items. In contrast, the bags of the golden core cultivators held an impressive assortment of spirit stones, totaling over 6 million. Additionally, they contained various techniques, spells, medicinal pills, talismans, and materials, most of which were of little use to Lu Xian due to their inferior quality. To him, these medicinal pills and talismans were merely commodities for sale, while the artifacts could be refined anew. The materials, techniques, and spells did hold some utility, and he could take the time to study and familiarize himself with them. Conversely, the storage bags of the Foundation Establishment cultivators were significantly less impressive when compared to their golden core counterparts, let alone the 3 nascent soul leaders of the Black Shark Brigade. Cumulatively, the Black Shark cultivators amassed over 20 million mid-grade spirit stones, 7 million low-grade spirit stones, more than 30,000 high-grade spirit stones, and 2 top-grade spirit stones, alongside a variety of materials and pills. In total, the value of these items likely eclipsed that of the entire treasury of the Hanyuan sword sect. Lu Xian found himself suddenly affluent, despite his already considerable wealth. Moreover, he had also acquired over 10 pirate ships from the Black Shark Brigade, which he planned to refine further, elevating them to the status of top-tier vessels. After thoroughly assessing the bounty from the Black Shark Brigade, Lu Xian retrieved the storage bags of the 3 Eastern Family nascent soul cultivators, eager to examine their contents. To Lu Xian's delight, the treasures within these bags were indeed impressive. The Eastern Family, hailing from the formidable Dian Island, had amassed resources in their bags that rivaled those of the 3 Black Shark cultivators. It's noteworthy that the Black Shark cultivators commanded an entire formidable pirate faction and had plundered countless resources, which underscores the wealth of the Eastern family cultivators. Among their treasures, the most valuable was a low-grade heavenly technique, Diwen guidance art. Unfortunately, the technique was incomplete, providing only the cultivation methods up to the nascent soul stage. With no guidance for the god transformation stage, it remains uncertain whether this incompleteness was inherent or if the three cultivators failed to acquire the complete technique from their family. Regardless, Xian saw no issue. Once he gained entry into the technique, he could employ the 9-colored radiance to deduce and complete the entirety of the Diwen guidance art, subsequently elevating it beyond heavenly tier. In addition to this powerful low-grade heavenly technique, there was also a top-tier earth-grade technique for soul attack, Dragon Might Soul Suppression Technique. This technique, inspired by the might of dragons, unleashes fierce soul shocks that can intimidate opponents. Weaker cultivators might find their consciousness utterly shattered when faced with this technique. Currently, Xian is in need of soul-related attack spells, and the Dragon Might Soul Suppression Technique arrives at a most opportune moment. Once he masters this technique and amplifies it, it will become a top-tier heavenly technique for soul attack, wielding immense power. This necessitates the crafting of a puppet specifically designed to harness this technique. Aside from the low-grade heavenly technique and the top-tier earth-grade soul attack technique, there exists an abundance of other techniques and spells, though their utility to Xian is somewhat limited. Even the earth-grade techniques do not particularly entice him. After all, the 9-colored radiance is finite, and utilizing it to deduce these techniques would demand considerable resources. With 2 low-grade heavenly techniques now in his possession, Xian plans to accumulate the 9-colored radiance to master these techniques before amplifying them to heavenly levels. Additionally, there was a treatise on formations, detailed exposition on earth vein formation, which holds some relevance for Xian. This treatise primarily focuses on earth-based spells, elucidating how to comprehend and arrange formations based on earth veins, perceive changes in these veins, and locate their nodes. The intricacies of the formations discussed within are profoundly complex. Xian has merely acquired some fundamental knowledge of array formations. However, due to his current scarcity of 9-color radiance, he has refrained from amplifying his deductions. In the future, he intends to specifically accumulate some amplifying arrays based on 9-color radiance and conduct an in-depth study of the local vein formations. Among these, there even exists a low-grade earth vein grand array and earth-type formations. Mastering these and amplifying their effects would provide Xian with a remarkably valuable trump card. After meticulously inventorying his techniques and spells, Xian began to assess his magical treasures. As a nascent soul cultivator of the Dongfang family, his collection of treasures is substantial, though predominantly of middling or lower quality. High-grade artifacts are scarce, let alone top-tier ones. He possesses only a single top-tier artifact, a Earth Dragon Whip. Upon inspection, Xian discovered that this whip was forged from the primary tendons of the Panlong stone earthworm. The sight of this material darkened his expression. How wasteful! Such a formidable 4th-tier heavenly material has only yielded a top-tier artifact. Reflecting on the primary tendon he still possesses, Xian plans to reforge the Earth Dragon Whip, which he believes he can elevate to the level of a profound celestial artifact. Coupled with the materials for the 10,000 Souls banner, he could potentially acquire 2 additional profound celestial artifacts. A golden core cultivator boasting 3 profound celestial artifacts would surely incite envy even among peak nascent soul cultivators. Shaking his head, Xian chose not to dwell on it. With his current strength, he no longer fears peak nascent soul cultivators. In addition to the Earth Dragon Whip, he also possesses various Earth-type seal artifacts and defensive inner armor artifacts, though none match the quality of the whip. Xian intends to refine these artifacts again. Even if they cannot be upgraded to profound celestial artifact status, elevating them to top-tier quality is still feasible. Beyond magical treasures, he turned his attention to elixirs. To his delight, he discovered 2 4th-tier recipes within his storage pouch. These recipes were for the 4th-tier cultivation elixir, Earth Origin Pill, and the 4th-tier body refining elixir, Dragon Blood Refining Pill. The Earth Origin Pill is crafted by utilizing earth vein qi along with spiritual herbs, possessing a rich and harmonious medicinal quality, characteristic of the Dongfang family. Conversely, the Dragon Blood Refining Pill is made from the blood essence of beasts with dragon bloodlines, effective for body tempering with formidable results. Both recipes are immensely beneficial to Xian. The Earth Origin Pill will be essential once he breaks through to the nascent soul stage. Most importantly, 4th-tier recipes are exceedingly rare. The ones Xian previously acquired were derived from 3rd-tier recipes. However, progressing from 3rd tier to 4th tier is already the limit. To reach the 5th tier, utilized by transformation stage cultivators, requires 4th-tier recipes. Although he possesses some cultivation elixirs for the nascent soul stage, he lacks any for the transformation stage. With the Earth Origin Pill, he can eventually deduce the 5th-tier cultivation elixirs for transformation stage cultivators, allowing him to enhance his strength in the human realm. Xian's future undoubtedly leads him to the spirit realm, but he is uncertain about the circumstances there. Thus, the stronger he is, the better. This will ensure his safety as well. Carefully storing the 2 recipes, he intends to return and present them to Yan for her study. Once she becomes proficient, he can share his insights through spiritual communion, allowing him to utilize 9-color radiance to deduce further. This would save him considerable time. In addition to the recipes, there is a substantial amount of elixirs from the 3 Dongfang family cultivators, including the Earth Origin Pill and Dragon Blood Refining Pill. Unfortunately, the quality of these elixirs is mediocre, and Xian is disinclined to consume them, wishing to avoid the subsequent detoxification of elixir toxins. Having exclusively consumed top-tier elixirs has spoiled his palate. Aside from elixirs, he also possesses top-grade stone milk essence. This substance, harvested from earth vein stalactites, can rapidly restore mana when consumed and serves as an excellent material for alchemy, certainly a remarkable treasure. Additionally, he has gathered various spiritual herbs and minerals unique to the Longyuan secret realm, materials that are rarely available in the outside world. This is because these treasures predominantly harbor dragon-type energy, making them more amenable to producing high-quality artifacts and elixirs. Xian meticulously collects all these items, intending to refine them upon his return. He plans to entrust the herbs to Yan for her to refine while he focuses on crafting artifacts. He contemplates whether to have Xiaoyu learn the art of artifact forging. This would allow him to delegate the task to her, enabling him to take a more hands-off approach. However, Xiaoyu possesses an ice spirit root, which is not suited for forging, ideally. It would be best for cultivators with fire spirit roots to undertake such work. Xian ponders the possibility of seeking a Dao companion with a fire spirit root. Shaking his head, he dismisses the thought, recognizing that such matters depend on fate. His thoughts then drift to his senior sister, from whom he has shared much knowledge regarding the brewing of spiritual wines. He plans to fully deduce these techniques using 9-color radiance when time permits, aiming to create even more precious spiritual wine recipes to share with her, knowing that spiritual wines and elixirs do not conflict. With exquisite spiritual wines, his cultivation speed is bound to increase. Beyond these treasures, he finds only some talismans and spiritual stones. The total value of the spiritual stones amounts to approximately 15 million mid-grade spiritual stones. With nearly 40 million mid-grade spiritual stones in his possession, Xian feels almost numb to the sum. Such a vast quantity is sufficient for procuring numerous heavenly materials and treasures. Among his findings, one item stands out as particularly advantageous: a map of the Longyuan secret realm. This map delineates the entire layout of the secret realm, indicating resource points, areas inhabited by beasts, and regions yet to be explored. Notably, the core area of the Long Spine mountain range is marked as unexplored, with indications of hidden legacies. Xian speculates that there may be some unique inheritances within the Longyuan secret realm. However, it seems the Dongfang family has not fully explored it yet. After some consideration, he decides to keep it safe. Once he forges the primordial chaos cauldron and breaks through to the nascent soul stage, he intends to make a trip to the Tsangming Sea, which would conveniently allow him to investigate the Longyuan secret realm's hidden legacies. Chapter 294, Binding Dragon Shaking Earth Whip and Purifying World Blue Lotus Crossing Soul Celestial Chapter. After completing the inventory of all the storage bags, Xian and his companions let out a long sigh of relief. They exchanged glances, excitement evident in their eyes. Su, brimming with enthusiasm, threw her arms around Xian's neck and planted a vigorous kiss on his cheek, leaving him startled and slightly drenched in saliva. With a bemused expression, Xian remarked, "Senior sister, please calm down. I'm almost drowning in your saliva." Su shot him an annoyed glare before releasing him from her embrace. With so many treasures in their possession, it was only natural for her to be elated. Nangong Yu also nodded slightly in agreement. With this abundance of resources, we should be able to cultivate to the nascent soul stage, right? Moreover, there are 2 celestial grade techniques, which may allow Xian to deduce further, potentially discovering methods that transcend the celestial tier. At this juncture, Su and Nangong Yu gazed at Xian with palpable anticipation. "Junior brother, is it truly possible?" Xian pondered for a moment and replied, "It should pose no issue." Their breaths synchronized, and excitement surged within them, with the method of spiritual communion at hand. As long as Xian could deduce and master it, they would be able to learn it just as he could. Soon, they would be able to directly acquire techniques surpassing the celestial tier. Su felt that her most prudent decision in this lifetime was to become a Dao partner with her junior brother. "Nangong Yu, brimming with enthusiasm, extended an invitation for dual cultivation to Xian. After a lively exchange of banter, they each commenced their training. Inside the training chamber, Xian retrieved the 10,000 Souls banner and the Earth Dragon Whip. The 10,000 Souls banner was entirely pitch black, emanating tendrils of ominous energy. Exuding an eerie chill, grasping the banner, Xian could perceive a chorus of anguished wails resonating within his mind. He sensed that within the banner, a multitude of souls were imprisoned, likely numbering in the tens of thousands. Among these souls, there were two primary souls at the nascent soul stage, alongside numerous souls at the golden core stage. These were presumably the victims of the malevolent elder cultivator. Initially, Xian intended to refine both the 10,000 Souls banner and the Earth Dragon Whip anew, in hopes of forging them into profound celestial treasures. However, observing the state of the 10,000 Souls banner, he realized that to reforge it, he must first purify the souls contained within. Otherwise, he would inevitably suffer a backlash. Generally, to purify souls, one must be in a place of utmost yang or utilize a purification incantation. Xian had previously learned the rebirth incantation, but it was merely an ordinary spell, utterly incapable of purging so many souls. He contemplated utilizing the 9-colored radiance to deduce a more potent purification spell from the rebirth incantation, which might enable him to liberate these souls. Xian first stored the 10,000 Souls banner away, intending to address the Earth Dragon Whip. Unlike the banner, the Earth Dragon Whip had fewer restrictions, allowing Xian to process it directly. He extracted his Panlong Stone's main tendon from his storage pouch, along with several precious materials, and commenced the process of re-refinement. The difficulty of refining a treasure anew is considerably greater than forging one from scratch. After all, re-refinement entails making adjustments to an existing framework, and a single misstep could lead to the collapse of the original structure, causing the precious materials to lose their efficacy. Thus, the requirements for a craftsman are exceedingly high. Fortunately, Xian had already reached a level whereby he could produce exceptional profound celestial treasures, enabling him to meet these demands. The only drawback was that such meticulous re-refinement consumed a great deal of time. After a full 6 months, Xian finally completed the re-refinement of the treasure. The Earth Dragon Whip was no longer merely a whip. It had successfully transformed into a profound celestial treasure, achieving the status of a mid-tier celestial treasure. After all, the original materials of the whip were commendable, and Xian had incorporated the newly acquired main tendon. Had he forged it himself, it might have reached the upper-tier celestial treasure level. Alas, as it was a re-refinement, the final result was slightly inferior. The re-refined profound celestial treasure was named the Binding Dragon Shaking Earth Whip. Its length could be altered at will, and its body shimmered with a dark golden hue, with faint dragon scale-like patterns appearing upon its surface. The whip could be both supple and rigid, and when infused with spiritual power, it was sturdier than refined gold, even capable of serving as a flying sword-type treasure. When wielded, it emitted a deep, resonant dragon roar that could instill dread in one's heart. As a profound celestial treasure, its capabilities were naturally formidable. For instance, when activated by spiritual power, the Binding Dragon Shaking Earth Whip could transform into a dragon, ensnaring and binding opponents through spiritual locking. Once the physical body was restrained, even a nascent soul would feel immense pressure, making escape exceedingly difficult. Moreover, during the binding process, it could absorb the trapped spiritual power, replenishing itself. In addition to its standard binding capabilities, the Binding Dragon Shaking Earth Whip, crafted from the Panlong Stone's main tendon, possessed the ability to traverse underground. Xian could command the whip to burrow beneath the earth, stealthily maneuvering underground before launching an attack or binding from beneath an adversary's feet. This was its capability in terms of restraint. The whip's offensive capabilities were also impressive. Striking the earth with the whip could produce colossal earth spikes to assault opponents, causing localized tremors. Additionally, swinging the whip could unleash the power of the Panlong Stone, emitting a dragon's roar that targeted the spirit, disrupting the opponent's ability to cast spells. The whip's most significant ability was its continuous infusion of spiritual power, allowing it to manipulate the flow of earth veins, creating a gravitational field that could amplify weight by up to 100-fold. Of course, maintaining the gravitational field was resource-intensive, and even Xian would find it challenging to sustain for long. In summary, the Binding Dragon Shaking Earth Whip was a profound celestial treasure of control and technique. While it may not excel in offense or defense compared to the Panlong armor, its control capabilities were unmatched. For Xian, this was undoubtedly an exceptional mid-tier profound celestial treasure. It also warranted the crafting of a puppet specifically designed to wield the Binding Dragon Shaking Earth Whip. Xian, filled with satisfaction, commenced the process of refining. The re-refined treasure still bore some differences from those he had crafted himself. He dedicated nearly a month to complete the refinement, incorporating the treasure into his dantian. Thus, Lu Xian now possessed 2 profound celestial treasures, further enhancing his prowess. Upon completing the refinement of the profound celestial treasure, Lu Xian's accumulation of 9-colored radiance approached a staggering 700 strands. He believed this should suffice to deduce a more powerful purification secret art from the rebirth incantation. Therefore, Lu Xian decisively poured all of the 9-colored radiance into the endeavor and began to deduce the rebirth incantation. As time passed, upon completion of the deduction, Lu Xian acquired a new secret art, the ultimate celestial grade auxiliary secret art, Pure World Green Lotus Soul Crossing Chapter. This art merged the Buddhist tenet of compassionate intent with the Taoist principles of yin-yang transformation, condensing the essence of the Pure World Green Lotus to purify all impurities, soothe obsessions, and guide wandering souls into the cycle of reincarnation. Chapter 295, Transcending Souls, the Essence of Merit. Lu Xian took out the 10,000 Souls banner. Placing it before him, he sat cross-legged, forming hand seals as he began to channel the technique. As Lu Xian activated the art, his body levitated, and beneath him, a massive, dim green lotus phantom coalesced. The phantom radiated ethereal green light, imbued with purity, tranquility, and vitality, enveloping the entire training chamber. The 10,000 Souls banner, which had originally exuded a dark aura of resentment, began to dissipate under the green light's influence. The anguished cries of the souls within Lu Xian's ears gradually subsided. The tremendous resentment and malevolence of the souls within the banner melted away like snow under the warmth of spring. The once pitch-black souls began to take on the contours of their former selves. Among these souls, most were clad in the simple attire of ordinary villagers or city dwellers, while a small portion donned the robes of cultivators. Regardless of their origins, both mortals and cultivators now silently observed Lu Xian from within the 10,000 Souls banner. Their expressions were contorted with anguish, rendering them speechless, yet their eyes brimmed with sorrow and a silent plea. Lu Xian sensed the spiritual fluctuations of these wandering souls. Letting out a soft sigh as he spoke gently, "Esteemed souls, I shall assist you in re-entering the cycle of reincarnation." He recited an ancient celestial incantation, its syllables neither Buddhist nor Taoist, but directly pointing to the very essence of the soul. Golden runes swirled around the wandering soul's banner, harmonizing with azure radiance, transforming into delicate streaks of azure and gold, akin to gentle dew falling upon the banner. Within the wandering soul's banner, the souls too were enveloped by this luminous glow. Their expressions gradually settled into tranquility, their once fragmented forms becoming clearer, the integrity of their souls restored. In the next moment, they bowed deeply to Lu Xian, their bodies dissipating into wisps of white mist, drifting out from the banner and vanishing into the air. As these souls dissolved bit by bit, Lu Xian distinctly felt a peculiar essence from the heavens and earth gradually merging into his being. Lu Xian's heart jolted, then blossomed with understanding. The power of merit. This was indeed the power of merit. The Pure World Azure Lotus Soul Transcending Incantation facilitates the transformation of wandering souls, yielding a response of merit from the cosmos. After all, this is an act of goodness, recognized by the Heavenly Dao. With each soul liberated, Lu Xian felt the previously imperceptible power of merit within him increasingly accumulate. Golden streams of light began to manifest around him, a vivid indication of the abundant merit he possessed. For cultivators, the power of merit is an immensely precious entity. It enhances fortune, mitigates the influence of inner demons, and diminishes the intensity of tribulations during ascension. Moreover, cultivators rich in merit imbue their magical powers with a righteous aura, inherently restraining malevolent practitioners. Under normal circumstances, acquiring merit is a formidable challenge for cultivators. Yet, through the Pure World Azure Lotus Soul Transcending Incantation, Lu Xian garnered a substantial amount of merit by redeeming vengeful souls. This was due not only to the efficacy of the incantation, but also to the overwhelming number of souls within the Wandering Souls banner, coupled with their deep-seated grievances. Lu Xian even contemplated whether he should exploit the characteristics of the Pure World Azure Lotus Soul Transcending Incantation to specifically seek out those practitioners burdened with high karmic debts for redemption. In doing so, he could continuously amass merit. By the time he broke through to the nascent soul stage, the tribulation of inner demons would likely pose little threat to him. Furthermore, upon reaching the transformation stage, the thunderous tribulation would probably manifest as mere rumblings with little rain. Indeed, this method seemed quite feasible. Not only could Lu Xian benefit himself, but he could also impart the Pure World Azure Lotus Soul Transcending Incantation to his partner. thereby aiding her in mitigating the influence of inner demons during her own breakthrough to the nascent soul stage, reducing the severity of tribulations in her future ascensions. This was certainly a matter to be meticulously planned. The process of redeeming souls was exceedingly taxing on one's consciousness and magical energy. Even with Lu Xian's current reserves, he could not support the simultaneous redemption of tens of thousands of souls. He had to begin consuming top-tier medicinal pills while simultaneously employing the myriad forms puppet secret tome to restore his consciousness. The redemption of souls proceeded in an orderly manner. Outside the massive ship, strands of gold gradually appeared in the sky. Ethereal azure lotus blossoms materialized, showering down sweet rain. In the sea, aquatic beasts encircled the great vessel, while aerial birds and demon beasts danced in the sky. For a radius of over 10 kilometers, the realm exhibited an aura of tranquility. Nearby, all sea creatures and powerful cultivators above the nascent soul stage raised their heads, gazing towards the direction of the great ship, their eyes alight with astonishment. Is this a celestial reward from the Heavenly Dao? Such immense merit. Over 100,000 kilometers away, at the depths of the ocean, a colossal ancient turtle lifted its gaze towards the surface, its house-sized eyes shimmering with golden light. Its gaze flickered momentarily, and then it slowly took a step forward. In an instant, the seabed trembled and the waters churned. The ancient turtle vanished without a trace. When it reappeared, it was on the ocean's surface. Its form reduced to merely 1 meter in size, seemingly unconnected to the massive creature from below. Observing the extraordinary phenomena in the world, the ancient turtle's eyes widened in shock. Such potent merit. What deeds had the cultivator within accomplished? It couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, the human race is a favored lineage. Even in a modest realm like the Xinling world, such meritorious cultivators can arise. The ancient turtle gazed intently at the great ship for a long while before gradually sinking back into the depths of the sea. On board the great ship, within the cultivation chamber, Nangongyu and Su Su were similarly engaged in their training. Suddenly, they sensed an anomaly and opened their eyes. Upon witnessing the golden streams of light swirling around them, they were momentarily taken aback. Quickly, they rushed to the window to look towards the ocean and sky. When they beheld the extraordinary occurrences, both were left wide-eyed in astonishment. They suddenly realized something and glanced towards Lu Xian's cultivation chamber. What on earth was Lu Xian doing? How could there be such a commotion? They were unable to comprehend it. However, they chose not to disturb Lu Xian, sensing that this commotion seemed to herald something positive. Interrupting him might lead to feelings of guilt. Thus, they resumed their training without further thought. In such an environment, they could distinctly feel some changes occurring within themselves. The celestial phenomena of surging merit captured the attention of all-powerful beings above the nascent soul stage in the nearby waters. Yet, as the descent of merit from the Heavenly Dao was exceedingly rare, these nascent soul cultivators naturally dared not intrude. Should they provoke the wrath of the Heavenly Dao, they would face dire consequences. The entire process unfolded smoothly and steadily. After a full month, Lu Xian completed the redemption of the final nascent soul. At this moment, the merit surrounding him had almost transformed into a mist, enveloping his being. Lu Xian glanced at the merit encircling him, a hint of delight illuminating his expression. This was even more than he had anticipated. Upon inspecting his status panel, he discovered that his fortune had increased by a staggering 80 points. All of this was the result of the power of merit enhancing his fortune. Besides this benefit, during the redemption process, Lu Xian had vaguely perceived fragments of the wandering soul's memories, experiencing the joys and sorrows of these cultivators, which served as excellent training for his Dao heart. After the redemption, Lu Xian distinctly felt his state of mind elevate significantly, promising substantial advantages for his future path to immortality. Overall, this experience of redeeming wandering souls was a tremendous boon for Lu Xian. Furthermore, with all the souls within the wandering soul's banner having been redeemed, it had now lost its previous ominous black aura, transforming into an unremarkable black banner. He would merely need to refine it once more to create a mystical treasure suitable for himself, akin to the Earth Dragon Whip. Chapter 296, Returned at Songming City. The Luo family. Although Lu Xian yearned to refine the wandering soul's banner immediately, they were merely days away from the continent. The refinement process would require several months. Lu Xian decided to wait until their return to the sect before embarking on the refinement anew. This period would serve as a much-needed respite after the taxing endeavor of both refining mystical treasures and redeeming wandering souls. Upon contemplating this, Lu Xian stowed away the 10,000 souls banner and exited the cultivation chamber. The hall was devoid of any presence. It was evident that Nangongyu and Su Su were also engrossed in their training. Stretching lazily, Lu Xian made his way to the deck. Leaning against the railing, he gazed out at the distant sea. The waves surged, and fish leapt from the water, creating a serene atmosphere all around. After observing for a while, feeling somewhat bored, he returned to his cabin to rest. When he awoke, 2 whole days had elapsed. Lu Xian felt refreshed and revitalized. It had been quite some time since he had last slept, and indulging in such a reprieve felt quite pleasant. Rising from his bed, he exited his room, only to find both Nangongyu and Su Su in the hall. They were seated closely together, sipping wine, their cheeks flushed, the quantity consumed unknown. Upon seeing Lu Xian emerge, their eyes brightened, and smiles broke across their faces. "Junior brother, you're awake. We saw you were sleeping and didn't wish to disturb you." One of them tossed a bottle of spirit wine over, which Lu Xian caught, taking a swig before settling down beside them. Su Su and Nangongyu nestled against either side of him. Curiously, Nangongyu inquired, "Lu Xian, what were you up to earlier? Why was there such a commotion?" Lu Xian was momentarily taken aback. "What commotion?" Both Su Su and Nangongyu were startled. "You don't know? There were celestial phenomena." Lu Xian pondered for a moment. Then his expression turned peculiar. "Was there also merit power involved?" "Indeed. It must have been you." Lu Xian chuckled. "Yes, I devised a secret technique capable of purifying resentful spirits, and utilized it to guide the souls from the 10,000 souls banner, thus acquiring some merit energy." The 2 women fell silent. Although they were well acquainted with Lu Xian's prodigious talent, hearing him casually mention the creation of yet another new secret technique, one that could even guide souls from a supreme magical artifact, still sent shivers down their spines. Lu Xian, puzzled, asked, "What is the matter with you two?" They snapped back to reality, shaking their heads. "Nothing." Soon, a spark of excitement flickered in Nangongyu's eyes as her small hands began to fidget restlessly. "Lu Xian, I too wish to cultivate this secret technique." Upon hearing this, both Lu Xian and Su Su instantly understood her intentions. Lu Xian was more than willing, while Su Su, at that moment, felt a twinge of sadness upon realizing that she held no aversion to it whatsoever, but rather a sense of anticipation. "Damn it! How did I end up like this? It's all that perverse junior sister Nangong's fault. She's the reason I've become this way." 3 days later, the continent loomed near. The trio left their quarters and arrived on the ship's deck. From this vantage point, they encountered vessels returning from various directions of the sea. These ships varied in size. The smaller ones could not venture far and were constrained to nearby waters. Should they stray too far, they risked being engulfed by monstrous waves or storms. Even if they avoided such calamities, the further they ventured, the stronger the beastly creatures became. Encountering a golden core beast would spell certain doom. The creatures in the nearby waters were relatively weaker, with some islands housing outposts of mainland cultivators, making the danger less pronounced compared to the deep sea. In contrast, the larger vessels were indeed suited for oceanic journeys. Lu Xian's grand ship stood out prominently among the colossal vessels, notably for its intricate and profound array, as well as its remarkable speed, clearly marking it as an exceptional craft. As they neared the mainland, they also encountered ships setting sail. The vessels passed by swiftly, and soon, Lu Xian's ship reached the dock. The trio took to the air, landing on the dock, where Lu Xian waved his hand, causing the ship to shrink and vanish into his storage pouch. They walked towards the dock's exit, only to notice several cultivators nearby whose expressions changed dramatically upon seeing them, hastily retreating into the distance. Su Su blinked in confusion. "Why do these people seem so frightened of us?" Nangongyu echoed her bewilderment. "I don't know. It's as if we committed some heinous crime." Just then, a voice rang out. "Ah, is it you, Taoist Lu and companions? You have returned." Turning, Lu Xian spotted a young woman approaching, her face alight with joy. "Taoist Luoqi, it has been a while. I didn't expect to see you at the dock," Lu Xian replied with a smile. Luoqi nodded, saying yes. "I just returned with the fleet." Then, her expression turned serious as she glanced around. "May I invite you to the Luo family for a discussion?" Lu Xian hesitated for a moment, but then remembered his association with the Luo family's fleet and his amicable relations with Luo Yi and the others. Furthermore, Luo Qi's grandfather had even arranged for a Yuanian cultivator from the Wang family to look after him. There was a sense of obligation. Refusing would seem rather ungracious. He nodded, smiling, of course. "Then please, Taoist Lu and companions, follow me." With Luo Qi leading the way, they swiftly exited the dock. They transformed into streaks of light, soaring towards the Luo family's direction. As the most powerful family in Songming City, the Luo family occupied a vast area in the heart of the city. As they approached, several figures shot forth at incredible speed. Lu Xian recognized them. Luo Yi, Luo Su, and Luo Ming were among them. Upon seeing Lu Xian, their faces lit up with smiles. Particularly, Luo Yi clasped his hands in greeting. "Taoist Lu, it has been too long. Ha ha, I wonder how your time overseas has been." The nearby cultivators froze, their expressions stiffening as they exchanged glances. Luo Yi soon realized he had misspoken and quickly patted his head, saying, "I apologize, fellow Taoist. That was an error on my part. Your time overseas must have been quite difficult, but it's good to see you back." Lu Xian, taken aback, responded, "Why does Taoist Luo say that? My time overseas was quite fine, nothing particularly unfortunate." Hearing this, Luo Yi and the others were momentarily stunned. They exchanged glances, and Luo Qi uncertainly remarked, "But I saw that the Dongfang family has placed a bounty on you across the major islands?" The Dongfang family was a colossal entity in the overseas regions of Tsangming. Aside from a few transformative powers in the Tsangming Sea, they were among the most formidable forces. Indeed, the Dongfang family has offered a staggering 2 million mid-grade spirit stones for your capture. Surely your time abroad hasn't been particularly smooth? Lu Xian's heart stirred at this revelation. So that was the reason. He chuckled, responding, "I see. I haven't visited the major island cities recently, so I wasn't well informed." However, Lu Xian raised an eyebrow, a hint of dissatisfaction crossing his face. Is the Dongfang family only offering 2 million mid-grade spirit stones? That seems rather paltry. Doesn't it? Luo Yi and the others were left bewildered, their minds filled with question marks. That was 2 million mid-grade spirit stones. Many early Yuanian cultivators wouldn't amass such wealth. And yet, Lu Xian found it inadequate? Taoist Lu, this bounty is enough to entice mid-stage Yuanian cultivators. According to the information we received from the Luo family, several mid-stage Yuanian cultivators are already mobilizing to seek you out. Indeed, we initially thought that you might be in dire straits. We are quite surprised to see you back. Listening to their back-and-forth conversation, Lu Xian and his companions found it somewhat peculiar. Suddenly, Luo Yi seemed to recall something and spoke up. "Let us descend and discuss this matter. Fellow Taoist Lu, we have already notified ancestor Luo Shi. Although our Luo clan does not have a significant relationship with the Dongfang family, our clan still possesses a measure of prestige abroad. Ancestor Luo is willing to mediate on your behalf." Chapter 297, Luo Shi. I have lived this life like a dog. Lu Xian and his companions were momentarily taken aback. They felt a strange sensation in their hearts. They had not anticipated that Luo Qi had brought them to the Luo clan with the hope of mediating for Lu Xian. Lu Xian chuckled softly, intending to speak directly with Luo Shi. The group soon arrived at the small courtyard where Luo Shi resided. It was evident that this fleet was not for Luo Shi's protection. As they approached the entrance, the gate of the courtyard opened of its own accord, and Luo Shi's calm voice resonated from within. "Come in." Upon entering, they found Luo Shi savoring tea at a small pavilion by the water's edge. The group stepped forward, and Luo Yi and the others clasped their hands in greeting. "Ancestor, fellow Taoist Lu has arrived." Lu Xian also smiled gently. "Fellow Taoist Luo. It has been a long time." The manner in which Lu Xian addressed him momentarily stunned Luo Shi and the others. Luo Yi furrowed his brow, feeling a surge of irritation. How could a mere golden core cultivator refer to their ancestor as Taoist? They had kindly brought Lu Xian here in hopes of assisting him. Yet Lu Xian's lack of respect towards their ancestor was naturally displeasing to Luo Yi and the others. On the contrary, Luo Shi's gaze flickered with a hint of astonishment as he studied Lu Xian, sensing an ominous aura emanating from him. Although Lu Xian appeared to be at the peak of the golden core stage, the sense of danger lingered persistently. Initially, he thought it was a misperception, but now, upon hearing Lu Xian's address, Luo Shi felt that matters were not as simple as they seemed. With a mixture of uncertainty and curiosity, Luo Shi inquired, "Lu, have you broken through to the nascent soul stage?" Lu Xian chuckled and replied, "Is fellow Taoist Luo willing to mediate on my behalf with the Dongfang family?" After a brief silence, Luo Shi nodded slightly and said, "Your talent is exceptional, and your mastery of alchemy and weaponry is profound. As an elder, I would be loath to see such a genius perish due to conflict with the Dongfang family. Consider my concern as a recognition of your potential." Lu Xian smiled. "Then I must extend my gratitude to you, fellow Taoist Luo. But I fear that the Luo clan may not be able to mediate this time." Luo Shi's expression remained composed, but he had sensed from Lu Xian's address that the situation was likely more complex than it appeared. He regarded Lu Xian and asked, "Though the Luo clan may not rival the Dongfang family, our clan's ancestor is also at the peak of the nascent soul stage and can negotiate with them. Why would mediation be impossible? What conflict exists between you and the Dongfang family?" Lu Xian grinned broadly and replied, "It is quite simple. Really, I have slain 3 early nascent soul cultivators from the Dongfang family." The instant those words slipped from his lips, Luo Shi and the others were rendered speechless. Luo Yi and his companions gasped, their eyes widening in disbelief. Luo Yi exclaimed, "Fellow Taoist Lu, you cannot speak so carelessly. Those are formidable early nascent soul cultivators. How could you possibly have killed 3 of them?" Another added, "Indeed, fellow Taoist Lu, you are merely at the golden core stage. How could you defeat 3 early nascent soul cultivators? Luo Shi, too, instinctively found it hard to believe. After all, he himself was an early nascent soul cultivator. During their previous encounter with Ren Ji of the Black Shark Alliance, Lu Xian had demonstrated strength, yet he had not reached the nascent soul stage at that time. Escaping from early nascent soul cultivators would have been nearly impossible for him, unless he had some hidden cards. And now, just a few years later, Lu Xian claimed to have killed 3 early nascent soul cultivators? Did that not imply that he could easily eliminate Luo Shi as well? How could that be? Yet Luo Shi recalled Lu Xian's address and his claim of inability to mediate. He grew uncertain. If Lu Xian had indeed slain 3 early nascent soul cultivators from the Dongfang family, it would signify an irreconcilable feud. After all, for any nascent soul family, nascent soul cultivators represented their true foundation. The sudden loss of 3 such members could not be easily overlooked. Luo Shi gazed at Lu Xian with a mix of astonishment and uncertainty, opening his mouth to ask, "Are you speaking the truth?" Lu Xian nodded, subtly releasing a hint of his physical cultivation aura, even without exerting his full strength. The overwhelming presence of his 8 transformation Xian Huang body weighed heavily upon Luo Yi and the others, draining the color from their faces and causing them to break out in cold sweat. Luo Shi, too, felt a chill creep up his spine. He abruptly stood, astonished. "You are a physical cultivator? At the very least, a mid-nascent soul physical cultivator?" Lu Xian smiled and nodded. "Indeed, otherwise, it would be impossible for me to slay early nascent soul cultivators from the Dongfang family. Normal early nascent soul cultivators are extremely difficult to kill, let alone those from a powerful family like the Dongfang." Luo Shi took a deep breath, then revealed a smile, clasping his hands in salute. "I was indeed short-sighted. Fellow Taoist Lu, I initially thought you were merely a promising junior, yet I see now that you have already surpassed my own strength." At this moment, Luo Shi felt a pang of bittersweetness in his heart. Truly, the younger generation surpasses the older. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he tentatively asked, "Fellow Taoist Lu, may I inquire about your age?" "Of course, if you prefer not to answer, that is entirely your choice." Lu Xian nodded and replied, "Please, ask away. If it is something I can share, I will certainly not refuse." Luo Shi pondered for a moment before asking, "I am curious, how old are you now? Are you under 100? Luo Yi and the others also cast curious glances at Lu Xian. The realm of Lu Xian's physical cultivation left them in awe, and they, too, were eager to know his age. They could tell that Lu Xian's bone age appeared quite young, yet they were uncertain of the specifics. If Lu Xian truly was under 100, it would be a terrifying display of talent. Lu Xian calculated in his mind. He realized that when the crystal in his mind was fully restored and began to emit a 9-colored radiance, he was 24 years old, which meant that nearly 22 years had passed since then. In other words, Lu Xian was now approximately 46 years old. It seemed he had yet to reach 50. Lu Xian had never considered this question before. Now, reflecting on it, he was astonished to realize that he had attained the late nascent soul stage, nearing its peak. Before turning 50, his true combat power could even suppress ordinary peak nascent soul cultivators. How could he be so strong? At 50 years of age, possessing such power was likely unprecedented throughout the history of the Xianling continent. At the very least, Lu Xian had perused numerous texts and had never encountered a talent of this caliber. Perhaps such geniuses existed during the immortal ancient era, but their names may have faded into obscurity. Of course, this only accounted for Lu Xian's physical cultivation. His actual cultivation level was still at the peak of the golden core stage, just a step away from the nascent soul. Ultimately, the cultivation realm was paramount. After all, while a high physical cultivation level granted formidable strength, without accompanying cultivation, one remained fundamentally a low-level cultivator. Lu Xian still hoped to elevate his cultivation to the nascent soul realm. Given his current pace, it seemed he would reach the golden core stage's perfection within a few years. However, he still needed 3 young jade pieces to forge his own life-bound treasure. Until he accomplished this, Lu Xian was certain he could not make any breakthroughs. It was estimated that he would likely reach the nascent soul stage before he turned 60. A nascent soul cultivator in their 50s was exceedingly rare throughout the annals of Xianling continent's history. Indeed, Lu Xian mused, "I am truly a prodigious talent." He then smiled and remarked, "I am indeed not yet 100 years old." Upon hearing these words, Luo Shi and the others felt their breath momentarily catch in their throats. Especially Luo Shi, who had suspected Lu Xian might be under 100. But hearing it confirmed by Lu Xian himself left him in a daze. A peak golden core cultivator under a century old, possessing at least a mid-nascent soul realm physique, was an unparalleled genius he had never even heard of, let alone met. Luo Shi chuckled bitterly, feeling cracks forming in his heart. "This year, I am 782 years old, with barely 200 years of lifespan left. Compared to Taoist Lu, I feel as though I have lived the life of a dog." The others, including Luo Yi, were left speechless. How could it be that the second ancestor, a nascent soul cultivator, felt this way, while they were merely golden core cultivators? They might never even have the opportunity to transform into a nascent soul. If the second ancestor felt like a dog, what did that make them? Less than a dog? Naturally, they would never voice such thoughts in front of Luo Shi. Their hearts were weeping instead. It was unbearably painful. Chapter 298. Return to the Cold Abyss Sword Sect, Rebellious Disciple. Noticing their apparent sorrow, Lu Xian comforted Taoist Luo. There is no need for undue self-deprecation. Each person has their own opportunities on the path to immortality. Perhaps your chance has yet to arrive? Luo Shi smiled wryly, acknowledging. Though I know you mean to console me, I must still express my gratitude to you, Taoist Lu. He then sighed. Your innate talent is astonishing, transcending the ages. Even in the age of immortals, there may not have been a prodigy like you in our Xianling realm. You are destined to become a legendary figure, breaking through to the divine transformation stage and even ascending to the spirit realm as a more formidable cultivator. Lu Xian smiled faintly, saying, I appreciate your kind words. Taoist Luo. Beside them, Su Su and Nangong Yu exchanged glances, both seeing a glimmer of pride in each other's eyes. This extraordinary talent of the immortal path was their companion. Naturally, they felt a sense of pride in having such a partner. In truth, they even thought that Luo Shi's view of Lu Xian was overly conservative. As his closest confidants, they were most aware of Lu Xian's extraordinary gifts. He was a genius capable of deducing heavenly-level techniques, and possibly even those beyond that. Moreover, with the Xuanji Yinyang contract, they could foresee a future of ascension alongside Lu Xian. After a moment of silence, Luo Shi spoke. As for your matter with the Dongfang family, I fear we cannot reconcile it. However, this will not affect the relationship between you and our Luo family. We still harbor goodwill towards you. Lu Xian nodded slightly, smiling. I understand. Thank you, Taoist Luo. The Luo family's commerce connected Sangzhou and the Tsangming Sea, encompassing resources from both land and sea. Maintaining a good relationship with the Luo family was undoubtedly beneficial for him. In the future, when he required materials for alchemy and artifact forging, he could always seek their assistance. By the way, I have some resources obtained from the sea that I intend to sell. Does the Luo family accept resources? Luo Shi replied with a smile. Of course, just coordinate with Luo Yi and the others. He then turned to Luo Yi and the others, stating, from now on, Taoist Lu is the highest-ranking member of our Luo family's commerce. For transactions involving Taoist Lu, we will only charge at cost price. Luo Yi and the others nodded solemnly, affirming, we understand, second ancestor. Luo Shi then smiled at Lu Xian. I have not managed the commerce for many years. You may discuss any transactions with Luo Yi and the others. Lu Xian nodded. In that case, I shall take my leave. I will see you off, Taoist Lu. Luo Shi escorted everyone out of the Luo family, leaving only Lu Xian and his companions with Luo Yi's group. At this moment, Luo Yi and the others felt a mix of reverence and nervousness in Lu Xian's presence. After all, Lu Xian's strength surpassed even that of the second ancestor. Seeing their demeanor, Lu Xian smiled reassuringly. There is no need to be anxious. I remember your kindness. Luo Yi and his group exhaled in relief. Luo Qi quickly chimed in. Senior Lu, please follow us. We will handle the transactions at the Luo family commerce, shall we? No problem. Subsequently, the group headed to the Luo family commerce, where Lu Xian retrieved various items from his storage bags that he no longer needed. Most of these items were pills, talismans, treasures, and the like. Altogether, they fetched nearly 20 million mid-grade spirit stones. Only a large commerce like the Luo family, spanning Sangzhou and the Tsangming Sea, could absorb such a vast quantity of goods. A typical commerce would likely struggle to manage these resources. After selling these items, Lu Xian and his companions bid farewell to the Luo family members and departed Tsangming City, making their way toward the Cold Abyss Sword Sect. The three of them rode in Su Su's white jade gourd. Su Su took a hearty swig of wine, a smile blossoming in her eyes, at last. We are returning to our sect. This trial has exhausted me. I have never felt so drained after previous outings lasting longer. This experience had been overwhelming for Su Su. What with the Black Shark faction and the Dongfang family, both of which were nascent soul clans. If she were to venture out alone in the future and encountered such formidable families, she would steer clear. She never anticipated that by following her junior disciple, they would have already made enemies with such powerful factions. She felt fortunate indeed. Of course, the most significant aspect was that she had become a partner to her junior and even swore a heavenly oath. Coupled with Nangong's peculiar ideas, there were times when she felt a mix of love and frustration. Reflecting on this, Su Su shivered slightly. Nangong Yu, leaning against Lu Xian, noticed Su Su's reaction and asked curiously, Senior sister, what is the matter? Nothing. Su Su quickly shook her head. Having undergone dual cultivation during this period, and having comprehended the heavenly level technique to perfection, her control over the white jade gourd had significantly improved. Merely 2 months later, they returned to the sect. Upon entering the sect and seeing the familiar scenery, the hearts of Lu Xian and his companions relaxed. Akin to returning home after a busy spell away, Lu Xian suddenly realized that he had developed a sense of belonging towards the Cold Abyss Sword sect. Perhaps it was due to the kindness shown by his master and the sect leader, who provided him with unreserved access to the sect's resources, which deeply touched him. Nangong Yu remarked with a smile, "I'll head to the main peak to see my master first." Lu Xian nodded, "We should return to the Pill Peak as well." He missed both his master and Yin Yan. While at the Tsangming Sea, Yi Jiyan would sometimes send him messages through the Destiny Talisman, expressing her longing for him. As for his master, she would occasionally inquire about their safety and urge them to remain vigilant. When Lu Xian worried about the sect, he would only receive brief messages regarding any unusual activities from the Xuanwu Sword sect or the Ironclad sect. It had been 5 years since their last meeting, and Lu Xian found himself missing them. Nangong Yu transformed into a beam of rainbow light and sped towards the main peak. Lu Xian and Su Su continued their flight towards the summit of the main peak. Before long, they arrived at the pinnacle. The summit appeared unchanged. The rare herbs in the medicinal fields looked as they had when Lu Xian departed. Clearly, during this time, their master had taken excellent care of the plants. In the medicinal fields, there was no sign of their master, and the bamboo hut was securely closed. Both Lu Xian and Su Su sensed a fluctuation of energy within the hut. To Lu Xian's astonishment, the aura emanating from their master was remarkably powerful, even embodying the principles of yin and yang. Su Su, equally perceptive, widened her eyes and exclaimed, "Is that the Xuanji yin-yang energy?" Having engaged in dual cultivation numerous times, both she and Lu Xian had naturally refined a considerable amount of Xuanji yin-yang energy within themselves. She was thoroughly familiar with it, yet she had not anticipated encountering it emanating from their master. Pondering this, Lu Xian smiled and remarked, "I previously taught our master the Xuanji yin-yang contract, and I elaborated on the methods for refining the Xuanji yin-yang energy. It seems our master has developed a form of yin-yang energy suited to her own circumstances." Su Su, taken aback by Lu Xian's words, was overwhelmed with incredulity. Good heavens! Is my junior brother truly so audacious as to discuss dual cultivation techniques with our master? Could it be that he is a rebellious disciple? She then recalled that she, as the senior sister, had become this fellow's partner. The thought of him possibly engaging in dual cultivation with their master sent a shiver down her spine. Quickly, Su Su startled herself and endeavored to expel such blasphemous thoughts from her mind. "It's all Nangong's fault. She has led me to entertain such utterly outrageous notions." Noticing Su Su's silence and her ever-changing expressions, Lu Xian inquired, "Senior sister, are you all right?" Su Su jolted back to reality, shaking her head. "Junior brother, how could you teach the dual cultivation techniques to our master? That is rather audacious." Lu Xian responded with a hint of exasperation. "If our master wishes to break through to the nascent soul stage, it is essential to make various preparations. You are aware of the benefits of Xuanji yin-yang energy for such breakthroughs, are you not? If our master can refine it, her chances of success will significantly increase." Of course, I had to do this, and our master did not object. Upon hearing this, Su Su fell silent, recognizing that her own progress in dual cultivation with Lu Xian had solidified her foundation, making the transition to the nascent soul stage nearly effortless. However, their master was different. Should she fail in her breakthrough, her path to immortality might be forever severed. The mere thought of this possibility filled Su Su with dread. To her, their master was both a mentor and a maternal figure. The idea of her passing into the afterlife was heartbreaking. In a moment of reflection, Su Su even felt that Lu Xian was being too conservative. Why not engage in dual cultivation directly with our master to strengthen her foundation? If that were the case, with her current capabilities and cultivation level, she could likely achieve the nascent soul stage in mere months. Chapter 299, Su Su, afraid of being disowned. While Lu Xian and Su Su were engaged in conversation, the fluctuations within the bamboo hut ceased. Shortly thereafter, the door opened, and Luo Qinghan emerged. Upon seeing Lu Xian and Su Su, she smiled warmly. "You have returned." Lu Xian and Su Su immediately bowed respectfully. "Master, we are back." Luo Qinghan scanned the two, ensuring they appeared unharmed before smiling slightly. "Come inside and share the experiences of your journey." Following her, Lu Xian and Su Su entered the bamboo hut. Luo Qinghan brewed some spiritual tea and settled into a bamboo chair, resting her chin on her hand as she quietly observed the two. As Lu Xian and Su Su recounted their recent experiences, Luo Qinghan maintained a calm expression initially. However, when she learned that Lu Xian had elevated his physical cultivation to the nascent soul stage, She straightened up, astonished. Her surprise intensified when she heard that he had eradicated the Black Shark gang, which had plagued the Zhangming Sea for years, and had even slain 3 nascent soul cultivators from the Dongfang family. Wait a moment, she interrupted, let me gather my thoughts. Rubbing her forehead, she looked at Lu Xian with a blend of shock and disbelief. So, you now possess the cultivation level of the late nascent soul? And several Xiantian treasures? Your combat prowess rivals that of a peak nascent soul? Lu Xian nodded, a touch of embarrassment creeping in. Yes, master, but my cultivation level is still slightly lacking. I am currently at the peak of the golden core stage. Luo Qinghan opened her mouth, wanting to say that the peak of the golden core stage was indeed impressive. After all, she herself had only reached that level. Moreover, how long had he been practicing? Not even 20 years. In less than 2 decades. He had ascended from the peak of qi refinement to the peak of golden core. Such a rapid cultivation speed would astonish anyone. Even she, who had witnessed his growth firsthand, found herself bewildered. Yet, what truly left her stunned was Lu Xian's physical cultivation level. The late nascent soul, in the entire Xianling continent. That status marked one as a genuine top-tier powerhouse. Coupled with Lu Xian's Xiantian treasures and various skills, it appeared that her disciple wielded strength on par with the peak of the nascent soul stage. As long as he remained in the transformation stage, he seemed nearly invincible. At this moment, Luo Qinghan felt a sense of disorientation. In just a few years, Lu Xian had amassed such formidable power. After a brief silence, she collected herself and sighed. As for the Dongfang family, I am not well informed. However, based on your account, they possess peak nascent soul cultivators. I fear I may be unable to assist you. As a master, she ought to guide and protect her disciple. Yet, Lu Xian's strength had far surpassed her own. Even if she desired to offer protection, she found herself powerless. A complex mix of emotions stirred within Luo Qinghan. Lu Xian smiled reassuringly. Master, rest assured. With my current strength, I no longer fear the Dongfang family. You need not worry about my safety. Luo Qinghan nodded slightly. Then her gaze shifted to Su Su. A glimmer of amusement flickering in her eyes. You two probably have some secrets yet to share, do you not? Su Su. Your rapid advancement to the late golden core stage is quite unusual, and I notice your red pill is no longer with you. Su Su's face instantly flushed crimson, far more so than when she drank alcohol. Not only was she embarrassed, but Lu Xian also felt a twinge of awkwardness. Clearing his throat, he spoke up, Master. My senior sister and I have become partners. Her cultivation alongside me has yielded significant results. Luo Qinghan nodded lightly. I had anticipated as much. She then turned to Su Su, speaking softly. Su Su, your junior brother's talent is extraordinary, destined to become a powerful cultivator. Being able to partner with him is a rare opportunity. Do not squander this celestial bond. Though Su Su felt immensely shy, she nodded in affirmation. I understand, Master. My junior brother is truly exceptional. Su Su opened her mouth, intending to express her thoughts from earlier. Yet a flicker of trepidation regarding the potential wrath of her master made her hesitate. Ultimately, she decided to bide her time until her cultivation reached the nascent soul stage. Perhaps then her master would be more amenable upon witnessing her progress. After all, even if her master refused her, it was unlikely that she would face dire consequences. Luo Qinghan, observing the subtle shifts in Su Su's expression, sensed that her eldest disciple was preoccupied with some contemplations, which left her feeling somewhat unsettled. She furrowed her brow and inquired, Su Su, what occupies your thoughts? Snapping back to the present, Su Su hastily replied, nothing. I was merely pondering how Master might enhance her own abilities. Lu Xian interjected, recalling a pertinent matter, earlier, outside the bamboo pavilion. My senior sister and I discerned that you seem to have refined the yin-yang qi of the Xuanji. Luo Qinghan smiled faintly and nodded, indeed. With your insights, my dear disciple, I have indeed managed to cultivate a form of yin-yang qi akin to the Xuanji. Alas, as I am unable to achieve the harmonious balance of yin and yang, it pales in comparison to the true Xuanji yin-yang qi. Nevertheless, it holds some benefits for breaking the mirror. Lu Xian chuckled heartily. Congratulations, Master. Su Su chimed in, her laughter bright. Congratulations, Master. Perhaps you will soon break through to the nascent soul stage. Luo Qinghan shook her head. It is not as simple as that. Numerous exceptionally gifted cultivators have faltered during the transformation into the nascent stage. I can only strive to do my utmost. Suddenly, Lu Xian recalled something and spoke up. By the way, Master, I have developed a special secret technique while in the ocean, called the Pure World Green Lotus Soul Crossing Chapter. This technique can help transform the resentful souls of malevolent cultivators. After crossing them over, one can receive a merit reward. If Master were to acquire some merit, it would greatly ease the tribulations of the heart demon. Luo Qinghan was momentarily taken aback, a complex expression flickering in her eyes as she regarded Lu Xian. With a wry smile, she remarked, "It is amusing that, despite being the master, I have imparted so little compared to what you have taught me over these past 10 years. I am truly ashamed." Lu Xian responded, "When I first entered, my abilities were rather feeble, and it was you who nurtured me. Furthermore, my entry into alchemy and fire control owes much to your guidance. Without you, my path of cultivation would have been considerably more arduous." His words held a ring of truth. After joining the Hanyuan sword sect, Lu Xian finally found himself devoid of resource shortages. Whatever he desired could be readily obtained from the sect, and his master even directly introduced him to the Earth Tier technique, the Flame Gold Breaking Sky formula. It was this foundational Earth Tier technique that enabled Lu Xian to deduce his first Heavenly Tier technique through the 9-colored Radiance, thereby laying a robust groundwork for his rapid advancement. Moreover, with the backing of his master and the sect, Lu Xian no longer had to navigate with the same caution he once did in the Qingting Bazaar, fearful of offending powerful cultivators and revealing his peculiarities. This aspect was undeniably significant. Even without the Hanyuan sword sect, Lu Xian, possessing the 9-colored Radiance, would eventually achieve this level. However, the time required would likely have been considerably longer, perhaps an additional 10 or 20 years, or even longer should fortune not favor him. Thus, his gratitude towards both the Hanyuan sword sect and Luo Qinghan ran deep. Lu Xian remarked, "Both the sect and you, master, have treated me exceptionally well. Thus, I regard the sect as my home. You are akin to family to me, and assisting you is my duty." Luo Qinghan's gaze sparkled as a radiant smile graced her typically serene countenance. She felt profoundly touched, realizing that accepting him as her direct disciple was indeed the wisest decision of her life. Chapter 300. Gong Yuyo. Did you learn any techniques for concealing your presence, junior sister? Listening to Luo Qinghan, Lu Xian smiled. He presented the Pure World Green Lotus Soul Crossing chapter to her, saying, "Master, please study this technique. It could enable you to transform some malevolent souls and earn some merit, which should enhance your chances of breaking through." Luo Qinghan accepted the manuscript without hesitation, nodding in agreement. Curiosity piqued, Su Su asked, "By the way, master, what has transpired with the Xuanwu sword sect and the Iron Garment sect during our absence?" Luo Qinghan shook her head. "Things remain unchanged. They are quite restrained. Although there have been minor frictions at the borders, the intensity has been low, and it has been quite some time since the Golden Core elders have intervened." Both Su Su and Lu Xian nodded slightly. A glint of cold determination flickered in Lu Xian's eyes as he stated, "Master, I wish to visit the Xuanwu sword sect to investigate the situation regarding their malevolent cultivators." After a moment's contemplation, Luo Qinghan shook her head. "We do not know the whereabouts of the Blood Demon Hall's stronghold. If you recklessly venture into the Xuanwu sword sect, although you possess the strength to annihilate them, the Blood Demon Hall's cautious nature would likely lead them to abandon the Xuanwu sword sect and the Iron Garment sect altogether. This would make it even more challenging to uncover their whereabouts." Upon hearing this, both Lu Xian and Su Su furrowed their brows. After pondering, Lu Xian recognized the wisdom in his master's words. The earlier encounter with the Blood Demon Hall's Golden Core cultivator, who had been subjected to soul searching, clearly demonstrated their extreme caution. Even soul searching yielded little information. Extracting the Blood Demon Hall's location from the Iron Garment sect and the Xuanwu sword sect would likely prove arduous. Should they act hastily and alarm the snake, the Blood Demon Hall might only retreat further into the shadows. It would be wiser to wait for them to lower their guard before striking decisively. Lu Xian nodded, acknowledging, "You speak wisely, master. I was indeed lacking in consideration. In that case, we shall wait a while longer." Luo Qinghan nodded slightly, smiling, "Very well. Now, you both should return and rest. Especially you, Lu Xian. Your cousin Yi has been waiting for you in your cave for quite some time." Lu Xian rose with a smile, cupping his hands in farewell. "Then I shall take my leave. Should you have any questions regarding the Pure World Green Lotus Soul Crossing chapter, please feel free to ask me at any time." "Understood. You may go," Luo Qinghan replied. Both Lu Xian and Su Su departed from the bamboo pavilion. Once outside, Lu Xian turned to Su Su and asked, "Would you like to accompany me to my cave?" Su Su rolled her eyes. Perhaps due to their numerous dual cultivations, she had become more alluring over time. With a playful tone, she retorted, "You should return and spend some quality time with junior sister Yi. After all these years, she must be missing you." Lu Xian nodded, "Very well." Through their communication via the destiny token, Lu Xian could sense that Yi Ji Yin indeed missed him. Each returned to their respective caves. Upon entering his cave, Lu Xian discovered that Yi Ji Yin was not in the main hall. He quickly sensed her presence in the cultivation chamber. The stone door of the chamber was shut, but as the owner of the cave, Lu Xian possessed the authority to unlock it. He opened the stone door to find Yi Ji Yin diligently concocting pills within. Hearing the noise, she turned sharply, her expression cold as she demanded, "Who is it?" Upon realizing it was Lu Xian, her demeanor softened, and she froze in place, her eyes widening in astonishment, momentarily losing control of the alchemical flames. Lu Xian smiled warmly. "Yin Yin, I'm back." Yi Ji Yin snapped back to reality, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she leapt into his embrace, exclaiming, "Lu Xian, why did you return so suddenly? You didn't even inform me." Lu Xian chuckled. "I wanted to surprise you. What do you think? Are you surprised?" When Lu Xian returned, he chose not to inform Yi Ji Yin through the destiny token, intending to surprise her. Leaning against Lu Xian's embrace, Yi Ji Yin smiled softly. "Indeed, it is quite a surprise. We haven't seen each other for almost 5 years." Lu Xian nodded, then playfully patted Yi Ji Yin's shoulder, a mischievous grin on his face. "Who was it that said they would stay in the sect to refine pills? Are you now having second thoughts?" Yi Ji Yin immediately punched Lu Xian lightly on the chest, replying, "I just wanted to help you." Lu Xian smiled faintly, a fervent gleam igniting in his eyes. "Then how about helping me with something else now?" Yi Ji Yin was taken aback, and soon she sensed Lu Xian's teasing hand, her cheeks flushing crimson. With a gaze as deep as water, she cast a reproachful glance at him. At the cold abyss sword sect, on the main peak, in the Master's palace, Nangong Yu descended like a ray of rainbow light at the entrance of the grand hall, clasping her hands in greeting. "Master, your disciple has returned." Before the palace doors could open, Nangong Yu suddenly sensed a familiar aura approaching from afar. Her eyes brightened as she looked up and saw Gong Yu Yao landing gracefully nearby. Gong Yu Yao, adorned in a light green palace attire, her long black hair cascading like a waterfall, was simply tied with a red ribbon. She was as spirited and confident as ever. Upon seeing Nangong Yu, Gong Yu Yao immediately beamed. "Nangong Jr. sister? I heard from Master that you and Lu Jr. brother ventured to the Tsangming Sea. Have you just returned?" Nangong Yu nodded with a smile. "Yes, senior sister. It's been a long time. I just got back." Gong Yu Yao inquired, "How was the Tsangming Sea?" "I have yet to visit. I would like to experience its trials myself." Nangong Yu pondered for a moment before replying. "The maritime regions differ greatly from our continent. The islands are quite distant from one another, making information exchange rather inconvenient. Thus, malevolent cultivators run rampant, rendering it even more perilous than our mainland." Gong Yu Yao frowned slightly, nodding in understanding. "I see. Then caution is indeed warranted." While Gong Yu Yao contemplated something, Nangong Yu observed her. Senior sister Gong Yu Yao's cultivation had swiftly advanced, now at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. However, regrettably, she had surpassed her. Nangong Yu had already reached the late stage of the Golden Core realm, although it was partly due to that rascal Lu Xian. How could a partner not be considered a boon to her cultivation? Originally, Nangong Yu held profound admiration for her extraordinarily talented senior sister. Her aspiration had been to follow in her footsteps and eventually become an elder of the sect at the Golden Core stage. If fortune favored her, there was even a chance she could ascend to the nascent soul realm. Yet, as fate would have it, she became a partner with Lu Xian. In the span of a few short years, the senior sister she once looked up to had now fallen behind her in strength. Nangong Yu felt a wave of disorientation wash over her. Previously, she had been alongside Lu Xian, Yin Yin, and Sister Su Su. Lu Xian was a prodigy in his own right, and both Yin Yin and Sister Su Su, like her, were Lu Xian's partners, progressing at a similar pace. She had never truly felt how rapidly she was advancing. Now, upon reflection, she realized she had left all the other sisters of the main peak far behind. Even Gong Yu Yao, the pride of the Cold Abyss Sword sect, hailed as the strongest genius since the sect's inception, had been surpassed by her. Moreover, Nangong Yu's cultivation technique was of the heavenly grade, and it was perfected as well. Her spells were equally formidable. Her true combat power could rival that of a peak Golden Core cultivator, and she was even capable of contending with early-stage nascent soul practitioners. In terms of combat prowess, Nangong Yu felt she had far surpassed her senior sister. Nangong Yu recalled Lu Xian's usual arrogance in front of her and Sister Su Su, a smile appearing in her eyes. She said, "Congratulations on your cultivation advancement, senior sister. You are now at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm." Gong Yu Yao snapped back to reality, smiling. "It's all due to diligent practice." Then she realized she could no longer perceive Nangong Yu's cultivation level, which puzzled her. What kind of concealing technique has junior sister learned? It cannot be that her cultivation has already surpassed mine, can it? Gong Yu Yao naturally found that hard to believe. Curiously, she asked, "I cannot sense your cultivation level at all. Have you practiced some special concealing technique?" "I possess a secret art that can see through even Lu Jr. brother's concealing method, yet it seems ineffective against you. Clearly, your technique is of high quality." Nangong Yu raised an eyebrow, mimicking Lu Xian's innocent yet pretentious demeanor. She blinked and replied, "Senior sister, I haven't employed any concealing techniques." Gong Yu Yao, Chapter 301 Gong Yu Yao. Is Lu Junior brother some sort of human-shaped elixir? The air fell momentarily silent. Gong Yu Yao blinked in astonishment, gazing at Nan Gong Yu. Then, with uncertainty, she asked, "You don't have any concealing techniques? Then why can't I see through your cultivation level?" Nan Gong Yu chuckled bashfully. "Perhaps it's because my cultivation has also advanced further. I am now at the late stage of the Golden Core realm, and my spiritual sense has strengthened, reaching the peak of the Golden Core level." Gong Yu Yao. She was momentarily dumbfounded, incredulity etched across her face. In just a few short years, how could you have progressed so swiftly? Did you perhaps encounter some earth-shattering opportunity in the maritime realm? Nan Gong Yu shook her head. There was nothing of the sort. Gong Yu Yao quickly regained her composure, looking at Nan Gong Yu with a hint of envy, then smiled. "Junior sister, you might be underestimating me. I have no designs on your opportunities." Nan Gong Yu realized her words had led Gong Yu Yao to misunderstand. She laughed. "I truly mean it. My rapid advancement is largely thanks to Lu Xian." "Lu Junior brother?" Gong Yu Yao paused, slightly annoyed. "Is Lu Junior brother some sort of human-shaped elixir? How could he facilitate your leap from early to late Golden Core in just a few years?" Nan Gong Yu blinked, feeling a bit odd. If senior sister insists on calling Lu Xian a human-shaped elixir, I suppose that's not entirely inaccurate. To be honest, I even think he might be stronger than any human-shaped elixir. Not only does he enhance cultivation, but he also strengthens spiritual awareness, refines the yin-yang energies, and most importantly, elevates understanding in all aspects, including techniques and spells. Seeing Nan Gong Yu genuinely assert this, Gong Yu Yao jested. How can one speak so highly of their own partner? "Be careful, I don't tell Lu Junior brother on you." Nan Gong Yu laughed. "Senior sister, I'm merely speaking the truth. Go ahead and tell Lu Xian. He would probably agree with you." "Impossible." Gong Yu Yao shook her head, still not convinced. "Though Lu Junior brother possesses extraordinary talent, surpassing me, you cannot seriously claim he is a human-shaped elixir. That is a stretch." Nan Gong Yu smirked. "For female cultivators, he truly is a human-shaped elixir. If senior sister were to cultivate with Lu Xian, you would understand why. You would likely find it utterly irresistible." Gong Yu Yao was momentarily taken aback. Her cheeks flushed, her eyes widening in disbelief as she looked at Nan Gong Yu. She never expected her own junior sister would utter such words. Wasn't he that a bit shameless? Even she felt embarrassed just hearing it. Gong Yu Yao shot a glare at Nan Gong Yu, exasperated. "You little girl, what nonsense are you spouting? Be careful, master hears you and punishes you." Nan Gong Yu blinked innocently, about to respond when suddenly, the grand palace doors swung open. Nan Gong Yu and Gong Yu Yao fell into a profound silence. However, Nan Gong Yu discreetly transmitted a message to Gong Yu Yao, saying, "If you doubt it, why not inquire with our master? She likely shares the same sentiment." Gong Yu Yao responded with confusion. "What on earth? Why would even master think of junior brother Lu as a human-shaped elixir? Dual cultivation? Could it be a dual cultivation technique?" Yet, Gong Yu Yao had been in possession of several such techniques, even a top-tier one of the earth grade. To her, they were rather ordinary, and she believed her own cultivation was far superior. How could it possibly elevate someone to the status of a human-shaped elixir? Was there something she was unaware of? Gong Yu Yao struggled to comprehend this, yet she felt significantly shaken. Moreover, curiosity began to stir within her. She had initially surmised that Nan Gong's sister must have encountered some fortuitous event in the sea region that allowed her sudden ascension to the late Golden Core stage. Though she felt a twinge of envy, her confidence remained unshaken. With her spiritual physique and innate luck, she was destined to surpass Nan Gong's sister, breaking through to the nascent soul stage, or even the divine transformation stage, ultimately ascending to the spirit realm. However, if Nan Gong's sister's advancement was due to dual cultivation with junior brother Lu, and junior brother Lu had been consistently present, it might become increasingly difficult for her to catch up with Nan Gong's sister. As a talented individual herself, she was equally eager to uncover the nature of junior brother Lu's dual cultivation technique that could yield such remarkable progress for Nan Gong's sister in merely a few years. At that moment, Xiaoyu emerged. Upon seeing Nan Gong Yu, she smiled faintly. "Wearer, you have returned." Nan Gong Yu nodded. "Yes, master, I have returned. You too, come inside." Xiaoyu instructed, turning back towards the palace while Nan Gong Yu and Gong Yu Yao followed suit. Once seated within the palace, Xiaoyu first turned her gaze to Gong Yu Yao and inquired, "Yao Yao, how is the situation at the border?" Gong Yu Yao shook her head. "As usual, there are no abnormalities." She had returned to report on the border situation after being tasked to investigate the area, to prevent a sudden uprising from the Xuanwu sword sect and the ironclad sect. After all, the disciples of the Cold Abyss sword sect were well aware of the credibility of the intelligence provided by Lu Xian and Su Su. They understood that there were indeed disciples of the Blood Demon Hall within the Xuanwu sword sect and ironclad sect, which is why they remained vigilant. Xiaoyu nodded slightly and continued. Recently, it appears that the Qin Yuan Sword Sect and the Xuan Sect are showing signs of dissolving their alliance. Gong Yuyao frowned slightly and replied, that is understandable. After all, the Xuanwu Sword Sect and Ironclad Sect have been engaging in minor skirmishes. And it seems that the Ironclad Sect has no intention of invading our Misty Forest Sea region. The Qin Yuan Sword Sect and Xuan Sect naturally do not wish to be entangled in the conflict between our Cold Abyss Sword Sect and the Xuanwu Sword Sect. Xiaoyu acknowledged. Indeed, they would rather sit back and watch the tigers fight. If the friction between us and the Xuanwu Sword Sect continues, it would incur significant losses for us as well. Gong Yuyao silently nodded in agreement. An unexpected silence enveloped the palace. Observing this, Nangongyu spoke up. Master need not worry. Lu Xian has already attained peak nascent soul combat prowess. Even if the Blood Demon Hall were to strike, our Cold Abyss Sword Sect would remain unscathed. Xiaoyu and Gong Yuyao exchanged startled glances, their eyes widening in disbelief as they looked at Nangongyu. Xiaoyu stammered. Junior brother Lu has already broken through to the nascent soul stage? Gong Yuyao found it hard to believe. How could it be so fast? He has only been a golden core cultivator for a few years. Although Gong Yuyao acknowledged Lu Xian's exceptional talent, which surpassed her own, the idea of progressing from golden core to nascent soul in such a short span seemed utterly preposterous. Nangongyu clarified, no, master and senior sister. Lu Xian's cultivation is merely at the peak of the golden core stage. However, he has practiced a body cultivation technique, which, combined with certain treasures, allows him to exhibit combat strength equivalent to the peak nascent soul stage. At this revelation, both Gong Yuyao and Xiaoyu exhaled in relief, though they found themselves somewhat bemused. When did the peak of the golden core stage become something merely casual? Xiaoyu, somewhat at a loss for words, remarked, I am also at the peak of the golden core stage. Why does it seem so undervalued in your eyes? Nangongyu chuckled lightly. Master, that is not my intention. It is just that we encountered an abundance of events during our expedition to the sea. Gong Yuyao and Xiaoyu's eyes brightened with curiosity about the happenings involving Lu Xian and the others in the sea region. Gong Yuyao smiled. Little you, do share the tales of your adventures. Nangongyu nodded, offering no resistance, and began recounting the events of their journey. Since Nangongyu and Xiaoyu were both Dao companions, there was little to conceal, and she shared the majority of their experiences. Xiaoyu and Gong Yuyao were left astonished, completely unable to fathom that Lu Xian had grown so formidable that he could even annihilate a pirate group with 3 nascent soul cultivators. Those were 3 nascent soul cultivators, with the strongest among them reaching the late nascent soul stage. In the context of the continent, they constituted a rather formidable nascent soul sect. Exchanging glances, they both saw the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. Gong Yuyao couldn't help but swallow hard, incredulity lacing her voice. Does this imply that junior brother Lu alone could obliterate a relatively strong nascent soul sect? Nangongyu pondered for a moment before nodding. What you say is not entirely incorrect. Xiaoyu and Gong Yuyao fell into silence once more, mimicking Lu Xian's calm demeanor. Nangongyu smiled gently. Master, senior sister, are you both all right? Why the lack of conversation? They snapped back to reality. Xiaoyu sighed deeply. I was contemplating whether I should abdicate my position as sect leader and let junior brother Lu take over. Since he is a peak nascent soul cultivator, which would effectively elevate our Cold Abyss Sword Sect to the status of a nascent soul sect. Nangongyu immediately countered. Lu Xian likely would not be inclined to accept such a role. The responsibilities of a sect leader are numerous, and he is not the type to sit idly within the sect handling affairs. Nangongyu understood Lu Xian well enough to be certain that he would not desire the position of sect leader. Then, Nangongyu blinked playfully and added with a smile. However, Master could appoint Lu Xian as a Grand Elder, allowing him to avoid administrative duties. I believe he would be quite amenable to that. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu nodded slightly. That does sound reasonable. I shall inquire about junior brother Lu's opinion on the matter later. Suddenly, Xiaoyu noticed Gong Yuyao's expression was somewhat conflicted, appearing to be somewhat off-kilter. She initially assumed Gong Yuyao felt disheartened by Lu Xian's prowess, as she had always been the strongest talent of the Cold Abyss Sword Sect and had never encountered a cultivator of such caliber. The vast gap between her and Lu Xian would inevitably destabilize her resolve. Xiaoyu felt a pang of concern and asked, Yao Yao, are you all right? Junior brother Lu is no ordinary individual. Your talent is already extraordinary, and there is no need to compare yourself to him. Gong Yuyao regained her composure and replied with a smile. Master, you misunderstand. I was pondering a question and hope you can provide an answer. Seeing that Gong Yuyao's composure had returned, Xiaoyu felt relieved and smiled. Ask away. As long as I know, I shall certainly answer you. Gong Yuyao nodded and inquired. Master, do you consider junior brother Lu to be a human-shaped elixir? Nangongyu, who was nearby, was left speechless, her mind momentarily blank. Oh my goodness, is senior sister truly this audacious? To confront the master with such inquiries directly? Xiaoyu was equally taken aback, rendered speechless. What does this mean? Is she attempting to transform junior brother Lu into an elixir? Yao Yao is not that kind of person, is she? Could it be that her resolve has genuinely shattered? Taking a deep breath, she resolved to first soothe Gong Yuyao. Yao Yao, why do you ask such a question? Gong Yuyao replied. Xiao Yu is already at the late golden core stage. She claims to have advanced alongside junior brother Lu through mutual cultivation. She said that for female cultivators, junior brother Lu is akin to a human-shaped elixir. Could it be that junior brother Lu's dual cultivation techniques are exceptionally potent? Xiaoyu was somewhat astonished to learn that Nangong Yu had indeed reached the late golden core stage. She scrutinized Nangong Yu and confirmed her advancement. Then she heard Gong Yuyao's subsequent remarks. Xiaoyu was also aware of the Sioux New Jersey YNYing contract, but does it truly possess such formidable efficacy? To ascend from the early to the late golden core stage in just 5 short years? Xiaoyu, filled with uncertainty, inquired, Xiaoyu, is your cultivation entirely a result of mutual cultivation? Nangong Yu nodded. Pretty much. The insights from the techniques were also gained through dual cultivation, after all. Lu Xian shares his insights with me. Xiaoyu's heart raced. Could it be that, for female cultivators, he is indeed a human-shaped elixir? Observing Xiaoyu's changing expression, Gong Yuyao began to believe Nangong Yu's words. However, she still intended to seek a direct confirmation from the master. Master? Xiaoyu snapped back to reality. A hint of embarrassment crossing her face as she felt uneasy under Gong Yuyao's gaze. She cleared her throat and said, well, it is somewhat accurate, I suppose. Gong Yuyao inhaled deeply, her eyes filled with astonishment. Junior brother Lu is truly a human-shaped elixir. After indulging in carefree revelry for half a month, Yi Jian and Lu Xian nestled together, listening as Lu Xian recounted his recent experiences in the Tsangming Sea. Her expression shifted continuously. And upon hearing that Lu Xian had attained the late nascent soul stage in body cultivation, a wave of despondency washed over her. No wonder this fellow has become increasingly formidable. She felt as if she were on the verge of collapsing. How could she possibly endure such a body cultivation level on her own? When the topic of Su arose, Yi Jian fell silent, ultimately refraining from saying much. After all, she understood just how captivating Lu Xian was to female cultivators, an unparalleled talent, strikingly handsome, a master of alchemy, a master of weaponry, and possessing the mightiest Sioux New Jersey YNYing contract. It was entirely natural for female cultivators to be drawn to Lu Xian. Moreover, she herself found it increasingly difficult to resist him, feeling a twinge of fear. Having companions around her now allowed Yi Jian to breathe a sigh of relief. Once Lu Xian finished speaking, Yi Jian began to share her recent circumstances. Being a homebody, her days were mostly spent either refining pills or cultivating. Over the years, she had diligently explored all the alchemical formulas within the sect. Even for third-grade formulas, she had at least grasped the fundamentals. Of course, much of this understanding was shared with Lu Xian during their mutual cultivation sessions, so he was well aware of it. In terms of cultivation speed, while she hadn't advanced as rapidly as Lu Xian through mutual cultivation, she had been consistently refining top-tier cultivation pills, and her primary cultivation technique, the Qingdi Chongxing scripture, was now perfected. Hence, her cultivation speed was not slow. Additionally, Yi Jian's original cultivation level had already surpassed that of Nangong Yu. Considering she had become Lu Xian's companion first and had engaged in mutual cultivation for a while. Consequently, she too had broken through to the late golden core stage. Nevertheless, even so, Yi Jian felt somewhat dissatisfied. You must compensate me well for this period. My cultivation was significantly stronger than Xiao Yu's. Lu Xian chuckled. As long as you can endure, I can certainly accommodate. Yi Jian's body stiffened momentarily before she shivered slightly. She shook her head. Upon reflection, that should suffice. After all, with you around, I can enhance my skills anytime. Then Yi Jian recalled something and asked, by the way, are you planning to head to the wasteland? Lu Xian nodded. Yes. Yin Yin, do you wish to accompany us? Yi Jian hesitated. After all, venturing out for training required travel and occasionally attending to other matters. She preferred refining pills. Yet, if she didn't go, she might not see Lu Xian for several years. They had been together often, and now, the thought of not seeing him for years made her realize just how much she missed this rascal. Observing Yi Jian's indecision, Lu Xian contemplated before smiling. Do you wish to refine pills? Yes. Yi Jian had nothing to hide from Lu Xian. She nodded. Compared to outdoor training, I prefer researching alchemical formulas. Lu Xian grinned. No need to worry. I possess several large ships. I will modify one into a jade vessel, and during our journey, you can refine pills directly on board. Upon hearing this, Yi Jian's eyes sparkled with delight, her face breaking into a joyful smile. If that's the case, then I will go. Lu Xian affectionately ruffled her hair. Chapter 303, The Golden Core Ceremony. Just as Lu Xian and Yi Jian were engrossed in their intimate exchange, Lu Xian suddenly sensed the formation outside the cave being triggered. Shortly thereafter, Nangongyu entered the cave, heading straight for the bedroom. Upon seeing the two nestled together, she smirked. Oh, after all these days, and you're still at it? Yi Jian's cheeks flushed as she shot a glare at Nangongyu. Xiaoyu, what are you saying? She hastily distanced herself from Lu Xian. Nangongyu, unfazed, moved closer and remarked, Lu Xian, Master has heard that you have now attained peak nascent soul combat capabilities and hopes you can become the supreme elder of the sect. Both Lu Xian and Yi Jian were momentarily stunned. Lu Xian hadn't anticipated that the sect leader would be so decisive. If he became the supreme elder, he would hold a status even higher than that of the sect leader. However, Lu Xian did not feel particularly perturbed. After all, strength determines status. Given Lu Xian's current cultivation and combat prowess, even without being the supreme elder, his standing within the sect was already quite elevated. After contemplating, Lu Xian recounted his previous conversation with the master about concealing his strength to avoid alarming the Blood Demon Palace. Nangongyu listened, nodding in understanding. She then said, Very well, I will discuss this with master. After addressing Lu Xian, Nangongyu mischievously glanced at Yi Jian, teasingly stating, Yin Yin. Su and I have generously left Lu Xian to you for such an extended period. We've shown great loyalty, haven't we? Yi Jian's cheeks reddened further as she quietly retorted, That's because you two have been together for years. Nangongyu laughed, All right then. I'll grant you a little more time. I'll take my leave now and won't disturb you. With that, she pecked Lu Xian on the cheek and vanished like a fleeting shadow. Her purpose for visiting Lu Xian's cave was solely to discuss this matter. After her recent meeting with the master, Nangongyu had initially come to Lu Xian's cave, but since he and Yi Jian were in the throes of mutual cultivation, understanding that her dear friend hadn't had such pleasures in years, she decided to give them space. After all these days, she returned, knowing well that given Lu Xian's combat prowess, her friend must have been quite overwhelmed. Another reason for the unease of the master was the apprehension that Lu Xian, upon attaining great power, might be reluctant to remain with the Hanyuan sword sect. To reassure her, Nangongyu decided to visit directly. After receiving Lu Xian's affirmation, she had no intention of lingering. She believed it was indeed vital for her dear sister to spend some time alone with Lu Xian, especially since they had not seen each other for 5 years. Upon returning to the main hall of the peak, she found both Xiaoyu and Gongyu Yao present. The two turned their gazes towards Nangongyu, with Xiaoyu nervously inquiring, How did it go? Did Lu Shixi agree? Nangongyu smiled reassuringly, Fear not, master. Lu Xian will not abandon our sect. However, regarding the matter of the elder, it seems we must deliberate further. Xiaoyu and Gongyu Yao exchanged concerned glances, and Xiaoyu immediately asked, Why is that? Nangongyu explained, It pertains to the Blood Demon Palace. Lu Xian had discussed this with Master Luo, expressing a desire to maintain our current stance until the Blood Demon Palace reveals its intentions. At that point, Lu Xian plans to eradicate them, thereby freeing our Hanyuan sword sect from any lingering threats. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu understood. After a moment of contemplation, she acknowledged the validity of Lu Xian and Luo Qinghan's strategy. She sighed, I have been too hasty. What Lu Shimi and Lu Shixi suggest is indeed correct. The Blood Demon Palace poses a significant risk to us. If Lu Shixi were to exhibit his peak nascent soul strength now, word would surely reach the Blood Demon Palace, prompting them to retreat into hiding once more, which would not bode well for us. Nangongyu nodded in agreement, adding, I share the same sentiment. Gongyu Yao also concurred, saying, Lu Shidi and Master Luo are considering the sect's best interests. Since Lu Shidi himself is unconcerned, Master, I believe we can afford to postpone the matter of the elder for now. Xiaoyu nodded, then stated, While we may delay the elder's matter, it has been many years, and it is time to reveal the cultivation levels of Lu Shixi, Yi Shixi, and you, Xiaoya. I shall arrange for you all to be recognized as elders and participate in the elder ceremony. To this, Nangongyu readily agreed. That is acceptable. I trust Lu Xian and Yin Yin will not object. It is somewhat unreasonable for the three of us to still hold the status of disciples. Merely becoming elders will likely lead the outside world to believe we have just reached the Golden Core stage. Then you should inquire when Lu Shixi plans to hold the Golden Core ceremony. I shall extend invitations to the elders of the Qingyun Sword Sect and the Tushuan Sect to attend. Our Hanyuan Sword Sect now has 3 young Golden Core elders. We must make a grand occasion of it. Upon hearing this, Nangongyu's expression darkened. You want me to ask again? Lu Xian is currently in dual cultivation with Yin Yin. It was quite an achievement for me to have slipped away earlier. If I go now, I fear I may not return. Xiaoyu, Gongyu Yao. The atmosphere turned awkward as Nangongyu realized she had spoken too freely. Xiaoyu's lips twitched before she suggested, then perhaps you should wait a few days. All right. A month later, the Hanyuan sword sect was adorned with festive decorations. The disciples within the sect brimmed with joy and smiles. Conversations buzzed around the breakthroughs of Lu Xian, Yi Jian, and Nangang Yu into the Golden Core stage, and their ascension to elder status. At this moment, Xiaoyu stood at the sect's entrance with Gong Yuyao and Luo Qinghan, welcoming the elders from the Qingyun sword sect and the Tuxuan sect. Chen Jun, the sect master of Qingyun, and Feng Lang, the master of Tuxuan, had personally brought a group of sect elders to attend the Golden Core ceremony. With a beaming smile, Chen Jun clasped his hands in greeting. Congratulations, Sect Master Xia. Our sect has produced 3 Golden Core elders, all remarkably young prodigies. The fortune of the Hanyuan sword sect is truly enviable. Xiaoyu, with an air of elegant restraint, nodded graciously. Thank you, Master Chen. Feng Lang ventured. I have heard that these 3, including Lu Xian, are quite youthful, all under 50? The other elders from Qingyun and Tuxuan looked on with eager curiosity. Xiaoyu confirmed. Indeed, Lu Elder is the eldest among them, soon to reach 50. A collective gasp escaped the Golden Core cultivators from the 2 sections. They were struck with astonishment. To break through to the Golden Core stage before the age of 50 is a talent unparalleled throughout Sangzhou. If all goes well, there is a significant likelihood of advancing to the nascent soul stage. Having witnessed the emergence of Gong Yuyao from the Hanyuan sword sect was already a source of envy. Now, 3 had arisen at once. What extraordinary fortune does the Hanyuan sword sect possess? What kind of luck is this? The Golden Core cultivators from both sects felt a twinge of jealousy. Why did such prodigious talents not emerge from Qingyun and Tuxuan? This seemed utterly unfair. Observing the astonishment on the faces of the 2 sects, Xiaoyu and Gong Yuyao exchanged amused glances, finding it rather amusing. If they were to learn that Lu Xian already possessed nascent soul combat strength, what would their expressions be? Xiaoyu felt a pang of regret. Alas. Due to the Blood Demon Palace, she must hold back a little. Otherwise, she would have loved to announce to the entire Misty Sea region that their Hanyuan sword sect now boasted a peak nascent soul cultivator. The mere thought of it brought her delight. What a shame. Chapter 304. The Feedback of Fortune, the Moment of Breakthrough. Meanwhile, Luo Qinghan, though naturally composed and rarely intrigued by anything beyond alchemy, felt a swell of pride at this moment. After all, Lu Xian was her disciple. Despite his surpassing her in excellence, as his master, she had every reason to feel proud, especially in light of the shock from the cultivators of Qingyun and Tuxuan. A smile graced her typically serene face. Please, all of you come inside. The Golden Core ceremony will commence shortly. Xiaoyu invited the Golden Core elders from the 2 sects into the hall. The Hanyuan sword sect had invited not only the Golden Core cultivators from Qingyun and Tuxuan, but also foundational cultivators responsible for various families from nearby areas, as well as scattered Golden Core cultivators from the Misty Sea region. Naturally, the Xuanwu sword sect was not invited, given their ongoing hostilities. Compared to the usual tranquility of the Hanyuan sword sect, the presence of external cultivators made the atmosphere lively. All Golden Core cultivators gathered in the guest hall atop the main peak, where the Golden Core ceremony for Lu Xian and the others was to take place. As the guests took their seats, anticipation filled the air. All eyes turned towards the hall's direction. Xiaoyu glanced at the time, ascended the platform, and smiled. The auspicious moment has arrived. May I invite Elder Lu Xian, Elder Nangang Yu, and Elder Yi Jian to come forth. Xiaoyu's voice resonated throughout the sect. The 3 of them, already awaiting at the summit, transformed into beams of light, soaring into the guest hall, their Golden Core energy radiating, filling the sect with a palpable pressure. Though the 3 had mastered the art of concealing their presence, what was displayed was merely the early stage of the Golden Core realm. Lu Xian felt somewhat exasperated. As the sect members sensed their cultivation levels, cheers erupted within the Hanyuan sword sect. Behold, our 3 esteemed elders. The sound of waves surged forth, transforming into a torrent that resonated throughout the entire sect. Lu Xian and his companions distinctly sensed an ethereal fluctuation permeating their bodies, as if the very heavens and earth had become more transparent. Simultaneously, it felt as though something within them reciprocated to the sect. As this exchange unfolded, an enigmatic radiance appeared in the skies above the cold abyss sword sect. This radiance coalesced into strands of profound light, infusing every cultivator within the sect. In an instant, waves of breakthrough ripples emerged from various corners of the sect, with thousands achieving breakthroughs in mere moments. Outside the reception hall, Xiaoyu and her companions were enveloped by a significant portion of this divine light. Among the elders of the sect, Yin Qinghe and Bai Lin, their profound mana surged, their eyes shimmering with an otherworldly glow. After a brief moment, the elders closed their eyes, entering a state of enlightenment. In the blink of an eye, their mana surged, leading many to transcend their current realms. Notably, Bai Lin, the guardian elder of the library pavilion, who was already at the late stage of the Golden Core realm, ascended directly to the pinnacle of Golden Core. This positioned her among the most formidable cultivators in the entire Misty Forest Sea region. The other elders also experienced varying degrees of elevation in their cultivation levels. Among them, Xia Yu and Luo Qinghan received the most divine light. Their eyes glimmered with an ethereal radiance, and in the next moment, their expressions shifted. Xia Yu exchanged a glance with Luo Qinghan, sensing a similar opportunity for advancement. She promptly conveyed to Bai Lin, "Junior sister Bai. Luo junior sister and I have perceived a chance to break through. We must enter seclusion." Bai Lin, immersed in the joy of her own breakthrough, was taken aback momentarily but then responded with a hint of delight in her eyes. "Sister, go ahead. I shall handle things here." Subsequently, Xia Yu politely addressed the stunned Golden Core cultivators. "Esteemed friends, I apologize, but I must retreat for a period. Please enjoy your feast." Luo Qinghan nodded at Lu Xian, transmitting, "Master, I must break through and will need to enter seclusion for a while." Lu Xian, having discerned the unusual states of both Luo Qinghan and Xia Yu, speculated on their conditions. Acknowledging Luo Qinghan's words, he nodded and replied telepathically, "Once you and Master are prepared, do not rush to break through. I will prepare some trump cards to counter the tribulations of the heart." Upon hearing this, both Xia Yu and Luo Qinghan were momentarily taken aback before their faces brightened with joy. They nodded at Lu Xian before transforming into streaks of light and vanishing. The cultivators from the Qingyun Sword Sect and the Earth Profound Sect exchanged glances, their eyes almost brimming with envy and jealousy. What had they just witnessed? The sect's fortune had been replenished, enabling so many cultivators to achieve breakthroughs on the spot. Even several elders of the Golden Core stage had advanced, with 2 more reaching the pinnacle of Golden Core. Most importantly, they were aware that Xia Yu and Luo Qinghan were already at the pinnacle of Golden Core. With this opportunity for advancement, were they not poised to ascend to the nascent soul stage? The nascent soul stage, that represented an entirely different realm from Golden Core. Should Xia Yu and Luo Qinghan succeed in their breakthroughs, the Cold Abyss Sword Sect would rise to the status of a nascent soul sect. The elders from the 2 major sects turned their gazes towards Lu Xian and his companions. All of this was a result of their influence. They had become elders of the Cold Abyss Sword Sect, and the sect's fortune had been enhanced by their presence, just as they had also contributed back to the sect. Yet, the magnitude of this reciprocal power was astonishing. Just how potent were the fortunes of these 3? What incredible talents did they possess? They could scarcely fathom it. Feeling an envy that turned their eyes green, as they were enveloped in shock, Bai Lin took a deep breath and addressed the crowd with a radiant smile. "Esteemed friends, our sect's master and the Pill Peak master require seclusion, but this will not affect the Golden Core ceremony of our 3 elders. The banquet shall continue, with divine delicacies and wines served." However, all the Golden Core cultivators present felt a profound lack of appetite. Each breakthrough to a minor realm was an arduous task. Yet they watched as the elders of the Cold Abyss Sword Sect achieved breakthroughs as effortlessly as quenching their thirst. Who among them would not feel their resolve waver? At that moment, a middle-aged woman of the Golden Core stage spoke up. "Elder Bai, does your esteemed sect currently accept new members? I have grown weary of wandering as a loose cultivator, and if there is a sect willing to take me in, it would be the most fortuitous circumstance." The middle-aged woman gazed longingly at Bai Lin. Nearby, Fong Lang and Chen Jun exchanged glances, their faces twitching in disbelief, nearly brought to tears. This woman, Feng Yujia, was a well-known Golden Core loose cultivator in the Misty Forest Sea. Having inherited the teachings of a master talisman maker, she was quite renowned in the region. Despite being at the mid-stage of Golden Core, she had once evaded a peak Golden Core cultivator. Years prior, the Cold Abyss Sword Sect, Qingyun Sword Sect, and Earth Profound Sect had all extended invitations for her to join. However, she had previously claimed to prefer the freedom of a wandering life and had no desire to enter a sect. Yet now, the fickleness of women. Witnessing the Cold Abyss Sword Sect's fortunes flourish, it was no wonder she sought to join their ranks. Fong Lang and Chen Jun exchanged glances, both recognizing the frustration and envy reflected in each other's eyes. Bai Lin was also familiar with Feng Yujia, given the limited number of Golden Core cultivators in the Misty Forest Sea. Moreover, as a master talisman maker, she had collaborated with the Cold Abyss Sword Sect on talisman-related business. With a beaming smile, Bai Lin promptly replied, "If fellow Taoist Feng wishes to join our Cold Abyss Sword Sect, we would be more than welcome. How about this? You may reside in our sect for the time being, and when my junior sister emerges from her retreat, I will personally extend an invitation to you." Feng Yujia nodded repeatedly, smiling. "That would be most splendid." Instantly, several other female Golden Core loose cultivators stood up. "Elder Bai, I too wish to join the Cold Abyss Sword Sect. Even an outer sect elder position would suffice, would it not? Bai Lin's smile blossomed as she nodded enthusiastically, arranging for these female cultivators to stay within the sect. Meanwhile, the male loose cultivators were left in utter dismay. They secretly lamented why they could not be female cultivators themselves. If they were women, would they not also have the chance to join the Cold Abyss Sword sect? In the midst of this, a middle-aged scholar glanced at Lu Xian and then shifted his gaze. Wait, if Lu Xian, being a male cultivator, can join the Cold Abyss Sword sect, why can't I? Taking a deep breath, he stood up and clasped his hands, addressing Bai Lin, fellow Taoist Bai. It has been many years since we last met. You remain as radiant as ever. Might I inquire whether I could join the Cold Abyss Sword sect? Bai Lin's smile faltered, and she looked at the middle-aged scholar with an expression that was tinged with confusion. Taoistly, you jest. Our Cold Abyss Sword sect only accepts female cultivators. The scholar namely opened his mouth, confusion evident. But isn't Lu Taoist also a male cultivator? Lu Xian? He wore an innocent expression, wondering how this was relevant to him. Meanwhile, Bai Lin and several other elders of the Cold Abyss Sword sect exchanged glances. Their expressions turning cold, their eyes reflecting a hint of mockery towards the male cultivator named Li. Bai Lin, with a smile that straddled the line between amusement and mockery, remarked, "Hee, Taoist Li is jesting. Elder Lu is unlike you." The Li surnamed Taoist, sensing the peculiar gazes of the nearby cultivators, felt a twinge of embarrassment in his heart. However, he also felt a sense of pride that compelled him to maintain his composure. Consequently, he expressionlessly clasped his hands in salute and said, "In that case, I shall not impose further." With that, he transformed into a streak of radiant light and vanished from sight. The cultivators from the Qingyun Sword sect and the Xuan sect exchanged knowing glances, silently shaking their heads in disapproval. This cultivator truly failed to recognize his own limitations. Who was Lu Xian? A genius of the Golden Core stage. Not yet 50 years of age. Moreover, Lu Xian was also a master alchemist of the Golden Core realm. How could he possibly compare? Bai Lin paid no heed to the departing Li surnamed cultivator and continued to entertain the guests with food and drink. The matter of the fortune's feedback had left many cultivators somewhat distracted. Ultimately, the Golden Core ceremony concluded hastily after just a day. Once the cultivators departed from the Hanyuan Sword sect, the disciples left behind began to tidy up. They then returned to their respective abodes to cultivate. The feedback from the Tao Light had presented them with a significant opportunity. Although they had previously made some breakthroughs, they could clearly sense the potential for further enhancement and were eager to retreat for a period of introspection. Only the Golden Core elders of the Hanyuan Sword sect remained, their gazes filled with eagerness as they watched the trio of Lu Xian. Xianxia sighed, "My dear junior brothers and sisters, it feels like just yesterday when I personally led you into the sect 20 years ago. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, you have all ascended to the rank of elders within the Hanyuan Sword sect? Such a rapid ascent is truly enviable." The trio of Lu Xian shared in her sentiment. During the Linhai conference, Xianxia had been the responsible elder of the Hanyuan Sword sect among the four major sects, a position they had once viewed as unattainable. To think that in such a short span of time, they too had been elevated to the status of elders, unbeknownst to Xianxia and the others. The strength of Lu Xian and his companions had even surpassed theirs. Lu Xian smiled and said, "I must express my gratitude to senior sister Yan for facilitating my entry into the Hanyuan Sword sect. Otherwise, I might not have attained the status of elder here." This statement elicited smiles from the many Golden Core elders present. Bai Lin, beaming, remarked, "I believe the wisest decision of your life, senior sister Yan, was to inform the sect of junior brother Lu's alchemical talents, allowing the sect to break its own rules and accept him. Otherwise, we would have surely missed out on a prodigious talent like him." Xianxia chuckled in agreement. "Indeed, senior sister Bai speaks the truth." The group exchanged light-hearted banter before parting ways. In the main hall of the summit, only Bai Lin, Gong Yuyao, and Su Su remained. Gong Yuyao was a direct disciple of Xiaoyu, while Bai Lin had been entrusted with managing the sect prior to Xiaoyu's departure. The two were naturally unable to leave. Meanwhile, Su Su awaited the return of Lu Xian and his companions. Bai Lin appraised Lu Xian, her expression as alluring and teasing as ever, and remarked, "Junior brother Lu, you have now become a formidable Golden Core cultivator. When we last met, you were but a child, barely past your youth." Lu Xian's expression darkened, a hint of helplessness overtaking him. Sister Bai Lin remained as flirtatious as ever, despite her attire being far more modest than before. Not one to shy away, Lu Xian retorted with a smile, "I must say, I fondly remember the first time I encountered Sister Bai in that sheer silk gown." Bai Lin paused, recalling the moment they first met. A blush crept onto her cheeks as she squinted her eyes and smiled. "Since breaking through to the Golden Core, you have certainly become bolder. Daring to tease your senior sister now. How have you changed so much in these years?" Nearby, Yi Jian, Nangongyu, and Su Su exchanged glances, their expressions peculiar. They had never witnessed anyone daring enough to tease Lu Xian. My sister truly had no fear. The trio felt a mix of admiration and disbelief. Gong Yuyao, however, harbored no such thoughts. She interjected, "Sister Bai, with our master and uncle in seclusion, you will need to pay closer attention to the affairs of the sect." Bai Lin nodded, "Rest assured, I will be vigilant." Gong Yuyao smiled, and then turned to Lu Xian, saying, "Junior brother Lu, with our master and uncle in seclusion. The number of top-tier experts within the sect is somewhat lacking. Would it not be better for you to wait for their emergence before venturing to the wilderness state?" Lu Xian agreed. "I had the same thought. Since our master and uncle are striving to break through to the nascent soul stage, I naturally wish to assist them." Gong Yuyao's eyes sparkled. That would be ideal. She was well aware of Lu Xian's strength and capabilities. Since he was willing to help their master and uncle, he would undoubtedly be of assistance. Bai Lin, overhearing their conversation, arched an eyebrow in confusion. She felt something was amiss. Why did the sect require junior brother Lu to remain when he had only just broken through to the golden core stage? Was his combat prowess truly that formidable? Bai Lin found it hard to believe. Moreover, how could junior brother Lu aid the two senior sisters in their breakthrough to the nascent soul stage? Filled with suspicion, yet refraining from probing further, Bai Lin, having lived for several centuries as a cultivator, understood that some matters were best left unexplained. Lu Xian smiled, "Sisters, I appreciate your assistance. We shall take our leave now." Gong Yuyao glanced at Su Su and the others, her cheeks slightly flushed. What were they returning for? To cultivate together? Gong Yuyao recalled what Xiao Yu had mentioned about Lu Xian being a human-shaped elixir, and her curiosity was piqued. She nodded, "Very well. We shall remain here." The four of them turned to depart. Lu Xian needed to wait for his master and uncle to break through to the nascent soul stage before seeking the Sanyang Jade in the wilderness state. For now, he could not leave the sect, but he had matters of his own to attend to. He planned to reforge the soul-devouring banner. The banner contained the spiritual essence of the souls he had transformed, as well as the merit power left by the Heavenly Dao. Lu Xian intended to utilize both, combined with the banner's original form and some rare materials, to forge a profound artifact. Ideally, this profound artifact could integrate the powers of the pure world green lotus and the merit energy to counteract the tribulations of the heart. In doing so, the profound artifact could assist their master and uncle in suppressing the heart demon tribulation during their breakthrough. The process of breaking through from the golden core to the nascent soul stage was fraught with peril, with the heart demon tribulation being the most treacherous trial. Should one fail to overcome it, they could easily fall into madness or suffer catastrophic damage to their soul, potentially leading to their demise. Thus, being able to suppress the heart demon tribulation was of utmost importance during the transition to the nascent soul stage. Chapter 306, The Pure World Green Lotus Banner and the Superior Profound Artifact Flying Vessel. Lu Xian adjusted his state of mind and commenced the reforging of the soul-devouring banner. The entire process was quite similar to when he forged the dragon binding and earth-shaking whip. With the template of the artifact at hand, Lu Xian merely needed to incorporate some rare materials into the mix. To ensure the successful creation of a potent, profound artifact, Lu Xian even augmented several fourth-tier rare materials. Ultimately, after a span of 6 months, Lu Xian successfully reforged the soul-devouring banner, just as he had with the dragon binding and earth-shaking whip. The newly acquired treasure, named the Pure World Green Lotus Banner by Lu Xian, is a mid-grade Xiantian artifact, akin to the dragon binding, shaking earth whip. Originally entirely black, the Pure World Green Lotus Banner has undergone a dramatic transformation. Now standing approximately 9 feet tall, its surface exhibits a flawless moon-white hue, adorned with intricate azure lotus patterns, subtly shimmering with golden rays of merit. The banner moves of its own accord, and as it sways, faint incantations of soul-purifying spells resonate, instilling a sense of tranquility and dispelling distracting thoughts. As a mid-grade Xiantian artifact, the capabilities of the Pure World Green Lotus Banner are indeed formidable. Firstly, it can activate a domain akin to the Xianming Fire Domain. Centered around the banner, this domain transforms the surrounding environment into a pure land of azure lotuses, significantly diminishing the effects of malevolent arts, sorcery, and ghostly paths. Furthermore, within this pure land, the banner generates a protective shield composed of merit golden light and azure lotus radiance, safeguarding its wielder and companions. By channeling a substantial amount of spiritual energy, the user can also summon guardian spirit soldiers from the banner, composed of the essence of the Pure World Green Lotus and merit golden light, with strength comparable to that of an average mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. The number of soldiers summoned depends on the amount of energy Lu Xian invests. While these guardian soldiers may not be particularly useful against ordinary foes, as they operate independently of Lu Xian's control and cannot utilize his spells. They prove to be exceptionally effective against practitioners of evil paths, especially vengeful spirits. When faced with such adversaries, their efficacy is remarkably high. The third ability serves as a supportive function. By waving the Pure World Green Lotus banner, Lu Xian can invoke the celestial sound of rebirth, which aids both himself and any recognized cultivators by clearing their minds, accelerating spiritual energy recovery, and enhancing the potency of righteous spells. The fourth ability deviates from combat and pertains to cultivation. Placing the Pure World Green Lotus banner within his abode allows Lu Xian to receive a degree of merit power and nurturing from the banner's radiance. During cultivation, both luck and comprehension can experience a slight enhancement. Most importantly, the area enveloped in light helps suppress and dispel inner demons, ensuring that his cultivation does not lead to delusion. Unlike the direct combat capabilities of the Panlong armor or the control effects of the dragon binding, shaking earth whip, the Pure World Green Lotus banner leans more towards its unique restraining power against evil paths and its enhancement effects in cultivation. In summary, the Pure World Green Lotus banner is exceptionally powerful, and Lu Xian is exceedingly pleased with it. With the banner in his possession, he can confidently entrust his master and senior uncle to help them combat their inner demons, significantly increasing their chances of overcoming such tribulations. Given their accumulated experiences, combined with the banner's capabilities, they should be well equipped to navigate through their inner turmoil. With this thought, a smile graced Lu Xian's lips. After stowing away the Pure World Green Lotus banner, Lu Xian retrieved a pirate ship to begin modifications, fulfilling a promise made to Yi Zhiyan. The transformation of the pirate ship into a flying vessel would provide a vast interior space for rest during travels and serve as a place for Yi Zhiyan to refine elixirs. Although the ship originally belonged to the seas and differed significantly from a flying vessel, the primary distinction lies in the intricacies of the crafting inscriptions. As a master craftsman at the nascent soul stage, Lu Xian had previously disassembled and studied flying vessels. The flight inscriptions of these vessels are particularly unique, and having delved into their fundamentals, Lu Xian had even utilized the 9-color radiance for theoretical simulations. For Lu Xian, by recrafting the Black Shark pirate ship and adjusting its inscriptions, he could effectively transform the sea vessel into a flying ship, and it would outperform standard flying vessels. Additionally, Lu Xian utilized over 100 strands of 9-color radiance to enhance several third-tier materials of wind, earth, and metal elements to fourth-tier quality, sourced from the Sex treasures. Furthermore, Lu Xian studied the intricacies of formation techniques, also mastering the Eastern family's earth vein formations. Coupled with the remaining 9-color radiance for simulations, he perfected the earth vein formation techniques. With sufficient materials, he could even establish celestial tier earth and vein formations. Subsequently, Lu Xian dedicated over 6 months to reforge the rare materials and the third-tier Black Shark pirate ship, ultimately crafting a luxurious flying vessel of superior Xiantian artifact quality. This vessel stretches over 1,000 meters in length, radiating a striking azure golden hue, intricately inscribed with complex black patterns. Lu Xian also incorporated his formation techniques into the vessel, achieving a defensive formation equivalent to the late nascent soul stage. It would be challenging for an ordinary late-stage nascent soul cultivator to breach the vessel's protective barrier swiftly. Unfortunately, the formation materials at his disposal were rather mediocre, and all of his 9-color radiance had been exhausted. Otherwise, he could have amplified some more potent materials to establish a low-grade celestial defensive formation capable of withstanding the full force of early-stage transformation god cultivators. Fortunately, formations can be established at any time, and he can always redo the setup once he acquires stronger materials, so there is no need to rush. Having continuously reforged 2 Xiantian artifacts, Lu Xian invested over a year in this endeavor. During this period, Nangongyu, Su Su, and Yi Zhiyan often practiced dual cultivation with Lu Xian, leading to rapid advancements in their respective powers. Lu Xian is now but a step away from the peak of the Golden Core stage. He anticipates achieving complete mastery of the Golden Core stage before obtaining the 3-Yang Jade. Once he possesses the 3-Yang Jade and forges his own innate treasure, he can seamlessly transition into the nascent soul stage. For Lu Xian, this breakthrough poses little challenge, given his solid foundation. He utilized a high-grade foundation building pill to ascend to the Golden Core stage and a 9-transformation Golden Core pill to transition to the nascent soul stage. His spiritual energy quality, physical strength, and soul intensity have all reached the nascent soul level. For Lu Xian, advancing to the nascent soul stage is a natural progression, to the extent that he might not even require a transformation pill. Regrettably, he has yet to acquire a special type of transformation pill. Had he obtained one, his foundation could have further strengthened. He contemplates whether he should accumulate a period of 9-color radiance and subsequently forge a standard transformation pill, enhancing it to create one with special properties. As Lu Xian's strength grows, he gradually gains control over the theoretical simulations and amplification abilities of the 9-color radiance. Previously, he managed the direction of his theoretical simulations autonomously. Hence, it stands to reason that he could also control the direction of amplification. If he can achieve this, acquiring a special transformation pill should not be overly difficult. He resolves to test this theory in due time. Lu Xian is not in a hurry. After all, he is still young, and delaying his breakthrough is of little consequence. With his current strength, he finds himself unparalleled across the entire Xianling continent. Save for the intervention of transformation god ancestors. Given the circumstances, it would be prudent to devote some time to solidifying one's foundational cultivation, ensuring a smoother path towards immortality in the future. One day, Lu Xian had just concluded a dual cultivation session with Su Su and the other two. As Lu Xian's physique grew increasingly formidable, he found it effortless to suppress the trio, even while facing them simultaneously. He intended to delve into the 9 nether soul devouring secret tome and the earth origin guidance technique. Once he grasped these two techniques, he would be able to deduce methods beyond the celestial tier. At that moment, Lu Xian's destiny token began to tremble. Startled, he turned his gaze towards the token and soon received a transmission from his master. Disciple, I am prepared and can break through at any moment. A serious expression flickered in Lu Xian's eyes as he promptly responded, Master, please wait a moment. I shall be there shortly. Chapter 307. Su Su, could you refrain from this outside Master's cave? At the peak of the cold abyss sword sect's Pill Peak, Lu Xian landed by the medicinal field. Before the bamboo pavilion, Luo Qinghan stood with her hands clasped behind her back. Her aura had become somewhat turbulent, and her pressure was notably unstable, indicating she was on the verge of a breakthrough and deliberately suppressing it. Lu Xian clasped his hands in greeting. Master, I have arrived. Luo Qinghan nodded slightly and spoke slowly. Disciple, I am nearing my breakthrough. Why have you made me wait? Without elaborating, Lu Xian produced several sets of formations, a batch of top-tier spirit resonance pills, and 2 exquisite spirit stones, handing them to Luo Qinghan. Master, these are top-grade spirit breath pills, which can provide you with the necessary magical energy for your breakthrough into the nascent soul stage. Ample resources are essential. This is a top-grade spirit stone, imbued with extraordinarily pure spiritual energy, useful for altering the environment. This is a 4th-tier top-grade gathering spirit formation, which can also modify the surroundings. As Lu Xian presented his offerings, Luo Qinghan was momentarily taken aback. She felt a mix of gratitude and astonishment. She was touched by her disciple's genuine care, having prepared so many essentials for her. Yet, the rarity of these items left her stunned. Top-grade spirit breath pills were a luxury. Even she could only occasionally refine 1 or 2 under optimal conditions, and she typically hesitated to use them, reserving them for breakthroughs. Top-grade spirit stones could only be gathered from premium mines, and even nascent soul cultivators seldom acquired many of such quality. The pure spiritual energy contained within was crucial for a cultivator's practice. Moreover, the 4th-tier top-grade gathering spirit formation was exceptionally precious. Even a nascent soul cultivator could transform their dwelling into a small paradise with such an array. The other formations were equally valuable, some for calming the mind, others for blocking disturbances, and some for defense, all of 4th-tier quality. Luo Qinghan was profoundly shaken. Where had her disciple procured such an abundance of formations and resources? After a brief pause, she accepted the items one by one, saying, You have gone to great lengths, my disciple. Lu Xian smiled and continued, There is one more. The most important item. Luo Qinghan paused. What could possibly be more important than these 4th-tier formations and top-grade pills? Lu Xian nodded and produced the pure world blue lotus banner. As the banner appeared, the surrounding air became tranquil and harmonious. Luo Qinghan, not unfamiliar with treasures, immediately recognized that this artifact differed from those used in the golden core stage. Even top-tier artifacts lacked such profound spiritual energy fluctuations. Her eyes widened, and her pupils trembled. Is this a Xuani treasure? Lu Xian nodded, smiling. Indeed, it is a mid-grade Xuani treasure, the pure world blue lotus banner, which contains pure soul power and a portion of merit energy. Initially, I planned to present the pure world blue lotus soul crossing immortal chapter to you, so you could transform evil spirits and gain merits, but your breakthrough arrived unexpectedly. Thus, I crafted this artifact, which I hope can safeguard you during your tribulation of inner demons. Luo Qinghan, amidst her astonishment, was also enveloped in confusion. Wait, you mean you forged this treasure yourself? Lu Xian nodded, smiling yes. Luo Qinghan. She was utterly bewildered. Wasn't he her disciple a reincarnated alchemist? The ability to forge 4th-tier top-grade pills was already remarkable, but to craft a Xuani treasure? The process of forging artifacts was far more intricate than pill concoction. There were likely only a handful of artifact crafters across the entire Xianling continent capable of such a feat, all of whom were at least nascent soul cultivators. How could her disciple, a mere golden core cultivator, forge a Xuani treasure? As her master, she struggled to comprehend how her disciple achieved this. Seeing Luo Qinghan's perplexed expression, Lu Xian asked, "Are you all right, master?" Luo Qinghan regained her composure, her gaze towards Lu Xian now imbued with complexity. "I genuinely believe you must be a reincarnated immortal." Lu Xian sighed. "Master, I have already stated several times that I am merely an ordinary mortal. You may claim that, but I find it hard to believe." Lu Xian, noticing Luo Qinghan's evident skepticism, felt a sense of helplessness. His master had held this belief for quite some time and seemed unable to change her mind. With a resigned sigh, he handed the pure world blue lotus banner to Luo Qinghan, saying, "Let us speak no more of this. Take this banner and place it in your room. It will help suppress your inner demons. If you channel your magical energy into it, the effect will be even stronger." Luo Qinghan gazed at the pure world blue lotus banner in her hands, took a deep breath, and nodded slightly. She then smiled. "Given how much you have prepared for me, if I cannot successfully break through to the nascent soul stage, it would be rather disappointing. Rest assured, I will deliver good news." Lu Xian nodded in agreement. He then said, "Feel free to enter seclusion and break through, master. I will remain here to protect you." Luo Qinghan nodded, turning to return to the bamboo pavilion, while Lu Xian retrieved a reclining chair, lying down on the path of the medicinal field to guard her. Not long after, 3 beams of rainbow light descended before Lu Xian, revealing Su Su, Nangongyu, and Yi Zhiyan. Lu Xian, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "What brings you here?" Su Su took a hearty swig from her flask and replied, "We noticed your sudden departure and were concerned something might be amiss." Lu Xian chuckled, "No worries. Master is on the verge of a breakthrough." Upon hearing this, Su Su's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? She was thrilled. If her master could break through to the nascent soul stage, she would gain 1,000 years of lifespan, allowing them to spend even more time together. However, she soon felt a twinge of regret. She had planned to be a mischievous disciple, encouraging her master to dual cultivate with her after reaching the nascent soul stage. While it might not be entirely appropriate, it was certainly better than her master exhausting her lifespan. Now that her master was about to break through, Su Su figured she would need to strengthen her own abilities further before attempting to persuade her. Otherwise, she feared she might be struck down by her master. Beside them, Nangongyu and Yi Zhiyan wore smiles as well. Although they were not Luo Qinghan's direct disciples, they regarded her as their master, especially given the heavenly contract established. Naturally, they felt elated upon hearing that Luo Qinghan was about to break through to the nascent soul stage. Moreover, with Luo Qinghan's ascension to the nascent soul stage, the Han Yuan sword sect would no longer be reliant solely on Lu Xian as its singular force at that level. Lu Xian needed to venture to the wild state in search of the Sanyang Jade, and having another nascent soul cultivator safeguarding the sect would undoubtedly enhance its security. However, Nangongyu's thoughts were more intricate. She expressed her concerns, saying, "I wonder how my master is faring." Previously, both Luo Qinghan and Xiaoyu had experienced significant insights simultaneously, and now that Luo Qinghan had commenced her breakthrough, she was left pondering Xiaoyu's progress. After all, Xiaoyu was her beloved master, and her well-being was paramount to her. Lu Xian spoke, "Since there has been no contact, it seems she is not yet ready." After a moment's reflection, he added, "Once master has successfully broken through, I will lend her the pure world green lotus banner to assist in her transition. Rest assured." Nangongyu smiled radiantly, stepped closer, embraced Lu Xian, and lightly kissed him on the cheek. "Thank you, Lu Xian." Lu Xian affectionately ruffled her hair, replying, "What need is there for thanks between us? I speak not for myself, but for master. I wouldn't dream of thanking you, considering you have already claimed my heart." Nangongyu giggled in delight. Meanwhile, Yi Zhiyan and Su Su exchanged bemused glances, particularly Su Su, who, vexed, remarked, "Could you two refrain from such displays at the entrance of Master's cave? She is currently undergoing her breakthrough to the nascent soul stage." Although she had contemplated the idea of her master and junior brother cultivating together, she certainly would not entertain such notions during this critical moment. Chapter 308, Master's Breakthrough and the Enhancement of Dao Light. Even though Nangongyu was typically unrestrained, upon hearing Su Su's words, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she reluctantly released her embrace. Lu Xian, returning to his senses, chuckled, "All right, I shall keep watch here. You all may return to your cultivation." Su Su grinned, "I'll stay here to keep you company." After a moment's consideration, Lu Xian nodded, acknowledging that it was indeed a good idea. for Su Su was not only his senior sister, but also a direct disciple of their master. Yi Jian and Nangong Yu then retreated to Lu Xian's cave to continue their cultivation. Su Su nestled into Lu Xian's embrace and produced a bottle of spirit wine. Offering it to him, "Let us drink together." Lu Xian, bemused, replied, "What were your words regarding Xiaoya just now? Did you not just admonish against such behavior outside Master's cave? And yet here you are, indulging in it yourself." Su Su laughed mischievously. "But now it is just the two of us. It's perfectly fine, and besides, Master is in seclusion, unaware of our antics." Lu Xian's lips twitched, but he acquiesced to Su Su's whims. He contemplated for a moment, retrieving 4 puppets to guard their surroundings while he took out the 9 nether soul devouring secret tome to immerse himself in its insights. As Su Su leaned against Lu Xian, she too gazed at the 9 nether soul devouring secret tome. Upon observing several pages detailing the soul devouring techniques, she frowned. "Junior brother, such a sinister technique. Do you truly believe you can derive a righteous path suitable for our cultivation?" Lu Xian smiled reassuringly. "Sister, do you doubt my prowess?" Upon hearing his confidence, Su Su chuckled. "Of course, I believe in you." She then closed her eyes and commenced her own contemplation. The malevolent technique held no utility for her, and she preferred to wait for her junior brother to develop a new method, utilizing their spiritual connection for cultivation, both enjoyable and beneficial for her growth. Truly, her junior brother was a treasure. 1 week later, Lu Xian remained engrossed in the 9 nether soul devouring secret tome, while Su Su was also in seclusion. At that moment, a formidable aura suddenly erupted from the bamboo pavilion behind them. As the energy surged forth, the entire Hanyuan sword sect, extending far beyond, felt the disturbance of spiritual energy. In the skies, tumultuous winds and swirling clouds heralded the arrival of frost and snowflakes. Waves of ice-blue, ethereal light erupted from the bamboo pavilion, breaking through the heavens. Lu Xian promptly stowed away his tome, and Su Su opened her eyes. They both rose to gaze at the radiant light above the pavilion. A spark of delight flickered in Su Su's eyes. "This fluctuation, has Master reached the nascent soul stage?" Lu Xian responded calmly. "We are in the final critical moments. She must be in the process of transforming her nascent form." Upon hearing this, Su Su held her breath, gripping Lu Xian's hand tightly. He felt her palms grow clammy with sweat, surprised by her reaction. "Sister, you seem quite anxious?" With a gentle smile, Su Su replied, "I have been with Master for a century. My family has long since passed, and she is the closest person to me. In my heart, she is not merely my teacher, but also my sister, my mother. Naturally, I wish for her safety." Lu Xian reassured her, "Fear not, sister, even if the transformation fails. With the pure world green lotus banner, Master's spirit will be preserved. At worst, she will suffer some injuries, but we shall find a way to restore her." Su Su rolled her eyes playfully. "Of course, success is the ideal outcome." Lu Xian grinned. "I firmly believe Master will succeed." As the two conversed, the entire Hanyuan sword sect was stirred by the overwhelming aura. Cultivators emerged from their respective mountain gates and caves, directing their gazes toward the direction of the Dan Peak. Upon witnessing the swirling ice-blue ethereal light shooting skyward, their expressions turned to shock and bewilderment. "What is happening? I feel the spiritual energy of heaven and earth shifting. Is that from the direction of the Dan Peak? What has transpired?" The pressure of this aura is astonishing, seemingly surpassing that of the Golden Core stage. Could it be that an elder at the Dan Peak is breaking through to the nascent soul stage? Who might it be? Could it be Master Luo? It was indeed a strong possibility, for Master Luo was already at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. During the last Golden Core ceremony held by Elder Lu and the others, Master Luo and the sect leader had both experienced profound insights and subsequently entered seclusion. It seemed evident that they were preparing for a breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. All cultivators of the Hanyuan sword sect speculated fervently about whether Luo Qinghan had, in fact, succeeded in reaching the nascent soul stage. The mere thought of such a possibility invigorated every member of the sect. If Master Luo were to ascend to the nascent soul stage, would not the Hanyuan sword sect become a nascent soul sect in its own right? The Misty Forest Sea would then hold our Hanyuan sword sect in high esteem. Previously, I had observed the power rankings, and our Hanyuan sword sect's fortune had already surpassed that of the vast majority of nascent soul sections. Surely, with Master Luo's impending breakthrough, our sect would undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of a nascent soul sect. At the main peak, Gong Yueying and Bai Lin soared into the air, gazing at the ethereal light emanating from the Dan Peak. A flicker of envy crossed Bai Lin's eyes as she remarked, "It is wonderful that my sister is breaking through. A nascent soul cultivator enjoys a millennium of life, roaming freely in the world." Gong Yueying also displayed a glimmer of yearning before her expression turned resolute. She smiled. "Thanks to the fortuitous feedback from junior brother Lu and the others, our spiritual roots." aptitude, and fortune have all seen considerable enhancements. Bai sister, you too may have a chance to break through to the nascent soul stage. Bai Lin smiled in response. Indeed. Let us hope so. Previously, Bai Lin had merely been a dual-element cultivator of water and wood. However, that radiant light had subtly altered her spiritual roots. Now, Bai Lin had become a pure water elemental root cultivator. With her current aptitude and the enhanced understanding and fortune, she indeed had a promising future ahead of her, with the potential to break through to the nascent soul stage. Reflecting on this, Bai Lin was filled with awe. The fortunes of junior brother Lu and his companions are astonishing. Merely becoming elders of the sect has led to such a significant enhancement in our overall power. With vast potential for growth, it is truly beyond imagination. Regarding the recent advancements of the Hanyuan sword sect, truthfully, if she had not been a first-hand witness, she would scarcely have dared to envision such possibilities. 3 monks, having merely ascended to the position of elder within their sect, have astonishingly catalyzed a monumental transformation. Recently, the sect conducted a census and discovered an increase of over 30 celestial roots. It is essential to recognize that these are celestial roots, not only within the misty forest sea, but even across the vast expanse of Zhangzhou, and indeed, throughout the entire Xianling continent. These individuals are truly in the realm of prodigies. As Gong Yuyao contemplated this matter, her eyes shimmered with waves of emotion. She had not anticipated that the surge of enlightenment from the Tao light would yield such immense enhancement. Thus, it is imperative that we ensure the disciples of the sect maintain utmost secrecy, particularly those with celestial roots. Rest assured, this matter has already been meticulously arranged. Both external and internal disciples have been adequately briefed, Bai Lin remarked with a gentle smile. At that moment, an aura emanated from the main peak's headmaster's palace. And soon after, Xiaoyu soared into view. At this juncture, Xiaoyu's presence was profoundly deep, imbued with a subtle, yet palpable aura of pressure. Upon seeing Xiaoyu, Bai Lin and Gong Yuyao's eyes brightened instantly. Master, you have emerged from seclusion? Sister, how do you feel? Are you able to break through? Xiaoyu gazed at the distant pill peak, inhaled deeply, and smiled. Yes, I am prepared. Bai Lin and Gong Yuyao exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with joy. Bai Lin spoke. Sister Luo is on the verge of breaking through. If you were to succeed, our sect would boast 2 Yuanying practitioners, placing us among the more formidable factions within the Yuanying realm. Xiaoyu and Gong Yuyao exchanged peculiar looks, a hint of amusement reflected in their eyes. Little did Bai Lin know, even if Xiaoyu and Luo Qinghan did not break through, their sect would still rank among the elite Yuanying sections. After all, Lu Xian possessed peak Yuanying combat prowess. It is exceedingly rare for a sect to have a peak Yuanying practitioner among its ranks. Chapter 309. Su Su, why does it feel like you two have reversed the cosmic order? Boom. As they conversed, a brilliant ice blue glow danced in the sky, culminating in the formation of a towering ice blue apparition, resembling Luo Qinghan, standing hundreds of meters high. With eyes tightly shut and hands clasped, Luo Qinghan's demeanor radiated tranquility. A formidable wave of energy surged forth as she slowly opened her eyes, the pressure emanating from her apparition intensifying. A chilling wind swept through the entire Hanyuan sword sect, causing icy pillars to form atop all the palaces. The practitioners of Hanyuan sword sect gazed in astonishment, their faces lighting up with joy. The Yuanying avatar. It has succeeded. Elder Luo has attained Yuanying. Our Hanyuan sword sect now has a Yuanying practitioner. Xiaoyu and the others also beamed with delight. Xiaoyu ascended into the air, her voice resonating throughout the Hanyuan sword sect. Today, our Pill Peak's master Luo Qinghan has achieved Yuanying. Let the sect rejoice. The elders soared into the sky, their voices echoing in unison. Congratulations to Master Luo for achieving Yuanying. The practitioners of Hanyuan sword sect chimed in. Congratulations to Master Luo for achieving Yuanying. Congratulations to Master Luo for achieving Yuanying. Atop Pill Peak, Lu Xian and Su Su clasped their hands in respect, their faces adorned with smiles. Congratulations, Master, on breaking through to Yuanying, extending your life by 5 centuries. Luo Qinghan's apparition maintained a serene expression, nodding gently to Xiaoyu before dissipating into a flurry of azure light. As the Yuanying avatar faded, Luo Qinghan's aura gradually subsided, and the once turbulent spiritual energy of the heavens and earth settled into tranquility. It was as if nothing had transpired. Lu Xian and Su Su turned their gaze towards the bamboo pavilion, where soon, the door opened, and Luo Qinghan, clad in a flowing white gown, emerged. Following her breakthrough to Yuanying, Luo Qinghan's demeanor exuded an even greater chill, her expression imbued with an air of detachment. However, upon spotting Lu Xian and Su Su, she quickly broke into a smile. Approaching them, Luo Qinghan said, I have not let down my disciples' goodwill. I have successfully transformed into a Yuanying. Xian replied, "Congratulations, Master, on your successful breakthrough to Yuanying. The path to immortality shall be smoother henceforth." Su, with a hint of mischief in her expression, retorted, "Why does it feel like you two have reversed the cosmic order? When has a master ever said they would let down their disciples' goodwill?" Xian and Luo Qinghan exchanged a moment of surprise before sharing smiles. In a light-hearted manner, Luo Qinghan pointed her finger at Su's forehead. "You, young lady, focus on your cultivation and strive to break through to Yuanying as soon as possible." Su beamed at this, wrapping her arms around Xian's, confidently proclaiming, "Master, I have my junior brother to assist me. Perhaps in the future, I shall surpass you." Luo Qinghan's expression stiffened, her countenance darkening as veins appeared on her forehead. Despite her mastery of qi cultivation, she could not suppress her irritation and playfully tapped Su's forehead, chiding, "Are you relying solely on your junior brother? In the pursuit of immortality, one cannot depend on others." Su retorted with confidence, "My junior brother is my fated partner. Of course, I will rely on him. Besides, I also share my insights with him." However, as she continued, a hint of insecurity crept in. Her understanding paled in comparison to Xian's. Yet, she could brew exceptional spirit wine for her junior brother. Although he had shared her brewing techniques, he was quite busy and had little time for such endeavors. Meanwhile, neither Xiaoyu nor Yin would be of any help. With this thought, Su puffed out her chest, emboldening her stance. "I, Su, am also a person of value." Seeing Su so boldly assert herself, Luo Qinghan was nearly amused to the point of laughter. She shook her head helplessly and turned to Xian. "Only you would indulge her." Xian smiled. "Sister also assists me greatly." Luo Qinghan smiled faintly. Feeling a sense of satisfaction at the close bond between her two disciples, she retrieved Xian's pure world green lotus banner and some formation plates, handing them to him. "Disciple, these items are returned to you." Xian accepted them with a smile, saying, "Thank you." Then recalling something, he added, "By the way, Master, I will have Yin compile a list of 4th-tier elixirs and insights for you. During my time in the ocean, I acquired several 4th-tier formulas." Luo Qinghan's eyes brightened at this, and a smile graced her lips. Excellent. As a genius in alchemy, she was utterly captivated by elixir formulas. At that moment, a flurry of rainbow light raced towards the summit of Pill Peak. Xian recognized the auras immediately. Soon, the rainbow light descended, transforming into Xiaoyu, Gongyu Yao, Bai Lin, and other golden core elders of the Hanyuan sword sect. Xiaoyu smiled, "Congratulations, junior sister Luo." Bai Lin added, "Congratulations on your breakthrough to Yuanying, junior sister. You have taken the lead over us all." Indeed, junior sister Luo is now a Yuanying practitioner. Our Hanyuan sword sect can truly be regarded as a Yuanying sect. The numerous golden core elders of the Hanyuan sword sect were quite exhilarated. After all, the distinction between the golden core and Yuanying stages was an entirely different realm. Luo Qinghan's advancement to Yuanying would significantly bolster the sect's overall strength. Luo Qinghan nodded with a smile. "Thank you, esteemed sisters." Xiaoyu smiled slightly. "From now on, we may no longer be suited to be sisters. You have become a Yuanying practitioner, destined to be our esteemed elder." All the other golden core elders nodded in agreement. Luo Qinghan pondered for a moment and did not refuse. "Very well." Instantly, smiles illuminated the faces of those present. Subsequently, Luo Qinghan turned her gaze towards Xiaoyu and inquired, "Sister, how are your preparations coming along?" Xiaoyu glanced at the nearby Xian and nodded slightly. "I am fully prepared and can break through at any moment." Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghan cast a sidelong glance at the golden core elder beside her and spoke. "Sister Zhongmen, please ask the others to depart. You may break through here while I stand guard for you." At this, the golden core elders exchanged puzzled glances with Luo Qinghan. They were somewhat bewildered as to why the sect leader wished to undergo her breakthrough here and insisted on their departure. Was there something she was concealing from them? Nevertheless, Luo Qinghan had already attained the stage of nascent soul and was a supreme elder of the Hanyuan sword sect. Their curiosity, though piqued, did not compel them to inquire further. Xiaoyu understood Luo Qinghan's intentions perfectly. She nodded and calmly addressed her fellow sisters. "You may leave first." Then she turned to Bai Lin and said, "Junior sister Bai, I entrust the sect to you." Bai Lin, though curious, refrained from further questioning and simply nodded. "All right." One by one, the sect's elders departed, leaving only Xian, Su, Luo Qinghan, Xiaoyu, along with Nan Gongyue, Yi Jian, and Gong Yuyo behind. Gong Yuyo was aware of the relationship between her and Xiaoyu, being her disciple, and she was also cognizant of Xian's peak nascent soul combat prowess, making her one of the few who understood the situation. As all the golden core elders exited, Xiaoyu turned to Lu Xian with a hint of curiosity and asked, "Nephew Lu, you asked me to come find you once I was ready. What is your purpose?" Lu Xian smiled faintly and produced the Pure World Green Lotus banner along with various array discs, top-grade elixirs, and premium spirit stones. Gong Yuyo and Xiaoyu immediately focused their attention on the Pure World Green Lotus banner, for its magical energy emanated an unmistakably extraordinary aura compared to the other items. Gong Yuyo, filled with a mixture of surprise and suspicion, exclaimed, "Is this a Xiantian treasure? It radiates the essence of merit and pure soul power. What a formidable treasure of virtue." Lu Xian cast a slightly surprised glance at Gong Yuyo and chuckled. Sister Gong's discernment remains as keen as ever. He suddenly recalled how she had seen through his use of the return to void concealment technique, and now, she had immediately discerned the intrinsic properties of this Xiantian treasure. It was undeniable that Sister Gong possessed remarkable skills. Chapter 310, A Dual Nascent Soul, the Weakness of the Xuanwu Sword Sect. Xiaoyu, standing nearby, was taken aback and asked, "Nephew Lu, do you intend to lend me this Xiantian treasure for my breakthrough?" Lu Xian nodded and replied, "The Pure World Green Lotus banner possesses the ability to suppress one's inner demons, greatly benefiting the process of overcoming the tribulation of the heart during the breakthrough to the nascent soul stage." Xiaoyu gasped in astonishment. From what Gong Yuyo had mentioned regarding the merit and soul power contained within the banner, she had harbored a vague suspicion. However, upon receiving Lu Xian's direct confirmation, she felt a shiver of excitement. It is worth noting that the heart demon tribulation is a nightmare for those at the peak of Golden Core, as it is the most formidable challenge faced during the transition to the nascent soul stage. This Xiantian treasure could suppress the heart demon tribulation and enhance the probability of a successful breakthrough. Its value transcended that of an ordinary Xiantian treasure. Even the Huashan sect would likely be tempted if they were aware of its capabilities. Yet here was Nephew Lu, selflessly offering this treasure for her use. Such a kindness stirred waves of emotion within Xiaoyu. This was an immense favor. Yet, she found herself unable to refuse. The Pure World Green Lotus banner was simply too crucial. With it, she could assure herself a 98% chance of successfully breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Taking a deep breath, she ultimately accepted the Pure World Green Lotus banner from Lu Xian's hands. She said, "Nephew Lu, this Pure World Green Lotus banner is exceedingly important, and I must shamelessly borrow it. If I succeed in breaking through to the nascent soul stage, I shall do my utmost to fulfill any request you may have." Nan Gongyue, hearing this, felt a bold thought flicker in her mind, yet she hesitated to voice it, fearing it might disrupt her master's composure and affect her breakthrough. Meanwhile, Gong Yuyo bowed respectfully to Lu Xian and said, "Nephew Lu, I must also express my gratitude." Lu Xian smiled gently. "There is no need for formality, elder sister. The sect leader and elder sister have treated me exceptionally well, granting me access to sect resources. This trust is something I will always cherish. Besides, you are also Little Yu's master, making us akin to family." Xiaoyu felt warmth in her heart. Lu Xian's sense of gratitude reassured her that her decision to break the sect's rules for him and provide such abundant resources was indeed justified. Given Lu Xian's character, he would surely not forget the Hanyuan sword sect in the future. Taking a deep breath, she declared, "In that case, I shall not say more. I will now enter seclusion to break through." Lu Xian nodded. "I wish you a smooth process, elder sister." Luo Qinghan also spoke, "Sister, I trust you will encounter no difficulties." Gong Yuyo, Nen Gongyue, and the others all offered their blessings to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu entered Luo Qinghan's bamboo pavilion, closed the door, and commenced her seclusion. Upon witnessing this, Luo Qinghan and the others chose not to depart, remaining atop the peak to await Xiaoyu's breakthrough. A week later, as with Luo Qinghan's own breakthrough, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth stirred, and a mystical light surged forth. The many cultivators of the Hanyuan sword sect, still reveling in the excitement of Luo Qinghan's recent ascension, once again vacated the cave dwelling. Bai Lin and the others transformed into streaks of rainbow light, landing atop various peaks. They beheld the mystical light gradually coalescing into the form of Xiaoyu, and smiles of exhilaration spread across their faces. Their sect leader had also broken through. "Haha, the heavens favor our Hanyuan sword sect. If our ancestors were to know, they would surely feel gratified." With two nascent souls emerging from one sect, the Hanyuan sword sect would undoubtedly rise to become the strongest sect in the mysterious fog forest and its surrounding areas. All cultivators of the Hanyuan sword sect buzzed with excitement, their enthusiasm palpable. As time passed, Xiaoyu's nascent soul took form, and the oppressive aura of the nascent soul stage radiated outward. The entire Hanyuan sword sect was once again enveloped in a frigid atmosphere. However, this chill did not dampen the spirits of the many cultivators of the Hanyuan sword sect. Luo Qinghan smiled faintly and clasped her hands. Congratulations, sister leader. Bai Lin and the others also bowed respectfully. Congratulations on your breakthrough to the nascent soul, sect leader. The clear voices of all the cultivators within the Hanyuan sword sect resounded through the heavens. Congratulations on your breakthrough to the nascent soul, sect leader. These days would undoubtedly be among the most memorable in the history of the Hanyuan sword sect. The peak master Luo Qinghan and sect leader Xiayu had both ascended to the nascent soul stage, marking the Hanyuan sword sect's entry into the ranks of nascent soul sects with two such cultivators. Xiayu and Luo Qinghan had no intention of concealing this news. Like their earlier breakthroughs alongside Lu Xian, they held a grand ceremony for their ascension to nascent soul. This time, all notable golden core cultivators from the mysterious fog forest region attended. Even the Xuanwu sword sect sent a golden core elder to congratulate Xiayu and Luo Qinghan. Unfortunately, this elder was unable to enter the Hanyuan sword sect's gates and was promptly expelled. When the Xuanwu sword sect and the Iron Garment sect launched their assault on the Cold Abyss sword sect, they exhibited no restraint whatsoever, resulting in considerable losses for the latter. Had the Cold Abyss sword sect only possessed Luo Qinghan and Xiayu, who had just recently transcended to the nascent soul stage, they might have contemplated softening their stance towards the Xuanwu sword sect, taking into account the blood demon hall that loomed behind them. However, the Cold Abyss sword sect harbored the formidable Lu Xian, a peak nascent soul powerhouse. They were eager to deliver a resounding blow to the Xuanwu sword sect and the Iron Garment sect, provoking the ire of the nascent soul cultivators from the blood demon hall into direct action. This would enable them to uproot the blood demon hall entirely. When the gold core elder from the Xuanwu sword sect was expelled, his expression was far from pleasant. Yet, many gold core cultivators from the Misty Forest Sea reveled in their misfortune. Originally, the Misty Forest Sea thrived in harmony, but their decision to ally with other regional gold core sects to attack the Cold Abyss sword sect had disrupted the tranquility of the entire area for several years. Now, with two nascent soul cultivators emerging from the Cold Abyss sword sect, they sought to negotiate peace. Chen Jun and Feng Lang, along with other gold core cultivators from the two major sects, appeared somewhat numb upon their second arrival for the grand ceremony. They had previously witnessed Luo Qinghan and Xiayu retreating for closed-door training. In just over a year, the two had successively broken through to the nascent soul stage, which left them utterly astonished. Was breaking through to the nascent soul stage truly so effortless? The prior fortuitous feedback from Lu Xian and the others must have played a significant role. Yet they wondered just how potent that feedback was to facilitate such a smooth transition for the two. The nascent soul grand ceremony lasted for 5 days, during which the cultivators of the Cold Abyss sword sect brimmed with confidence. Henceforth, the Cold Abyss sword sect would no longer be comparable to the other two gold core sects within the Misty Forest Sea. The talented disciples from the other sects, brought forth, could distinctly sense the self-assuredness radiating from the Cold Abyss sword sect cultivators, observing the serene and stunning fairies exuding confidence. The talented cultivators from the two sects felt their jaws drop. Some even presumed themselves to be exceptionally gifted and yearned for a chance to engage with a few core disciples at the foundation establishment stage. However, the core disciples regarded them with aloofness, maintaining only the most fundamental civility, which left the talented cultivators feeling somewhat demoralized. Their own talents were not lacking. Having reached the foundation establishment stage at such a young age, they were all direct disciples of their respective sections. Although they could not compare to the prodigious talents of Gong Yuyue, Lu Xian, Yi Jian, and Nan Gongyu, who had broken through to gold core before the age of 50, they believed they were on par with the core disciples of the Cold Abyss sword sect. They harbored a realistic understanding of their standing and did not dare approach the core disciples of the Cold Abyss sword sect. After all, there was a distinct difference in status between a nascent soul sect and a gold core sect, even among direct disciples. Yet, they were unprepared for such haughtiness even among the core disciples. This left the talented cultivators feeling both frustrated and incensed. Nevertheless, for the core disciples of the Cold Abyss sword sect, they were fortunate to have a young genius like Elder Lu within their sect. Under 50 years of age, he had already attained the gold core stage and was a master alchemist, providing the sect with a plethora of top-tier elixirs, not to mention his handsome appearance and amicable demeanor towards them. Furthermore, the fortuitous feedback received by Lu Xian and the others had granted them immense enhancements. With such exemplary figures ahead of them, how could they still find interest in mere mortals? Even the chance to catch a glimpse of Elder Lu more often was a delightful prospect. What if they were to catch his eye? That could propel them to unprecedented heights. Chapter 311. Gong Yuyue. Elder Lu wouldn't be unwelcoming towards me, would he? After the nascent soul grand ceremony, the Cold Abyss sword sect gradually returned to tranquility. However, the legends surrounding Luo Qinghan and Xiaoyu continued to circulate throughout the misty forest sea. One day, atop the peak of the Alchemy Mountain, Luo Qinghan and Lu Xian sat facing each other in the bamboo pavilion. Luo Qinghan inquired calmly, "Are you planning to venture to the wilderness state?" Lu Xian nodded. "Indeed, everything has been prepared. Now that both you and Elder Shirbo have broken through to the nascent soul stage, it is time for me to seek the three-yang jade." Luo Qinghan nodded slightly and added, "Be cautious along the way. Safety is paramount." She did not suggest accompanying Lu Xian, for had he been merely an ordinary gold core cultivator, her presence as his master would have been beneficial. However, given that Lu Xian himself possessed peak nascent soul combat prowess, her presence would not significantly impact his endeavors. With the Blood Demon Hall yet to be dealt with, it was only prudent for Luo Qinghan to remain within the sect, safeguarding its security alongside Xiaoyu. Lu Xian acknowledged her words with a nod. He then recalled something and smiled. "By the way, Master, I shall leave the Purifying World Blue Lotus banner with you." Luo Qinghan was taken aback and quickly shook her head, refusing. "This is your Xiantian treasure. How could I, as your master, accept such a precious item from my disciple? You should keep it for your own use." Lu Xian chuckled softly and replied, "Master, you must have seen my Purifying World Blue Lotus Soul Crossing Immortal chapter, right? That secret technique serves a similar function to this Xiantian treasure, and for me, the Purifying World Blue Lotus Soul Crossing Immortal chapter is even more potent. This banner is of little consequence to me. On the contrary, we remain uncertain of the strength of the Blood Demon Hall's nascent soul cultivators. The Purifying World Blue Lotus banner possesses formidable restraining effects against evil cultivators. With this banner in hand, you would stand a fighting chance even against late-stage nascent soul practitioners from the Blood Demon Hall. If you feel uneasy, simply consider it a loan from your disciple, and I shall take it back upon my return to the sect." Upon hearing Lu Xian's words, Luo Qinghan fell silent for a moment before nodding. In that case, very well. Since her disciple had deemed it a loan, she saw no reason to continue her refusal. After all, her disciple's reasoning held merit. She and her senior sister had only just broken through to the nascent soul stage. If the Blood Demon Hall's nascent soul cultivators proved exceedingly powerful, they would be ill-equipped to handle the situation. Moreover, having personally utilized the Purifying World Blue Lotus banner, she was well aware of its immense restraining capabilities against evil cultivators. With this banner in hand, Luo Qinghan was confident that she could easily suppress mid-stage nascent soul practitioners and even contend with late-stage ones. Seeing Luo Qinghan accept the Purifying World Blue Lotus banner, Lu Xian couldn't help but smile. He then pondered for a moment before continuing to advise. "If the Blood Demon Hall's cultivators reach peak nascent soul, then you and the others should remain within the sect and activate the defensive array. After I enhance the sect's defensive array with sufficient spirit stones, it should be able to withstand attacks from peak nascent soul cultivators. By the time I return, there should be no danger." Luo Qinghan listened intently, nodding slightly. "All right, I will keep that in mind." Reflecting on her disciple's expertise in array formations, she was still somewhat astonished. Just recently, Lu Xian had informed her of his intention to reinforce the sect's protective array as a precaution. Initially, she had thought he was joking. After all, her disciple was capable of concocting top-tier elixirs and forging Xiantian treasures, both of which demanded considerable time investment. At just over 50 years of age, how could he possibly have time to comprehend array formations? However, when Lu Xian revealed that the array they had used for their breakthroughs was personally arranged by him, Luo Qinghan was left utterly bewildered. What kind of prodigy was her disciple? What else could he possibly excel at? In the end, Luo Qinghan and Xiaoyu naturally placed their trust in Lu Xian. Xiaoyu even took out a treasured 4th-grade heavenly material that had been preserved in their sect for many years, handing it over to Lu Xian for the crafting of a formation. Lu Xian himself contributed the scales of the Panshan stone earthworm as the foundation of the formation, ultimately forging a top-tier 4th-grade protective array for the sect, capable of withstanding attacks from peak nascent soul cultivators. Witnessing their formation transform from a 3rd grade to a 4th grade pinnacle, both Xiaoyu and Luo Qinghan felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Xiaoyu's excitement even caused her cheeks to flush. Reflecting on previous events, Luo Qinghan chuckled and remarked, "How is it that my disciple seems more like a master than I am? After a simple journey, he has so many instructions to give?" Lu Xian smiled and replied, "After all, I hold profound affection for both my master and the sect, and naturally wish to prevent any misfortune befalling either." Luo Qinghan felt warmth in her heart and couldn't resist playfully pinching Lu Xian's cheek, smiling gently. "All right, I've taken note of everything." Lu Xian was momentarily taken aback by Luo Qinghan's almost childlike gesture, feeling a bit disgruntled as he said, "Disciple is no longer a child. Such treatment is not befitting of a master." Luo Qinghan smiled slightly. "Off you go then." Lu Xian rose and bowed, "Master, I take my leave." As he stepped out of the bamboo hut, he transformed into a streak of red light, vanishing from sight. Luo Qinghan watched Lu Xian's departing figure, her gaze shifting thoughtfully. Feeling a sense of admiration, this obedient disciple provided her with a reassuring sense of security, a sensation she had never experienced before. After all, Luo Qinghan was originally a heaven-rooted spirit and possessed formidable alchemical talents. Throughout her cultivation journey, no peers had ever managed to suppress her, let alone protect her. To her surprise, her disciple was now considering her protection. This newfound sense of security felt unfamiliar, yet incredibly warm. She sighed softly, a trace of worry flickering in her eyes. Her disciple's talent was exceedingly strong. It wouldn't be long before he broke through to the nascent soul stage, and subsequently the transformation stage. At that point, he would far surpass her as a master, until he ascended to the spirit realm. The bond of teacher and disciple between them would likely be exhausted by then. Luo Qinghan pressed her lips together, casting aside her thoughts. She resolved to cultivate diligently. Although her innate talent was nowhere near that of her disciples, it was still valuable to accompany him on a portion of his celestial journey. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Lu Xian found it empty. The breakthrough of Luo Qinghan and Xiaoyu to the nascent soul stage was indeed a moment worthy of celebration, given that he had prepared nearly everything he needed. He gathered Su Su and the others to commemorate the occasion. Ultimately, they could not withstand the revelry and fled, not daring to linger in Lu Xian's cave. Through the destiny token, Lu Xian sent a message to the trio. Before long, Su Su responded, "I'm bidding farewell to Master. I'll be there shortly." "Yi Jian, I'm just finishing up a batch of pills. I'll be there soon." "Nangongyu, Lu Xian, I'm on my way. By the way, Sister Gong is coming too." Lu Xian was somewhat taken aback by Nangongyu's message. Sister Gong Yuyao was coming as well? What could her purpose be? He found himself puzzled but chose not to inquire further. Soon after, two streaks of rainbow light descended outside Lu Xian's cave. It was Nangongyu and Gong Yuyao. The stone door of the cave was ajar, allowing them to enter directly. Upon seeing Lu Xian enjoying a cup of spirit wine, Nangongyu sat beside him and began to drink as well. Originally, she was not one to indulge in spirit wine, but Su Su's brew was exceptionally delightful and potent, proving beneficial for cultivation. Gradually, she found herself growing fond of wine. In truth, influenced by Su Su, they were all on the verge of becoming wine connoisseurs. Gong Yuyao, however, was not as carefree as Nangongyu. She smiled and said, "Junior brother Lu, I hope I'm not unwelcome." Lu Xian replied with a smile. "How could that be? Sister Gong previously gifted me with illusory star grass, which I certainly remember. You are always very considerate, sister." Gong Yuyao nodded and took a seat. Nangongyu then cheerfully remarked, "Lu Xian, Sister Gong also plans to venture out for training. She heard we're going to the wilderness state and wants to join us." Lu Xian raised an eyebrow in surprise, casting a sidelong glance at Gong Yuyao. Chapter 312. High-grade heavenly secret technique. Iceheart's gaze into the heavens. Gong Yuyao nodded. "I wonder if it would be convenient for you to bring me along." Lu Xian replied with a smile. "Of course, it's convenient. Didn't T-Sister take me along on a mission before? I even benefited from your fortune and received a heavenly task." Valuing reciprocity, Lu Xian remembered Gong Yuyao's past assistance and was keen to return the favor. Bringing along one more person was no trouble at all. The cabin of the flying vessel he crafted was quite spacious, with ample room. Seeing Lu Xian's agreement, Gong Yuyao smiled brightly. "Thank you very much, junior brother Lu." "Don't mention it, sister. We are all just fellow disciples helping one another." Nangongyu observed the two with a sly smile. Sensing something unusual about Gong Yuyao's desire to accompany them, she speculated whether Gong Yuyao had been drawn to a certain humanoid elixir after witnessing her rapid growth and strength. This was precisely why she had brought Gong Yuyao along. If Sister Gong was willingly stepping into this, it thrilled her to no end, sparing them the usual struggles they faced. Moreover, during this time, she had shared Lu Xian's insights into formation techniques and planned to delve deeper into this study, intending to assist Lu Xian in crafting formations. After all, Su Su was adept at brewing spirit wine, and Yin Yin excelled in alchemy. Initially, she had intended to focus solely on combat techniques. However, Lu Xian had inadvertently reached peak nascent soul combat prowess, making it unwise for her to engage in combat against him. It would be akin to courting death against a nascent soul cultivator. Instead, it would be wiser to pursue a skill that could be researched through Lu Xian's shared knowledge. Lu Xian also possessed skills in puppet techniques, artifact forging, and formations. Puppet crafting and artifact forging bore similarities, and ideally required a fire spirit root, while she was an ice spirit body, making the understanding of these crafts rather inefficient for her. However, formation cultivation was not particular about spirit roots, and she could certainly give it a try. This was the path she intended to pursue, aiding Lu Xian in crafting formations, thereby contributing in some way. It wouldn't suffice to only focus on dual cultivation. Of course, aside from crafting formations, she had also perfected her skills in brewing and alchemy due to her shared knowledge, occasionally assisting Yin Yin and Su Su. All in all, Nangongyu considered herself a valuable asset. After a while, Su Su arrived. Lu Xian was surprised by her promptness and asked, "Sister, how did you arrive so quickly? Didn't you say you were bidding farewell to Master?" Su Su replied with a hint of grievance. "Master has entered seclusion and didn't he wish to see me? She only told me through the door to be careful and to take good care of you." As she spoke, Su Su cast a glance at Lu Xian. Her eyes filled with discontent. "I'm clearly the senior sister." Hearing this, Lu Xian couldn't help but laugh. "Could it be that Master is avoiding you because you've irritated her too often?" Su Su instantly felt embarrassed. That shouldn't be the case, right? To be honest, Su Su herself felt somewhat guilty, possessing a degree of self-awareness that she could be quite vexing at times. Ultimately, Su Su, feeling somewhat at fault, refrained from saying more. After a while, Yi Jiyan arrived as well. Once everyone was gathered, they departed from Lu Xian's cave abode, whereupon Lu Xian produced the newly forged flying vessel. Su Su and her companions had previously witnessed its creation, so they felt no particular astonishment. However, this was the first encounter for Gong Yu Yao, who gazed, wide-eyed, at the colossal craft soaring in the sky, utterly awestruck. This vessel appeared extraordinarily powerful, seemingly of the Xiantian treasure caliber. "Junior brother Lu, you possess quite an impressive collection of treasures, even 2 Xiantian artifacts." Then, Gong Yu Yao, recalling something, widened her eyes and turned to Lu Xian with uncertainty, asking, "Junior brother, this wouldn't happen to be crafted by you, would it?" She was aware that the pure world blue lotus banner was indeed an artifact forged by Lu Xian himself. If this flying vessel were also his handiwork, how high must his crafting skills be? Gong Yu Yao found it difficult to fathom. Lu Xian smiled and nodded. "Indeed, it is my own creation. However, sister's discerning eye is commendable. You recognized it as a Xiantian artifact at first glance." Gong Yu Yao smiled slightly, and then spoke. "I acquired this opportunity within the secret realm. It is a superior grade heavenly secret technique known as ice heart gazing at the heavens, which can enhance one's mental state, pierce through illusions, see through disguises, and discern the essence of artifacts. If cultivated to a profound level, it may even grant a faint ability of precognition. Alas, this technique is exceedingly esoteric. I have only just reached a minor accomplishment." Hearing this, Lu Xian, along with Nangongyu, expressed their surprise. Su Su could not help but exclaim, "Sister Gong, your fortune is truly remarkable. Such a heavenly secret technique is extremely precious. I never expected you would obtain it." Meanwhile, Nangongyu was astonished by Gong Yu Yao's innate talent. She exclaimed, "This technique sounds profoundly intricate. Sister, you have only just broken through to the golden core stage a few years ago, yet you have already comprehended it to a minor accomplishment. Your understanding must be exceptional." Upon hearing this, Gong Yu Yao's expression stiffened, and she shot a disgruntled glance at Nangongyu, saying, "After practicing for so long, I have merely reached a minor accomplishment in one technique. Junior brother Lu, however, has comprehended multiple heavenly techniques to a perfected state. My talent cannot be compared to his." Su Su chuckled. "Junior brother is extraordinary. Why compare yourself to him? It would only invite discomfort." Gong Yu Yao joined in the laughter. Sister Su Su is right. As the group bantered, the atmosphere was amiable. Once aboard the flying vessel, Lu Xian promptly activated it. Soon, the vessel transformed into a streak of light, departing from the sect and soaring into the distance. Confirming the vessel's stability, Lu Xian stretched and said, "Let us head to the cabin. We will first visit the Danding sect to see if we can utilize their interstate teleportation array to transport us directly to the wilderness state. This will save us considerable travel time." Yi Jiyan replied, "I have already contacted Master Han. She said she would assist us in applying for it. I believe there won't be any significant issues." Lu Xian nodded, smiling. "That would be ideal. This is the advantage of having connections within the Huashan Immortal sect. After all, activating an interstate teleportation array consumes considerable resources, and even the Huashan Immortal sect rarely does so." Thanks to Yi Jiyan's masters standing in the Danding sect, they had hope of directly using the teleportation array to enter the wilderness state. Lu Xian continued, "It will take us approximately 2 months to travel from the Misty Forest Sea to the Danding sect. Let us use this time to cultivate." Su Su downed a drink and immediately declared, "Then I shall begin my cultivation." With that, she transformed into a fleeting shadow and vanished. Yi Jiyan and Nangongyu said nothing further and left directly. They had yet to fully recover and dared not linger in the area, fearing potential dangers. Gong Yu Yao, however, watched in astonishment, realizing how diligent the two were. Lu Xian, noticing their apprehension, understood their trepidation. He smiled. "They are indeed hardworking. Gong Yuyao turned to Lu Xian, retrieving a tome, and smiled. Junior brother, here is the manual for Ice Heart gazing at the heavens. I lend it to you for your perusal. Lu Xian was momentarily taken aback, looking at Gong Yuyao in surprise. Sister Gong, this is a superior grade heavenly technique. Are you truly lending it to me just like that? It was, after all, an exceptional technique, one of the finest in the entire Xianling realm. Gong Yuyao nodded, smiling. This technique is quite obscure. Your comprehension is far superior to mine. Once you grasp it, simply share your insights with me. Lu Xian contemplated for a moment and did not refuse. Then I shall not be polite. Chapter 313. Gong Yuyao. Junior brother Lu truly knows how to enjoy life. Lu Xian accepted the manual, intending to study it thoroughly later. He was indeed quite curious about the techniques related to Ice Heart gazing at the heavens, especially the final point regarding its faint precognitive ability, which intrigued him significantly. As Gong Yuyao mentioned, once he perfected his understanding, he could teach her, thus saving her considerable time, a mutually beneficial arrangement. The two entered the cabin, which featured a vast guest room adorned with an ancient decor, with tables and chairs crafted from spiritual wood. Gong Yuyao gasped in astonishment. These seats are actually top-tier artifacts? Lu Xian smiled slightly. Yes, they are creations of mine. These seats can clear the mind, accelerate the absorption of spiritual energy, and assist in cultivation. Gong Yuyao inhaled sharply. Goodness, junior brother Lu, this is rather extravagant, isn't it? Even peak golden core cultivators might not possess top-tier artifacts. Yet you use them for furniture? Lu Xian chuckled. Is this truly extravagance? For me, it is merely a casual creation, and these artifacts serve a purpose. Gong Yuyao was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. Her junior brother was indeed quite extraordinary. She had never encountered a cultivator quite like him. Her gaze wandered, and she noticed a long corridor at the back of the guest room, lined with numerous doors. There seemed to be over a dozen rooms in total. Gong Yuyao inquired, which room should I stay in? Lu Xian replied, all the rooms here are suites, each containing a cultivation room, a bedroom, and other amenities. Feel free to choose any suite you like. Gong Yuyao couldn't help but marvel. Junior brother Lu truly knows how to indulge himself. First, there are artifact tables and chairs, and now an abundance of suites on this flying vessel. You are quite different from the average cultivator. Lu Xian smiled. One cannot completely forsake enjoyment while cultivating. If it can be achieved, why not savor it? If I were truly devoid of desires, I wouldn't have three partners like Yin Yan. Indeed, it was proven that the path of yin and yang coexistence is also a form of the great Dao. It is not solely through arduous cultivation that one pursues the Dao. Gong Yuyao said no more and casually selected a suite to enter. Lu Xian returned to the innermost suite. In the ensuing 2 months, Lu Xian contemplated and resolved to first explore the Ice Heart observing heaven technique. He retrieved the ancient tome and began to peruse its contents. Soon, after a cursory examination, Lu Xian grasped the formidable nature of this secret art. Once cultivated, this technique could lead to the pure and untainted state of the Ice Heart, allowing one's mind to become clear and lucid, unmarred by worldly distractions, and thus reflect the true essence of all things. This unique, immaculate state of mind was a prerequisite for utilizing the secret art. The capabilities of the technique were classified into 3 tiers: breaking illusions, discernment of truth, and penetrating void. Breaking illusions enabled one to see through nearly all forms of concealment, including those at the celestial level, as well as to discern illusions, transformations, and disguise techniques. This explained why senior sister Gong Yuyao could penetrate his Guishu concealment art. Even though his technique was perfected, it could not elude the breaking illusions power of the Ice Heart observing heaven. Discernment of truth elucidated why senior sister Gong could identify that Lu Xian's treasures were all Xiantian artifacts, and even articulate some of their characteristics. Moreover, Lu Xian realized that Gong Yuyao's proficiency in this technique was not yet fully developed. When mastered to perfection, the discernment of truth could even allow one to discern the primary materials of a treasure, the core restrictions within, and even vaguely perceive the flow of energy within. This ability was nothing short of extraordinary. Especially for Lu Xian, who was already a master artifact forger, it was profoundly astonishing. When forging artifacts, he could leverage the power of discernment to enhance his efficiency and elevate the caliber of the artifacts he produced. Lu Xian surmised that if he could cultivate the discernment technique to perfection, even with mere 3rd-tier materials, he might be able to forge low-grade Xiantian artifacts. It was astonishing to consider that one could transcend tiers, crafting a 4th-tier Xiantian artifact from 3rd-tier materials, underscoring the immense enhancement that the power of discernment could provide. Furthermore, in combat, Lu Xian could utilize this ability, combined with his own mastery as an artifact forger, to erase the imprints of an opponent's treasures and forcibly seize them during battle. The thought ignited a spark of excitement within him. This ability resonated deeply with his own inclinations. As for the third power, penetrating void, it could only be employed upon achieving the highest level of mastery of the ice heart observing heaven. Unlike what Xuan had initially imagined as a foresight into the future, this ability allowed one to observe the trends of an opponent's spiritual energy and their subsequent actions during combat, thereby deducing their next moves and predicting their forthcoming state in battle. While not the same as foreseeing the future, the capacity to discern the trends of an opponent's spiritual energy was a formidable skill in itself, enabling Xuan to uncover weaknesses in their techniques and gain the upper hand. Additionally, the penetrating void technique displayed acute sensitivity to the energy flow within formations, assisting Xuan in identifying weaknesses in arrays, which, combined with his own expertise in array formations, would render the process of breaking them exceedingly effortless. In summary, the Ice Heart Observing Heaven was indeed a top-tier secret art of the celestial level, exhibiting immense power and utility in both support and combat capabilities. Xuan felt somewhat helpless. He realized that there was still much for him to comprehend. He had yet to grasp the low-tier celestial techniques, the 9 nether soul devouring secret, and the earth origin guiding technique. Now, he had added the top-tier celestial Ice Heart Observing Heaven to his list of pursuits. Furthermore, he sought to master the earth-tier supreme consciousness technique, the dragon might soul suppression art. In total, 4 techniques and secret arts awaited his understanding. Alongside this, Xuan intended to forge several 4th-tier puppets to assist him in battle. When considering all of this, he felt pressed for time. Fortunately, he had entrusted the alchemy tasks to Yan, allowing him to save some time. The prospect of Xiaoyu researching formations in the future also brought him some delight. Currently, Xuan lacked sufficient 4th-tier materials, limiting his puppets to those of the Golden Core stage, which was evidently inadequate for his needs. He planned to acquire 4th-tier heavenly materials for further crafting or to wait until he accumulated more 9-color radiance to amplify 4th-tier heavenly materials for his creations. His current stock of 9-color radiance was nearly depleted, making amplification impossible. After reflection, Xuan decided to continue his study of the 9 nether soul devouring secret, as he had been immersed in this technique for some time. Each celestial technique possessed its own complexities and profundities. However, Xuan had now mastered 9 celestial techniques or secret arts, all in a perfected state. This interconnected understanding allowed him to grasp concepts with remarkable speed. He felt confident that within a little over a month, he would be sufficiently prepared to enter the foundational level of his studies. It was noteworthy that this was a celestial technique, and even his pace surpassed that of some transformation stage cultivators. As time flowed on, 2 months swiftly passed. The flying vessel encountered a few assaults from demonic beasts along its journey, most of which were Foundation Establishment stage creatures, with Golden Core stage beasts being a rare sight. This was due to the heightened intelligence of Golden Core beasts, which naturally understood that such a colossal vessel was not to be trifled with. These creatures were swiftly vanquished by the defensive array of the vessel before Xuan could pay them any heed. Strangely, they had yet to encounter any rogue cultivators. Any rogue cultivator would not be foolish. They understood that a cultivator capable of commanding such a vessel was not one to provoke. Even Golden Core stage rogues would keep their distance, as facing any cultivator of equal standing was a futile endeavor. Consequently, Xuan and his companions enjoyed a remarkably smooth journey over these 2 months. As the flying vessel approached the alchemy city, Xuan and Nangongyu emerged from their suite. He used the destiny plate to notify Yizhiyin and Su Su. Yizhiyin was occupied in the alchemy chamber, while Su Su was engaged in brewing spirit wine. Nangongyu, having gained insights into formations, needed to share them with Xuan, necessitating their mutual cultivation. Although the entire process was a source of both joy and trepidation for Nangongyu, it was a necessary endeavor. Upon entering the hall, Xuan and Nangongyu encountered Gongyu Yao. Her delicate visage flushed slightly as she averted her gaze and spoke. "Junior brother Lu, Xiaoyu, you have emerged?" Xuan felt a touch of awkwardness, while Nangongyu greeted her cheerfully. "Yes, senior sister. How has your cultivation progressed in these 2 months?" It's been all right," Xuan replied, exchanging a glance with Gongyu Yao, both sensing a hint of embarrassment. The awkwardness stemmed from an incident over a month prior when Nangongyu had whimsically suggested they engage in light-hearted antics in the living room, only to have Gongyu Yao unexpectedly appear. The shock of her gaze, which seemed to witness a new world, was a memory that lingered in Xuan's mind. The absence of Yizhiyin and Su Su in Xuan's quarters was largely due to this incident, as both lacked the nonchalance of Nangongyu. Despite Su Su's carefree demeanor when drinking, she still paled in comparison to Nangongyu's audacity. Meanwhile, Gongyu Yao felt a bit frustrated. Who could have anticipated that the soundproof array embedded within the suite was so potent? The outside was resounding with noise. Yet she had not heard a thing before opening the door. In hindsight, she ought to have scanned the surroundings with her spiritual sense before venturing out. However, who could have anticipated such a scene in the living room of a vessel occupied by so few individuals? Consequently, after that moment, Gong Yuyo did not emerge from her room again. Upon seeing Lu Xian and Nan Gongyu today, the image from that time immediately resurfaced in her mind. The memory of a cultivator is remarkably acute, which can sometimes be quite troublesome. At that moment, Su Su and Yi Jian also made their way out of the corridor. Upon spotting Gong Yuyo, both women froze for a moment, and an involuntary flush crept onto their faces. Nan Gongyu laughed heartily. Yin Yin, senior sister Su Su, you two have finally emerged. The dance city lies just ahead. Yi Jian and Su Su exchanged glances, their expressions filled with silent indignation. It was all the fault of this eccentric who wished to indulge in frivolities. While they had indeed indulged in some fun, they felt utterly stripped of dignity. Nan Gongyu, noticing the murderous intent in their eyes, became acutely aware of her misstep, chuckling awkwardly as she inched closer to Lu Xian, refraining from further speech. Clearing his throat, Lu Xian addressed the group. All right, it's time to prepare for our descent. He then turned to Yi Jian. By the way, have you contacted Senior Han? Yi Jian snapped back to reality and promptly replied, I will reach out right now. Previously, due to her focus on alchemy and other matters, she had completely forgotten about this task. Pulling out a communication talisman, she directed her thoughts to Han Zhen. Subsequently, Lu Xian cast a glance outside the window, noting that the vessel had arrived at the outskirts of Dan City. As they were not cultivators of the Danding sect, they could not simply fly into the city. However, the grandeur of Lu Xian's vessel captivated the attention of all surrounding cultivators, who murmured among themselves in astonishment. This vessel is enormous. What level of vessel is this? Uncertain, but its quality must be exceptional. Perhaps it is pinnacle tier 3? A cultivator capable of affording such a vessel must be a formidable figure at the nascent soul stage. Indeed, otherwise, such a vessel would be at risk of being seized at any moment. I wonder which nascent soul cultivator has come to Dan City. Perhaps it is a prominent figure from the Dan Art rankings? As the cultivators engaged in hushed discussions, the guards stationed at Dan City below also exhibited signs of alarm, their expressions growing somber. A nascent soul cultivator holds a significant status, even within Dan City. At that moment, 5 figures soared from the vessel, 4 women and 1 man. The women were ethereal in beauty, each exuding a distinct aura, while the man was handsome, a charming smile gracing his lips. All present could sense the profound aura of these 5 cultivators, each one a golden core practitioner. As the 5 descended, the male cultivator gestured towards the vessel, which promptly shrank in size and was stowed away in a storage pouch, leaving all onlookers momentarily stunned. While the appearance of the 5 golden core cultivators was surprising, it was the revelation that the vessel belonged to a young male cultivator in the early golden core stage that truly astounded them. Goodness! How can a young male cultivator in the early golden core stage possess such a vessel? How did it not get stolen on the road? The gazes of many cultivators grew peculiar, with some golden core practitioners displaying glimmers of greed. Such a vessel should belong to those of greater merit. For mere early golden core juniors and 1 mid-stage golden core junior did not merit the ownership of such a treasure. However, being in Dan City, they dared not act openly. Yet surely, these juniors would eventually leave Dan City. At that point, the vessel would no longer be theirs. Lu Xian and his companions vaguely sensed the scrutiny of some cultivators, yet they paid little mind to it. Lu Xian, Nan Gongyu, Su Su, and Yi Jian had all practiced breath-concealing techniques. Lu Xian no longer employed the previous Guishu breath-concealing method, but rather the superior earth-grade turtle breath-concealing true technique, which he had derived from a profound turtle-breathing technique within his sect. Though not of heavenly grade, it sufficed for those within the nascent soul stage. This turtle breath-concealing true technique could conceal one's cultivation level, restrain one's aura, and even mitigate fluctuations in magical power, though only for spells that consumed minimal spiritual energy. It could not eliminate the fluctuations from powerful spells that unleashed a surge of spiritual energy instantaneously, but it could diminish their intensity. Even so, for Lu Xian, it was adequate for the present. Their cultivation levels had all been concealed to the early golden core stage. Should any cultivator dare to act against them, it would only lead to their own demise. The 5 soon passed through the city gates of Dan City and entered the bustling streets. This was Lu Xian's second visit to Dan City, and the familiar architecture evoked a sense of disorientation within him. The last time he had come to Dan City, it was under the guidance of his master to participate in the Dan Koei trial. It was then that he had obtained 2 rare materials from Dan City and concocted the 9-turn golden core pill. At that time, he had merely been at the foundation establishment level, and now, just a few years later, he had broken through to the pinnacle of the golden core stage. Just then, Yi Jian suddenly sensed something. Retrieving her communication talisman, After scanning it with her spiritual sense, a smile graced her lips. Uncle Han will arrive shortly. He mentioned we could discuss the matter of using the interstate teleportation array. Chapter 315. Interstate Teleportation, War God Hall. Lu Xian and the others brightened at this news. Su exclaimed, really? That is splendid. Lu Xian smiled slightly. Let's find a place to wait for Uncle Han. In the central area of Dan City, they found a Lingshan pavilion and booked a private room, awaiting Han Zhen's arrival. Before long, Han Zhen arrived in Dan City. Lu Xian and his companions stepped out to greet her, and Yi Jian smiled. Uncle Han, it's been a while. Han Zhen nodded, her gaze assessing Yi Jian before breaking into a smile. I didn't expect you to have formed your golden core. Well done. If Sister Lin knew, she would surely be delighted. Yi Jian smiled in return, her eyes flickering with complexity. Over the years, her master had not reached out, leaving her uncertain of his whereabouts. This time, as she left the sect to venture with Lu Xian, she harbored intentions of seeking her master. Previously, her own strength had been insufficient for such a quest. But now, nearing the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage and armed with formidable techniques and treasures, she felt capable of embarking on the search. Moreover, even if she faltered, Lu Xian would be by her side. You flatter me, uncle. Han Zhen nodded slightly, casting a glance at Lu Xian and then at the three women beside him, Nangong Yu, Su, and Gong Yuyo, raising an eyebrow. All three were also Golden Core cultivators, appearing remarkably youthful. They must be talented prodigies from the Zhangzhou talent rankings, she mused. Furthermore, they seemed to share a close bond with Lu Xian. Were they perhaps all his companions? How could her niece accept such a situation? Lost in thought yet reluctant to intrude on personal matters, she smiled. Congratulations, young friend Lu, on forming your Golden Core. Lu Xian nodded appreciatively. Thank you, senior. Let us retreat to the private room to converse. Han Zhen nodded in agreement. After a group of individuals entered the private room, toasting and exchanging pleasantries, Yi Jian inquired, Master Han, what progress has been made regarding our discussion on interstate teleportation? Han Zhen smiled slightly and replied, I have already submitted a request within the sect. On account of senior Sister Lin, the sect master has indicated that a transaction could be considered. However, as you know, interstate teleportation requires a considerable amount of spirit stones. Thus a substantial fee will be imposed. Lu Xian promptly nodded. Rest assured, Master Han, as long as the Danding sect specifies an amount, I will do my utmost to accommodate. Han Zhen chuckled, having no doubts about Lu Xian's financial capabilities. After all, Lu Xian was a master alchemist, and being part of an alchemical sect, she was well aware of the wealth such practitioners could amass. She then stated, the sect's asking price is 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. This figure surprised Lu Xian, as it was indeed quite steep. Nevertheless, considering the time it would save him, he deemed it worthwhile. No problem, he replied. Despite knowing Lu Xian's substantial wealth, Han Zhen was still somewhat taken aback that he didn't even attempt to haggle. She smiled and remarked, it seems that you are even more affluent than I had imagined. Lu Xian chuckled. I have accumulated a fair amount of elixirs and made some profit during my recent venture to the sea, but this is indeed a significant portion of my wealth. Naturally, he refrained from disclosing the tens of millions of mid-grade spirit stones he possessed. Wealth should not be flaunted, and although Han Zhen, as a nascent soul cultivator of the Danding sect, likely had no shortage of spirit stones, and was also Yi Jian's master, it was better to be cautious. Han Zhen nodded and said, since that is settled, let us depart now. I will escort you to the Danding sect. Without delay, Lu Xian and the others left the Lingshan pavilion and boarded Han Zhen's flying vessel, heading toward the Danding sect. Upon their second visit to the Danding sect, Lu Xian and his companions followed Han Zhen and soon arrived at a vast valley. The valley was remarkably spacious, dominated by a gigantic array stone inscription spanning several hundred meters. The formation was quite intricate, and as a master formationist capable of arranging heavenly tier formations, Lu Xian noticed numerous array patterns he had never encountered before. He speculated that these were likely related to the teleportation array involving spatial laws. The heavenly tier formations he currently mastered were limited to Earth-type formations and the Earth Vein Grand Array, completely devoid of spatial law elements. Pondering thoughtfully, Lu Xian considered how beneficial it would be to acquire the array diagrams for the teleportation formation. Perhaps he could establish an interstate grand array within his own sect. However, such formations consumed an exorbitant amount of spirit stones to activate, and given the resources of the Cold Abyss Sword sect, it would be beyond their means. He decided to defer this thought for another time, planning to contemplate ways to enhance the Cold Abyss Sword sect's spiritual veins upon returning from the wilderness state. Or perhaps directly utilizing the 9-colored radiance to elevate the spiritual veins. Although Lu Xian was unfamiliar with these array patterns, he meticulously recorded all the patterns and structural details for future study, hoping to eventually develop a teleportation formation. with his current foundation in formation arts. This was not an impossible feat, especially with the assistance of the 9-colored radiance for calculations. Beside the stone inscription sat an elderly man clad in a white robe with white hair, seated cross-legged. Hanjun clasped her hands and said, "Brother Yu." The elder nodded and then turned his gaze to Lu Xian and his companions, asking, "Are these the ones who wish to use the interstate teleportation array?" Hanjun confirmed. "Yes, Brother Yu. Please proceed," the elder gestured. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian and his party stepped onto the array stone inscription. The elder then retrieved several top-grade spirit stones and waved his hand, causing the stones to float above the array. He began to activate the formation by forming hand seals. Lu Xian attentively observed the elder's hand seals and the operational mechanics of the teleportation formation. He felt a twinge of regret, wishing he had learned the Ice Heart Sky-Seeking Eye, for then he could have utilized its insight to scrutinize the intricacies of the interstate teleportation formation more closely. Nevertheless, he resolved to take notes for later examination. As the array patterns began to illuminate with white light, the glow intensified and enveloped the entire stone inscription. Lu Xian and his party found themselves shrouded within. Soon, he distinctly felt the surrounding space shift. Unfortunately, the nature of this transformation was too arcane for him to comprehend at present. He surmised that it likely pertained to the enigmatic laws of space. With only a rudimentary understanding of the 5 elemental paths, the profound nature of the space path was still far beyond his grasp. As the white light gradually dissipated, Lu Xian and his companions discovered they had arrived within a magnificent palace. The palace spanned several kilometers, exuding grandeur. Sunlight poured in through distant doors and windows, illuminating the interior brilliantly. They remained standing atop the stone inscription, but the surrounding cultivators had transformed into a robust middle-aged man. This man stood nearly 3 meters tall, his physique imposing, clad merely in a simple beast robe, emanating a potent aura of vitality and primal energy. Lu Xian could easily discern that this cultivator possessed formidable physical prowess, likely on par with his own, a peak nascent soul body cultivator. Furthermore, it seemed that this middle-aged man was also at the nascent soul stage. Upon noticing the newcomers, the middle-aged man immediately focused his gaze on Lu Xian, his eyes betraying a hint of intrigue. "Your physical cultivation seems rather impressive for one so young." As a peak nascent soul body cultivator, he instinctively sensed the exceptional strength of Lu Xian's physique. Yet, it appeared that Lu Xian had cultivated some unique method to conceal his aura, as even his vitality seemed hidden. This young fellow's bone age must only be a few decades, yet he possesses such a formidable physical cultivation level. He must be a nascent soul body cultivator already. Since when did such a talent arise in Sangzhou? He surpasses even the physical cultivation geniuses of our War God Hall. Chapter 316, Wilderness State, Black Windstorm. During their journey, Lu Xian and his companions had already heard Hanjun discuss the interstate teleportation matters. The Danding sect maintained a close relationship with the War God Hall, one of the god transformation sects in Sangzhou, thus facilitating a bilateral teleportation formation. Teleporting from the Danding sect to the Wilderness State would directly lead them to the War God Hall. Lu Xian and his companions were not surprised by their current environment. In response to the middle-aged man's inquiry, Lu Xian clasped his hands and smiled. "You flatter me, senior. Your vitality is like an ocean. I am truly humbled in comparison." The middle-aged man grinned. "Good lad, with a bone age of less than a century. You dare to compare yourself with an old man like me, who has lived over 700 years. You have some ambition. Why not join our War God Hall? With your potential and physical cultivation, reaching god transformation under our guidance should be a breeze." Lu Xian's lips twitched slightly, feeling somewhat speechless. So this is the brutish nature of the War God Hall. Previously, Hanjun had voiced her grievances about the cultivators of the War God Hall, stating that they were brawny without brains. Yet here they were, just meeting, and already he was being invited to join their sect. With promises of nurturing him into a god transformation cultivator, did they not worry at all about Lu Xian being an infiltrator? Lu Xian chuckled awkwardly. "Thank you for your kind offer, but I already belong to a sect." The middle-aged man expressed a hint of disappointment before responding. "I see. Then that is that. My name is Li Qingshan. Should you ever wish to join our sect in the future, just mention my name." Lu Xian's lips twitched slightly. Though he uttered a dismissive remark, his heart remained unconvinced. He silently nodded, saying, "Understood, Senior Li. I shall take my leave now." Li Qingshan nodded in acknowledgement, then waved his hand, sending a stream of light hurtling towards him. Lu Xian received it and discovered it to be a jade tablet. This was a joint token from the War God Hall and the Danding sect. Without it, one could not exit the War God Hall. Realization dawned upon Lu Xian, and he clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, senior." He then turned and led the others out of the palace. As they stepped outside, a wave of heat enveloped them. Lu Xian looked up to find himself surrounded by a vast wasteland. Towering structures resembling palaces dotted the desolate expanse, their rugged architecture exuding a primal aura akin to that of Liqingshan. Above, numerous cultivators soared through the skies. Lu Xian noted that the practitioners here, regardless of gender, possessed tall and robust physiques. The female cultivators appeared no less imposing than their male counterparts. This sight left Su Su and her companions momentarily speechless. Compared to the female cultivators of the War God Hall, they seemed like mere sprouts. Taking a deep breath, Su Su expressed her astonishment. Their physiques are truly intimidating. Gong Yuyo remarked, perhaps it is due to the physical cultivation methods of the War God Hall. Nangong Yu stuck out her tongue, adding, Lu Xian's physical cultivation method suits us better. It doesn't alter our physiques. Su Su and Yi Jian nodded in unison. The mere thought of transforming into such hulking figures through physical cultivation sent shivers down their spines. Let us proceed. We can discuss it later. Which direction should we head? Su Su inquired. Lu Xian and the others were taken aback. They had neglected to ask. He turned back to the palace, inquiring with Liqingshan, who, after a moment of recollection, waved his hand dismissively. I forgot to mention, head north. Lu Xian felt exasperated. How could such an important detail be overlooked? Although they had also forgotten to ask. With the direction established, Lu Xian and his group soared northward. Along the way, the cultivators of the War God Hall regarded their differing physiques with surprise, drawing considerable attention. However, none approached them for inquiries, allowing Lu Xian and his companions to proceed smoothly until they reached the mountain gate of the War God Hall. The gate was a colossal stone structure adorned with the heads of fearsome beasts. Even in death, these creatures radiated an imposing aura, the weakest among them being of the nascent soul stage. The Foundation establishment guards at the gate approached Lu Xian and his companions upon their exit. After Lu Xian presented the token, they were promptly granted passage. Before departing, Lu Xian turned to a guard who towered nearly 2 meters tall, inquiring, by the way, my young friend, which direction is the Burning Heaven Rift? The guard paused momentarily before responding. The Burning Heaven Rift is located in the western part of the Wasteland Province. Simply head west, though it is quite a distance. Lu Xian clasped his hands and smiled. Thank you, young friend. The stout guard quickly returned the gesture, saying, You are too kind, senior. Ascending into the sky, Lu Xian retrieved a flying vessel. Upon seeing the massive craft, even the disciples from the War God Hall were momentarily stunned, their surprise palpable. Once Lu Xian and his companions boarded the vessel and departed, they exchanged awed glances, murmuring amongst themselves about the impressive vessel. What a magnificent flying craft. Indeed, the intricate array patterns suggest it is a fourth-tier formation. These seniors, at the Golden Core stage, possess such a vessel. They must be top talents from the Danding sect. As the flying vessel traversed the skies, Lu Xian and his companions, intrigued by the Wasteland Province, did not immediately return to the cabin, but instead curiously gazed at the landscape from the deck. True to its name, the Wasteland Province unfolded before them as an endless expanse of desolation, with distant rugged mountains stretching beyond the horizon. The temperature here was exceedingly high, with the heat radiating from the ground almost palpable enough to roast meat. Su Su gulped down a drink and remarked, The living conditions here are quite harsh. It likely isn't suitable for ordinary mortals. Gong Yuyo nodded in agreement, adding, At such temperatures, mortals could easily fall ill or even perish. Nangong Yu pondered. Surely not all of the Wasteland Province is so inhospitable? Perhaps some areas have milder temperatures? Perhaps, they mused. The flying vessel sped along rapidly. After more than an hour of traversing a desert, a rocky expanse, and several vast chasms, they found themselves soaring above a primeval mountain range. The peaks within this range were jagged and equally desolate. As they navigated through this region, Lu Xian and his companions soon realized that the Wasteland Province not only boasted a harsh environment, but also exhibited a highly uneven distribution of spiritual energy. Compared to the Tsang Province, where the aura was abundant in vein regions and relatively balanced in ordinary areas, the Wasteland Province was starkly different. They traversed multiple zones, often feeling the absence of spiritual energy. Yet, there were regions where the energy concentration exceeded that of the average in Tsang Province, inhabited by numerous beasts. However, these beasts refrained from assaulting the flying vessel upon sighting it. Lu Xian and his companions did not descend to confront the beasts. With so few even at the Golden Core stage, the materials were insufficient for Lu Xian, and engaging would only waste time. After over an hour, Su Su, feeling somewhat bored, stretched and declared, I'm going back to cultivate. Gong Yuyo nodded in agreement. I too shall return to my cultivation. Seeing this, the others lost interest in continuing to observe the scenery. Though the view was refreshing, it became monotonous after a while. Just then, Lu Xian suddenly furrowed his brow, gazing intently at a distant region. Nangong Yu and the others sensed something amiss and halted, directing their attention forward. They soon beheld the sky in the far distance turning pitch black. A dark storm enveloped the heavens and earth, its howling winds releasing tendrils of ominous black mist that appeared eerie and malevolent. "What is that?" Yi Xian frowned, her expression tinged with concern as she stared at the approaching storm. Lu Xian also frowned. "I do not know, but it emanates a significant amount of malevolent energy. It likely bodes ill. What should we do? Should we circumvent it?" Gong Yuyo asked with a serious expression. Lu Xian shook his head and smiled. "There is no need. Senior Sister Gong underestimates the defensive capabilities of this vessel, and the malevolent energy poses little threat to me." With that, Lu Xian formed a hand seal, and myriad inscriptions began to emerge on the flying vessel. Instantly, layers of array patterns manifested in the sky. In the next moment, a yellowish protective barrier enveloped the vessel. Simultaneously, a golden light flickered in Lu Xian's eyes as waves of merit energy gradually dispersed, reciting the sutra of the pure world blue lotus to guide souls. He unleashed golden symbols from his mouth, which transformed into streams of light, merging into the protective barrier. Gong Yuyo distinctly felt her state of mind becoming tranquil, her previously tense emotions dissipating entirely. She gazed at the protective shield in astonishment. This barrier felt incredibly strong, imbuing her with a sense of invulnerability. It was likely a fourth-tier defensive shield. Additionally, the most astonishing aspect was the golden symbols. What are those? She wondered, astounded that they could directly influence her mental state. It is important to note that she has cultivated the ice heart gaze of heaven, possessing the pure and untainted mindset of the ice heart. The ice heart gaze of heaven is a superior secret technique of the celestial tier. Although she has not perfected it, she is not easily influenced. One can only imagine the formidable nature of junior brother Lu's abilities. Gong Yuyao contemplated something and glanced at the three individuals beside her, noticing their expressions remained unchanged. Clearly, they were all aware of Lu Xian's capabilities. A twinge of envy stirred within Gong Yuyao. If they could acquire even a fraction of junior brother Lu's techniques, their strength would undoubtedly be significantly enhanced. Initially, Gong Yuyao believed that despite her current realm being inferior to Xiaoya's, the high quality of her skills and spells would enable her to contend with Xiaoya. However, it now seemed less certain. As the celestial sound runes within the protective barrier integrated, the power of virtue gradually permeated, and the flying vessel approached the black storm. As they drew closer, they observed numerous demonic beasts frantically fleeing from the tempest. Yet, the storm moved with such swiftness that it soon devoured these creatures. They were consumed without a sound, their bodies corroded by the sinister aura. A chill crept into the hearts of Gong Yuyao and her companions. Before long, the black storm engulfed the flying vessel. Nangong Yu and the others noticed that everything around them had turned pitch black, save for the array shimmering with light. The ferocious winds battered against the protective shield, yet it exhibited not even the slightest tremor. This left Gong Yuyao wide-eyed in astonishment. Among the demonic beasts swallowed earlier were several formidable ones at the Golden Core stage. Yet they had been unable to escape, while the flying vessel remained effortlessly resilient against such a tempest. The most alarming sight was the sinister aura and wailing souls within the black storm, which melted away upon contact with the shield. As if snow were meeting the warmth of spring, the vessel progressed steadily, maintaining its speed, and thus traversed directly through the black storm. The surrounding darkness once again yielded to brightness, as the sun's rays cascaded down upon the vessel. Lu Xian ceased his recitation of the celestial scriptures and cast a contemplative glance at the black storm behind him. He found the situation peculiar. In such a rugged and desolate region as the wasteland, it was astonishing to have such a malevolent storm raging. It appeared that this tempest was not conjured by wicked cultivators, but was a natural phenomenon. He wondered about its origin, but shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it. "Let us proceed to cultivate," he announced. Gong Yuyao took a deep breath, calming her shaken emotions. The trio of Nangong Yu exhibited no extraordinary reactions, having already made their way towards the cabin. Time passed, and 3 months swiftly elapsed. During this interval, Lu Xian and his companions traversed vast distances, passing through several markets and cultivator cities. The markets and cities of the wasteland differed significantly from those of the Zhangzhou region. Here, the markets and cities were smaller in size, yet boasted stronger defenses. Even minor markets were fortified with massive walls, and defensive arrays were layered multiple times, emphasizing superlative protection. Through their inquiries in the markets and exchanges with other cultivators, Lu Xian and his companions gained a better understanding of the general conditions in the wasteland. Their insights revealed that the wasteland was far more dire than they had initially imagined. The concentration of spiritual energy throughout the wasteland was exceedingly uneven. However, there were more spiritual veins and spiritual eyes compared to Zhangzhou. To secure a favorable cultivation environment near these spiritual nodes, conflicts were inevitable. From the lofty divine transformation sect to the Yuaning factions and down to the Qi refinement groups. All were compelled to engage in relentless battles to safeguard their cultivation environments. This phenomenon was beyond even the influence of the divine transformation sect. After all, without a nourishing spiritual environment, how could cultivators progress? Not every cultivator could rely solely on premium elixirs for their advancement, as Xuan did. Ordinary cultivators were highly dependent on their spiritual surroundings. Without them, their very lives would be at stake. Thus, the formidable defenses of the markets and cultivator cities in the wasteland were established to prevent occupation by any unknown forces. Besides the issue of spiritual nodes, the wasteland was also plagued by various natural disasters. The black storm they had encountered earlier was but one example. The wasteland was an ancient battlefield from bygone eras, where numerous vengeful spirits lingered, and the sinister aura was particularly dense. Storms that swept through the remnants of these ancient battlegrounds would coalesce into malevolent tempests, eroding flesh and devouring souls. Beyond the sinister storms, there existed spatial rifts and void winds, as well as the emergence of evil energies from the depths of the earth and tidal waves of savage beasts. Most of these calamities were instigated by the cataclysmic battles of ancient times. Due to these conflicts, the spatial integrity of the wasteland had become significantly weakened, giving rise to void winds and malevolent energies. Xuan and his companions had encountered some accounts of these ancient battles in miscellaneous texts, yet they were largely unaware of the specifics. The cultivators of the wasteland possessed a greater understanding, suggesting that it was linked to invasions from other small worlds. The Xianling continent, where the Xianling realm resided, could only cultivate up to the divine transformation stage. Beyond that, ascension to the spirit realm was required. There were, of course, other small worlds capable of ascending to the spirit realm. The beings from these realms were not necessarily all human. They could belong to various other races. It was said that during ancient times, beings from other small worlds invaded the Xianling realm, ultimately igniting a cataclysmic war, with the primary battlefield situated in the wasteland. Consequently, even after so many years, the environment in the wasteland remained exceedingly harsh. It was rumored that this ancient war had repercussions on the spirit realm as well. The specifics of this were not well understood by the wasteland cultivators, but it was said that the aftermath of a conflict between the human race and a certain race from the spirit realm led to the ancient war in the wasteland. Upon hearing this news, Xuan and his companions felt a sense of trepidation. It seemed that the spirit realm was not as idyllic as they had envisioned. Su could not help but exclaim. Yijian pondered for a moment before speaking. I recall seeing in the ancient texts of the Danding sect that the spirit realm is home to numerous powerful races. Although the human race is not weak, it is not the most dominant race in the spirit realm, and human cultivators are constantly embroiled in conflict. This seemed to be information passed down by several ancestors who ascended from the Danding sect. Hearing this, Xuan, Su, Nangongyu, and Gong Yuyao exchanged startled glances. For all cultivators in the Xianling realm, the spirit realm was an object of yearning. After all, ascending to the spirit realm signified the hope of surpassing the divine transformation stage and even attaining immortality. Yet, few possessed a deep understanding of the spirit realm. Clearly, the reality of the spirit realm diverged from their expectations. Chapter 318, Corridor of the Void Rift. It was precisely due to the unique conditions in the wasteland that its cultivators were known for their fierce and unyielding nature. Bandits were hardly regarded as evil cultivators here. Roadside robberies were a common occurrence. Over the past 3 months, Xuan and his companions had been robbed several times. The most formidable of the bandits even reached the peak of the Golden Core stage. However, it was understandable, given the scale of Xuan's vessel. Foundational stage cultivators would undoubtedly hesitate to approach. Ultimately, the fate of the bandits was predictable. Xuan had not even lifted a finger, as they were swiftly dispatched by the defensive array. In the span of 3 months, Xuan and his companions had approached the region of the Burning Sky Rift, with merely half a month's journey remaining to their destination at the Burning Sky sect. One day, Xuan sensed a multitude of spiritual presences around him, moving swiftly as if they were all in a hurry. Glancing out the window, he spotted 2 flying vessels traversing the skies not far away. Even further, he noticed additional flying vessels and mounts, with some Foundation establishment cultivators soaring through the air on their swords. This scene left Xuan perplexed. Why were there so many cultivators in this area? Was there some fortuitous opportunity, or perhaps a grand event taking place? Besides the notion of opportunity or a major gathering, he could hardly fathom why such a congregation of cultivators would be traveling together. As Xuan exited the cultivation chamber, he came upon Yijian and Su as they emerged from the room, their cheeks still flushed. Upon seeing Xuan, Su inquired with a hint of confusion. Junior brother, what is happening outside? Xuan shook his head. I'm not sure. I will go take a look. Su Su and Yi Jian nodded in agreement. Making his way to the deck, Lu Xian soon encountered Gong Yueying, who was also present. Upon seeing him, she paused momentarily before smiling and saying, "Junior brother, I was just about to ask what was occurring nearby, as so many cultivators seem to be heading in the same direction. Are you going to inquire as well?" Lu Xian nodded. "Yes, I will find out." "All right, I will accompany you," she replied, as Lu Xian slowed the speed of the flying vessel. Intending to ask about the situation, a sudden, fierce screech echoed from ahead. A violent aura surged towards Lu Xian's flying vessel, prompting him to raise an eyebrow and turn to look. He soon beheld a massive azure eagle with a wingspan exceeding 200 meters swiftly approaching. On its back stood a dozen cultivators, led by a burly man with black hair and a beard, accompanied by individuals of all ages dressed in identical robes, indicating they hailed from the same sect. Upon sighting the azure eagle, the nearby cultivators' expressions shifted dramatically. They hastily maneuvered their vessels or mounts to evade it. Lu Xian caught snippets of their conversation. "It's the Xianing sect. The Xianing master is also here, likely drawn by that luxurious flying vessel." Indeed, such an opulent vessel must have piqued the Xianing master's interest, with the cultivators aboard being merely at the golden core stage. How dare they flaunt such a treasure openly, especially when they intend to venture into the Void Rift corridor? Are they courting death? Lu Xian gleaned a wealth of information from their discourse. The cultivators on the giant eagle appeared to belong to the Xianing sect, with the strongest among them being the burly man, presumably the Xianing master, whose cultivation level Lu Xian sensed was in the early stages of the nascent soul realm, a level of strength not to be underestimated. After all, nascent soul cultivators represented one of the most formidable classes beneath the god transformation stage in the entire Xianling realm. The number of nascent soul cultivators was exceedingly scarce, and any single one could incite upheaval across a region. However, it all depended on whom they were compared against. Should they seek trouble with Lu Xian, it would simply be their misfortune. As for their destination, the area known as the Void Rift Corridor had not been mentioned in Lu Xian's previous inquiries. Nonetheless, he speculated it might be related to the rending spatial winds of the void, or perhaps even connected to the ancient war. Lu Xian wasn't entirely certain and resolved to ask further questions later. For now, he was keen to observe the Xianing sect's intentions. The giant eagle halted before the flying vessel, and the Xianing master cast a calm gaze upon the two before slowly declaring, "Surrender your vessel and leave. Today, I am in a good mood and shall spare your lives." Lu Xian and Gong Yueying exchanged silent glances, both momentarily taken aback. Gong Yueying's lips twitched. Despite Lu Xian's apparent cultivation being merely at the early golden core stage, his true prowess had already reached the pinnacle of the golden core level. Not to mention his formidable combat strength at the nascent soul peak. The Xianing master, a nascent soul expert, seemed destined for calamity. Seeing the Xianing master's declaration, Lu Xian felt no need for further discourse. He formed a seal with his hands and began activating the formation within the flying vessel. How absurd to think he would deign to handle a mere early-stage nascent soul cultivator personally. Was the top-quality Xiantian flying vessel he had painstakingly crafted merely for show? As Lu Xian dared to activate the formation, the Xianing master's expression darkened, an ominous glint flickering in his eyes. Seeking death, just as he prepared to retaliate, he suddenly sensed the air around him growing thick and stagnant. In the next moment, an overwhelming gravitational force bore down upon him. Not only did this pressure crush him, but it also bore down upon the azure eagle beneath him, a carefully nurtured golden core peak beast, his spiritual companion. With a sliver of opportunity, the azure eagle might even have had the chance to break through to the nascent soul stage. Now, it emitted a shrill cry, followed by the sound of bones cracking within its frame. The majestic creature began plummeting toward the ground at an alarming speed. Moreover, the Xianing sect's cultivators, all at the golden core stage, emitted anguished screams as they were pinned to the back of the azure eagle, their bodies cracking under the pressure. Only one golden core peak cultivator, one who had practiced body refinement techniques, managed to remain upright, though even he was bent double under the strain. The Xianing master's face paled, shock and fury flashing in his eyes. No. In the next instant, the azure eagle crashed heavily into the wilderness, a thunderous roar echoing as the earth trembled beneath the impact. The beast's body created a crater spanning several kilometers, and cracks appeared along its form, blood gushing forth as it succumbed to death on the spot. Not only the azure eagle, but also the Xianing sect cultivators, except for the body-refining cultivator, were similarly shattered upon impact, their lives extinguished instantly. The body-refining cultivator, too, felt his legs break beneath him, leaving him considerably shorter than before. Even the Xianing master, at the early nascent soul stage, found himself struggling against the immense weight pressing down upon him, as if an entire mountain had settled upon him. He could scarcely muster the strength to move. and any anger he felt was swiftly overshadowed by terror. A fourth-tier top-grade formation. Summoning all his power, he unleashed a torrent of black energy. In the next moment, he soared into the air, attempting to flee. However, just as he took flight, a multitude of earthy yellow chains materialized in the sky, weaving into a net that ensnared him. As the chains descended, the Xianing master felt as though his very body was being crushed. His recently airborne form was forced back to the ground. The moment his feet touched the earth, they sank into the rock, and fear filled his eyes. Not merely a top-grade formation, but an ultimate-grade formation. Casting his gaze toward the edge of the flying vessel, he beheld Lu Xian, expressionless as he looked down upon him, and he cried out in desperation, "Spare me. Fellow cultivator, I am willing to offer my entire fortune for a chance at survival." Lu Xian's expression remained impassive as he altered his incantation. In the next moment, all the chains surged forth like ethereal dragons, launching towards the figure of the Xianing elder. Under the immense pressure, the elder found himself utterly powerless to evade. A flicker of despair flashed in his eyes, and with a furious roar, a shadowy figure erupted from his dantian, his primordial spirit. Realizing he could not withstand the onslaught, the Xianing elder naturally intended to abandon his corporeal form and escape with his primordial spirit, seeking a glimmer of survival. However, as soon as his spirit took flight, the chains had already ensnared it in an instant. Despair welled in the spirit's eyes as it opened its mouth to speak, only for the chains to tighten and shatter it on the spot. His physical body met the same fate, crushed by the relentless chains. As for the peak golden core cultivator whose legs had been severed, he had succumbed to the crushing weight the moment the chains manifested. With a flick of his hand, Lu Xian summoned a flurry of storage bags, including that of the Xianing elder. He muttered, "Foolish. In death, all your possessions become mine." It was laughable. The elder had already entered Lu Xian's black book when he attempted to rob him. There was no way he would let him escape. Chapter 319. Periphery of the Burning Heaven Rift, Void Rift. The air around became eerily still. All the cultivators observing the scene widened their eyes in sheer horror, cold sweat trickling down their backs. They had never anticipated that a primordial spirit cultivator like the Xianing elder would meet his end so easily, without a shred of resistance. The formation aboard the flying vessel was overwhelmingly powerful. They cast their gazes upward towards Lu Xian, who stood calmly atop the vessel, a chill creeping into their hearts. A golden core cultivator wielding such formidable formations must be an exceptionally powerful array master. When had such a formidable array master emerged in the wasteland? They had never heard of him before. Confusion enveloped the gathered cultivators. Lu Xian stowed away the storage bags and then turned his gaze toward a group of golden core cultivators standing nearby on their own flying vessel. Sensing Lu Xian's scrutiny, they immediately tensed, fearing he might lash out at them. In the wasteland, there were far too many capricious and tyrannical cultivators. "Esteemed elder, may I inquire if you have any guidance?" They hastily bowed deeply, their expressions rife with respect. Lu Xian smiled. "I wish to ask you a few questions." The golden core cultivators exchanged glances, relief washing over them. As long as he did not intend to rob them, all would be well. The leader of the golden core cultivators quickly replied, "Esteemed elder, please ask. I shall speak without reservation." Lu Xian inquired, "With so many of you, where do you intend to go?" The multitude of cultivators paused, confused. Did this elder truly not know about the impending opening of the Void Rift corridor? Although they were perplexed, they dared not voice their thoughts. The leader of the golden core cultivators promptly replied, "Esteemed elder, there is a Void Rift corridor set to open in the vicinity of the Burning Heaven Rift, and we intend to try our luck for potential opportunities." So it was indeed the Void Rift corridor? Lu Xian asked with curiosity, "What is the Void Rift corridor?" Upon hearing this, the golden core cultivators quickly realized that this formidable array master was likely not from the wasteland, but rather hailing from another greater region. No wonder they had never encountered such a powerful array master before. If he were from another region, it would all make sense. The golden core cultivator promptly explained, "Esteemed elder, the Void Rift corridor is a remnant of the ancient cataclysm, a realm that may house opportunities left behind by ancient cultivators. However, it is fraught with danger, including lingering war spirits, vengeful spirits, and various hazardous environments." Listening to the golden core cultivator's introduction, Lu Xian's brow arched slightly. Opportunities stemming from ancient cultivators? His interest was piqued. The legacies of ancient practitioners were formidable, often containing rare herbs that had long since gone extinct, as well as lost techniques, alchemical formulas, and artifact crafting methods. Discovering some rare treasures or formulas would indeed be advantageous. Lu Xian decided he would investigate further. "I understand now. You may depart," Lu Xian stated. Upon hearing this, the golden core cultivators breathed a sigh of relief. They immediately urged their flying vessel to retreat from Lu Xian's, fearful of any sudden change in his disposition. As they watched the vessel recede, Gong Yuyo asked, Lu Shidi, do you intend to take a look? Lu Xian nodded, indeed. From what they say, it appears to be a relic of the ancient war. Perhaps there are good things to be found? Gong Yuyo nodded slightly, smiling. Then let us go. After all, she was out for experience, and acquiring resources would be most fortuitous. The Cold Abyss Sword Sect was merely a Golden Core sect. Beyond that stage, the sect's cultivators would inevitably need to venture out to seek greater opportunities for breakthroughs. Lu Xian replied, I'll go speak with Sister Su Su and the others. Very well, he affirmed. Lu Xian and Gong Yuyo returned to the cabin, where she went to her own suite while he returned to his room. Yi Jian and Su Su looked at Lu Xian, their expressions tinged with curiosity. Did you make a move just now? Yi Jian inquired. They had both sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy earlier. However, it had merely been the aura of a primordial spirit cultivator, which posed no threat to Lu Xian, hence they had not intervened. Lu Xian nodded yes. I dealt with a primordial spirit cultivator who attempted to seize the flying vessel. The two exchanged a glance, slightly speechless. Su Su took a swig of spirit wine. Pursing her lips, truly ignorant of danger. Lu Xian chuckled. I inquired with the passers-by and learned where these cultivators are headed. The two's eyes brightened. Where to? Lu Xian relayed the information regarding the Void Rift corridor. Su Su immediately displayed an eager demeanor. Opportunities? Then we must go see. She was naturally drawn to excitement and would never pass up a chance to seek fortune in such unique locales. Conversely, Yi Jian, being more reserved, felt no particular thrill about the journey. However, seeing Lu Xian's interest, she would not refuse. Noticing Yi Jian's lack of enthusiasm, Lu Xian smiled. Perhaps we might uncover some rare herbs or formulas in that Void Rift corridor. At the mention of rare herbs and formulas, Yi Jian's eyes sparkled with interest. Lu Xian then used the destiny token to send a message to Nangongyu. She was currently engrossed in array studies and had not accompanied Su Su and Yi Jian to Lu Xian's location. After sending the message, Nangongyu quickly replied, expressing her desire to join. Lu Xian piloted the flying vessel, trailing behind the group of cultivators heading toward the Void Rift corridor. As his vessel passed, all the surrounding cultivators hastily retreated, not daring to approach. After all, Lu Xian's earlier display of overwhelming power over the Xianing Elder had left them in shock. Any inadvertent provocation could be utterly unbearable for them. With the impending journey to the Void Rift corridor, Lu Xian and his companions gathered on the deck. Seeing them emerge, the nearby cultivators grew even more tense, scarcely daring to cast more than a fleeting glance in their direction. Time flowed on. After a day, Lu Xian distinctly sensed a rise in the ambient temperature surrounding him. Ahead, in the desolate wilderness, a massive chasm suddenly appeared. A tremendous rift emerging at the end of the barren expanse. Deep within the chasm, a faint red glow emanated, as if some intensely heated substance resided within. A glimmer of insight flashed in Lu Xian's eyes. This chasm must be the Burning Sky Rift. The direction of the red light revealed a considerable concentration of spiritual energy, likely indicating the manifestation of a supreme spiritual vein. That direction probably led to one of the divine sects of Huazhou, the Burning Sky sect. Surrounding the chasm, the sky tinged with crimson displayed a vast void. Within this void, a deep blue, nearly black luminescence spanned half the sky. Outside the rift, numerous flying vessels and sword-wielding cultivators resolutely ventured inside. Simultaneously, several cultivators emerged from within the rift, most of them bearing injuries, some severe, missing limbs. As these cultivators exited, they were swiftly surrounded and escorted away by a group of similarly attired practitioners, evidently from the same sect. Seeing so many badly injured cultivators, Gong Yuyao furrowed her brow and remarked, it seems rather perilous inside. Even Golden Core cultivators have sustained such grievous wounds. Su Su chuckled, if you wish to avoid entering. Sister Gong, you may wait for us outside. The three of them had cultivated the 9-turned profound yellow body. Although their resources were limited and their progress not on par with Lu Xian, they had nonetheless reached the 6th transformation, equivalent to the Golden Core stage in their physical cultivation. Thus, even should they encounter danger, their defensive capabilities would afford them some protection. Gong Yuyao smiled slightly at Su Su's jest. As cultivators, it is only natural that we do not shy away from opportunities. Lu Xian pondered for a moment and produced a dark shield, offering it to Gong Yuyao. Sister Gong, this is a supreme magical artifact, the profound yellow shield. It should help mitigate some harm. I'll lend it to you. Gong Yuyao was taken aback, shaking her head repeatedly. Junior brother Lu, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. You should keep it for yourself or give it to Su Su and the others. Lu Xian blinked and smiled. I possess the Xiantian magical artifacts. You need not worry. Gong Yuyao was perplexed. Did not her junior brother only possess the pure world green lotus banner? How could there be more? Before she could process this, Su Su chimed in. We each have 3 or 4 supreme magical artifacts on us, including defensive ones. We have more than enough. Nangongyu nodded. Indeed, sister, you should accept it. After all, this void rift corridor appears somewhat dangerous. Gong Yuyao was left dumbfounded. How could they possess so many supreme magical artifacts? Each of them had 3 or 4 pieces, likely more than some weaker nascent soul cultivators. Before she could voice her surprise, Gong Yuyao regretted her question. After all, supreme magical artifacts were exceedingly valuable, and she ought not to pry into such matters. Do not mind my inquiry. Consider it as if I never asked. Lu Xian smiled gently. Sister Gong, there is no need for concern. These artifacts are crafted by me. For Lu Xian, creating supreme magical artifacts had become a matter of course. He had not forgotten to forge such artifacts for his companion's protection. Moreover, he had crafted not just one, but several artifacts for attack, defense, and control, and even more. Gong Yuyao initially stood in shock, then recalled the pure world green lotus banner. That Xiantian magical artifact was indeed crafted by junior brother Lu. Thus, it was entirely reasonable that he could forge supreme artifacts. Taking a deep breath, she felt a twinge of envy towards Su Su and her companions. After all, having Lu Xian as a partner meant sharing techniques, insights, supreme elixirs, and an abundance of resources. As a cultivator, there was no greater fortune than this. She even recognized that the transformation of Xiaoya from merely possessing an ice-type spiritual root to becoming an ice spirit body was also thanks to junior brother Lu. With a partner who prepared everything for you, what more could one desire? Lu Xian reiterated, please take it, Sister Gong. Seeing his insistence, Gong Yuyao fell silent for a moment before nodding slightly. Then I shall not be polite. She accepted the profound yellow shield and carefully stowed it away. Despite having only one offensive supreme magical artifact herself, this defensive one would prove invaluable. The flying vessel surged towards the void rift. Before long, as they neared the rift, Lu Xian sensed a peculiar fluctuation of power in the atmosphere. This resonance felt somewhat familiar, and soon he recalled that it bore similarities to the spatial fluctuations experienced during interstate teleportation. Was it the power of the Dao of space? Lu Xian pondered thoughtfully. The void likely involved the Dao of space. He could only wonder what opportunities lay within, if one could grasp even a trace of the Dao of space. It would be immensely beneficial for any cultivator. The 4 of Nangongyu, however, felt nothing unusual. Their comprehension of the Dao was not as profound as Lu Xian's, and thus they lacked such keen perception. Upon closer inspection, the spatial rift was larger than anticipated, stretching endlessly to the horizon, its height piercing through the clouds, far exceeding the altitude of the vessel. The vessel could easily traverse directly into the void rift, and that was precisely what Lu Xian did, not pausing for a moment as he deftly guided the vessel into the rift. The instant they crossed the threshold, a deep blue, almost black aura enveloped the vessel. Lu Xian distinctly felt a peculiar sensation upon his skin. As this sensation emerged, the surrounding air seemed to thicken. Not only Lu Xian, but Nangongyu and the others also noted the change, frowning as they surveyed their surroundings. The environment within this void rift seems different from that outside. Yi Jiyan remarked slowly. Lu Xian nodded. Indeed, the spatial properties here diverge from the outside. Let us observe further. Upon entering the void rift, Lu Xian discovered that the area they occupied had seemingly transformed into nothingness. Surrounding them was a profound void, yet certain regions still hosted floating objects. Some were boulders, with smaller rocks standing about the height of a person, while larger ones could span dozens of kilometers. Beyond these rocks, there were fragmented magical artifacts and scattered white bones. Among the remains, some belonged to humans, while others belonged to a peculiar race with elongated forms and sharp claws. The bones of this unusual race were entirely black, starkly contrasting the white bones of humans. The number of these corpses was relatively sparse compared to the rocks and artifact fragments. Aside from these drifting objects, there were also cultivators who had entered alongside them. Lu Xian and his companions observed as some cultivators fiercely fought over a few shards of magical artifacts, resulting in bloodshed on the spot. As a master of artifact forging, Lu Xian could discern at a glance that the spiritual essence within the fragment of the magical artifact had nearly dissipated, rendering it almost akin to scrap metal. He was taken aback by the multitude of individuals vying for it. Several cultivators had even ascended the nearby rocks, meticulously scouring their surroundings. At that moment, Lu Xian suddenly sensed a disturbance in the air from a distance, followed by a piercing scream. He and his companions swiftly turned to gaze in that direction. Upon witnessing the scene before them, their pupils constricted in alarm. The void ahead appeared to collapse as if it were succumbing to an implosion, creating a deep depression. The cultivators within that vicinity were instantly engulfed, their forms crushed within the abyss. Even Lu Xian felt a shiver of trepidation. The force of that void's collapse was such that even his current physical form would likely be unable to withstand it. The four companions beside him, Gong Yuyao and the others, were equally unsettled. What was the meaning of this? A collapse of space? Truly terrifying. Lu Xian nodded, then calmly declared, "Let us take a detour." He activated the strongest defensive formation of their flying vessel. Should the space they traversed succumb to collapse, the peak-level defensive array of the nascent soul stage would at least provide a modicum of protection, granting them an opportunity to utilize their trump cards for escape. Although this would result in the loss of a high-grade Xiantian artifact and entails significant spiritual stone consumption to maintain the defensive array, it was preferable to losing their lives. Just as Lu Xian prepared to pilot the vessel around the collapsing void, the space that had crumbled began to recover, resembling malleable clay. This prompted a shared glance among Lu Xian and his companions, exchanging bewildered expressions. Subsequently, Lu Xian observed the other cultivators nearby. To his surprise, they seemed unfazed by this phenomenon, continuing their scramble for the artifact fragments or advancing forward. For Lu Xian, the allure of the items here held no charm whatsoever, and he resolutely steered the vessel deeper into the void. Chapter 321, Void Crystals, Celestial Iron, and Stellar Gold. Time seemed to blur as they flew onward. The viscous sensation of the void intensified, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure emanating from all directions. Lu Xian surmised that this was the inherent pressure of the void itself. The deeper one ventured, the more formidable the pressure became. It was precisely this oppressive force that Lu Xian noted, causing cultivators below the mid-stage of the golden core to cease their advance. Only those who had reached the late stages of the golden core, or even the peak, dared to proceed further. Lu Xian even spotted two nascent soul cultivators, who, upon noticing Lu Xian's vessel, scrutinized it but did not attempt to forcibly seize it as the previous Xianxia master had. Naturally, Lu Xian harbored no intentions of confronting them. At that instant, Lu Xian witnessed the space ahead suddenly tear apart, unleashing a tempest of chaotic winds. Fortunately, no cultivators occupied that area, and the storm caused no damage. Crystals radiating a faint blue light erupted from the rift, floating amidst the void. As the storm writhed, these crystals were flung in all directions. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the nearby golden core cultivators' eyes gleamed with excitement. Void crystals. Splendid luck. That crystal belongs to me. Anyone who dares to snatch it shall perish. One by one, the cultivators, their eyes gleaming with greed, surged toward the nearest void crystal. A fierce battle erupted among several golden core cultivators who coveted the same crystal. As a master of artifact forging, Lu Xian immediately recognized that these void crystals were fourth-tier rare materials. If utilized for forging, they would serve as superb components, potentially yielding Xiantian artifacts. Furthermore, if employed for the creation of formations, they could also produce remarkably sturdy fourth-tier arrays. What a treasure! A smile graced Lu Xian's lips as he resolved to act without hesitation. With a wave of his hand, several puppets surged forth. 4 mid-stage nascent soul puppets exuded formidable waves of mana without reservation. Lu Xian's calm voice resonated. "Esteemed friends, I have set my sights on these void crystals. Might I request your indulgence?" The surrounding cultivators were all merely at the golden core stage. They had not anticipated that a golden core cultivator could command 4 mid-stage nascent soul puppets. How could he control 4 of them? Was he a practitioner of the Heavenly Puppet sect? Yet, they had never encountered a golden core cultivator capable of commanding 4 nascent soul puppets. Several cultivators who had previously witnessed Lu Xian eliminate the Xianxia master with his vessel now wore expressions of awe. This cultivator not only possessed a Xiantian artifact-level vessel, but also commanded 4 mid-stage nascent soul puppets. Truly a prodigious individual. They promptly relinquished the void crystals they had seized and bowed, exclaiming, "Esteemed friend, we have not taken any of the void crystals." Lu Xian nodded slightly, waving his hand as the void crystals floated toward him. The golden core cultivators transformed into streaks of light, retreating into the distance. Following such a formidable nascent soul figure, they understood that obtaining any treasures would be utterly unrealistic. Their only option was to distance themselves. The other cultivators exchanged glances before gradually retreating, distancing themselves from the void crystals. At that moment, the farthest golden core cultivator from Lu Xian and the nascent soul puppet suddenly erupted, seizing a void crystal before dashing away. However, he had barely flown a few meters when a sharp golden sword light pierced through his body, instantly slaying him. One puppet materialized behind the golden core cultivator, effortlessly collecting the void crystal and his storage pouch. Subsequently, with a flick of its hand, a pale flame erupted, incinerating the golden core cultivator to ashes. After reducing the golden core cultivator to ash, the puppet closed its eyes, silently reciting the soul-crossing incantation. Golden runes slowly drifted forth, entwining around the remnants of the golden core cultivator. In that moment, the puppet, bathed in golden radiance, resembled a venerable monk of great virtue. The entire sequence left the nearby golden core cultivators in a state of astonishment. They were rendered speechless. How could this nascent soul puppet differ so profoundly from the others they had witnessed? Even the puppets of the Heavenly Puppet sect, a renowned divine sect, appeared unable to execute such fluidity. Furthermore, it seemed capable of employing numerous divine abilities and secret techniques. This puppet seemed hardly distinguishable from a true cultivator. However, a chilling realization soon pierced their minds. This seemingly youthful prodigy was decisively ruthless, his gaze fixed upon them, leaving no opportunity for escape. The golden core cultivators, who had initially harbored some lingering reluctance, promptly abandoned any vestiges of hope. They bowed in reverence to Lu Xian before retreating into the distance. Fully aware that remaining near Lu Xian would yield no benefits, Lu Xian commanded the 4 puppets to gather all the void crystals, amassing a total of 8. These stellar crystals were all 4th-tier materials, though their qualities varied. One reached the pinnacle of 4th tier, while the others were of medium to low quality. Nonetheless, for Lu Xian, these remained exceedingly rare treasures. 4th-tier forging materials were exceptionally scarce. The materials derived from demonic beasts necessitate the hunting of said beasts, and those at the nascent soul stage have the ability to take on forms and possess intellect comparable to that of human cultivators, making them far from easy prey. Similarly, other types of ore or rare treasures are not easily found. These treasures require a correspondingly rich environment to come into existence. Given that the spiritual energy concentration in the entire Xinling realm is limited, it is implausible to expect to find 4th-grade treasures scattered about. Consequently, although Lu Xian possesses numerous exceptional magical artifacts, he has only managed to acquire a handful of Xianxian artifacts thus far. It is not that he lacks the desire to forge more. Rather, he simply lacks the necessary materials. He has devised a plan. Once his cultivation reaches a higher level, and he has enhanced his techniques and spells to their utmost potential, he will utilize the 9-colored radiance to amplify materials, thereby producing a greater number of 4th and even 5th-grade treasures. With this strategy, he could forge some Xianxian artifacts, or even transcendent artifacts suitable for divine transformation cultivators. The opportunity to obtain such a multitude of 4th-grade treasures is undoubtedly fortuitous for Lu Xian. With a cheerful demeanor, he collected the void crystals, reflecting on how fortunate he was to have ventured into this void rift corridor. Su, having taken a hearty swig of wine, remarked, 4th-grade treasures are exceedingly rare. We've certainly been fortunate to encounter such an opportunity. Let us delve deeper and see if there are any other treasures or curiosities to be found. Indeed, the flying vessel continued its journey deeper into the void, perhaps due to their entry into a more profound area of the void. The disturbances and storms were far more frequent than in the periphery. While the void depressions posed only dangers, the void storms, despite their perilous nature, birthed various peculiar items from their fissures. Lu Xian collected over 20 4th-grade treasures, which included not only the void crystals, but also celestial meteorite iron and stardust gold. Lu Xian's delight was palpable. With such an abundance of treasures, he could forge 1 or 2 exceptional Xianxian artifacts. Adding in some 3rd-grade materials, he could produce over a dozen mid-tier Xianxian artifacts. His luck was indeed extraordinary. Lu Xian suspected that his fortune, boasting a remarkable 170 points, allowed him to encounter such a plethora of treasures in the void rift. It seemed that every distance he flew would summon a void storm, perfectly placed such that he could sense and even see it, yet without it affecting his vessel. Just as Lu Xian marveled at his good fortune, a sudden wave of fluctuations rippled through the void ahead. A water-like pattern swept toward him from afar. In that direction, a dazzling brilliance emerged, accompanied by surges of rich spiritual energy. Yi Jian gasped, exclaiming, "What a powerful surge of spiritual energy! There must be an extraordinary opportunity there. Let us go investigate." Lu Xian commanded, maneuvering the vessel toward the direction of the radiant light. Chapter 322, 5th-grade Stardust Gold, the Beast Sovereign. The location of the light was not far from Lu Xian's vessel. With remarkable speed, they soon encountered an immense, distorted void storm. This storm was the largest Lu Xian had witnessed thus far. The resplendent light erupted from a rift in the storm, revealing 2 massive metallic pieces emerging from within. The intense wave of spiritual energy radiated from these 2 metals. Upon seeing them, Lu Xian's eyes glinted with fervor. Both pieces were made of stardust gold, yet far superior to any he had previously encountered. This was 5th-grade stardust gold, capable of forging artifacts for divine transformation. Truly transcendent treasures. He was determined to acquire these 2 pieces of 5th-grade stardust gold. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes as he surveyed his surroundings. The commotion had attracted several cultivators, all of whom possessed formidable capabilities, with the weakest among them being at the pinnacle of the golden core stage. In mere moments, 2 early nascent soul cultivators arrived, their eyes reflecting the same fervor upon spotting the 5th grade stardust gold. Such a treasure, worth its weight in gold, was exceedingly rare in the Xianling realm. It could not be bought even with wealth. Should they secure this 5th grade treasure, they could easily barter it with a divine transformation ancestor for exceptional rewards, potentially earning their recognition. This would instill a degree of caution among even the peak nascent soul cultivators toward them. The 2 early nascent soul cultivators exchanged glances, a flicker of wariness passing between them. They were now rivals. Unfortunately, the tempestuous storm prevented them from traversing it to seize the 2 pieces of 5th grade stardust gold. They feared that more nascent soul cultivators would soon arrive, possibly even those of mid or higher ranks. This realization weighed heavily on their minds. They could only hope that the void storm would soon subside to a manageable level, allowing them to claim the treasures. The golden core cultivators present barely registered in their minds. They were inconsequential. However, fate had other plans. The void storm had yet to weaken when a radiant light swiftly approached, emanating powerful magical fluctuations that caused the expressions of the 2 early nascent soul cultivators to shift to one of grave concern. A mid-nascent soul cultivator soon halted outside the storm. He was a middle-aged man, his hair flowing freely, clad in a cloak made of various animal hides, adorned with a necklace of beast fangs, and his gaze was piercingly sharp, reminiscent of a ferocious beast. Lu Xian sensed a dense aura of demonic energy emanating from him, which surprised him. Why did this human cultivator exude demonic energy? The 2 early nascent soul cultivators recognized the man, their expressions shifting to one of trepidation. Beast Sovereign, is that you? I thought you were being hunted by the ancient talisman sect. Though they were unfamiliar with his true name, they knew him by the title of Beast Sovereign. He possessed formidable beast-taming techniques and was said to have an innate ability to communicate with demonic beasts, having been raised by a pack of wild wolves, regarding them as kin. Despite his moderate combat prowess, he was accompanied by several powerful spirit pets, and he could even utilize secret techniques to merge with them, temporarily achieving a formidable combat strength. In the mid-nascent soul tier, the Beast Sovereign was indeed a renowned and formidable figure. Previously, the Beast Sovereign commanded a horde of wilderness beasts, culminating in a devastating beast tide that obliterated a formidable market under the jurisdiction of the ancient symbol sect, a prestigious nascent soul sect. As a result, he became the target of relentless pursuit by the ancient symbol sect. Initially, they presumed the Beast Sovereign was doomed, yet to their astonishment, he had survived and arrived at this void fissure. The Beast Sovereign possessed the audacity to contend with late-stage nascent soul cultivators, rendering the 2 early-stage nascent soul practitioners utterly impotent against him. They were already contemplating retreat. The Beast Sovereign's gaze, reminiscent of a predatory beast, swept across all the cultivators present. The nearby golden core practitioners paled, their scalps tingling with trepidation. Having grown up among demonic beasts, the Beast Sovereign was rather sinister in nature. A mere disagreement could incite violence. Remaining in this vicinity would undoubtedly be perilous. Consequently, a multitude of golden core cultivators began to withdraw, unwilling to approach any closer. However, they did not fully depart, but rather maintained a considerable distance. After all, the Tempest of the Void was exceedingly violent, and aside from the 5th-tier stellar gold, there were dozens of 4th-tier heavenly materials and earth treasures. While the 5th-tier stellar gold was beyond their aspirations, should they manage to seize even a few of the 4th-tier treasures amidst the chaos, it would constitute a significant fortune. In the desolate region of Wilderness State, every rogue cultivator needed to seize every opportunity, for without such, reaching the golden core stage was nearly impossible. The 2 nascent soul practitioners exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly as they too retreated a distance. Only Lu Xian's flying vessel remained stationary, showing no inclination to withdraw, rendering Lu Xian and his companions conspicuously prominent. The retreating golden core cultivators and the 2 early-stage nascent soul practitioners were momentarily taken aback, particularly the latter. One of them raised an eyebrow, surveying Lu Xian and his companions. Golden core stage? How audacious to remain there. Are they not afraid of death? This vessel is extraordinary, seemingly a profound heavenly treasure. The other early-stage nascent soul practitioner regarded the flying vessel with a grave expression. This caused the first practitioner's countenance to shift subtly. Among the several golden core cultivators, only 2 were mid to late stage. How could such cultivators possibly possess a profound heavenly treasure-level vessel? Were there others aboard? Perhaps individuals not weaker than the Beast Sovereign? Such a possibility loomed. Damn it. An opportunity of this magnitude with a void storm of such scale and 5th-tier treasures appearing. Would they truly abandon it? Taoist Wang, do you plan to leave? Wang Yang furrowed his brow, shaking his head. Let us assess the situation further. The questioning early-stage nascent soul practitioner, Feng Lin, hesitated for a moment before nodding. Very well. Just then, the beast sovereign spoke, his voice gravelly as he slowly commanded, "Get lost." Lu Xian was taken aback, raising an eyebrow, and replied with a smile, "Senior, this is not your home. Can you simply command us to leave? That seems rather tyrannical, does it not?" The four companions of Nangong Yu exhibited no reaction, while the surrounding cultivators collectively inhaled sharply. Even Wang Yang and Feng Lin stared at Lu Xian in astonishment. They had not anticipated that Lu Xian would dare to speak thus to the beast sovereign, a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. Even with backing, such arrogance was unexpected. Did this youth not fear for his life? Few who dared to speak to the beast sovereign in such a manner had lived to tell the tale since his ascension to the nascent soul stage. The beast sovereign is about to summon his spirit pets. A confrontation seems imminent. This will be entertaining. Let us observe what kind of formidable presence supports this audacious youth. Truth be told, I have yet to sense any aura from within that vessel. The individual backing him is likely not inferior to the beast sovereign. Indeed, I share your sentiments. At this moment, all cultivators fixated intently on the confrontation between the beast sovereign and Lu Xian, hoping for a clash. Only through chaos would they have the opportunity to seize what they desired. Chapter 323, Fusion of Demonic Beasts, Overwhelming Annihilation. The beast sovereign was evidently taken aback by Lu Xian's retort. A wild, feral glint flickered in his eyes, followed by a sinister grin that revealed his gleaming white teeth. Akin to a wolf preparing to pounce on its prey, he struck a beast skin pouch at his waist, and in the next moment, phantoms surged forth from the pouch, transforming into a trio of demonic beasts. 3 demonic beasts emerged, a one-eyed blood wolf, a two-headed rock python, and a wind-running leopard. The aura exuded by these beasts was dense with demonic energy, their oppressive presence overwhelmingly potent, each one at the nascent soul stage. Among them, the one-eyed blood wolf had even reached mid-stage nascent soul. Witnessing these formidable creatures, Wang Yang and Feng Lin inhaled sharply, their eyes filled with astonishment. They exchanged glances, both relieved that they had retreated earlier. They had not anticipated that the beast sovereign possessed not one, but 3 nascent soul beasts, one of which was mid-stage. Coupled with the beast sovereign himself, that amounted to 2 mid-stage and 2 early-stage nascent soul combatants. Should they have remained, even deploying their trump cards may not have ensured their escape. The other Golden Core cultivators were equally stricken with fear upon seeing the trio of demonic beasts. Some among them, originally planning to fish in troubled waters, turned and fled without a second thought. Such strength would only invite peril if they lingered. It was wiser to depart. As for the 4th-tier heavenly materials and treasures, let those who wish to seize them do so. The beast sovereign's gaze landed on Lu Xian, settling upon the flying vessel. He then fell silent, taking several steps back, while the two-headed rock python roared, its demonic energy surging forth, manifesting dozens of sharp stone spikes measuring several meters in length in the void. The spikes, numerous and densely packed, shot towards the flying vessel like meteors. As the stone spikes approached, a flicker of delight crossed Lu Xian's eyes. Since the so-called beast sovereign had initiated the attack, he had now marked himself as a target for Lu Xian's retribution. Moreover, to think this individual had 3 nascent soul demonic beasts. The materials from these beasts were all 4th-tier heavenly treasures, which could be utilized to forge more profound heavenly treasures. How could Lu Xian not be elated? As the stone spikes neared the flying vessel, a yellowish protective shield materialized above it. The spikes struck the shield, failing to elicit even a ripple. Observing the spectacle, the beast sovereign narrowed his eyes and emitted a howl reminiscent of a wolf's roar. In the next instant, the one-eyed blood wolf's demonic energy surged, its singular eye radiating a blinding light as it prepared to launch an assault on the vessel. At that moment, Lu Xian altered the hand seals he was forming. In the next instant, an enormous formation materialized in the air, its intricate and profound patterns exuding an overwhelming pressure that gradually descended. The beast sovereign and his 3 nascent soul spirit pets were enveloped within the formation as confines. In that instant, both the beast sovereign and the 3 spirit pets sensed a terrifying gravity compressing in from all directions. The 2 early-stage demonic beasts could not withstand the pressure, their bodies riddled with fine wounds as blood erupted forth, accompanied by piercing cries of anguish. The mid-stage beast sovereign and the one-eyed blood wolf fared slightly better, but the latter's intended assault was abruptly interrupted by the formation's overwhelming might. A palpable aura of demonic energy enveloped him, as he exerted every ounce of strength to resist the terrifying gravitational suppression. The expression on the beast sovereign's face was grim, for his instinct akin to that of a ferocious beast, alerted him to the presence of an overwhelmingly formidable entity. He let out a low growl and swiftly made his decision. In the next moment, a dark luminescence enveloped his form as the one-eyed blood wolf, the two-headed rock python, and the windrunner leopard transformed into streams of light, merging into the beast sovereign's body. With the infusion of these three nascent soul-level beasts, intricate and arcane patterns emerged upon the surface of the beast sovereign's skin. An immensely potent aura surged forth from within him, imbued with a heady blend of demonic energy and magical force. At that moment, the beast sovereign's essence escalated dramatically, barely reaching the late stage of the nascent soul realm. It is crucial to note that for a nascent soul cultivator, even a minor increase in realm signifies a vast difference in power. The secret technique employed by the beast sovereign allowed him to ascend directly from the mid to late stages of the nascent soul realm, showcasing the technique's formidable nature. However, it was not long before a trickle of blood escaped the corner of his mouth. The aura he emanated began to grow chaotic and unstable, indicating that he might not be able to fully assimilate the three nascent soul beasts, or perhaps he had not completely mastered this mystical art, resulting in a backlash. Nevertheless, this was of no concern to the beast sovereign. His objective was simple: to escape. Within this formation, he was outmatched. Beyond the formation, he stood a chance. Yet, as this thought crossed his mind, chains materialized from the void. Countless yellowish-black chains surged toward the beast sovereign at an alarming speed. Sensing the imminent threat, he emitted a low roar, transforming his hands into razor-sharp claws, reaching out to seize the chains. Blood-red claw shadows erupted, colliding with the chains and producing a cacophony of thunderous sounds. However, to the beast sovereign's astonishment, his current strength, unleashed in a fierce attack, merely halted the chains momentarily before they resumed their relentless assault. With a roar, the beast sovereign's skin hardened into rock, his body suddenly expanding, and a tempestuous wind enveloped him as he unleashed his utmost speed, attempting to slip through the chains. Yet, he was still under the oppressive weight of gravity. Even with his maximum velocity, he could not evade the chain's attack. In an instant, the chains ensnared the beast sovereign tightly. Emotionless, Xuan altered the hand seal he held, and in the next moment, the chains constricted violently. The rock armor upon the beast sovereign shattered at an alarming rate, accompanied by the sound of bones fracturing as his body suffered a grievous blow. After this injury, the beast sovereign coughed up a mouthful of blood. He could no longer maintain the fusion technique, and the intricate patterns upon his skin vanished instantaneously. With their disappearance, three figures burst forth from within the beast sovereign, transforming into three demonic beasts. These creatures, too, bore a feeble aura and were immediately bound by the chains upon their emergence. Xuan clenched his palm, causing the chains to tighten, swiftly extinguishing the lives of both the beast sovereign and the three nascent soul familiars. From the corpses of the beast sovereign and the nascent soul familiars, radiant streams of light shot forth, representing their nascent souls. Yet, Xuan had long been prepared. As soon as the souls emerged, the chains obliterated them. Under the weight of the gravitational field, even the nascent souls could not escape the chain's grasp. With a flick of his hand, Xuan collected the three demonic beast corpses and subsequently retrieved the beast sovereign's storage pouch. What followed was a transformation of Sparks into a dragon. After accomplishing this, Xuan cast his gaze around, taking a penetrating look at the silent, desolate expanse of void. This area of the void quivered slightly, as if nothing had transpired at all. Xuan withdrew his gaze, refraining from lingering further. He turned once more toward the tempestuous region of the void, awaiting the storm's subsidence. At this moment, the entirety of the void had descended into an eerie silence. Wang Yang and Feng Lin exchanged glances, each reflecting the shock they felt in the other's eyes. The beast sovereign, a renowned mid-nascent soul rogue in the wilderness region, had perished within the formation of a golden core cultivator. If they had not witnessed it with their own eyes, who would believe such a tale? They feared others would deem the bearer of such news a fool. Chapter 324. Treasures acquired. The Elder Sand Camel. With Xuan's overwhelming defeat of the beast sovereign, the remaining golden core cultivators in the vicinity hastily departed, leaving scarcely a trace behind. Xuan's might eclipsed that of the beast sovereign. Remaining here would yield no benefits and could, in fact, pose a danger. Only Wang Yang and Feng Lin, both early nascent soul cultivators, lingered. As the void storm continued, it was inevitable that some fourth-grade heavenly materials and treasures would soon be cast out, although they suspected they would not be able to claim any fifth-grade treasures. Acquiring a few fourth-grade ones would still be acceptable. After all, while the formation aboard the flying vessel was formidable, they were beyond its range. The cultivators within were merely golden core practitioners, posing no real threat. Xuan glanced at the two early nascent soul cultivators, Wang Yang and Feng Lin. and did not urge them to leave. He was uncertain of their affiliations. Should they belong to the Burning Heaven sect or another god transformation sect? He would be antagonizing their sect by taking action against them. For Lu Xian, while he held no fear of nascent soul cultivators, those of the god transformation realm were another matter altogether. His decision to slay the beast sovereign stemmed from the latter's initial aggression. He could not simply refrain from retaliating. As for the two early nascent soul cultivators, if they awaited the heavenly materials and managed to seize some fourth-grade treasures, that would be their own merit. However, should they dare to contest him for the fifth-grade starry gold, they must be prepared to risk their lives. As time passed, the void storm erupted with renewed ferocity. The air was filled with thunderous roars as chunks of fourth-grade heavenly materials and treasures were hurled into the void. Witnessing this, Wang Yang and Feng Lin's eyes brightened, and they prepared to act. However, in the next moment, they observed four puppets suddenly materializing from four directions. Each of these puppets radiated the aura of mid-nascent soul power and moved with astonishing speed. Utilizing the same type of escape technique, the four puppets flickered through the void, collecting all the fourth-grade heavenly materials and treasures that were being cast away. This sight left Wang Yang and Feng Lin in shock. What the hell? Where did these puppets come from? Are they from the celestial puppet sect? To simultaneously control four puppets using the same spell, who is this powerful figure from the celestial puppet sect? A chill ran down their spines, and they promptly turned to flee, unwilling to remain in the vicinity to vie for the fourth-grade treasures. Mid-nascent soul puppets were far beyond their capacity to contend with. Should they provoke a significant figure from the celestial puppet sect, escaping would be a challenge. The two felt a bitter sense of misfortune. They had stumbled upon such a colossal void storm, replete with fifth-grade treasures and numerous fourth-grade ones. Yet, in the end, they had walked away with nothing. As a nascent soul cultivator, his situation was indeed rather dire. Lu Xian had not anticipated that his puppets, while gathering rare heavenly materials, would cause the two nascent soul cultivators to flee. Nevertheless, a smile crept upon Lu Xian's face. This turn of events was not without merit, at the very least. It afforded him the tranquility to continue his quest for precious resources. The expanse within the void's rift was quite vast. Although the spatial storm spread over a considerable area, the number of nascent soul cultivators within its vicinity seemed scarce, with only 3, including the venerable beast sovereign, making their way towards the chaos. With the remaining 2 nascent soul cultivators having retreated, only Lu Xian and his companions remained in the area. The eruption of the void storm heralded a forthcoming calm. In mere moments, the tempest subsided rapidly, and the rifts within the void began to close, leaving behind 2 gleaming pieces of fifth-grade starry gold radiating brilliant light. Lu Xian smiled gently as he soared from the flying vessel, heading towards the alluring starry gold. Soon, he arrived before the 2 substantial pieces, curiously examining them before finally securing them. Afterward, Lu Xian leisurely transformed into a streak of light, returning to his flying vessel. Once back aboard, he steered the vessel onward, delving deeper into the void. As the craft gradually vanished into the depths of the void, a figure emerged from a distorted space nearby. It was a middle-aged man clad in a dark yellow hemp robe, imbued with spiritual energy. His complexion was bronzed, his skin rough like sandstone, and deep creases marked his forehead and the corners of his eyes. His gaze sparkled with intensity as he observed the direction in which Lu Xian had departed. As a rogue cultivator, Elder Xiaotua had navigated the treacherous landscapes of the wild state for 8 centuries, encountering countless cultivators and formidable adversaries. Yet, this seemingly youthful golden core cultivator evoked an inexplicable sense of inscrutability within him. Initially, he had contemplated seizing the opportunity to acquire a piece of fifth-grade starry gold. However, he was taken aback when the young golden core cultivator chose to leave the safety of the flying vessel and the protective formation. This prompted Elder Xiaotua to ponder whether he should take advantage of the moment to eliminate the young golden core cultivator. Given the displayed mastery in formation techniques, should he succeed in slaying the cultivator, the wealth garnered would surely astonish him. Yet, he ultimately restrained his murderous intent. Earlier, he had concealed himself within the void, positioning himself closer to the storm's epicenter. However, at that moment, the golden core cultivator glanced in his direction, leading Elder Xiaotua to speculate if he had been detected. This revelation left him somewhat astonished. His cloaking technique, derived from a secret realm, was a high-grade, earth-level method perfected to its zenith. Even a peak nascent soul cultivator would struggle to perceive his presence. Yet, here he was, potentially exposed by a mere golden core cultivator? Elder Xiaotua was not entirely convinced of his exposure, but, adhering to his habitual caution, chose to distance himself from the storm's vicinity, retreating to a more peripheral area to await a more opportune moment. The mere ability to detect his presence was indicative of remarkable skill. Moreover, there were the 4 puppets. After gathering the discarded fourth-grade heavenly materials, they had vanished. Nevertheless, Elder Sha Tua instinctively felt that these puppets were somehow linked to the golden core cultivator. Furthermore, the cultivator could have maneuvered the flying vessel closer to the fifth-grade starry gold and utilized the formation to collect it, yet he deliberately chose to venture out alone. Such behavior was exceedingly peculiar. For one so young to reach the golden core stage, he did not strike Elder Sha Tua as a fool. If that were the case, why would he abandon the safety of the vessel, intentionally seeking peril? It was precisely these anomalies that deterred Elder Sha Tua from taking action. He couldn't shake the feeling that the golden core cultivator's actions were a deliberate ploy to provoke him into attacking. Amused by this notion, Elder Sha Tua chuckled to himself. After all, he was a peak mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, only a step away from the late stage. In terms of combat prowess, he considered himself superior to the venerable beast sovereign. Surely, if he ventured outside the protective formation, he could eliminate a golden core cultivator, couldn't he? Such concerns seemed unfounded. However, as a seasoned rogue cultivator, he chose to trust his instincts, regardless of how baseless they might seem. Resources could be sought again, but a life lost was irretrievable. Thus, he watched as the golden core cultivator secured the fifth-grade starry gold and returned to the flying vessel, witnessing it disappear from his sight. Subsequently, Elder Sha Tua resolved to distance himself from this enigmatic golden core cultivator, lest he encounter him again, for that would likely lead to considerable trouble. Elder Sha Tuo's eyes flickered with determination as he exhaled a breath of regret for the heavenly materials that had eluded him, then decisively turned and sped away in the opposite direction of the vessel. Chapter 325, The Flame Palace in the Void. Aboard the flying vessel, Su Su cast a curious glance at Lu Xian. Junior brother, why did you venture away from the vessel just now? Couldn't the puppets handle it? Nen Gongyue and Yi Jian also regarded Lu Xian with intrigue. Given their understanding of him, he was certainly not the type to retrieve materials himself with puppets available. Lu Xian chuckled lightly. There was another cultivator nearby, one of considerable strength. I wanted to see if I could provoke him into making a move, but he proved to be quite cautious. At this revelation, the group was taken aback, even Gong Yueying expressing surprise. I had no inkling of any such thing. Lu Xian smiled and replied, his cultivation is formidable, a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. It's understandable that Sister Gong didn't notice. Gong Yueying nodded in realization. Choosing not to elaborate further, the group then pressed onward. After a lengthy passage of time, the oppressive pressure of the void escalated to a considerable degree. Although the vessel's formation mitigated the effects, even the weakest among them, Gong Yueying, could withstand it. However, should a void collapse or storm manifest in this area, the vessel might struggle to endure. For safety's sake, Lu Xian opted not to delve any deeper. In truth, upon reaching this depth, he had encountered remarkably few cultivators. Even when he did cross paths with one, it was invariably a nascent soul cultivator. Upon sighting Lu Xian and his companions aboard the vessel, these nascent soul cultivators expressed mild surprise, but refrained from launching an attack. Lu Xian surmised that these nascent soul cultivators likely believed that their presence in such a location indicated a level of capability, thus opting for caution. Subsequently, he piloted the vessel laterally through this deep region of the void. As time passed, they traversed a considerable distance within the rifts of the void. During this journey, they were not assailed by any void collapses or storms, and their collection of fourth-grade heavenly materials grew by dozens. These materials, comprising various ores and unique crystal resources, were exceptionally suitable for forging. At this moment, Lu Xian boasted over 100 pieces of fourth-grade heavenly materials. Regrettably, the fifth-grade materials had been limited to the initial 2 pieces of starry gold, with nary a further acquisition since. On this particular day, Lu Xian and his companions suddenly sensed a wave of scorching heat emanating from the distance. They instinctively lifted their gazes towards the void ahead. Soon, they beheld a colossal rock seemingly suspended in the far-off realm, atop which floated an exquisite palace. Surrounding this palace were blazing flames, radiating intense heat. The source of the high temperature was undoubtedly those fervent flames. At that moment, several cultivators could be seen hovering outside the rocky formation. All were at the nascent soul stage, evidently unable to approach the searing flames, thus waiting impatiently on the periphery, eager to enter the palace. Surely there must be some fortuitous opportunity within that palace? Su Su inquired with a hint of astonishment. Lu Xian nodded slightly, replying, let us venture closer. We may uncover something remarkable. This marked their first encounter with such a grand palace amidst the void, and none could predict what lay within. However, the presence of numerous nascent soul cultivators waiting outside indicated that whatever resided inside could be of considerable value. Since they had stumbled upon it, Lu Xian was determined not to let this chance slip away. The flying vessel hurtled swiftly toward the rocky formation. Surrounding the rock were no fewer than 11 nascent soul cultivators, their strengths varying, and they appeared to have formed 3 distinct clusters. In one direction stood 4 individuals, in another 5, and in the last, merely 2. Each of these clusters boasted a formidable nascent soul peak cultivator, whose prowess was quite extraordinary. Even Lu Xian felt a tinge of gravity in his heart upon sensing their strength. Confronting a peak nascent soul cultivator would not be a trivial undertaking. With the Xiantian treasure in his possession and his own formidable physical cultivation, defeating one should not pose a significant challenge. Yet if all 3 were to join forces, it could indeed become troublesome. A degree of discretion was advisable. As Lu Xian pondered, the nascent soul cultivators also sensed the commotion and turned their gazes towards them. Upon spotting the flying vessel, they were momentarily taken aback. The vessel appeared quite impressive. However, their astonishment deepened when they recognized that all aboard were merely golden core cultivators. Did they not fear for their lives, coming here in such numbers? This thought crossed the minds of the gathered nascent soul cultivators. Soon, the flying vessel arrived at the rocky perimeter and found a vacant spot to halt. Lu Xian and his companions gazed intently at the seething flames. The temperature was so elevated that even with various formations in place, Nen Gonyue and her companions felt the heat. Their brows furrowed as they regarded the inferno with grave expressions. "Junior brother, do you think you can enter that fire?" spoke Gonyue. Lu Xian contemplated briefly before responding. "I cannot say for certain. Employing a treasure might grant me a chance, though it could also result in injury." His physical form was exceedingly robust, and with the mid-grade Xiantian treasure, the dragon armor, if he were to exert his full strength, he might indeed penetrate the flames. However, such an approach would draw undue attention. If the surrounding nascent soul cultivators were weak, he would not mind being ostentatious. Yet, with 3 peak nascent soul cultivators present, along with 8 others at the nascent soul stage, excessive bravado could easily provoke a collective assault. Naturally, Lu Xian wished to avoid becoming a target. His gaze swept across the 11 nascent soul cultivators, noticing that the 5 clustered together adorned crimson robes. Leading them was a tall, gaunt elder with flowing white hair. This elder exuded an aura of volatile fire energy. Following closely were 4 nascent soul cultivators, 2 males and 2 females. The men were a middle-aged individual and a youth, while both women, though youthful, were strikingly beautiful. Among cultivators, female practitioners often placed considerable emphasis on their appearance, devoting more effort to their looks, even if they were older than their male counterparts. Observing the style of the robes worn by these cultivators, Lu Xian's eyes flickered. They were likely from a fire-affiliated sect. A sect boasting 5 nascent soul cultivators, with the leader being a peak nascent soul, could very well belong to the Burning Heaven sect. He had intended to negotiate the transaction of the 3 Yang Jade with them, and now that he had encountered members of the Burning Heaven sect, perhaps he could initiate a dialogue? Just as he was about to approach the group of Burning Heaven sect cultivators, the intense flames surrounding the rock suddenly surged. In the next moment, the flames twisted and erupted, transforming into fiery beasts that charged towards all present cultivators. These fiery beasts possessed formidable auras, the weakest among them at the peak golden core level, with several reaching the nascent soul tier. Nevertheless, the assembled nascent soul cultivators remained unfazed by the impending assault of the fiery beasts. The strongest among them were merely at the mid-nascent soul stage, and with peak nascent soul cultivators in each cluster, they effortlessly unleashed spells that obliterated the charging beasts. Subsequently, all the nascent soul cultivators turned their curious gazes towards Lu Xian's flying vessel, noting that over 10 fiery beasts were advancing towards them, 4 of which were at the nascent soul stage, including 1 at the mid-nascent soul level and 3 at the early stage. Although the strength of these fiery beasts was not particularly daunting, they were not adversaries that golden core cultivators could easily handle. The nascent soul cultivators were intrigued, eager to discover the identity of the formidable presence behind the flying vessel. They were keen to witness the unfolding confrontation. For all the nascent soul cultivators, the unknown proved to be the most troublesome aspect. Thus, they welcomed the opportunity to glean insight into the cultivators behind the vessel. Chapter 326. The Palace Unveils, Solo Ventures. However, in the next instant, the cultivators observed intricate patterns manifesting on the flying vessel. A vast array enveloped both the vessel and the surrounding area. Great chains of profound yellow energy coalesced in the void, sealing and crushing all the fiery beasts. In mere moments, every last one of the fiery beasts disintegrated into nothingness. The surrounding nascent soul cultivators were left in a state of shock at this spectacle. They had initially presumed that a formidable nascent soul expert resided within the vessel, perhaps even one rivaling the peak nascent soul cultivators present. To their astonishment, it was merely a junior golden core cultivator who had executed such a display of mastery over formations. The elder from the Burning Heaven sect, Elder Liang raised an eyebrow in contemplation. Is this a prodigy from the ancient talisman sect? Behind Elder Liang, the gentle-looking Mu Yin shook her head, saying, that is unlikely. I have encountered several prodigies from the ancient talisman sect, and none possess such extraordinary talent. Although the ancient talisman sect was merely a top-tier nascent soul sect, its members had continuously fortified their defensive formations with each generation of nascent soul cultivators specializing in formation and talisman crafting. The protective array of the ancient talisman sect had reached the 5th tier, surpassing even the standard 5th tier arrays in strength. Furthermore, even the transformation stage sects occasionally required the ancient talisman sect's expertise in crafting formations, thereby elevating the ancient talisman sect's standing in the wilderness state, second only to a few transformation stage sections. Even the transformation stage sects held the ancient talisman sect in high regard. Hence, it was natural for them to assume that a formation genius like Lu Xian hailed from the ancient talisman sect. This sentiment was shared among the members of the Burning Heaven sect. The other Yuanian cultivators nearby shared similar sentiments. Upon hearing the words of Fairy Mayan, Elder Liang raised an eyebrow, pondering thoughtfully. Not from the ancient talisman sect? Then from whence does this prodigy hail? Such exceptional prowess in the art of formations is indeed remarkable. Fairy Mayan, responsible for the external affairs of the sect, possessed considerable insight into the circumstances of the wild state. The other Yuanian cultivators from the Fengshan sect also turned their gazes towards her, curiosity shimmering in their eyes. After a moment of contemplation, Fairy Mayan shook her head. It is unlikely that they are from the wild state. Our Fengshan sect's intelligence network has yet to uncover any such genius in the realm of golden core formations. Could they be from another state? Elder Liang and his companions furrowed their brows. Humph, what business do cultivators from other major states have in our wild state? Grumbled the middle-aged Elder Xianyang of the Fengshan sect, his face betraying a hint of dissatisfaction. The displeasure emanating from Elder Xianyang was not unexpected to Elder Liang and the others. Many states regarded the wild state as barbaric and looked down upon its cultivators. Elder Xianyang, known for his fiery temperament and protective nature, held a deep affection for the wild state that nurtured him, leading to an instinctual aversion towards cultivators from other regions. The young Elder Yanxiao exchanged a glance with his sister Yanli. With a smile, he remarked, Elder Xianyang, why let anger consume you? Such a talent is likely a disciple of the Huashan sect from another state, or perhaps even a practitioner from a Huashan force in the maritime regions. There is no need for hostility, lest we provoke a formidable force. Upon hearing this, Elder Xianyang snorted but refrained from further comment. Meanwhile, the two other groups engaged in hushed whispers, speculating on Lu Xian's origins. However, their attention soon shifted elsewhere. With the flames erupting and transforming into a fiery beast, the flames surrounding the rocks gradually dissipated. The vanishing flames signified that they could now enter the palace. Instantaneously, Elder Liang ceased to focus on Lu Xian and his companions aboard the flying vessel, commanding, let us proceed into the palace. The other Yuanian cultivators likewise soared toward the palace. Su Su, filled with anticipation, eagerly inquired, Junior brother, shall we not join you? Lu Xian contemplated for a moment before responding. Senior sister, it is best that you remain aboard the vessel. After all, we are surrounded by Yuanian cultivators, and one misstep could lead to danger. Hearing this, Su Su's expression fell. Ah? Are we not allowed to go? However, Gong Yue nodded in agreement, stating, I believe junior brother Lu is correct. Faced with so many Yuanian cultivators, our presence might hinder him. It's wiser to stay on the vessel. Nan Gongyue and Yi Jian were indifferent. Upon hearing Lu Xian's words, they both nodded in unison. Very well, we shall remain here. Seeing that Gong Yue and the others shared this sentiment, Su Su, originally eager to explore, sighed in resignation. All right then, we shan't go. Lu Xian nodded with a smile. The vessel can withstand attacks from Yuanian peak cultivators. Should any trouble arise, use the destiny talisman to contact me. After issuing a few instructions, Lu Xian transformed into a streak of light and flew toward the palace. Watching Lu Xian enter the palace alone, Su Su lamented, I did not anticipate that I, as his senior sister, would be unable to assist him. I was stronger at the beginning. Yi Jian chuckled. With Lu Xian's formidable strength, our presence would hardly matter. Nan Gongwen nodded. Indeed, unless he encounters a Huashan cultivator, he is unlikely to face danger. We should stay here. Su Su, somewhat exasperated, retorted, do you not wish to witness the happenings within the palace? Yi Jian and Nan Gongwe shook their heads. Meanwhile, Gong Yue, seemingly exasperated, remarked, Senior sister Su Su, even encountering a mere early-stage Yuanian cultivator could pose a significant threat to us, and it would distract junior brother Lu unnecessarily. Su Su paused, then asserted, that may not be the case. If it is merely an early-stage Yuanian cultivator, I, along with Yin and Xiao, could hold our own. Gong Yue? She looked at Su Su in astonishment, then turned to Nan Gongyue and Yi Jiyan. Xiao, you all can contend with early-stage Yuanian cultivators? Nan Gongyue pondered seriously for a moment before responding with a smile. Well, not so much in strength. Gong Yue sighed in relief. Yet, the next moment, Nan Gongyue's words left her expression rigid. However, if it's merely a matter of delay, we could manage. Gong Yue? She was taken aback. How are you three so strong? Gong Yue found it hard to comprehend, yet she was profoundly astonished. Nan Gongyue smiled. Our techniques are of heavenly rank, and we have attained full comprehension, coupled with numerous talismans and several top-tier magical treasures. Unless facing an exceptionally powerful early-stage Yuanian cultivator, we should be able to hold off for a while, at the very least not without the means to resist. Upon hearing this, Gong Yue fell silent. She understood that the heavenly rank techniques, full comprehension, and the talismans and treasures mentioned by Nan Gongyue must have been acquired from junior brother Lu. Yet, she had not expected that Nan Gongyue and the others had grown so powerful in such a short span. After all, she was considered the strongest genius of the sect. In a moment, Gong Yue felt a pang of discontent. For someone so confident, such feelings were rather uncomfortable. Noticing Gong Yue's silence, Nan Gongyue's eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief as she smiled. Are you all right, senior sister? Gong Yue returned to her senses and, exhaling slowly, managed a wry smile. To be honest, I am a bit envious of you all. In such a short time, you have made such tremendous progress, far surpassing my own diligent efforts. Su Su instantly beamed with pride. Who else but our incredible Dao partner? Truthfully, Su Su recalled her previous reluctance to be paired with junior brother Lu. Now, it seemed rather delightful. Chapter 327, Corpse Evil, Heroic Rescue. The Flame Palace was exceedingly vast, likely spanning over 10 kilometers in radius. The grand entrance of the palace stood over 4 meters tall and exceeded 5 meters in width. Lu Xian transformed into a streak of light and flew within. Upon entering the grand doors, he encountered 3 corridors, one leading deeper into the palace, while the other 2 diverged left and right. Along the walls of the corridors, crimson crystal stones were embedded at intervals, radiating light that illuminated the surroundings. The earlier Yuanian cultivators who had entered the palace were now lost in bewilderment. Lu Xian had initially hoped to engage with the Fengshan sect cultivators to see if he could procure some Sanyang jade, similar to his previous acquisition of by Bo Ling Shui. However, he found that they had vanished. After hesitating for a brief moment, Lu Xian ultimately chose to proceed down the corridor ahead. After traversing the corridor, Lu Xian soon arrived in an expansive chamber. Scattered across the center were fragments of puppets, likely destroyed not long ago. Each of the 4 walls of the room bore a door. Along the edges of the room stood several racks, but they contained only ashes, devoid of anything valuable. Lu Xian speculated that even if anything of worth remained, it had likely been taken by the cultivators who had just vanquished the puppets. Faced with 3 new corridors, Lu Xian experienced a moment of indecision. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to venture straight ahead, moving toward the door in the opposite wall. After walking for a brief moment, Lu Xian suddenly sensed a surge of sinister malevolence emanating from ahead. Soon after, a violent roar reverberated through the air. At the end of the corridor, waves of malice and magical energy erupted. Lu Xian raised an eyebrow and quickened his pace, swiftly arriving at a corner of the hallway. As he rounded the bend, he beheld a confrontation between 2 cultivators. One side was a grotesque creature, its entire form exuding an ominous black aura, resembling a desiccated corpse, with enormous claws adorning its arms. Opposing it was a young female cultivator clad in a crimson robe. Lu Xian's eyes sparkled with recognition. He had seen this female cultivator before, and she was presumably one of the nascent soul practitioners from the Burning Heaven sect. Although her cultivation was at the early stage of nascent soul, her fire manipulation techniques were impressively formidable. Her opponent, a mid-stage nascent soul entity, radiated a potent and fierce malevolence. Despite the overwhelming odds, the female cultivator had yet to be swiftly defeated. Though she was being forced to retreat under the creature's relentless assault, she managed to maintain her composure. Yen Li, facing the creature's onslaught, furrowed her brow, cold sweat beginning to bead upon her forehead. This creature was likely a corpse demon, having once been alive but now transformed into a vessel of deathly malice. Its aura intimidating enough to cause her discomfort merely by proximity. Were it not for her mastery of the sacred text of Burning Heaven, which she had comprehended to a minor degree, and her command of the purple fire refining technique that had a certain restraining effect against corpse demons, she would undoubtedly be in grave peril now. Even so, she felt as if she were teetering on the edge of a precipice, where a moment's inattention could plunge her into an abyss. Where are my brother and the elders? Yen Li's heart sank deeper. Upon entering the vast palace, They had separated to seek fortuitous encounters, believing this would increase their chances of discovery. Yet she had never imagined encountering a mid-stage nascent soul corpse demon within such a palace. She formed a hand seal, and a pair of golden rings on her wrists expanded, aiming to ensnare the demon. However, the creature's massive claws swiftly swatted the golden rings aside. The corridor echoed with the sound of their violent collision as the corpse demon let out a low growl and charged toward Yanli once more. As she prepared to retaliate, a gentle voice floated to her from behind. "Fellow cultivator, I am here to assist you." Startled, Yanli froze momentarily. A chill ran down her spine. The voice was alarmingly close, yet she had failed to notice anyone so near her. How could a cultivator be so close without her awareness? Had that cultivator harbored malicious intent, given her precarious situation against the corpse demon? She could have easily met her demise. Cold sweat trickled down Yanli's back as she considered this. Fortunately, she sensed that the cultivator seemed to harbor no ill intentions and was instead inclined to assist her. With a sigh of relief, she turned to see a young man pass by her side. Her eyes widened in astonishment upon recognizing him. Was this not the cultivator she had seen aboard the flying vessel earlier? Like the other nascent soul cultivators, she had been observing Lu Xian and his companions on the craft. She noticed that several female cultivators were closely associated with him, suggesting an unusual bond. These women, possessing extraordinary beauty, though not highly cultivated, appeared youthful and were undoubtedly gifted talents. As a female cultivator herself, she had been somewhat attuned to these rising talents. Never did she expect that a mere golden core cultivator would offer to assist her. However, it quickly dawned on her that something was amiss. If this young man were truly just a golden core practitioner, how could he approach her so stealthily? Had he concealed his true cultivation level? Yanli's realization was both startling and reasonable. After all, this cultivator had effortlessly slaughtered numerous mid-stage nascent soul fire beasts using formations, indicating his exceptional prowess. Just as she pondered this, the corpse demon abruptly halted, casting a suspicious glance at Lu Xian and emitting a threatening growl. "Why do you possess such an aura of virtue?" The demon's voice was hoarse and incredulous. It sensed a rich aura of merit emanating from Lu Xian that instilled a profound sense of threat. Yanli, upon hearing this, also froze, gazing at Lu Xian in astonishment. An aura of virtue? This corpse demon was a mid-stage nascent soul entity. How potent must the aura of virtue be to compel such a demon to halt its advance, even hesitating to attack? This was beyond her comprehension. Lu Xian raised an eyebrow, contemplating the aura of virtue. Initially, he intended to simply punch the demon into submission. But now he recalled he possessed other methods that would more effectively counter it. He joined his hands together, reciting an incantation. Instantly, the ethereal image of the pure world green lotus appeared behind him, radiating waves of azure light. This light was imbued with pure tranquility and vitality. As the incantation's runes floated forth, they carried a rich aura of merit and the essence of the pure world green lotus, surging towards the corpse demon. The demon roared in panic. "What is this?" The black malevolence surrounding it crackled ominously, rapidly diminishing. Signs of disintegration began to manifest in its form. The corpse demon attempted to flee, only to realize that under the azure light of the pure world green lotus, its speed was dramatically reduced, and with each step, it became increasingly ethereal. After just 2 steps, the runes landed upon the demon. It let out a terrified scream before instantaneously transforming into black mist, dissipating under the azure light. As the corridor returned to tranquility, Yanli's eyes widened in disbelief. Had the corpse demon that had cornered her so desperately truly perished just like that? What kind of divine technique was this? Yanli swiftly turned her gaze to Lu Xian, who stood with his hands clasped, a serene expression upon his face, the blossoming green lotus behind him filling her vision. With the demon's demise, Lu Xian ceased reciting his incantation, retracting his spell as he turned towards Yanli with a smile. "Are you unharmed, fellow cultivator?" Yanli snapped back to reality, feeling her heart race. She had been momentarily transfixed, and now felt a touch embarrassed. Shaking her head, she replied, "I am fine. Thank you for your assistance. I am Yanli, an elder of the Burning Heaven sect. May I ask how you are addressed?" Chapter 328. Yanli of the Yin family in the Burning Heaven sect. Lu Xian felt a surge of joy within. This fairy indeed hailed from the Burning Heaven sect. There was hope for acquiring the 3-yang jade. A faint smile graced Lu Xian's lips. "I am Lu Xian, from Cangzhou. Indeed, from beyond the wild state?" Yanli's gaze flickered momentarily as she nodded with a smile. "So it is Lu Daoist, a pleasure to meet you. Your magical prowess is remarkable. To have so effortlessly subdued a mid-stage nascent soul corpse demon, I am in awe." Lu Xian chuckled modestly. "You flatter me, Yin Daoist." He paused before inquiring. "By the way, Yin Daoist, since you are from the Burning Heaven sect, I wish to propose a transaction to purchase a certain material. Yanli raised an eyebrow, her eyes glinting with curiosity. The esteemed Taoist Lu Xian spoke with such gravity. Could it be that he requires some fifth-tier heavenly materials? If that were the case, she would be at a loss. However, if it were merely fourth-tier materials, Yanli believed she could still be of assistance. After all, the Yin family stands as the most formidable lineage within the Burning Heaven sect, with the current sect leader being her father. The ancestral figure of the Yin clan is a venerable elder at the god transformation stage within the sect. Both she and her brother, Yin Xiao, are exceptionally gifted, having transcended to the nascent soul stage before reaching the age of 200. It is highly likely that her brother will become the future leader of the Burning Heaven sect, and she, too, will possess a voice within the sect. Yet, this only translates to having a voice. Fifth-tier heavenly materials are exceedingly rare and pertain to the level of god transformation, making them immensely valuable. Even though her ancestor dotes on her, trading for such treasures remains a daunting task. However, there is a glimmer of hope for fourth-tier heavenly materials. Should the opportunity arise, Yanli would naturally wish to lend her support, especially since Taoist Lu Xian has saved her life. Yanli is known for her clear sense of gratitude and enmity. With this in mind, she inquired, Taoist, please specify what materials you require. If it is within my power to decide, I can facilitate a trade. If not, I shall introduce you to someone in the sect who can. Seeing Yan Li's earnestness, Lu Xian breathed a sigh of relief. He smiled and said, I require Xianxiang jade. Might I inquire if you are able to procure it? Yan Li was taken aback, momentarily doubting her hearing. Xianxiang jade, a third-tier heavenly material? Taoist Lu Xian, speaking so earnestly, seeks a third-tier treasure? Moreover, he has already reached the nascent soul stage. What could he possibly need with a third-tier material? Yanli found herself perplexed. Lu Xian nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is the third-tier heavenly material, Xianxiang jade. If you could kindly speak to your sect on my behalf, I would like to purchase it. Simply state your price. Yan Li's expression turned curious, and she replied, Taoist, while Xianxiang jade is indeed a precious third-tier material, our Burning Heaven sect possesses a considerable quantity. Since you have saved my life, I can take the liberty of gifting you some Xianxiang jade. Lu Xian was somewhat taken aback by this offer. A gift? This celestial maiden is quite generous. Previously, he had assisted the young Xianyang of the Baibo Manor, who, despite treating him with respect, still required Lu Xian to procure his own materials. At the very least, this was a more generous gesture than that of Xianyang. Of course, Lu Xian felt gratitude towards Xianyang as well. Without his efforts, he might not have acquired the Baibo spiritual water. Perhaps this Yan Li celestial maiden is simply more affluent than Xianyang? After a moment's contemplation, Lu Xian did not refuse and, with a bow and a smile, said, In that case, I shall not stand on ceremony. After all, he had indeed saved Yan Li's life, and requesting some third-tier heavenly materials did not seem excessive. Yan Li felt a peculiar sense of astonishment. She had not anticipated that Taoist Lu Xian truly only desired Xianxiang jade. After a brief hesitation, she asked, Taoist, you saved my life. My life is worth far more than just a handful of Xianxiang jade. What purpose do you have for this Xianxiang jade? If it is for weapon forging, I can prepare some fourth-tier heavenly materials for you, which would surely yield better results. Given her status and her sect contribution points, acquiring a few fourth-tier materials would be entirely feasible. Lu Xian raised an eyebrow, surprised that Yan Li felt the gift inadequate. He chuckled and replied, Yin Taoist, you are being too modest. I require Xianxiang jade to forge my life-bound magical treasure. Only third-tier materials will suffice. Upon hearing this, Yan Li was momentarily stunned, her eyes widening in disbelief as she gazed at Lu Xian. You have yet to forge your life-bound magical treasure? Taoist, are you at the golden core stage? A typical nascent soul cultivator would undoubtedly possess a life-bound magical treasure. After all, such treasures are of paramount importance to cultivators. It is almost inconceivable for one to ascend without one. Once a cultivator reaches the nascent soul stage, the effort required to forge a life-bound magical treasure significantly increases compared to the golden core stage. Lu Xian noticed Yan Li's astonishment and nodded, Indeed, I am currently at the golden core stage. Yan Li inhaled sharply, her mind racing with even greater astonishment. To be merely at the golden core stage, and yet so effortlessly control a mid-nascent soul corpse demon through secret techniques. One must understand that even she found this difficult to withstand, and she was among the top talents of the Burning Heaven sect, already at the early nascent soul stage. What is the background of this Taoist? As a disciple of a god transformation sect, Yan Li considered herself well exposed, yet she had never encountered such an extraordinary prodigy. Seeing Yan Li lost in thought, Lu Xian inquired, Yin Taoist, are you all right? Snapping back to reality, Yan Li gazed at Lu Xian, her eyes shimmering with curiosity as she asked, You seem to be under 100 years of age, do you not? Lu Xian confirmed with a nod. Indeed. I am not yet a century old. Yanli took a deep breath, her admiration evident as she remarked, I consider myself exceptionally gifted. Even across the vast expanse of Wilderness Prefecture, few cultivators can compare to me. Yet, Taoist Lu's talent far surpasses my own, leaving me feeling quite humbled. Lu Xian chuckled and replied, There is no need for you to belittle yourself, Yin Taoist. There is no necessity for comparison, I am merely stating facts. Across the entire Xianling realm, there are likely very few who can rival my innate gifts. What Lu Xian spoke was indeed the truth. When his spiritual sea had just been restored, his talent might have seemed rather ordinary. However, now, as a Hunyuan spiritual body, both his foundation and building the foundation and forming the core were achieved through special elixirs, resulting in an exceptionally solid base, coupled with his formidable comprehension and exceptional fortune. Even without the aid of the nine-colored radiance, Lu Xian's talent would likely be unparalleled throughout the Xianling realm. If one were to factor in the nine-colored radiance, the distinction would be even more pronounced. Upon hearing Lu Xian's words, Yanli felt a curious sensation within her heart. It was her first encounter with a cultivator so self-assured. Yet, she found that Taoist Lu did not seem to be exaggerating. Rather, he spoke the truth. In an instant, Yanli felt a mix of admiration and envy towards Lu Xian. With such talent, a future at the God transformation stage seems promising, and ascending to the spirit realm would be a mere matter of time. Lu Xian smiled and said, I appreciate your kind words, Yanli. After a moment of silence, Yanli spoke again. Since you only require Shenyang jade, I shall procure some for you upon my return to the sect. She paused before adding, by the way, the Burning Heaven sect excels in weapon forging, and I possess some insights into the craft as well. When the time comes, I shall share my understanding of weapon forging with you, which should help you avoid unnecessary detours when crafting your lifebound treasure. Lu Xian was taken aback, casting a surprised glance at Yanli. This celestial maiden is indeed quite generous. A single act of saving a life truly merits such a bountiful return. While his knowledge of the Burning Heaven sect is limited, he is aware that it is esteemed for its mastery in weapon forging. Much like the Danding sect is revered for alchemy, the Burning Heaven sect stands as a holy ground for weaponsmiths within the entire Xianling realm. Most disciples possess at least some skill in forging techniques. Given Yan Li's high aptitude, her standing in the Burning Heaven sect must be considerable, and her forging abilities are unlikely to be lacking. Lu Xian, intrigued by the forging methods of the Burning Heaven sect, thought perhaps it would elevate his own skills further. With this in mind, he did not decline her offer. He nodded and said, Then I am truly grateful to you, Taoist Yanli. No need for such courtesy. You saved my life, and it is only right that I repay you, she replied. Chapter 329, The Vast Herb Garden, Supreme Blood Fiend Condensing Pill. Lu Xian clasped his hands and smiled. Taoist Yanli, your sense of justice is commendable. I admire that. Yanli smiled gently, then pondered for a moment before saying, I do not possess any Sun Yang jade at the moment. I will need to return to my sect to procure some for you. How about we exchange communication talismans? Once we leave this void rift, I shall contact you, and you can accompany me back to the Burning Heaven sect? Lu Xian nodded. That would be most agreeable. The two retrieved their communication talismans and exchanged their spiritual imprints. Afterward, Yanli glanced at the corridor and smiled. It appears that we shall need to travel together for a while, Taoist Lu. Lu Xian nodded slightly, indeed. Ahead lay only a single path. They had no other options. Although Lu Xian's strength surpassed Yanli's by quite a margin, she felt no anxiety in traveling alongside him. Had he intended to harm her earlier, she would likely have perished by now. Furthermore, as Lu Xian still required the Sun Yang jade, he had no reason to act against her. For Lu Xian, he felt no discontent. In truth, he was somewhat concerned about Yanli's safety in this perilous place. After all, he had finally found a potential source for the Sun Yang jade. If something were to happen to Taoist Yanli within this palace, it would pose a significant problem. It was not unreasonable for Lu Xian to harbor such thoughts. The previous corpse spirit had almost proven deadly for Yanli had he not intervened. Perhaps she possessed some means of survival or hidden trump cards to escape. But who could say if there were other dangers lurking within this palace? If, by chance, Yanli were to perish here, he would have to continue his search for Sun Yang jade and seek out another cultivator from the Burning Heaven sect. The two walked side by side, delving deeper into the corridor. Soon, they passed through a section of the corridor and entered a vast space. This area was an herb garden, where Lu Xian beheld a plethora of spiritual herbs flourishing in the fields, emanating potent waves of spiritual energy, all of which were of remarkably high quality. Lu Xian was taken aback. These are condensing essence jade leaves. And void grass. Is that spirit refining mushroom? And cloud essence grass? His face lit up with astonishment. These herbs were all fourth tier, suitable for concocting pills for the nascent soul stage. While fourth-tier herbs were not as rare as fourth-tier ores, they were certainly not abundant. For Lu Xian, they were in high demand, as he needed them in large quantities to refine fourth-tier supreme pills for his cultivation. The herbs in this garden grew in dense patches. He could hardly fathom how many there were. Such herbs, if sold, would undoubtedly fetch an exorbitant price. Yanli, surprised, glanced at Lu Xian and asked, "Taoist Lu, do you know about these herbs?" Although she could sense that they were all fourth-tier herbs through their spiritual fluctuations, she could not distinguish their types. Generally, identifying fourth-tier herbs should be quite challenging for anyone who was not a high-ranking alchemist. Lu Xian nodded and smiled. "Indeed. I am also an alchemist and have some knowledge of these herbs." He had previously obtained a herb compendium, which he enhanced using multicolored light, acquiring a more advanced version of the compendium. This was an endeavor he undertook only after gaining the ability to subtly control the amplification direction. The outcome pleased him greatly. The compendium he acquired included every herb that had ever appeared in the Xianling realm, ranging from first tier to fifth tier. All of these herbs had been found within the Xianling realm. He was well aware of their medicinal properties and the types of pills that could be refined from them. Hearing Lu Xian's words, Yanli was momentarily taken aback, her expression filled with disbelief. "You are also an alchemist? I thought you were an array master." The scene of you using formations to slay the fire beasts outside is still fresh in my memory. Lu Xian smiled and replied, "I am indeed an array master, but I am also an alchemist." Yanli was somewhat bewildered. Lu Xian had the ability to control fourth-tier formations to instantaneously defeat mid-nascent soul fire beasts. He was evidently at least a fourth-tier grandmaster of arrays. Now he could recognize these fourth-tier herbs as well. Could he possibly be a fourth-tier grandmaster alchemist too? Yanli quickly dismissed her thoughts with a chuckle. How could that be? No matter how talented a cultivator, there must be limitations, right? She soon shifted her focus and asked, "These herbs should be useful to you, Taoist Lu, correct?" Lu Xian nodded, smiling. "Indeed, these herbs are beneficial to me. If you are willing to part with them, I can exchange them for fourth-tier pills." Since they were acting together, Lu Xian naturally could not monopolize the herbs in the garden. Yanli contemplated for a moment before inquiring, "What kind of pills can Taoist Lu offer in exchange?" Lu Xian replied, "How about the blood fiend condensing pill? I can trade you a supreme one." Upon hearing this, Yanli was momentarily stunned, her eyes widening in astonishment. "The blood fiend condensing pill for early nascent soul cultivators? You possess supreme pills? Did you concoct them yourself?" It was no wonder Yanli was so shocked. The cultivation pills for nascent soul practitioners were exceedingly rare. Such pills required potent ingredients, typically fourth-tier herbs or other alchemical materials. To refine supreme pills, one must practice tirelessly to elevate their alchemical skills. However, without sufficient materials, how could one practice? How could one enhance their alchemical abilities? Generally, nascent soul pills were mostly of average or lower quality. Upper-grade pills were exceedingly rare, let alone supreme ones. Therefore, the mere fact that Lu Xian could produce supreme blood fiend condensing pills was astonishing to Yanli. Lu Xian nodded slightly and smiled. "Indeed, I can refine supreme blood fiend condensing pills." The recipe for the blood fiend condensing pill was derived from Lu Xian amplifying a third-tier cultivation pill. The primary materials for the blood fiend condensing pill were relatively common, including dragon blood fruit, the blood essence of nascent soul beasts, and blood fiend crystals. Lu Xian had procured some from the Luo Family Merchant Association in Songming City and acquired more from the sea regions. As for the refining process, he had entrusted it to Yi Zhiyan. During their journey, she had successfully refined 5 supreme blood fiend condensing pills. These pills were now in Lu Xian's possession, and he intended to use them for trading purposes. Yanli took a deep breath, her heart filled with profound astonishment. Supreme blood fiend condensing pills were incredibly precious to her at this stage, as she was currently at the early nascent soul stage. Possessing a few supreme blood fiend condensing pills could save her decades, even centuries, of cultivation time. She quickly exclaimed, "If Taoist Lu can give me a supreme blood fiend condensing pill, then all these herbs are yours." Lu Xian was taken aback. Just one? He had initially thought she would ask for several, considering that the combined value of the fourth-tier herbs could yield hundreds of fourth-tier pills. However, the worth of supreme pills was indeed much greater than that of herbs. As an alchemist, Lu Xian understood this well. Even a single supreme blood fiend condensing pill was a significant boon for Yanli. He nodded and said, "It's a deal." Yanli was taken aback by Lu Xian's prompt agreement. Instantly, a radiant smile illuminated her face. "It seems I've gained quite an advantage. Thank you, fellow Taoist Lu. If you don't mind, you shall be my friend, Yin Li, from now on. Should you ever require assistance, don't hesitate to seek me out." Even the Burning Sky sect, a renowned sect of the Transformation God stage, finds it arduous to procure top-tier 4th-grade elixirs. In her estimation, she had indeed secured a significant benefit. Lu Xian, of course, held no objections and smiled. Since fellow Taoist Yin Li has expressed such sentiments, I shall graciously accept your offer. Yanli's appearance was as striking as that of his senior sisters, and she was also an adept craftsman. Xian had contemplated whether to seek a crafting companion to share his experiences and expedite his forging endeavors. This, Yanli seemed to fit the bill perfectly, grateful, clear-cut in her dealings, and straightforward in character, devoid of unnecessary complexities. Moreover, her talent was exceptional. At such a tender age, she had already reached the early stage of the nascent soul realm, with the lineage of the Burning Sky sect backing her. If he could have Yanli as his companion, he would indeed possess a skilled crafting partner. Chapter 330. The conflict between the Transformation God sect and the Heavenly Puppet sect. Yanli remained oblivious to Xian's thoughts. Upon hearing his lack of refusal, a smile blossomed upon her face. For Yanli, Xian had already rendered her a significant favor, and the prospect of friendship delighted her further, especially considering Xian's mastery in formations and his status as an alchemy grandmaster. Yanli cheerfully suggested, "Let me assist you in gathering medicinal herbs." Xian nodded. "I appreciate your help." The two of them began to collect herbs industriously, akin to diligent bees. As each herb filled their bags, Xian's spirits soared. With such an abundance of herbs, he could concoct a myriad of fourth-grade elixirs. However, he still lacked sufficient recipes. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Yan had been diligently studying third-grade recipes. To date, she had mastered over 100 such recipes, and, through a method of spiritual connection, shared them with Xian. This meant that as long as Xian possessed enough 9-colored radiance, he could deduce over 100 fourth-grade recipes. He could entirely alter his approach and utilize all the gathered herbs. This underscored Yan's invaluable contribution to him. Had he undertaken the research himself, it would have consumed an inordinate amount of time. Now, he need only share the knowledge. Additionally, Xiaoyu had begun her studies in formations, alleviating Xian's need to focus excessively on that discipline. Before long, the two had gathered approximately 3/4 of the spiritual herbs, leaving only the final batch unharvested. At that moment, a large door on the left suddenly swung open, and 2 cultivators approached. The leading figure was an elderly man, followed by a middle-aged man. The elder was emaciated, with a gaunt visage, skin as pale as snow, and a rare expression. He donned an unremarkable gray robe, which Xian discerned to be a top-grade magical garment. The elder emanated an aura of peak nascent soul. The middle-aged man had a stern countenance, with sharply defined features resembling forged steel. What astonished Xian most was that the middle-aged man possessed a metallic left eye, reminiscent of a mechanical prosthetic from a science fiction film. This artificial eye emitted a faint red glow, and he wore a black iron mechanical arm on his right side. The middle-aged man's cultivation was at the mid-nascent soul stage. Upon seeing Xian and Yanli, they paused momentarily before their attention was swiftly captured by the vast expanse of remaining herbs in the medicinal field. Both nascent soul cultivators revealed a glimmer of excitement. So many fourth-grade herbs. The middle-aged man's eyes sparkled with fervor. The elder also displayed a hint of eagerness for a peak nascent soul cultivator. Such an abundance of fourth-grade herbs represented a considerable fortune. His gaze swept over Xian and Yanli, ultimately resting on Yanli's face. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said slowly, "Fellow Taoist Yanli of the Yan family?" Yanli felt a surge of gravity in her heart and stepped forward to Xian's side, clasping her hands in greeting. Yanli of the Yan family pays respects to fellow Taoist Kuei-ji and fellow Taoist Taixing. The elder Kuei-ji squinted, his pale, murky eyes filled with a sense of impending twilight, as though he had reached the end of his life. He spoke slowly. "Since you are a child of the Yan family, I shall not make things difficult for you. This medicinal field is brimming with herbs, is it not? Hand over half, and we shall divide the spoils evenly, allowing you to leave." Upon hearing this, Yanli narrowed her eyes, a flicker of anger igniting within them. "Fellow Taoist, we were the first to discover the herbs in this field." Kuei-ji chuckled softly, "Yet your strength is lacking, is it not? If the old ghost of Lai Yang were here, I would only distribute the remaining herbs with you. Alas, he is not present." Yanli's expression darkened, her chest heaving with indignation. Beside her, Taixing spoke coldly, "Fellow Taoist Yanli, do not waste time, otherwise, we may assume you are awaiting assistance from the Burning Sky sect's cultivators. We will simply seize your storage bags." Yanli's status was high, and both Kuei-ji and Taixing were wary of killing her here. Doing so would invite insurmountable trouble. However, refraining from killing her did not preclude them from seizing her belongings. As long as they did not harm her, they could take the opportunities she acquired, leaving it to her own merit or lack thereof. Thus, both felt no moral burden. Upon hearing these words, Yanli felt a pang of frustration and cast a glance at Xian, a hint of guilt in her eyes. She transmitted her thoughts, "Fellow Taoist Xian, should we offer a portion of the herbs to them? I apologize, I cannot ensure the protection of all the herbs. Their strength, after all, paled in comparison to Kuei Ji and Tai Xing. Should a conflict arise, it would ultimately be they who suffered the consequences. Though Yan Li was straightforward, she possessed her wits. Her remorse stemmed from her inability to safeguard all the herbs for Lu Xian. Lu Xian smiled. Fellow Taoist Yan Li, there is no need for apologies. Leave matters of this nature to me. He smiled as he stepped past Yan Li, turning to face the two men. Kuei Ji and Tai Xing regarded Lu Xian with a mixture of confusion. His aura was not strong, perhaps even below the nascent soul stage. How dared he speak to them in such a manner? Was he concealing his true cultivation? This approach was indeed intriguing. However, mastery in combat was not merely reliant on concealing one's aura. Kuei Ji spoke slowly. What guidance do you offer, fellow Taoist? Lu Xian grinned. I also desire your storage bags. Upon hearing this, a flicker of coldness crossed Kuei Ji and Tai Xing's eyes. Tai Xing stepped forward, his mechanical arm transforming and expanding, radiating a potent aura of magical energy. He coldly declared, then we shall see your capabilities. Lu Xian smiled, unleashing the full might of the 9 transformations' profound yellow body. In the next moment, a torrent of blood vitality surged forth from his being, unleashing a violent aura that approached the peak of the nascent soul realm. This revelation startled all three present. Though Yan Li suspected Lu Xian's strength was formidable, she never anticipated it could reach such heights. Such a young golden core cultivator, yet possessing such formidable physical cultivation. Moreover, Taoist Lu Xian is also a 4th-tier master alchemist and a 4th-tier master of arrays. Hiss. This individual is far more powerful than she had imagined. Yan Li gazed at Lu Xian's retreating figure, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Meanwhile, Tai Xing, sensing the fluctuations of Lu Xian's aura, instantly grew grave, retreating several steps. The frail figure of Kuei Ji positioned itself in front of Tai Xing. An expression of solemnity etched onto his aged face. Observing Lu Xian, a flicker of astonishment danced in his eyes as he slowly remarked, Youngster, your physical cultivation is exceptionally high. Given your stature, you do not seem like a disciple of the Battle God Hall. From where does such physical prowess originate? Lu Xian smiled broadly. Physical cultivation is not solely the realm of the Battle God Hall. Indeed, Kuei Ji chuckled lightly, his wrinkles deepening with emotion. A glimmer of cunning flashed in his eyes as he continued. However, with your current level of physical cultivation, you may not be a match for this old man. As he spoke, a wisp of ethereal light suddenly erupted from Kuei Ji's dantian, expanding into a humanoid puppet. Unlike Lu Xian's puppets, this one was encased in an intricate array of minuscule metallic scales, appearing capable of altering its form at will. The puppet exuded a formidable aura, having reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Alongside this puppet, Kuei Ji waved his hand, summoning 2 more, one resembling a wolf and the other a tortoise, both equally advanced in their cultivation. This meant that Lu Xian would face not only a peak nascent soul cultivator, but also a peak nascent soul puppet and 2 late-stage nascent soul puppets in battle. As Lu Xian beheld these puppets, a glimmer of light flickered in his eyes. These must be practitioners of the celestial puppet sect. Quite intriguing. Chapter 331. The Puppet Control Techniques of the Celestial Puppet Sect. Taoist friend, should we truly engage in combat, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. In such a duel, should one fall, others cannot be held accountable. Kuei Ji spoke slowly. Lu Xian smiled faintly, the dragon-patterned armor on his wrist radiating brilliance. In the next moment, an entire suit of Xian Huang battle armor enveloped him. Beneath this armor, Lu Xian's aura surged once more, emanating a formidable presence that even caused Kuei Ji to adopt a serious demeanor. He fixed his gaze upon the full-body battle armor adorning Lu Xian, gritting his teeth. A Xiantian treasure? Taoist friend possesses quite the foundation. Let me see just how formidable your strength truly is. As he spoke, Kuei Ji formed a seal with his hands, causing the wolf puppet to transform into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight. Simultaneously, the humanoid puppet's hands morphed into sharp, elongated blades, lunging toward Lu Xian. The puppet radiated a powerful aura, yet Lu Xian felt a tinge of disappointment. He had expected the celestial puppet sect's control techniques to be formidable. However, in comparison to his own myriad forms puppet secret art, a noticeable gap remained. After all, Kuei Ji, as a peak nascent soul cultivator, undoubtedly held a high status within the celestial puppet sect. Yet he was unable to fully command the puppets to execute the spells he had mastered. It remained unclear whether this was due to Kuei Ji's lack of mastery over his sect's techniques, or if the techniques themselves were inherently flawed. As he pondered, Lu Xian took a step forward, causing the ground to tremble with a resounding boom. In an instant, the essence of the earth spread outwards, forming a gravitational field centered around him. The immense force caused both the puppets and Kuei Ji, along with Tai Xing, to feel a heavy weight pressing down upon them. The previously swift wolf puppet found its speed drastically reduced, while the humanoid puppet became even slower. Lu Xian stepped forward, instantly appearing before the wolf puppet. His right fist clenched, the power of the earth's essence and his own vitality surged forth, producing a resonant dragon's roar. He struck downward with all his might. Just as Lu Xian's fist was about to collide with the wolf puppet, the tortoise puppet's eyes glimmered with a flash of light. In the next moment, a yellowish shield materialized before the wolf puppet. Lu Xian's fist crashed into the shield with a thunderous impact. Boom! The shield was remarkably sturdy, yet inadequate to withstand Lu Xian's assault. In an instant, it shattered, and Lu Xian's fist struck the wolf puppet directly. Boom! The wolf puppet was sent flying backward. However, the materials used to construct it were remarkably resilient. This attack merely left a dent in its head. The wolf puppet quickly regained its footing, undeterred in its combat capabilities. At this moment, the humanoid puppet had already closed the distance, its elongated blades targeting Lu Xian with fervor. The blades were incredibly sharp, slicing through the air silently, yet Lu Xian could sense the imminent danger they posed. Nevertheless, clad in the mid-grade Xiantian battle armor, which was inherently robust, he remained unperturbed by the puppet's blades. When his fists collided with the puppet's weapons, a thunderous roar erupted. Lu Xian distinctly felt a tremendous force emanating from the puppet. This overwhelming strength compelled him to stagger back 2 steps. He was somewhat taken aback. The puppet's power surpassed his expectations, nearly equating to that of a cultivator of similar caliber. Yet, wearing the dragon-patterned armor granted Lu Xian superior strength, sending the humanoid puppet hurtling backward. No sooner had the puppet soared into the air than a volley of sharp, metallic projectiles formed from its armored scales, shot forth from its abdomen, hurtling toward Lu Xian's face with incredible velocity. The emergence of these projectiles was sudden and swift, catching even Lu Xian off guard. Narrowing his eyes, he activated the Xian Wu heavy shield. The shield positioned itself before the projectiles, which spun and sought to penetrate it. The shield quivered violently under the onslaught. Just before it shattered, Lu Xian reached out, attempting to seize a projectile to absorb it. However, as his hand extended, the projectile swiftly retreated into the humanoid puppet's body. At that moment, the humanoid puppet surged toward Lu Xian once more, its blades continuing their relentless assault. Simultaneously, a sharp spike suddenly shot forth from its back, aiming to pierce through Lu Xian's form. Lu Xian narrowed his eyes, his form becoming elusive as he deftly evaded both the spike and the blades, landing atop the puppet. Boom! The puppet was sent flying once again. And in the next instant, a barrage of razor-sharp golden light blades rained down upon Lu Xian. Turning to investigate, Lu Xian discovered that it was the wolf puppet, which had been gathering its energy to launch an offensive while he was engaged with the humanoid puppet. Although the power of these golden blades was insufficient to be lethal, upon striking the already beleaguered Xian Wu heavy shield, it immediately shattered. The remaining golden blades impacted the dragon-patterned armor, causing it to splinter apart. Lu Xian paid no heed to the wolf puppet, instead pressing forward toward the humanoid puppet. He found an intriguing observation. Throughout the battle, Kuei Ji had refrained from launching any attacks against him. Lu Xian couldn't ascertain whether this was due to Kuei Ji's inherent lack of offensive capability or if he was simply unable to attack while controlling the puppets. He speculated that it was likely the former. If it were the latter, then the Heavenly Puppet sect would be somewhat misnamed. As a sect dedicated to the art of transformation, how could their techniques possibly harbor such significant flaws? Lu Xian conjectured that perhaps the disciples of the Heavenly Puppet sect had devoted all their energy to crafting puppets and mastering their control, which resulted in a lack of time for cultivating the secret arts that a practitioner should master. After all, a cultivator's time is exceedingly limited. Not every practitioner possesses the ability to intuitively deduce techniques like Lu Xian. Many must painstakingly invest time in understanding and cultivating their powers. Moreover, the disciples of the Heavenly Puppet sect, besides these endeavors, also delve into puppet creation and the methods of controlling puppets. Their pursuit of rare materials and treasures further constrains their time, leaving them little opportunity to cultivate offensive spells. For Lu Xian, the Heavenly Puppet sect appeared less formidable than he had initially imagined. Of course, it might also be due to the fact that the puppet master, Kuei Ji, was not particularly powerful. After all, judging by Kuei Ji's demeanor, he should possess the ability to simultaneously control 2 or even 3 peak nascent soul puppets. Regrettably, he only commanded 1 peak nascent soul puppet. Had Kuei Ji commanded 3, Lu Xian believed that dealing with him would not have been so straightforward, and he might even have found himself at a disadvantage. However, at present, Kuei Ji posed little threat to Lu Xian. A smile graced his lips as he proclaimed, "Since you are a friend of the Heavenly Puppet sect, allow me to showcase my puppets." As he spoke, 4 puppets soared from Lu Xian's storage bag, swiftly encircling Kuei Ji and Tai Xing. Without any extraneous movements, the four puppets, under the influence of the myriad forms puppet seal and Lu Xian's control, launched their assault. The nine heavens splitting light sword technique, the extreme ice profound nether sword technique, the great void profound nether calamity flame domain, and the azure emperor longevity scripture's cycle of decay and regeneration. Although the four puppets were merely in the late nascent soul stage, the techniques they wielded were of celestial rank and had been fully comprehended. The power unleashed was sufficient to threaten even peak nascent soul cultivators. As the four attacks converged upon Kuai Ji, he froze in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. Chapter 332, The Seizure of Puppets. The four celestial rank techniques, propelled by the four late nascent soul puppets, unleashed an astonishing force. Fortunately, they were within the void rift, where the spatial constraints imposed by the void mitigated the impact. Otherwise, even the residual force would have obliterated the entire palace, let alone the medicinal fields. Nevertheless, the area within 100 meters of Kuai Ji was now completely enveloped by the four spells. Kuai Ji was astounded. Lu Xian possessed puppets, and they were so incredibly powerful. What shocked him most was that Lu Xian's puppets, despite being late nascent soul, could unleash such formidable spells. This utterly surpassed Kuai Ji's comprehension. Can puppet techniques possess such capabilities? As an elder of the Heavenly Puppet sect, which was founded on the art of puppetry, he had never heard of puppet techniques reaching this level. Their sect's foundational technique was of mid-celestial rank, which could not achieve such feats. Could it be that Lu Xian's mastery was of high celestial rank, or even top celestial rank? Kuai Ji had no time to ponder further. He formed a series of hand seals, conjuring semi-transparent diamond-shaped shields around his body. The shields flickered under the onslaught of the four celestial techniques, beginning to crack. Realizing his defensive spells were insufficient, Kuai Ji's expression darkened as he waved his hand, summoning an ancient bronze bell from his storage bag. This ancient bronze bell radiated a dense aura of spiritual energy, having reached the level of a low-grade profound heaven treasure. Clearly, this was Kuai Ji's trump card. Infusing his mana into the ancient bronze bell, blue streams of light emanated from it, coalescing into a blue shield. As the blue shield formed, the outer protective layer collapsed. The remaining spell attacks struck the blue shield, creating a cacophony of thunderous sounds. The blue shield trembled but did not shatter. Although the blue shield was ultimately breached, immense waves of turmoil surged within Kuai Ji. The power of the spells unleashed by the four puppets was overwhelmingly potent. Each strike could rival the strength of a peak nascent soul cultivator. Had it not been so, he would not have been forced to resort to using the ancient wood bell. This low-grade profound heaven treasure had not seen use since he reached the peak nascent soul stage and refined his own puppet to that level. The practitioner before him was undoubtedly the most formidable opponent he had encountered in centuries. Before Kuai Ji could contemplate further, the four puppets, moving with an almost lifelike precision, sensed their spells were blocked and immediately initiated another barrage of techniques. As Kuai Ji was besieged, Lu Xian noted that the three puppets he faced were evidently less agile than before. The humanoid puppet's assault had noticeably slowed, while the distant wolf-shaped puppet attacked sporadically. Lu Xian suspected this was due to the immense pressure his four puppets exerted on Kuai Ji, preventing him from dividing his focus effectively. This also indicated that the Heavenly Puppet sect's mastery of puppet control was inferior to his myriad forms puppet secret technique. His spiritual consciousness could divide into as many as 81 strands. Even if Lu Xian himself were engaged in a fierce battle, it would not diminish the combat efficacy of his puppets. However, the myriad forms puppet secret technique was, after all, a top celestial rank technique, among the most powerful in the Xianling realm. While the Heavenly Puppet sect was a sect of transformation, possessing techniques of such caliber seemed unrealistic. As Lu Xian's thoughts raced, his actions remained uninterrupted. The four puppets continued their relentless assault on Kuai Ji, while Lu Xian swiftly broke free from the encirclement of the humanoid puppet and advanced toward the wolf-shaped puppet. He clenched his fists and launched a fierce attack against the puppet. As Lu Xian landed two powerful punches on the energy core of the wolf-shaped puppet, the distant turtle-shaped puppet finally realized the situation and moved to provide a shield for the wolf puppet. Meanwhile, the humanoid puppet had just reached Lu Xian, attempting to entangle him once more. However, the humanoid puppet's combat prowess had diminished significantly. In a mere moment, Lu Xian sent the humanoid puppet flying and shattered the shield surrounding the wolf puppet with a single punch, landing two more strikes on its energy core. Despite the sturdy materials used in the wolf puppet's construction, the area still caved in under his blows, damaging the energy core's runes. As the runes were destroyed, the wolf puppet immediately lost its ability to move. Lu Xian reached out and placed his hand on the puppet, channeling his spiritual consciousness. Drawing upon his expertise as a master craftsman and puppet master, he swiftly erased the spiritual imprint on the puppet. Subsequently, with a casual wave of his hand, He seized the puppet and tossed it into his storage bag. Nearby, Taixing watched this scene with wide eyes, astonished. While he was not surprised that Lu Xian could destroy the energy core, he was taken aback that this puppet had been painstakingly refined by Kuai Ji over the course of 100 years. How could the consciousness imprint be so effortlessly erased? It is important to note that Brother Kuai Ji is still alive. Taixing found it incomprehensible, yet he was profoundly shaken. A cold sweat began to beat on his back. If even Brother Kuai Ji's puppet could be so easily stripped of its consciousness imprint, then should his own puppet fall into the hands of this Lu Xian, it would surely be akin to a meat bun thrown to the dog, gone without a trace. Taixing had initially contemplated whether to offer assistance, although his strength paled in comparison to that of Brother Kuai Ji and this cultivator. Lending a helping hand could alleviate some pressure on Brother Kuai Ji. However, at this moment, he dared not summon his own puppet. Meanwhile, Kuai Ji was under assault from 4 puppets and immediately sensed the erasure of the consciousness imprint within the wolf-shaped puppet. The forcible removal of the consciousness imprint caused a ripple in his own spirit, nearly disrupting his control over the Qingmu ancient bell. Fortunately, Kuai Ji quickly stabilized his consciousness. Anger and astonishment flickered in his gaze as he glared at Lu Xian. Damnable Junior, return my puppet to me. This puppet had cost him a considerable amount of 4th-tier heavenly materials and treasures, and he had invested immense effort in its creation. At that moment, with the puppet snatched away by Lu Xian, he felt as if his heart were bleeding. Lu Xian merely smiled in response. As you previously mentioned, my strength surpasses yours. Since I have claimed it, this puppet now belongs to me. Hadn't this fellow just sought to seize the herbs in his possession? If he intended to assert dominance through strength, then let them see whose prowess truly reigns supreme. Upon hearing Lu Xian's words, Kuai Ji's countenance darkened, and he immediately commanded his humanoid puppet to launch another attack against Lu Xian. However, Lu Xian merely chuckled lightly. The assault from his 4 puppets intensified as well. Under the combined onslaught of 4 puppets wielding peak Yuanian combat power, Kuai Ji could only rely on the protection of his Qingmu ancient bell to defend himself. Any counterattack was utterly unrealistic. Lu Xian gestured with his hand, and in the next moment, a torrent of earthen-colored chains erupted from the ground. The chains swiftly ensnared the humanoid puppet, which, under the influence of gravity, found itself unable to break free. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Xian advanced directly toward the turtle-shaped puppet. Witnessing this scene, Kuai Ji could hardly remain oblivious to Lu Xian's intentions. His expression soured, and before Lu Xian could strike, he swiftly recalled the turtle-shaped puppet. Then, with a sharp command, he declared, "Withdraw." Taixing, hearing this, wasted no time and dashed back toward the corridor from whence he came. At this moment, Kuai Ji, shielded by the protective barrier of the Qingmu ancient bell, retracted the humanoid puppet and entered the corridor. Observing this, Lu Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, refraining from pursuit. After all, given his current strength, eliminating a peak Yuanian cultivator equipped with a defensive Xiantian artifact would prove exceedingly challenging. He could not guarantee that Kuai Ji lacked other life-saving trump cards. For the present, Lu Xian had merely seized a puppet. Justified by the fact that Kuai Ji had initially aimed to pilfer his herbs, this reasoning held merit. Should he insist on killing Kuai Ji, it would only be feasible if he could detain both Kuai Ji and Taixing without leaving a trace, or else he would utterly offend the Tian Kuei sect. Chapter 333. The Threat of the Transformation God Cultivator, the Void Dao Essence. The Tian Kuei sect is indeed a sect of transformation god immortals. If he were to make a mortal enemy of them, Lu Xian's current strength would be wholly inadequate to contend with such an adversary. Thus, it seemed prudent to let these 2 Yuanian elders from the Tian Kuei sect escape unscathed. With this thought in mind, Lu Xian willed his 4 puppets to transform into streaks of light and return to his storage bag. Turning around, he found Yanli staring blankly at him. Resembling a statue, Lu Xian approached and jested. "What kind of petrifying spell has befallen you, Taoist Yanli?" Yanli snapped back to reality, gazing at Lu Xian with eyes shimmering with admiration. "Taoist Lu, you are truly formidable." Lu Xian smiled and replied, "Merely a stroke of good fortune." Yanli rolled her eyes playfully and retorted, "Oh, come now. Brother Kuai Ji is among the most elite Yuanian elders within the Tian Kuei sect, a renowned powerhouse throughout the entire Huangzhou. Simply relying on luck alone would not suffice to snatch away his puppet." She scrutinized Lu Xian with curiosity glimmering in her eyes. "Your methods are truly diverse, Taoist Lu. You even wield puppet control techniques that seem to surpass those of the Tian Kuei sect." Brother Kuai Ji's heart must be shattered by this defeat in his area of expertise, a rather unfortunate affair for a Yuanian cultivator. Even though Yin Li did not practice puppet control techniques, her discerning eye allowed her to recognize that Lu Xian's puppets possessed combat capabilities far exceeding those of Kuai Ji's, and Lu Xian himself controlled his puppets with far greater ease. This was something Kuei Ji could never achieve. To reach such proficiency, Lu Xian must possess puppet control methods superior to those of the Tian Kuei sect. Lu Xian smiled and remarked, "Indeed, it is largely due to fortunate opportunities that I have acquired such abilities." Yanli responded with a smile, "In that case, it seems that Taoist Lu's celestial fortunes are exceptionally abundant. Secret techniques surpassing those of the Transformation God sect are not something just anyone could obtain." Lu Xian chuckled, "You are not wrong, Taoist Yanli. My luck is indeed quite favorable." Yanli nodded thoughtfully, then cautioned, "Taoist Lu, your display of puppet control techniques is so impressive that it will undoubtedly attract the attention of the Tian Kuei sect. They are unlikely to tolerate a cultivator whose techniques surpass their foundational methods. You may need to exercise caution in the future." Upon hearing this, Lu Xian raised an eyebrow, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. What might they do? Lu Xian had not considered this aspect. After all, there were countless techniques along a single path, each varying in strength. However, after hearing Yan Li's words, he realized that the Tian Kuei sect, being a sect of transformation god immortals, belonged to the upper echelons of the Xianling realm. Such a powerful force would indeed find it difficult to tolerate the dissemination of techniques stronger than their own. This could lead to complications. After all, within the transformation god sect, there were transformation god cultivators. Currently, he had no means to contend with such beings. Perhaps it would be best to wait until his strength reached new heights before facing transformation god cultivators. Yanli contemplated and said, "The Tian Kuei sect may attempt to seize your techniques. With your strength so formidable, even Brother Kuei Ji is no match for you. I cannot rule out the possibility of a transformation god ancestor from the Tian Kuei sect seeking you out." Lu Xian's heart sank. This was the very scenario he most wished to avoid. Noticing Lu Xian's furrowed brow, Yanli smiled reassuringly. "You need not worry, Taoist Lu. How about this? For the time being, remain within the Finchen sect. The transformation god ancestors of the Tian Kuei sect will have no authority over us here." Lu Xian pondered for a moment and then replied, "Then I shall trouble you, Taoist Yanli." An idea struck him, and he inquired, "Taoist Yanli, are transformation god cultivators unable to exert their full strength within the Xianling realm?" Yanli paused, then nodded. "That is indeed the case. The hierarchical structure of the Xianling realm is insufficient to support transformation god cultivators unleashing their full power. Should they do so, they would incur the wrath of the Heavenly Dao. This would precipitate the arrival of the transformation god tribulation, which poses a dire threat to transformation god cultivators. Prior to facing the tribulation, one must be thoroughly prepared. If the timing is hastened, their readiness will be compromised. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, transformation god cultivators will refrain from unleashing their full strength within the Xianling realm. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian felt a sense of relief wash over him. If he did not exert himself to the fullest, then even if he could not prevail, acquiring several fifth-tier talismans for escape should not pose a problem. Noticing Lu Xian's expression relax, Yanli looked at him with a hint of uncertainty and said, "Fellow Taoist, you are not contemplating confronting a transformation stage cultivator, are you? Please do not be foolish, Lu Taoist. The transformation stage cultivator has their soul merged with the heavens, allowing them to communicate with the forces of nature to a certain extent, thereby forming a domain that embodies their own laws. Their strength is formidable. Even without exerting their full power, a peak nascent soul cultivator would still be akin to an ant before them." Upon hearing this, Lu Xian chuckled and replied, "Rest assured, Yanli, I am not foolish enough to engage with a transformation stage cultivator. To be honest, even if Lu Xian could contend with a transformation stage cultivator not using their full strength, it would still be unwise to confront them directly. They might simply choose not to exert their full strength, but that does not imply that they are incapable of doing so. If Lu Xian were to force a transformation stage cultivator to unleash their full power, they would likely not hesitate to do so." Hearing Lu Xian's words, Yanli felt a wave of relief wash over her, and she smiled, saying, "It is good that you understand." Observing her demeanor, Lu Xian smiled slightly and cupped his hands, expressing, "Thank you for your concern, Yanli. Your kindness is duly noted." Yan Li's heart skipped a beat at his words, and she replied with a smile, "There is no need for formalities between friends. Naturally, I will care." Lu Xian nodded in agreement. "In that case, addressing each other as fellow Taoists feels somewhat distant. How about I simply call you Yanli? Or perhaps Xiaoli?" A flicker of light passed through Yan Li's eyes as she smiled. "Then I shall call you by your name, Lu Xian." Lu Xian felt a surge of joy within him at her acceptance, seeing it as a promising beginning. As their relationship deepened, it could very well lead to her becoming his companion in the future. While Lu Xian's mind was racing with thoughts, Yanli spoke up, "Shall we gather these herbs?" Lu Xian nodded, replying, "Certainly." Together, they swiftly harvested the remaining materials. Gazing at the empty medicinal field, Lu Xian surveyed the remaining corridors, contemplating which direction to take. Just then, Yinli suddenly smiled and said, "Lu Xian, why don't we act together? There are still some dangers within this palace, and with you by my side, I would feel safer." Surprised by her suggestion, Lu Xian paused for a moment before responding with a smile. Of course, that's perfectly fine. While he could perhaps gather more resources if acting alone, accompanying Yinli would allow them to interact more, which was equally beneficial. Moreover, given the palace's inherent dangers, Yinli might not be as fortunate if she encountered another of those undead creatures alone, and he could provide assistance. If anything were to happen to Yinli, it would complicate matters for Lu Xian, whether in trading for the 3 Yang Jade or seeking refuge from the transformation stage cultivators of the celestial puppet sect. Realizing Lu Xian had agreed, Yinli revealed a smile. She then declared, "In that case, let us proceed." At that moment, Yinli suddenly halted. She took out a communication talisman and scanned with her divine sense. Soon, her eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed, "Lu Xian, follow me to a certain location. There is an opportunity." Lu Xian was taken aback, curiosity piqued. What opportunity? A glimmer of excitement shone in Yin Li's eyes as she slowly replied, "The Dao Essence. The Dao Essence within the rift of the void. I never expected to find such a treasure here. Let us hurry." The mention of Dao Essence ignited a spark in Lu Xian's eyes. Dao Essence. He quickly followed Yin Li's lead. The so-called Dao Essence is a unique phenomenon where the laws of the heavens have coalesced in reality. For an ordinary cultivator to comprehend these laws, they must invest considerable time and effort through various means of understanding the heavens and their techniques, rendering the process quite inefficient. In stark contrast, Dao Essence inherently emanates the information of the laws themselves. To comprehend the laws while engaging with the Dao Essence simplifies the process immensely. Most importantly, if one possesses extraordinary insight, there lies the potential to even derive divine abilities during this comprehension. Lu Xian had never anticipated encountering Dao Essence in this place. This stroke of fortune was undoubtedly exceptional. He speculated whether his remarkable fate had led him to this discovery of Dao Essence. Regardless of the reason, the opportunity to comprehend Dao Essence was not to be missed. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xian inquired, "Xiaoli, do you know the location?" "Yes. My brother has already informed me. There is a divine sense guiding us, just ahead." Lu Xian was slightly surprised. "Your brother?" "Yes, my biological brother, Yin Xiao, who is also at the early stage of nascent soul. We came here together." Understanding dawned on Lu Xian. "I see. When we meet later, I will introduce you both." All right. As he was also set to trade with the Burning Heaven sect, Lu Xian would certainly welcome the chance to meet the nascent soul cultivators of that sect. They traversed through a corridor and several rooms. Aware that the appearance of Dao Essence is time-sensitive, Lu Xian and Yin Li refrained from lingering, heading directly toward its location. Their pace was swift. They arrived at a chamber in less than the time it takes to burn a joss stick. As they approached the room, Lu Xian distinctly felt the air here was different from other areas. In the void region, the 5 elements path still existed, yet in this area, the 5 elements path appeared somewhat chaotic. Furthermore, the spatial pressure here was stronger than in other regions. Clearly, there was an issue with the spatial path, indicative of the presence of Dao Essence. Upon entering the room, Lu Xian beheld a deep blue, almost black sphere of light suspended in the center. The shape of this sphere was not fixed, shifting like flowing water. Surrounding this sphere, the space seemed to take on a tangible form, with folds of space continuously expanding outward. Additionally, parts of the air had distorted into swirling vortexes. Not far from this sphere, several cultivators were present. Besides a few from the Burning Heaven sect, Lu Xian also spotted 2 nascent soul cultivators from other teams. They were all striving to approach the sphere, eager to draw closer to the Dao Essence. For Dao Essence, proximity to its core enhances the perception of the laws, making comprehension significantly easier. Thus, all cultivators hope to get as close to the Dao Essence as possible. Noticing the commotion, everyone turned to look. Upon seeing Yin Li and Lu Xian, the reactions varied. The 2 nascent soul cultivators unfamiliar to Lu Xian merely glanced at him with mild surprise before continuing their approach to the Dao Essence. Meanwhile, several cultivators from the Burning Heaven sect smiled. Among them, a young man called out, "Xiaoli, come over here. Our auras are connected, allowing us to withstand greater spatial fluctuations." Yanli nodded and turned to Lu Xian, asking, "Lu Xian, will you join us?" Lu Xian naturally did not decline, responding, "Let us go." Together, they hastened toward the direction of the Burning Heaven sect. Yin Xiao and the others also noticed Lu Xian. A flicker of astonishment crossed their faces, as they had previously seen Lu Xian outside the palace. To them, Lu Xian appeared to be merely at the Golden Course stage. How could he have come here? This palace was certainly not devoid of dangers. They encountered several corpse fiends, all of which were at the nascent soul stage. How could a Golden Core cultivator have traversed through those corpse fiends to arrive here? Moreover, This golden core cultivator appeared to have an acquaintance with Yin Li, and their relationship seemed rather amicable. Yin Xiao narrowed his eyes, assessing Lu Xian, a glint of cold light flickering within them. This lad, could it be that he approached his sister solely due to his handsome appearance, intending to live off her? Yin Xiao knew his sister quite well. She was straightforward and guileless, making her susceptible to deception. No, he must ascertain the circumstances surrounding this young man. As Yin Xiao pondered, Elder Liang, Elder Xinyang, and Elder Mu Yin also exhibited a hint of curiosity. Is he the young man with exceptional formation skills from before? How did a golden core cultivator manage to enter? They were all puzzled. Before long, Yin Li led Lu Xian closer to them. To their surprise, even Yin Li seemed to struggle as they approached the Dao essence, while the young man exhibited no reaction whatsoever. How could this be? This lad certainly harbors secrets. Elder Liang communicated to the others. Fairy Mu Yin squinted, nodding slightly. We should inquire with Little Li later to probe into this friend's background. They discerned that Lu Xian was undoubtedly no ordinary golden core cultivator, though he currently displayed the cultivation level of an early golden core. A typical cultivator at this stage would find it impossible to take even a step towards the Dao essence. The Dao essence is not something just anyone can approach. Nearby, Lu Xian and Yin Li made their way towards several elders of the Burning Heaven sect. Noticing beads of sweat forming on Yin Li's forehead, Lu Xian expressed his concern. Little Li, you seem quite fatigued. Why is that? Yin Li was taken aback, turning to Lu Xian. It was as if she had discovered a new continent, her eyes widening. Why do you exhibit no reaction at all? Lu Xian replied, somewhat puzzled. Should I have a reaction? Yin Li. She appeared confused. Did you not feel the spatial pressure? And the suppression of the laws here? While the spatial pressure was manageable, the suppression of the laws left her mentally drained. Lu Xian pondered for a moment and replied, I sensed a bit of spatial pressure, but the suppression of the laws didn't seem to affect me. Lu Xian soon comprehended the situation. He could perceive that the spatial conditions here were somewhat abnormal. And as they approached the Dao essence, the laws became increasingly chaotic. However, this chaos had no adverse effect on him. Rather, it occasionally sparked insights regarding the principles of space. Thus, he felt no pressure whatsoever. Upon hearing Lu Xian's words, Yin Li's eyes widened in disbelief. No suppression of the laws at all. Nearby, Yin Xiao and the others overheard their conversation and likewise wore expressions of incredulity. Even Elder Liang, a peak nascent soul cultivator, could sense a modicum of suppression. With his rudimentary understanding of the fire element's Dao laws, he could mitigate some of that suppression. Yet, the notion of experiencing no suppression at all, as Lu Xian claimed, was something he had never contemplated. Exchanging glances with one another, Yin Xiao and his companions recognized a flicker of astonishment in each other's eyes. The companion that Little Li knew seemed to be quite extraordinary. Fairy Mu Yin conveyed a message to the group. Yin Xiao and the others shared similar thoughts. Chapter 335, Insights into the Laws of Space. While they communicated, Lu Xian addressed Yin Li. Why don't you stand behind me, Little Li? I can shield you from some of the pressure. Taken aback by his suggestion, Yin Li smiled and replied, then I shall not be polite. She stepped behind Lu Xian as he approached the elders of the Burning Heaven sect, with Yin Li following closely behind. The two soon entered the circle of several elders from the Burning Heaven sect. Within this circle, the nascent soul elders united their energies to counteract the spatial pressure while also sharing the burden of the loss suppression brought upon by the Dao essence. Yin Xiao cast a deep glance at Lu Xian before turning to Yin Li with a smile. Little Li, who is this? Yin Li cheerfully responded, allow me to introduce. This is Lu Xian, a remarkably powerful friend. Lu Xian, this is my elder brother, Yin Xiao, as well as elders Liang, Xianyang, and my sister, Mu Yin. Lu Xian's gaze swept over Elder Xianyang, and he felt a sense of peculiarity. Goodness, another named Xianyang? The previous Xianyang from the Baibo mansion had left a deep impression on him. Little did he expect to encounter another here. Elder Xianyang evidently sensed Lu Xian's gaze. He furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, do you have any advice for me, friend? Lu Xian did not anticipate Elder Xuanyang's keen perception. He smiled and replied, you flatter me, friend. I merely had a companion with the same name in the past. Elder Xianyang nodded, realization dawning upon him. Just a coincidence. I suppose. Indeed, it was merely a coincidence. That friend of his resided in the Sangming Sea, far removed from the wasteland. Lu Xian chuckled lightly. Elder Liang raised an eyebrow and remarked, Sangming Sea? Isn't that in the direction of Tsangzhou? It seems you are not a cultivator from the wasteland. Lu Xian nodded. Indeed. I hail from Tsangzhou. Understanding dawned upon the elders. No wonder they had never encountered a formation master as formidable as Lu Xian before. Yin Li suggested, let us discuss other matters later. We are uncertain how long the Dao essence will last. We should focus on comprehending it first. The others nodded in agreement. Such an opportunity to experience the Dao essence was exceedingly rare, and they certainly could not afford to miss it. Elder Liang turned to Lu Xian and remarked, "It seems you possess a remarkable resistance to the suppression of laws, fellow Taoist. How about we open the path together?" Lu Xian smiled. "Then I shall gladly oblige." He stepped forward alongside Elder Liang, heading towards the location of the Tao essence. The rippling waves of the law's current parted around Lu Xian and Elder Liang, dispersing to either side. Behind them, Yin Li, Yin Xiao, and the others silently followed. With Lu Xian and Yin Li's presence, the elders of the Burning Heaven sect increased their pace significantly. In but a brief moment, they had traversed several hundred meters, leaving the other two distant cultivators far behind. As they ventured deeper, the flow of laws intensified. Even Elder Liang began to sweat. His understanding of the laws had become increasingly insufficient to withstand this formidable current. Yet, what astonished Elder Liang was that Lu Xian maintained an expression devoid of strain, seemingly unaffected by any pressure at all. How could this be? He himself was a peak nascent soul cultivator, having comprehended the Tao of fire for many years. Surely this young man could not possess a deeper understanding of the laws than he. Noticing Elder Liang's gaze, Lu Xian turned and smiled. "Elder Liang, are you all right?" Elder Liang snapped back to reality, his lips twitching slightly. Unwilling to appear weak, he shook his head. "Old man can still endure." Lu Xian nodded, then smiled and said, "If you find it unbearable, just let me know. I will shield you from the front." Liang, taken aback, was momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, Lu Xian felt an exhilarating rush within him. As a body of primal chaos, he had refined a primal chaos golden core. The essence of primal chaos encompasses all things, allowing Lu Xian to embrace even the path of space. Moreover, Lu Xian's comprehension was exceptionally high, boasting an impressive 166 points, with an innate ability for enlightenment that was nothing short of monstrous. Furthermore, he had already perfected a variety of celestial-level techniques, including the 5 elements path, the yin-yang path, and even the path of divine consciousness. Although his understanding of these principles might still be rudimentary compared to the laws themselves, it was still commendable for a nascent soul cultivator. Utilizing these profound insights as a stepping stone, along with his primal chaos body as a foundation, Lu Xian began to absorb the torrents of these laws with his extraordinary comprehension. With each step he took, insights began to emerge in his mind, sharpening his grasp of the space path. He even sensed that if he remained in this place for a while longer, his understanding of the space laws might surpass that of the 5 elements and yin-yang laws. At that point, he might truly grasp the essence of the space laws. It was noteworthy that despite refining the primal chaos golden core and perfecting numerous celestial techniques, Lu Xian had yet to truly master a single law. The magnitude of this advancement was staggering. How could Lu Xian not feel elated? After walking another 100 meters, Lu Xian suddenly heard a muffled grunt from Liang beside him. Returning to his senses, he turned to find Liang drenched in cold sweat, his complexion pale. Frowning, Lu Xian said, "Liang, why don't you stand behind me? I will lead the way from here." Elder Liang felt as if he were in a daze, questioning his very existence. How could this person remain completely unperturbed? How could it be like this? At this moment, not just Liang, but also Yin Li and the others behind them sensed Lu Xian's abnormality. They were unable to gauge the true ferocity of the torrent of laws. But judging by Liang's expression, it was evident that this torrent was not something that could be easily withstood. Yet Lu Xian's face remained entirely expressionless. This was truly terrifying. Yin Li, incredulous, asked, "Lu Xian, have you not felt the pressure of the laws?" Lu Xian chuckled softly, "I feel it a bit now, but it is not overwhelming." Liang, Yin Li, and the others, the members of the Burning Heaven sect, fell into a contemplative silence. Fairy Mu Yin gazed at Lu Xian's silhouette and secretly transmitted a message to Yin Li. "Little Li, how did you come to know such an extraordinary individual?" Yin Li came back to her senses and replied, "It was a chance encounter. I was beset by a corpse demon, and it was Lu Xian who saved me." Fairy Mu Yin nodded in understanding, refraining from further inquiry. Meanwhile, Elder Liang's voice echoed in Yin Li's mind. "Little Li, just who is this Lu Xian? How can he be so formidable? You mentioned before that he was strong. Just how strong is he?" Yin Li pondered briefly and transmitted back. Previously, the elder of the Heavenly Puppet sect, Elder Kuei Ji, and Elder Tai Xing attempted to seize the herbs from Lu Xian and me. In the end, Lu Xian managed to snatch Elder Kuei Ji's late nascent soul puppet, Elder Liang. Chapter 336, The Tribulation of Transformation. As difficult as climbing to the heavens, Elder Liang felt a chill run down his spine. Both the Heavenly Puppet sect and the Burning Heaven sect were sects of transformation realm cultivators, and as peak nascent soul practitioners. Elder Liang and Kuei Ji were certainly acquainted. They had even crossed paths due to a secret inheritance in the past. Elder Liang was well aware of Kuei Ji's prowess. That individual was a peak nascent soul cultivator, with his innate puppet having reached the same pinnacle. alongside 2 late nascent soul puppets, making him exceedingly powerful. Elder Lai Yang believed that when facing Kuei Ji, he would at best be evenly matched, if not at a disadvantage. Yet, Lu Xian had actually managed to seize Kuei Ji's late nascent soul puppet? Did this not imply that Lu Xian's strength far surpassed that of Kuei Ji? Elder Lai Yang was naturally astounded. He transmitted an inquiry, Little Li. Just how old is this Lu Xian? What level of cultivation does he possess? Yin Li replied, he shouldn't be older than me. Lu Xian is at the golden core stage, but his physical cultivation is remarkably high. Hearing this, Elder Lai Yang took a deep breath. He gazed at Lu Xian's silhouette with a complex array of emotions. Yin Li, who had not yet reached 200 years of age, had already advanced to the early nascent soul stage, making her one of the top talents in the entire Xianling realm. Lu Xian was younger than Yin Li, yet his combat prowess far exceeded hers. Such talent was beyond his comprehension. Elder Lai Yang also considered Lu Xian's resistance to this torrent of laws. It was likely that this friend possessed extraordinary comprehension and had grasped other laws as well. Such strength was simply unimaginable. While Yin Li and Elder Lai Yang exchanged thoughts through their transmissions, they continued to advance. At this point, Lu Xian and the Burning Heaven sect cultivators were less than 100 meters away from the essence of the Dao. At this proximity, even Lu Xian felt immense pressure. It was as if he were caught in a torrent of spatial laws, his mind swaying like a fragile boat upon tumultuous waters. In this torrent, his understandings of the 5 elements and yin-yang paths were no longer sufficient to withstand the onslaught of spatial laws, and no matter how strong his comprehension, it was impossible to instantaneously grasp the entirety of these Dao essences. Thus, Lu Xian came to a halt. If he were to activate the dragon coiling armor and rely on his physical strength, he could indeed push forward forcefully. However, it was no longer necessary. At this distance, he had reached his limit of comprehension. Advancing further would yield no greater benefit. Lu Xian turned to Yin Li and the others behind him, saying, I have reached my limit. Shall we pause here? Even with Lu Xian shielding them from the torrent, the weakest among them, Yin Xiao and Yin Li, felt the strain. The others were similarly under tremendous pressure. They naturally had no objections and nodded in agreement. Fairy Mu Yin spoke up. We have delved deep enough, thanks to Lu Xian. We would have been unable to venture this far on our own. Lu Xian smiled slightly. I too wish to delve deeper into this place for enlightenment. And since I am friends with Little Li, it is only natural to bring everyone along. Upon hearing this, the members of the Burning Heaven sect glanced at Yin Li. She flashed a smile. Lu Xian's words were indeed flattering, which lifted her spirits. This newly formed friendship was proving to be quite advantageous. Yin Xiao had previously wondered if his sister had been deceived by Lu Xian. Now, witnessing Lu Xian's performance, he believed that his sister was unlikely to possess the charm to be fooled. This Lu Xian's talent was simply extraordinary. He was bound to become a transformation realm elder in the future. In fact, ascending to the heavens might not pose any significant challenge for him. Although his sister was also highly gifted, the bottleneck between the nascent soul and transformation realm was not something easily surmountable. The transition from nascent soul to transformation required one to endure the tribulations of mana, inner demons, and divine consciousness. The process of transcending the tribulation of magical power involves the nascent soul beginning to merge with its entire network of meridians, acupoints, and flesh, inundated with the ethereal energies of heaven and earth. This forceful cleansing, tearing, and remolding of every sinew and conduit is excruciatingly painful. Should one succeed, their magical power will become immensely refined, and their physical form will transform into a spiritual embodiment capable of bearing the formidable strength of the divine transformation stage. To endure this tribulation requires an exceptionally robust physical foundation and an abundance of spiritual energy, a daunting challenge for the majority of nascent soul cultivators. The subsequent trial of the heart demons is considerably more formidable than that encountered in the nascent soul stage. This is a process of self-reflection, wherein the onset of the heart demon tribulation conjures an infinite array of illusions formed by one's karma, obsessions, fears, and desires. The cultivator is compelled to confront their deepest yearnings and greatest terrors, luring them into despair or sowing seeds of self-doubt. Without a sufficiently clear and enlightened heart or corresponding supportive methods, transcending the heart demon tribulation becomes nearly impossible. The final trial, the tribulation of the primordial spirit, presents the greatest challenge. This tribulation is characterized by a communion with the heavens and the refinement of the primordial spirit. Following the tribulations of magical power and heart demons, the nascent soul completely merges with itself, commencing the absorption of the laws of the universe to achieve the ultimate metamorphosis. During this transformative phase, the cultivator's consciousness undergoes a qualitative shift, allowing them to perceive the flow of various cosmic laws with unparalleled clarity. Concurrently, the spirit within the sea of consciousness is refined into the primordial spirit. This process necessitates a preliminary comprehension of the laws of one's chosen path. demanding extraordinary insight or profound fortune. Upon the initial formation of the primordial spirit, it will attract the resonance of the Heavenly Dao, resulting in the descent of the divine transformation lightning tribulation. This lightning will serve as the final tempering and trial for the primordial spirit. Should one succeed, their primordial spirit will solidify, officially entering the divine transformation realm. Should they fail, their spirit may be grievously wounded, leading to a regression in cultivation or even annihilation. Upon the successful formation of the primordial spirit, one's lifespan will dramatically increase, potentially reaching 3,000 years or beyond. And they will gain the capacity to manipulate the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, wielding power far surpassing that of the nascent soul. Xianxiao is confident in his own talents, as well as those of his sister. However, he does not presume that either of them will necessarily break through to the divine transformation stage, for the process is exceedingly arduous. Not to mention the prospect of ascending to the spiritual realm in the future. Yet, Lu Xian is an exception. Given Xianxiao's current understanding of Lu Xian, the likelihood of Lu Xian ascending to the spiritual realm in the future is exceedingly high. With such talent, there is no need to deceive his sister. If Lu Xian ascends to the spiritual realm, he may have the opportunity to communicate between the spiritual and the mysterious realms. At that point, even a mere trickle of his resources could present a rare opportunity for his sister. As a cultivator of the divine transformation sect, the Burning Heaven sect boasts ancestors who have ascended to the spiritual realm. This is a key reason for the sect's enduring prosperity over the years. Now, Xianxiao even hopes that the relationship between his sister and Lu Xian could deepen. This way, as a brother-in-law, he cannot possibly remain indifferent, and who knows, he might also break through to the divine transformation stage and even ascend to the spiritual realm in the future. With thoughts swirling in his mind, Xianxiao sat cross-legged, commencing his own insights. Such matters can wait. The present opportunity is of utmost importance. At this moment, everyone begins to enter a state of enlightenment. Meanwhile, two other nascent soul cultivators in the distance watch with envy as Lu Xian and the Burning Heaven sect cultivators are so close to the essence of the Dao. Who is this fellow cultivator? How astonishingly powerful they must be to lead the members of the Burning Heaven sect so close to the Dao's essence. I have no idea. I have never encountered this cultivator before. The members of the Burning Heaven sect are indeed fortunate. Have they informed the others? Yes, they have. They are on their way. Such an opportunity cannot be missed. If that is the case, let us also begin our insights. When the other two arrive, we can combine our efforts and delve deeper. Excellent. At this moment, the chamber of Dao essence falls into profound silence. Lu Xian closes his eyes, stabilizing his spirit with the Pure World Blue Lotus Soul Crossing Sutra, using the principles of the 5 elements and Yin-Yang Dao as a guide. Drawing upon his innate comprehension, he begins to grasp the laws of space. At this moment, Lu Xian appears like a sponge, rapidly absorbing the profound intricacies of various spatial laws. His understanding of the laws of space grows increasingly clear and lucid, seemingly only a thin veil away from a breakthrough. Time passes swiftly. Hours slip by. Soon, more nascent soul cultivators arrive, including the companions of the previous two and the likes of Kuei Ji and Tai Xing. Upon seeing Lu Xian in the company of the elders of the Burning Heaven sect, Kuei Ji's expression subtly shifts. Kuei Ji gazes at Lu Xian with a flicker of hatred. The late-stage nascent soul puppet he painstakingly crafted was taken by Lu Xian, inciting his ire. Since Kuei Ji broke through to the nascent soul stage, he has never suffered such a significant loss. Tai Xing perceives Kuei Ji's unsettling demeanor and conveys through thought, "Brother Kuei Ji, this fellow's strength is formidable, and he currently associates with the Burning Heaven sect. We must not act rashly." Regaining his composure, Kuei Ji takes a deep breath, suppressing his inner fury. After calming himself, he responds, "You are right. If we act now, we will only bring trouble upon ourselves." This scoundrel appears young, yet possesses an astonishingly high physical cultivation level, along with formidable puppet techniques. Tai Xing nods in agreement, relaying, "In the void fissures, our communication talismans cannot transmit. Once we leave this void, we should report this fellow's puppet techniques to the sect. His skills seem superior to our sect's 100 refinements art." A glimmer of greed flashes in Tai Xing's eyes as he adds, "If we could obtain this fellow's puppet techniques, it would undoubtedly elevate our sect significantly." Kuei Ji slowly nods. "Indeed, we shall inform the ancestor upon our return. I believe the ancestor will find it intriguing. For now, let us focus on comprehending the Dao essence. Such an opportunity is rare indeed." Tai Xing agrees. Understood. The two step forward, approaching the Dao essence. 5 days later, outside the palace, a flying vessel hovers amidst the massive stones, while Nangong Yu and her companions sit cross-legged on the deck, casting occasional glances towards the palace. Su Su, feeling somewhat bored, remarks, "I wonder how our junior brother is faring? I want to go see." Gong Yuyao glances at Su Su with exasperation, chuckling. Sister, you should refrain from disturbing our junior brother. If he encounters an urgent matter, your presence might only distract him. Su Su takes a swig of wine, responding, I am aware of that. I am not going over there now, am I? After a pause, she continues, why don't we find something entertaining to occupy ourselves? Yi Jiyan sets down her alchemical scroll, exasperated. Sister, could you please be quiet for a moment? Or perhaps you might consider comprehending your own inherited techniques. Feeling slighted, Su Su huffs. Just then, two beams of rainbow light approach, a powerful aura of magical energy radiating outward, prompting Gong Yuyao and her companions to look over. Another pair of nascent soul cultivators has arrived. Several groups have entered over the past few days. They wonder what the current situation inside is. The appearance of these nascent soul cultivators does not evoke much surprise in them. After all, they had already seen several nascent soul cultivators enter. Just then, two nascent soul practitioners noticed the opulent flying vessel and came to a halt. Both were middle-aged men, and upon seeing the four women on the deck of the flying ship, their eyes brightened. For Golden Core fairies? One of the middle-aged men grinned widely and said, Ladies, why not accompany us into the palace for a look? I wonder which sect you hail from, as you are surely here with your master? As they spoke, the two men drew closer. Upon noticing their approach, Nangongyu and her companions frowned slightly. Here we go again, how tiresome. Su Su felt somewhat exasperated. With only the four of them, all Golden Core cultivators, they appeared rather vulnerable to such advances. Previously, several passing nascent soul practitioners had attempted to seize the flying vessel. Xiaoyu, it's your turn, Gong Yueying said with a slight smile. Nangongyu nodded and silently stood up. She regarded the two nascent soul cultivators and coldly declared, Leave now, and I shall pretend nothing has occurred. Upon hearing this, the two men were taken aback. They narrowed their eyes and extended their senses, probing the flying vessel and the surrounding void. For mere Golden Core cultivators could not possibly possess such audacity. Could there be someone lurking in the shadows? However, despite multiple scans, they found no trace of other nascent soul presences nearby. Even aboard the vessel, they detected no unusual aura. Were they merely putting on a show? The two men exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts. One of them sneered, Ladies, my brother and I merely wish to inquire. Do you not regard us as worthy? Do you think nascent soul cultivators lack authority? Seeing that they did not leave, Nangongyu ceased her words. She formed a hand seal and commanded, Rise. Layers of intricate formations materialized above the flying vessel. As the grand array activated, the gravitational forces in the void warped and shifted. One of the nascent soul cultivators was in the mid-stage, while the other was in the late stage. The latter fared better. But the mid-stage cultivator instantly felt as though a mountain was crushing him. Their hearts sank, and before they could react, countless golden chains surged forth from all directions, ensnaring them. The mid-stage cultivator was almost defenseless and was swiftly obliterated, even his nascent soul unable to escape. The late-stage cultivator managed to endure a bit longer, but faced with the relentless onslaught of chains, he too succumbed, his nascent soul reduced to mere fragments. Nangongyu exhaled a breath of stale air, her hand changing the seal as two chains retrieved the storage bags of the two nascent soul cultivators, which landed in her palm. She casually stowed them away, now possessing 4 storage bags belonging to those foolish enough to covet her vessel. Beside her, Gong Yueying regarded Nangongyu with envy, exclaiming, Although I've seen it twice before, it remains hard to believe that you could slay nascent soul cultivators, Xiaoyu. Su Su and Yi Jiyan nodded in agreement, acknowledging her prowess. Nangongyu shot a mildly irritable glance at Yi Jiyan and Su Su. Both of you also share the insights of Lu Xian's formation path and could equally achieve this. She smiled at Gong Yueying, saying, In truth, I merely activated and controlled the formation. The true power lies within it, crafted painstakingly by Lu Xian. Hearing this, Gong Yueying felt even more envious. She smiled and said, You three are truly fortunate to have encountered a perfect partner like junior brother Lu, with him safeguarding you. Ascending to the spirit realm in the future should be effortless, no? At her words, Nangongyu glanced at Yi Jiyan and Su Su before teasingly suggesting, If you're envious, sister, why not join us? Yi Jiyan and Su Su exchanged surprised looks with Nangongyu. Gong Yueying was left in a state of confusion. What did her junior sister mean? She cast an awkward glance at Yi Jiyan and Su Su, about to explain. Just then, Su Su chuckled, I have no objections. Yi Jiyan, looking at the alchemy formula, smiled faintly at the blushing Gong Yueying and added, If it were Sister Gong, I would have no objections either. Gong Yueying. She stared at them in shock, her eyes wide. Wait, you don't mind? That's quite generous. Upon hearing this, Yi Jiyan and Su Su involuntarily shuddered. Su Su cast a penetrating glance at Gong Yueying, half smirking. If Sister Gong truly wishes to be junior brother's partner, you'll know in due time. Gong Yueying. She found it hard to comprehend. Chapter 338. Entry into the Laws of Space, the Art of Spatial Transference. Within the palace, in the room of Void Dao Essence, the essence that had been quietly floating in the air suddenly began to oscillate violently. A torrent of chaotic laws surged outward, awakening those engrossed in their comprehension. Xian also emerged from his meditative state. Observing the turbulent void essence before him, he furrowed his brow. The fiery sun behind him spoke up. The essence is about to dissipate. We must retreat. Xian nodded and followed the other disciples of the Burning Sky sect as they fell back. Just as they reached the edge of the room, the void essence twisted and then caved inward, forming a swirling vortex. The vortex lasted only a moment before gradually disappearing, and the room returned to its original state. It vanished so quickly. What a pity. I had only grasped a mere fraction. Cursed be the depth of the spatial laws. Even with the essence fluctuating here, I remain utterly bewildered. Many nascent soul cultivators lamented, pounding their chests in frustration. The fiery sun sighed in regret. What a shame. Just a little more. If I could have grasped even a hint of the spatial laws, I would have had a fighting chance to break through to the transformation stage. He then turned to inquire about Yen Li and the others. How about you? Yen Xiao shook his head. So close, but time was too short. It has only been 5 days. If I had another 5 days, I believe I could grasp the intricacies of the spatial laws. Xianyang and Mu Yen also sighed softly. Time had been too brief. Indeed, but we still gained some insights. When we encounter techniques or secrets infused with spatial power in the future, our cultivation will surely progress with ease. Everyone nodded in agreement. Although they could not fully comprehend the spatial laws, they had not wasted the past 5 days, at the very least gaining a fundamental understanding and insight into spatial power. Henceforth, when dealing with such techniques and secrets, their training would undoubtedly be significantly easier. Then Yinli recalled something and turned to Xian. Xian, how about you? The others snapped back to attention, looking at Xian with curiosity. They were all well aware of his exceptional talent, which far surpassed their own. Even Yen Xiao and Yinli felt overshadowed. If anyone here had the potential to grasp the laws of space, it would undoubtedly be Xian. Upon hearing this, Xian smiled slightly, remarking that he had indeed made some progress, as he had barely entered the realm of spatial laws. The words sent a jolt through Yen Li and the others, leaving them utterly astonished. Had he truly entered this realm? Even Xianyang, who usually maintained a solemn demeanor, found it difficult to suppress his excitement, his expression bordering on envy and jealousy. Lai Yang's lips twitched as he struggled to catch his breath, feeling a surge of jealousy that turned his eyes green, despite his mastery of qi cultivation. Yen Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. You managed to enter this realm in just 5 days. Xian replied with a smile. I had some prior insights into other great paths, and using the profound principles of those paths as a guide, coupled with my own decent comprehension, I found myself at an advantage in this environment. In the final moments, I managed to grasp it, albeit barely. At this moment, Xian's destiny token had undergone a new transformation. Beneath the master column and above the divine ability column, a new laws column had appeared. Xian had indeed comprehended the spatial laws and had reached the entry-level realm. In truth, he had not only grasped it at the last moment. He had entered this realm 2 days prior. He had not anticipated his comprehension to be so strong, as it took him merely 3 days to grasp the spatial laws in such an environment. Of course, besides his innate understanding, the insights gained from the 5 elements and yin-yang paths also played a significant role. In the remaining 2 days, Xian endeavored to further comprehend beyond the entry level, only to discover that the difficulty of subsequent insights was exceedingly high, rendering him unable to grasp them. He suspected that his limited cultivation realm imposed constraints on his comprehension of the laws. Xian was also curious whether he could deduce the spatial laws through the 9-colored radiance. If he could, it would make future deductions significantly easier. However, even if he could deduce them, Xian sensed that the vast amounts of 9-colored radiance required to elevate the laws would be immense. At present, the spatial laws did not significantly enhance his capabilities, as he had not mastered any techniques or spells associated with them. Without the corresponding techniques and spells, his grasp of the spatial laws was akin to a rootless duckweed, unable to exert their potential. Aside from entering the realm of the spatial laws, Xian had also, through the Dao essence, comprehended a new divine ability, the spatial traversal technique. This was precisely what he had understood while grasping the spatial laws. Comparable to the Gung Jin sword technique, this spatial traversal was equally formidable. By expending his mana, Xian could perform spatial traversal. Given his current mana quality and cultivation realm, he could traverse over 10,000 kilometers at full capacity. This was on par with the 10,000-mile talisman. Moreover, Xian could even take others along during the spatial traversal. This divine ability came at a most opportune time for Xian. as he was likely to attract the attention of the Heavenly Puppet sect due to the secrets of the 10,000 Forms puppet canon. Even the god transformation cultivators from the Heavenly Puppet sect might take action against him. With this spatial traversal ability, Lu Xian had a chance to escape even without the 10,000-mile talisman. Coupled with the other trump cards he possessed, he felt less anxious when facing god transformation cultivators. However, Lu Xian naturally would not disclose the matter of the spatial traversal technique to the cultivators of the Burning Heaven sect, as the relationship between them had not yet reached such a level. While Lu Xian pondered, Yin Li and the others gazed at him with envy. Yin Li, with admiration on her face, exclaimed, "Lu Xian, your talent is truly extraordinary. To comprehend the spatial laws in just 5 days, such talent is likely unprecedented in the entire history of the Xianling realm." Lai Yang also remarked, "Based on my studies of the history of the Xianling realm, your comprehension, Lu Xian, is unparalleled. If you ascend to the spirit realm, you will soar to great heights. Even the god transformation stage may not be your final destination." Having lived for many years and perused numerous ancient texts, Lai Yang, whose sect was itself a god transformation sect, had ancestors who ascended to the spirit realm. Naturally, they would have brought back news from the spirit realm through various means. Thus, Lai Yang had a certain understanding of the spirit realm. Even among the spirit realm, Lu Xian's level of comprehension was likely exceedingly rare. With such talent, once Lu Xian entered the spirit realm and was provided with a better environment and more resources, he would undoubtedly soar to unprecedented heights. The god transformation stage might merely be the starting point for him. The others gasped upon hearing Lai Yang's evaluation of Lu Xian. Elder Lai Yang was known for his strictness in the Burning Heaven sect. Even Yin Xiao and Yin Li had never received such praise. One could only imagine the magnitude of Elder Lai Yang's astonishment at Lu Xian's talent. Just then, Elder Lai Yang seemed to recall something and looked at Lu Xian, saying, "Lu Xian, I have a suggestion." Curious about Elder Lai Yang's words, Lu Xian replied, "Please, do share, Elder Lai Yang." Chapter 339, Forces of the Spirit Realm. 9 Heaven Sword Alliance, Inferno Mountain. Elder Lai Yang spoke slowly. "With your talent and strength, it is likely you will ascend to the spirit realm in the future. If you do ascend, you might consider joining the Inferno Mountain." Lu Xian was momentarily taken aback by Elder Lai Yang's suggestion. Although he had heard various tidbits about the spirit realm, he was entirely unaware of its specifics. This was his first time hearing detailed information about the spirit realm. "Inferno Mountain is a power in the spirit realm?" Lu Xian inquired. Elder Lai Yang was momentarily stunned, looking at Lu Xian with some confusion. "Are you not from another continent's god transformation sect?" Lu Xian shook his head and smiled. "I am not." Yin Xiao and the others were somewhat surprised. They had assumed that given Lu Xian's displayed talent, he must belong to some god transformation sect's prodigy. They did not expect him to be without such affiliation. Elder Lai Yang quickly regained his composure and smiled. "Since you are not a cultivator from a god transformation sect, you may not be particularly familiar with the spirit realm. In that case, let me explain." Lu Xian's eyes brightened, and he smiled. "That would be most helpful, Elder." Elder Lai Yang shook his head. "It is no trouble at all, merely a small favor. My understanding of the spirit realm is based on messages brought back by the ascended ancestors of the Burning Heaven sect. The spirit realm is divided into 3 main continents, home to numerous races. Among humans, the strength of our kind is not considered top tier, merely first-rate. The most powerful force among humans is the 9 Heaven Sword Alliance. This alliance comprises multiple human sects, and the Inferno Mountain I mentioned earlier is one of them. Inferno Mountain specializes in fire-related Dao arts and is adept at crafting artifacts, holding a significant position within the 9 Heaven Sword Alliance. Several of our ancestors from the Burning Heaven sect who ascended have joined Inferno Mountain. If you were to join, our ancestors could provide some guidance." Listening to Elder Lai Yang's words, Lu Xian felt enlightened. He was indeed aware that the spirit realm had multiple races. Given that the current situation in the wilderness continent stemmed from the ancient wars between humans and other races, the source of these conflicts originated in the spirit realm, indicating that various races were indeed active there. It appears that the spirit realm is far from tranquil. For human cultivators to survive within it, unity is essential. However, Lu Xian remains unfamiliar with the Jiuxiao Sword Alliance and the Yanyu Mountain, making it impractical for him to make a commitment at this juncture. He decides to reserve his judgment until he has gathered more information. With this in mind, Lu Xian smiles and states, "I shall consider your esteemed opinion. My friend Lai Yang, once I ascend to the spirit realm, I will ascertain the circumstances surrounding Yanyu Mountain before reaching a decision." Lai Yang, taken aback by the suggestion's potential to sway Lu Xian directly into Yanyu Mountain, reflects on the fact that his proposal stems from the presence of their ancestors within the mountain. Given Lu Xian's exhibited talent, he undoubtedly surpasses those elders. Should Lu Xian join Yanyu Mountain, the ancestors would be able to protect him now, and as Lu Xian's strength flourishes, it would naturally benefit the elders as well. The enhancement of the elders' power would, in turn, bolster the strength of the Burning Heaven sect. Alas, with only a century left to live, Liang fears he may not witness this day. Nonetheless, having grown under the protection of the Burning Heaven sect, he harbors a desire to give back to the sect. He nods with a smile. As long as fellow Taoist Lu is willing to contemplate this, that is sufficient. Lu Xian nods in agreement. I shall give it serious thought. With that settled, he adds, now that the Tao essence has dissipated, we should explore other areas. Lu Xian turns towards the corridor, inquiring, from which direction did you arrive? Each of Lai Yang's companions shares their respective directions. Soon, Lu Xian realizes that he has traversed all 4 paths. It seems this place may hold no further opportunities. After all, the number of cultivators present in the room has significantly increased since his arrival. Given the palace's limited size, the influx of cultivators makes it exceedingly difficult to uncover additional chances. After some contemplation, Lu Xian expresses, the number of cultivators here is considerable. Seeking further opportunities may prove rather challenging. I intend to depart from this location. After a brief exchange of glances, Liang concurs, in that case, we should also take our leave. At this moment, Yanli interjects, by the way, Senior Liang, Lu Xian wishes to trade some 4th-grade heavenly materials and earthly treasures with us. As for the Sanyang jade, I had already intended to gift it to Lu Xian. Upon hearing this, Liang immediately responds with a smile. Our Burning Heaven sect, founded on the art of weapon forging, possesses an abundance of such materials. Since fellow Taoist Lu has a need, a trade is certainly feasible. Yan Xiao gazes at Lu Xian with a hint of astonishment, asking, fellow Taoist Lu, do you also practice weapon forging? Lu Xian smiles and nods. Indeed, I possess some knowledge in the craft. Encouraged, Yan Xiao declares, I have achieved a commendable level in weapon forging and can create superior grade magical treasures. Should you have any queries regarding the path of weapon forging, feel free to consult me. Consider it a favor from this encounter. Both Xianyang and Mu Yin chime in. I can lend you my notes on weapon forging. Fellow Taoist Lu, should you require assistance in this field, do not hesitate to reach out. If they were not accompanying Lu Xian, they would never have ventured so close to the Tao essence. Once they stray further away, the effects of comprehension would undoubtedly diminish. They feel compelled to repay this kindness. As elder cultivators of the Burning Heaven sect, they possess ample confidence in their ability to mentor Lu Xian. Receiving their offers, Lu Xian graciously accepts, nodding with a smile. I would be grateful for your guidance. Liang adds, I am capable of forging superior-grade Xiantian treasures. Do not hesitate to seek my assistance if needed. Lu Xian casts a surprised glance at Liang. A weapon forger of such caliber is indeed a rare find. This elder Liang is truly impressive, a testament to the Burning Heaven sect's mastery in weapon forging. Lu Xian nods appreciatively. I look forward to your guidance. Indeed, indeed. The group converses as they make their way toward the palace's exit. Along the way, they encounter several Yuan and cultivators. Observing the large group, especially with several donned in the robes of the Burning Heaven sect, the cultivators quickly make way, allowing them to pass. The group moves swiftly and soon exits the palace. Once outside, Lu Xian bows to his companions, saying, you all must be seeking further opportunities. I shall take my leave for now. After departing from the Void Fissure, I will contact Xiao Li to arrange our transaction. Elder Liang nods slightly. Just as he is about to speak, a sudden, thunderous roar erupts from the Void Fissure, followed by a powerful wave of spatial turbulence. Instantly, all eyes turn towards the void. Lu Xian feels a jolt of fear, sensing that the fissure may collapse, an alarming prospect. Liang remarks, it seems we need not delay. The Void Fissure is on the verge of closing. Lu Xian realizes with clarity that his instincts were correct. The fissure is indeed about to collapse. Yanli smiles, suggesting, we should all leave the Void Fissure together. Lu Xian, shall we proceed directly to the Burning Heaven sect? After some consideration, Lu Xian nods. That sounds agreeable. Chapter 340. Elder Liang. The skill of the craftsman who forged this flying vessel is extraordinary. Lu Xian gazes outside the palace and quickly spots his flying vessel. He addresses Liang and the others. I have a few companions and a senior sister over there. Why don't you join me on the vessel? And we can travel together to the Burning Heaven sect? Liang contemplates before responding. In that case, I shall not impose on fellow Taoist Lu. Not at all. Lu Xian shakes his head, leading the group towards the vessel. On the vessel, Nan Gongyu and her companions also sense the immense turbulence in the void. They are puzzled about whether to contact Lu Xian when they see him approach, accompanied by several cultivators from the Burning Heaven sect. Once they land, Nan Gongyu exchanges glances with the elders from the Burning Heaven sect. Ye Zhiyin inquires, Lu Xian, what is happening here? Why is there such commotion? Lu Xian explains, the Void Fissure is about to close. We must leave. The four women nod in understanding. Nan Gongyu looks at Lai Yang and the others, smiling. Lu Xian, who are these individuals? Lu Xian responds with a slight smile. Allow me to introduce them. This is Nan Gongyu, Yi Jiyan, and Su Su, my companions, and this is Gongyu Yao, my senior sister. The three women smile politely at the newcomers, while Gongyu Yao's expression reflects a mixture of emotions. Unlike the others, her introduction feels distinct. She recalls the earlier remarks from the three women, glancing at Lu Xian with a glimmer in her eyes. Initially, Gongyu Yao had felt confident in her own abilities as a natural ice spirit, blessed with extraordinary fortune and keen insight. She once believed that under her leadership, the Han Yuan sword sect would ascend to become a Yuaning sect, perhaps even a transcendent one. However, since the arrival of her junior brother Lu Xian, circumstances have shifted dramatically. Though senior sister Su Su was also talented, she pales in comparison to Gongyu Yao, not to mention Xiao Yu and sister Yi. Unexpectedly, with Lu Xian's assistance, the talents and cultivation of the three individuals now far surpassed hers. To claim that she felt no stirring within her heart would be utterly disingenuous. Moreover, she herself regarded Lu Xian in a highly favorable light. If what the trio suggested were indeed true, could she perhaps become the Dao companion of her junior brother? Yet, what were his thoughts about her? In a moment of turmoil, Gong Yue found her thoughts spiraling chaotically. After introducing Gong Yue and her companions, Lu Xian began to present the elders of the Fenchan sect. This is Taoist Liang, this is Taoist Xianyang, Taoist Mayan, Taoist Yanli, and Taoist Yanxiao. These five are all elders at the nascent soul stage of the Fenchan sect. The four from Nanganjiayu promptly bowed in greeting. Although Yanli and the others noted that the four were merely golden core cultivators, they did not show disdain, returning the greeting with smiles. The emotions of Nanganjayu's group were somewhat complex. After all, who could have anticipated that these small golden core cultivators from lesser sects would have the opportunity to converse with the elders of the Transformation God sect? Furthermore, the elders of the Transformation God sect were exceptionally friendly towards them. They understood that the cordiality displayed by the elders stemmed from Lu Xian's reputation. The void fissure is likely to close within 5 days. We must depart now, Liang reminded. Lu Xian nodded in agreement. Very well. He activated the flying vessel, which transformed into a fleeting shadow as it soared towards the periphery of the void fissure. At this moment, Liang and the others gazed curiously at the flying vessel. As a master craftsman capable of forging high-quality Xiantian magical artifacts, Liang's discerning eye was naturally sharp. After merely a few glances, he revealed a look of astonishment. Is this a flying vessel of the high-quality Xiantian magical artifact grade? Upon hearing Liang's words, Yanli and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. A high-quality Xiantian magical artifact? They immediately began to scrutinize the inscriptions and construction of the vessel's edges. Could it truly be a high-quality Xiantian magical artifact? This craftsmanship is truly remarkable. It seems this flying vessel has been reforged. Its original quality likely did not reach that of a high-quality Xiantian magical artifact. To refine a vessel of such superior quality, the skill of the craftsman must be extraordinary, beyond imagination. They murmured, their voices filled with awe. Indeed, such a craftsman might even be capable of forging supreme Xiantian magical artifacts. The crowd buzzed with excitement, occasionally exclaiming in wonder. Lu Xian could not help but smile, remarking, Elder Liang and the others possess sharp eyes. This is indeed a high-quality Xiantian magical artifact. Liang immediately inquired with curiosity, Taoist Lu, do you know who forged this flying vessel? I suspect their crafting skills surpass even my own. If you could enlighten me as to the identity of this craftsman, I would owe you a great favor. The four of Gong Yue exchanged peculiar glances. How could these elders of the Fenchan sect behave like inexperienced craftsmen from a small sect? Did they truly not know that this artifact was crafted by Lu Xian himself? Lu Xian found himself in a similarly strange mood. With a slight smile, he replied, this flying vessel was reforged by me. A silence enveloped the air. The previously astonished Yan Xiao and the others now stood in shock, their heads snapping towards Lu Xian, their eyes brimming with incredulity. Particularly Yanli, who appeared utterly dazed. She knew Lu Xian was a formidable alchemist capable of concocting supreme blood fiend condensing essence pills. She was also aware that he could refine large formations and was a master of fourth-tier formation techniques. However, she had no inkling that he was also a craftsman of flying vessels. According to Elder Liang's implication, Lu Xian could forge supreme Xiantian magical artifacts. Could it be that he was a fourth-tier master craftsman? How could one person master so many skills? Just how high was his comprehension and innate talent? While Yanli had always admired Lu Xian as a master alchemist and formation expert, she had never felt such profound respect until now. Upon learning he was also a master craftsman, given her own passion for crafting, She felt an overwhelming desire to learn the art of crafting from him right then and there. However, she also recalled her earlier offer to lend her crafting insights to assist Lu Xian in forging his innate magical artifact. Now, she felt a tinge of embarrassment. How could her modest skills compare to Lu Xian's? It seemed Lu Xian had been quietly observing her amusement, given his own extraordinary crafting abilities, yet he never mentioned it. Sensing the silence, Lu Xian blinked innocently. Elder Liang, esteemed friends, is everything all right? Why is there no response? The corner of Liang's mouth twitched. Taoist Lu, you can't be jesting, can you? You truly crafted this? Lu Xian nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it was crafted by me. Rest assured, Elder Liang, I am not joking. A collective gasp escaped the lips of Xianyang, Mayan, and Yanxiao. They soon found themselves ensnared in the same awkwardness as Yanli. Having previously offered to share their crafting notes with Lu Xian, even discussing teaching him the craft. Given Lu Xian's skill level, it seemed far more likely he would teach them instead. Elder Liang was the first to regain his composure. He cleared his throat and spoke. Taoist Lu's crafting skills are truly admirable. Should the opportunity arise, I would like to learn from you. Lu Xian smiled in return, saying, Elder Liang, you are too kind. Your ability to forge high-quality Xiantian magical artifacts is commendable. I too wish to learn from your vast experience. Elder Liang's eyes brightened, his face beaming with joy. Mutual learning. Mutual learning. Ha ha ha. Chapter 341. Deep within the Finchen Rift, Finchen Sect. The speed of the flying vessel was remarkable. In no time, they soared beyond the void fissure. Beyond the fissure lay the outer region of the Finchen Rift, while the Finchen Sect was nestled deep within. Under Liang's guidance, Lu Xian maneuvered the vessel towards the direction of the Finchen Sect. As they ventured deeper into the rift, the surrounding air grew increasingly sweltering. The rift was alive with heat waves, and the air was thick with the scent of sulfur and flames. Almost no vegetation could thrive here, save for a few fire-attributed spiritual herbs, such as qianko and rung, which flourished abundantly. The vast ground of the rift was riddled with crisscrossing fissures, from which magma occasionally erupted. This magma flowed along the cracks like a stream, forming boiling rivers of lava. These rivers coalesced into pools brimming with molten rock. The temperatures within these lakes were so high that the air above them twisted and distorted. Gazing down at the pools of lava, Lu Xian remarked, This place is indeed quite suitable for crafting. Liang nodded with a smile. Indeed, the Finchen Sect is blessed with a unique location, making it an ideal environment for craftsmen. As he spoke, he sent a message to Yanli. Little Li, Taoist Lu possesses extraordinary talents. Why not give it a try? How will you know unless you attempt it? In recent days, Liang, Yanxiao, Xianyang, and Mayan had frequently communicated with Yanli, hoping she would persuade Lu Xian to join the Finchen Sect. After all, as a sect of the transformation god, the Finchen Sect held a prestigious standing in the vast realm of the Xian spiritual world. Joining the Finchen Sect is the aspiration of every aspiring immortal. However, Lu Xian stands apart from other prodigies. He is an extraordinary genius. Should Lu Xian become a member of the Finchen Sect, it would indeed be a privilege for the sect itself. Given the close relationship between Yan Li and Lu Xian, coupled with the familiarity that has developed among Yan Li, Lu Xian, and a few of her companions and senior sisters over the past few days, they all hope that Yan Li can persuade Lu Xian to join the sect. With a heavy heart, Yan Li transmitted her thoughts. Senior brother Liang, Lu Xian is already affiliated with the sect. He will not join us in the Finchen Sect. Why must you inquire further? What's the harm in asking? Just give it a try? What if it works out? Yan Li sighed inwardly. Wouldn't it be wonderful if our Finchen Sect could produce an ancestor who ascends to the spirit realm? Yan Li had not elaborated further when a transmission from Yen Xiao interrupted her. Sister, I find Lu Dao you to be quite dashing and charming. Speak plainly, Yan Li replied, her annoyance evident. Clearing his throat, Yen Xiao continued, I believe it's time for you to consider finding a companion. Yan Li retorted, I have a lifespan exceeding 1,000 years. At 172, I am akin to a mere 17-year-old in mortal terms. I am not old. However, having a supportive partner could be beneficial, Yen Xiao argued. And why don't you seek one out? Women would only hinder my efficiency in crafting. Yan Li was left speechless. Under Yan Li's scrutinizing gaze, Yen Xiao chuckled nervously. Well, I have conveyed Lu Daoyu's information to the ancestor. You understand? A blush crept across Yan Li's cheeks as she transmitted. So, the ancestor hopes for Lu Xian to become my companion? Yen Xiao nodded slightly. Indeed. The ancestor holds Lu Daoyu in high regard. His talents are indeed astonishing. I have traveled across many great continents and attended numerous grand events. Yet I have never encountered someone of Lu Daoyu's caliber. Yan Li, exasperated, interjected. That point is unnecessary to reiterate. Yen Xiao insisted earnestly. Xiaoli, I truly believe you should consider this. By the way, The ancestor also expressed a desire for Lu Xian to join our Finchen sect. Yinli sighed. So it all circles back to wanting Lu Xian in the Finchen sect? She glanced at Lu Xian, who was intently observing the swirling flames in the distance. With a slight smile, she said, Lu Xian, I am quite curious as to which sect could nurture a talent like you. Lu Xian chuckled. My sect is not formidable. In comparison to the Finchen sect, it could be deemed quite weak. Upon hearing this, Yinli raised an eyebrow. Have you considered joining the Finchen sect? Our resources could be endlessly beneficial to you. Lu Xian replied with a smile. No, thank you. Although my sect may not be powerful, they have treated me well, providing immense support during my weaker days. Now that I have grown stronger, my sect will naturally flourish alongside me. Though Lai Yang and the others appeared to be engrossed in studying the inscriptions on the flying vessel, they had indeed overheard the exchange between Lu Xian and Yinli. Realizing Lu Xian's sentiments, they understood that it was unlikely he would join the Finchen sect. After all, given his remarkable talents and his current peak nascent soul stage power, he possessed the capability to elevate his sect to greater heights. Yinli comprehended Lu Xian's perspective and remarked, I find myself increasingly intrigued by your sect, as it has proven loyal to such an extraordinary talent. Lu Xian suggested, if you have the time, Shaoli, you could accompany me to Cangzhou for a visit. Consider it a journey of exploration. He had not forgotten his desire to have Yin Li as a companion, hoping she could assist him in his crafting endeavors. Now that the invitation was laid forth, it was the perfect opportunity for them to bond and deepen their acquaintance. Yin Li, taken aback by Lu Xian's proposition, hesitated momentarily, her gaze flickering with intrigue. She was genuinely curious about the sect that had cultivated such an unrivaled genius. The prospect of visiting and witnessing it firsthand was indeed appealing. With a smile, she replied, Since you have invited me, I shall visit Cangzhou, as I have never been there before. Lu Xian grinned, Then we shall go together. Meanwhile, Gong Yueying, observing from the sidelines, felt a twinge of disappointment. She sensed that Lu Xian's invitation was directed towards Yinli. Did this mean he harbored feelings for her? Was she, as his senior sister, inferior to Yinli? Certainly, Yinli had attained early nascent soul stage prowess, making her formidable. Yet, Gong Yueying was still young, barely over 50. With her talents, reaching early nascent soul stage within a century was not out of reach, even with fewer resources than Yinli. In terms of talent, she believed she was not overshadowed by Yinli. Regarding appearance, while Yinli was indeed striking, she herself was not lacking. In terms of figure, she felt she was equally commendable. Why then did her junior brother not show her the same enthusiasm? Gong Yueying found herself in a state of discontent. The trio of Nangong Yu and others were equally taken aback. It was their first encounter witnessing Lu Xian actively inviting a female cultivator to explore. Based on their understanding of Lu Xian, it seemed unlikely that he was merely attracted to her looks. Yinli, having engaged with them over the past few days, was straightforward and somewhat naive, with a slightly impatient temperament, yet not volatile. Overall, she was quite likable. But surely Lu Xian's interest could not be based solely on these traits? The three exchanged glances, puzzled. However, they decided not to delve further into the matter. If they truly wished to inquire, they would have ample opportunity when they were alone later. As their conversation unfolded, the flying vessel traversed through a tempest of fiery winds, revealing ahead a grand palace complex constructed from crimson rocks. Elder Lai Yang smiled and announced, Lu Daoyu, we have arrived at the Finchen sect. Welcome to our esteemed sect. Chapter 342, The 100 Forged Finchen Treasure Talisman and the Finchen Sacred Classic. The Finchen sect is situated in the deepest part of the rift, with towering cliffs rising into the clouds behind it. At the heart of the sect lies a massive magma pool. In the center of this pool stands a black iron pillar, entwined with chains that root deeply into the magma's edge. From this pillar, Lu Xian discerned numerous intricate runes. As a master of formations, he immediately recognized this as the core of a grand array, likely serving as the protective formation of the Finchen sect. Beyond the palaces, the cliffs had been hollowed into numerous caverns, densely clustered like a beehive, from which flickering flames occasionally erupted. Lu Xian observed Finchen sect disciples entering and exiting these caverns. Noticing Lu Xian's gaze on the cliff's caverns, Lai Yang explained, those are the sect's refining fire caverns, where we utilize our unique formation to draw the underground fire essence into the caverns for crafting. Lu Xian nodded in understanding, replying with a smile, indeed. The environment here is truly exceptional. He surmised that the Finchen sect's current prominence was significantly influenced by the unique conditions of the Finchen Rift. Let us proceed to the sect. I shall escort you to the esteemed guest palace, declared Lai Yang. Upon hearing this, Yinli interjected, Senior brother Lai Yang, may I invite Lu Xian and his companions to reside in my palace? It would be just as comfortable there. Lai Yang paused momentarily, then turned to Lu Xian with a smile. Dear friend Lu, would you be amenable to staying in Little Li's palace? As a nascent soul elder, Yin Li's palace boasted an environment superior to that of the guest palace. Lu Xian replied with a grin, "We have no objections. In that case, you shall accompany little Li," Lai Yang affirmed. Yin Xiao, standing nearby, wore a broad smile. Although his foolish sister had said little, the fact that Lu Xian was to reside in her palace was a promising sign. No male cultivator had ever stayed in his sister's palace before, which was indeed cause for celebration. With Yin Li looking after them, Lai Yang and the other elders bid farewell to Lu Xian, as they had just returned from a rift in the void and needed to assess their gains. Soon, the elders departed, leaving only Yin Li to guide Lu Xian to her palace. As a gifted elder in the nascent soul stage, her palace was situated in the heart of the Burning Heaven sect, where the concentration of spiritual energy was exceptionally rich, particularly in fire-type energy. For cultivators with a fire affinity, this place was nothing short of paradise. As their flying vessel hovered above Yin Li's palace, she signaled for the group to disembark and enter the palace. A few female cultivators emerged, greeting her warmly. "Elder Yin Li, you have returned." Yin Li nodded, smiling as she introduced her companions. "These are my friends. Please prepare 5 guest chambers." Yes, the female cultivators promptly went to prepare the rooms. Yin Li then turned to Lu Xian and his companions, saying, "Let us take a moment to explore the Burning Heaven sect." The group followed her as they exited the palace and began to wander around the sect. Yin Li's status within the Burning Heaven sect was quite elevated. Every passing cultivator would pause to respectfully greet her, to which she would respond with a courteous nod. The onlookers were curious about Lu Xian and his group, who were not adorned in the sect's robes and clearly hailed from outside, yet were personally attended to by Yin Li, indicating their extraordinary status. Yin Li led them on a tour of the sect, showcasing the various halls, including the Artifact Forging Hall, the Law Enforcement Hall, the Fire Fiend Hall, the Library Hall, and the Celestial Patrol Hall. She also guided them to the Fire Forging Pit, allowing them to experience the intense geothermal flames within. Before long, they approached the central feature of the Burning Heaven sect, the Lava Lake. As they neared the lake, Lu Xian sensed an undercurrent of ferocious energy emanating from it. This aura was overwhelmingly powerful. Merely a hint of it made him break into a cold sweat. With a look of disbelief, he gazed at the lava lake and asked, "Little Li, is there something lurking within this lake?" His words surprised Nen Gongyue and the others, who exchanged glances. "Is there something in the lake? I didn't sense anything," Su Su remarked, taking a swig of her drink, puzzled. The others, including Gong Yueying, shared similar sentiments and turned their attention to Yin Li. Yin Li looked at Lu Xian in astonishment. "You can sense the presence of our ancestral guardian?" "Ancestral guardian?" Lu Xian and his companions were taken aback. The only beings within the Burning Heaven sect that could be referred to as ancestral guardians were likely those at the transformation stage. Is there truly a transformation stage cultivator beneath this lava lake? Yet, Lu Xian still felt something amiss, detecting a trace of demonic energy within that aura. Just as he was lost in thought, Yin Li explained, "Beneath lies our sect's guardian beast, the Li Huojiao, a transformation stage creature. This Li Huojiao was obtained by an ancestral elder over 10,000 years ago during a fortuitous encounter. Though that elder could not ascend and ultimately passed away within the sect's core, the Li Huojiao, being a beast, has a lifespan far exceeding that of humans and continues to reside here." Lu Xian understood. "No wonder I sensed a hint of demonic energy." Beside him, Nen Gongwei remarked, "Truly befitting of a transformation stage sect, the depth of its heritage is remarkable, possessing a guardian beast of such caliber." Su Su and Gong Yueying nodded in agreement. Only Yi Ji Yin remained indifferent, as she was also a disciple of the transformation stage sect, the Pill Cauldron sect, and had some understanding of their profound heritage. Yin Li smiled. "This Li Huojiao has a rather irritable temperament. It usually sleeps and cultivates, seldom making an appearance unless the sect faces troubles. Let us continue." With that, Yin Li led Lu Xian and the others on a leisurely stroll. They also observed several secret realms under the sect's control, including one that produced the coveted Sanyang Jade in a molten fire land, teeming with fire-veined spiritual energy nourished by the earthly, heavenly, and heart fires. This realm was an exceptional resource for the Burning Heaven sect. Throughout their exploration, Yin Li occasionally shared tidbits of information about the Burning Heaven sect, such as the Celestial Patrol Hall, responsible for external battles and patrolling the Burning Rift. Unlike other regions, every force here maintained a structured organization for external warfare. Given the fierce competition for resources, the sect's core technique, the Burning Heaven Sacred Cannon, was a formidable fire-type art of mid-tier celestial rank, capable of cultivating the immensely powerful Burning Heaven Purple Fire. As an artifact forging sect, their legacy in this domain was equally formidable, with their forging secret manual, the 100 refinements of the Burning Heaven Talismans, being a supreme celestial-grade text. This manual encapsulated the core philosophy of utilizing fire as a tool and spirit as a hammer to seize the heavens' creations and refine all treasures. The 100 refinements of the Burning Heaven Talismans and the Burning Heaven Sacred Canon formed the foundation of the Burning Heaven sect. Lu Xian found both techniques and manuals intriguing, yet lamented that, as a non-disciple of the Burning Heaven sect, he could not practice them. This left him somewhat disgruntled, suspecting that Yan Li mentioned them merely to entice him. Nevertheless, understanding he could not learn them, he refrained from pressing further. After their tour of the Burning Heaven sect, Yan Li escorted them back to the palace, where the guest rooms were now ready, and each of Lu Xian's group was assigned a suite. However, Gong Yueing internally grumbled that, given Lu Xian and Nan Gongyue's demeanor, there was no need for 5 separate guest rooms. They could simply share one. Lu Xian, you all should rest for the day. I will procure some Sanyang jade and other precious materials for you. I shall have them ready by tomorrow, Yan Li said. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian's eyes brightened, and he smiled. Thank you. That would be a great help. He was only a step away from forging his lifebound treasure. And with the Sanyang jade in hand, he could proceed directly to the crafting. The Burning Heaven sect, being a sacred ground for forging, provided an ideal environment for the creation of the primordial cauldron. Chapter 343, Xianing Dun Su Jing, The Darkness Behind the Wild State. After Yan Li departed, Gong Yueing spoke up. We have been somewhat fatigued these days. I shall retire to rest now. Before Lu Xian could respond, Gong Yueing turned and entered her guest room. Lu Xian cast a puzzled glance at the door of the room where Gong Yuyao was. Expressing his confusion, why does it seem like Senior Sister Gong has something on her mind? Upon hearing this, Su Su and the others exchanged curious looks. Yi Jian, with a playful smile, suggested, could it be that Senior Sister Gong's concerns are related to you, Lu Xian? The trio erupted into laughter at Lu Xian's bewildered expression. Nan Gongyu playfully patted Lu Xian on the shoulder and said, Lu Xian, don't forget to reward me in the future. Leaning closer to his ear, she added with a grin. It seems Senior Sister Gong has taken an interest in you and is contemplating whether to join us. Lu Xian? Wait, what? Is Senior Sister Gong really thinking that way? Lu Xian turned to Nan Gongyu, inquiring, what does this have to do with you? Nan Gongyu crossed her arms and replied with feigned annoyance. I was the one who directly proposed it in front of Senior Sister Gong. Wouldn't you agree? Lu Xian looked taken aback. Why do I get the feeling that you three are all scheming to help me find a partner? Noticing the smug expression on Nan Gongyu's face, he chuckled. All right then, I'll reward you right now. With that, Lu Xian lifted Nan Gongyu and headed towards the room. Realizing what was happening, her expression changed dramatically, and she exclaimed, that is not the kind of reward I wanted. Other rewards are fine, but let us start with this one, Nan Gongyu. Meanwhile, Yi Jian and Su Su quietly stepped back, attempting to distance themselves. Lu Xian grinned. If you leave now, little you will suffer. Nan Gongyu turned to the two with a look of horror. You plan to abandon me? We're all good sisters here. Leaving me to face this alone? Is that even humane? The two exchanged awkward smiles. Ultimately, they couldn't withstand Nan Gongyu's astonished and resentful gaze, and silently followed Lu Xian into the room. Considering that Yan Li would be bringing the 3 Yang Jade the next day, Lu Xian decided to keep things brief this time. This allowed Nan Gongyu and the others to feel as though they had narrowly escaped a calamity. As they leaned against Lu Xian, Nan Gongyu suddenly recalled something and spoke up. By the way, while we were outside, we encountered 4 Yuanian cultivators who had designs on our flying boat. I managed to eliminate them using a formation. Here is their storage bag. With a flourish of her hand, the storage bag that had fallen to the ground floated over. Lu Xian accepted it, smiling. It's astounding that there are indeed some who dare to make a move against you. He felt no concern for the safety of Nan Gongyu and her companions. After all, he had invested considerable effort into the defensive formation of the flying boat, which was capable of withstanding the full force of peak Yuanian cultivators. Unless they faced a transformation stage cultivator, they were not in any real danger. Moreover, if any cultivators dared to attack them, even if Nan Gongyu failed to defeat them, Lu Xian would certainly take action upon learning about it. The flying boat could easily be refined again, but Nan Gongyu and her companions were his partners, and Gong Yuyao was also his senior sister. Naturally, he could not allow them to be bullied. However, Lu Xian was quite pleased that Nan Gongyu, now delving into formation techniques, was able to dispatch Yuanian cultivators using the flying boat's formation. This indicated that his guidance was yielding positive results. With a playful kiss on Nan Gongyu's cheek, he remarked, well done, little you. You've actually managed to kill a Yuanian cultivator. Nan Gongyu's heart swelled with joy, and with a haughty huff, she replied, of course. After all, with all the insights into formation techniques you've shared, my skills in that area have improved significantly. Standing nearby, Yi Jian teased. So it's clear that it's all thanks to Lu Xian's nurturing. Even Nan Gongyu, known for her thick skin, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. She playfully pinched Yi Jian's cheek, saying, as if your alchemy skills weren't cultivated by Lu Xian. Watching the two banter, Lu Xian simply smiled. He then took out the storage bags he had obtained from the Xianing Master and the Beast Lord, beginning to inspect their contents. As Lu Xian examined the items in the storage bag, Yi Jian and Nangong Yu ceased their playful antics and, along with Su Su, joined him in reviewing their findings. It was undeniable that the wealth of a Yuanian cultivator was substantial. The storage bag of the Xianing Master contained various techniques, medicinal pills, talismans, magical artifacts, and more. Upon careful inspection, Lu Xian discovered that the most valuable item was the Xianing Master's core technique, the Xianing escape technique. This was a top-grade earth-level technique, likely the foundational technique of the Xianing sect. It encompassed methods for concealing one's form, suppressing one's aura, and various escape techniques, complemented by specialized assassination sword techniques and other spells. Lu Xian's eyes lit up at the sight of this technique, the secret technique he currently used for aura suppression. The turtle breath concealment technique was only a top-grade earth-level skill, with the Xianing escape technique. Once he comprehended its fundamentals and subsequently utilized the nine-colored light to refine it, he could potentially acquire a top-grade heaven-level technique. At that point, Lu Xian would experience tremendous advancements in stealth, aura suppression, and escape techniques. Moreover, this technique primarily focused on the path of assassination, a domain he had never before mastered, which would also deepen Lu Xian's foundation. In addition to this top-grade earth-level technique, there was also a book that recorded some of the secrets of the Xianing sect. This book was not a technique manual, but rather chronicled the sect's hidden truths, including its internal secrets, various strongholds, concealed resource points, and compromising information on certain cultivators. As Lu Xian perused the secrets of the cultivators, he found himself both astonished and enlightened. The trio accompanying him, Su Su and the others, widened their eyes in disbelief. Wow, these elders and the sect master are quite extravagant, they mused. However, their expressions soon turned serious. In addition to some trivial gossip about the Yuanian sects, there were also some sordid dealings hidden within. This even included heinous acts such as blood sacrifices involving mortals and low-tier cultivators. The revelations were shocking, filling several pages and illustrating that the situation in the wilderness state was indeed more chaotic than in the Song state. After finishing their reading, Lu Xian and the others couldn't help but sigh, though the secrets were of little use to them. The Xianing sect's concealed resource points could prove quite lucrative for their endeavors. Su Su's observation received agreement from Lu Xian and the others. While it was evident from these revelations that many Yuanian cultivators in the wilderness state had murky pasts, Lu Xian himself was not one of them. He could hardly waltz into those sects with the list in hand and annihilate them, could he? If he were to do so, it would surely incite a collective backlash from the sects of the wilderness state, a move that would be counterproductive. At that moment, Nangong Yu pondered for a bit before suggesting, Lu Xian, I think you could hand over this list to Yanli. After all, the Burning Heaven sect is a transformation stage sect, and perhaps they could deal with this matter. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian's eyes brightened, and he exclaimed, That's a splendid idea. After a moment of contemplation, he added with a smile, In that case, we might as well accompany them to assess the situation. Given the number of rogue cultivators, we could potentially gain some merit by using the pure lotus of the world to ferry souls. Hearing this, Su Su and the others' eyes sparkled with excitement. What a brilliant plan. Chapter 344. The Three-Yang Jade is acquired. In addition to the Xianing escape technique and the book detailing the secrets of the Xianing sect, this storage bag also contained two top-grade magical artifacts. One item is the soul-breaking needle, specifically designed to penetrate protective auras and spiritual defenses, while the other is a unique artifact known as the illusionary mask. This treasure, resembling a human skin mask, allows the wearer to alter their appearance and even simulate their aura. The special capability of the illusionary mask instantly captivated Lu Xian, as he had never encountered such an artifact before. It is presumably tailored for assassination, aligning with the Shadow Sect's inclination towards stealth and the path of shadows. While the exquisite artifacts may not hold exceptional utility for Lu Xian at present, should he refine the illusionary mask to the level of a mystical heavenly artifact, it could indeed prove advantageous. The same applies to the soul-breaking needle. A treasure specifically designed to dismantle protective auras and spiritual defenses is equally rare. If Lu Xian could comprehend the underlying principles and refine it further to the mystical heavenly level, he would gain another trump card. In addition to the artifacts, there are several elixirs, including 2 vials of low-grade medicinal pills such as the Blood Fiend Condensation Pill and the Purple Palace Cultivation Pill, which are utilized by nascent soul stage cultivators. Furthermore, various poisonous herbs, toxic pills, and antidotes are present, including a formula for a nascent soul antidote. the 7 stars white rainbow pill, which is quite promising. Lu Xian handed the formula to Yi Jian beside him, saying, Yin Yin, please study this formula. Once you grasp it, return it to me. Yi Jian smiled and nodded. I have yet to encounter a 4th-tier antidote. It seems quite intriguing. Besides the elixirs, the storage bag also contained numerous talismans, materials from demonic beasts, and demon pills. The remaining contents were spirit stones. As a nascent soul cultivator and the head of a nascent soul sect, the Shadow Master's storage bag held a substantial quantity of spirit stones, totaling over 20 million mid-grade spirit stones. After examining the Shadow Master's storage bag, Lu Xian proceeded to inspect the storage bag of the Beast Sovereign. Within the Beast Sovereign storage bag, there was also a high-grade earth-tier cultivation technique, the 10,000 Beasts Control Spirit Technique. This method encompasses communication with demonic beasts, signing spirit-beast contracts, cultivating spirit beasts, and executing combined attacks with them. Lu Xian was particularly impressed by the Beast Sovereign's fusion of 3 spirit beasts during their previous encounter, which showcased this combined attack technique. The technique included numerous notes left by the Beast Sovereign, which could be considered his insights and experiences in cultivation. Upon a cursory review, Lu Xian found the technique quite commendable for cultivating spirit beasts, and he contemplated learning it later. However, he wavered on whether to utilize the 9-colored radiance for its deduction, as he already possessed an ample array of techniques, including the Celestial Tier 9 Nether Soul Devouring Secret Classic, the Earth Tier Primordial Guidance Technique, and the Dragon Might Soul Suppressing Technique, which specializes in spiritual attacks, along with the recently acquired Shadow Void Escape Scripture. These were all formidable techniques that warranted deduction using the 9-colored radiance. Completing all these deductions would likely require 2,000 to 3,000 units of 9-colored radiance, which would take Lu Xian approximately 8 to 9 years to accumulate. This does not even factor in the various arts of alchemy, weapon crafting, and formations. The 9-colored radiance was indeed in short supply. Although the 10,000 Beasts Control Spirit technique was impressive, it ultimately relied on spirit beasts, making it an external asset. If Lu Xian had an abundance of 9-colored radiance, he could afford to deduce it. Otherwise, he leaned toward not pursuing its deduction. Nevertheless, even without deduction, this technique could be brought back to the sect to cultivate a cadre of disciples proficient in beast taming, and it could potentially surpass the sect's original foundational techniques. In addition to the 10,000 Beasts Control Spirit technique, the storage bag contained a compendium of demonic beasts from the wild continent, detailing the habits, weaknesses, habitats, and values of various demonic beasts. This was indeed a valuable resource. Moreover, there were several spirit beast eggs and beast taming rings, as well as various demonic beast blood essences, demon pills, and materials. The blood essences and demon pills were particularly beneficial for Lu Xian, as they were crucial for refining the blood fiend condensation pill. The demonic beast materials could also be utilized for weapon crafting, making them equally advantageous for Lu Xian. Additionally, there were various spiritual herbs that could hasten the maturation and activate the bloodlines of demonic beasts, such as blood dragon grass and gliding orchid. Aside from these, there were some spirit stones. The Beast Sovereign, being an independent cultivator, possessed far fewer spirit stones than the Shadow Master, totaling less than 10 million mid-grade spirit stones. However, when accounting for the various demonic beast materials and blood essences, the Beast Sovereign was still quite affluent. In addition to the Shadow Master and the Beast Sovereign, Lu Xian also tallied the storage bags of the 4 nascent soul cultivators killed by Nangongyu. The wealth within these storage bags was comparable to that of the Shadow Master and the Beast Sovereign. Each bag contained several Earth-tier cultivation techniques and spells, along with various 3rd and 4th-tier elixirs, talismans, and formations. The remainder consisted of materials, herbs, and spirit stones. Collectively, the 6 nascent soul cultivators' storage bags yielded 7 Earth-tier cultivation techniques and spellbooks, with even more celestial and yellow-tier texts. There were 11 4th-tier crafting materials, including ores and demonic beast materials, and over 60 4th-tier herbs. The 3rd-tier materials and herbs totaled in the thousands. The 4th-tier elixirs and talismans were predominantly low-grade and mid-grade, holding little value for Lu Xian, who planned to sell them later. The total count of spirit stones amounted to approximately 80 million mid-grade spirit stones. Coupled with the mid-grade spirit stones Lu Xian previously acquired, his current total surpassed 100 million. It is likely that even a peak nascent soul cultivator would take centuries to amass such wealth. This does not even account for the various treasures and artifacts. In summary, this endeavor has substantially enriched Lu Xian's resources, effectively doubling his assets. The trio accompanying Lu Xian in the inventory process were thoroughly astonished. They had never witnessed such a bountiful treasure trove in their lives and were brimming with excitement, almost eager to engage in further dual cultivation. However, considering that Yin Li would arrive shortly, they ultimately restrained their fervor. After half an hour, Lu Xian's communication talisman stirred with activity. Scanning with his consciousness, he discovered it was a message from Yanli. Lu Xian, I am coming to find you shortly. The 3-yang jade is prepared for you. Lu Xian's heart raced, and he took a deep breath before replying, all right. After the communication, Lu Xian turned to Nangong Yu and the others, stating, the 3-yang jade will soon be in hand. The Burning Heaven sect is quite suitable for weapon crafting. I intend to enter seclusion to refine the primordial cauldron. During this time, you should focus on your cultivation here with Yanli. Nangong Yu and the others nodded in agreement. Rest assured, junior brother. We will take this opportunity to comprehend the spatial laws you previously shared. During their dual cultivation yesterday, Lu Xian had shared his insights on spatial laws with Su Su and the others. Given the profound nature of spatial laws, even with Lu Xian employing the spirit exchange method, they had yet to grasp its fundamentals. According to Lu Xian's speculation, even with the spirit exchange method, it would likely take several days of dual cultivation to gain a foothold in these spatial laws. This realization led Lu Xian to observe that as the cultivation techniques and laws grew increasingly profound, the efficacy of the spirit exchange method gradually diminished. Perhaps this is the limitation of celestial tier techniques? However, for the time being, the insights into the cultivation methods at the level of the Xianling realm should still be easily shared. Once Lu Xian ascends to the spirit realm, he can seek out other dual cultivation methods there, and then utilize the 9-colored radiance to deduce new dual cultivation techniques based on the template of the Su New Jersey Yin-Yang contract. The 4 of them rose from the bed and tidied up the disarray within the room. Subsequently, Lu Xian opened the door. As he did, a radiant light descended just outside his room. Noticing that Nangong Yu and the others were also present, Yanli greeted them with a smile. Ah, it seems my younger sisters are here as well. Nangong Yu and the others returned the greeting with smiles. Yanli then turned to Lu Xian and produced a storage bag, saying, here is the 3-sun jade I prepared for you, along with some 4th-tier refining materials and my insights on refining. Chapter 345, The Divine Puppet Sect's Transformation of Spirit and the Embodiment of the Spiritual Pivot. Lu Xian accepted the storage bag handed to him by Yanli, smiling as he said, thank you, little Li. I plan to enter seclusion to refine the primordial cauldron, so I will trouble you to take care of my companions and senior sister. Yanli immediately nodded, smiling. Do not worry, I will take good care of them. At this point, she paused and continued, since you are going into seclusion to refine, why not do it in my refining room? There, we can draw upon the deepest earth fire essence, which would greatly benefit your crafting. Lu Xian's eyes brightened, and he promptly nodded, that would be splendid. I shall not be polite. Yanli smiled, no need for politeness. You are my savior. Come, I will lead you to the refining room. Yanli escorted Lu Xian and his group to the refining room, stating, if you need anything, feel free to contact me through the message talisman. Lu Xian nodded, understood. At this moment, Lu Xian had already reached the peak of the golden core stage, unable to advance further. He was now waiting to refine the primordial cauldron and then seek a transformation pill to enhance his capabilities. After that, he could contemplate breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Having gathered all the materials for the primordial cauldron, he was naturally unwilling to wait any longer. Thus, he nodded to Nangong Yu and the others, saying, I will enter seclusion to refine the magical treasure. Sister Gong, please inform Xiao Yu and the others. Susu nodded. Do not worry, junior brother, we will not wander during this time. Nangong Yu and Yi Jian also nodded in agreement. Their cultivation had improved, and combined with the techniques they had mastered and various exquisite magical treasures, they could contend with early nascent soul cultivators. However, since this was the territory of the divine transformation sect, they naturally needed to be prudent. Lu Xian turned and entered the refining room, closing the door behind him. Outside the refining room, Yanli warmly addressed Nangong Yu and the others. Sisters, we are like old friends, and since you are also Lu Xian's companions, feel free to let me know if you need anything. Su Su exchanged glances with the others, and Nangong Yu replied with a smile, thank you, Sister Yanli. If we require anything, we will certainly inform you. That is good. I would hate for Lu Xian to emerge from seclusion and blame me for not taking care of you. The atmosphere among the 4 was harmonious, filled with laughter. A week later, above the burning sky rift, the space twisted and tore, and a figure clad in a gray robe emerged. The skin exposed on this figure was as smooth as jade, devoid of any aura, resembling an ordinary mortal. However, at the moment this figure appeared, several divine senses from within the burning sky sect simultaneously locked onto it. 3 of these senses originated from the deepest earth fire essence secret realm, while one came from the central magma lake of the sect. The next moment, a figure dressed in a simple black robe, with traces of flames scorching its surface, suddenly appeared. This was a handsome young man, whose expression was gentle, with flames seemingly burning in his eyes. The young man examined the figure before him and smiled slightly. The spirit pivot incarnation of the puppet spirit friend has become increasingly formidable. Congratulations to you. What brings you to my Burning Sky sect? The spirit pivot incarnation slightly raised its head, its features obscured in a mist, and it spoke slowly, its voice gentle, yet echoing strangely in the vast sky, as if countless subtle consciousnesses were speaking simultaneously. Friend Yinfeng, I hope all is well. I have come here for a junior whom I believe has arrived at your sect with the Burning Sky sect's cultivators. Upon hearing this, Yinfeng smiled slightly. Is it the young friend Lucian? I am aware of him. Xiaoli has spoken of him. He is likely the most talented cultivator in the history of our Xianling realm, is he not? In response to this, the spirit pivot incarnation fell silent. The air was filled only with the howling of the scorching wind. After a moment, the spirit pivot incarnation's calm voice rang out. It seems that friend Yinfeng holds him in high regard. Indeed, I do. This little fellow has a good relationship with our Yin family's juniors. And perhaps we may benefit from his future endeavors. Yinfeng replied with a relaxed demeanor, smiling as he spoke. Noticing the spirit pivot incarnation's silence, Yinfeng continued. Since you have come, it must be regarding Lucian's puppet technique? The spirit pivot incarnation finally exhibited a hint of clarity in its aura. You even know of this? Naturally. Since you are here, it is likely that Thousand Mechanisms' friend is also paying attention to this matter. Allow me to express the Burning Sky sect's stance. We will protect young friend Lucian. If you wish to acquire this technique, you must negotiate with him. If you attempt to seize it by force, you must first consult us at the Burning Sky sect. The spirit pivot incarnation's magical power surged suddenly, and the sky instantly darkened, a violent pressure expanding to envelop the entire Burning Sky sect. At that moment, it seemed as if the sun was burning in Yinfeng's eyes. He too released his own pressure to counter this force. Meanwhile, the three divine senses concealed within the Burning Sky sect sharpened noticeably. Yinfeng narrowed his eyes, a smile playing on his lips as he said, Friend puppet spirit, your spirit pivot incarnation is not easily crafted. If it were to be damaged here, I fear you would not be able to bear such a loss. The spirit pivot incarnation fell silent for a moment before slowly replying. Even if the two sects go to war, will you still protect Lucian? Even if the two sects go to war, Yinfeng spoke lightly. This rendered the spirit pivot incarnation utterly silent. Subsequently, it turned and tore through space, stepping into the rift. As the spatial fissure closed, it did not utter another word. Yinfeng observed the closing space with a light chuckle before vanishing from sight. Only the oppressive clouds and howling winds bore witness to the events that transpired. Yin Li was in her room, cultivating, when she suddenly sensed a terrifying surge of magical energy from above. This caused her to immediately withdraw from her cultivation state. Cold sweat poured from her back as she widened her eyes, gazing towards the sky. The next moment, Yin Li exited her room. Before long, Nangongyu, Yizhiyan, Su Su, and Gong Yuyo also flew over. They looked at Yin Li with a mix of confusion and concern. Nangongyu promptly asked, Sister Yin Li, what has happened? It felt as if the sky was collapsing. Yin Li's expression was grave as she replied, It is possible that a divine transformation cultivator has come to our door. Upon hearing this, Nangongyu and the other's eyes widened in shock. A divine transformation cultivator has come? Could it be an enemy of the Burning Sky sect? Su Su exclaimed. Stunned, they had yet to reach the nascent soul stage. If they encountered an attack from a divine transformation cultivator against the Burning Sky sect, would they not be doomed? Gong Yuyo and the others shared the same concerns. Perceiving the concerns of her companions, Yin Li smiled reassuringly, saying, Dear sisters, there is no need for alarm. Our Burning Heaven sect is not a soft target. Within our ranks, we have 4 revered ancestors of the transformation stage. Even if malevolent transformation stage cultivators were to harbor ill intentions, they would think twice before acting against our sect. Hearing her words, the 4 of them visibly relaxed. Yin Li then continued, Now that the oppressive aura has dissipated, it seems the visiting cultivators have departed. I shall inquire with the elders of my family to discern what transpired. At that moment, Yin Li's destiny token began to tremble. She paused, her consciousness sweeping over the token, and soon received a message. It was a transmission from Ancestor Yinfeng. Upon reading the message, a flicker of astonishment crossed Yin Li's eyes, causing them to widen. Noticing the change in her expression, the 4 sisters felt a knot form in their stomachs. Gong Yuyao could not help but ask, Sister Yin Li, what has happened? Yin Li furrowed her brows, her demeanor growing grave. The visitor was an incarnation of an ancestor from the celestial puppet sect, known as the Puppet Spirit Elder. He has come seeking Lucian's puppet cultivation methods. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 4 shifted dramatically, their hearts sinking. A transformation stage cultivator from the celestial puppet sect? Why would he know of Lucian's techniques? Su Su frowned, her countenance darkening. Yin Li offered a bitter smile, explaining, Earlier, Two core formation cultivators from the celestial puppet sect attempted to attack Lu Xian and me to seize spirit herbs. In the end, Lu Xian utilized his puppet techniques to repel them. They must have reported back to the celestial puppet sect. Listening to Yan Li's account, Su and the others fell silent, their minds filled with anxiety. The power of transformation stage cultivators is exceedingly formidable, placing them at the pinnacle of the Xianling realm. Such a level of strength would be difficult for even Lu Xian to contend with, would it not? Sensing the worry etched on their faces, Yan Li reassured them. There is no need to fret, dear sisters. My ancestor has communicated with me. The Burning Heaven sect will ensure your safety. As long as you remain within the confines of our sect, you need not fear for your well-being. Upon hearing this, Su and the others sighed in relief. Realizing they had not yet reached the most perilous juncture, Nan Gongyu expressed her gratitude, saying, Sister Yan Li, thank you. Lu Xian is currently in seclusion, forging his life-bound treasure, a process that is critical. Should he fail this time, he would need to spend additional time gathering materials. Yan Li smiled gently, rest assured. No one shall disturb Lu Xian. The Burning Heaven sect is not so easily bullied. Moreover, the Celestial Puppet sect's strength is inferior to ours. Nan Gongyu and her companions nodded appreciatively at Yan Li. However, their hearts remained burdened with unease. After all, while they were safe within the Burning Heaven sect, they were not its cultivators and would eventually need to leave its sanctuary. Once they did, it was likely that the transformation stage cultivators from the Celestial Puppet sect would seek them out. Nevertheless, such matters would be addressed after Lu Xian emerged from his seclusion. With heavy hearts, Nan Gongyu and her companions returned to their quarters, while Yan Li transformed into a streak of rainbow light and ventured deep into the sect's infernal fire domain. She intended to consult the ancestor regarding the situation. In the artifact crafting chamber of Yan Li's palace, Lu Xian sat cross-legged, surrounded by an array of precious materials. Among them were Trisun Jade, Millennium Lightning-Struck Wood, Earth Core Fire Spirit Crystal, Yellow Dragon Heavy Earth, and Fallen Iron Mystic Gold. These treasures melted rapidly under the influence of Lu Xian's Xianming Calamity Flame, their essences being refined and ultimately fused into a singular entity. Lu Xian's consciousness extended, merging with the amalgamating metallic liquid, exerting meticulous control over the fusion process. Time passed. Approximately a month later, the primordial cauldron took shape. It was a small, golden cauldron with 3 legs and 2 ears, adorned with intricate and profound 5-element inscriptions that cycled endlessly. As the final inscription was etched into the cauldron, Lu Xian opened his mouth, allowing a drop of his vital blood to drift forth and land atop the cauldron. With the merging of his essence in the cauldron, Lu Xian's hand gestures shifted, causing the primordial cauldron to spin. Moments later, Lu Xian distinctly sensed a unique connection, as if the cauldron was intertwined with his very bloodline. The life-bound treasure and its wielder shared a symbiotic relationship, thriving and suffering together, allowing for the optimal manifestation of the wielder's abilities, even surpassing their inherent potential. For Lu Xian, this primordial cauldron was the most suitable life-bound treasure. It could be employed for alchemy and artifact crafting, serve as a defensive shield, and even nurture the primordial 5-elements sword. With the nurturing of the primordial 5-elements sword, Lu Xian would no longer need to forge individual flying swords to establish sword arrays. Furthermore, as the primordial 5-elements sword improved in quality alongside the cauldron, Lu Xian's sword formations would grow ever more formidable. If Lu Xian could harness 108 flying swords of the Xiantian treasure grade to condense the Xianming Triad sword array, even if his cultivation level were merely at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, its destructive power would not fall short of his current body cultivation state. As the final incantation was executed, the bond between Lu Xian and the primordial cauldron reached its zenith. With a mere thought, the cauldron transformed into a golden streak of light, melding into Lu Xian's dantian. The primordial cauldron hovered above Lu Xian's primordial golden core, spinning gracefully. As it did, strands of 5-elemental brilliance radiated forth, cascading onto the dantian. The dantian inhaled and exhaled the 5-elemental light, releasing a thread of primordial radiance that infused into the primordial cauldron. Instantly, the cauldron shimmered with primordial brilliance, undergoing continuous elevation and transformation. Lu Xian gazed in astonishment, a glimmer of joy illuminating his countenance. He had not anticipated that the primordial cauldron would complement his primordial spiritual body and primordial golden core. This was indeed fortuitous. Presently, the primordial cauldron was merely a top-grade treasure. To evolve into a Xiantian treasure, it would typically require the continual investment of various precious materials. However, it now appeared that even in the absence of such materials, the cauldron could rapidly enhance its quality under the nurturing of the primordial spiritual body and primordial golden core. Naturally, having additional precious materials would expedite the process. At this moment, Lu Xian possessed a considerable amount of precious materials. He had acquired numerous treasures from the storage bags of the earlier core formation cultivators, along with some obtained from the Void Rift, and a significant number of fourth-grade precious materials gifted by Yanli. With a thought, Lu Xian summoned the primordial cauldron from his dantian. Grow, he softly commanded. The cauldron immediately expanded to a height surpassing that of a person. Lu Xian retrieved several third-grade precious materials, casting them into the cauldron. As the materials were introduced, the 5-elemental energy within the primordial cauldron began to circulate. Coupled with Lu Xian's Xianming calamity flame, which blazed beneath the cauldron, these treasures were swiftly absorbed. Through his connection with the primordial cauldron, Lu Xian could distinctly feel its quality elevating at an astonishing pace. After he added over 400 third-grade precious materials, the cauldron trembled slightly. The inscriptions upon it began to evolve, growing even more intricate than before. Simultaneously, the 5-elemental energy within surged, becoming more potent. The 5-elemental energy roiled within the cauldron, warping the surrounding void as well. Lu Xian's lips curled into a smile. Remarkable, the enhancement is quite rapid. He then proceeded to add a few more third-grade precious materials into the cauldron. Before long, he furrowed his brow. Perhaps because the primordial cauldron had now ascended to the level of a mystic heavenly treasure, rendering the third-tier heavenly materials insufficient for any further enhancement. Lu Xian hesitated briefly before retrieving a handful of fourth-tier heavenly materials and casting them into the cauldron. Merely 20 or so fourth-tier heavenly materials were sufficient to catalyze another transformation in the primordial cauldron, elevating it to the rank of a mid-grade mystic heavenly treasure. Lu Xian continued to add heavenly materials, and this time, he expended over 70 fourth-tier materials to elevate the cauldron to the level of a superior mystic heavenly treasure. In his possession remained over 100 fourth-tier heavenly materials along with 2 pieces of 5th-tier stardust gold. However, after a moment of contemplation, Lu Xian ultimately decided to pause. The remaining heavenly materials could at best elevate the primordial cauldron to the pinnacle of mystic heavenly treasure. Yet, if these materials were employed in the forging of other treasures, they could yield 7 or 8 mystic heavenly treasures. Moreover, with the addition of the 2 pieces of 5th-tier stardust gold, it might even be possible to craft a transcendent treasure surpassing the mystic heavenly level. Should he succeed in creating such a treasure, Lu Xian could wield its full potential, allowing him to contend even with divine transformation practitioners. In comparison, this enhancement was significantly superior to merely upgrading the primordial cauldron to a superior mystic heavenly treasure. Gazing at the transformed primordial cauldron, Lu Xian nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, he cast all the flying swords he possessed into the cauldron. This time, Lu Xian did not intend to refine the primordial cauldron, but sought to utilize its nurturing capabilities to transform these flying swords into the primordial 5-element swords. The flying swords in Lu Xian's possession, apart from the golden edge heavy yuan swords from the cloud-piercing sword array, also included several lower-tier treasures, even some spiritual artifacts. These were spoils he had obtained from the fallen adversaries and had yet to sell. If he could nurture all these treasures to the level of superior mystic heavenly treasures, it would provide an immense boost to Lu Xian's power. Chapter 347. The importance placed by Yanfeng. However, nurturing these flying swords would undoubtedly require a significant amount of time. At present, Lu Xian was not in a hurry to use them. Thus, he could simply leave them inside the cauldron without concern. After completing the refinement of the primordial cauldron, Lu Xian was ready to break through to the nascent soul stage at any moment. Nonetheless, he adhered to his prior plan of first concocting a transformation pill, then utilizing the 9-colored radiance to amplify a special type of transformation pill. This way, upon his breakthrough, his foundation would be considerably stronger. In other locations, acquiring a transformation pill would undoubtedly prove challenging. However, as the Burning Heaven sect was a divine transformation sect, it should have a stock of transformation pills. Lu Xian intended to inquire with Yanli to see if a trade could be arranged. With this thought in mind, Lu Xian promptly rose and exited the refining chamber. Just as he stepped out, he spotted a maid stationed at the entrance. Upon seeing Lu Xian, the maid's eyes brightened, and she hurried forward, clasping her hands in greeting. "Young Master Lu, the elder instructed us to wait here for you. She said to contact her as soon as you emerge." Lu Xian was momentarily taken aback, surprised. Nevertheless, he nodded and replied, "All right, I will contact her right away." Lu Xian took out a communication talisman and sent a message to Yanli. "Little Li, I have come out of seclusion. What is it that you need?" No sooner had Lu Xian sent the message than Yanli quickly replied, "I am currently with Yan Yan and the others. Just come over directly." Lu Xian raised an eyebrow and responded, "Understood," transforming into a streak of rainbow light. He soared towards the guest quarters. Before long, Lu Xian landed outside the door of the guest quarters. As the door opened, Yin Li and the four others emerged. Seeing Lu Xian, their eyes lit up. Yi Ziyin hurried forward and exclaimed, Lu Xian, you've finally come out. Lu Xian chuckled. I've only been in seclusion for a month. It hasn't been long, has it? Did you all miss me that much? Su, taking a swig from her drink, retorted, It's not because we missed you. We have matters to discuss. Noticing the serious expressions on Su and the others, Lu Xian furrowed his brow and inquired, What has happened? Yan Li spoke up. A divine transformation practitioner from the Heavenly Puppet sect has come looking for you, seeking your puppet techniques. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold glint flashing within. He had previously suspected that the Heavenly Puppet sect would covet his secret manual of all things puppet. He did not expect them to act so swiftly, even sending a divine transformation practitioner directly. He scoffed. The Heavenly Puppet sect is quite earnest in their pursuit of my techniques. He then turned to Yan Li, smiling. I must express my gratitude to your family's ancestor for blocking that divine transformation practitioner. Lu Xian had previously informed Yan Li about the possibility of the Heavenly Puppet sect seeking his puppet techniques, and naturally, Yan Li had notified her family's ancestor. Clearly, the ancestor had thwarted the divine transformation practitioner from the Heavenly Puppet sect. Yan Li smiled faintly and replied, The ancestors of our Burning Heaven sect hold you in high regard. This is merely a small favor for us. Lu Xian nodded, clasping his hands in gratitude. You may convey to your ancestors that I shall remember this kindness from the Burning Heaven sect. Upon hearing this, Yan Li beamed with a radiant smile. Then they should feel reassured. After a brief pause, Yan Li continued. Although the divine transformation practitioner from the Heavenly Puppet sect dares not act against you within the Burning Heaven sect, once you step outside, they will undoubtedly pursue you. Lu Xian nodded, I understand. Gong Yu Yao expressed her concerns, asking, Junior brother, what should we do? Lu Xian pondered for a moment, then turned to Yan Li, saying, Little Li, does your Burning Heaven sect possess any transformation pills? I plan to break through to the nascent soul stage first. If your sect has any, I am willing to exchange a mystic heavenly treasure or superior fourth-tier elixirs for one. Upon hearing this, Yan Li's eyes brightened, and she smiled. Let me ask the ancestors. There should be some transformation pills reserved within the sect. With that, Yan Li utilized a destiny talisman to communicate with Yin Feng. Deep within the forbidden area of the Burning Heaven sect, Yin Feng was studying a massive crimson hammer. The vibration of the destiny talisman drew his thoughts back. Scanning the talisman with his divine sense, he raised an eyebrow slightly. A breakthrough to the nascent soul, is it? Quite interesting. Yin Feng smiled slightly, contemplated for a moment, and then communicated, Little Li, go to the sect's treasury and retrieve a transformation pill. Consider it a gift for young friend Lu Xian. Additionally, once he breaks through to the nascent soul stage, have him visit the forbidden area. I have heard of his remarkable talent in the art of refining, and I wish to discuss it with him. Yan Li replied, Thank you, ancestor. Yin Feng, glancing at Yan Li's response, smiled gently and resumed his study of the massive hammer. Meanwhile, in Yan Li's palace, she looked at Lu Xian and said with a smile, I contacted the ancestor, and he said he would gift you a transformation pill. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian was momentarily stunned, revealing a look of surprise. A transformation pill so precious. And he is giving it to me directly? Although a transformation pill is classified as a third-tier elixir, it is essential for golden core practitioners to break through to the nascent soul stage, and the herbs required are incredibly rare, making it immensely valuable. Otherwise, Lu Xian would not have offered to exchange a mystic heavenly treasure for one. He did not expect that the ancestor of the Yin family would actually intend to gift him a transformation pill. This was indeed a grand gesture. Yan Li smiled. This indicates that the ancestor holds you in high regard. By the way, the ancestor also mentioned that once you break through to the nascent soul stage, you can visit the sect's forbidden area. He has heard of your high level of refinement skill and wishes to exchange insights with you. Lu Xian took a deep breath, feeling an overwhelming sense of astonishment. Is this truly communication? The ancestral figure of the Yin family is a transcendent cultivator, having comprehended the art of weapon forging for no less than a millennium or two, I dare say. His expertise in forging is likely to surpass even that of the ancients. Furthermore, it is possible that this venerable ancestor possesses the capability to forge celestial artifacts. If that is indeed the case, this exchange could be an extraordinary opportunity for Lu Xian. After all, he currently lacks the ability to forge such divine treasures. Should he glean the secrets of crafting celestial artifacts from the Yin family's ancestor, he could utilize the 5th-grade star gold in his possession to forge one directly. Coupled with his nascent soul cultivation, he would be far from defenseless, even if a transcendent cultivator from the Heavenly Puppet sect were to confront him. Should such a shameless being dare to lay hands on a junior like him, he would not hesitate to hunt down the cultivators of the Heavenly Puppet sect, turning their world upside down. With his thoughts racing, Lu Xian nodded fervently, expressing his gratitude. I am deeply appreciative of the Yin family ancestor. If I succeed in my breakthrough, I shall earnestly engage in discussions on the art of forging. Yin Li smiled and nodded, replying, allow me to visit the treasury and procure a transforming infant pill for you. You have worked diligently on your innate treasure during this period, haven't you? Take a few days to rest before considering your breakthrough. Lu Xian nodded in agreement. I appreciate your assistance, Xiao Li. With that, Yin Li transformed into a beam of rainbow light and vanished, leaving Lu Xian and the three others, Gong Yuyo, Nangong Yu, and Yi Zhiyan, behind. Gong Yuyo cast a glance at Nangong Yu and the others, her pretty face tinged with embarrassment as she smiled. I shall return to my room now. Swiftly, she departed, closing the door behind her. Lu Xian turned to Nangong Yu and her companions, smiling. Let us return to our quarters for now. After a flurry of idle chatter, Nangong Yu and her companions leaned against Lu Xian, their cheeks flushed. Yi Zhiyan voiced her concern. Lu Xian, what shall we do if the transcendent cultivator decides to take action against us? Su Su, equally anxious, suggested. Perhaps we should wait until you break through to the nascent soul stage. Then we may stealthily depart from the Burning Heaven sect. It would be prudent to retreat for now and return when we are stronger to confront the Heavenly Puppet sect. The three of them looked at Lu Xian, eager to hear his thoughts. Chapter 348. The 9-cavity infant creation pill and the heart demon tribulation. Lu Xian pondered seriously for a moment. Even if he were to advance to the early nascent soul stage, he likely would not stand a chance against a transcendent cultivator. After all, the disparity in combat power grows exponentially with each major realm. Even if Lu Xian fully comprehended the heavenly tier techniques and mastered their pinnacle spells, bolstered by several profound treasures, he would still be outmatched. However, possessing 2 pieces of 5th-grade star gold, he could attempt to forge a celestial artifact. With such a treasure, coupled with the spatial traversal ability he awakened in the Void Rift, he could confidently escape even from a transcendent cultivator. Thus, his safety would not be a pressing concern. Nevertheless, Su Su's words held merit. Remaining in the wild state would expose them to the constant threat of being hunted by transcendent cultivators. Even if safety were assured, it would still pose a troubling predicament. It would be wiser to leave the wild state for now, returning to the Tsang state to strengthen their powers before seeking trouble with the Heavenly Puppet sect. To be honest, Lu Xian harbored a keen interest in the puppet techniques of the Heavenly Puppet sect. Their puppet techniques were heavenly tier, and by employing the 9-colored radiance to deduce, coupled with the essence of the myriad forms puppet secret manual, he could conceive techniques surpassing the heavenly tier. Such knowledge would greatly enhance his foundation. Since the Heavenly Puppet sect desired his puppet techniques, it would not be unreasonable for him to obtain theirs in return. A cold glint flickered in Lu Xian's mind. He then spoke. Sister, you are correct. After I break through to the nascent soul stage, I will enter seclusion to forge a treasure, and then we shall depart from the wild state and return to Tsang state. Nangong Yu and her companions nodded in agreement. The following morning, Yin Li returned with the transforming infant pill. Lu Xian, are you planning to enter seclusion to break through to the nascent soul stage now? Yin Li inquired. Her curiosity piqued. Lu Xian contemplated briefly before responding. I am nearly prepared for the breakthrough. Yin Li nodded. If you choose to break through within the Burning Heaven sect, I will safeguard you, and the ancestors of our sect will not permit the transcendent cultivators of the Heavenly Puppet sect to enter. You can proceed with peace of mind. Lu Xian smiled. I am most grateful. Nangong Yu and her companions departed alongside Yin Li, allowing Lu Xian to prepare for his breakthrough in solitude. The resources he had obtained from the nascent soul stage storage pouch were plentiful, including tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones and dozens of exquisite spirit stones, all of which would prove invaluable. Additionally, the nascent soul cultivators had left behind various formation discs and materials. Utilizing his understanding of formations, Lu Xian crafted several 4th-grade superior formation discs, including the Spirit Gathering Formation, Tranquil Heart Formation, and Defensive Formation. Although Lu Xian had bequeathed the Pure World Green Lotus banner to his master, he retained the Pure World Green Lotus Soul Crossing Immortal chapter, rendering the heart demon tribulation of the nascent soul stage a trivial threat for him. The transition from the golden core to the nascent soul stage encompasses 3 perilous phases: the core shattering, the infant transformation, and the heart demon tribulation. Each phase is fraught with danger. Well-established high-tier techniques have corresponding breakthrough methods, and with his mastery of various heavenly tier techniques, Lu Xian was well acquainted with the process. Given his foundation, the breakthrough should not pose significant difficulty. After meticulously preparing superior medicinal pills, premium spirit stones, and formations, Lu Xian infused over 100 strands of 9-colored radiance into the transforming infant pill, successfully enhancing it. The newly augmented pill was named the 9-cavity infant creation pill. This pill, During the process of the golden core shattering and transforming into a nascent soul, integrates into the nascent soul embryo, creating 9 cavities that substantially elevate the nascent soul's potential. Though Lu Xian had yet to complete his breakthrough and could not ascertain the exact extent of this enhancement, he was confident that the 9-cavity infant creation pill, bolstered by his 100 strands of 9-colored radiance, would prove formidable. After securing the newly acquired pill, Lu Xian began to calm his mind, making final preparations to ensure he was in optimal condition. One day later, Lu Xian slowly opened his eyes, his gaze calm and serene, ready for the final preparations. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes once more. This time, Lu Xian commenced his breakthrough. He activated his cultivation technique, channeling his power to condense the entirety of his life as cultivation into the primordial golden core. Boom! A tempest of chaotic energy erupted within Lu Xian's dantian. The primordial cauldron spinning around the golden core buzzed violently, as strands of primordial energy flowed into the core. The tumultuous storm of primordial energy surged through Lu Xian's limbs and bones, causing him excruciating pain. Despite the violent onslaught, Lu Xian's golden core remained intact, leaving him feeling perplexed. His foundation was profound, yet he had not anticipated such challenges during the breakthrough process. The primordial golden core proved far more resilient than he had imagined. It seemed he would need to endure the backlash before he could shatter it. Fortunately, his physical cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, alleviating any concerns about his body's capacity to endure. This could be considered an advantage of physical cultivation, perhaps? He dismissed further thoughts and focused on shaking the primordial golden core repeatedly, seeking to shatter it. Once, twice, thrice, 20 times. After over 100 attempts, even with Lu Xian's formidable physique, he felt immense pain. At this moment, the golden core finally shattered completely. The terrifying primordial energy surged forth with the collapse of the golden core. Lu Xian let out a muffled groan, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Simultaneously, the flesh and meridians within his body began to crack under the violent fluctuations of this dreadful primordial energy. However, the 9 turns Xianhuang body possessed an exceptional recovery ability on the ground. In merely 2 breaths, Lu Xian's physical form returned to its original state. Other cultivators were also affected by the backlash from the shattered golden core, yet most of the golden core stage practitioners had not attained a high level of body refinement. They had prepared advanced healing elixirs to restore their physical forms. During this process, Lu Xian gritted his teeth against the pain. Using his formidable divine consciousness to guide the destructive primordial energy, condensing and compressing it within his dantian. This compressed primordial energy no longer took the solid form of a golden core, but instead formed a nascent shape, existing between reality and illusion. This was the embryonic form of the nascent soul. The process was remarkably smooth. After the golden core shattered, as the embryonic nascent soul began to take shape, the purer the primordial energy, the greater the control over it, and the stronger the divine consciousness, the higher the success rate. Despite Lu Xian's ease in completing this, many peak golden core cultivators had perished during the formation of their nascent soul embryos. If the formation of the nascent soul embryo failed, and the golden core had already collapsed, the consequences were dire. The raging primordial energy would be trapped within the dantian, and the best outcome would likely be the destruction of both the core and the body. Even if one ultimately survived, the collapse of the golden core would cause their cultivation to regress directly to the foundation establishment stage, with their foundation damaged and no further progress possible. As the nascent soul embryo manifested but remained unstable, Lu Xian promptly retrieved the 9 orifices infant nurturing creation pill and swallowed it. The elixir transformed into a shimmering stream of light that soared into his dantian, merging with the nascent form of the embryonic nascent soul. As the pill and the embryonic nascent soul fused, the medicinal power erupted, causing the nascent form to undergo a remarkable transformation. During the embryo's formation, 9 orifices gradually appeared. However, the intense pain directly affecting his divine consciousness made Lu Xian furrow his brow slightly. As this pain intensified, a series of illusions manifested before his eyes. Suddenly, Lu Xian found himself back in a modern room. A middle-aged woman entered, chattering away. "Aren't you getting up? Just because it's summer vacation, you lie in bed like this? Hurry up and eat breakfast. You need to eat before you sleep again." The moment Lu Xian saw this woman, his spirit momentarily faltered. He had traversed to this world for over 30 years, yet he never expected to see his mother from his previous life. Chapter 349. Breaking Through to the Nascent Soul. Resonance with the laws. Just as Lu Xian was about to speak, a faint blue lotus mark emerged on his forehead. A glimmer of brilliance illuminated his gaze. He stared at the nearly forgotten figure before him, a bittersweet expression crossing his face. He finally understood why so many nascent soul practitioners changed their expressions when discussing their past tribulations with the heart demon. It was far too real. Had it not been for his cultivation of the pure world blue lotus soul crossing immortal scripture, which allowed him to see through the heart demon immediately. He could hardly imagine how long he would have languished in the heart demon's trial, or even if he could escape it at all. Noticing Lu Xian's dazed expression, the middle-aged woman looked on with concern. "Ah, Xian? What's wrong? Are you tired from staying up late? Perhaps you should sleep." Lu Xian's eyes reddened as he gazed deeply at the middle-aged woman, softly calling out, "Mom, you and Dad must take care of yourselves." The scene before him shattered like a bubble, and in the next moment, Lu Xian found himself within a grand palace. This palace seemed vaguely familiar. He quickly recalled that it was the main hall of the Cold Abyss Sword Sect. However, the current situation felt somewhat peculiar. Luo Qinghan, Xiaoyu, Bai Lin, Gong Yuyo, and a group of elders or disciples looked at Lu Xian with gentle gazes, their robes loosely draped. Luo Qinghan's expression remained icy, yet a hint of blush adorned her cheeks as she spoke with a tremor in her voice. "Disciple, come quickly." Xiaoyu smiled, saying, "Junior nephew, I want to dual cultivate too." Bai Lin raised an eyebrow, looking at Lu Xian with a hint of provocation. "Junior nephew, you wouldn't be incapable, would you?" "Lu Xian? What is this? Is this really my heart demon? What the hell? Do I have such thoughts? How could that be?" Lu Xian expressed disbelief. He considered himself a rather pure person, after all. How could he have such perverse thoughts? Just as Lu Xian was about to use the pure world blue lotus soul crossing immortal scripture to dispel the heart demon, he was suddenly confronted by a blinding sight. Soon, he sorrowfully realized that he was indeed a lecher. He even briefly contemplated whether he should stay here a little longer. Damn, gritting his teeth. He closed his eyes and activated the pure world blue lotus soul crossing immortal scripture, directly dispelling the heart demon. Following this, Lu Xian did not wait for the next heart demon to form. He continuously invoked the scripture, shattering the still unformed heart demons one after another. Just as Lu Xian shattered over 10 heart demon illusions in succession, a piercing scream suddenly echoed in his ears. The sound startled Lu Xian, causing him to unexpectedly open his eyes. At this moment, he realized that he had escaped the heart demon's illusion and returned to reality. As the heart demon's trial dissipated, the embryonic nascent soul began to rapidly condense, transitioning toward a true nascent soul. During this process, the nascent soul began to reflect the great principles Lu Xian had learned and comprehended. As a primordial golden core, the 5 elements principle was self-evident. Furthermore, Lu Xian infused the Xuanji yin-yang qi into the nascent soul, which was no less significant than the 5 elements principle. In addition, Lu Xian also grasped the fundamental laws of space. A silver stream of light flickered with profound brilliance in the forehead region of the nascent soul, coalescing into a vertical pattern. Within this pattern, numerous law inscriptions flickered, radiating an extraordinary brilliance. Moments later, the nascent soul took shape, and Lu Xian felt a thunderous roar resound in his ears. It was as if heaven and earth had connected with him. In that instant, the great principles were wholly unveiled to Lu Xian. He eagerly absorbed all insights regarding the great principles. This effect surpassed any previous understanding he had of the void principles. With Lu Xian's comprehension, in merely a fleeting moment, the 5 elements, yin-yang, and these principles were all grasped at a foundational level. Even the path of puppetry and the path of merit began to reveal themselves to him. All these insights resonated with the nascent soul, a reward from the Heavenly Dao for Lu Xian's breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. In that moment, Lu Xian felt as though he was completely reborn, merging with heaven and earth. His vision soared higher and higher as the embryonic nascent soul gradually took form. Within the Burning Heaven sect, as Lu Xian broke through to the nascent soul stage, the surrounding spiritual energy surged. The entire realm seemed to resonate with celestial sounds in that instant. In the forbidden area of the Burning Heaven sect, several figures looked up, peering through the stone walls toward the sky outside. Yin Feng squinted, his eyes shimmering with astonishment. He murmured, "The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is in turmoil. Someone has broken through to the nascent soul stage? Is it young friend Lu Xian? But what is this resonance with the laws?" His expression shifted slightly as he took a step forward, vanishing from his spot. In the next moment, Yin Feng appeared in the sky above the Burning Heaven sect. At the moment Yin Feng appeared, 2 other figures manifested alongside him. One of the individuals donned a plain, unadorned crimson robe, his aura subdued. He was a slender, indifferent middle-aged man, and his eyes flickered as if grayish-white flames danced within. This was the venerable ancestor of the Burning Heaven sect, Li Jing, known as the ancestor of annihilation. The other was an ethereal beauty clad in a resplendent glass-like gown. Her smile was as refreshing as a spring breeze, yet it seemed veiled in a dreamlike haze. This was another of the sect's venerable ancestors, the enchanting fairy Su Lioli. Both of them, like Yin Feng, gazed intently at the gradually forming phantom of the nascent soul. The grayish flames in Ancestor Annihilation's eyes blazed more fiercely, while fairy Su Lioli's smile grew even sweeter and more alluring. Slowly, Ancestor Annihilation spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse. Is it him? To break through to the nascent soul stage and invoke a resonance with the laws, truly astounding. Under normal circumstances, achieving such resonance required a profound comprehension of a particular Dao, a feat typically reserved for those at the divine transformation level. Yet, Lu Xian had just broken through to the nascent soul stage and already manifested this resonance. Such talent was unprecedented, something they had never even heard of. It was simply inconceivable. Fairy Su Lioli's voice was gentle, laced with a peculiar languor. This young friend's talent is indeed remarkable, just as Yin Feng described. Hearing this, Yin Feng smiled. My judgment has always been commendable. Just then, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged once more, and the vibrant energies of the 5 elements and yin-yang began to intertwine, fully coalescing the phantom. At the center of the phantom's forehead, a silver-white, enigmatic pattern caught the attention of all three, causing their eyes to widen in astonishment. While they were still in a state of shock, a figure soared forth from the magma lake at the heart of the burning heaven sect. It was a young man clad in a red robe, sporting 2 horns upon his brow. His dark golden eyes were fixed intently on Lu Xian from afar. His voice, tinged with disbelief, echoed, the 5 elements, yin-yang, and is that the space Dao? Who is this person? When did the burning heaven sect birth such a prodigy? Just having broken through to the nascent soul stage, how could he comprehend so many laws? The emergence of this individual surprised Yin Feng and the others. This was the Li Huajiao, a creature that had been cultivating in slumber at the bottom of the magma lake. The Li Huajiao was considerably older than them, and even they had to refer to it as the ancestor of the sacred beast. In the millennia that the Li Huajiao had spent within the burning heaven sect, it had emerged from the magma lake only a handful of times. To their astonishment, it had chosen to appear this time. However, none of them were particularly surprised by the Li Huajiao's arrival. After all, Lu Xian's performance was simply too formidable. Even they had not anticipated such a nascent soul cultivator, who had just broken through, could grasp so many laws. The ancestor of Li Hua is not one of our burning heaven sect disciples, but rather a close friend of my Yin family's direct bloodline, who just happened to break through within our sect, Yin Feng explained. Upon hearing this, the ancestor of Li Hua's eyes gleamed with envy. He fixed his gaze on Yin Feng. Yin Feng, such a talented disciple, is not from our burning heaven sect. What have you 3 been doing all these years? You should have brought him into our sect. With such talent, he is destined to become a formidable force, far surpassing those old geezers who have ascended from the burning heaven sect. It is not impossible that he could even achieve immortality in the future. What an opportunity it would be if such a genius were to join our sect. How could you let him slip away? Chapter 350. The 9 Apertures and the Harmonious Nascent Soul. The elevation brought by the breakthrough to the nascent soul stage left Yin Feng and the others astonished. They knew of Lu Xian's extraordinary talent, yet they were taken aback by the ancestor of Li Hua's lofty appraisal. The 3 exchanged glances, each reflecting shock. Fairy Su Lioli incredulously remarked, does the ancestor of Li Hua believe that this young friend Lu could ascend to immortality? Such ascendants are exceedingly rare even in the spirit realm. Indeed, Ancestor Li Hua, your conjecture seems rather far-fetched, Ancestor Annihilation interjected with a frown. The ancestor of Li Hua snorted dismissively. While I cannot ascertain whether this lad can truly ascend to immortality, I am certain that his talent eclipses that of all the ascendants from the burning heaven sect's history, and by a significant margin. Among those who have ascended to the spirit realm, the strongest must have already achieved unity with the Dao, correct? Just how formidable could this young man become in the future? At the very least, he must be a great ascendant, and it is not beyond possibility that he could reach the transcendent stage. Hearing this, Yin Feng and the others exchanged glances once more. Yin Feng then sighed with a wry smile. Ancestor of Li Hua, it is not that I do not wish to invite young friend Lu to join our burning heaven sect. In fact, I have extended an invitation previously, but he declined, as he has his own sect. The ancestor of Li Hua furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing this. I see. He then sighed, shaking his head. It seems that fate has eluded us. Such a genius possesses an exceptionally strong will. Since he has declined, there is likely no hope. Yin Feng and the others nodded slightly. Initially, they felt a twinge of regret over Lu Xian's refusal to join the burning heaven sect. However, now, upon hearing the ancestor of Li Hua's opinion, they felt as though they had missed a tremendous treasure. After a moment of silence, the ancestor of Li Hua slowly stated, though this young lad has refused, we might still attempt to establish a connection with him. In the future, Should he ascend to the spirit realm, our burning heaven sect's elders may benefit from it, and thus, we too would gain. Yin Feng and the others nodded in agreement, their gazes flickering as they contemplated this new idea. While the 4 divine transformation cultivators of the burning heaven sect engaged in discussion, the disciples below, except for those in closed-door cultivation or otherwise occupied, had all gathered outside. Awestruck by the colossal nascent soul manifestation, they were well aware of what a nascent soul manifestation entailed. As a sect specializing in divine transformation, the Burning Heaven sect boasted over 100 nascent soul cultivators who were regarded as elder figures. Though they had witnessed various breakthroughs to the nascent soul stage, circumstances like the current one were unprecedented. Even the already ascended Yin Li, Yin Xiao, and Lai Yang were utterly astonished. Why is the surge of spiritual energy so overwhelming? Indeed, when we broke through to the nascent soul stage, we did not create such a ruckus. Lai Yang gazed at the nascent soul manifestation in a daze, exclaiming, the most crucial aspect is not merely this surge of spiritual energy, but the resonance with the laws. Resonance with the laws. Could it be that Taoist Lu has already comprehended the laws to the threshold of entry? Exclaimed the gathered nascent soul elders, their eyes wide with shock. Yin Li and the others, aware of Lu Xian's understanding of the laws, could only offer wry smiles. What was merely entry for them? It was not just one, but several fundamental laws he had grasped. Their own understanding paled in comparison. As time passed, the nascent soul phantom fully took shape. At this moment, the manifestation had completely transformed into Lu Xian's likeness. Lu Xian's phantom slowly opened its eyes, scanning the surroundings before finally resting its gaze upon the divine transformation cultivators high above. All 4 were taken aback. Using the Tao of heaven and earth, he was able to detect our presence? This young man's talent is truly extraordinary. Even though they were all divine transformation cultivators at this moment, they felt a profound sense of awe at Lu Xian's abilities. The ethereal projection of Lu Xian's nascent soul cast a glance at the 4 transformation stage cultivators before dissipating into a myriad of luminous specks. Within the confines of the palace chamber, Lu Xian gradually opened his eyes. His consciousness swept through his dantian, where he beheld a nascent soul, identical to himself, seated in a lotus position. This nascent soul was entirely resplendent in golden hues, with 9 orifices circulating energy, resembling 9 swirling vortices. Above its crown floated the primordial cauldron, emanating radiant streams of primordial Tao light. Lu Xian was overwhelmed by an unprecedented surge of formidable power, a smile gracing his features. He had successfully ascended to the nascent soul stage. At this moment, the information inscribed on his destiny tablet also underwent a transformation. Cultivator, Lu Xian, Realm. Early nascent soul, progress. 0, lifespan. 481, 260 years identity. Elder of the Dan Peak. Cold Abyss Sword Sect, aptitude. Primordial spirit body, comprehension. 206, fortune. 270 partners. Yijian, Nangongyu. Su Su Master, Luo Qinghan laws. Space, entry. 5 elements, entry. Yin-yang, entry. Divine abilities. Metal sword intent can be deduced. Spatial traversal can be deduced. Cultivation method. Lu Xian gazed at his age, feeling a sense of surrealism wash over him. A mere 48-year-old nascent soul cultivator. This revelation would surely leave others astounded. Notably, he still possessed over a millennium of lifespan. If calculated against a mortal's centennial span, he could be likened to a child of merely 4 years. However, having just transcended to the early nascent soul stage with a lifespan of 1,200 years, he was undoubtedly among the more fortunate in this realm. He surmised that this might be attributed to his cultivation of the Qingdi longevity scripture, a celestial-grade wood-based technique known for its life-extending properties. Additionally, his primordial spirit body likely played a significant role. Moreover, Lu Xian's comprehension had surged by a remarkable 40 points after his breakthrough, surpassing the 200 mark. His fortune had ascended to an impressive 270 points. Previously, his fortune rested at 170 points. The increase of 100 points stemmed from his ascent to the top of the Zhangzhou talented ranking, alongside his recent advancement to the nascent soul stage. Cultivators who attain the nascent soul stage inherently possess extraordinary talents, naturally garnering the blessings of the heavens, resulting in a more substantial enhancement of fortune compared to the breakthrough from the golden core stage. Following his elevation to the nascent soul stage, Lu Xian experienced a monumental amplification of his capabilities. Utilizing the 9 orifices spirit creation pill, his nascent soul transformed into a 9-orifice primordial nascent soul. He attuned himself to his current state. The 9 orifices on the surface of his nascent soul facilitated the absorption and refinement of the spiritual energy from heaven and earth. significantly surpassing the cultivation and magical recovery speeds of peers at the same level. Furthermore, the 9 orifices continuously purified and refined Lu Xian's magical essence, enhancing its potency by at least 30%. This indicated a corresponding increase in the power of his spells by a minimum of 30% as well. Additionally, the interconnectedness of the 9 orifices allowed Lu Xian to perceive the flow of spiritual energy and the fluctuations of laws in the world with heightened clarity, proving immensely beneficial for his future comprehension of laws and aspirations to ascend to the transformation stage. Ultimately, the self-sustaining cycle of the 9 orifices greatly bolstered the stability of his nascent soul. Consequently, it became exceedingly difficult for demonic thoughts to corrupt his nascent soul. Of course, with the presence of the pure world green lotus soul crossing immortal chapter, Lu Xian was already less susceptible to such corruption. Most importantly, whether in combat or during ambushes, Lu Xian's nascent soul would be far less vulnerable to damage. This aspect was of paramount significance, for the nascent soul is the core of a nascent soul cultivator, representing their most fragile link. Should the nascent soul sustain harm, it could prove fatal for the cultivator. In this regard, Lu Xian found himself at a considerable advantage. After sensing the changes within himself, he rose and stretched, a smile illuminating his face. With the formation of his nascent soul, he had truly taken the first step towards pursuing the grand path of the heavens, qualifying himself for the quest for immortality. Chapter 351. The bet with the ancestor of fire separation. Upon exiting his chamber, Lu Xian encountered Nangong Yu and the others, including Yanli. To his surprise, familiar elders from the burning heavenly sect, such as Lai Yang, Yin Xiao, Xin Yang, and Mu Yin, were also present. Having previously collaborated with Lu Xian in the Void Rift, these individuals shared a bond with him and had come to extend their congratulations. In addition to their well wishes, they each presented gifts. Taoist Lu, congratulations. From this day forth, you are a nascent soul cultivator. I have little to offer as a gift, but here are my insights on artifact crafting, along with these 3 4th-grade heavenly materials I fortuitously acquired. Consider them a token of my congratulations. Not only Lai Yang, but the others also imparted their cultivation insights to Lu Xian while presenting 4th-grade artifact crafting materials. The rarity of 4th-grade materials alone made them exceedingly precious, not something that even nascent soul cultivators could readily dispense. Each cultivator contributed several items, some 3 or 4, others 1 or 2, culminating in Lu Xian acquiring precisely 10 4th-grade heavenly materials. Lu Xian received their generous gifts with utmost gratitude, repeatedly bowing in thanks. In the future, I shall certainly seize the opportunity to discuss the art of artifact crafting with all of you, my esteemed friends. Ha ha ha, it is our pleasure. Lai Yang and the others soon took their leave. Once Yin Li departed as well, Lu Xian and Nangong Yu returned to their chamber. After a few days of rest, Lu Xian recalled his earlier promise to ancestor Yin Feng to exchange insights on artifact crafting. Thus, he sought out Yin Li, Little Li. I previously promised ancestor Yin Feng to discuss artifact crafting. Could you assist me in contacting him? Lu Xian had contemplated that if he could gain some insights into artifact crafting from ancestor Yin Feng, acquiring the methods for forging a transcendent artifact, he could attempt to craft one using 5th-grade star gold. This would serve as a valuable trump card for him. Yin Li, of course, did not decline. She promptly utilized the Destiny Tablet to reach out to Yin Feng. Within the Forbidden Grounds, Yin Feng and several other transformation stage cultivators had gathered, engaging in profound discussions since Lu Xian's breakthrough. At that moment, Yin Feng's Destiny Tablet gently vibrated. After scanning the tablet, he raised an eyebrow slightly. What is it? Yin Feng? Jin Mia, the ancestor of destruction, inquired, as did the ancestor of fire separation and the fairy of Lu Yin. With a smile, Yin Feng replied, Young Lu has emerged from seclusion. His artifact crafting skills are remarkable. He has even crafted a high-grade Xianxian artifact class flying vessel. I previously invited him to discuss the art of crafting, and now he is reaching out to me through Little Li. What? That boy can craft high-grade Xianxian artifacts. Ancestor Fire Separation's eyes widened in astonishment. He sighed, this lad is a natural-born disciple of the burning heavenly sect. What a pity, what a pity. Why won't he join our sect? Both Jin Mia and the fairy of Lu Yin were already aware of Lu Xian's talent in artifact crafting, so they exhibited no change in expression. The fairy of Lu Yin smiled gently and suggested, if Ancestor Fire Separation is reluctant, you might consider inviting him again. Taking a deep breath, Ancestor Fire Separation scoffed lightly, an invitation it shall be. If so, let us have him come here. I shall have Little Li bring him over. Yin Li received a telepathic message from Yin Feng and turned to Lu Xian. The ancestor has instructed me to take you to the forbidden area. Lu Xian nodded in agreement. All right. The two proceeded one after the other, making their way to the deepest part of the Fengshan sect's valley. Within the rocky walls, which were infused with the fiery essence of the earth, there lay an exceptionally vast passageway. They followed the rocky corridor, flying deeper into the stone depths. As they descended, the temperature steadily escalated. Upon arriving at a colossal cavern, the air was so heated that it caused a slight distortion in the space around them. Although Lu Xian had not cultivated fire-based techniques, his primordial spirit body rendered him entirely comfortable in such oppressive heat. He soon spotted the 4 figures seated upon a highland, encircled by magma. Seeing these 4 cultivators, Yanli was somewhat taken aback. She communicated with Lu Xian. Lu Xian, I didn't expect that besides my ancestor, the other 3 god transformation ancestors of Finchen sect would also be present. Please be on your best behavior. Lu Xian responded, I understand. They advanced to stand before the 4. Yanli bowed respectfully. Elder Yanli of Finchen sect, greetings to Ancestor Jinye, Ancestor Lu Yan, and Ancestor Li Hua. Lu Xian felt little surprise at the sight of the 4. He had previously encountered them during his breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. The 4 god transformation cultivators were all at the early stage of god transformation, their auras seemingly melding with the surrounding air, making them almost imperceptible. Had it not been for Lu Xian's resonance with the heavenly principles during his breakthrough, he would not have sensed their observations of his advancement. Lu Xian also bowed. Lu Xian pays respects to the 4 ancestors. Ancestor Li Hua's gaze swept over Yan Li, and with a satisfied nod, he remarked, a newly emerged junior? Quite the talent. Achieving the nascent soul stage at such a young age, a promising seed for god transformation. Yan Li smiled gently. Thank you for your kind words, Ancestor. Ancestor Li Hua then turned his attention to Lu Xian, his eyes glinting with curiosity. I hear from Yin Feng that your crafting skills are commendable? Lu Xian smiled and replied, I suppose I manage, if provided with materials. I should be able to forge a top-tier Xianxian artifact. Upon hearing this, even Yin Feng and the others, who were already aware of Lu Xian's aptitude for crafting, could not help but narrow their eyes. Ancestor Jinye frowned, scrutinizing Lu Xian. Young friend Lu, one must speak from the heart. It is best not to exaggerate one's capabilities. Fairy Lu Yan observed Lu Xian with intrigue, seemingly eager to ascertain whether he could indeed forge a top-tier Xianxian artifact. It was well known that, aside from the 4 of them, no one within the entire Finchen sect could craft such an artifact. Moreover, the Finchen sect was a revered sanctuary for crafting within the Xianling realm. Even the nascent soul cultivators of Finchen sect were incapable of forging top-tier Xianxian artifacts. How could someone as young as Lu Xian possibly accomplish this? Lu Xian chuckled. I would not dare to overstate my abilities. Ancestor Jinye's frown deepened, as if still finding it hard to believe. Yan Li appeared somewhat dazed. Just after their first meeting, Lu Xian seemed to have already drawn the displeasure of the 3 ancestors. At this moment, Ancestor Li Hua suddenly seemed to have an idea, smiling. Young friend Lu, you are so confident. Why not engage in a wager? Lu Xian looked at Ancestor Li Hua with curiosity. Please, do tell. Yin Feng and the others also turned their attention to Ancestor Li Hua. Being the oldest god transformation ancestor of Finchen sect, they were naturally inclined to heed his counsel. Ancestor Li Hua smiled. It's simple. I will provide you with materials. If you do not forge a top-tier Xianxian artifact, should you win, I shall grant you access to our sect's unspoken secret, the Bai Lian Finchen Bao Lu for your study. Upon hearing this, Yin Feng and the others were momentarily stunned, their eyes widening in disbelief. Simultaneously, they conveyed their concerns to Ancestor Li Hua. Isn't this wager somewhat excessive? Although the Bai Lian Finchen Bao Lu is not a cultivation technique like the Finchen Sacred Classic, it is an incredibly precious method for crafting. Essentially the very foundation of the Finchen sect. To wager it seems rather extravagant. Even the 3 god transformation ancestors felt somewhat apprehensive. Ancestor Li Hua calmly replied through thought, do not rush. He then turned to Lu Xian, smiling. If you lose, you shall join our Finchen sect and become one of our elders. What do you say? Lu Xian had not anticipated such a wager from Ancestor Li Hua. Before he could respond, the destiny token illuminated with a heavenly prompt. Lu Xian glanced at it, his eyes suddenly brightening. He was surprised to discover that he could actually undertake a heavenly task. Chapter 352, Top-Tier Xianxian Artifact. Li Hua Fan to forge a top-tier Xianxian artifact and win the wager. The reward is any 1 4th-tier elixir. Upon seeing this task's reward, Lu Xian's eyes sparkled with delight. Although it was merely a single 4th-tier elixir, heavenly task rewards included particularly rare 4th-tier elixirs, such as special god transformation elixirs that enhance aptitude and comprehension. Each of these elixirs was worth a fortune. Unfortunately, the reward was only a 4th-tier elixir, not a 5th-tier one. This was likely due to the fact that the Xianxian artifact itself was merely a 4th-tier artifact. With the wager already established, and now the heavenly task reward as well, Lu Xian saw no reason to refuse. He nodded and smiled. since Ancestor Li Hua proposes it. I naturally have no reason to decline. A glint of sharpness flickered in Ancestor Li Hua's eyes. With a wave of his hand, more than 20 pieces of fourth-tier materials appeared before Lu Xian, floating in the air. He chuckled. Are these materials sufficient? If not, I have more on hand. Lu Xian surveyed the materials, which included the Earth Core Fire Nucleus, 4th-tier Sinyang Jade, 10,000-year Flame Jade, and various 4th-tier demonic cores of fire attribute, all of which were gathered over the years by Ancestor Li Hua through the various secret realms of Fenshin sect. Living long has its advantages, allowing for the accumulation of numerous rare treasures. With his thoughts racing, Lu Xian smiled. These materials are sufficient. I can forge at any time. He happened to possess a method for crafting a fire attribute Xiantian artifact. This artifact, known as the Li Hua Fan, was derived from his earlier insights while enhancing his crafting path through the use of a 9-colored radiance to deduce artifact forging techniques. Although Lu Xian had comprehended the crafting method for the Li Hua Fan to perfection, he had never attempted to forge it due to a lack of 4th-tier fire attribute materials. Now, however, the opportunity had presented itself. Seeing Lu Xian's confidence, Ancestor Li Hua and the other 3 god transformation cultivators were somewhat astonished. Was he not going to prepare himself? Forging a Xiantian artifact was no simple task. Under normal circumstances, even they would need to adjust their state of mind. Lu Xian replied with a smile. No need. I am ready at any time. Then let us begin. Ancestor Li Hua acquiesced, not wishing to prolong the matter. Lu Xian, having declared his readiness, settled cross-legged upon the high platform. He formed a hand seal, and the primordial cauldron within his Dantian soared forth, releasing the essence of the 5 elements, swiftly enlarging into a massive 3-meter-tall cauldron. As the 5 elemental energies flowed within, Ancestor Li Hua and the other 4 felt a tremor in their hearts. Fairy Lu Yin communicated through thought. Is this young friend Lu's innate treasure? Did he not just forge it? How could it already rank as a superior Xiantian artifact? In the eyes of the ancestor of Li Hua, a flicker of flame danced as he conveyed through sound transmission. It appears that after refining, the materials were directly enhanced using heavenly treasures. It seems that this young friend Lu has accumulated quite a number of 4th-grade heavenly treasures. However, even so, to elevate a life-bound magical artifact to the level of a superior Xiantian artifact in such a short span of time indicates that the artifact itself possesses exceptional potential. This life-bound magical artifact of young friend Lu is likely extraordinary. Such a prodigy surely possesses unimaginable fortuity, not to mention that he is also a master craftsman. It is entirely reasonable for him to have such a life-bound magical artifact. The transmission from Yin Feng garnered the agreement of the other 3. The Heavenly Dao would undoubtedly bestow numerous opportunities upon a monstrous talent like Lu Xian. While they exchanged thoughts, Lu Xian had already cast one after another of the 4th-grade heavenly treasures into the Hunyuan cauldron. Subsequently, he formed a hand seal, and the intertwining flames of the Xianming tribulation materialized, beginning to pour into the cauldron. The elemental energies within the Hunyuan cauldron transformed in accordance with Lu Xian's thoughts, transmuting into fire energy under the cyclical motion of the 5 elements. Torrid waves of flame surged forth, swiftly melting these heavenly treasures, gradually commencing the refining process. The intertwining flames astonished the 4 ancestors of Li Hua once more. A heavenly tier fire control secret technique? This young man possesses an impressive array of skills. The depth of his comprehension of this fire control technique must be profound. Otherwise, he could not process these materials with such speed. As Lu Xian continued his refining, the 4 transformation stage cultivators experienced repeated heart-stopping moments. His spiritual awareness control surpasses even mine. Indeed, while their spiritual strength may still exceed his mastery over it likely surpassed theirs. Such fluidity in the inscriptions. Is there a hint of formations in his work? Has young friend Lu integrated the paths of formations and artifact crafting? They marveled at Lu Xian's crafting technique, feeling as though they had not witnessed such mastery in several millennia. Lu Xian's craftsmanship was nothing short of extraordinary. Yin Li, standing nearby, had limited understanding, and although she could discern the strength of Lu Xian's technique, she was uncertain of its full extent. The 4 transformation stage cultivators, however, understood precisely how formidable Lu Xian's artifact crafting truly was. As time passed, merely a month later, a burst of flame erupted from the Hunyuan cauldron. A small crimson fan soared forth, engraved with intricate fire patterns, flickering with flames. Merely floating in the air, it emanated a formidable pressure. A superior Xiantian artifact. The fairy of Lu Yin gazed at the Li Hua fan, her eyes shimmering with awe. Even she, at present, possessed only a low-grade Tongtian artifact, while her other treasures were all superior Xiantian artifacts. For her, a superior Xiantian artifact was already considered a formidable asset. Even the transformation stage cultivators of the Finchen sect were similarly impressed, let alone those from other sections. For some transformation stage cultivators lacking a solid background and resources, a superior Xianxian artifact represented the pinnacle of what they could obtain. Thus, it was bewildering to witness a mere nascent soul cultivator effortlessly forge such an artifact. The shock of this revelation was unimaginable. The other three transformation stage cultivators regarded the Crimson Fan with astonished expressions, while Yin Li, not far away, was utterly dumbfounded. She cast a look at Lu Xian's back, a hint of admiration flickering in her gaze. A superior Xianxian artifact. Having immersed herself in the craft for nearly 2 centuries, she had scarcely managed to refine a low-grade Xianxian artifact. She never anticipated that Lu Xian could now forge a superior Xianxian artifact. This surpassed even the peak elders of the Finchen sect. As a member of the Finchen sect, Yinli held great respect for powerful artifact crafters. Although Lu Xian's earlier demonstrations of alchemical and formation talents had also astonished her, they paled in comparison to the impact of his creation of a superior Xianxian artifact. Lu Xian smiled gently and spoke. Senior Li Hua, this artifact of mine, should it be considered complete? The ancestor of Li Hua returned to his senses, feeling a twinge of frustration. If Lu Xian had lost, it would have been more beneficial for him. After all, the Finchen sect would gain an exceptionally talented nascent soul elder. However, Lu Xian's victory was not a loss for the ancestor of Li Hua. Though he had imparted the Balian Finchen treasure codex, the Finchen sect could continue to cultivate it. It was merely the addition of another cultivator to their ranks. Although this cultivator was not a member of the Finchen sect, given Lu Xian's talent, he would undoubtedly acquire even more powerful artifact crafting tomes in the future. This Balian Finchen treasure codex would likely be just a transitional phase for Lu Xian. If Lu Xian cultivated it, a connection would form between him and the Finchen sect. In this way, should any issues arise for the Finchen sect in the future, Lu Xian would hardly be able to remain indifferent. The karmic bond with such a prodigious talent represented a significant opportunity for the Finchen sect. Chapter 353, Balian Finchen Treasure Codex, Crafting Tongtian Artifacts. Upon contemplating this, the ancestor of Li Hua smiled and said, "A bet is a bet. Since you have forged a superior Xianxian artifact, I shall naturally impart the Balian Finchen Treasure Codex to you." He paused for a moment, then added, "However, you must vow by the Heavenly Dao that you shall not teach the contents of the Balian Finchen Treasure Codex to other cultivators, only for your own study." Lu Xian nodded, "No problem." As a disciple of the Hanyuan Sword sect, Lu Xian understood the importance of a sect's inheritance. It was more than satisfactory for him to learn it himself. Once he mastered the Balian Finchen Treasure Codex, he could apply the 9-colored radiance to derive even stronger artifact crafting techniques. At that time, he would be fully capable of passing down more powerful crafting methods to others. The ancestor of Li Hua nodded, retrieving a blank jade slip, and subsequently transmitted the contents of the Balian Finchen Treasure Codex into it, handing it to Lu Xian. This one-time jade slip was far more secure than a traditional tome. However, crafting a one-time jade slip required an exceptionally high level of spiritual awareness, making it more suitable for most individuals to opt for a traditional tome. Lu Xian accepted the one-time jade slip and eagerly began absorbing its contents. Soon, he had comprehended the entirety of the Balian Finchen Treasure Codex. Upon completion, Lu Xian realized he had underestimated its complexity. The Balian Finchen Treasure Codex encompassed far more than a singular artifact crafting technique. It included various secret arts such as fire control, purification, shaping, inscription, and endowing with spirit, each at the heavenly tier's pinnacle. The fusion of these techniques resulted in an exceptionally powerful inheritance in artifact crafting. Lu Xian's heart brimmed with joy. This was undoubtedly a tremendous gain for him. As long as he could grasp the foundational concepts of the Balian Finchen Treasure Codex and then utilize the 9-colored radiance to derive it. Even if he did not reach the heavenly tier, achieving a complete mastery of the Balian Finchen Treasure Codex would significantly enhance his artifact crafting skills. Moreover, the Balian Finchen Treasure Codex contained an abundance of artifact blueprints, ranging from the most basic magical tools to Tongtian artifacts. Lu Xian did not need to master the blueprints for Tongtian artifacts, as 5th-grade materials were rare. Acquiring the blueprints for such artifacts would be exceedingly challenging. He only needed to master the blueprint for a Xianxian artifact, and then, by employing the 9-colored radiance to derive it, he could obtain the crafting methods for Tongtian artifacts. For Lu Xian, he has now thoroughly mastered over 20 methods of refining the Xianxian magical treasures. With this wealth of experience in crafting such artifacts, even without the need for actual refinement, he can easily grasp the fundamentals of any particular Xianxian treasure after just a few readings and studies. He chuckled as he clasped his hands in gratitude towards the ancestor of Li Hua. "Thank you, ancestor." The ancestor of Li Hua smiled and waved his hand. causing the Xianxiafan to drift gracefully before Xian. This is the exceptional Xiantian treasure you refined, and it is naturally yours. Xian was momentarily taken aback. He had initially assumed that the ancestor of Li Hua intended to keep the fan for himself. After all, possessing the 100 refinements of the Burning Heaven Talisman, the foundation of the Burning Heaven sect, was far more precious than the Li Hua fan. Not to mention, the materials for crafting the Li Hua fan were provided by the ancestor himself. He did not expect the ancestor to willingly bestow the fan upon him. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, "In that case, I shall accept it graciously." One could not refuse a gift from a transcendent being without causing offense. Seeing Xian accept the gift, the ancestor of Li Hua smiled warmly. He then invited, "Young friend Lu, you have arrived at the perfect moment. We are engaged in a philosophical discussion. Why not join us in exploring these ideas together? Your comprehension of the Tao is commendable, and your understanding of the art of refinement is quite impressive. You would certainly add value to our discourse." Xian's eyes brightened at this invitation. "I shall not hold back, then." Yin Feng glanced at the nearby Yin Li and smiled. "Let little Li stay as well. Listening to this will be beneficial for you." Yin Li, who had intended to leave, was elated by this remark and promptly nodded. "Thank you, ancestor." The group settled down once more to continue their dialogue. As the junior recently advanced to the early stage of the nascent soul, Xian listened attentively to the four scholars discuss their insights into the path of immortality and their varied interpretations of each realm. While he lacked the cultivation to contribute meaningfully to discussions on the transformation stage and the nascent soul stage, he was able to interject a few thoughts on the earlier realms of qi refinement, foundation establishment, and golden core. Beyond discussing their insights into these realms, they also delved into their understandings of the great Tao. All four participants specialized in the fire aspect of the Tao. To Xian, the fire Tao is one of the 5 elemental paths. Though he had not cultivated fire techniques, he had gleaned insights into the principles of fire during his breakthroughs into the golden core and nascent soul stages, particularly when the 5 elements complemented one another. At that moment, his understanding of the fire principles had reached a modest level of accomplishment. Xian discovered that each of the 4 cultivators had unique interpretations of the fire principles. For instance, Yin Feng practiced the path of refining artifacts through the flames of destruction, merging the crafts of refinement and fire into one, condensing the divine fire of alchemy. In his eyes, all things in the universe could be refined, even the spells and treasures of his enemies, and he dared to forcibly refine them for his own use, adopting a method of combat that was both peculiar and domineering. Conversely, the immortal Lu Yin followed the path of illusory flames, mastering the manipulation of fire to create endless illusions, blending the real and the unreal. Her signature 1,000 illusion glass fire was mesmerizing, capable of deceiving one's consciousness and crafting illusions so convincing that they could ensnare enemies within lethal fiery realms. Moreover, she could invoke her opponent's emotions through her heart flame, igniting their feelings to bring about their self-immolation. The ancestor of Xianxia, on the other hand, practiced the purest form of extinguishing flames, embodying the path of sheer destruction, which was immensely fearsome. As for the ancestor of Li Hua, he wielded flames imbued with innate divine abilities, drawing primarily from the earth fire. Through their discussions, Xian gained significant insights into his own path of fire. He felt that if he could engage with more fire-specialized transformation stage cultivators, he might elevate his understanding of the fire principles even further. Unfortunately, in the entire Xianling realm, transformation stage cultivators specializing in fire were exceedingly rare. Not only did he gain insights into the great Tao, but Xian also made substantial progress in the art of refinement. It must be noted that these 4 transformation stage cultivators from the Burning Heaven sect had immersed themselves in the art of refinement for millennia, providing them with profound comprehension of this craft, particularly regarding the 100 refinements of the Burning Heaven Talisman. By synthesizing the discussions of the 4 with the teachings of the 100 refinements of the Burning Heaven Talisman, Xian surprisingly managed to grasp the fundamentals of this celestial-grade refinement compendium during their discourse. This revelation filled him with delight, as he realized that this discussion had saved him at least 6 months of contemplation. Throughout this month-long discourse, Yanli remained quietly attentive. She observed Xian, who could engage in profound discussions even with the 4 transformation stage elders, and her admiration for him grew even stronger. As a newcomer to the early nascent soul stage, Xian's performance was truly awe-inspiring. Their philosophical discussion continued for a month. After this period, Yin Feng and the others planned to enter seclusion once more, while Xian and Yanli exited the forbidden grounds. Upon returning to the palace, Xian also began his own seclusion. The insights gained from this month-long discussion were immense, and he needed to absorb them thoroughly. 6 months later, Xian emerged from seclusion. During this time, He had harnessed the nine-colored radiance to formulate a method for refining a celestial treasure, achieving a state of perfection. The requirements for crafting a celestial treasure were quite high, necessitating either a special fiery environment or an exceptionally powerful flame mastery. Although Lu Xian's Xianming Calamity Flame was formidable and capable of refining a celestial treasure, it imposed certain requirements on his cultivation level. If he were to reach the late stage of the nascent soul or beyond, it would pose no problem. However, he was still at the early stage. Fortunately, the Burning Heaven sect possessed such a unique environment. With the special refining conditions and the Xianming Calamity Flame, Lu Xian found himself capable of crafting a celestial treasure even at the early stage of the nascent soul. Chapter 354. The celestial treasure is formed. Thunder Calamity emerges. Lu Xian sought out Yan Li to inform her of his intention to attempt refining a celestial treasure, hoping she could assist him in finding a suitable fiery environment. Yan Li was utterly taken aback by this revelation. She had not anticipated that Lu Xian would attempt to refine a celestial treasure at this stage. It was simply astonishing. Are you confident in your abilities? Lu Xian smiled and replied, I owe my gratitude to the four ancestors for their insights into the art of refinement. The past month of discussion has been immensely fruitful, so I should encounter no issues. Yan Li immediately responded. The most suitable area for refining a celestial treasure is within the forbidden grounds of the Burning Heaven sect, where the core of the earth, Lung Fire Vein, lies. The ancestors have also attempted to refine celestial treasures there. I will inform the ancestors, and they will surely permit you to do so. Thank you, Little Li. There's no need for formality. I too hope you succeed in refining a celestial treasure. Yan Li quickly contacted Yan Feng, who had already begun his seclusion. Despite being deeply engrossed in his meditation, upon hearing that Lu Xian intended to refine a celestial treasure, he lost all desire to remain secluded and immediately granted Lu Xian permission to proceed to the forbidden grounds for refinement. Moreover, Yan Feng also notified the immortal Lu Yan, Ancestor Jin Mie, and Ancestor Li Hua, all of whom were also in seclusion. Initially displeased that Yan Feng had interrupted their meditation, the three of them quickly forgot their grievances upon learning of Lu Xian's plan to refine a celestial treasure. During their previous discussions, while Lu Xian had demonstrated notable prowess in the art of refinement, he had yet to reach a level sufficient to craft a celestial treasure. To their astonishment, in just a mere span of 6 months, he had absorbed profound insights to the extent that he could attempt to forge a celestial artifact. The four venerable ancestors of the transformation stage harbored a flicker of disbelief in their hearts. Despite their skepticism, they were eager to witness whether Lu Xian could indeed accomplish this feat. Lu Xian had received the consent of Yan Li, and thus, she once again escorted him to the forbidden grounds of the Burning Heaven sect. Within this sacred domain, the four elders were already present. Upon spotting the four, both Lu Xian and Yan Li were momentarily taken aback. Yan Li was unaware that the other 3 transformation stage ancestors had not yet entered seclusion. Lu Xian, too, was puzzled. Aren't the 4 esteemed elders in seclusion? Why are they still here? The enchanting fairy Lu Yan smiled gently, her exquisite visage exuding an ethereal beauty. Upon hearing that you intend to forge a celestial artifact, our desire for seclusion has dissipated. Is it truly so? In just 6 short months, have you comprehended the principles of artifact refinement we previously discussed? Are you genuinely planning to forge a celestial artifact? The venerable ancestor Li Hua observed Lu Xian with curiosity. Lu Xian nodded, replying with a smile, I owe my gratitude to the 4 esteemed elders for their teachings. By fortunate chance, I acquired a method for forging a celestial artifact, yet there were aspects I struggled to grasp. After our discourse, I devoted myself to research for half a year and have finally gleaned some insights. Of course, Lu Xian's method for forging the celestial artifact was derived from the enigmatic 9-colored radiance. Additionally, his comprehension of the forging process also stemmed from this ethereal light, a fact he chose not to disclose to the 4 elders. Upon hearing Lu Xian's words, the 4 elders exchanged glances, each sensing astonishment reflected in the other's eyes. After a moment of silence, Yan Feng chuckled. This is indeed the core area of the earth fire veins, sufficient for forging a celestial artifact. If you wish to proceed, you may do so here. Might we 4 remain to observe? Typically, the methods of artifact refinement are deemed confidential. However, the request from Yan Feng and his companions to lend Lu Xian the sect's core secret realm was not unreasonable. Naturally, the 4 elders themselves were capable of forging celestial artifacts. Their true curiosity lay in whether Lu Xian could succeed. Lu Xian did not elaborate further, merely smiling and affirming. Of course, that would be permissible. With Lu Xian's consent, smiles graced the faces of the 4 elders. Yan Li interjected, Lu Xian, I shall take my leave then. Being not a transformation stage ancestor, it was inappropriate for her to linger. Upon hearing her words, Lu Xian promptly said, Xiao Li, you and I are friends. You may stay and observe. It might benefit your understanding of artifact refinement. After all, Lu Xian was contemplating forming a partnership with Yanli, seeking assistance in his future endeavors in artifact crafting, and would not pass up such an opportunity to enhance their rapport. Surprised, Yanli hesitated momentarily. I can really stay here? Naturally, Lu Xian assured her. A warmth blossomed in Yan Li's heart, touched by his words. After a brief moment of contemplation, her passion for the art of refinement overcame her modesty. In that case, I shall not be polite. Once the group settled, they willingly vacated the most central position of the earth-fire veins for Lu Xian and moved to the periphery of the forbidden area. Lu Xian then took out various precious materials, among which the most significant were 2 pieces of 5th-grade starry gold. Additionally, Lu Xian utilized surplus 9-colored radiance to augment another 5th-grade material, ensuring he could at least forge a lower-grade celestial artifact. For Lu Xian, the difficulty of crafting a celestial artifact was not particularly high. However, the availability of materials was fundamental. Without materials, even the most adept forging techniques would be rendered useless. 3 pieces of 5th-grade materials were, by all accounts, a modest requirement. When Lu Xian presented 3 5th-grade materials alongside a collection of 4th-grade materials, the 4 elders were taken aback. They had not anticipated that Lu Xian intended to forge a celestial artifact relying solely on such a meager quantity of 5th-grade materials. The paltry number of materials posed significant challenges. Had it been them, crafting even a lower-grade celestial artifact would have been exceedingly difficult, if not nearly impossible. Thus, the 4 transformation stage practitioners exchanged glances, all sensing that Lu Xian might face failure in this endeavor. However, since Lu Xian had already made up his mind to forge, they chose to remain silent and wait patiently. Subsequently, Lu Xian retrieved the primordial cauldron and began to meld the materials within. He summoned the Xianming Calamity Flame while simultaneously channeling the Earth Fire Veins, engaging in a dual flame operation to commence the forging process. Had Lu Xian already reached the transformation stage, the Xianming Calamity Flame alone would suffice for crafting a celestial artifact. However, as he was still in the early stages of the nascent soul, he could only rely primarily on the Earth Fire Veins, using the Xianming Calamity Flame as an auxiliary source to gradually refine the materials. As time passed, a year slipped by in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered above the burning heaven sect, thunder rumbling ominously, accompanied by the descent of heavenly pressure. All practitioners within the sect looked up in terror, astonished at the ominous clouds looming overhead. Heavenly pressure? Is this a tribulation? Only upon reaching the transformation stage does one encounter tribulations. Could an elder have broken through? Yet, they had heard no prior news of an impending breakthrough from any elder. Something seemed amiss. The tribulation of the transformation stage seemed far more formidable than this. Could it be that some precious materials have emerged, or some other treasure? This tribulation bore a resemblance to those associated with the appearance of celestial artifacts. I had the fortune of witnessing one 5 centuries ago. Celestial artifact? Could it be that one of the ancestors has forged a new celestial artifact? This seemed plausible. As they debated, a figure soared from the forbidden grounds, standing majestically in the sky. The practitioner appeared youthful, wielding an extraordinary long sword. The blade shimmered in a profound shade of dark blue, as if it had captured a fragment of the night sky, adorned with countless tiny twinkling points. Resembling a miniature cosmic river, surrounded by a myriad of starlight, the figure radiated an exceptional brilliance. Upon seeing him, everyone was momentarily stunned. Who is this? Not an ancestor? One recalled that this individual was a distinguished guest within the sect, though the name escaped them. The artifact he wields appears to be a celestial artifact. Could it be his creation? How is that even possible? He seems to be in the nascent soul stage. How could a nascent soul cultivator forge a celestial artifact? Among the crowd were those familiar with Lu Xian, such as Lai Yang, Xin Yang, and Yin Xiao, all of whom gazed at the figure in the sky in utter disbelief. That figure was none other than Lu Xian. Chapter 355, Celestial Calamity Star Sword. Is that Taoist Lu Xian? He actually forged a celestial artifact? How is that possible? One exclaimed. No wonder I haven't been able to reach Xiaoli lately. She mentioned she was with Taoist Lu. If I had not heard that several of Taoist Lu's partners were still in Xiaoli's palace, I might have thought Xiaoli had eloped with him. So she was with him to forge a celestial artifact? The crowd buzzed with chatter. Mu Yan gazed at Lu Xian with admiration in her eyes. Hearing Yin Zhao's words, she paused, slightly taken aback. Earlier, when Taoist Lu was forging the celestial artifact, was Xiaoli present to witness the process? The others quickly pieced it together, glancing at Yin Xiao with surprise. Yin Xiao, too, came to the realization, his eyes widening before breaking into a grin. It seems that Xiao Li and Taoist Lu's relationship has grown ever closer. Indeed, the circumstances surrounding the forging of such a magical artifact indicate that a bond of considerable trust and camaraderie must exist. Otherwise, one would never allow another to witness the process. It is evident that the relationship between the two is quite commendable at this moment. Elder Liang smiled and remarked, "Congratulations, junior brother Yanxiao. At this rate, it won't be long before your family adds another exceptionally gifted member." Yanxiao beamed in response, "Thank you, thank you." A flicker of envy crossed Mu Yan's heart. With such astonishing talent as Lu Xian's, which female cultivator could remain indifferent? Just then, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky. Everyone's spirits lifted as they turned their gaze upwards. Yanxiao and his companions wore serious expressions. The thunder tribulation had arrived. Amidst the dark clouds, purple lightning flickered and danced. And in the next moment, a bolt of purple lightning, resembling a sword, descended toward Lu Xian. Within the Hall of Flames, Nangong Yu and her companions were also observing. Upon witnessing this scene, they could not help but clench their fists, their faces pale. Thunder tribulations typically befall those at the god transformation stage. Yet Lu Xian had only just broken through to the early stage of the nascent soul. Even though Lu Xian's strength had long since reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul, their concern was unavoidable. As the lightning struck, Lu Xian grasped the starry light sword and swung it toward the lightning. An exceptionally refined sword energy, seemingly forged from the very essence of stars, surged upward to cleave the heavenly thunder. Boom! The collision between the starry sword energy and the heavenly thunder reverberated throughout the heavens and earth. The ensuing shockwaves wreaked havoc, causing the spiritual essence within the realm of the burning heaven sect to ripple, as starlight and lightning illuminated the sky. After a moment of stalemate between the lightning and the starry sword energy, the sword energy dissipated, leaving only a flicker of lightning that struck Lu Xian, who sustained no harm whatsoever. As the thunder ceased, the ominous clouds dispersed. Lu Xian, sword in hand, returned to the ground. The four god transformation elders and Yanxiao, who had been attentively watching the thunder, turned their gaze to the sword in Lu Xian's hand, which resembled a celestial body. Shock was evident in their eyes. "Young friend Lu, I never expected you to have truly forged a transcendent artifact with just a few pieces of 5th grade materials. Your craftsmanship leaves this old one in awe." Elder Yinfeng could not help but exclaim. He was the most skilled in artifact forging among the four god transformation cultivators. Even so, he believed that if he were in his place, utilizing 3 or 5 pieces of such materials would hardly yield a transcendent artifact, even of the inferior grade. Lu Xian's forging prowess had already surpassed his own. The other 3 god transformation elders nodded in agreement. Elder Li Huo marveled, "During our last discourse, your forging skills were merely sufficient to craft top-grade Xiantian artifacts. I never imagined that in just half a year, your progress would be so remarkable." Indeed, young friend Lu's talent for forging is unprecedented and unparalleled. Such immense advancement in merely 6 months truly evokes envy among others. Even the usually taciturn Elder Jimmy found his voice at this moment. Lu Xian smiled and replied, "I owe much to the teachings of the 4 elders, otherwise, I would not have comprehended the art of forging so swiftly." The 4 god transformation cultivators waved their hands with a smile, modestly refusing to take credit. If our teachings could elevate others' forging talents so dramatically, then every member of the Burning Heaven sect would surely be a master craftsman. Ultimately, it is your own understanding and exceptional aptitude for forging that truly matters. The 4 god transformation cultivators could hardly contain their desire for Lu Xian to join the Burning Heaven sect, but alas, Lu Xian harbored no such intentions. After exchanging a few more words, the 4 god transformation elders retreated to their seclusion once again. Their lingering presence was simply to ascertain whether Lu Xian could indeed forge a transcendent artifact. With the answer in hand, they naturally did not wish to waste any more time. As the elders departed, only Lu Xian and Yanli remained. Yanli took a deep breath, her gaze sparkling as she looked at Lu Xian. "Lu Xian, congratulations. I never anticipated that you could forge a transcendent artifact. If I face any issues in forging in the future, I hope to seek your guidance." Lu Xian smiled back. "We are friends. Feel free to ask me anything, and I shall share my knowledge without reservation." "That is reassuring," Yanli said, her smile radiant. "After a year of forging, I suspect my 4 younger sisters miss you dearly. It would be best for you to return now." Lu Xian nodded in agreement. Then, with a teasing smile, Yanli remarked, "You, with such astounding talent, why still waste time on romantic pursuits? It seems a squandering of your potential." Lu Xian paused, then chuckled, "Not necessarily. For me, romantic endeavors can actually serve as a source of enhancement." Yanli was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Lu Xian with surprise. "How can that be?" Lu Xian replied with a grin, "Why not? If you don't believe me, you can ask Xiaoya and the others." Lu Xian was not lying. The Xuanji Yinyang contract indeed saved him a considerable amount of time. For instance, right now, it was Yin handling alchemy. producing top-grade elixirs that Lu Xian could utilize for his cultivation. Had he done it himself, it would have consumed him a significant amount of time. Moreover, there were various insights into alchemy and formations that Yin Yin and Xiaoya had already shared with him, which he then refined using the 9-colored radiance. Otherwise, he would have needed to comprehend the basics himself, which would also have taken considerable time. Thus, one could say that Lu Xian's 3 partners had saved him at least a third of his time. Yanli listened to Lu Xian's words, a sense of confusion lingering in her heart. Under normal circumstances, cultivators barely manage to cultivate, and even with partners, it is rare to have several, as even those practicing dual cultivation techniques find one sufficient. It is only those with sinister intentions, treating opposite-sex cultivators as vessels, who might indulge in such practices. Yet, it was clear that Lu Xian was not of such ilk. Yanli resolved to find an opportunity to inquire with the sisters later. Afterward, Yanli glanced at the long sword in Lu Xian's hand and asked, "What is the name of this transcendent artifact?" Lu Xian looked at the artifact and smiled slightly. "It is called the Everlasting Star Sword." The Everlasting Star Sword was primarily forged from star gold, along with void crystals and other heavenly materials. It embodies the principles of the stars and possesses a hint of immortality, rendering it indestructible. The Everlasting Star Sword encompasses multiple divine powers, such as the Stellar Sword domain. With a swing, it can invoke the celestial forces of the surrounding stars, creating a miniature stellar sword domain. Within this domain, gravity fluctuates unpredictably, reaching up to hundreds of times the normal gravitational force. Concurrently, the stellar power converges into sword energy that mercilessly slaughters all adversaries within the domain, while also suppressing other elemental spells through the principles of the stars. Another ability is the Void Star Trajectory, utilizing both void and stellar forces. It leaves behind star-like sword marks in the void, akin to laying traps. Whenever a cultivator touches these void shards, the star trajectory sword marks will detonate, unleashing boundless power. Furthermore, there is the star-cutting strike. This is the very sword energy Lu Xian employed to counter the thunder tribulation earlier. By infusing a vast amount of spiritual energy, he unleashes a concentrated sword energy imbued with annihilating properties, capable of inflicting tremendous destruction upon nearly all entities. The might of this strike could even threaten the lives of early-stage god transformation cultivators. In addition to these, the Everlasting Star Sword possesses formidable self-repair capabilities. Unless it is utterly destroyed, as long as a fragment of its essence remains, it can gradually absorb stellar energy to restore itself. This illustrates the formidable power of the tenfold Calamity Star Sword. However, while the sword is indeed powerful, it imposes significant demands on its wielder, including immense requirements for divine consciousness and magical energy. Even someone as capable as Lu Xian can only manage to unleash a mere 50% of the sword's potential at present. Once he achieves a breakthrough to the mid-stage or late stage of the nascent soul realm, it is conceivable that he could confront early-stage transformation god cultivators head-on with the tenfold Calamity Star Sword. Chapter 356, Yanli remarked, "Have you all grasped the principles of spatial laws?" With a smile, she continued, with the tenfold Calamity Star Sword in hand. "It is unlikely that any cultivator below the transformation god realm can rival you." Lu Xian nodded slightly. "That aligns with my own thoughts." He felt a sense of confidence in this regard. After all, even without the tenfold Calamity Star Sword, his original combat prowess at the nascent soul stage was undeniably among the elite. With the sword now at his disposal, the situation is even more favorable. Among the pinnacle nascent soul cultivators, there are scarcely a few in the entire Xianling realm capable of contending with Lu Xian. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xian inquired, "By the way, does your Burning Heaven sect possess a cross-state teleportation array?" He had initially considered that if he were to leave the Burning Heaven sect, he would need to return to the War God Hall first, and then utilize its teleportation array to return to the Danding sect. However, he suddenly realized that the Burning Heaven sect, being a sect of the Transformation God realm, would logically have such an array, just as the Danding sect and the War God Hall did. If he could directly utilize the Burning Heaven sect's cross-state array to depart, he would not need to worry about Transformation God cultivators from the Heavenly Puppet sect ambushing him outside. Yanli paused for a moment before nodding. "Indeed, we have 4 cross-state teleportation arrays that have existed in the Xianling realm for many years, leading to Lingzhou, Sangzhou, Yuzhou, and the Quanlu Island region in the western Quanlu Sea. Are you planning to leave?" Upon hearing that there was a teleportation array to Sangzhou, Lu Xian's eyes brightened. He nodded. "Yes, I intend to head to Sangzhou. Would it be possible to borrow your teleportation array?" Yanli replied with a smile. "Of course, that is no problem." Lu Xian beamed and added, "By the way, do you recall my previous invitation for you to visit Sangzhou? Are you free this time? How about accompanying us on a journey there?" Yan Li's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she replied instantly, Absolutely. I happen to have no pressing matters at the moment. My usual routine consists of regular cultivation and seclusion. Traveling with you would also allow me to seek your guidance on the art of artifact forging. Seeing that he could persuade Yanli to join them, Lu Xian felt a surge of joy. He reflected for a moment and said, "Then I shall return to inform Xiao Yu and the others, and prepare for our departure. How does that sound?" Yanli nodded in agreement. "I will also make my preparations. Just send me a message when you decide to leave." "No problem," he affirmed. Both returned to their respective rooms. In Lu Xian's room, Nan Gongyu, Yi Zhiyan, and Gongyu Yao were present. Upon seeing Lu Xian's return, the four rose to greet him. Yi Zhiyan looked him over with concern. "Are you hurt?" Lu Xian chuckled as he ruffled her hair. "You know my physical cultivation is solid. And with the celestial treasure in hand, how could I possibly sustain injuries?" Su Su grinned. "Junior brother, you are truly impressive. You are already capable of forging celestial treasures." Nan Gongyu, with a glint in her eye, wrapped her arms around Lu Xian's, saying, "Lu Xian, let us gather more fifth-grade heavenly materials when we can. I want a celestial treasure as well." Lu Xian reassured her, "Rest assured, all of you shall have one." Su Su and Yi Zhiyan also smiled in agreement. Gongyu Yao appeared somewhat awkward, as the three of them were Lu Xian's partners, making it straightforward for them to request his assistance in forging celestial treasures. However, she was merely his senior sister. Her gaze drifted, lost in thought. At this juncture, Lu Xian interjected, "By the way, I spoke with Xiao Li, and we can utilize the Burning Heaven Sect's cross-state teleportation array to return to Cangzhou." The four of them paused momentarily at this revelation. Were they planning to return? What about the records of the evil cultivators from the Xianing sect? They had initially intended to inform the Burning Heaven sect about the secret records of the Xianing sect, hoping to gain some merit in the process. If they departed now, that merit would slip away. Lu Xian pondered for a moment before stating, "The transformation god cultivators from the Heavenly Puppet sect may be keeping a close watch on the Burning Heaven sect. Unless an ancestral transformation god is willing to accompany us, it seems unlikely that they would concern themselves with this matter. We can always return for it in the future." Lu Xian had already made up his mind. Once he became stronger and able to contend with early-stage transformation god cultivators, he would certainly pay a visit to the Heavenly Puppet sect. Not only would he seek to eliminate the ancestral transformation god, but he would also ensure he had the opportunity to peruse the heavenly level techniques of the sect. In that case, he could also deal with those evil cultivators along the way. Seeing Lu Xian's determination, Su Su and the others nodded in agreement, voicing their silent acquiescence. 3 days later, Lu Xian informed Yan Li, and she was already prepared to set off at a moment's notice. Accompanied by Yan Li, they arrived at the area housing the Burning Heaven Sect's teleportation array. Lu Xian noticed that this teleportation array bore a striking resemblance to that of the War God Hall, albeit with subtle differences. It then dawned on him that he had not inquired where the Burning Heaven Sect's teleportation array led. After asking, he learned it directed to the 10,000 Sword Pavilion. The 10,000 Sword Pavilion is another sect of the Transformation God realm in Cangzhou. Apart from the Danding sect, Lu Xian was not very familiar with the 10,000 Sword Pavilion, only knowing it to be a holy ground for sword cultivators, with formidable techniques in the art of swordsmanship. Furthermore, there seemed to be some connection between the Burning Heaven sect and the 10,000 Sword Pavilion. Though the specifics eluded him, it was said to be linked to the ancestors of the spiritual realm. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian felt a sense of realization. He then curiously asked, "Is your cross-state array also a legacy from the spiritual realm? It appears quite similar to that of the War God Hall." Yan Li nodded affirmatively. Nearly all large teleportation arrays within the sects of the Transformation God realm are derived from the legacy of the spiritual realm. The human race in the spiritual realm shares a common lineage. Hence, these teleportation arrays are largely indistinguishable from one another. Lu Xian nodded in understanding. Now that he had begun to grasp the principles of spatial laws, he could perceive certain patterns regarding these teleportation arrays. He felt that with further enhancement of his formation skills, he might soon be able to independently deduce the corresponding teleportation arrays. This would necessitate encouraging Xiao Yu to work diligently, as the study of formations was her responsibility. Yes, upon returning, I shall impart some pressure on Xiao Yu. Stepping onto the teleportation array, much like before at the Danding sect, they quickly initiated the teleportation process. This time, Lu Xian was perfectly positioned to validate his understanding of spatial laws and make further progress. With his current level of comprehension, even without the rapid guidance of the 9-colored radiance, he could still enhance his insight into the laws. As Lu Xian immersed himself in the comprehension of spatial laws, Nan Gongyu, Yi Zhiyan, and Su Su were similarly engaged in their own understanding of the spatial laws. Having cultivated alongside Lu Xian, they too shared in the insights gained from their dual cultivation sessions. At this moment, all three had managed to grasp the fundamentals of spatial laws. Lu Xian felt a tinge of regret. However, as none of them had yet comprehended the divine abilities associated with spatial laws. Yanli, observing the spatial law fluctuations emanating from Nan Gongyu and the others, was left with a multitude of questions. Spatial laws? They seemed to originate from the same source as Lu Xian's, and they had even made a breakthrough? How could this be possible? Lu Xian, being a practitioner at the early stage of the nascent soul, possessed unparalleled talent that was truly a rarity throughout the ages. She was well aware of Su Su and her companions, although their spiritual roots and aptitudes were commendable, having already reached the level of spiritual bodies. Their comprehension was even inferior to hers. How could they possibly grasp the most profound and enigmatic laws of space? Doubtful and perplexed, she directly inquired, "Have you all entered the realm of space laws?" Upon hearing Yan Li's question, Nan Gongyu and the others snapped back to reality and turned their gazes toward her. Su Su, taking a hearty swig of her drink, replied with a smile, "Indeed, we have all made our foray into it. How is that possible? How did you come to comprehend it?" Yan Li asked, her disbelief evident. The expressions of the three girls suddenly grew peculiar, their minds conjuring not images of comprehension, but rather some unspeakable scenes. They glanced at Lu Xian, their faces tinged with a hint of crimson, their expressions somewhat awkward. "What is the matter?" Yan Li furrowed her brow in confusion, puzzled by their countenance. Beside her, Gong Yuyo murmured, "It's thanks to junior brother Lu that we comprehended it." Yan Li was taken aback, a myriad of question marks flooding her mind. Thanks to Lu Xian? Can one truly rely on another to comprehend laws? Did Lu Xian teach you? She still felt something was amiss. When she had accompanied Lu Xian and the four ancestors of the Burning Heaven sect in their discussions, she had listened intently for quite some time, yet had not grasped any laws. These three young girls had even lesser comprehension than her. If she could not comprehend, how could they? Gong Yuyo cast a resentful glance at Lu Xian before whispering, "It's because of dual cultivation. They practiced junior brother Lu's dual cultivation technique, which enhances comprehension during their sessions." Yan Li's eyes widened in astonishment. Dual cultivation can enhance comprehension? Such a dual cultivation technique exists? As a core member of the Transformation God Immortal sect, she had encountered various dual cultivation techniques, even those of the Earth grade within the Burning Heaven sect. Yet, she had never heard of a dual cultivation technique that could enhance comprehension during the process. Suddenly, Yan Li recalled Lu Xian's earlier words. He had mentioned that dual cultivation was beneficial for him. Could this be the reason? If dual cultivation genuinely enhanced comprehension, it would indeed benefit him. But for Lu Xian's partners, it would likely yield even greater advantages. Just look at these three young girls, and one could see the evidence. For a moment, Yan Li felt a twinge of envy. She had yet to even grasp the fire laws, while these three youngsters had managed to delve into the most mysterious laws of space through dual cultivation. Then, she abruptly thought of something. Lu Xian mastered not only the laws of space. With a hint of uncertainty, she looked at Su Su and the others and asked, "Dear sisters, have you also made progress in the fire laws?" Exchanging glances, the three girls nodded in unison. Nan Gongwei responded, "We have mastered the laws that junior brother Lu wields." Upon hearing this, Yan Li inhaled deeply, a hint of astonishment crossing her face. She then turned to Lu Xian, who was still immersed in his comprehension. Before looking back at Su Su and the others, smiling as she asked, "Sisters, would you mind if junior brother Lu had more partners?" Su Su and the others were taken aback, their expressions reflecting their surprise. Gong Yuyo exclaimed, "Wait, how direct is that?" They had never anticipated Yan Li would be so forthright. Yi Jian blinked in disbelief. "Sister Yan Li, are you serious?" Yan Li smiled gently and replied, "Junior brother Lu is a remarkable individual with extraordinary talent. I find him to be excellent, and dual cultivating with him allows for the comprehension of laws. Why not take advantage of such an opportunity?" The three girls exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of incredulity and contemplation. They had never encountered a situation like this before when it came to expressing interest in dual cultivation with Lu Xian so directly. Even though they understood that Yan Li's straightforward nature was characteristic of her, they still found it hard to believe. Gong Yuyo's eyes turned green with envy. This was not fair. She desired it as well. Yet she never imagined she could voice it just like Yan Li had. Did Yan Li possess no sense of shame? Was there a difference between this and openly seeking intimacy? However, if this were the case, wouldn't Yan Li become a partner to junior brother Lu? What would that mean for her? Confusion swirled within Gong Yuyo's heart. Yan Li's gaze swept across the three of them as she cheerily asked, "You three wouldn't refuse your elder sister, would you?" Su Su and her companions exchanged glances, a strange sentiment brewing within them. They were more than eager to have someone help share their burdens, especially since they had begun to recognize the benefits of having more partners. After all, while Nan Gongwei focused on formations, Yi Jian on alchemy, and Su Su on brewing, during their dual cultivation, they could share insights and experiences. Hence, though each was currently specializing in one path, they possessed profound understanding of the other two paths as well. Should they be required to take action themselves, they could certainly perform the other two arts. Moreover, aside from comprehending techniques, they could also enhance their understanding of the great laws through the spiritual communion between partners. Given Yin Li's formidable prowess in the art of crafting, Su Su and her companions felt that her addition would be highly beneficial. Nen Gongyue promptly smiled warmly. Sister Yin Li, since you are willing, we wholeheartedly welcome you. However, to become Junior Brother Lu's partner, a Heavenly Dao contract must be established. If you are unwilling, we completely understand. Yin Li raised an eyebrow in surprise. Establishing a Heavenly Dao contract would elevate their relationship beyond that of mere partners. It would bind them in a manner where their fortunes were intertwined. Yet, after several years of understanding Lu Xian, she remained confident in him. Establishing such a contract with Lu Xian would surely yield benefits rather than detriments. With a gentle smile, Yin Li replied, I have no objections. Meanwhile, Gong Yuyo felt utterly disheartened. The trio had agreed just like that? What was she to do now? Then she recalled the earlier invitation from the three girls. At that moment, she had felt a twinge of embarrassment and shame. Now, she found herself regretting her hesitance. Biting her lip, Gong Yuyo's gaze flickered with uncertainty. The transmission time was brief, and moments later, they found themselves standing atop the teleportation array of the 10,000 Sword Pavilion. Emerging from the void, Lu Xian also came back to his senses from his meditation. His gaze swept around, realizing he was situated within a valley, surrounded by towering peaks resembling sharp blades. Outside the teleportation array, an elderly man with white hair sat cross-legged, a long sword resting on his lap. His eyes scanned the group before finally settling on Yin Li. Rising with a smile, he said, Yin Li, my friend, it has only been a few decades, yet you have already broken through to the nascent soul stage. Truly remarkable talent. Yin Li chuckled softly and replied, Elder Wu, it has been a while. I hope you have been well. Elder Wu smiled slightly as he was about to speak when a beam of sword light shot in from the distance, landing before the array. It was a strikingly handsome youth clad in a blue robe, brandishing a long sword. Upon spotting Yin Li, his expression brightened, and he clasped his hands, saying, Yin Li, my friend, it has been too long. You remain as radiant as ever. Lu Xian noted that the youth's cultivation was also at the early nascent soul stage. Likely on par with Yin Li, indeed a top talent of the 10,000 Sword Pavilion. The transformation god immortal sect certainly had its fair share of prodigies. Elder Wu smiled and said, I heard that you were coming, so Yin Jianzi immediately exited seclusion to welcome you. Upon hearing those words, Lu Xian raised an eyebrow slightly. Casting a glance at the unabashedly infatuated Yin Jianzi, could this lad possibly be a rival in love? As Lu Xian pondered this question, Yin Li stepped closer, encircling Lu Xian's arm with her hands and smiling as she said, Thank you, Yin Jianzi, for the warm welcome. Allow me to introduce my companion, Lu Xian. Instantly, the smiles of Yin Jianzi and Wu Hao froze in place. Yin Li was not only the foremost genius of the Burning Heaven sect, but also a prominent member of the Yin family's younger generation. The Wanjin Pavilion had hoped to elevate its status through a union between Yin Jianzi and Yin Li, yet now, Yin Li had a partner? It was not just those two who were bewildered. Lu Xian was equally perplexed. He looked at Yin Li, who was clinging to his arm, and communicated through thought. Xiao Li, are we truly companions? When did this happen? Why was I not informed? Yin Li responded with a smile, just moments ago, during the teleportation. I consulted with my three younger sisters, and they consented. Lu Xian? Though Lu Xian himself harbored intentions of having Yin Li as his companion, he had yet to voice it. He never anticipated that Yin Li would take the initiative to declare it herself. Was she truly so forthright? Confused, Lu Xian was about to reflect further when Yin Li sent another thought. What is your response? Returning to the moment, Lu Xian smiled and replied, Xiao Li, you are as beautiful as a celestial being, and your demeanor is refreshingly candid. Since you and Xiao Yu, along with the others, have no objections, I would be more than happy to accept. A smile graced Yin Li's face as she tightened her hold on Lu Xian's arm. Meanwhile, as Lu Xian and Yin Li communicated telepathically, Yin Jianzi's expression darkened. He glared at Lu Xian, rage boiling in his eyes. Ever since he accompanied the Wanjin Pavilion to the Burning Heaven sect, he had been captivated by Yin Li from the moment they first met. He had even sworn that he would marry no one but her. Yet now, she had a companion. Who was this fellow? Having cultivated for many years, Yin Jianzi struggled to contain his emotions as he coldly inquired, Is fellow Taoist Lu also a practitioner of the Burning Heaven sect? I don't recall meeting you last time. Lu Xian paid little heed to Yin Jianzi's demeanor, smiling as he replied, I am not a disciple of the Burning Heaven sect. As for my origins, that is of no concern to you, fellow Taoist Yin. Yin Jianzi's countenance grew icy. And just as he was about to retort, Yanli interjected coldly, "Fellow Taoist Yin, mind your tone. This is my companion and my ancestor from the Yin family. Along with the 3 other ancestors of the Burning Heaven sect, hold him in high regard." Upon hearing this, both Yin Jinzi and Wu Hao widened their eyes in shock, their gazes towards Lu Xian shifting entirely. The Burning Heaven sect, a premier divine transformation sect with a history spanning tens of thousands of years, held a significant position within the Xianling realm. Within its ranks were 4 formidable ancestors of divine transformation. The fact that Lu Xian could garner the attention of all 4 was nothing short of astonishing. What was Lu Xian's true background? What made him so exceptional? Yin Jinzi, filled with skepticism, asked, "Fellow Taoist Yin, are you jesting?" Yanli replied firmly, "Am I the kind of person who would joke about such matters?" Yin Jinzi's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze upon Lu Xian and slowly said, "Since you are esteemed by 4 divine transformation ancestors, your strength must be quite extraordinary. Shall we engage in a friendly spar?" Yanli frowned, about to speak, when Lu Xian gently patted her hand and smiled. A spar would be acceptable. Observing Yin Jinzi's demeanor, Lu Xian deduced that if he did not engage in a contest with him, the latter's aspirations would persist. Hence, it would be best to dissuade him outright. At Lu Xian's agreement, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Yin Jinzi's eyes, while Wu Hao narrowed his own. Intrigued to uncover what made Lu Xian so special that he garnered the interest of 4 ancestors of the Burning Heaven sect, Wu Hao smiled and suggested, "In that case, you 2 should battle outside the sect." Lu Xian paused for a moment before responding with a smile, "There's no need. It will be over quickly." At this, Yin Jinzi's expression soured, his brows furrowing in anger as he retorted, "What audacity! You dare to underestimate me." With that, he formed a hand seal, and a piercing sound of a sword echoed. In the next instant, a brilliant sword light erupted, transforming into countless blades that surged towards Lu Xian. Sensing Yin Jinzi's aura, Lu Xian nodded in mild surprise. "Impressive. You have attained mid-stage nascent soul strength. No wonder you are hailed as a genius of the Wanjian Pavilion, particularly as a practitioner of the sword path. This combat power likely surpassed even Yin Li's current abilities." However, that was only the present Yin Li. Once she underwent dual cultivation with him, she would eclipse Yin Jinzi entirely. Seeing Lu Xian maintain a keen interest in the evaluation, Yin Jinzi's expression darkened further. With a fierce shout and a hand gesture, he commanded, "Go." Endless sword light transformed into a river of sword energy, hurtling straight towards Lu Xian. Lu Xian remained calm, stepping forward and launching a punch at the oncoming sword energy. A surge of violent vitality erupted from within him, swirling with a fierce yellow energy. A colossal fist-shaped phantom emerged, crashing towards the river of sword energy. The force of this turbulent energy caused both Wu Hao and Yin Jinzi to change countenance dramatically. They watched as the gigantic fist obliterated the sword energy river, continuing its relentless advance towards Yin Jinzi. Yin Jinzi's eyes widened, his body turning cold. He attempted to evade, but it felt as though he was anchored in place by an overwhelming gravitational force, unable to move. All he could do was watch helplessly as the massive fist bore down upon him. Wu Hao, snapping back to reality from his shock, exclaimed, "Fellow Taoist Lu, show mercy." He had never anticipated Lu Xian's strength to be so formidable. Even he felt uncertain about withstanding such a blow. He prepared to shield Yin Jinzi, but just then, the fist phantom shattered, transforming into a tempest that swept through the entire valley. Yin Jinzi's hair was blown loose over his shoulders, his face pale and gasping for breath, his eyes reflecting lingering fear. He had truly believed he was on the brink of death. Wu Hao was also sweating profusely, nearly convinced that their top genius from the Wanjian Pavilion was about to meet his end. Lu Xian smiled gently and remarked, "With that, I believe the victor has been determined, wouldn't you agree?" Both Wu Hao and Yin Jinzi snapped back to attention at his words. Yin Jinzi's gaze towards Lu Xian was now laced with wariness, even tinged with fear. The prowess Lu Xian exhibited was far beyond his reach. How could there be such a disparity, especially when they both stood at the early nascent soul stage? Yin Jinzi felt as though his very heart was on the verge of shattering. Lu Xian sensed that Yin Jinzi's resolve was faltering. He spoke reassuringly, "Fellow Taoist Yin, there is no need to overthink. My physical cultivation has already reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, allowing me to fight at this level. You are naturally no match for me." Though Yin Jinzi harbored a touch of jealousy, his intent to duel was still within the realm of normalcy. Lu Xian had no desire to go to extremes. Furthermore, given that Yin Jinzi was a top talent from the Wanjian Pavilion, shattering his spirit would only lead to complications. Even if the Wanjian Pavilion refrained from pursuing Lu Xian out of respect for the Burning Heaven sect, there would likely remain a lingering resentment, leaving them with leverage against him later. The Wanjian Pavilion was a divine transformation sect in Sangzhou. and the Han Yuan sword sect still operated within that region. Lu Xian had no intention of antagonizing the Wanjin pavilion. Upon hearing Lu Xian's words, Yin Jianzi regained his composure. The news that Lu Xian had reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage somewhat alleviated Yin Jianzi's mood. With a pale expression, he silently clasped his hands in salute to Lu Xian, saying, "Thank you for your guidance, esteemed friend. I fall short in comparison." Lu Xian waved his hand dismissively, replying, "You are too modest, Yin Daoist." He then turned to Wu Hao and smiled, "Esteemed elder, may we depart now?" Wu Hao, coming back to himself, hurriedly clasped his hands and said, "Since you esteemed friends have made the rare journey to the 10,000 sword pavilion, why not stay a few days within our sect? Allow me to extend my hospitality." Lu Xian chuckled softly, "Perhaps next time. We have matters to attend to this time. In that case, esteemed friends, please feel free to continue your journey." Lu Xian and his companions nodded and bid farewell to Wu Hao and Yin Jianzi. They then transformed into streaks of light, soaring towards the exit of the 10,000 sword pavilion. After departing from the pavilion, Lu Xian retrieved a flying vessel and directed it towards the direction of the Cold Abyss sword sect. Chapter 359. Sister Gong's desire for mutual cultivation. Inside the cabin of the flying vessel, Su Su observed Yin Li with a playful smile and inquired, "Sister Yin Li, who is this Yin Jianzi? He seems quite taken with you." Just before you left, he appeared utterly lost and dejected. Nan Gongyue, sitting nearby, also smiled in agreement. Yin Li shot them a speechless glance, explaining, "Among the younger generation of the 10,000 sword pavilion, the most powerful cultivator is referred to as Jianzi. And Yin Jianzi is the current Jianzi. He possesses an innate sword bone and exceptional comprehension, having reached the early nascent soul stage at such a young age. Among the younger generation in the entire Xianling realm, he certainly holds a prominent position. He visited my Burning Heaven sect during an exchange with the younger generation of the Burning Heaven sect and has pursued me ever since." Yi Jian chuckled, adding, "I've also heard of Yin Jianzi during my time at the Pill Cauldron sect. Several senior sisters there quite admire him." Gong Yue scoffed. "He pales in comparison to junior brother Lu." The three of them exchanged knowing glances, sharing a somewhat amused look at Gong Yue. Yi Jian then remarked, "Lu Xian is no longer just among the younger generation of the Xianling realm. He should be compared to the older generation." Yin Li nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lu Xian is distinct from Yin Jianzi. Yin Jianzi can only be considered a top talent among the younger generation, while Lu Xian is a true powerhouse in the entire Xianling realm. I fear that apart from a few god transformation ancestors, there are very few in the older generation who can rival him. As the conversation progressed, they discussed Lu Xian's current strength, unanimously concluding that he was extraordinary, especially Su Su and Yi Jian, who emphatically asserted that Lu Xian was remarkable in every aspect. Lu Xian, feeling quite innocent, attributed his prowess in other areas to Nan Gongyue. Thus, to prove his point, Lu Xian took Nan Gongyue, Su Su, and Yi Jian to verify it. Leaving Gong Yue and Yin Li alone in the hall, they exchanged glances and then smiled, each returning to their respective rooms to cultivate. The 10,000 sword pavilion is farther from the Cold Abyss sword sect than the Pill Cauldron sect. The flying vessel required nearly 3 months of travel time. 1 month later, as Lu Xian was immersed in comprehending the 9 nether soul devouring secret classic, he had previously been preoccupied with refining a transcendent treasure or engaging in discussions with the 4 god transformation ancestors of the Burning Heaven sect, which had led him to set aside the 9 nether soul devouring secret classic for quite some time. Now, with rare leisure, he intended to revisit this heavenly grade technique. Alongside the 9 nether soul devouring secret classic, he also needed to dedicate time to the earth origin guidance technique. At that moment, Lu Xian suddenly paused. Retrieving a communication talisman from his robe, scanning it with his divine sense, he found it was a message from Sister Gong Yue. "Junior brother, I find myself perplexed regarding my cultivation technique. I wonder if you might have the time to offer me some guidance?" Lu Xian raised an eyebrow and replied, "Of course." Since Sister Gong Yue rarely asked for his assistance, he felt compelled to help. He immediately rose and left his room, arriving at the door of Gong Yue's room just as she opened it. With a gentle smile, she beckoned, "Come in." Upon entering, Lu Xian noticed that Gong Yue had prepared tea and snacks, the spiritual tea exuding a fragrant aroma. Lu Xian was slightly surprised and chuckled, "Sister, there's no need to brew tea for merely discussing cultivation techniques." Gong Yue smiled, "Since you're here to help me with my technique, offering you tea is only natural. I assent it." Lu Xian shrugged, "Very well, then." They took their seats, and after sipping her tea, Gong Yue remarked, "My technique is the Cold Abyss Sword Classic, which little you also cultivates. I presume you have mastered it by now?" I find myself perplexed at the transition from the major achievement stage to the perfection stage. Lu Xian was somewhat taken aback. "Didn't little you also comprehend this technique?" Why not ask her? Gong Yue shot him a sulky glance. Don't you know the reason? She claimed she was exhausted and told me to ask you. Seeing the look in Gong Yue's eyes, Lu Xian felt a bit embarrassed. He nodded. All right, I understand. Let me teach you. Lu Xian asked Gong Yue to articulate her questions, and then, based on his understanding, he explained them to her. The entire explanation lasted about 2 hours. When Lu Xian finished, he looked at Gong Yue and inquired, Sister, do you comprehend it now? Gong Yue pondered for a moment and then smiled slightly. I grasped part of it, but not entirely. Lu Xian reassured her. For you to gain insight so quickly is indicative of remarkable comprehension. The remaining portions, you can take your time to ponder. Should you have further questions, feel free to ask me. With a light sigh, Gong Yue said, Little Yu has it easy. She only needs to cultivate with you to effortlessly comprehend the technique. Lu Xian chuckled. The method of the Xuanji Yin-Yang contract is indeed exquisitely profound. Gong Yue smiled. Why don't we cultivate together as well? This way, I wouldn't have to struggle with comprehension. Lu Xian? He paused, astonished. As he looked at Gong Yue, Sister, are you suggesting mutual cultivation? Gong Yue's delicate face flushed crimson, her heart racing. Taking a deep breath, she gazed at Lu Xian and nodded. Is that a problem? Do you look down upon your sister? Lu Xian immediately shook his head, laughing. How could that be? Sister, your talent is extraordinary, and your beauty is unparalleled. How could I ever look down upon you? I'm merely surprised. Nervously, Gong Yue spoke. Just consider it for the sake of understanding the technique. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian chuckled. However, to engage in mutual cultivation, we must establish a Heavenly Dao contract. You would need to become my Dao partner. This is not merely about comprehending a technique. Can you accept that? Gong Yue sensed that Lu Xian had caught on to something, and his teasing gaze left her feeling somewhat flustered. Taking a deep breath, struggling to maintain her usual composure, she retorted, If I couldn't accept it, why would I have come to you? If you're unwilling, then never mind. Lu Xian smiled gently and wrapped his arms around Gong Yue, lightly inhaling the fragrance from her delicate neck. Gong Yue seemed unaccustomed to such intimacy, her body trembling slightly, a shiver running through her. Sister, have you learned the Xuanji Yin-Yang contract? I studied it before. Since you're already mentally prepared, then I shall not stand on ceremony. 10 days later, Gong Yue finally understood why Little Yu and the others had invited her to join. The sensation is a bittersweet blend of agony and joy. Weary, she gently ushered Lu Xian out of her room, scarcely able to reflect upon the vast array of profound techniques, spells, and other insights she had gleaned through their shared consciousness. Initially, when the sharing commenced, Gong Yue was taken aback, astonished to discover that Lu Xian possessed knowledge far exceeding her expectations, both in depth and complexity. However, as the experience progressed, her consciousness became overwhelmed, leaving her devoid of the energy to contemplate such matters. At present, her sole desire was to close her eyes and indulge in a restful slumber, even lacking the motivation to cultivate for recuperation. Upon leaving Gong Yue's chamber, Lu Xian was surprised to find someone in the hall. Yanli sat within, and upon noticing Lu Xian emerging from Gong Yue's room, she expressed mild astonishment. Lu Xian smiled and inquired, Shaoli, are you not cultivating? Yanli, regaining her composure, replied with a grin, I just finished crafting an exquisite artifact and intended to rest. I did not anticipate seeing you come from Sister Yuyao's room. Was the embrace of a beauty not fragrant and soft? Lu Xian, unperturbed by her teasing, chuckled. Indeed, it was quite fragrant. I imagine you are equally delightful. Yanli was taken aback by Lu Xian's audacity, feeling a twinge of embarrassment herself. Rising, she stated, I plan to return and continue my studies on artifact crafting. Just as she was about to depart, Lu Xian grasped her arm. With a hint of confusion, Yanli turned to him and asked, What is the matter? Lu Xian displayed an innocent smile and suggested, Why not let me teach you? After all, your independent studies are progressing rather slowly. Chapter 360, Clear Division of Labor. Yan Li's lips curled into a smile at his words, showing no signs of reluctance. I would love to, but regrettably, I have yet to grasp the intricacies of the Sioux New Jersey y New Yorking contract. Lu Xian, hearing this, expressed a tinge of regret. Then I shall await your mastery. Noticing Lu Xian's disappointment, Yan Li raised an eyebrow, leaning closer with a smile. Even without mastery, we can still cultivate together. It's just that we cannot share insights. With that, she took Lu Xian by the hand, leading him toward her room. Invited by such beauty, Lu Xian could hardly refuse. Indeed, he felt a surge of eagerness. Over the ensuing month, during their dual cultivation, Lu Xian meticulously elucidated the mysteries of the shared consciousness technique to Yanli. With her keen intellect, bolstered by her prior insights and Lu Xian's comprehensive guidance, she successfully entered the realm of understanding within half a month. Once initiated, Lu Xian shared insights encompassing the path of artifact crafting with her. Regrettably, Yin Li's physical endurance faltered, preventing her from absorbing all the knowledge. In truth, Yin Li's proficiency in dual cultivation paled in comparison to Su Su and her companions. After all, Su Su and her peers had at least grasped Lu Xian's 9 transformations of the Xian Huang body, and thanks to the body-refining elixirs provided by Yi Jian, their physical prowess was rapidly approaching the Yuaning stage. By contrast, Yin Li's physical strength lagged behind theirs. In dual cultivation, greater physical strength undoubtedly conferred significant advantages. It was only due to her fervent passion for the path of artifact crafting that Yin Li persevered to complete the knowledge sharing. As for other insights, particularly regarding techniques, she intended to approach them gradually. Later, as Yin Li leaned against Lu Xian, he glanced at her and asked, "Is it permissible for you to share the Burning Heaven sacred canon with me?" This sacred text was the foundational technique of the Burning Heaven sect, reserved for its core members. Even during the previous wager between the ancestor of the Leaving Fire and Lu Xian, the stakes involved artifact crafting secrets, not techniques, highlighting the preciousness of the Burning Heaven sacred canon. To his surprise, during their shared consciousness, Yin Li had indeed shared this fire elemental celestial tier technique with him. Yin Li shook her head. "It's no trouble. Your talents are extraordinary. The ancestors would be overjoyed if you could cultivate a connection with the Burning Heaven sect. Now that you are my Dao partner and the son-in-law of the Yin family, they would not object to your learning this technique." Hearing this, Lu Xian sighed in relief and nodded. "That's a relief. I was concerned it might affect you negatively. For instance, Su Su's inheritance had been bound by a heavenly oath, forbidding sharing." Yin Li replied with a smile, "Your comprehension surpasses mine. After sharing the Burning Heaven sacred canon, if your insights deepen, you must teach me." "Certainly," Lu Xian responded. "I will help you deduce a fire elemental technique above the celestial tier." Yin Li was taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment. A technique above the celestial tier? How would one deduce that? Using the Burning Heaven sacred canon as a basis? Lu Xian affirmed with a nod. In disbelief, she straightened her posture, exclaiming, "Isn't that improbable? You have never even encountered techniques above the celestial tier, yet you believe you can deduce one?" Lu Xian chuckled. "Though I have not seen one, with the Burning Heaven sacred canon as a foundation, it is feasible to deduce along those lines." Yin Li opened her mouth, pondering how such a feat could be accomplished. However, since Lu Xian had stated it so confidently, she refrained from further questioning. She smiled again, leaning against Lu Xian's chest. "Regardless, I have already forged a heavenly contract with you. From now on, I am yours. So do as you please. I trust you will not treat me poorly." Lu Xian affectionately ruffled Yin Li's hair. "Rest assured, I will not neglect you." After sharing a tender moment, Yin Li resolved to try her hand at the path of artifact crafting that Lu Xian had shared, eagerly heading to the crafting chamber. Lu Xian, shaking his head in resignation, departed Yin Li's room and returned to his own, continuing his contemplation. As the flying vessel approached the cold abyss sword sect, Lu Xian finally grasped the fundamentals of the 9 nether soul devouring secret canon. However, the multicolored light he possessed was still just over 100. This amount was insufficient to elevate the 9 nether soul devouring secret canon to the celestial tier. Thus, Lu Xian chose not to continue his insights and instead began to delve into the earth elemental guidance technique. With the addition of the Burning Heaven sacred canon, the celestial tier techniques he needed to deduce had now increased to 3. Completing the deductions for these 3 celestial tier techniques would likely require over a decade's worth of multicolored light. However, a decade is a mere blink of an eye in light of Lu Xian's lifespan of over 1,000 years. He had ample time and felt no urgency. One day, Lu Xian's destiny token vibrated, and upon scanning his consciousness, he discovered a message from Yi Jian. "Lu Xian, we are nearing the sect." His eyes brightened as he stowed away the earth elemental guidance technique and exited his chamber. In the hall, he found Su Su, Nen Gongyue, Yi Jian, Yin Li, and Gong Yuyao all gathered. At that moment, Gong Yuyao's face was flushed, and Yin Li appeared somewhat bashful. Su Su and her companions surrounded the two, laughing mischievously. Upon hearing Nen Gongyue's provocative inquiries, Lu Xian felt a flush of embarrassment for them. When it came to mischief, little Yu took the cake. Seeing Lu Xian emerge, both Gong Yuyao and Yin Li looked as if they had found salvation. "Junior brother, you're here." Gong Yuyao quickly stood to greet him, clearly eager to escape Nen Gongyue's questions, which were unlike anything she had ever encountered. Though Nen Gongyue seemed reluctant to let it go, she refrained from pursuing further upon Lu Xian's arrival. Su Su took a swig from her wine gourd and grinned. "Congratulations, junior brother. You've brought home 2 beauties." Lu Xian approached, took a sip from Su Su's gourd, and smiled. "Sister, you should brew more spirit wine, otherwise, we might run short." Su Su playfully swatted Lu Xian. "Got it." Yin Li and Gong Yuyao had just become Dao partners of Lu Xian, while engaging in conversation with Su Su and her companions. And having personally experienced the various skills shared by Lu Xian, they recognized that each of Su Su's group possessed a unique talent. Reflecting on her own abilities in artifact forging, Yin Li smiled and said, "In the future, dear sisters, leave your magical treasures to me. Considering how busy Lu Xian usually is, I can take on the task of forging." Gong Yuyao appeared somewhat troubled. "I haven't mastered any particular skill. Currently, Lu Xian only possessed skills in artifact forging, alchemy, array formation, and brewing." Now that the four sisters had each found their respective talents, she felt slightly embarrassed about not contributing. Su Su chuckled, "This is simple. After all, junior sister Gong has already comprehended all four skills. If any of us needs assistance later, you can lend a hand." Hearing this, Gong Yuyao's eyes sparkled with understanding, and she replied with a smile, "That works for me. If any of you need help, feel free to call on me." Listening to the exchange among Gong Yuyao and the others, Lu Xian felt contemplative. Indeed, he had currently mastered four skills. He could certainly explore others and assign them specifically to senior sister Gong. There were numerous other skills to consider, as the path of cultivation encompasses a multitude of arts. However, Lu Xian soon had an idea. He still possessed the art of puppetry and the beast taming technique he had acquired from the venerable beast master. This could also be divided among them. However, puppetry was not particularly suitable for senior sister Gong, given her ice spirit body, which was not conducive to the crafting techniques required for puppet creation. Taming beasts, on the other hand, would be appropriate. Yet, Lu Xian had yet to fully comprehend the beast taming technique. In addition, there was also the art of talisman crafting, which Lu Xian believed to be more widely applicable than that of spiritual beasts. Perhaps he would first master talisman crafting and then assign senior sister Gong to oversee that aspect. If it came down to it, there would always be a way, as long as Lu Xian utilized the 9-colored radiance for divination. Chapter 361. Returning to the Cold Abyss Sword Sect. Contemplating relocation, Lu Xian turned to Yin Li and said with a smile, "By the way, little Li, I possess a technique in puppetry that includes methods for crafting puppets. I will share it with you later. You can learn and see if you can create some puppets." Upon hearing about the puppetry technique, Yin Li immediately recalled the 4 puppets she had encountered in the Void Rift. Such a technique had even drawn the attention of a transformation realm cultivator from the Heavenly Puppet sect, who sought individuals at the Burning Heaven sect. It was evident how precious this art was. To her astonishment, Lu Xian intended to share it with her. She also remembered that Lu Xian had shared his invaluable insights into artifact forging, which included a top-tier dual cultivation technique. Thus, the sharing of other skills seemed less surprising. She nodded and said, "All right, I will assist in the crafting, though I cannot guarantee success, as puppet creation differs somewhat from artifact forging." Lu Xian smiled reassuringly. "The insights I share with you are of the highest caliber. With your proficiency in artifact forging, creating puppets will be a breeze. You need not worry." With Lu Xian's assurance, Yin Li felt no need to express further concerns. As they conversed, their flying vessel had already reached the skies above the Cold Abyss Sword Sect. When Lu Xian's flying vessel departed from the sect, it created quite a stir. Except for the newly arrived cultivators, the others from the Cold Abyss Sword Sect were well aware that this vessel belonged to Lu Xian. Consequently, upon spotting the vessel, the cultivators displayed expressions of excitement. "Is Elder Lu back? Elder Lu? The one whose presence has brought fortune to our sect? Is he truly back? I heard Elder Lu is our sect's only male cultivator, and he is remarkably handsome. I must see for myself." Not only that, Elder Lu has brought back numerous techniques and spells for our sect, greatly enriching our foundation. Much of our current prosperity is thanks to him. Quick, let us move closer. Perhaps we will catch a glimpse of Elder Lu. A throng of female cultivators eagerly approached the flying vessel. Lu Xian's arrival had significantly transformed the Cold Abyss Sword Sect. On one hand, since Lu Xian joined as an elder, the sect's fortune had flourished, enhancing the cultivators' talents and elevating their overall strength to a new level. On the other hand, Lu Xian had previously ventured to the Tsangming Sea, returning with abundant resources and techniques, which were invaluable to the sect. For the cultivators of the Cold Abyss Sword Sect, their strength now surpassed what it used to be, and their status within the Misty Forest had improved significantly. Thus, their gratitude towards Lu Xian was profound. Furthermore, whispers had circulated, portraying Lu Xian as an exceptionally handsome and talented individual, akin to a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. As women, the female cultivators were naturally curious about the rumored ethereal Lu Xian. As Lu Xian and his companions reached the deck of the flying vessel, he found the multitude of cultivators surrounding them somewhat perplexing. Why are there so many people? Su Su and the others shared his confusion. Especially upon witnessing the fervent gazes of the approaching female cultivators, they felt a sense of foreboding. If only one or two female cultivators joined their group, they would welcome the addition. However, if the entire Cold Abyss Sword sect were to join, they would hardly receive their fair share. How could that be acceptable? Meanwhile, Yin Li, unaware of the circumstances, was observing the Cold Abyss Sword sect. She noted the significantly lower concentration of spiritual energy compared to the Burning Heaven sect. Not to mention, even the infant realm forces under the Burning Heaven sect boasted a higher density of spiritual energy than the Cold Abyss Sword sect. Clearly, it was a Golden Core sect. This realization left Yin Li even more astonished. How could a mere Golden Core sect produce such a top-tier prodigy as Lu Xian? She couldn't help but envy the Cold Abyss Sword sect. Even the Burning Heaven sect lacked someone of Lu Xian's caliber. As for the enthusiastic reception from the sect's cultivators, Yin Li found it entirely reasonable. After all, Lu Xian's unparalleled talents naturally secured him a prestigious position within the sect. Even she, in the Burning Heaven sect, held a notable status, yet it paled in comparison to his. Upon entering the sect, Gong Yuyao spoke up, "Junior brother, Xiao Yu and I will go to the main hall to see Master." Lu Xian nodded, "All right." With that, she and Nangong Yu transformed into beams of light and flew off toward the main peak. The remaining members of Lu Xian's group headed toward the Alchemy Peak. Soon, they arrived at the summit of the Alchemy Peak. As the group disembarked from the flying vessel, Lu Xian steered it away and ascended toward the peak. Prior to their return, Lu Xian had already informed his master via the destiny token. Therefore, when Luo Qinghan, who was processing herbs, saw Lu Xian and his companions return, she was not surprised. However, upon noticing Yin Li beside Lu Xian, her eyebrows slightly arched in curiosity. This was someone she had not heard of before. Yin Li, in turn, was observing Luo Qinghan. She could sense that Luo Qinghan was relatively young, yet already possessed early-stage nascent soul cultivation. This was Lu Xian's master? She appeared to possess considerable talent. While Luo Qinghan and Yin Li pondered, Lu Xian and Su Su had already clasped their hands in greeting. Disciple pays respects to master. Su Su chuckled softly. "Master, we have returned from our training." Luo Qinghan nodded and turned her gaze towards Lu Xian, smiling as she inquired, "How did the training go this time?" Lu Xian responded with a subtle smile. "Disciple has successfully refined a life-bound magical treasure and achieved a breakthrough. I am now in the early stages of the nascent soul realm." Hearing this, Luo Qinghan was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of astonishment crossing her eyes. She had completely overlooked Lu Xian's advancement. After all, Lu Xian had left primarily to forge his life-bound treasure. She could hardly have anticipated that her apprentice would directly leap forward. In disbelief, she calculated briefly and remarked, "You broke through to the Golden Core realm merely 14 years ago, didn't you?" At that time, Luo Qinghan had assisted him in his breakthrough. A memory etched vividly in her mind. It was astonishing that in just over a decade, her disciple had traversed the path she had walked for over a century. Now standing at the threshold of the nascent soul realm, the speed of his progress left her utterly astounded. Lu Xian nodded with a smile. "Indeed. Master has an excellent memory. I have indeed been in the Golden Core realm for over a decade." Luo Qinghan fell silent for a moment, then sighed softly. "I had not anticipated that you would now catch up to me in cultivation. In terms of combat prowess, you must have far surpassed me, I presume?" Su Su grinned widely. "If junior brother surpasses the master, shouldn't the master feel elated?" Luo Qinghan regained her composure, then chuckled lightly. "Indeed, it is a cause for joy." Her gaze then shifted to Yin Li. "Disciple, who is this? Would you introduce them to me?" Yin Li clasped her hands respectfully. "I am Yin Li, Lu Xian's partner." Luo Qinghan raised an eyebrow, although she had suspected as much, given her deep understanding of her apprentice's nature, which seemed particularly zealous about matters of the heart. Quite unlike others in the world of cultivation, she had not expected him to return with a partner. Moreover, this partner appeared to possess considerable strength, already in the early stages of the nascent soul realm. Luo Qinghan glanced at Lu Xian, then turned back to Yin Li. Smiling as she said, "Greetings, Taoist friend Yin Li." She then addressed Lu Xian, "Let us go inside. I have brewed some spirit tea. Share with me the tales of your journey." The group followed Luo Qinghan into the bamboo cottage, where Lu Xian, Su Su, and Yi Jian began to recount their experiences. Upon learning that Yin Li was a key figure from the Huashan sect's Finchen sect, Luo Qinghan looked at her with a hint of surprise. She couldn't help but admire her disciple. How had he managed to win over such a celestial being from the Huashan sect? When the discussion turned to the matters concerning the Tiankui sect, Luo Qinghan's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of concern crossing her features. She then spoke, "Disciple, regarding the Tiankui sect, do not blame yourself. I shall discuss this with the sect leader, and should they come seeking us, we will be prepared." Lu Xian nodded slightly, then remarked, "The cultivators from the Tiankui sect are unaware of my identity. However, to be on the safe side, I believe it would be prudent for our sect to temporarily vacate this location. Now that both you and the sect leader have reached the nascent soul stage, we should seek a more favorable spiritual vein. Xuan had contemplated this matter during their journey. After all, the current spiritual vein of the Hanyuan sword sect was merely of average quality. For nascent soul cultivators, such a vein could barely sustain their daily cultivation requirements, making it difficult to enhance their strength. Typically, a proper nascent soul sect would possess a superior spiritual vein, and the Hanyuan sword sect should, naturally, aspire to have what other sects possess. Chapter 362. The 9 Transformations of the Spirit-Infused Dao Embryo Pill Migration. Luo Qinghan frowned slightly. Having resided in the sect for several centuries, she had developed a deep attachment to this place. The sudden suggestion of migration from Xuan left her somewhat hesitant. After pondering for a moment, she said, "Let me discuss the matter of migration with the sect leader before making any decisions." Xuan nodded, understanding that it would be challenging for the sect's cultivators, who had spent so many years here, to suddenly depart. However, the spiritual vein here was merely average and unsuitable for the development of a nascent soul sect. Of course, Xuan could enhance the spiritual vein to a superior quality using the 9-colored radiance, but such a sudden elevation would undoubtedly attract attention and be difficult to explain. Moreover, it was also a precaution against any inquiries from the Tian Kuei sect, as he was not yet capable of fully resisting a Huashan cultivator. Xuan continued to elaborate on their recent training. When he recounted his discussions with the 4 Huashan cultivators from the Fengshan sect, Luo Qinghan felt an immense sense of pride. Her disciple had already reached a level where he could engage in discourse with Huashan cultivators, signifying that even they acknowledged his insights and talents. Regrettably, as his master, she felt she might have held him back. It soon became clear to her why her disciple could attract such a top-tier talent back home. If even the 4 Huashan cultivators from the Fengshan sect had formed such a bond with Xuan, it was not difficult to comprehend how he could win over an exceptional genius. As she listened to Xuan methodically recount his experiences, Luo Qinghan fell silent for a moment and sighed. "My disciple is now capable of standing on his own." Xuan and Su Su exchanged a glance, both smiling. Luo Qinghan then turned her attention back to Xuan, asking, "Will you be staying in the sect for a while?" Xuan contemplated this before responding. "I plan to enter seclusion for a few years, then visit the Tsangming Sea." Hearing this, Luo Qinghan raised an eyebrow in surprise. "What prompts your visit to the Tsangming Sea?" "My 9 transformations of the Xianhuang body is but a step away from completion, so I intend to venture into the Longyuan secret realm to seek some earth vein treasures, hoping to break through to the 9 transformations. Once I achieve this, I will be adequately prepared to confront any Huashan cultivators from the Tian Kuei sect should they come." Luo Qinghan's eyes sparkled with interest. "In that case, you should go." Su Su, curious, inquired, "Master, have there been any unusual happenings recently with the Xuanwu sword sect or the Tai sect?" Luo Qinghan shook her head. "Ever since I and the sect leader broke through to the nascent soul stage, both the Xuanwu sword sect and the Tai sect have withdrawn their disciples and ceased hostilities at the border. They have been remarkably quiet these past few years." Upon hearing this, Xuan felt that the Blood Demon Hall, which lurked behind the Xuanwu sword sect and the Tai sect, likely had not regained its strength. If possible, he would prefer to eradicate the Blood Demon Hall entirely. However, he found himself at a loss for where to begin. Nevertheless, it was of little concern. Given his rate of advancement, the Blood Demon Hall would undoubtedly think twice before taking action against the Hanyuan sword sect in the future. After chatting for a while longer, Xuan and his companions bid farewell to Luo Qinghan, planning to return to their respective abodes. Yi Jian and Su Su intended to visit their own residences first, while Yin Li, as a guest, should have gone to the guest room. However, as Lucian's partner, she naturally accompanied him back to his dwelling. The pace of cultivation at the nascent soul stage was clearly not as rapid as before. Since breaking through to the nascent soul realm, Lucian had been diligently using the finest blood fiend condensing yuan pill for his training, and with his innate talent and foundation, his cultivation speed was not slow. Nevertheless, even so, he estimated it would take no less than 20 years to reach the mid-nascent soul stage. As for the special Huashan pill required to break through to the Huashan realm, Lucian had obtained it during his wager with the ancestor of leaving fire as part of a Heavenly Dao task. This pill was known as the 9 Transformations of the Spirit-Infused Dao Embryo Pill. This elixir may belong to the same series as the 9-turn Yuan Infusion Creation Pill, and its efficacy is expected to be quite remarkable. The Transformation Pill is already prepared. Within the 3 tribulations of transformation, namely the tribulation of mana, the tribulation of inner demons, and the tribulation of the primordial spirit, the mana tribulation, which corresponds to the strength of the physical body and the depth of mana, presents no challenge whatsoever for Lucian. As for the inner demon tribulation, With his possession of the Pure World Green Lotus Soul Crossing Immortal Chapter and the Pure World Green Lotus Banner, he can easily overcome it as well. The final primordial spirit tribulation is typically the most formidable threshold for nascent soul cultivators to transcend, as it requires a resonance with the heavens and an understanding of the laws. However, for Lu Xian, it is rather the simplest. His mastery of various laws is sufficiently profound, any one of which would suffice for a breakthrough. If he is to prepare, it is indeed for the lightning tribulation that descends after transformation. This, however, is not urgent. He merely needs to enhance some defensive formations and prepare several defensive artifacts of transcendent quality. He believes that passing through the lightning tribulation should pose no difficulty. The only complication lies in the fact that both the formation discs and the crafting of artifacts necessitate materials. Fifth-tier materials are exceedingly rare in the Xianling realm. He may need to amplify them gradually using the 9-colored radiance. As for his cultivation, Lu Xian is not in haste. His intention to postpone his journey to the Zhangming Sea primarily stems from concerns that the Heavenly Puppet Sect may come looking for him. If a transformation cultivator from the Heavenly Puppet Sect were to approach, the sect's foundation would be utterly insufficient to withstand such an encounter. Therefore, he needs to enhance the sect's defensive formations, raising them to at least the mid-tier 5th grade. This way, even if a transformation cultivator from the Heavenly Puppet Sect were to arrive, the protective formations would be adequate to hold out until he returns. As for the method of enhancement, Lu Xian has already devised a plan in his mind. In the detailed study of earth vein formation he previously researched, there are several protective formations for the sect, which he has already comprehended and amplified, having mastered the 5th grade formations. What he currently lacks are materials. Amplifying 4th grade materials to 5th grade will likely require dozens, if not hundreds, of 9-colored radiance. Spending 2 years in the sect should suffice to amplify enough materials to reinforce the protective formations. During this period, he can also delve into the art of talismans, which he can later share with his senior sister, Gong Yuyo. Additionally, he can take the opportunity to comprehend the earth element guidance technique. At the main peak of the Cold Abyss Sword sect, within the palace of the sect leader, a radiant light descended at the palace entrance, transforming into the figure of Luo Qinghan. As Luo Qinghan stepped into the palace, she observed that Xiaoyu, Ningong Yu, and Gong Yuyo were engaged in conversation over spiritual wine. Luo Qinghan was not surprised. It was likely that Xiaoyu was eager to learn about their experiences during their trials. Presently, Xiaoyu's expression bore a hint of gravity. Noticing the commotion, she lifted her gaze to Luo Qinghan. "Junior sister, you have arrived." Luo Qinghan nodded slightly and glanced at Nan Gongyu and Gong Yuyo. "Senior sister must have heard about the Heavenly Puppet Sect, right?" Xiaoyu rubbed her forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. "I have heard. That lad truly knows how to present challenges." Luo Qinghan felt somewhat helpless as well. Nan Gongyu and Gong Yuyo exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. After all, being younger, their emotional ties to the sect were somewhat different compared to the elders like Luo Qinghan and Xiaoyu, who had spent centuries within the sect. Luo Qinghan suddenly spoke softly. "What my disciple said is not without merit. You should also sense that with the current spiritual vein of the Cold Abyss Sword sect, it is no longer sufficient to sustain our cultivation. If there are no elixirs during this period, I fear my cultivation will remain stagnant." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu fell silent as well. As a nascent soul cultivator herself, how could she not understand Luo Qinghan's sentiments? After pondering for a moment, she forced a smile and said, "However, finding a superior spiritual vein is exceedingly difficult. Where can we locate a new spiritual vein suitable for our Cold Abyss Sword sect?" Luo Qinghan nodded slightly in agreement. A superior spiritual vein is bound to have an owner, and any force capable of claiming such a vein would have reached the nascent soul stage. Furthermore, as the Cold Abyss Sword sect primarily practices ice sword techniques, it would be ideal to find a spiritual vein with a more concentrated water spiritual aura. These conditions are rather stringent. Where could such an exceptional spiritual vein be found for their selection? After a brief silence, Luo Qinghan suggested, "Why not inquire with the Tianji Pavilion and see if they have any suitable spiritual veins available? What do you think?" Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. "That sounds reasonable. We should indeed ask." Then, Xiaoyu recalled something and inquired, "By the way, how should we respond to the Heavenly Puppet Sect?" Luo Qinghan replied, "My disciple will remain within the sect during this period. If a transformation cultivator arrives, we will retreat. If it is a nascent soul cultivator, we need not worry." Xiaoyu contemplated for a moment and remarked, "The Heavenly Puppet Sect is, after all, a sect from the wilderness region. If their transformation cultivators come to the Zhangzhou, the Danding sect and the 10,000 Swords Pavilion will likely not stand idly by." Luo Qinghan nodded slightly. "Indeed, we need not be overly concerned about this. Moreover, my disciple can continue to strengthen the sect's protective formations. Luo Qinghan and Xiaoyu discussed matters regarding the heavenly puppet sect and the spiritual veins extensively. After their conversation, Luo Qinghan turned her gaze towards Nan Gongyu and Gong Yuyo. When she noticed that Gong Yuyo's red pill was absent, a peculiar expression flickered in her eyes. She couldn't shake the feeling that it was her own disciple's doing. Gong Yuyo also sensed Luo Qinghan's odd gaze and felt a bit embarrassed. Beside them, Xiaoyu scolded playfully. Have you figured it out? Besides your good disciple, who else could it be? My two direct disciples have all fallen under that lad's spell. Gong Yuyo's cheeks flushed slightly, while Nan Gongyu chuckled mischievously. Master, why don't you also? Xiaoyu immediately shot a glare at Nan Gongyu. A hint of irritation and embarrassment welled up within her. Her little disciple was becoming increasingly audacious, daring to speak so freely in her presence. However, as she thought of Lu Xian, a ripple of emotion stirred within her heart. She was well aware of Yao Yao's talent and strength. Yet now, having become a partner with Lu Shi's nephew, she had already comprehended the extreme ice profound nether sword classic to perfection. After cultivating for so long, she herself had only just achieved minor success with this heavenly tier technique. Who could she complain to about this? Just the thought of this matter left Xiaoyu feeling dejected. Upon hearing Nan Gongyu's comment, Luo Qinghan's eyes widened in surprise, and her gaze towards Xiaoyu shifted. After a brief pause, she said, "He is your disciple's nephew." Xiaoyu's expression darkened, and she retorted, "Junior sister? What are you thinking? Do you think I am that kind of person?" Luo Qinghan also felt that Xiaoyu was not such a person. However, her own disciple was simply too alluring. The enhancements brought by the Xuanji Yinyang contract were irresistible even to female cultivators. Not to mention Xiaoyu, there were times when Luo Qinghan herself entertained some less than appropriate thoughts. Taking a deep breath, Luo Qinghan said slowly, "I shall take my leave now." She transformed into a radiant light and vanished from the spot. After Luo Qinghan's departure, Xiaoyu glared at Nan Gongyu. "You little brat, have you grown wings now, daring to tease your master?" She narrowed her eyes, smiling slightly. "It's about time I gave you some guidance. Come here, let me instruct you." Nan Gongyu crossed her arms, feeling quite pleased. "Master, don't be shocked." Recently, she had just broken through to the pinnacle of the golden course stage, and most importantly, the techniques and spells she comprehended were all heavenly tier and perfected. Even though her master was at the early stage of the nascent soul, Nan Gongyu felt no fear whatsoever. Indeed, it was precisely for this reason that Nan Gongyu dared to utter those words moments ago, without the strength to withstand a fatal blow. How could she have mustered the courage to speak so boldly? At that moment, Gong Yue, standing nearby, bore an expression of peculiar intrigue. She was well aware of her junior sister's capabilities, and it seemed their master might find herself rather vexed this time. However, Gong Yue, recognizing that she was not a match for Xiaoyu at present, chose to remain silent. The three of them exited the cold abyss sword sect, stepping onto a desolate expanse of ice. Nan Gongyu and Xiaoyu faced each other, while Gong Yue retreated to a distance, observing the two with a smile. The frigid winds howled past as Xiaoyu scoffed, saying, "You arrogant little girl, it appears you possess quite a bit of confidence, don't you?" Nan Gongyu chuckled, "Master, just don't underestimate your disciple when the time comes." Xiaoyu let out a light huff, extending her hand toward Nan Gongyu. In the sky, spiritual energy swirled, coalescing into a colossal hand of frost that descended upon Nan Gongyu. She remained unfazed. Even if Little Yu had shared insights with the disciple of Lu, she herself was still in the nascent soul stage. Though she had only recently broken through, the disparity between the nascent soul and golden core stages was immense. Little Yu was not Lu's disciple. Her foundation was not nearly as profound. If pitted against Lu's disciple, Xiaoyu believed she might not prevail. Yet, facing Little Yu, she was confident of her superiority. However, her eyes soon widened in shock. The frosty giant hand she had conjured began to crumble from within. Xiaoyu sensed an incomprehensible force surging forth. Although she could not grasp the nature of this power, she recognized it for what it was, power derived from the laws of the universe. "The ice law?" Xiaoyu exclaimed incredulously. "You've grasped the laws? You've made an entry into them." To ascend from the nascent soul stage to the god transformation stage, one must comprehend the laws. She had only just broken through to the nascent soul stage herself and was contemplating her own understanding. But the laws were ethereal and elusive. How could one hope to comprehend them so easily? The only method she could conceive was through the cultivation of the extreme ice Xianming sword classic, as the celestial grade techniques inherently utilized the laws. Even so, she remained at a loss regarding the ice laws. Yet, here was her disciple, merely at the golden course stage, seemingly capable of neutralizing her attacks through the laws. How could Xiaoyu possibly endure this? With her hands on her hips, Nan Gongyu nodded proudly. "Indeed, Master, didn't he expect this, did you? Your disciple has already made strides in the five elements laws." Xiaoyu's lips twitched, her eyes tinged with envy. "You've entered the realm of the five elements laws?" Is this due to Lu's influence? Nangongyu nodded affirmatively. Yes. Lu Xian's strength far exceeds what you might imagine. Xiaoyu inhaled deeply. Well, she had to admit that this thought had crossed her mind. This was the realm of laws. Xiaoyu had confidence in her own talent. Yet even so, she could not guarantee that she would comprehend the laws within the millennia of her nascent soul stage. Now, simply by cultivating alongside Lu Xian, she had been gifted the 5 elements laws. What woman cultivator could refuse such an opportunity? Especially those in the nascent soul stage would likely be eager to abduct Lu Xian for forced dual cultivation. This was the path to God transformation. Seeing Xiaoyu fall into silence, Nangongyu smiled teasingly. Master, what are you pondering? Surely you're not thinking of your disciple, are you? Xiaoyu's face flushed crimson as she shot a glare at Nangongyu. You cheeky girl, you're becoming increasingly shameless, transforming into a streak of rainbow light. She dashed back to the sect. With her own disciple having grasped the laws, it would be quite challenging for her to reprimand her. In that case, it seemed wiser to let it be, lest she embarrass herself. As Xiaoyu vanished from sight, Gong Yue approached Nangongyu, her expression slightly reproachful. Little you, you've gone a bit overboard. Surely you don't intend for Master to become Lu's partner as well? Nangongyu chuckled mischievously. Sister, don't you know me? Do you think I jest? Gong Yue. Chapter 364. The Indestructible Xianhuang Formation. Once again in Songming City upon returning to his cave dwelling, Lu Xian commenced his seclusion. Whenever the 9-colored radiance accumulated to a certain degree, he would amplify a piece of heavenly material or treasure suitable for crafting formations to the 5th tier. The amplification of heavenly materials consumed slightly less 9-colored radiance compared to the deduction of techniques, requiring generally around 80 to 90 units of the 9-colored radiance. Approximately every 3 months, he could amplify 1 item. In the span of just 3 years, Lu Xian amassed over 10 pieces of 5th-tier heavenly materials. With these materials in hand, he began to reinforce the protective formation of the sect. After investing another year, Lu Xian successfully improved the protective formation. Due to the sheer quantity of heavenly materials at his disposal, the formation he established reached the pinnacle of the 5th tier. Even when facing peak God transformation cultivators, this formation could withstand their onslaught. The formation was named the Indestructible Xianhuang Formation. By harnessing the Earth's dragon vein energy and merging it with a fragment of the true essence of the Xianhuang mother energy, it formed a tightly interlinked, perpetually sustaining absolute defense system. Once activated, as long as the Earth remained, the defense would remain unbroken. Although the area where the Cold Abyss Sword sect was located was rife with glaciers, the land beneath still existed, posing no hindrance to the defenses of the Indestructible Xianhuang Formation. The 2 God transformation cultivators from the Heavenly Puppet sect were both in the early stages of God transformation. With this formation in place, even if both God transformation cultivators were to personally assault it, they would be unable to breach its defenses. Thus, the Cold Abyss Sword sect stood as steadfast as a mountain. Next, he could venture forth with peace of mind for training. This time, only Gong Yue and Yin Li would accompany him. Over the past few years, Nangongyu, Su Su, and Yi Jian had all reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, mere steps away from breaking through. They needed to accumulate their foundations within the sect, adjusting their states in preparation for their ascension to the nascent soul stage. Yin Li had already broken through to the nascent soul stage, while Gong Yue, having only recently become Lu Xian's partner, still had much ground to cover before reaching the nascent soul stage. Therefore, Gong Yue naturally hoped to accompany Lu Xian on his training journey, seizing the opportunity for dual cultivation to expedite her own progress. The 3 of them piloted a flying vessel toward Songming City. Since there was no urgency, the vessel's speed was leisurely. Once aboard, Yin Li immediately headed to the crafting room to refine artifacts. Ever since she congratulated Lu Xian on his insights into artifact crafting, she had spent nearly every day immersed in the crafting room. Not only that, Lu Xian had bestowed upon her all the 4th-tier heavenly materials he had previously acquired, allowing her to forge Xiantian treasures. The excitement she felt upon her first successful creation of a top-tier Xiantian treasure was beyond imagination. However, as she crafted more, her initial thrill waned. As for the top-tier Xiantian treasures she produced, aside from keeping 2 for herself, Su Su, Nangongyu, Yi Jian, and Gong Yue each received 2 as well. In truth, it was somewhat challenging for Golden Core cultivators to fully unleash the power of Xiantian treasures. Nevertheless, Lu Xian's partners possessed substantial foundations, allowing them to utilize them with some difficulty. Even Lu Xian's master, Luo Qinghan, and his sect leader, Xiaoyu, each received a top-tier Xiantian treasure, as they too were cultivators at the nascent soul stage capable of wielding the treasure's might. This also made Lu Xian feel that becoming Dao partners with Yin Li was indeed the right choice. If he were to forge so many Xiantian treasures by himself, The time required would be excessively long. Yanli was so engrossed in her crafting that only Gong Yuyao and Lu Xian remained in the hall. Lu Xian embraced Gong Yuyao's slender waist and said with a mischievous smile, "Sister Gong, you must be somewhat envious of the cultivation progress of Xiao Yu and the others, right?" Gong Yuyao was well aware of Lu Xian's intentions. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she shot him a glare. Having engaged in dual cultivation multiple times, Gong Yuyao now possessed an added allure compared to before. She retorted playfully, "What does junior brother wish to do? Why resort to such excuses? However, junior brother should show a bit more affection towards his senior sister. After all, there's only me here, and I cannot bear your incessant demands. If it becomes too much, you might as well seek Sister Yanli." "All right, sister, I will be mindful," Lu Xian replied. After 2 months of whimsical days, the flying vessel arrived once more at Songming City. As Yanli exited the crafting room, satisfied, she was taken aback by the sight of a slightly weak-looking Gong Yuyao. She glanced at Lu Xian, somewhat speechless. "Lu Xian, you truly lack compassion for the delicate." Gong Yuyao appeared so frail. "This is hardly my fault. Senior sister herself wishes to hasten her strength." Lu Xian thought himself more wronged than Doi. After all, he was somewhat concerned that senior sister Gong was overexerting herself. Yet, she might feel a twinge of dissatisfaction seeing that Xiao Yu and the others, who initially lacked her talents, had now surpassed her. Thus, Lu Xian could only let her be. Gong Yuyao blushed, shyly smiling at Yanli. "Sister Yanli, this isn't junior brother's fault." Yanli understood and looked at Gong Yuyao with a serious expression. "Sister Yuyao, while dual cultivation is beneficial, moderation is essential." Then, as if struck by a thought, she added, "If you truly cannot endure, you may seek my assistance." "Thank you, Sister Yanli. I will be cautious moving forward," Gong Yuyao responded gratefully. Lu Xian glanced out the window and spoke. "Songming City is almost upon us. Let us prepare to disembark." Gong Yuyao quickly took this opportunity to circulate her energy and recuperate, ensuring that no anomalies would be perceived by outsiders. Soon, the flying vessel arrived outside Songming City. Its colossal and luxurious appearance drew the attention of many cultivators entering and exiting the city. Their expressions varied, some filled with greed, others with envy, and some with curiosity and awe. Before long, Lu Xian and his companions reached the deck. Upon seeing the youthful trio, the onlookers were momentarily stunned. The greedy gazes multiplied. Yanli noticed this and raised an eyebrow slightly, releasing a hint of her nascent soul aura. In the next moment, those cultivators who had been casting greedy glances at the vessel appeared struck by lightning, their faces turning pale, some even bleeding from the corners of their mouths. A few cultivators plummeted directly from the sky. All present were left aghast. A nascent soul ancestor? A nascent soul ancestor this young? What is their background? Just then, a somewhat familiar laughter rang out. "Ha! A fellow Taoist has graced us. I, Luo, apologize for not welcoming you sooner." In the next instant, a streak of rainbow light shot out from within Songming City, approaching the flying vessel. It was Luo Shi. Upon seeing Lu Xian on the deck, he was momentarily taken aback, a look of astonishment crossing his face. "Lu Taoist." Lu Xian smiled slightly. "Luo Taoist, it has been a few years. I hope you have fared well." Luo Shi's mind was reeling, and he cast uncertain glances between Lu Xian and Yanli, filled with questions. What was the relationship between this nascent soul female cultivator and Lu Taoist? The last time Lu Taoist had brought 2 exceptional fairies, and now he had 2 more? Moreover, this time there was even a female cultivator of early nascent soul. Lu Taoist's romantic prospects seemed exceedingly prosperous. Luo Shi couldn't help but grumble inwardly while bowing his hands in greeting. "Indeed, it is Lu Taoist. It has been quite some time." Lu Xian pondered briefly and nodded. "Very well." The Luo family was one of the few cultivator families with which Lu Xian had maintained a good relationship. Previously, Luo Shi had taken care of him at sea. Although cultivators enjoyed long lifespans, they each had their own busy lives, making meetings quite rare. Since they had crossed paths this time, it would be pleasant to chat. The 3 departed the flying vessel, and Lu Xian shrank and stowed it away. At that moment, Luo Shi noticed that the vessel looked somewhat familiar. A flicker of doubt crossed his eyes. "Isn't this the pirate ship of the Black Shark group?" Lu Xian chuckled. "Luo Taoist, your insight is commendable. It indeed is a pirate ship, which I modified previously." Luo Shi took a deep breath. "Lu Taoist's crafting skills are truly admirable. Please, lead the way." Under Luo Shi's guidance, the trio arrived at the Luo family residence. After brewing some spiritual tea, Luo Shi turned to Yan Li and Gong Yuyao, smiling. "Lu Taoist, who are these 2? Lu Xian smiled. "This is Yan Li, an elder of the Burning Sky sect, and this is Gong Yuyao, my senior sister. Both are my Dao partners." Upon hearing Lu Xian's introduction, Luo Shi's hand, which was bringing the teacup to his lips, froze. His eyes widened in shock as he stared at Yin Li. The Burning Sky sect? The one from the wasteland, the Transformation God sect. Knowing that Yin Li was a nascent soul cultivator and also an elder from the Transformation God sect was an entirely different concept. After all, a typical early nascent soul cultivator would only possess the deterrent power of their own strength. Yet, an elder from the Transformation God sect had an enormous entity backing them. She felt a surge of envy. How on earth had Lu Daoist managed this? Was it simply due to his handsome appearance? Even an elder from the Transformation God sect had become his Dao partner, and it appeared she did not mind that Lu Daoist had other partners as well. It was simply absurd. If possible, he too would want to find a female elder from the Transformation God sect as a Dao partner. That way, the Luo family could surely advance even further. The allure of such a connection was undeniable. Unfortunately, an elder from the Transformation God sect might not even spare him a glance. Feeling a pang of jealousy, Luoshi clasped his hands towards Yin Li. So it is Elder Yin. I am honored to meet you. Yin Li smiled gently. The pleasure is mine, Luo Daoist. Luoshi turned to Lucian. A hint of envy in his voice. Lu Daoist's romantic fortunes are truly enviable. Lucian smiled modestly. You flatter me. Then he recalled something and spoke. By the way, Luo Daoist, has your trading association recently had any remarkable items? I am looking to purchase some herbs, heavenly materials, and treasures, preferably those of the 3rd grade or above. Luoshi pondered for a moment before responding. We have a fair number of 3rd grade herbs and heavenly materials. I can make the decision to sell them to you. However, the 4th grade materials and herbs, as well as some other resources, are already registered for auction and cannot be released. Upon hearing this, Lucian considered and then inquired. When does your auction begin? Luoshi smiled. You have arrived at the perfect time. It starts the day after tomorrow. If you are interested, I can prepare a VIP room for you. Lucian grinned. Please do arrange one for me. By the way, I also have some treasures and talismans that I would like to submit for auction. The items acquired by Lucian were all procured from the storage bags of the nascent soul cultivators he hunted during the Void Rift period in the wilderness state. These possessions held little value for Lucian, and he deemed it more prudent to sell them rather than retain them. Although he was not currently in need of spirit stones, converting these magical artifacts into spirit stones would enable him to purchase more practical items. Luoshi smiled and said, That's not a problem. I'll notify Luochi to handle it. Lucian nodded in agreement. He also had a recollection of Luochi, as she had accompanied him on his first sea voyage with the Luo family's fleet, and he remembered her as a female cultivator of the Golden Core stage. Luoshi took out a communication talisman and informed Luochi. In no time, a beam of rainbow light descended into the courtyard. Luochi, please escort Daoist Lu and the others for the transaction. Upon seeing Lucian, Luochi exhibited a hint of surprise, particularly at the sight of Yin Li and Gong Yuyao, her expression turning rather peculiar. Another 2 newcomers? Truly, Daoist Lu is remarkable. With such extraordinary talent, it's only natural that female cultivators would wish to accompany him. If Daoist Lu were inclined, I too would gladly follow. Alas, it seemed that Daoist Lu had no interest in her. With a smile, Luochi addressed Lucian. It's been quite some time, Senior Lu. Please follow me. The 3 followed Luochi and soon arrived at the VIP room of the Luo Family Commerce Association. Lucian produced a substantial amount of mid to low-grade talismans, various magical artifacts, and an assortment of unused formations and medicinal pills. These items piled up like a small mountain, leaving Luochi momentarily stunned. She took a deep breath, her astonishment evident as she remarked, Senior Lu, these items must be worth at least tens of millions of mid-grade spirit stones. Lucian chuckled and nodded. I'm aware. I was fortunate enough to acquire them before. Luochi's heart skipped a beat. Fortunate? Surely, you must have dispatched a considerable number of cultivators to amass such wealth. It seemed Daoist Lu was quite the harbinger of death. However, the origins of these goods were none of Luochi's concern. After meticulously counting, she ultimately quoted a generous price of 35 million mid-grade spirit stones. Upon concluding the transaction, Lucian departed the Luo Family Commerce Association with Yin Li and Gong Yuyao. Under Luochi's guidance, they proceeded to the Luo family's lodging. In the following 2 days, Luochi frequently sought Lucian for discussions and exchanges. As a member of a merchant family, Luochi could certainly recognize Lucian's extraordinary talent and strength, thus he was exceedingly cordial, striving to cultivate a favorable relationship with him. 2 days later, the auction commenced. Luochi personally escorted Lucian and the others to the VIP box of the auction. This auction was quite grand, attracting not only cultivators from Zhangzhou, but also numerous practitioners from the Zhongming Sea. Luochi explained to Lucian, then added with a smile. Moreover, aside from the public auction, our Luo family is hosting a small private trading event. Only nascent soul-level cultivators may participate in this exclusive gathering. where many treasures will be exchanged. If Taoist Lu is interested, you are welcome to join us." Upon hearing this, Lu Xian's eyes glimmered with intrigue. A private trading event for nascent soul cultivators? This was a novel experience for him, as he had never attended such a gathering before. However, given that it was exclusively for nascent soul practitioners, it was likely to feature an array of exceptional items worth exploring. Lu Xian nodded. "In that case, I shall participate as well." Luo Shi smiled and said, "Then I shall seek you out once the auction concludes." He then turned to leave. Shortly after Luo Shi departed, the auction officially commenced. It was undeniable that the Luo family was a premier nascent soul family in Songming City. This auction was significantly more extensive than the one Lu Xian had attended at the Qingting workshop. The venue for the auction spanned several kilometers, with attendees ranging from the foundation establishment stage at the weakest to predominantly golden core cultivators. Lu Xian even sensed several nascent soul presences. The items up for bid were quite impressive, with the least valuable being items of the golden core stage, including magical artifacts, medicinal pills, cultivation techniques, and talismans. Lu Xian had little interest in the third-tier consumables until fourth-tier herbs and materials from demonic beasts appeared, prompting him to place bids. With over 100 million mid-grade spirit stones at his disposal, Lu Xian was undeniably wealthy. Even a peak nascent soul cultivator might not accumulate such wealth in centuries. He could effortlessly bid on anything that caught his fancy. Initially, some nascent soul cultivators attempted to contest him in bidding. However, upon witnessing Lu Xian's seemingly boundless expenditure of spirit stones, coupled with his status as a guest in the highest-tier VIP box, they quickly realized his distinguished standing. Consequently, as Lu Xian participated in bidding, others merely offered token bids. The items Lu Xian sought were, in the eyes of other cultivators, not particularly precious. Most were merely materials. While the truly coveted items, such as earth-grade cultivation techniques, elicited fierce competition. The auction spanned an entire 2 days. Ultimately, the grand finale featured a low-grade, xianxian magical artifact that was fervently contested by nascent soul cultivators. Eventually purchased by a late-stage nascent soul cultivator for over 30 million mid-grade spirit stones. After the auction concluded, Lu Xian remained in the box, awaiting the staff to deliver the fourth-tier materials, ores, herbs, and other treasures he had successfully bid for. Shortly thereafter, Luo Shi arrived with a smile. "Taoist Lu, Taoist Yen, and young friend Gong, let us proceed to the upcoming private trading event." For nascent soul cultivators, that private trading event was the highlight. Following Luo Shi, the group soon arrived at a small courtyard within the Luo family estate. At that moment, over 10 cultivators were already present, all of whom were at the nascent soul stage, ranging from early to peak levels. As Lu Xian scanned the crowd, he recognized several familiar figures clad in distinctive robes. Among them were practitioners from the Baibo Prefecture, the Xianjin Sword Sect, and even representatives from the Danding Sect and the Wanjian Pavilion. This demonstrated the Luo family's considerable influence in both Zhangzhou and the Songming Sea, drawing even nascent soul cultivators from these prominent sects to participate in the private trading event. With Luo Shi leading the way and introducing 3 cultivators, all eyes turned to them. Luo Shi smiled and clasped his hands. "Greetings, fellow Taoists. Allow me to introduce Taoist Lu Xian from Zhangzhou, Taoist Yin Li, an elder from the Burning Sky sect of the Wilderness State, and young friend Gong, who is accompanying these 2 esteemed individuals." Upon hearing Lu Xian's introduction, an elder clad in the robes of the Danding sect raised an eyebrow in uncertainty and inquired, "Is this Lu Xian, the alchemy champion from a few years ago?" This elder, known as Elder Qing Song, was an outer sect elder of the Danding sect and was familiar with Hanjun. Given Lu Xian's status as the alchemy champion of Dan City, Elder Qing Song had some recollection of him. However, he remembered Lu Xian being at the Golden Core stage, leading him to doubt whether he had made a mistake. Upon hearing these words, the cultivators from Zhangzhou cast a surprised glance at Elder Qing Song. "The Dan Kuei? Is he the first place from your Danding sect's Dan Kuei trials? This friend is also an alchemist?" The speaker was a middle-aged man clad in the robes of the Wanjian Pavilion, his gaze scrutinizing Lu Xian with curiosity. Lu Xian smiled and replied, "Indeed, esteemed friend. I am the Dan Kuei of that year, Lu Xian." Elder Qing Song inhaled deeply, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes. He regarded Lu Xian with uncertainty, asking, "Do you know our sect's Elder Hanjin?" Lu Xian nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I am acquainted with him. Is it really you? But Elder Hanjin mentioned that you were merely at the early stage of the Golden Core realm, did he not? In just a few years, you have reached the nascent soul stage?" This revelation drew the attention of all the nascent soul cultivators present, their eyes wide with astonishment. The leap from early Golden Core to early nascent soul in such a brief span seemed utterly implausible. Was there some extraordinary opportunity behind this? This left all the nascent soul cultivators pondering deeply. However, Their innermost thoughts remained unvoiced. Lu Xian paid no heed to the gazes of the nascent soul cultivators. Even if they were to rise against him due to some hidden fortune he possessed, he felt no fear. With his current strength, no cultivator present posed a threat to him. He smiled and said, "At that time, I concealed my cultivation. I was actually at the peak of the Golden Core realm." Upon hearing this, Elder Qingsong appeared enlightened, yet he was still somewhat taken aback that Lu Xian could elude the perception of Elder Hanjun, who was at the late nascent soul stage. This Lu Xian is quite remarkable, Elder Qingsong thought. He warmly addressed Lu Xian. "If you have the time, feel free to visit the Danding sect. We can discuss the ways of alchemy." Lu Xian nodded with a smile. "That sounds agreeable." "Haha, Lu Xian. What kind of elixirs can you concoct? Do you have any 4th tier elixirs? If you can produce 4th tier cultivation elixirs, it would be splendid. I would be willing to exchange some resources with you." "Indeed, Lu Xian. If you have any 4th tier elixirs, please consider bringing them forth for trade. We nascent soul cultivators are in dire need of such elixirs," another voice chimed in. A high-ranking alchemist is always in high demand at such private trading gatherings. For cultivators, the necessity of elixirs is undeniable, and the status of an alchemist is exceedingly elevated. Lu Xian chuckled lightly. "I do indeed possess some 4th tier elixirs. I might as well bring them forth for trade." Previously, the elixirs and magical artifacts he sold to the Luo family chamber of commerce were mostly of golden core level, with 4th tier elixirs being relatively scarce. However, he still retained a portion of 4th tier elixirs and talismans. Now seemed the perfect time to present them for trade. As he spoke, Lu Xian took out several vials of elixirs, prompting the onlookers to step forward with curiosity. Soon, expressions of astonishment spread across their faces. Blood Fiend Condensing Essence Pill, Purple Mansion Cultivation Pill, Purple Cloud Pill, so many 4th tier elixirs. Lu Xian, you truly live up to your title as the former Dan Kuei. Even Elder Qingsong was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Lu Xian produce such a plethora of elixirs. To bring forth so many elixirs at once. How will I sustain myself in the future? Should I even continue my cultivation? Chapter 367. The Secret Technique of Combat. Exploding Yuan Ju elixirs for the nascent soul stage differ significantly from those for the golden core stage and below, as the quantity of herbs sharply diminishes once one reaches the nascent soul realm. Most nascent soul cultivators rely on spiritual veins and spirit stones to cultivate, making elixirs a luxury. Yet, Lu Xian presented such an extravagant amount of herbs at once. This was rather extraordinary. All the nascent soul cultivators present felt that Lu Xian was simply mad. Wouldn't he want to keep such an abundance for himself? Unfazed by their thoughts, Lu Xian smiled. "I am willing to exchange elixirs for materials. Some 4th tier herbs will suffice. If not, 4th tier ores, materials from demon beasts, and so forth are also acceptable." Upon hearing this, the nascent soul cultivators exchanged glances, deep in thought. "Were you the one who previously acquired 4th tier materials at the auction house, Lu Xian?" Lu Xian nodded with a smile. "Indeed, that was me. I have some 4th tier materials available for exchange. I seek the Blood Fiend Condensing Essence Pill. I too can trade." In an instant, all the nascent soul cultivators gathered around Lu Xian, eager to exchange their accumulated rare materials for elixirs. After all, finished elixirs were rare, but they could always find the opportunity to obtain 4th tier materials. Unless they intended to use them personally, trading for elixirs was a splendid choice. In a mere moment, Lu Xian managed to exchange the majority of his 4th tier elixirs. The materials he acquired amounted to over 200 items, including herbs, ores, and materials from demon beasts. This far exceeded what he had previously obtained at the auction house, indicating that the nascent soul cultivators had considerable reserves of resources. Even Elder Qingsong couldn't resist trading some refining materials and formation materials, recognizing the utility of the elixirs for himself. While he wouldn't trade herbs, other materials held less significance for him. Lu Xian was in high spirits. These materials could be utilized to concoct exquisite elixirs, exceptional Xiantian artifacts, and top-tier formations. Such resources far surpassed those of mediocre 4th tier elixirs. This was indeed a tremendous profit. The other nascent soul cultivators felt they had also come out ahead. Their gazes towards Lu Xian grew notably friendlier. "Lu Xian, shall we exchange communication talismans? Should there be future trading opportunities, do let me know." "Me too. Count me in." A chorus of nascent soul cultivators clamored to exchange communication talisman imprints with Lu Xian. For him, having more cultivators with whom he could trade materials was advantageous, and he naturally did not refuse. After concluding his transactions with Lu Xian, the other cultivators began to present their treasures for trade. Most were materials, but some included talismans they had crafted or elixirs they had no use for. There were also some artifacts that were of no use to them, predominantly high-grade artifacts or exceptional artifacts. No one presented Xiantian artifacts for sale. After all, they were too precious for nascent soul cultivators, significantly enhancing combat prowess. and most chose to keep them for personal use. In addition, there were some items that were difficult to identify. For instance, a nascent soul cultivator from the Tsangming Sea produced an unknown beast egg. According to this cultivator, he had acquired the egg from a relic beneath the sea. But he was uncertain about the beast contained within. It could hatch into a powerful spiritual pet, or it might yield a rather useless one. Purchasing such an item entirely depended on luck. Lu Xian felt a twinge of interest in this beast egg. Recalling the previous encounter with the Li Hua ancestor of the Fincian sect, who was himself a spiritual pet of a transformation stage cultivator from the Li Hua sect. If he could hatch a spirit beast of the caliber of the Li Hua Jiao, it would certainly be a lucrative endeavor. Conveniently, Lu Xian possessed the 10,000 beasts control technique, which could potentially be learned and strengthened further, exploring the possibility of cultivating spirit beasts. If he could hatch a spirit beast, perhaps he could even nurture it. Of course, if the outcome proved to be uninspiring, he would simply dismiss the idea. After all, the value of the item the cultivator sought to exchange was not particularly high, and Lu Xian managed to acquire it using just 2 4th-tier mid-grade attack talismans. In addition to the unknown beast egg, there was a fragment of a martial art that piqued Lu Xian's interest. This technique, known as the explosive Yuan Ju, is a high-grade earth-tier combat secret. It allows one to dramatically enhance their spiritual power and combat prowess by consuming the essence of their Yuan Ying in a brief period, thereby turning the tide of battle. However, this secret technique is merely a fragment, fraught with significant flaws and severe side effects. Utilizing the explosive Yuan Ju would inflict direct and irreversible damage to the Yuan Ying's essence. Once such damage occurs, advancing in cultivation becomes exceedingly difficult. Nevertheless, for Lu Xian, this posed no dilemma. He could easily grasp the incomplete explosive Yuan Ju and, with the aid of the 9-colored Radiance, deduce a complete version, potentially even elevating it to a heavenly tier combat secret. At present, he lacked a technique suitable for desperate situations. Possessing a heavenly tier combat secret might offer a glimmer of hope in dire straits. This fragment cost Lu Xian an entire set of low-grade 4th-tier formation plates for the exchange. His display of wealth had astonished the nearby cultivators, who cast sidelong glances at him. Lu Xian could sense that several of the more formidable Yuaning cultivators harbored different thoughts towards him. Unperturbed, he even felt a hint of amusement. Such thoughts could prove advantageous later on, perhaps even allowing him to ensnare them in a trap. Subsequently, having encountered no other desirable items, Lu Xian bid farewell to Luo Shi and departed the courtyard early. They intended to head to the Tsangming Sea and did not plan to linger at the Luo residence. After leaving, they soon arrived at the dock. The luxurious flying vessel appeared, and the trio boarded once more. Yanli glanced back over her shoulder, her eyes narrowing slightly as a cold glint flickered within. She remarked, "It seems someone has designs on us." Lu Xian chuckled, "Let them come." Yanli nodded in agreement. Indeed, Gong Yuyao, standing nearby, exhibited no signs of concern. Lu Xian's displayed strength was their greatest reliance. The opulent flying vessel transformed into a streak of light, swiftly sailing toward the boundless ocean. Lu Xian had 2 objectives for this journey to the Tsangming Sea. The first was to visit the Diyuan Island to address matters concerning the Dongfang family. Following that, he aimed to explore the Longyuan secret realm to acquire additional treasures from the earth vein, thereby elevating his 9 transformations Xianhuang body to its perfected state. With such advancements, he would possess the strength of a transformation stage cultivator, allowing him to contend with even the transformation stage cultivators of the Tiankui sect. The second objective pertained to the treasure map left by the Black Shark pirate group. Lu Xian wished to uncover its secrets. Even if it merely led to the pirate group's trove, it would be worth the venture. After years of plundering, a Yuan Ing level pirate group surely possessed a wealth of valuable items. Half a day later, the flying vessel had traversed thousands of kilometers, and Tsangming City was no longer within sight, surrounded instead by an expanse of deep sea. At that moment, 2 formidable auras suddenly emerged from behind. One belonged to a late-stage Yuan-Ing cultivator, while the other was at the peak of the Yuan-Ing realm. Their intentions were unmistakable. They aimed for Lu Xian's vessel. "Lu Dao, you please hold." The 2 Yuan-Ing cultivators approached the flying vessel, obstructing its path. Their mana surged with overwhelming might, even manifesting Yuan-Ing apparitions. Lu Xian, Yan Li, and Gong Yuyao appeared on the deck, and Lu Xian scanned the 2 with an impassive expression. He recognized them from the private trading event. The elder in the Yuan-Ing realm was the one who had sold the beast egg, while the late-stage Yuan-Ing cultivator hailed from the Tsangming Sea and had previously purchased a bottle of Purple Mansion cultivation pills from Lu Xian. Such acts of robbery were commonplace for cultivators in this chaotic region. Amused, Lu Xian soared into the air to confront them directly. "What a coincidence to see you 2. What business do you have in stopping me?" Upon hearing his words, the peak Yuan-Ing elder smiled slightly. "Lu Daoyu, surrender your storage bag and flying vessel, and we may spare your life." The late-stage Yuan cultivator grinned. "Lu Daoyu, it's simply unfortunate that your wealth is too tempting." Lu Xian nodded in realization. "So, you two intend to rob me?" The two Yuan cultivators exchanged glances. The peak Yuan elder scoffed. "Lu Daoyu, why pretend to be foolish? Surely you know our intentions." Lu Xian nodded slightly. "In that case, I can justify taking action." At his words, both Yuan cultivators were momentarily taken aback, their expressions shifting. The late-stage Yuan cultivator sneered. "Just two early-stage Yuan cultivators, and you dare to resist? If you refuse to take the path of survival we've offered, then you have only yourself to blame." However, in the next instant, they felt the terrifying aura emanating from Lu Xian, and their expressions changed slightly. Facing a peak Yuan and a late-stage Yuan cultivator, Lu Xian did not hold back and directly activated the 8th transformation of his 9 transformations, Xian Huang body. During this period, his 8th transformation had deepened, and his physical cultivation was firmly established at the peak of the Yuan realm. Simultaneously, the Xian Huang radiance enveloped him, and the dragon coiling armor covered his entire form. The overwhelming power stirred the heavens, conjuring towering waves upon the sea's surface. A peak Yuan body cultivator. The two Yuan cultivators' expressions darkened. They had initially perceived Lu Xian as a plump target, merely an early-stage Yuan cultivator, yet he possessed such substantial wealth. This warranted their attempt to rob him. However, they never anticipated that Lu Xian would have such depth to his strength. A peak Yuan body cultivator, armed with Xian-tier treasures, surpassed their expectations. They speculated that Lu Xian must possess hidden cards. Otherwise, how could he afford to flaunt such wealth? Yet, they failed to realize that Lu Xian's hidden cards were far beyond their imagination. Their expressions turned grim. The peak Yuan elder then smiled kindly. "Lu Daoyu, it's all a misunderstanding." "This is a complete misunderstanding." The late-stage Yuan cultivator nodded vigorously, chuckling. "Yes, Lu Daoyu, we were merely joking. We are also heading back to the Tsangming Sea. We just happened to run into you." Upon hearing this, Lu Xian couldn't help but chuckle. Now that they had witnessed his strength, they claimed it was a misunderstanding. It was too late. Transforming into a blur, Lu Xian charged towards the two. Sensing the unique ferocity emanating from Lu Xian's physical cultivation, their expressions shifted. They simultaneously drew forth their respective treasures. "Lu Xian, though your strength is at the peak of the Yuan realm, so is mine. We cannot harm one another. Why escalate this to such a standoff? Is that so?" Lu Xian revealed a peculiar smile. In the next moment, several puppets shot forth from his storage bag. This time, 6 puppets emerged. One wielded the 9 heavens splitting light sword manual. Another commanded the extreme ice profound nether sword manual. One mastered the Qing Emperor longevity scripture. Another held the burning heaven sacred manual. One wielded the binding dragon earth-shaking whip, and the last brandished the fire-leaving fan. Moreover, these puppets had been enhanced by Yin Li using 4th-tier celestial materials. Each one had attained the peak of the Yuan realm. 6 formidable puppets at the peak of the nascent soul stage encircled the 2 cultivators from the Tsangming Sea. The pallor on their faces was unmistakable, their eyes wide with disbelief and terror. How could this be possible? How could there be so many puppets at the nascent soul peak? The Xiantian treasures? And 2 of them? A chill coursed through their hearts. The power exhibited by Lu Xian far exceeded their expectations. They even felt a tangible threat to their lives. Lu Xian offered no response to their inquiries. He merely smiled. In the next moment, with a mere thought, the 6 puppets simultaneously launched an assault on the 2. What did it signify for puppets at the nascent soul peak to wield perfected heavenly techniques and spells? Moreover, there were even peak nascent soul cultivators activating supreme and mid-grade Xiantian treasures nearby. The encircled cultivators could only feel despair. In an instant, they were overwhelmed by the onslaught. Within mere moments, the 2 nascent soul cultivators were annihilated, unable to even escape their own nascent souls. Lu Xian initially intended to intercept their nascent souls, but was taken aback by their fragility. He shook his head, remarking, "Weaker than I imagined." However, to be fair, it was indeed the puppets that were exceptionally powerful. After all, the heavenly techniques corresponded to cultivators at the transformation stage. With their nascent soul peak cultivation and mastery of perfected techniques and spells, they held an overwhelming advantage against nascent soul cultivators. Even a single puppet would pose a challenge for the 2, let alone 6. Lu Xian himself required no effort. As the spell's radiance faded, he beckoned, and 2 storage bags flew into his grasp. Additionally, there was a long sword interwoven with azure and white, and a pitch-black shield. Both treasures were of the low-grade Xiantian variety, the trump cards of the 2 nascent soul cultivators. Alas, even with low-grade Xiantian treasures in hand, the outcome would remain unchanged. Lu Xian subsequently stowed these 2 treasures into his storage bag. The materials used for these artifacts were commendable. With a bit of refinement and the addition of some fourth-grade heavenly materials, upgrading them to supreme quality would pose no challenge. Lu Xian turned back to the deck. Yin Li and Gong Yuyao displayed no surprise at the outcome. As dual cultivation partners, they understood Lu Xian's strength better than anyone through their shared insights. Yin Li even began to suspect that Lu Xian might be capable of contending with transformation stage cultivators. Even if he could not match them, he would not be as defenseless as an ordinary peak nascent soul cultivator. Yin Li's eyes sparkled as she spoke. Indeed, the puppet technique is formidable. I shall refine more puppets later and prepare some for the sisters to enhance their strength. Lu Xian nodded with a smile. Of course, Little Li. Since you are in charge of artifact refinement, you may proceed as you see fit. Yin Li pondered for a moment before saying, but before that, I should help you refine all the puppets first. With your current level of spiritual awareness, can you control 81 puppets? Lu Xian nodded. I can manage that. But to refine 81 puppets at the peak of the nascent soul stage requires considerable materials, and we do not possess that many at present. Not to mention the need to refine treasures. We must take our time. Yin Li understood this well. Feeling somewhat helpless, her eyes suddenly lit up as she exclaimed, I've got it. After a while, I will return to the Finchen sect and retrieve some fourth-grade heavenly materials from the family treasury. Lu Xian. Gong Yuyao. Gong Yuyao cast a strange glance at Yin Li. But those are the treasures of the Yin family. Wouldn't it be inappropriate for you to just take them? Yin Li waved her hand dismissively. It's fine. Besides the ancestor, the other members of the Yin family are less skilled in artifact refinement than I am. It's better to use them for myself, even if it's for Lu Xian. Lu Xian felt a chill run down his spine. Little Li's inclination to divert resources was rather blatant. He worried whether Elder Yin Feng would be enraged and pursue him. Hastily, he interjected, no need for that. If you truly require it, Little Li, why not purchase supreme Xiantian treasures from the Finchen sect instead? There's no need to take them. He certainly did not wish to be hunted by 4 transformation stage elders. Chapter 369. Return to the Abyssal Island, Undying and Unyielding? Upon hearing Lu Xian's words, Yin Li nodded. All right then, since you insist. The 3 returned to the hall. They then proceeded to examine the contents of the 2 nascent soul cultivator storage bags. There were a staggering 60 million mid-grade spirit stones, several 4th-grade pills and talismans, and a mere handful of 4th-grade heavenly materials and herbs, totaling just over 10. It seemed that most of the substantial gains had been acquired in previous transactions with Lu Xian. Unfortunately, despite their efforts, everything ultimately returned to his possession. Such was the consequence of greed. Aside from these, there were also some 3rd-grade treasures and array plates, along with various techniques, spells, and secret arts. The techniques of the 2 cultivators were peak Earth-grade water system secret arts, which held little allure for Lu Xian. He was already anticipating 3 heavenly techniques for further deduction, alongside secret arts like the Ice Heart Gaze, unless there were special functions or combat secret arts, such as the Exploding Yuan technique. Lu Xian had no intention of pursuing further deductions, as it would waste the 9-colored radiance. Lu Xian entrusted the refining materials and treasures to Yin Li for her to handle. The rest would remain for later, to be settled once they reached the island. 5 months later, the flying vessel leisurely arrived at Qianyu Island. Lu Xian and his companions first strolled through Qianyu City, purchasing some 4th-grade heavenly materials. Given that the Songming Sea was a region abundant in sea beasts, the availability of 4th-grade materials was significantly higher than in Songzhou. After scouring the entirety of Qianyu City, Lu Xian successfully acquired over 20 pieces of 4th-grade beast materials. Naturally, Yin Li was the most delighted, as she could now refine a number of supreme Xiantian treasures. Subsequently, Lu Xian and his companions learned that there would be an auction in Qianyu City in 2 months. After deliberating, they decided to stay a while longer, attend the auction, and procure more 4th-grade heavenly materials before departing. Thus, they extended their stay in Qianyu City for an additional 2 months. During this time, Lu Xian also took the opportunity to liquidate the ill-gotten gains left by the 2 nascent soul cultivators. The transaction occurred at the Yi Family Trading Association. The last time Lu Xian visited Qianyu City, he had come with the Luo Family Association. This time, he came alone, initially without attracting the attention of the Yi family cultivators. It was only when he sold an excessive amount of items that they finally took notice. The Yi family cultivators were likely astonished to discover that Lu Xian possessed the strength of a nascent soul cultivator and even extended an invitation for him to visit their family. However, Lu Xian was not well acquainted with the Yi family and politely declined. After attending the auction, Lu Xian once again acquired a considerable amount of heavenly materials. He then took Yin Li and Gong Yuyao and departed Qianyu Island, continuing their journey toward the Abyssal Island. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had elapsed. One day, Lu Xian returned to Abyssal Island once more. Sensing the rich ley line energy on the island, he smiled. The last time he had been in the Longyuan secret realm, everything had seemed fine until two cultivators from the Dongfang family attempted to kill him. Lu Xian was merely retaliating in self-defense, yet he found himself being pursued by the Dongfang clan. It was high time he sought an explanation from the cultivators of the Dongfang family. Without concealing his presence, he directed his flying vessel towards the immense city atop Diyuan Island. As he neared the city, several cultivators shot up into the sky at remarkable speeds, approaching his vessel. Fellow cultivator ahead, please refrain from flying over Diyuan City in your vessel. We ask for your understanding. The leader, a middle-aged man at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, adopted a surprisingly amiable demeanor, perhaps due to the opulent appearance of Lu Xian's vessel. Soon, Lu Xian, Yin Li, and Gong Yuyao arrived on the deck. The Golden Core cultivator's expression shifted slightly as he sensed the auras of Lu Xian and Yin Li, and he quickly clasped his hands in greeting. Ah, it is an honor to welcome two esteemed Yuaning seniors to our Diyuan city. However, the Dongfang family has regulations prohibiting large flying vessels and beast mounts from traversing above the city. I hope you can understand. Suddenly, a voice echoed in the mind of the Golden Core cultivator. Esteemed steward, take a closer look at that young male cultivator. His face bears a striking resemblance to the one our Dongfang family sought years ago. Upon hearing this, the Golden Core cultivator's eyes flickered, and he glanced at Lu Xian's face, his heart leaping with joy. Is it him? Previously, the Dongfang family had lost 3 talented Yuaning elders in the Longyuan secret realm, prompting them to issue a wanted notice across the entire Cangming Sea. They had only heard that this cultivator seemed to have visited Baibo Mansion and had some connection with Elder Xianyang of Baibo Mansion. After departing from Baibo, he had seemingly vanished without a trace. Little did they expect him to reappear now, right in the heart of Diyuan City, the stronghold of the Dongfang family. Without hesitation, he produced a talisman and shot it into the sky. After doing so, he retreated swiftly, distancing himself from the flying vessel. As a mere Golden Core cultivator, he dared not approach too closely to a Yuaning cultivator, fearing he might not withstand an attack if provoked. The talisman transformed into a crimson flame, spreading across the sky and nearly enveloping the entire Diyuan city. Lu Xian smiled quietly, observing the spectacle. This, in fact, saved him the trouble of seeking out the Dongfang cultivators himself. As the flames expanded, he soon felt a surge of Yuan-ing auras emerging from the distance. Subsequently, powerful divine senses swept over the flying vessel, locking onto Lu Xian and his companions. As these divine senses brushed past Lu Xian, beams of rainbow light shot up from beneath Diyuan City. Each beam emanated the aura of a Yuan-ing cultivator, numbering over 20 in total. Among them, the most formidable had reached the late Yuaning stage. They quickly surrounded the flying vessel, their gazes toward Lu Xian filled with a chilling intensity. The leading late Yuaning cultivator sneered, his eyes glinting with animosity. Fellow cultivator, you have proven quite elusive to our Dongfang family. Lu Xian replied with a smile. I haven't been hiding from you, have I? What do you seek from me? The countenances of the Dongfang Yuan-ing cultivators darkened. Sharp-tongued, if you had stayed far away and not shown your face, we would have had no means to deal with you. But now, you dare return to Diyuan Island. Today shall be your day of reckoning. Indeed, today, we shall avenge our kin whom you have slain. Lu Xian nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips. So, it is a matter of life and death, then? The Dongfang Yuan-ing cultivators immediately revealed a chilling intent to kill. Naturally, it is a life or death situation. If you do not perish today, how can our Dongfang family maintain any prestige in the Cangming Sea? Lu Xian chuckled, with such resolve. I find myself at ease. He then soared from the vessel, the aura of peak Yuan-ing radiating from him. Upon sensing Lu Xian's formidable presence, the expressions of all the Dongfang cultivators shifted dramatically. What? Peak Yuan-ing? This is dire. We need the ancestors to come forth. The Yuan-ing cultivators retreated a distance, their eyes betraying a newfound wariness toward Lu Xian. Simultaneously, more Yuan-ing auras emerged from below, including 2 at the peak of the Yuan-ing stage. Alongside numerous others at various stages, they amassed into a formidable force of several dozen cultivators. Lu Xian couldn't help but feel a twinge of admiration for the Dongfang family's strength. Their numbers of Yuan-ing cultivators were indeed impressive. However, if the Dongfang family insisted on a fight to the bitter end, what recourse did he have? Chapter 370. The Gu Yuan mixed heaven formation at that moment. All the Yuan-ing cultivators of the Dongfang clan had encircled Lu Xian. The fluctuations of their spiritual powers exuded overwhelming pressure. Within Diyuan City below, cultivators felt as though an immense mountain bore down upon them, causing the common folk and lower-tier cultivators to pale and struggle to remain upright. Lu Xian glanced down at Diyuan City and then smiled. Surely, you do not wish for Diyuan City to be obliterated? Shall we relocate our battle elsewhere? Seeing Lu Xian's nonchalance, The two peak Yuan Ing ancestors of the Dongfang family narrowed their eyes, revealing a glint of coldness. You seem quite relaxed, fellow cultivator. Since you seek death so fervently, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. Let us proceed to the sub-island for a battle. Surrounded by the Dongfang cultivators, Lu Xian was led towards the sub-island. Every Yuan Ing cultivator present regarded Lu Xian as a doomed man. While peak Yuan Ing cultivators were indeed powerful and challenging to defeat, they boasted a formidable force of nearly 100 Yuan Ing cultivators along with two peak ancestors. Surely, even a peak Yuan Ing cultivator would meet his end when encircled by such overwhelming numbers. The sub-island of Diyuan Island was vast, spanning several dozen kilometers. As they reached the mid-air of the sub-island, the Dongfang Yuan Ing cultivators continued to tightly encircle Lu Xian. The next moment, the two leading peak Yuan Ing cultivators exchanged sinister smiles. One elder spoke, "This place is picturesque, as a final resting place for you, fellow cultivator. It is hardly a slight." The other elder, his spiritual power swirling, continued, "Fellow cultivator, we shall send you on your way." As he spoke, the other Yuan Ing cultivators unleashed their mightiest powers, launching an onslaught of various magical artifacts, spells, and talismans toward Lu Xian. However, in that instant, the sky darkened. Daylight transformed into an inky night. In the deep, starry sky, celestial bodies shimmered and their light flowed. The starlight enveloped the entire sub-island in an instant. The beasts and demonic creatures in the forest below fell into a hushed silence, sensing an overwhelming threat. In the following moment, the starlit flames coalesced, forming sword chi infused with the essence of the stars. Under Lu Xian's command, the sword chi formed a barrier that repelled all incoming attacks. The sounds of thunderous explosions echoed continuously, and violent waves of spiritual energy surged, illuminating the surroundings with dazzling light. All the Yuan Ing cultivators of the Dongfang family fixated their gazes on the source of the ethereal brilliance, their expressions fraught with uncertainty. What was that aura just now? Uncertain, it seemed like fluctuations of a law. But how could that be? The two peak nascent soul ancestors of the Eastern family exchanged glances, their eyes flickering with unease. Beside them, the nascent soul cultivators gazed upwards at the sky, which had suddenly transformed into night, equally astonished. What was happening to the sky? Just moments ago, it was daylight. How could it have turned to night so abruptly? At that moment, the peak nascent soul elder spoke with a grave expression. "We must leave the boundaries of the sub-island." The other nascent soul cultivators nodded in agreement. Just then, a chilling voice echoed from where Lu Xian stood. "It may be too late to think of leaving now." A gentle breeze swept through, dissipating the spiritual light, revealing Lu Xian standing unscathed in midair. At this moment, a long sword appeared in his hand. This sword seemed to have captured a fragment of the night sky, deep and dark, with stars swirling within it. The aura emanating from the sword sent shivers down everyone's spine. The leading peak nascent soul elder cried out in alarm. "A heaven-reaching treasure? Retreat." The peak nascent soul elder yanked the elder beside her, frantically retreating. The other nascent soul cultivators followed suit. A heaven-reaching treasure corresponded to the power of a transformation stage cultivator. Although the treasure itself was merely a tool and not as powerful as a transformation stage cultivator, wielding such a treasure was beyond the capabilities of ordinary nascent soul cultivators. Not to mention, it was wielded by a peak nascent soul body cultivator. No wonder he had the audacity to confront them alone. A sense of foreboding thickened in the hearts of all the Eastern family's nascent soul cultivators. A cultivator capable of possessing a heaven-reaching treasure could not possibly be a fool. Merely with such a treasure, it would not suffice to suppress so many nascent soul members of the Eastern family. He undoubtedly had other trump cards. Just as they were retreating, attempting to exit the sub-island, an overwhelming force of gravity began to crush them from all directions. The intensity of this gravity caused the defensive shields of the early nascent soul cultivators to fluctuate violently. Their movements slowed abruptly. Simultaneously, 6 powerful peak nascent soul auras emerged from all around the sub-island. The presence of these 6 peak nascent soul auras drained the color from the faces of all the Eastern family cultivators, their hearts heavy with dread. In the next moment, they beheld 6 humanoid puppets materializing, surrounding the Eastern family cultivators. As these 6 puppets appeared, they immediately formed hand seals and cast spells. All the Eastern family cultivators noticed that the movements of these puppets were anything but ordinary. Their spellcasting actions were fluid and seamless, akin to those of seasoned cultivators. As they unleashed their spells, the fluctuations of their magical power grew increasingly formidable. Even the 2 peak nascent soul cultivators from the Eastern family felt a sense of dread. How could this be possible? How could peak nascent soul puppets be so powerful? Elders, what should we do? The Eastern family cultivators were filled with terror. They cried out, their bodies chilled. The 2 Eastern family elders exchanged glances, their expressions darkening as one of them commanded, "Stay calm. Activate the earth element mixed heaven formation. Block their attacks." The Eastern Family's nascent soul cultivators steadied themselves under the Elder's guidance. They formed hand seals, connecting their magical energies. In the next instant, the energy of the earth veins beneath the sub-island was drawn forth, coalescing around the two peak nascent soul elders to form a yellowish protective shield that enveloped all the Eastern Family cultivators. Xuan recognized this formation. It was a defensive secret technique recorded in the Eastern Family's earth element guiding art, known as the earth element mixed heaven formation, which harnessed the energy of the earth veins to create a powerful defensive force. This formation could also be exponentially enhanced when executed in conjunction with other cultivators skilled in the earth element guiding art. Under normal circumstances, with so many nascent soul cultivators activating the earth element mixed heaven formation, even a full frontal assault from a transformation stage cultivator might not be able to breach it in a short time. However, regrettably for them, they were up against Xuan. Xuan possessed too many means to dismantle this earth element mixed heaven formation, the simplest of which was the resonance of the earth veins. A glimmer of yellowish hue appeared in Xuan's eyes as he activated the resonance ability of the earth veins he had mastered during the 7th turn of the 9 Revolutions yellow body. With a supreme technique of heavenly rank, he expertly disrupted the energy of the earth veins, weakening the Eastern Family cultivators' connection to them significantly. This sudden change took all the Eastern Family cultivators by surprise. Even the two peak nascent soul elders' pupils constricted in horror. Before they could react, the attacks from the 6 puppets struck the protective shield. Boom! The shield vibrated violently, cracks appearing upon its surface. Seeing the shield fracture, all the Eastern Family cultivators turned pale. Hold it! The elder of the peak nascent soul from the Eastern Family's face twisted in a grimace as he poured all his magical energy into the shield. The elder beside him did the same. The other Eastern Family nascent soul cultivators followed suit. Yet soon, their spirits began to sink. "It's no use, elder. We can't sense the energy of the earth veins. No matter what, we must hold it." The elder's scalp tingled at the thought of the puppet's assaults. Without the earth element mixed heaven formation, he felt he wouldn't even be able to withstand a single hit. They were too powerful. The strength of these 6 puppets was terrifying. They were undoubtedly among the pinnacle of the peak nascent soul level. What manner of cultivator was this? Not only did he possess a heaven-reaching treasure, but he also commanded such formidable puppets, 6 of them, no less. The Eastern Family elder cursed inwardly. "If you're this strong, why didn't you say so earlier? If you had, we wouldn't have pursued you even if we lost 3 prodigies. And furthermore, if you're this strong, why did you run before?" Just then, a piercing brilliance emerged in the distance. Starlight cascaded down. Everyone turned towards the source of the radiant light. It was Xuan's location. At that moment, the Wan Jiestar sword in his hand shimmered with starlight. Feeling the oppressive aura from it, the faces of all the Eastern Family's nascent soul cultivators turned ashen. This fluctuation had surpassed the nascent soul stage, hadn't it? Was this the power of a heaven-reaching treasure? A bitter taste rose in their mouths. Then they beheld Xuan, expressionless, lightly wave his long sword, unleashing a dazzling sword chi that swiftly sliced through the protective shield. The shield, akin to tofu, was cleaved apart, and everything in the path of the starry sword chi was severed in twain, including several of the Eastern Family's nascent soul cultivators. Even the residual sword chi left deep gashes upon the sub-island below. The starry sword chi sliced through the air, crossing over the distant ocean, leaving behind a sword mark that extended to the horizon, lingering without respite. The sword chi unleashed by this strike had nearly decimated half of the Eastern Family's nascent soul cultivators, including that peak nascent soul elder. Facing the star-slicing sword chi of the Wan Jiestar sword, even the peak nascent soul cultivators found themselves utterly powerless to resist. This was a sword chi capable of cleaving through heavenly tribulations. The remaining elder gazed at the corpses plummeting from the sky, his entire being freezing in terror. In the next instant, he transformed into a streak of light, making a desperate bid for escape into the distance. He paid no heed to the other nascent soul cultivators of the Dongfang family. As long as he drew breath, the Dongfang family would endure. At that moment, the remaining nascent soul cultivators of the Dongfang family were gripped by profound fear when they beheld their ancestral elder transforming into a beam of light, intending to flee. They too regained their senses. Their ancestor was prepared to abandon them all and escape alone. The group of nascent soul cultivators from the Dongfang family immediately resolved to flee. However, even the most fortified defensive barrier they could muster could not withstand the onslaught of the puppets, let alone in their current state. In but a fleeting moment, golden sword lights streaked across the sky, hurtling towards all the nascent soul cultivators. Devastating crimson flames enveloped the golden sword lights, while spectral ice sword lights and ethereal flames intermingled, unleashing a conflation of destructive and regenerative energies in a cascade of spells. A piercing scream echoed through the air. All the nascent soul cultivators of the Dongfang family witnessed their ancestral elder, on the verge of breaking free from encirclement, being mercilessly severed from his corporeal form by the celestial sword lights. Not even the nascent soul was able to escape. The other spells swiftly engulfed the remaining nascent soul cultivators of the Dongfang family. In mere moments, every last one of them was annihilated. Not a single nascent soul managed to evade the massacre. Below, on the secondary island, the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. The beasts and demonic creatures within were cowed into submission by the carnage, daring not to utter a sound. Xian exhaled a breath of stale air, sheathing the 10,000 calamities star sword. Though this extraordinary artifact was immensely powerful, it also exacted a considerable toll. Nevertheless, the fact that he single-handedly vanquished so many nascent soul cultivators filled him with a sense of pride. Such prowess, in the entirety of the Xianling realm, where the transformation stage was not present, rendered him virtually invincible, did it not? A thought crossed Lu Xian's mind, and the 6 puppets flew back to him. Alongside a collection of storage bags that he retrieved, his divine sense swept through the bags, uncovering a wealth of spiritual stones, elixirs, and other resources. Most surprisingly, many of these resources were rare treasures of the earthly veins. This was indeed a bountiful harvest. A smile graced Lu Xian's lips. Subsequently, he transformed into a wisp of shadow, returning to the flying vessel. Yin Li and Gong Yuyao awaited him aboard the vessel. They had been observing the battle from a distance, and Lu Xian's ability to slay the nascent soul cultivators of the Dongfang family elicited no surprise from them. Yin Li even expressed her eagerness, saying, "If the opportunity arises, let me engage a nascent soul cultivator as well. I have fully comprehended the sacred tome of heavenly flames, and with a top-tier Xiantian artifact in hand, I should be able to contend with a late-stage nascent soul cultivator." Following her dual cultivation with Lu Xian, her strength had surged significantly. Although she was not naturally combative and preferred to delve into the art of crafting, this immense enhancement piqued her curiosity about her current capabilities. Lu Xian chuckled and replied, "No problem. If we encounter a nascent soul cultivator, I will let you take action." Gong Yuyao sighed in mild frustration. "I wonder when I will break through to the nascent soul stage." Presently, she was only at the late golden core stage. Nonetheless, she had been exceedingly diligent, whether through dual cultivation or utilizing elixirs, never once slacking off. Yet, her progress remained slow. There was little she could do, considering she had started dual cultivation relatively late. She feared that by the time they returned, Xiao Yu and the others would have already ascended to the nascent soul stage. The urgency in Gong Yuyao's heart stemmed from the prowess of Nan Gong Yu and her companions. When they set out, the trio was completing their final accumulation of foundation within the sect. By the time they returned, they would likely be ready to break through to the nascent soul stage. The thought of being left behind at the golden core stage while they advanced was disheartening. With a deep breath, Gong Yuyao cast a glance at Lu Xian, silently resolving to devote herself even more to dual cultivation, even if it meant enduring hardship. Lu Xian was unaware of Gong Yuyao's thoughts. He cheerfully declared, "Let us head to the Dongfang family and see what treasures this prominent clan possesses." Agreed. The 3 of them boarded the vessel once more and returned to the city of Diyuan. The cultivators within Diyuan City fell into a hushed silence upon witnessing the departure of the Dongfang family's nascent soul cultivators alongside Lu Xian. The fierce fluctuations of battle in the distance above the secondary island were evident to all. When they observed what seemed to them an invincible force, the nascent soul cultivators of the Dongfang family, falling one after another, all at the hands of a single cultivator, they were left utterly bewildered, especially when all the nascent soul cultivators of the Dongfang family lay dead. The practitioners of Diyuan Island were consumed by confusion. The Dongfang family was finished. It was unclear who spoke first, but soon, the eyes of the cultivators within Diyuan Island gleamed with excitement. The Dongfang family had monopolized the precious Dragon Abyss secret realm, and the number of families they had offended was easily imagined. The Dongfang family, once a formidable force, had appeared nearly invincible across the vast seas of the Tsangming Ocean. It was precisely this strength that allowed them to claim the Dragon Abyss secret realm for themselves. Now, with the nascent soul cultivators of the Dongfang family decimated, the remaining members would undoubtedly face retribution from their enemies. For the other factions and powerful cultivators of Diyuan Island, this represented a monumental opportunity. Chapter 372. Re-entering the Dragon Spine Mountains. When Lu Xian's flying vessel returned to Diyuan City, the entire city was enveloped in a profound silence. All cultivators within, regardless of their levels or affiliations, gazed up at the magnificent vessel with expressions of fear and trepidation. Lu Xian had single-handedly decimated all the nascent soul cultivators of the Dongfang family. This decisive and ruthless display of strength instilled a paralyzing dread in every practitioner present, as they felt as if they were standing on the precipice of an abyss. Should Lu Xian choose to obliterate Diyuan City as well, they would possess no means of resistance. Lu Xian paid little mind to the wary gazes below as the flying vessel hovered above the Dongfang family's estate. His divine sense spread out like quicksilver, swiftly enveloping the grounds of the Dongfang family. Soon, Lu Xian raised an eyebrow in surprise, discovering that only a few servants and commoners remained within the estate. The cultivators of the Dongfang family had seemingly vanished without a trace. Did the Dongfang family possess hidden cards to ensure their survival? Lu Xian hesitated for a moment, but refrained from taking action against the servants and commoners. They posed no threat to him. Slaying them would only serve to accrue more karmic debt. As for the fleeing cultivators of the Dongfang family, Lu Xian was not overly concerned. After all, the nascent soul cultivators had all perished. The remaining members of the Dongfang family were at best at the Golden Core stage. In the Xiangxiaaudiobooks region, there were far too many factions and powers at the Golden Core stage. Given the numerous enemies the Dongfang family had made, their survival was far from guaranteed. Even if they did manage to endure, the Dongfang family's diminished strength posed no threat to him. Lu Xian's divine sense swept through the entirety of the Dongfang estate. To his surprise, he found no hidden treasure vault. Yan Li and Gong Yuyao were also utilizing their divine senses to search. After confirming the absence of any treasure vault, Yan Li speculated. Could it have been taken away by the Dongfang family members? Gong Yuyao nodded in agreement. That seems likely. Lu Xian shared the same suspicion. He attempted to extend his divine sense throughout Diyuan City, but found no trace of the Dongfang family. Let it be, Lu Xian sighed, shaking his head, dismissing any lingering concerns. The resources gathered from so many nascent soul cultivators were indeed substantial. Even if they had not uncovered the treasure vault of the Dongfang clan, the harvest was still commendable. Since they had failed to locate the vault, remaining in the Abyss City held little significance. Shall we proceed to the Longyuan secret realm? Gong Yuyao inquired, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. She had not previously ventured to the Xiangxiaaudiobooks with Lu Xian, but her companion Xiaoya had accompanied him on a prior occasion. Xiaoya had shared tales of the Longyuan secret realm, igniting Gong Yuyao's curiosity about the area. Imbued with the essence of the earth, which she was eager to explore, Lu Xian nodded affirmatively. Yes, let us depart at once. The flying vessel altered its course, soaring towards the entrance of the Longyuan secret realm. Outside the realm, the Dongfang cultivators had already scattered, their whereabouts unknown to others. The three of them disembarked from the vessel and entered the Longyuan secret realm directly. During their flight, Lu Xian took stock of the items within the storage bags of the nascent soul cultivators. The quantity of mid-grade spirit stones exceeded a staggering 1 billion, while high-grade spirit stones numbered in the hundreds of thousands, and even top-grade spirit stones were present in the thousands. This far surpassed Lu Xian's expectations. Most of the Dongfang clan's liquid assets were likely contained within these bags. Even the treasure vault might not possess such an abundance of spirit stones. Next, he discovered a plethora of cultivation techniques and spells among the storage bags of the two-peak nascent soul ancestors. Lu Xian located a complete version of the earth element guidance technique. The remainder consisted entirely of earth-grade quality techniques, predominantly focused on body cultivation or earth-related spells. The third category comprised various heavenly materials and earthly treasures, including spirit herbs and medicinal plants, with over 200 items classified as fourth grade. Even fourth grade materials were present in a count of 4. These 4 fifth grade heavenly materials, all found within the storage bags of the two-peak nascent soul ancestors from the Dongfang clan, were entirely composed of earth-type ores, rich in the essence of the earth. Lu Xian gazed at these materials with delight. With these 4 fifth-grade treasures, he could even forge an earth-type ultimate magical artifact. Additionally, there were finished magical artifacts, talismans, elixirs, and array discs. Among them were 5 profound heavenly artifacts, albeit of mid-grade and low-grade quality. Nevertheless, these artifacts were still quite precious. While Lu Xian himself might not find them appealing, refining them into top-grade artifacts should pose little difficulty for Yan Li. Moreover, there were various treasures containing the essence of the earth, such as earth vein crystals. The richness of the essence contained within these treasures greatly benefited his cultivation of the 9 transformations of the Xian Huang body. Additionally, Lu Xian discovered several maps of the Longyuan secret realm. These maps were also present in the storage bags of the 3 Dongfang cultivators he had previously defeated. Examining them, he found the most detailed one within the bag of the peak nascent soul ancestor, covering nearly the entirety of the Longyuan secret realm, indicating regions abundant in resources. Areas with beast nests, and various mineral veins and medicinal fields. Even the core region, the Dragon Spine Mountain Range, was depicted with great precision. In the deepest part of the Dragon Spine Mountain Range, Lu Xian observed a marked area in a vivid red, labeled with the words Secret Realm Inheritance. Accompanying this were additional smaller characters, Pseudo-Transformation Divine Guardian Beast, not to be reckoned with. Upon reading this, Lu Xian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. A sense of unease creeping in. A pseudo-transformation beast? Did this imply a beast that had transcended the nascent soul stage but had not fully reached the transformation stage? If that were the case, its strength would greatly exceed that of a typical nascent soul. However, given his current might, he felt confident he could stand his ground. Intrigued by the prospect of this inheritance, Lu Xian smiled at Yin Li and Gong Yuyao. Let us proceed directly to the Dragon Spine Mountain Range. Both women nodded in agreement. The three of them transformed into streaks of light, swiftly heading towards the Dragon Spine Mountain Range. Along the way, they encountered other cultivators within the secret realm, who, unaware of the upheaval outside, continued their explorations. The trio moved quickly, soon arriving at the Dragon Spine Mountain Range area. Gazing at the endless expanse of mountains, Lu Xian couldn't help but reflect. During his last visit, he had lacked the strength to confront the Dongfang clan's pursuit, necessitating his retreat. Now, he was capable of obliterating the entire clan. Lu Xian intended to check if the Panshir stone worm had been revived by the laws of the heavenly path. Should it have returned, he would slay it once more, claiming its demon core and the earth vein jade marrow from its lair. However, upon inspection, Lu Xian discovered that the Panshir stone worm had yet to revive, and consequently, there was no trace of the earth vein jade marrow. Disappointed, he shook his head and continued to lead Yin Li and Gong Yuyao deeper into the mountains. As they entered the Dragon Spine Mountain Range, Lu Xian expanded his divine consciousness to search for formidable beasts. With his profound background and his current early nascent soul cultivation, his divine awareness extended over several thousand kilometers. Within this range, no beast could evade his perception. Unfortunately, while there were some golden core beasts, nascent soul beasts were relatively scarce. It wasn't until they had ventured further into the core of the Dragon Spine Mountain Range that Lu Xian detected the aura of a nascent soul beast, and Xuanjia Earth Dragon, quite a rare find at the nascent soul level. After defeating it, he obtained a considerable number of demon cores and earth vein crystals, which would further enhance his 9 transformations of the Xian Huang body. The three of them continued their search for valuable resources within the Dragon Spine Mountain Range, until they reached the core area marked in red on the map. Chapter 373, Core of the Dragon Spine Mountain Range, Pool of Transformation. As they approached this area, Lu Xian and his companions were met with a significant surge of spiritual energy. Not only that, but they also sensed a denser essence of the earth, intermingled with faint traces of dragon energy. Yin Li expressed her uncertainty. This place is quite peculiar. The essence of the earth is so abundant that it even gives rise to dragon energy. Lu Xian had not anticipated such a remarkable environment in the core of the Dragon Spine Mountain Range. Nodding in agreement, he surveyed the surroundings. The atmosphere here was indeed splendid. They should venture inside. Let us go, Lu Xian urged, leading the two women forward. However, after flying a short distance, the expressions of the trio shifted subtly as they encountered an overwhelming gravitational force. Gong Yuyao, being the weakest among them, felt the pressure first. Furrowing her brow, she remarked, "The gravity here must be 100 times stronger than normal. In my previous state, I would have likely suffered severe injuries or even been crushed under such conditions." Yet, the current Gong Yuyao had also cultivated the 9 transformations of the Xian Huang body. Although her level wasn't particularly high, she had attained the golden core realm. With her physical prowess, moving mountains posed no great challenge. While the gravitational suppression was somewhat burdensome, it was still bearable for her. If Gong Yuyao could manage it, there was no doubt Yin Li and Lu Xian would find it even easier. Especially Lu Xian, who remained unfazed and composed under such pressure, exuding an air of effortless ease. The trio's velocity diminished slightly. Having flown less than 100 miles, Lu Xian sensed an unusual fluctuation of spiritual energy in the distance. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Lu Xian's eyes as he remarked, "Something's here." Yin Li and Gong Yuyao's eyes brightened instantly. "Where is it? Let us go take a look." The three transformed into streaks of light, soaring towards the source of the energy Lu Xian had detected. After flying several hundred kilometers, they noticed the concentration of spiritual energy around them growing increasingly dense, with the dragon energy also notably rich. What a profound concentration of spiritual energy. This is nearing the essence of a top-tier spiritual vein, Yin Li exclaimed, taking a deep breath in awe. Gong Yuyao mused. If only our cold abyss sword sect had such a spiritual vein. However, she lamented, alas, this is a secret realm. where the environment is reset by the laws of heaven. Here, we can only undergo trials. It is impractical to relocate our sect here. Before long, they beheld a vast valley nearby, home to a large, dark yellow pool. The pool spanned several hundred meters, its surface shimmering with streaks of yellow light, exuding a significantly potent wave of spiritual energy. Upon seeing the pool, a flicker of uncertainty crossed Yanli's face. Is this the dragon transformation pool? Lu Xian and Gong Yuyao were taken aback. They had never heard of such a pool. What is the dragon transformation pool? Lu Xian inquired. Yanli's expression turned excited as she explained. It is said that the dragon transformation pool is formed from a blend of earth vein spiritual spring and true dragon blood. Characterized by its deep yellow hue and a rich emanation of dragon and earth vein energy, immensely dense. It perfectly matches this pool. She inhaled deeply, murmuring, "This dragon transformation pool is a great opportunity. Soaking in it can refine one's muscles and marrow, enhance physical constitution and aptitude, and even offer a chance to awaken a special dragon blood lineage. Even the most basic effects can elevate the essence of one's magical power." Lu Xian and Yin Li were astonished to discover such a treasure in this location. They exchanged glances, each reflecting a shared excitement. Lu Xian then decisively declared, "We must take the water from the dragon transformation pool. Such an opportunity should be brought back to our sect for the benefit of my 3 companions, as well as our esteemed master and fellow disciples." Yin Li frowned slightly and responded, "It may not be easy to transport the water from the dragon transformation pool. It requires a special vessel imbued with rich earth vein energy. Otherwise, the medicinal properties of the water will gradually dissipate." At her words, Lu Xian chuckled. "That is simple. Did I not obtain several 5th-tier Wu-2 essence crystals earlier? These crystals are rich in earth vein energy and are perfect for crafting earth vein artifacts." Upon hearing this, Yin Li and Gong Yuyao's eyes lit up, and smiles adorned their faces. With Wu-2 essence crystals in hand, they could indeed forge a vessel capable of containing the water from the dragon transformation pool. "Shall we begin the crafting now? I'll assist you," Yin Li offered eagerly. Her current foundation was insufficient for forging celestial artifacts, primarily due to her limited magical power. Even with Lu Xian's shared mastery of fire control, which was already quite exquisite, she found it challenging to forge such grand artifacts. However, with her formidable fire control skills, she could certainly lend a hand to Lu Xian. Their combined efforts would undoubtedly expedite the crafting process. Lu Xian smiled and replied, "There's no rush. It seems there are still other resources nearby." Yin Li and Gong Yuyao exchanged surprised glances as their spiritual senses expanded, revealing a myriad of herbs and minerals in the vicinity. The high concentration of spiritual and dragon energy in the dragon transformation pool had obscured their perception without the need for probing. "It seems there are demon beasts nearby." Gong Yuyao furrowed her brow slightly. Yin Li chuckled, "No need to worry about the demon beasts. I haven't had enough fun yet." Earlier on their journey, she had encountered several infant demon beasts, all of which she had dispatched with ease. She realized that, given her current strength, dealing with mid-stage infant demon beasts was a trivial task. Even late-stage infant demon beasts could be subdued or even slain with her exquisite quality Xiantian artifact. The Lihuafan. Only peak infant demon beasts posed a true challenge to her. Let us gather the resources in the vicinity first. The trio swiftly made their way to a nearby hollow. Here, a cluster of low-growing trees flourished, their leaves resembling overlapping dragon scales, with the fruits bearing similar dragon scale patterns. Lu Xian recognized these fruits well, dragon scale fruits. They were the rare spiritual fruits Lu Xian had previously utilized in concocting the 9 Revolutions gold elixir. The dragon scale fruits here exhibited a radiant crimson gold hue, far surpassing the quality of those he had acquired from his master. They were already classified as 4th-tier herbs, and there was a substantial grove, numbering nearly dozens. These dragon scale fruits could enhance one's physique and invigorate one's blood even if consumed directly. If used to refine the dragon blood refining elixir, the effects would be even more remarkable. Nearby the dragon scale fruits, a colossal tortoise lounged upon the rocks. This giant tortoise bore a dragon-like head and an exceptionally thick shell, an earth rock dragon tortoise, a mid-stage infant demon beast. Yin Li smiled, "I'll handle this demon beast. You two go collect the dragon scale fruits." Naturally, Lu Xian and Gong Yuyao did not decline. They transformed into streaks of light, heading towards the location of the dragon scale fruits. The earth rock dragon tortoise, previously in slumber, sensed the commotion and abruptly opened its eyes, roaring in anger upon seeing Lu Xian and Gong Yuyao attempting to gather the fruits. Roar! The next moment, the tortoise radiated a yellowish glow, preparing to retaliate. At that instant, Yin Li lightly laughed. "Big turtle, your opponent is me." As she waved the Lihua fan, a fiery phoenix coalesced, charging fiercely towards the earth rock dragon tortoise. Chapter 374. Refining celestial artifacts again. The Xianhuang dragon restraining vessel, while Yan Li engaged in a fierce battle with the earth rock dragon tortoise. Lu Xian and Gong Yuyao began collecting the dragon scale fruits. By the time they had gathered all the fruits, Yan Li had already vanquished the earth rock dragon tortoise. With the demon beast's core, shell, and the sharp horn on its head collected and secured, the trio set off to explore other areas. They discovered an abundance of resources: dragon saliva grass, deep dragon iron, dragon bloodstones, and many more herbs and minerals. Lu Xian, utilizing his spiritual sense, meticulously collected everything. Whenever they encountered demon beasts guarding these mineral-rich areas, Lu Xian dealt with them directly, acquiring their materials and cores. In addition to the fourth-tier treasures, Lu Xian also unearthed 2 types of 5th-tier materials. One was the Wu Tu essence crystals he had previously seen with the peak infant cultivator of the Dongfang family, and he located a total of 4 such crystals. The other was a 5th-tier herb, the dragon heart 9-leaf mushroom, a blood-red mushroom with 9 leaves. It contained a trace of dragon vein essence and could nourish the primordial spirit, fortify the heart meridian, and was also a core ingredient in refining the dragon transformation elixir. Both the Wu Tu essence crystals and the dragon heart 9-leaf mushrooms were guarded by peak infant demon beasts. However, these beasts posed little threat to Lu Xian at this stage. He effortlessly defeated 2 of them, securing their cores and materials. After gathering all nearby materials, Lu Xian returned to the edge of the dragon transformation pool. Yan Li glanced at the pool and inquired, "Shall we begin crafting the magical artifact now?" Lu Xian nodded affirmatively. "Yes, let us find a tranquil place and commence the forging." The trio made their way to a cave not far from the dragon transformation pool and began their work. Under normal circumstances, with Lu Xian's current cultivation level in the early stage of the nascent soul, it would be quite challenging to forge a heavenly artifact without the aid of unique flames. However, this time, Lu Xian had acquired 6 pieces of 5th-grade earth essence crystals, and with Yan Li assisting him, their combined efforts offered a glimmer of hope for successfully crafting such a powerful artifact. Yet, achieving a higher quality heavenly artifact posed a considerable challenge. Typically, Lu Xian would have reserved these earth essence crystals for a later occasion, perhaps to forge a superior heavenly artifact at the Burning Heaven sect. However, the dragon transformation pool lay before him, and Lu Xian was eager to take advantage of the opportunity. Based on his understanding of the Heavenly Dao secret realm, treasures of this caliber, once depleted, would not recondense even if the realm were to reset. This time, upon departing from the Tsangming Sea, it was likely that the dragon transformation pool would no longer exist upon his return. Thus, even if the crafted heavenly artifact fell slightly short in quality, Lu Xian would still find it acceptable. Even with their combined efforts, forging the heavenly artifact proved to be a daunting task. The entire process extended over a year. Ultimately, Lu Xian succeeded in crafting a lower-grade heavenly artifact, the Xianhuang Lianlong Zun, a vessel forged from the earth essence crystals. Intended to contain the waters of the dragon transformation pool, the Xianhuang Lianlong Zun bore a deep yellow hue, resembling a wine vessel. With 3 legs and 2 ears, its body adorned with a lifelike carving of the earth true dragon. The dragon's head was slightly raised, poised to devour the heavens and the earth. The entire vessel exuded an air of grandeur and heft. Although the Xianhuang Lianlong Zun appeared modest in size, it encompassed a vast inner space, characterized by the unique ability to contain the universe within a mustard seed. Lu Xian inscribed his insights into the laws of space, along with the variants of spatial runes he had previously gleaned from the teleportation array, into the artifact. This culminated in the creation of a small realm supported by the essence of the earth. The internal space, reinforced by the spatial laws and inscriptions, exhibited remarkable stability, sufficient to accommodate the waters of the dragon transformation pool. In addition to this primary function, the Xianhuang Lianlong Zun also possessed the Xianhuang Jinlong Qi, which exerted formidable suppression and convergence effects. Not only could it tame the waters of the dragon transformation pool, but it could also restrain cultivators and demon beasts alike. Its third function was defensive. Activating the vessel would unleash a cascade of Xianhuang energy from its mouth, forming a robust protective barrier. This defense was so potent that even early-stage god transformation cultivators would find it challenging to breach. If Lu Xian utilized the waters of the dragon transformation pool as an energy source, the defensive capabilities would be further enhanced, capable of withstanding attacks from mid-stage god transformation cultivators. Of course, such usage would be deemed a wasteful extravagance. The fourth function was to assist in the comprehension of the Dao. Cultivators who immersed their consciousness within the vessel's space could perceive the underlying earth laws and the true essence of the dragon qi, greatly benefiting those who practiced earth and dragon-related techniques. In summary, the Xianhuang Lianlong Zun represented a formidable heavenly artifact, embodying functions of storage, suppression, defense, and enlightenment. Lacking offensive capabilities, it was nonetheless remarkably versatile. However, Lu Xian possessed the Wan Jiexing Qin sword for offensive measures. With the combination of the Wan Jiexing Qin sword and the Xianhuang Lianlong Zun, he achieved a balance of attack and defense. Armed with these two lower-grade heavenly artifacts, Lu Xian felt secure even when faced with early-stage god transformation cultivators. Upon completing the Xianhuang Lianlong Zun, dark clouds suddenly enveloped the sky within the secret realm. The heavenly tribulation of the heavenly laws had arrived. Both Yin Li and Gong Yuyao were taken aback. This time, they were close enough to sense the overwhelming pressure emanating from the Heavenly Dao, an unfathomable terror. Lu Xian, having experienced such divine oppression before, had become accustomed to it. He soared into the air, confronting the tribulation head-on. The intensity of this tribulation was akin to that which accompanied the Wan Jiexing Qin sword. With the Xianhuang Lianlong Zun levitating above him and the Wan Jiexing Qin sword in hand, he slashed through the storm of lightning, obliterating most of it. The remaining bolts struck the protective barrier of the Xianhuang Lianlong Zun, failing to breach it. Lu Xian felt a profound satisfaction with the defensive capabilities of the vessel. Upon returning to the ground, Yin Li and Gong Yuyao rushed to greet him. Upon seeing the floating vessel before Lu Xian, Yin Li's heart brimmed with joy, her smile radiant. If the elders within the Burning Heaven sect were to discover that I assisted in the crafting of a heavenly artifact, they'd surely envy me to no end. As a blacksmith, being able to personally forge a heavenly artifact is a rare honor. For most blacksmiths, crafting such an artifact is a lifetime achievement. Lu Xian chuckled. Once your strength increases further, you should be able to forge your own heavenly artifacts within the Burning Heaven sect. Yin Li, somewhat disheartened, replied, You make it sound easy, but crafting a heavenly artifact requires 5th-grade heavenly materials. Where in the Xianling realm can one find so many 5th-grade materials? Lu Xian reassured her with a smile. You need not worry about that. Whenever I come across the heavenly materials, I shall forge one for you. Really? Yin Li's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at Lu Xian. He nodded affirmatively. Of course, it's true. It took an extensive amount of time to forge a heavenly artifact. If Yin Li could forge one, he would rather invest that time in other pursuits. Overjoyed, Yin Li approached and bestowed a kiss upon Lu Xian. Then I shall definitely be able to craft a heavenly artifact. Gong Yuyao chimed in. Allow me to assist you. Sister Yin Li. Though Gong Yuyao had not contributed much this time, witnessing the birth of a heavenly artifact had stirred her excitement as well. Excellent. Lu Xian smiled. Let us first collect the waters of the Dragon Transformation Pool. Chapter 375. The Pseudo-God Transformation Stage Flood Dragon. The stone tablet at the bottom of the pool. The trio approached the Dragon Transformation Pool. Lu Xian formed a seal with his hands, and the Xianhuang Lianlong Zun levitated into the air above the waters of the pool. In the next moment, a tremendous suction force emerged, drawing the intertwining waters of the Dragon Transformation Pool into the vessel. As the waters were steadily absorbed, the water level began to recede. Suddenly, a terrifying surge of magical energy emanated from the pool, causing the expressions of the three to change subtly. Yin Li immediately retreated with Gong Yuyao, while Lu Xian swiftly activated his 9 turns Xianhuang body. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted. In the next instant, the waters of the Dragon Transformation Pool surged violently, and a colossal figure erupted from within. Roar! An enraged roar followed, exuding an overwhelming pressure and a torrent of Xianhuang energy. Lu Xian beheld the figure emerging from the Dragon Transformation Pool, a gigantic flood dragon exceeding 200 meters in length. The dragon bore a long horn upon its head, its entire body a deep yellow hue, radiating a potent earthy aura. The dragon's presence was formidable, far surpassing the peak of the nascent soul stage. However, it still fell slightly short compared to early-stage god transformation cultivators like Yin Feng. Even so, the terrifying pressure it exerted was akin to that of a mountain, bearing down heavily upon the three. A trace of crimson blood trickled from the corner of Gong Yunyao's mouth, while Yin Li's complexion paled slightly. The two retreated once more in haste. The dragon's vertical pupils turned towards Lu Xian, brimming with a chilling fury. How dare one defile the Dragon Transformation Pool? Such an act is tantamount to courting death. The dragon spoke in human tongue, its surrounding magical energy surging forth. In the next instant, it unleashed a torrent of dark yellow dragon breath towards Lu Xian. Without delay, Lu Xian activated the Xianhuang Lianlong Zun. A barrier of earthy yellow energy coalesced and stood before him. Boom! The breath struck the barrier, causing it to ripple slightly, yet it remained unbroken. Observing this, a smile broke across Lu Xian's face, revealing his satisfaction. Truly, an unparalleled divine artifact. Its defensive capabilities are formidable. Given the strength of the dragon's attack, even a top-tier Xianxian divine artifact would struggle to withstand it completely. The dragon, evidently taken aback by the resilience of the barrier, roared in indignation, strong defense or not. Be subdued. In the next moment, it radiated a brilliant yellow glow, runes appearing around its form, and the gravity of the ground shifted dramatically. Even Lu Xian found it somewhat taxing against his physical strength. His expression shifted slightly, and he activated his earth vein resonance ability to alter the gravity once more. Then, with a flick of his hand, the Wan Jiexingchun sword reappeared in his grasp. Even amidst the beasts of the secret realm, this dragon, a pseudo-deity, possessed considerable intelligence. It clearly sensed the threat posed by the Wan Jiexingchun sword. Its dull yellow vertical pupils narrowed, and the next instant, it let out a furious roar. A massive rock formation, towering at 100 meters, coalesced and hurtled towards Lu Xian with great force. Lu Xian maintained his calm demeanor, channeling the sword energy into the Wan Jiexingchun sword. The sword energy transformed into a streak of luminous light, instantly shredding the rock into fragments. Subsequently, the sword in Lu Xian's hand shimmered brilliantly. Starcleave, the radiant sword energy he unleashed appeared deceptively simple, yet it seemed capable of slicing through space itself, severing the very laws of existence. The dazzling sword aura descended upon the colossal form of the dragon. The dragon let out a low growl as its surrounding yellow energy surged, drawing the waters of the dragon transformation pool to spiral around it, forming a protective shield of yellow water. Splash! The star cleave struck the water shield, penetrating deeply into the pool's depths. The waters, infused with both yellow energy and dragon essence, rapidly eroded the sword aura. By the time it breached the shield, the once resplendent sword strike had dimmed, merely leaving a faint blood mark on the thick armor of the dragon. Even so, the dragon erupted in an enraged roar. It struggled to comprehend how, despite the significant weakening of the sword aura, it still managed to inflict harm. If the sword aura had not been diminished, it could have been gravely wounded, or worse, killed. While the dragon was left in shock, Lu Xian furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated the dragon's resilience. The Starcleave had failed to slay it outright. With his current strength, he could not sustain the use of 2 divine artifacts for long. With a thought, 6 pinnacle Yuanying puppets materialized. He was prepared to unleash his full might. The 6 puppets moved with astonishing speed, quickly surrounding the dragon. Simultaneously, a barrage of spells and artifact attacks rained down upon the dragon, relentlessly targeting it. Although the puppets were at the pinnacle of the Yuanying stage, their spells did not reach the power level of the god transformation stage. However, they posed a significant threat to the pseudo-deity dragon. Naturally, the dragon could not afford to ignore this. It roared defiantly, casting its spells to fend off the onslaught while attempting to manipulate gravity to crush the puppets with meteors or earth spikes. Yet, the strength of the 6 puppets surpassed its expectations, proving far more formidable than it had anticipated. As the dragon was momentarily occupied by the 6 puppets, Lu Xian took a deep breath, a glimmer of arcane light flickering in his eyes. In the next moment, he vanished from sight, seemingly merging with the very fabric of space. In truth, Lu Xian had indeed melded into the spatial realm. This was the first time he had employed the space traversal technique in battle after comprehending it. The speed of space traversal was astonishing, even bypassing the dragon's outer defensive water shield. When Lu Xian emerged from the spatial realm, he found himself standing atop the dragon's scales. The dragon was utterly blindsided by Lu Xian's sudden appearance on its back, an icy dread enveloping it. As it prepared to act, a sharp golden light flashed in Lu Xian's eyes. With his innate talent, he unleashed the gung metal sword intent. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated as an incredibly sharp golden sword light shot forth from Lu Xian's dantian. This sword light moved with blinding speed, piercing into the dragon's body. With Lu Xian's current foundation at the early Yuanying stage combined with his comprehension of the metal path, the power of his gung metal sword intent was immensely formidable. Though it could not quite match the star cleave, it was not far off. This strike came as a complete surprise to the dragon, which had no time to defend. Its only protection lay in its own scales, which were insufficient to withstand Lu Xian's assault. In a mere instant, the scales were penetrated, and the dragon's massive form was similarly pierced, blood gushing from its wounds. Accompanied by a howl of agony and shock, the dragon writhed, sharp stone spikes materializing in the air, shooting towards Lu Xian. Unfazed, Lu Xian entered the state of space traversal once more as the spikes closed in. Space magic. How can this be possible? The dragon was incredulous. How could a mere early Yuanying cultivator master such a level of divine ability? It had no time to ponder further, for Lu Xian had already reappeared on the opposite side. This time, a resplendent starry light shimmered. The sword aura manifested at the dragon's periphery. It attempted to defend itself, but it was far too late. As searing pain surged, the dragon's vision darkened. Its head was severed cleanly beneath the sword aura. Lu Xian wiped the sweat from his brow, exhaling a breath of relief. As the dragon's corpse crumpled to the ground, he smiled at the fallen body, reflecting on how effectively he had utilized the space traversal technique in combat for the first time. Of course, it was primarily due to his formidable offensive capabilities. Otherwise, even with the space traversal technique allowing him to approach the dragon unnoticed, he would have been unable to breach its defenses. Yin Li and Gong Yunyao flew over, their eyes betraying a flicker of lingering trepidation as they gazed at the dragon's corpse. They then turned to Lu Xian, admiration shining in their eyes. Lu Xian, your strength has grown remarkably. Yin Li marveled. Gong Yunyao nodded vigorously. If you can slay a pseudo-deity beast, then you should be able to face a god transformation stage practitioner head-on, right? Lu Xian chuckled softly. That can only be confirmed when I encounter one in truth. He then instructed, let us continue to absorb the waters of the dragon transformation pool. Without further delay, he activated the Xianhuang Lianlong Zun once more. This time, there were no obstructions. The vast expanse of the dragon transformation pool visibly shrank, drying up at an astonishing pace. Within the span of a single incense stick, all the waters of the pool were entirely collected into the small realm of the Zun. Lu Xian cast a glance at the smooth and understated Xianhuang Lianlong Zun, feeling a sense of satisfaction within. With this pool of water, the foundational strength of their Han Yuan sword sect would elevate several tiers. Naturally, he could also benefit from it. Junior brother. There seems to be something at the bottom of the pool. At that moment, Gong Yuyao's eyes sparkled as she pointed towards the pool's depths. Lu Xian extended his consciousness beneath the surface and soon discerned a dark golden stone tablet buried beneath the sludge. Chapter 376. The Ancient Battlefield of the Dragon Clan. With a flick of his hand, the mud parted, and the stone tablet floated upwards. The tablet stood nearly as tall as a person, neither gold nor jade. Its entire surface adorned with dark golden dragon patterns. As he probed its essence with his consciousness, a remarkable brilliance flickered in his eyes. The Wu Tu Hua Long Ju, a mid-grade heavenly tier body refinement technique. Much like the 9 transformations Xian Huang body he was currently cultivating, it too belonged to the earth element. However, this technique differed slightly. The Wu Tu Hua Long Ju required the essence blood of dragons to transform one's physical body into that of a dragon. Lu Xian planned to contemplate this later. Once he comprehended the Wu Tu Hua Long Ju, he could combine it with the quintessence of the 9 transformations Xian Huang body to potentially devise a body refinement technique that surpasses the heavenly tier. Alas, his collection of heavenly tier techniques was growing increasingly cumbersome. Lu Xian sighed, realizing that the myriad colors of light were insufficient. After stowing the stone tablet containing the Wu Tu Hua Long Ju, Lu Xian smiled, remarking on the considerable gains. Yin Li and Gong Yuyao nodded in agreement. Shall we delve deeper? Yin Li inquired. Of course, we have only just entered this core area, and already there are such immense rewards. There must be even greater treasures within. It must be said that the true value of this Dragon Abyss secret realm had likely been concealed by the Dongfang family. Just the dragon transformation pool alone was enough to entice the transformation god immortal sect. However, even the Dongfang family might remain unaware that a mid-grade heavenly tier body refinement technique lay at the bottom of the dragon transformation pool. After all, the serpentine dragons within this pool would likely prove too formidable for all the Dongfang family's nascent soul cultivators combined, and even if they managed to prevail, the losses would be catastrophic. Subsequently, Lu Xian also pondered the Dongfang family's earth element guiding technique. This low-grade heavenly tier technique had likely been acquired from the core region of the Dragon Abyss secret realm. Given a few more years, if the Dongfang family could rely on this Dragon Abyss secret realm, they might indeed nurture talents capable of breaking into the transformation god stage. Alas, there are no ifs. Lu Xian had already inscribed their grievances in his ledger. He would not let them off so easily. The trio continued their exploration deeper into the core region of the Long Spine mountain range. Some areas had likely been cleared by the Dongfang family. According to their map, certain regions that were supposed to contain resources and demonic beasts had not manifested. They must have come beforehand to eliminate the beasts and collect the resources. Unless it was a resource point akin to the dragon transformation pool, housing pseudo-transformation god beasts or multiple peak nascent soul beasts, which the Dongfang family could not handle. They would have temporarily overlooked it. Before long, Lu Xian and his companions arrived at another extraordinary location, a colossal fissure nestled within the Long Spine mountain range. This fissure spanned over 100 miles in width, winding and twisting as it stretched toward the horizon. Above the fissure, faint golden runes intertwined with the dark yellow malevolent energy of the earth veins. The very fabric of space in this area appeared distorted, and their consciousness faced significant interference. Even Lucian's perception was compressed to less than 10 miles within this rift. As the trio flew above the fissure, they immediately sensed an anomalous gravitational field, likely dozens of times stronger than that of the outside world. Furthermore, the aura of dragons was thick, pressing upon their souls. From the depths of the fissure, a low, resonating pulse could be heard, echoing in harmony with the dragon's might. Gong Yuyao, being only at the golden core stage, found her blood energy and magical power somewhat disordered in such an environment, struggling to maintain perfect control. It was noteworthy that Gong Yuyao was a spiritual body, and in conjunction with her dual cultivation with Lu Xian, she had mastered a multitude of heavenly tier techniques and secret arts to perfection. Her foundation was formidable. With her current strength, she could contend with early-stage nascent soul cultivators. Yet, in this environment, she was unable to maintain her own state. This underscored the terrifying nature of this place. Within the fissure, ethereal golden dragon soul remnants floated about, imbued with vestiges of their former martial spirit. Upon spotting Lu Xian and his companions, they swiftly launched an assault. The strength of these remnants varied. Some were as weak as early golden core, while others were as powerful as nascent soul. After Lu Xian and his companions eliminated these phantoms, they surprisingly coalesced into a faint golden soul liquid. Lu Xian attempted to absorb this soul liquid and discovered that it could directly enhance the strength and resilience of the soul. Additionally, it could significantly improve the efficiency of comprehension regarding earth-based laws and dragon-related divine abilities for a brief period. This revelation brought a sense of joy to the trio. This place resembled an ancient battlefield, and these dragon souls were likely the lingering spirits left behind. As Yanli vanquished the dragon soul remnants, she speculated, this might be a secret realm formed from a fragment of a small world captured by the Heavenly Dao's laws. Gong Yuyao nodded. The formation of Heavenly Dao secret realms varies. This realm, imbued with the essence of an ancient battlefield, clearly existed prior as a small world or perhaps a fragment of a larger world. Lu Xian expressed his astonishment. The dragon souls on this battlefield, even as mere remnants, possessed such formidable strength. Their living prowess must have been immense, perhaps even surpassing the transformation god stage. Yin Li and Gong Yuyao both nodded in agreement. They found it difficult to fathom what kind of battle could have inflicted such heavy casualties upon such powerful dragons. However, the Xianling realm was merely a small world in the mortal realm, and dragons were scarce, primarily consisting of serpentine dragons. They were not well versed in the nature of battles at this level, which could very well have been more brutal than the ancient wars of the Huangzhou. As they ventured deeper into the fissure, they discovered numerous stone tablets of varying sizes embedded within the rock walls. These tablets bore profound Dao markings and dragon patterns. As Lu Xian and his companions scanned them with their consciousness, they realized these tablets seemed to contain the legacies of techniques akin to the stone tablet they had previously acquired from the dragon transformation pool. They possessed several of the soul liquid remnants left by the dragon souls. As the trio absorbed and comprehended, Lu Xian soon grasped several techniques and spells. However, most were of the earth tier. Among them was the earth tier ultimate spell, Dragon Might Suppression Technique, which he had previously obtained from the Dongfang family, as well as the Dragon Soul Refinement Technique for strengthening the soul, among others. For other cultivators, even for those at the nascent soul stage, these would be invaluable treasures. Unfortunately, the techniques and secret arts they possessed were all of the heavenly tier, far surpassing these earth tier techniques. Thus, their interest waned. The only one that piqued Lu Xian's curiosity was an earth tier ultimate escape technique, Dragon Soaring 9 Heaven Step. This technique allowed the practitioner to move like a dragon, swiftly dodging and maneuvering within a small space, exhibiting remarkable speed and agility. Lu Xian contemplated that if he had surplus multicolored light in the future, he would delve into this escape technique. As for the others, he deemed them a waste of his multicolored light. Upon reaching the deepest part of the fissure, the trio encountered 3 particularly formidable dragon soul remnants. One of the dragon soul phantoms exhibited magical fluctuations that even approached the level of pseudo-divinity, while the other 2 were at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. However, the dragon soul phantoms, devoid of a physical body, despite their formidable spiritual attacks, were not a match for Lu Xian. His mastery of the Xuanji Yin-Yang contract, the Wuxiang Puppet Secret Tome, and the Pure World Green Lotus Soul Crossing Immortal Chapter all contributed to the fortification of his spirit. Although Lu Xian's spiritual strength had yet to reach the divine transformation stage, its resilience and solidity far surpassed that of an ordinary nascent soul peak cultivator. For the typical nascent soul peak practitioner, these 3 dragon soul phantoms posed an insurmountable challenge. Yet, for Lu Xian, they were less threatening than the serpentine dragon itself. He effortlessly dispatched the 3 dragon soul phantoms. After vanquishing these phantoms, Lu Xian and his companions ventured to the deepest part of the rift. Upon witnessing the scene at the rift's core, their eyes widened in astonishment. In the depths of the rift lay a colossal dragon skeleton, sprawling upon the ground. This skeletal structure exceeded 1,000 meters in length, its bones a pale gold, exuding a potent dragonic aura. Surrounding this dragon skeleton were the bones of several other beings. Some were of extraordinary stature, towering over 4 meters, their bones jet black and emanating an ominous mist. Others sported wings upon their backs, their pale bones adorned with streaks of crimson. There were even beings whose bones closely resembled those of humans, but bore 2 sharp horns atop their heads. The presence of these creatures was equally formidable, appearing fierce even under the oppressive dragonic aura. Yin Li's eyes widened in disbelief as she drew a sharp breath. Gong Yuyo cast a wary glance over the bones, her complexion slightly pale. Under such immense pressure, she felt a sense of unease. In contrast, Lu Xian maintained a calm demeanor, tinged with curiosity. Surely these beings are not of the human race. I wonder what kind of races they are. It appears that this place is indeed an ancient battlefield, with these races besieging the dragon tribe. No sooner had Lu Xian's words fallen than a faint golden light coalesced atop the massive dragon skeleton. The next moment, an overwhelming pressure surged forth, surpassing even that of the serpentine dragon. It truly reached the intensity of the divine transformation stage. The 3 of them regarded the enormous dragon skeleton with heightened vigilance. In the next instant, a hazy dragon figure, entirely tinged in a dull yellow, emerged. This dragon apparition exuded an aura of authority, its gaze sweeping over Lu Xian and his companions. A complex expression flickered across its immense eyes. Humans of the nascent soul stage? Has this place transformed into a secret realm? Lu Xian raised an eyebrow and replied with a smile. Indeed, Senior, we are within a secret realm. From this perspective, you must hail from another minor world, or perhaps the spirit realm. The dragon apparition responded slowly. This place was originally part of the spirit realm. I am the clan leader of the Wutu dragon tribe, besieged by the demonic, Rakshasa, and Yasha tribes. It seems, then, that my clan has fallen. So they are indeed from the spirit realm? Lu Xian's knowledge of the spirit realm was limited. He had hardly heard of the Wutu dragon tribe, the demon, Rakshasa, or Yasha tribes. Curiosity piqued. He inquired, Senior, are the races you mentioned particularly powerful? The dragon apparition glanced at Lu Xian. Is this not the spirit realm? Oh, it is a minor world beneath the spirit realm. No wonder it seems primarily human here. Indeed, to have reached the nascent soul stage at such a young age within a minor world suggests that the human race has produced 3 prodigies. Once you ascend to the spirit realm, your impact on the human race may be profound. Yin Li, intrigued, asked, Senior, are the human geniuses of the spirit realm not comparable to us? They are different. Resources in a minor world are scarce, while the spirit realm is abundant. It is possible that there are geniuses among the human race who achieve the nascent soul stage at a younger age, yet they may not surpass you in your minor world. The 3 of them nodded slightly. Lu Xian, still curious, asked, is the human race strong in the spirit realm? The Wutu dragon clan leader chuckled. They are competent. Competent? The 3 of them frowned. Not weak, yet certainly not exceptionally strong. They cannot be considered a top-tier race, existing somewhere between the first and second tiers. The trio frowned further, initially believing the human race to be more formidable. Is the human race that weak? Gong Yuyo questioned, reluctant to accept it. The dragon apparition chuckled softly. The human race lacks even tribulation stage cultivators. How strong can they be? Lu Xian fell silent for a moment before asking, what about the dragon race? The dragon apparition laughed lightly. The dragon race is undeniably powerful, a top-tier race in the spirit realm, boasting numerous tribulation stage experts. It paused, shaking its head, unwilling to elaborate further. What was your original cultivation level, Senior? Lu Xian asked, quite curious. Great ascension stage. The trio gasped in awe. Such a being was far beyond their reach. After the nascent soul stage, there are the divine transformation, refining void, harmonization, and then the great ascension stage. This is akin to the gap between the chi refining and divine transformation stages, and that gap may be even wider. After all, the higher the cultivation, the greater the disparity. Yet, it was unexpected that even a great ascension dragon could be besieged and slain. The spirit realm is truly perilous. A sense of gravity settled upon Lu Xian and his companions. Then Yin Li recalled something, glancing at the bones of the other beings. Were they also at the great ascension stage? Indeed, the Rakshasa, demon, and Yasha tribes are formidable. Those 3 old ones were also at the great ascension stage. Yet compared to me, they still fell short. Even with 3 against 1, they perished utterly, leaving not even a remnant of their souls. Ha ha, the dragon apparition chuckled, seemingly amused. Xian remarked, "Senior, can you be reborn?" The dragon apparition shook its head. "Difficult, difficult, difficult. My life force has already been extinguished. This fragment of my soul has endured until now by sheer luck. With my soul awakened, it will not be long before it is obliterated. Once my soul is extinguished, I shall enter the cycle of reincarnation." Xian nodded slightly, and then smiled. "Since you are destined to perish, might you share any treasures with us? We could then return these treasures to the dragon race." The dragon apparition stared at Xian, its expression one of incredulity. "Return to the dragon race? Do you believe I would trust you?" It shook its head. "Since this is a secret realm of the mortal world, items of too high a grade will not manifest here, so do not harbor such thoughts." At this point, the dragon apparition seemed to contemplate something deeply, slowly stating, "However, if you were to swear a heavenly oath, I could grant you the dragon bone relic." "Dragon bone relic? What is that?" The eyes of the three brightened. The dragon apparition spoke with a hint of pride. "That is the essence of my being, immensely beneficial for human cultivators. It can strengthen the physical body, enhance innate qualities, and even elevate one's comprehension." The three exchanged glances, and Xian asked, "What kind of heavenly oath do you require us to swear? Please, Senior, enlighten us." The dragon apparition's gaze deepened as it spoke slowly. "I know not how long this war has raged. When you ascend to the spirit realm and reach the dragon domain, inform the ancestral dragon court that the Rakshasa, Yasha, and demon tribes have united and are plotting against the dragon race. Advise them to be cautious." As soon as the words left the dragon apparition's lips, the destiny tokens of Xian and his companions trembled slightly. In the next moment, they saw a task prompt appear within the tokens. Convey the warning of the Wutu dragon clan leader to the ancestral dragon court. Reward, any mid-grade spirit level technique. Xian's eyes sparkled with delight, revealing his surprise. Is there truly a Heavenly Dao mission? Moreover, the rewards for this task are exceedingly generous. A mid-grade spiritual technique, which should surpass the quality of celestial grade methods. With the reward of a mid-grade spiritual technique, combined with Xian's enhancement through the 9-colored radiance, ascending to a level above the spiritual grade should pose no significant challenge, right? Additionally, one can obtain a dragon bone relic. Given these circumstances, this mission is simply irresistible. Xian promptly declared, "Rest assured, esteemed senior, we shall swear the Heavenly Dao oath at once." Chapter 378. The ninth transformation. The three immediately swore the Heavenly Dao oath and accepted the mission. The patriarch of the Earth Dragon clan nodded slowly, remarking, "Young ones of the human race, I will entrust this matter to you." Upon finishing his words, the dragon's soul remnant gradually dissipated, transforming into strands of mysterious yellow light that vanished from sight. Above the dragon bone, a crystal of translucent golden hue floated in the air, containing formidable spiritual power and the essence of ley lines. Merely sensing the power within made Xian's heart race. The dragon bone relic spoken of by the Earth Dragon clan's patriarch brought a smile to Xian's face as he beckoned, and the relic flew back into his hand. Yin Li smiled and remarked, "With this dragon bone relic, Xian, your innate aptitude should see further enhancement. With your current talent, you are unparalleled throughout the entire Xianling realm. Should you enhance further, you may very well become a top-tier figure within the spiritual realm." Xian smiled slightly and replied, "I will attempt it later." While the dragon bone relic is indeed powerful, he intended to wait until after he had stored it, planning to utilize the 9-colored radiance for amplification at the appropriate moment. This approach would allow him to unleash the full potential of the dragon bone relic. Who knows? He might even elevate his constitution from a spiritual body to that of an immortal one. After acquiring the dragon bone relic, Xian and his companions soared into the sky, crossing the rift and discovering they had reached the very core of the Dragon's Spine mountain range. It appeared that this secret realm was a small world extending from the battlefield of the Earth Dragon clan. Only after being condensed by the laws of the Heavenly Dao could one enter from the Xianling realm. Although Xian and his companions had secured the most vital resources, the Dragon Spine mountain range was vast, and it was likely that there were still some 4th-grade heavenly materials and earthly treasures nearby. Centering around the rift of the Dragon Clan battlefield, the trio searched in all directions, and, after hunting some Yuanying-level beasts, acquired a considerable amount of heavenly materials and treasures. After spending over 3 months in the Dragon Abyss secret realm, Xian and his companions thoroughly explored the core area of the Dragon Spine mountain range. Subsequently, they resolved to leave the secret realm. Just after exiting the core region, Xian noticed that the number of cultivators within the secret realm had significantly increased compared to before. They encountered numerous golden core and even some Yuanying-level cultivators, which was a stark contrast to their initial entrance. Gong Yuyao pondered aloud. It seems the Dongfang clan is no longer here, with the chaos in the Earth Abyss city. Cultivators from the surrounding seas are likely attempting to stake their claim in the Dragon Abyss secret realm. Lu Xian nodded slightly. Indeed, that appears to be the case. However, it bears little relevance to us. Yin Li and Gong Yuyao both nodded in agreement. After all, they had already claimed the most critical resources of the Dragon Abyss secret realm. The remaining resources outside were inconsequential to them and not worth their time to collect. Gong Yuyao opened her mouth, initially contemplating whether the Cold Abyss Sword Sect could occupy this location. Yet, upon reflecting on the complex and harsh environment of the Tsangming Sea, she ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts. The Cold Abyss Sword Sect's foundation was still too weak to maintain control here. However, Lu Xian and his companions were taken aback when they noticed that the Yuanying and Golden Core cultivators they encountered all displayed expressions of fear, retreating hastily at the sight of them. This surprised the trio. It was not until Lu Xian intervened and questioned a Yuanying cultivator that the latter, trembling with fright, responded. "Well, esteemed friend, your singular feat of annihilating the Dongfang clan has already spread throughout the entire Tsangming Sea. In the Tsangming Sea, it is likely that no one is unaware of your reputation." Upon hearing this, Lu Xian felt a sudden understanding. No wonder. Although the commotion had been quite significant, he was not overly concerned. With his current strength, even encountering a cultivator at the early stage of the transformation realm would not instill undue anxiety. Within the confines of the Xianling realm, threats to him had become scarce. Upon departing from the Dragon Abyss secret realm, Lu Xian discovered that the outside encampment had transformed into a desolate wasteland. When they arrived at Earth Abyss City, they found it similarly ravaged, bearing the aftermath of a great battle. However, Lu Xian could sense the presence of some powerful cultivators within. These cultivators were all at the Yuanying level. Previously restrained under the Dongfang clan's dominance, these cultivators now stirred with restlessness following the clan's fall. The ensuing chaos in Earth Abyss City would likely persist for some time. The fall of the Dongfang clan signified an opportunity for other cultivators. Lu Xian retrieved a luxurious flying vessel, and after boarding with his companions, they set course towards the outer reaches of Earth Abyss Island. The cultivators within Earth Abyss City seemed to sense something amiss and looked up. Upon spotting Lu Xian's iconic luxurious flying vessel, their expressions shifted subtly, revealing a mix of apprehension and dread. Only after the vessel departed did they feel a semblance of relief. These cultivators understood the magnitude of Lu Xian's strength. Should he express interest in Earth Abyss City, it would spell disaster for them. Fortunately, Lu Xian appeared disinterested in lingering in Earth Abyss City. Aboard the flying vessel, Lu Xian retrieved the geological treasures acquired previously and began secluding himself for cultivation. The treasures obtained from the Dongfang clan's Yuanying cultivators and the Dragon Abyss secret realm were abundant. With such an array of geological treasures, he had sufficient resources to elevate his 9 transformations of the Xian yellow body to the 9th transformation. Once the 9 transformations reached this peak, he would possess true combat prowess at the transformation realm. Yin Li and Gong Yuyao recognized Lu Xian's intent to enter seclusion to break through the 9th transformation of the Xian yellow body and thus refrained from interrupting him. Instead, they proceeded to the artifact refining room to begin forging the various treasures they had previously acquired or crafting puppets. As time flowed, 3 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. One day, a sudden surge of spiritual energy in the heavens and earth became wildly turbulent. The two, engrossed in their cultivation, abruptly opened their eyes. They made their way to the deck and beheld the sea's surface below sinking, causing the flying vessel's defensive shield to automatically activate. They distinctly felt a significant gravitational shift even while aboard the vessel. Exchanging glances, both felt a surge of excitement in each other's eyes. Is it junior brother Lu? Could it be that he is on the verge of a breakthrough? Just as Gong Yuyao uttered this, the tumultuous fluctuations of spiritual energy intensified, and even upon the sea, rich in water spiritual energy, the earth's spiritual energy surged forth from all directions, even erupting from the seabed. The surrounding air began to warp, forming a colossal vortex below. In the sky, a phantom emerged, towering at a staggering height of 1,000 zhang, embodying Lu Xian's form. This phantom slowly opened its eyes, revealing a glimmer of mysterious yellow radiance. In the next moment, the phantom let out a resounding roar, the sound waves crashing down and dissipating the vortex beneath the vessel. Then it transformed into a colossal wave, spreading in all directions. At this moment, in the cultivation chamber, Lu Xian slowly opened his eyes. Complex and profound runes emerged upon his skin, and he emanated an aura as heavy as the earth, exuding unparalleled might. The 9 transformations of the profound yellow body, the 9th transformation, was complete. Chapter 379, 2009 Colored Radiances, Deduction of Celestial Level Techniques. Lu Xian exhaled a breath of turbid air, a glimmer of joy flashing in his eyes. He had finally achieved a breakthrough. Having reached the ninth transformation, the strength of his physical body had become extraordinarily exaggerated. With a mere pinch of the air, it seemed as if it were torn asunder like white paper, producing a subtle crack in the void. Yet, this was merely a fraction of his power. However, Lu Xian refrained from exerting more strength, for he sensed the rejection of the Heavenly Dao. The profound spirit realm was, after all, a minor world, and its space was far less stable than that of the spirit realm. Within the profound spirit realm, a fully exerted effort from a transformation god cultivator could tear and collapse space, which would inevitably impact the entire world. Thus, once a transformation god cultivator unleashed their full power within the profound spirit realm, they would surely face divine retribution, hastening the arrival of the transformation god's minor tribulation. This was precisely why transformation god cultivators seldom acted impulsively. Retracting his hand, the torn space closed once again. Lu Xian assessed his condition. After achieving the ninth transformation, his body could alter in size, reaching a maximum height of 100 zhang, rendering his physical form invincible. In addition, he had mastered a soil-based divine ability, the profound yellow seal. This seal could manipulate the gravitational forces of the earth, suppressing cultivators. With Lu Xian's current strength, he could alter the gravitational field within 100 miles. Even transformation god cultivators would feel a significant impact. A satisfied smile crept across Lu Xian's lips. An invincible physique, coupled with the profound yellow seal and 2 inferior celestial artifacts, rendered his combat prowess sufficient to rival that of the transformation god cultivators of the Heavenly Puppet sect. Yet, he was in no rush. He would wait until he grew stronger to completely subdue the transformation god cultivators of the Heavenly Puppet sect. At that time, he would pay a visit to the Heavenly Puppet sect, engaging in the exchange of courtesy, hoping to peruse their sect's sacred texts. Of course, whether he would return the favor was another matter entirely. Despite his breakthrough in physical cultivation, Lu Xian's cultivation level remained at the nascent soul stage, and no tribulation had yet descended upon him. Thus, he need not prepare for any tribulation. Rising to his feet, Lu Xian exited the room. In the main hall, Yan Li and Gong Yuyao awaited him. Upon seeing them, Lu Xian smiled gently and opened his arms. The two exchanged glances and stepped into his embrace. Yan Li smiled. "Have you broken through?" Gong Yuyao looked up at Lu Xian, her face filled with anticipation. Inhaling the faint fragrance emanating from the two, Lu Xian felt his hands grow restless. He chuckled. "Yes, it went smoothly. I have attained the ninth transformation." Pausing, he continued, "There are still some earth vein treasures remaining. When the time comes, we can divide them into 5 portions for you and Xiaoyu. That should elevate you to around the 7th transformation." The 7th transformation of the 9 transformations of the profound yellow body was equivalent to the early to mid-nascent soul stage of physical cultivation. Both Gong Yuyao and Yan Li's breaths quickened, their faces tinged with a blush, yet they did not deter Lu Xian's wandering hands. After all, 3 years of seclusion had left them yearning for mutual cultivation. All right, let us not discuss anything else for now. Allow me to share with you the insights I've gained during this time, as well as the comprehension I obtained from the earth laws during my breakthrough. Lu Xian said with a mischievous grin. The two exchanged glances, rolling their eyes. "So you wish to share your insights? We're too lazy to expose you." After 3 years without mutual cultivation, the three seemed intent on making up for lost time. They indulged in carefree revelry for over a month, until Gong Yuyao and Yan Li could no longer endure. At their pleas, Lu Xian reluctantly relented, leaving them with a sense of having survived a trial. Gong Yuyao and Yan Li felt as though they had narrowly escaped disaster. Lu Xian's physique was nothing short of monstrous. The two of them could hardly withstand it. However, their gains were substantial. Lu Xian was right. His insights into the earth laws had indeed deepened. They too had gleaned understanding through their shared experiences. Yet, Lu Xian felt somewhat vexed. He had barely begun when the others had already concluded. Sometimes, having an excessively powerful physique was not a blessing. Allowing the two to lean against him, he closed his eyes and turned his gaze inward to his sea of consciousness. At that moment, the 9-colored radiance within the crystal had accumulated significantly, filling the entire crystal with its brilliance. Lu Xian had gathered these 9-colored rays over the course of more than 4 years, amounting to nearly 2,000 strands. With such an abundance of 9-colored radiance, Lu Xian felt confident enough to deduce celestial-level techniques. Currently, Lu Xian's celestial-level techniques included the 9 nether soul devouring secret canon, earth element guiding technique, heaven incinerating sacred canon, and the 5 earth transformation dragon technique. Additionally, there was a celestial-level secret art, the Ice Heart Celestial Eye, bestowed upon him by Senior Sister Gong. The Ice Heart Celestial Eye was exceedingly precious and highly functional, and Lu Xian planned to deduce it. Once deduced to a level surpassing celestial standards, it would likely become even more formidable. However, before that, Xian intended to first deduce a celestial-level technique. The 9 nether soul devouring secret canon focused on the cultivation of the soul. The earth element guiding technique was earth-based, and the heaven incinerating sacred canon pertained to fire. Meanwhile, the 5 earth transformation dragon technique combined elements of earth and dragon in body refinement. After a moment of hesitation, Xian ultimately decided to deduce the 9 nether soul devouring secret canon first. The higher the strength of his soul, the more celestial artifacts he could control, and the greater his combat prowess would become. Furthermore, the strength of his soul would be crucial when breaking through to the transformation god stage. Although the other techniques were commendable, their completion would merely hasten Xian's cultivation speed. In contrast, the 9 nether soul devouring secret canon could enhance the quality of his soul, facilitating a smoother breakthrough to the transformation god stage. Not only would this benefit him, but Xian could also share the insights with Gong Yuyao and the others, allowing them to strengthen their own souls and ensuring a more seamless transition during their own breakthroughs. With this in mind, Xian made his decision. He began to consume the 9-colored radiance, applying it to the deduction of the 9 nether soul devouring secret canon. This technique, inherently a sinister method for devouring souls and refining life forces, was not suitable for Xian. Thus, he chose to pursue a righteous path in his deductions. As the 9-colored radiance continued to dissipate, a wealth of insights regarding the soul emerged within Xian's mind. These revelations were profound and enigmatic. Had Xian been left to comprehend them unaided, it would have taken him centuries to assimilate such knowledge. However, under the influence of the 9-colored radiance, he absorbed it instantaneously, transforming it into his own understanding. During Xian's deduction, strange phenomena began to manifest around him. Pure celestial energy surged forth, coalescing into golden lotuses that floated around him, slowly revolving. The law patterns also began to materialize in the sky, imbued with an inscrutable essence that entranced onlookers. Yin Li and Gong Yuyao stared, momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of these phenomena. Their eyes widened in astonishment. Subsequently, they turned their gazes towards Xian. A faint golden radiance emanated from between his brows, seemingly flowing with an ethereal spirit. They exchanged glances, hesitant to utter a word, lest they disturb Xian. Gong Yuyao conveyed through thought, "Sister Yanli, is the junior brother in a state of comprehension?" Yanli nodded slightly, a hint of astonishment crossing her features. What is he comprehending? Could it be that he has triggered a phenomenon of heaven and earth? Is he experiencing a sudden enlightenment? It's likely that what Xian is grasping is extraordinary. Let us wait and not interrupt him. Agreed. Both felt a twinge of anxiety. They had never witnessed anyone evoke such celestial manifestations during their moments of comprehension. It was utterly astonishing. Time drifted by. Half a day later, Xian slowly opened his eyes. A complex array of runes flickered within his gaze, which soon deepened into an abyssal black, akin to a black hole. Having expended a full 1,200 strands of multicolored light, Xian finally completed his deductions. The spiritual grade low-tier technique, Taishu Lian Shun Dao Dian. The spiritual grade techniques correspond to the most formidable arts of the spirit realm. The lower tier of the spirit realm pertains to the void refinement stage, while the middle tier corresponds to the harmonization stage. The upper tier aligns with the great ascension stage, and the pinnacle of spiritual grade techniques relates to the tribulation stage. Although Taishu Lian Shen Dao Dian is merely a low-tier technique, its disparity from heavenly grade techniques is far greater than that between earthly and heavenly grades. Its profundity surpasses that of heavenly grade techniques by a significant margin. Taishu Lian Shun Dao Dian centers around the esoteric principle of the 9 nether soul devouring secret canon, which consumes souls to augment oneself, discarding the perilous soul-devouring ability in favor of absorbing more grand and pure primal forces. It primarily refines the ethereal essence of the heavens and the fragmented rhythms of laws, honing an unparalleled divine soul. The core tenet of Taishu Lian Shen Dao Dian is, do not seize the souls of beings, but rather embrace the ethereal spirit, wander beyond the 3 realms, and forge an indestructible heart. While this may seem somewhat exaggerated, it encapsulates the essence of the path. The Taishu Lian Shun Dao Dian absorbs ethereal essence and the rhythms of laws, resulting in a pure and flawless divine soul, even imbued with a hint of law-like traits. More importantly, there is no concern of karmic backlash from soul absorption, as seen with the 9 nether soul devouring secret canon. By consolidating the Taishu divine furnace to refine the divine soul, and subsequently using it to smelt the laws and solidify foundational Dao seals. When the Dao seals merge with the divine soul, the strength of the soul can rival that of early harmonization stage practitioners, even capable of directly resisting the mental pressures of low-tier harmonization cultivators. Once the Taishu Lian Shun Dao Dian reaches perfection, the divine consciousness becomes nearly indestructible. Even if the physical body is destroyed, the divine soul can persist for an extended period, retaining a portion of its combat prowess. Should an opportunity arise in the future, one could reformulate the physical body, or, at the very least, consider transitioning to soul cultivation. Moreover, this technique encompasses 3 magical powers. The first magical power, accessible upon entry, is the Taishu Divine Furnace. By operating the Taishu Lian Shun Dao Dian, one can visualize and condense a Taishu Divine Furnace within the sea of consciousness. The fundamental function of the Taishu Divine Soul is to attract, absorb, and refine the ethereal essence and the rhythms of laws. Upon achieving complete comprehension of the Taishu Divine Furnace, it can even absorb the soul attacks from opponents, as well as soul-related spells such as illusions. Once the Taishu Divine Furnace is perfected, the soul spells of void refinement stage practitioners, and even low-tier harmonization cultivators, will no longer be effective against Lu Xian. The second magical power is the Soul Wander in Taishu. By stabilizing one's divine soul with the Taishu Divine Furnace, the solidity of the soul far exceeds that of practitioners of the same tier. Once the soul departs from the body, its speed surpasses that of peers, and it can, to a certain extent, avert spatial disturbances. Upon reaching perfection, the soul can traverse thousands of miles in an instant, providing significant advantages for reconnaissance or long-range assaults. Most crucially, during the soul's journey, the ability to perceive and capture the rhythms of heaven and earth far surpasses normal conditions. The third magical power is the 10,000 Laws Dao Seal. After refining the rhythms of laws, one can condense them into foundational Dao seals within the divine soul. These may include the sharpness of the metal path, the solidity of the earth path, and the swiftness of the wind path, among others. In combat, Lu Xian can activate the corresponding Dao seals to imbue his techniques with a hint of law-like characteristics, dramatically augmenting their power. Furthermore, as more Dao seals are condensed, they can even fuse together, providing significant assistance in future comprehensions of laws. Taishu Divine Furnace, Soul Wander in Taishu, 10,000 Laws Dao Seal. These 3 magical powers, coupled with the profundity of Taishu Lian Shun Dao Dian, are far beyond the comparison of heavenly grade techniques. Lu Xian, having expended 1,200 strands of multicolored light, has comprehended both the technique and its magical powers to perfection. However, condensing the Taishu Divine Furnace itself requires time. During the half-day prior, Lu Xian had only managed to form a basic divine furnace. What follows is a gradual process. For Lu Xian, there lies no challenge. He merely needs to cultivate as usual. As for the 10,000 Laws Dao Seal, Lu Xian can directly condense the foundational Dao seals through his comprehension of the 5 elements path, the yin-yang path, and the spatial path, allowing for an even more diverse combat style in future battles. Conversely, the Soul Wander in Taishu requires no accumulation of Dao seals or enhancement of the Taishu Divine Furnace. It can be employed directly upon comprehension. The only limitation is that since the Taishu Divine Furnace is not yet formidable, the range of the Soul Wander may be somewhat restricted, and its combat prowess slightly weakened. In all other aspects, however, there are virtually no repercussions. Seeing Lu Xian open his eyes, Yanli and Gong Yuyao approached with curiosity. Gong Yuyao inquired, "Junior brother Lu, what were you comprehending just now? Such a celestial phenomenon occurred." "Indeed, Lu Xian, I have never witnessed such a manifestation before," Yanli added. Lu Xian was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that deducing a technique would elicit such a phenomenon. However, given the profundity of spiritual grade techniques, it did not seem entirely surprising. He smiled and replied, "Didn't I previously acquire a low-tier heavenly grade technique related to soul cultivation? I have deduced it further. Low-tier heavenly grade soul cultivation technique." Yanli recalled and inquired with curiosity, "Is it the 9 nether soul devouring secret canon?" Gong Yuyao frowned. "That technique bears heavy karmic consequences. Once it consumes souls, it will inevitably be burned by karmic flames. What kind of technique could be deduced from such a function? It wouldn't be another sinister technique, would it?" Lu Xian chuckled. "Rest assured, Sister Gong. The technique I have deduced is quite commendable. It is a righteous technique and a spiritual grade one, capable of cultivation to the void refinement stage." Both Gong Yuyao and Yanli were momentarily stunned, their eyes widening in astonishment as they gazed at Lu Xian. Yanli exclaimed, "A technique for the void refinement stage? Lu Xian, you have actually deduced such a technique?" Gong Yuyao was equally shocked. Although she had heard from Xiaoya and Susu that Lu Xian seemed capable of deducing remarkably powerful techniques, Susu had mentioned that the dual cultivation technique they frequently employed, originally a sinister technique of the earthly grade, had transformed into a righteous dual cultivation technique after Lu Xian's deductions, reaching the heavenly grade. However, Techniques that could be cultivated to the void refinement stage surely transcended the bounds of the spirit realm, did they not? Could it be that junior brother Lu is capable of such feats? Lu Shidi, do you still insist that you are not the reincarnation of an immortal? Lu Xian reproachfully patted Gong Yuyao on the head, saying, I have already stated that I am merely an ordinary cultivator, albeit with somewhat superior comprehension. Superior comprehension? Is that what allows you to deduce the cultivation techniques of the void refinement stage? Yanli thought, her mind filled with questions. She began to doubt whether Lu Xian had a proper understanding of the concept of superior comprehension. However, she soon dismissed the matter, as it was irrelevant to her. What piqued her curiosity was the strength of this low-grade spiritual technique. Lu Xian, let us engage in spiritual communion. I wish to witness this technique. Lu Xian was somewhat taken aback. Can you handle it? Yin Li's expression stiffened, and after a moment of steely determination, she declared, let me give it another try. Chapter 381. The low-grade secret technique of the spirit realm, the divine vision of the void in the end. Gong Yuyao and Yin Li were unable to fully share the comprehensive understanding of the Taishu refining spirit classic. Lu Xian also recognized the limitations of the Xuanji Yin-Yang contract. As the level of the technique increased, the profound mysteries it contained became increasingly esoteric. Consequently, relying solely on the spiritual communion method of the Xuanji Yin-Yang contract to share knowledge would significantly elevate the difficulty. Even though Gong Yuyao and Yin Li persevered for several days, they only managed to share the most superficial aspects, barely scratching the surface. At the current pace of sharing, achieving a complete understanding of a low-grade spiritual technique from the Taishu refining spirit classic would likely require a year or even longer, even with relentless dual cultivation. And this was merely a low-grade spiritual technique. How long would it take for mid-grade or even high-grade spiritual techniques? It seemed that such advanced techniques might not even be shareable through the Xuanji Yin-Yang contract. It appeared necessary to devise a new dual cultivation technique and then extrapolate based on the spiritual communion method. Only in this way could he later master a more formidable method of spiritual communion, making sharing a considerably easier endeavor. Nevertheless, even though Gong Yuyao and Yin Li had only achieved a rudimentary understanding of the Taishu refining spirit classic, it was immensely beneficial to them. After all, once they grasped the basics, they could attempt to condense the Taishu divine furnace, thereby absorbing the pure essence of the void and even the resonance of laws to enhance their own spiritual souls. This would greatly aid in strengthening their spiritual essence. Furthermore, although they had not fully comprehended the Taishu refining spirit classic, they had gained a quite profound insight into it. Hence, their admiration for Lu Xian had reached unparalleled heights. How did you come to absorb the pure essence of the void and the resonance of laws, Lu Xian? It's truly extraordinary. Yin Li exclaimed, excitedly embracing Lu Xian, her exuberance palpable. Gong Yuyao also wore a radiant smile. If they could achieve a complete understanding of the Taishu refining spirit classic, with merely the Taishu divine furnace and the myriad methods imprint, they would be equipped to engage in battles beyond their realm. Truly, it was a spiritual technique that far surpassed the celestial tier. Indeed, Yin Li nodded in agreement. She then turned to Lu Xian, eagerly stating, you must ensure that we all achieve a complete understanding of this technique. Lu Xian replied, somewhat exasperated, that does not solely depend on me. I am capable at any moment, but you are the ones who are lacking, all right? Yin Li and Gong Yuyao exchanged awkward glances. Lu Xian chuckled, all right. You both work on refining the Taishu divine furnace. I still need to continue extrapolating the techniques. Gong Yuyao and Yin Li widened their eyes in surprise. You still wish to continue extrapolating? Lu Xian nodded affirmatively. Yes, I have some more inspirations. It is no joke. I have only utilized 1,200 of the over 2,009 colored radiances thus far. With 800 left, there should be no issue extrapolating techniques, if not secret arts. Lu Xian intended to extrapolate the Ice Heart's heavenly glimpse into a spiritual technique. Originally a high-grade celestial secret art, he was curious what quality it might yield. If he could derive a high-grade spiritual technique, it would be immensely powerful. Once fully comprehended, even when reaching the tribulation stage, he would not fall behind. Once again, Lu Xian expended 9 colored radiance and commenced a new extrapolation. Meanwhile, Yin Li and Gong Yuyao observed as Lu Xian closed his eyes once more. They exchanged glances and decided against retreating, opting to witness what further he could extrapolate. Having already been astounded by the extrapolation of one spiritual technique, they could hardly fathom their reactions should he produce another. Not long after Lu Xian closed his eyes, the room was once again filled with celestial phenomena. Yin Li and Gong Yuyao felt somewhat numbed by the spectacle. Indeed, it was a spiritual technique once more. They exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with admiration for Lu Xian. How impressive! Half a day later, Lu Xian reopened his eyes. After expending over 700 strands of 9-colored radiance, he successfully extrapolated a new secret art. However, to his disappointment, this new secret art was still categorized as a low-grade spiritual technique. Could it be that even high-grade celestial techniques resulted in such a level of secret art? He pondered whether a peak celestial technique would also yield a low-grade spiritual technique. If that were the case, it might require a foundational spiritual quality to extrapolate higher-quality techniques. Though somewhat disheartened, Xuan recognized that a low-grade spiritual technique was by no means weak, especially within the Xianling realm, where it was virtually invincible. This new secret art was named Divine Vision of the Void. This technique utilizes ocular arts to perceive reality and illuminate divinity. The secret art comprises 3 tiers: the Eye of the Void, the Domain of the Divine Eye, and the Ultimate Divine Gaze. The Eye of the Void can analyze all things, perceiving the flow of energy, the constructs of law runes, and the fundamental structures of matter. It can penetrate formations, restrictions of treasures, attributes of magical power, weaknesses of the physical body, and even the operational principles of divine abilities and spells. By discerning these, one can identify the weaknesses of opponents, achieving a decisive advantage. The second tier, the Domain of the Divine Eye, requires a certain level of spiritual strength to wield. When fully activated, it creates a void domain wherein all illusions are rendered ineffective. Moreover, it imposes interference and suppression on the spiritual perceptions of cultivators within the domain, ensnaring them in confusion, unable to pinpoint their own allies. However, this domain demands a tremendous amount of spiritual energy. Fortunately, having just extrapolated the Taishu Refining Spirit Classic, Xuan's spiritual strength could, with time, surpass that of a transformation stage cultivator. For him, the current consumption posed little issue. The third divine ability was the most astonishing to Xuan, the Divine Gaze. This technique even allows for the vague observation of an opponent's fortune, enabling a degree of foresight regarding auspicious and ominous outcomes, thus evading calamities. This ability could almost be regarded as a form of future sight. The potency of such an ability is self-evident. However, the consumption of the Divine Gaze is even more substantial than that of the Domain of the Divine Eye. Furthermore, peering into the heavenly mysteries with the Divine Gaze is prone to backlash. If one's fortune is not robust, employing this technique could be tantamount to courting death. Fortunately, Xuan need not worry in this regard. His fortune now approached 300 points, placing him among the elite in the entire Xianling realm. With such fortune, using the Divine Gaze occasionally would not significantly impact him. That said, with Xuan's current strength, even without resorting to the Divine Gaze to probe the heavenly mysteries, he would likely encounter little danger. In the face of absolute strength, everything else becomes mere illusion. Unlike the Taishu Refining Spirit Classic, the Divine Vision of the Void can be directly employed once comprehended. At this moment, Xuan had comprehended the Dongshu Jianshun technique to perfection. Consequently, he was now able to directly employ 3 divine spells at this perfected level. He attempted the Eye of Dongshu, where chaotic streams of light flickered within his gaze. When he looked towards Yin Li and Gong Yuyao, he could distinctly perceive the flow of their internal magical energy, even noting the subtle pauses at the nodes of their energy circulation. This sensation was akin to having opened a heavenly eye, truly remarkable. Gong Yuyao and Yin Li had been waiting for Xuan to awaken and share his insights. However, when Xuan cast his gaze upon them, both felt an involuntary shiver run down their spines, as if all their secrets had been laid bare before him. This left them in a state of bewilderment. Xuan, what spell did you just use? Chapter 382. The Underwater Whirlpool. Xuan chuckled. This is the secret technique derived from the Ice Heart Sky Eye, taught to me directly by senior sister Gong. It is known as the Dongshu Jianshin technique, also classified as a low-grade spiritual technique. Yin Li and Gong Yuyao gasped in astonishment. Another spiritual technique, particularly for Gong Yuyao, who understood the difficulty of mastering the Ice Heart Sky Eye. She considered herself quite perceptive, yet found it immensely challenging to grasp this secret art. She was taken aback that her junior brother had managed to elevate this technique to the spiritual level. Gong Yuyao was curious about the strength of this secret art, but felt a twinge of regret as she was currently incapable of dual cultivating. Yin Li felt similarly, experiencing a sense of powerlessness akin to having a treasure within reach, yet being unable to claim it. Observing their dejected expressions, Xuan found it amusing and said, "You both should focus on enhancing your physical strength." "Understood," replied Yin Li and Gong Yuyao, filled with renewed determination. Fortunately, Xuan still had a considerable number of Earth Veins treasures remaining, allowing them to make progress as well. Once our 9 transformation, Xian Huang body, reaches the 7th transformation, we will certainly make you concede, Yin Li declared, shaking her fist at Xuan with fervor. Xuan chuckled, "That won't do. Since you wish for me to concede, I must tease you both a bit more. My apologies, I was jesting. With that, Yin Li and Gong Yuyao retreated to their closed-door cultivation, while Lu Xian retrieved the map he had obtained from the Black Shark Alliance, commencing his journey aboard the flying vessel towards the luminous point marked on the map. He was eager to discover what treasures lay within. Having accomplished his goal in the Tsangming Sea, Lu Xian's 9-transformation Xian Huang body had reached the 9th transformation. Although he had not yet achieved perfection at this stage, his cultivation level had already ascended to the early phase of the transformation stage. Complemented by the Xian Huang seal and 2 low-grade heavenly treasures, the sense of urgency that the Tian Kai sect had previously instilled in him had dissipated. Lu Xian now planned to retreat for a period of closed-door cultivation upon returning from the Tsangming Sea, aiming to elevate the Burning Heaven Sacred Canon and Earth Yuan Guiding Technique to spiritual-grade techniques. Once his cultivation advanced further and he broke through to the transformation stage, he could consider addressing the Tian Kai sect. Before breaking through to the transformation stage, Lu Xian felt it prudent to maintain a low profile. For now, he resolved to secure the treasure first. Under his command, the flying vessel surged forward with remarkable speed. Within just a few days, it traversed vast expanses of ocean, arriving at the location of the luminous point on the map. He chose not to disturb the closed-door cultivation of Yin Li and Gong Yuyao, and instead proceeded to the deck, where the endless ocean sprawled before him. The light point was situated beneath the surface, slowly moving at a leisurely pace, as indicated by the treasure map. After glancing at the cabin, Lu Xian activated the defensive array. With the protective array engaged, he transformed into a streak of flowing light and plunged into the depths of the sea. Magical energy coalesced around him, forming a shield that kept the seawater at bay. As he descended further, the sunlight faded to an eerie gloom, and the waters grew dark. Lu Xian formed hand seals, summoning crimson fireballs that floated around him, casting a radiant glow that illuminated the surrounding environment. As he delved deeper into the ocean, several tens of thousands of meters below the surface, he checked the treasure map once more. The luminous point was not far ahead. Just then, a massive shadow emerged, exuding a formidable aura of magical energy, a creature at the peak of the nascent soul stage. In the next instant, Lu Xian beheld a gigantic sea monster resembling a colossal serpent blocking his path, its eyes glinting with a fierce intensity. Human, this is not a place for you. Since you have come, you shall remain here. The nascent soul sea beast was capable of transformation and could naturally articulate human language. It issued a chilling proclamation as the surrounding waters reacted, forming sharp water arrows that shot towards Lu Xian. Seeing this, Lu Xian could not help but smile. Although his most potent 9-transformation Xian Huang body was a soil-based cultivation technique, that did not imply his mastery over water principles was lacking. His eyes shimmered, and in the next moment, the speed of the water arrows slowed, even exhibiting signs of disintegration. Witnessing this, the enormous sea serpent displayed a hint of astonishment. The water principle. You, a human, have mastered the water principle. Lu Xian grinned. What do you think? With that, he formed hand seals, conjuring a series of icy swords in the depths of the sea, which transformed into streaks of light, hurtling towards the sea serpent. The serpent's body was enveloped in swirling currents, creating a vortex to shield against the onslaught of the icy blades. It roared in fury. Even if you've grasped the water principle, what of it? You are merely a human in the early phase of the nascent soul stage, at most. You can only delay your demise. Yet, in the next instant, a barrage of stellar sword lights coalesced. The sea serpent's eyes widened in disbelief. The aura of someone close to the transformation stage. It turned to flee, but the stellar sword lights had already transformed into streaks of light, piercing through its body instantaneously. The sea serpent's nascent soul did not escape either, as it was utterly obliterated. Lu Xian chuckled softly, stowing away the 10,000 calamities stellar sword. With his current strength, a peak nascent soul beast posed no threat to him, even without relying on his physical cultivation. Approaching, he collected the serpent's scales, bones, and various treasures. A nascent soul beast was indeed a trove of riches. The scent of blood attracted nearby creatures. Lu Xian's divine sense detected the agitation of surrounding beasts, all of which were formidable, with the weakest being at the golden core stage. Several were even at the nascent soul stage but remained at a distance, cautiously observing the situation. Clearly, they understood that if even the peak nascent soul sea serpent had perished, they would likely meet a grim fate if they approached. Disregarding the nearby beasts, Lu Xian continued onward after gathering the precious treasures, pressing towards the location of the luminous point. After moving several dozen kilometers in the deep sea, he noticed a change in the surrounding currents. Although deep sea currents could be tumultuous at times, they had never been as violent as they were now. It seemed something ahead was disrupting the flow of water. Raising an eyebrow, Lu Xian felt a surge of curiosity. Such unusual phenomena existed in the deep sea. He followed the current, eager to discover what lay ahead. After traversing another 10 kilometers, Lu Xian beheld a colossal whirlpool situated deep within the ocean's depths. This vortex appeared to be formed from the confluence of underwater currents, its diameter likely exceeding 20 kilometers. The conditions within remained uncertain to him. However, he could discern a profound surge of spiritual energy emanating from it. Narrowing his eyes in contemplation, Lu Xian activated his 9 transformations of the Xian yellow body. In the next instant, he propelled himself towards the whirlpool, shielded by a protective barrier. Chapter 383, The Battle of the Xianming Palace. The eye of the Tsangming Sea boom. The whirlpool collided with the barrier, producing a tremendous roar. Lu Xian's shield was capable of withstanding an attack from a peak nascent soul cultivator, yet it trembled violently under the force of the impact. Observing this, a wine vessel emerged from his dantian, the Xianhuang dragon suppressing vessel. As it materialized, spiritual light cascaded down, forming a new barrier that shielded Lu Xian. The defense provided by this celestial artifact was extraordinarily robust. Even the formidable power of the spiritual energy whirlpool could not shake it. In an instant, he plunged into the whirlpool. Inside, he discovered an ancient black palace, floating amidst the center of the vortex and moving slowly. As the palace shifted, the whirlpool followed suit. Glancing at the treasure map, Lu Xian realized that this vortex was the luminous point depicted on it. He was slightly taken aback, never having expected the Black Shark Guild to possess a treasure map leading to such a location. Had they hidden their treasures so astutely? Just as Lu Xian was pondering, the palace doors swung open, and a jet-black dragon surged forth. This dragon, measuring 1,000 feet in length, was enveloped in scales resembling black crystal, its eyes radiating the chill of 2 cold moons. Its overwhelming presence caused the surrounding space to tremble. Lu Xian's countenance hardened, his expression turning grave. A transformation stage dragon. How could this be? The treasure trove of the Black Shark Guild harbored a dragon of such caliber? If that were the case, they would not merely consist of 3 nascent soul cultivators. Suddenly, Lu Xian comprehended that this treasure map likely did not denote a location of the Black Shark Guild's treasure, but rather a fortuitous opportunity they had stumbled upon. However, they probably lacked the capability to delve into such profound depths and enter the whirlpool. Previously, Lu Xian and Nangong Yu had assumed it was a treasure map belonging to the Black Shark Guild, but it was evident now that this was not the case. The black dragon, stretching several hundred meters, emanated an intense pressure. Its icy gaze fixated upon Lu Xian, revealing a hint of sentient scrutiny. Intruder, have you come to partake in the trial? A trial? Lu Xian was taken aback and inquired, Esteemed elder, what is this place and what trial is to be undertaken? The black dragon paused, scrutinizing Lu Xian. Did you not arrive through the Xianming order? The Xianming order? Lu Xian pondered for a moment before producing the jade token. Is this it? I obtained this as part of a treasure map. Upon seeing the jade token, the black dragon's demeanor softened slightly. It nodded, stating, Indeed, that is the Xianming order. Since you have gained entry to the ruins of the Xianming Palace, you may accept the inheritance. Lu Xian's curiosity was piqued. What treasures does this inheritance encompass? He had never heard of the Xianming Palace before, but judging by the appearance of the black dragon, it must be a formidable sect, likely a transformation stage celestial sect. Yet, why did it exist only as ruins now? The black dragon responded slowly. The rewards of the inheritance are indeed remarkable. The Xianming Palace was originally a transformation stage celestial sect, its foundational technique. The Xianming True Canon is a top-tier heavenly technique. Additionally, there are secret arts such as the water mirror illusion technique, and even a mid-tier celestial artifact known as the Xianming Water Pearl, along with precious Xianming True Water and several 5th-grade water element heavenly materials. As Lu Xian listened, his eyes gradually brightened. This inheritance was impressive indeed. A top-tier water element technique, once deciphered, could evolve into a spiritual tier technique. Most significantly, this technique was highly suitable for the Cold Abyss Sword sect. The Xianming Palace likely shared a similar affinity for water as the Cold Abyss Sword sect, yet it far surpassed it in strength. Lu Xian, fueled by curiosity, queried, Esteemed elder, why have I never heard of the Xianming Palace before? Are you a cultivator from the Xianming Palace? The black dragon's gaze flickered, as if recalling something. It then spoke slowly. The existence of the Xianming Palace dates back over 100,000 years. Few in the Tsangming Sea are aware of it. When the eye of the Tsangming Sea emerged and repelled the invasion of the underworld clan, the Xianming Palace played a significant role. Yet it lost its inheritance due to the near-total annihilation of its high-tier cultivators. The eye of the Tsangming Sea. What is that? Lu Xian inquired, intrigued. For he was not a native of the Tsangming Sea. Having visited twice, he had spent only a few years in total, most of which were confined within a ship's cabin. Even during his interactions in major cities, he had not heard mention of such events. However, Considering that the eye of the Tsangming Sea was a matter from 100,000 years ago, who could say how many remembered it? Perhaps only celestial sects like the Azure Wave Manor might retain records of it. The Black Dragon's expression turned furious, a mix of indignation and resentment. You are unaware? When the heavens shifted, fissures appeared in the Tsangming Sea, and the underworld clan seized the opportunity to invade. Yet you know nothing of this? If it weren't for the Xianming Palace leading numerous cultivators to resist, the Tsangming Sea would have been transformed into a forward base for the underworld clan. Lu Xian furrowed his brow. The underworld clan, is that not a race from the Xianling realm? The Black Dragon nodded. Indeed, the underworld clan hails from another minor world, far mightier than the Xianling realm. No one knew how the eye of the Tsangming Sea suddenly manifested. But had it not been for the Xianming Palace's lord sacrificing himself to unleash tremendous power to disrupt the passage, allowing only transformation stage and below cultivators to traverse, this battle would have led to devastation not just in the Tsangming Sea, but across the entire Xianling realm. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian felt a surge of respect for the unseen lord of the Xianming Palace. Cultivators typically held their own power in the highest regard. This palace lord, likely a transformation stage powerhouse with a boundless future ahead, had willingly sacrificed himself to prevent calamity upon the Xianling realm. Such a spirit of sacrifice was rare among cultivators. After a moment of silence, Lu Xian gradually articulated, "The lord of the Xianming Palace deserves admiration." The Black Dragon nodded slowly, murmuring, "Indeed. As for myself, my name is Mo Yuan, a close friend of the Xianming Palace's former lord. When my friend perished, I too was gravely injured in the battle against the underworld clan. To prevent my friend's legacy from vanishing, I sealed the Xianming Palace's teachings at the bottom of the Tsangming Sea, lying in slumber alongside my own wounds. During my slumber, I could recuperate while awaiting a fated individual to inherit the legacy." Lu Xian understood. "So the Xianming order was cast away by you, esteemed Mo Yuan?" "Indeed. I scattered many in the past. Regrettably, those who could arrive here are exceedingly rare, and those cultivators evidently lack the talent to inherit my friend's legacy." Mo Yuan's expression grew complex as he turned to Lu Xian. "Now, without further ado, if you wish to obtain the inheritance of the Xianming Palace, let us commence." Chapter 384. This fellow is quite mysterious. Lu Xian had not anticipated that the venerable Mo Yuan could endure for such an extensive duration. Perhaps it was due to some arcane technique he had mastered? Regardless, since Mo Yuan intended to initiate the trial, Lu Xian naturally had no reason to decline. He held a profound interest in the legacy of the Xianming Palace. "Senior, let us commence the trial. What does it entail?" Mo Yuan replied slowly. "This trial is determined by my own criteria. To inherit the legacy of my old friend, one must surpass ordinary individuals in terms of spiritual roots, innate talent, comprehension, and Dao heart. Hence, there will be 3 tiers of trials. Are you willing to accept?" Lu Xian nodded immediately. "I am ready at any time." "Then let us begin with the first trial." Mo Yuan's form shifted slightly, and in the next moment, a torrent of pitch-black water surged forth from the palace behind them. This water exuded a heavy, sinister aura, enveloping Lu Xian entirely in an instant. The next moment, Lu Xian found himself ensnared within an endless illusion of the sea. Mo Yuan's voice echoed. "The Xianming true water contains the profound principles of water, exhibiting an unparalleled affinity for water spiritual roots. Should your water spiritual root ascend to the level of a heavenly spiritual root, you may pass the assessment directly. If not, there remains another avenue." Before Mo Yuan could finish, the Xianming true water had already dispersed, transforming into a small droplet of dark liquid that hovered before Lu Xian. Mo Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind swirling with questions. What is happening? Is this already the end? Even a heavenly spiritual root could not achieve this so swiftly. A water spiritual body. No, that doesn't seem right. A water spiritual body wouldn't manifest so quickly. What is this young man's condition? As Mo Yuan's consciousness swept over Lu Xian, he soon discerned the issue. "Young man, have you already grasped the principles of water?" Lu Xian gazed at the Xianming true water before him and smiled, nodding. "Indeed." Mo Yuan gasped in disbelief. "Your spiritual body is rather peculiar. It seems to harbor the powers of the 5 elements, yet it is remarkably formidable." Lu Xian chuckled. "I am fortunate to possess a primordial spiritual body." Mo Yuan's lips twitched slightly. A 5-element primordial spiritual body, coupled with a comprehension of the water principles. No wonder this trial is akin to a stroll in the park for you. He couldn't help but exclaim, "A prodigy of extraordinary talent. Truly a prodigy of extraordinary talent. My old friend never possessed such aptitude in his time." As he spoke, a hint of melancholy crossed his features. Had my old friend possessed your talents, perhaps he would not have been compelled to sacrifice himself. Lu Xian discerned the deep sentiments Mo Yuan harbored for the former lord of the Xianming Palace. After a moment of silence, he spoke gently. Senior, may you find solace. Mo Yuan regained his composure and continued. You may take this Xianming true water. Lu Xian's heart leapt with joy. The Xianming true water was a fifth-tier heavenly material, capable of directly melding with one's body to enhance water affinity and transform one's water spiritual root. It could also be utilized to concoct divine pills that elevate the quality of water spiritual roots. Moreover, this Xianming true water could be employed in the creation of transcendent artifacts of the water element. For Lu Xian, its value was immeasurable. Let us proceed to the second trial. However, given your current understanding of the water principles as a newly initiated nascent soul, this trial may hold little significance for you. Mo Yuan mused silently. He had spent a century meticulously preparing 3 trials to identify a suitable heir for his old friend. Yet he had encountered no worthy candidates for years. This time, however, the individual before him was excessively remarkable. His comprehension and spiritual root aptitude were extraordinarily profound. In all his years in the Xianling realm, he had never witnessed such genius. Curious, Lu Xian inquired, Senior, what does the second trial entail? Mo Yuan's form flickered with dark light, and in an instant, he transformed into a young man clad in black robes. His appearance strikingly handsome, yet imbued with an air of wicked charm. He strode toward the palace, declaring, the second trial will take place within the Xianming Palace. Follow me. Lu Xian trailed Mo Yuan and soon entered the palace. Inside the grand hall, 9 streams of water, each with distinct attributes, danced before him. Having just grasped the water principles, Lu Xian immediately recognized the differences among them. Some streams exuded icy properties, others bore heavy water characteristics, while some were imbued with toxic properties or even illusory attributes. These streams twisted and coiled like celestial dragons, colliding and evolving into various water forms. Lu Xian realized, is the intention to have me comprehend these streams of water? Indeed, Mo Yuan affirmed, standing with his hands clasped behind him and nodding silently. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xian waved his hand, and the streams of water transformed into various seals of law. These seals floated around him, radiating the profound mysteries of their respective attributes. This was the myriad seal of the Tai Su refined divine path, a concept far too simple for Lu Xian at this stage. After all, they merely represented the foundational applications of the water principles. Meanwhile, Mo Yuan watched in utter disbelief. He was at a loss for words. Pointing first at the seals surrounding Lu Xian, then at Lu Xian himself, his mind filled with questions. What is this? How did you achieve this? Lu Xian chuckled. Senior, I merely extracted the attributes and condensed them into fundamental seals of law. Is that not a simple task? Mo Yuan exclaimed. He understood the words, for he was already a divine transformation practitioner. Yet, the ability to condense fundamental seals of law, was that even feasible within the Xianling realm? This involved the application of principles. Even divine transformation cultivators could not accomplish such feats. This young nascent soul practitioner had achieved what was unfathomable. Truly, how extraordinary. Lu Xian's voice pierced through the silence. Senior, does this mean I have passed the trial? Mo Yuan snapped back to reality, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Before he finally responded, if you do not count as having passed the trial, then I doubt anyone else could. In truth, Mo Yuan himself could not have accomplished this feat, however. He felt too embarrassed to admit it. It would be far too awkward. Taking a deep breath, he shifted the topic. Very well, since that is the case, let us proceed to the final trial. Lu Xian, filled with anticipation, nodded. All right, follow me. Lu Xian followed Mo Yuan through layers of palaces until they arrived at the innermost sanctum of the Xianming Palace. At the end of the hall, a black-framed mirror floated in the air. Mo Yuan spoke slowly. This is a highly precious supreme Xiantian artifact known as the Xianming Heart Realm. This realm can probe the heart and simulate the tribulation of the heart demon. For cultivators, undergoing several simulations of the heart demon tribulation will ease the experience when they truly break through. Upon hearing Mo Yuan's words, Lu Xian felt a sense of awe. An artifact capable of simulating the heart demon tribulation was indeed extraordinarily rare. Regardless of the sect, such an artifact would likely be deemed a treasure of the highest order. However, Lu Xian speculated that the heart demon tribulation simulated by the Xianming Heart Realm might not fully replicate the transition from nascent soul to divine transformation. After all, the heart demon tribulation for a nascent soul breaking through to divine transformation was intrinsically a divine transformation level heart demon assault, which should belong to the realm of transcendent artifacts. No matter how potent a supreme Xiantian artifact might be, it could not rival transcendent artifacts. Certainly, if Lu Xian were to endeavor to refine the Xianming Heart Realm once more, supplemented with some corresponding fifth-tier celestial materials and earthly treasures. There might be a glimmer of hope to elevate this Xianming heart realm to the level of a transcendent divine artifact. As Lu Xian pondered, Mo Yuan slowly remarked, "Very well, proceed. This is the final trial." Lu Xian nodded slightly and stepped forward. Upon arriving before the Xianming heart realm, he suddenly witnessed the mirror emanating an ethereal glow, strands of soul power cascading outward, enveloping Lu Xian within. At that moment, the Tai Su divine furnace within Lu Xian's consciousness turned, and this soul power was directly refined and absorbed by the furnace, transforming into the purest essence of spiritual strength to replenish Lu Xian. Lu Xian and Mo Yuan both fell into a contemplative silence. Lu Xian felt a touch of embarrassment, as the Tai Su divine furnace clearly misinterpreted the illusions of the Xianming heart realm as a soul attack. This was indeed rather awkward. Meanwhile, Mo Yuan appeared utterly bewildered. What is happening? Where is the trial of heart demons in the Xianming heart realm? No effect? The atmosphere grew increasingly uncomfortable. After a moment of silence, Lu Xian cleared his throat and spoke. Esteemed elder, it appears that my innate ability has passively triggered. Shall we attempt this once more? Mo Yuan's lips twitched slightly, casting Lu Xian a glance imbued with a hint of peculiarity. What sort of innate ability could possibly nullify the heart demon's assault from a supreme Xiantian artifact? This lad is extraordinarily peculiar. Drawing a deep breath, he slowly replied, "This time, you must exercise control over your abilities." Lu Xian nodded earnestly. "Understood, esteemed elder." Mo Yuan glanced at Lu Xian again and activated the Xianming heart realm once more. The realm glimmered with an ethereal light, descending upon Lu Xian. This time, Lu Xian deftly controlled the Tai Su divine furnace, refraining from absorbing the heart demon's tribulation attack. However, as soon as the heart demon tribulation manifested, a brilliant azure golden luminescence swirled around Lu Xian. The pure world blue lotus and the aura of merit fortified his spirit, rendering these heart demons mere illusions. Beneath the radiance of the pure world blue lotus and the aura of merit, the heart demon tribulation simply dissipated. Lu Xian and Mo Yuan found themselves ensnared in yet another moment of awkward silence. Clearing his throat again, Lu Xian spoke. Esteemed elder, I must admit I was somewhat inattentive. I recalled my merit and the soul-passing secret technique I practiced. I hadn't anticipated that the heart demon tribulation would be so feeble. Mo Yuan's expression turned numb as he gazed at Lu Xian. Just how many innate abilities does this young man possess? Furthermore, is the merit he speaks of truly attainable by cultivators of the Xianling realm? Mo Yuan had never felt so speechless in his life. Comparatively, he found Lu Xian to resemble a transformation stage cultivator far more than a mere foundation stage one. After a deep breath, he forcefully suppressed his astonishment and waved his hand feebly, saying, "Enough, enough. Such trials hold no significance for you anymore. You have passed." He felt that continuing down this path could jeopardize his own heart's resolve. It was simply not worth it. Moreover, this young man was exceedingly extraordinary, far surpassing his old friend. Had his old friend possessed even a fraction of this young man's talent, he might have survived. Upon hearing Mo Yuan's words, Lu Xian's eyes brightened. He smiled, saying, "Then does this mean I have completed all the trials and may receive the inheritance?" Mo Yuan, somewhat perplexed, replied, "Young one, your own cultivation techniques likely surpass those of the Xianming Palace. Why do you still seek their inheritance?" Lu Xian offered a modest smile. "I believe my comprehension is quite good, and the Xianming Palace's inheritance contains celestial tier techniques. I wish to study them, perhaps gleaning insights that could lead to the development of even more formidable techniques." Mo Yuan's mind was rife with questions. "So, you intend to utilize the Xianming Palace's inheritance to research even stronger techniques? Celestial tier superior techniques? Or perhaps even celestial tier supreme techniques?" Lu Xian nodded, articulating, "It is essential to give it a try. The specifics remain unclear to me." He refrained from mentioning his ability to extrapolate spirit tier techniques, deeming it too shocking. Mo Yuan was at a loss for words. A mere nascent soul cultivator aspired to explore and develop celestial tier techniques? What could he possibly say? Even as a transformation stage cultivator with over 100,000 years of experience, he felt as though he had never encountered such a phenomenon. Were the talents of the current youth so astonishingly formidable? Enough. Do not speak further. Mo Yuan gestured, unwilling to let Lu Xian continue. The more they conversed, the more he felt his heart's resolve might shatter completely. Observing Mo Yuan's unusual demeanor, Lu Xian nodded slightly, choosing silence. After a brief pause, Mo Yuan finally spoke. "Since you have completed the 3 trials, I shall grant you the inheritance of my old friend." With that, he produced a jade slip. "This is the Xianming True Sutra." Lu Xian accepted it, scanning it with his consciousness, discovering the formidable water-based celestial tier superior technique contained within. The cultivation of the Xianming power harmonized the utmost gentleness of water with the most violent undercurrents, yielding a boundless and potent force. It also encompassed various spells and divine abilities, including the Xianming stab and the myriad streams Xianming finger, among others. Overall, it was a remarkably powerful water-based technique, ideally suited for the current Cold Abyss sword sect. Regrettably, it was not a sword technique. However, this mattered little, as Lu Xian could later merge the Xianming True Sutra with the Ice Sword path of the Extreme Ice Xianming Sword Cannon, likely producing a spirit tier inferior water-based sword technique. In addition to the Xianming True Sutra, there was also a celestial tier inferior secret technique, the Water Mirror Avatar technique. This technique allowed for the creation of external avatars, meticulously condensing a water mirror avatar that closely mirrored the essence of the original body using spiritual consciousness and magical power. It bore myriad applications, whether for deception, luring enemies, or exploring perilous territories. When cultivated to perfection, up to 6 avatars could be manifested. The control of these avatars required formidable spiritual strength, a domain in which Lu Xian excelled astonishingly. Additionally, there was the mid-tier transcendent divine artifact, the Xianming Water Stabilizing Pearl, the hallmark treasure of the Xianming Palace. It bore the power of water stabilization, capable of suppressing an entire water domain and calming tumultuous waves. It exhibited formidable countermeasures against water-based spells and beasts. Furthermore, the Xianming Water Stabilizing Pearl could also serve as an offensive artifact, with a weight comparable to that of thousands of mountains. These treasures were exceedingly precious to Lu Xian. Lu Xian accepted the inheritance bestowed by Mo Yuan, smiling as he expressed, "Thank you, esteemed elder." Mo Yuan waved his hand, replying softly, "No need for thanks. I hope you can carry forward the legacy of my old friend." Lu Xian nodded earnestly, stating, "I will surely strive to do my best." Mo Yuan glanced at the palace and then quietly remarked, "Now that the inheritance has been passed on, I must take my leave." Lu Xian was taken aback, somewhat surprised. "Esteemed elder, where are you headed?" Mo Yuan smiled gently. "I shall first visit my clan's territory and then proceed to the spirit realm." At that moment, a warm, aged voice resonated. "Old friend Mo Yuan, it has been long since we last met. May we converse?" Chapter 386. The ancient turtle guarding the Xianling realm for 100,000 years. Both Mo Yuan and Lu Xian were momentarily taken aback, and then they transformed into streaks of light, vanishing from within the palace. Upon their arrival outside, Lu Xian beheld a swirling torrent of water parting, as an enormous head emerged. It was a colossal turtle's head, so immense that it rivaled the size of an entire palace. The aura emanating from this turtle was profound as the ocean, exuding an unparalleled terror. Standing before this ancient creature, Lu Xian felt as if he were confronting an insurmountable mountain. How formidable! Lu Xian felt a twinge of trepidation. This turtle was likely far beyond a mere early-stage transformation of the divine. Having encountered several early-stage transformation cultivators, Lu Xian noted that the energy they radiated was pale in comparison to this venerable turtle. As Mo Yuan laid eyes upon the ancient creature, his eyes widened slightly, and he slowly uttered, "Old ancestor Xianxian, you are still alive?" A gentle smile appeared on the enormous head of the turtle, Xianxian. With a flicker of yellow light, the ancient turtle transformed into a white-haired elder. The elder was diminutive in stature, resembling a rustic old farmer. In an instant, he stood before Lu Xian and Mo Yuan. Stroking his beard, Xianxian smiled kindly. "This old man possesses a trace of the celestial tortoise bloodline, granting me a lengthy lifespan. Who would have thought that some old friends from my generation are still alive? I had assumed you were long gone." Mo Yuan replied calmly, "I have mastered a secret technique that allows me to feign death while healing and slowing the passage of my lifespan." Xianxian smiled faintly. "I see, that explains it." Mo Yuan scrutinized Xianxian and murmured, "After 100,000 years, old ancestor Xianxian, your strength has deepened even further. Are you now at the late stage of transformation?" Xianxian shook his head gently. "Not quite. The concentration of spiritual energy is insufficient." Mo Yuan fell silent for a moment before asking, "Why have you not ascended?" Xianxian smiled slightly. "If I were to leave, who would guard the eye of the Xiangming Sea?" Mo Yuan was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. The spatial node of the eye of the Xiangming Sea has not collapsed? How can it be so simple? The Underworld clan has been stabilizing the spatial node from the other side of the small world. Even if we wish to destroy it, it would be difficult to completely shatter the entire spatial node. Hearing this, Mo Yuan's expression turned grim. He chuckled coldly. "They truly are relentless." Xianxian spoke calmly. "That is to be expected. After all, if they were to consume the Xianling realm, the underworld clan's plane would undoubtedly ascend to a higher level, allowing them to cultivate even stronger forces within the spiritual realm. Mo Yuan, upon hearing this, regarded Song Xian with a mix of suspicion and intrigue. Is the eye of the Tsangming Sea connected to the underworld clan of the spiritual realm? Song Xian chuckled. The birth of the eye of the Tsangming Sea may not necessarily be related to the underworld clan, but now that this passage has emerged, connecting to the underworld clan, it is indeed related. Mo Yuan's expression grew increasingly grim. When it came to the spiritual realm, the situation was entirely different. Did the forces represented by the Xianling realm not take any action? Mo Yuan felt a sense of unwillingness. If the forces of the underworld clan from the spiritual realm intervened, then closing the eye of the Tsangming Sea would not be so easily accomplished. Were they to simply watch as the Xianling realm was devoured by the underworld clan's plane? Song Xian smiled kindly. Who said the forces represented by the Xianling realm have not taken note of this matter? Lu Xian, who had been listening quietly, was taken aback and then glanced at Song Xian in surprise. Could it be that you have connections to the spiritual realm, senior? Mo Yuan also regained his composure. Casting a surprised glance at Song Xian, you have ties to the spiritual realm? Song Xian stroked his snow-white beard and chuckled. Indeed. I was meant to go to the Wanling ancestral court of the demon race. However, having attained my path within the Xianling realm, I still harbor some affection for this world. Moreover, along my path, there are a few human friends, two of whom are currently within the Jiuxiao Sword Alliance. Thus, I established contact with them. Mo Yuan nodded thoughtfully. Song Xian possessed the celestial tortoise bloodline and had lived for an indeterminate number of years. A typical mid-stage transformation cultivator could only live for about 3,000 years, with the longest lived reaching 5,000. Only a few with special bloodlines or unique techniques might live up to 10,000 years. Yet here was Song Xian, an ancient turtle who, even before Mo Yuan had transformed, was already a renowned transformation elder of the Tsangming Sea. Astonishingly, after 100,000 years, while countless of his companions had turned to dust, this ancient turtle still thrived. It was only natural that he would know many cultivators after such a long life. Mo Yuan inquired, so, the Jiuxiao Sword Alliance of the spiritual realm has requested your assistance in guarding this place. Song Xian nodded with a smile. Indeed. I pledged to guard for 100,000 years. Any longer would interfere with my own path. Both Mo Yuan and Lu Xian were taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment. Lu Xian exclaimed, but isn't that already 100,000 years? Song Xian nodded. You are correct, young friend. It has indeed been 100,000 years. In another century, I shall ascend. Mo Yuan's expression darkened. With your strength, you should not be able to withstand the continued invasion of the underworld clan. Has the spiritual realm provided you with treasures? The might of the underworld clan during that battle still haunted him. Although Song Xian was nearing the late stage of transformation, he alone would not suffice to repel the invasion of the underworld clan. Mo Yuan found it hard to believe that after all these years, the underworld clan had grown weaker. Song Xian smiled. Indeed, the Jiuxiao Sword Alliance provided me with a void-cutting sword, capable of severing the void to prevent the spatial node from reconnecting. However, after 100,000 years of wear, it is nearing its end. Both Mo Yuan and Lu Xian fell silent. Lu Xian asked, how many years are left? Song Xian chuckled, at most 300 years. Mo Yuan took a deep breath. So, even if someone takes hold of the void-cutting sword after you leave, they will be unable to prevent the underworld clan's invasion in 300 years? Song Xian nodded. Lamenting, indeed, but the Jiuxiao Sword Alliance may have other plans. At that time, you may contact them again. Mo Yuan fell into silence, refraining from suggesting that Song Xian remain to guard the Xianling realm. After all, that was unrealistic. The Xianling realm was primarily inhabited by humans, and Song Xian, as a member of the demon race, had already sacrificed much by guarding the realm for 100,000 years. To ask him to continue would be somewhat inappropriate. Mo Yuan spoke calmly. What level of strength is required to wield the void-cutting sword? Song Xian glanced at Lu Xian and smiled. This young friend may have the potential to take over. Under normal circumstances, one would need to be at the mid-stage of transformation. However, if one's consciousness is exceptionally strong or aided by merit energy, the requirements may be relaxed, and perhaps even an early-stage transformation cultivator could wield the void-cutting sword. Chapter 387. A Century's Agreement and the Mighty Underworld Clan. Upon hearing this, Mo Yuan regarded Song Xian with a bemused expression. So, you mean to say that you wish for this young one to succeed you? Song Xian turned his gaze to Lu Xian and slowly said, the last time this young friend visited the Tsangming Sea, he drew down the light of merit, astonishing this old man. In such a short time, he has already attained the nascent soul realm and passed your test, my old friend, which further left me in awe. This young friend's talent surpasses my own by leaps and bounds. In all my years, I have never encountered such an extraordinarily gifted cultivator. If it is him, he should be able to succeed me. Mo Yuan furrowed his brow and replied, even if this lad is capable of taking over, it will only be for a maximum of 300 years. What happens after that? Mo Yuan's injuries had yet to heal, and as Zhang Xian had mentioned, with his current strength, he likely lacked the qualifications to wield the sword of void severance. Zhang Xian spoke slowly. The perspective of the spirit realm's powers will be crucial. Listening to Zhang Xian's words, Lu Xian felt a weight in his heart. In 300 years, would the underworld tribe invade the Xianling realm? No, in 100 years. Zhang Xian would depart for the spirit realm, and if no one succeeded him in wielding the sword of void severance, the invasion might indeed occur. Would he reach the transformation stage in 100 years? Lu Xian felt a surge of anxiety. His cultivation had indeed progressed rapidly. From the time when he restored the crystal in his mind to now, barely 30 years had passed. In this short span, he had ascended from the 4th level of qi refinement to the early stage of the nascent soul. This pace of advancement could only be described as extraordinary. However, it was certain that the speed of improvement in the initial stages of cultivation was far quicker than in the later stages. Once one reached the nascent soul stage, the rate of growth would dramatically slow. Countless cultivators, having broken through to the nascent soul stage, would not achieve the mid-stage even by the end of their lifespans. It should be noted that the nascent soul stage grants a lifespan of a full millennium. Even for geniuses, breaking through from the early to the mid-nascent soul within 100 years is a daunting challenge, let alone advancing to the transformation stage. The tribulations of the transformation stage are as arduous as climbing to the heavens, and the entire process requires a substantial accumulation of time. Yet, it appeared that Lu Xian did not have the luxury of time. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, Senior Zhang Xian, is it not possible for you to seek out other cultivators aside from me? Zhang Xian smiled. Ordinary transformation stage cultivators ascend to the spirit realm through the ascension platform in their early transformation stage. Moreover, due to the numerous battles the Xianling realm has endured in recent years, the spiritual energy has diminished, and aside from myself, there are only a handful of mid-transformation cultivators available. Regrettably, they do not harbor intentions of wielding the sword of void severance. Lu Xian frowned, taken aback by the dire situation. Noticing Lu Xian's silence, Zhang Xian continued with a gentle smile. However, dear friend, there is no need for excessive worry. If you agree, I can contact the Jiuxiao Sword Alliance in the spirit realm, which is the most formidable force of your human race there. With a talent like yours emerging among the human race, the Jiuxiao Sword Alliance would undoubtedly be pleased. Furthermore, your willingness to wield the sword of void severance would compel them to nurture you. Lu Xian knew only a little about the Jiuxiao Sword Alliance. He had heard in the Finchen sect that after the ascension of their ancestor, many had gone to the Yin Prison Mountain, which belonged to the Jiuxiao Sword Alliance. Upon hearing Zhang Xian's words, Lu Xian's eyes gradually brightened as a bold idea took root in his mind. At the nascent soul stage, the difficulty of cultivation primarily stemmed from the scarcity of resources. From the qi refinement stage to the golden core stage, sufficient herbs were available for concocting pills, allowing cultivators to advance at a quicker pace. However, the growth of 4th-tier herbs required a far more concentrated spiritual energy environment. In the Xianling realm, only a few unique locations could sustain the growth of 4th-tier herbs. With fewer herbs, naturally, the number of pills dwindled. If Lu Xian could acquire a sufficient quantity of herbs, he could have Yin concoct enough top-tier 4th-tier pills, thereby significantly accelerating his cultivation speed. Initially, Lu Xian's plan was to use the 4th-tier herbs he possessed until they were exhausted, and then utilize the 9-colored Radiance to enhance 3rd-tier herbs for pill concoction. However, that approach would severely limit herb acquisition, possibly yielding only 1 4th-tier herb per month. If he could secure the support of the Jiuxiao Sword Alliance, the situation would change dramatically. The spirit realm's concentration of spiritual energy was exceedingly high, and 4th-tier herbs should not be considered rare. If Elder Zhang Xian could make contact with the spirit realm and persuade the Jiuxiao Sword Alliance to invest in him, his demands were modest. He only desired a continuous supply of 4th-tier herbs. This would not only provide him with ample resources for his own cultivation, but also extend sufficient resources to his partners, as well as his master and uncle master. With this thought, Lu Xian took a deep breath and looked towards Elder Zhang Xian. Elder Zhang Xian, if I am willing, will the Jiuxiao Sword Alliance truly provide me with resources? Elder Zhang Xian smiled slightly. Of course, even with my stewardship of the Sword of Void Severance, the Jiuxiao Sword Alliance has already granted numerous benefits. You are inherently a part of the human race, a prodigy at that. As long as you are willing to wield the Sword of Void Severance, the Jiuxiao Sword Alliance will certainly invest more in you. Lu Xian inhaled deeply and replied slowly. In that case, Elder Zhang Xian, I would appreciate it if you could notify the Jiuxiao Sword Alliance to provide me with sufficient resources. I will strive to break through to the transformation stage within 100 years. When that time comes, I shall attempt to wield the sword of void severance. Elder Xianxian stroked his beard and chuckled. I knew it. A cultivator capable of welcoming the golden light of virtue into their body must possess a heart filled with great love. Indeed, I have not misjudged you. A hint of embarrassment washed over Xuan. His primary intention was to secure resources. However, he was also deeply invested in wielding the sword of void severance to sever the spatial nodes against the underworld tribe. After all, he was not alone in the Xianling realm. He had many ties to consider, including his partners, Master, Uncle Master, the entire Hanyuan sword sect, and even the Finchen sect. With such intertwined fates, Xuan could not afford to be indifferent. If the underworld tribe truly invaded again, the Xianling realm would suffer greatly, and his friends and loved ones would not be spared. Even he himself might not escape unscathed. With these thoughts in mind, Xuan looked at Xianxian and Mo Yuan and asked, Elder Xianxian, Elder Mo Yuan, just how powerful is the underworld tribe? What could compel the former master of the Xianming Palace to sacrifice himself to sever the spatial nodes? Upon hearing Xuan's inquiry, both Xianxian and Mo Yuan fell silent. The atmosphere grew tense, and their expressions turned grave. Observing their demeanor, Xuan felt a sinking sensation in his heart. It appeared that the underworld tribe was even more formidable than he had anticipated. After a moment of silence, Mo Yuan spoke slowly, stronger than you can imagine. 10,000 years ago, the mightiest beings in the Xianling realm were at the mid-transformation stage. Back then, my old friend, Elder Xianxian, was among the pinnacle of the Xianling realm. The underworld tribe had only recently begun to emerge from their spatial nodes, capable of supporting mid-transformation stage cultivators. Even so, they dispatched no fewer than 4 mid-transformation stage cultivators. Through the spatial nodes, they could even sense the terrifying presence of late transformation stage and even peak transformation stage entities. Xuan was taken aback. Peak transformation stage. How on earth can we contend with that? If the underworld tribe truly invades, what hope do we have? Chapter 388. The mighty ancestral court of all spirits. After a brief silence, Xuan cautiously asked, even if I can wield the sword of void severance, would it lose its efficacy in 300 years? Xianxian nodded, indeed. Xuan. Before Xuan could speak again, Xianxian added, however, there is no need for you to worry excessively. The Xianling realm is a domain of the human race, and the Jiuxiao Sword Alliance will not passively observe as the underworld tribe seeks to conquer our realm. They will undoubtedly take action. Hearing this, Xuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. That is reassuring. If I can secure resources from the Jiuxiao Sword Alliance, I might achieve a breakthrough to the transformation stage within 100 years. Yet, I cannot guarantee that I will reach the peak of the transformation stage within the subsequent 200 years. Moreover, even if I alone attain peak transformation stage, it would be of little consequence, for I would be facing the entirety of the underworld tribe. This is not merely dozens or hundreds. It is an entire world. Even if Xuan could vanquish the peak of the transformation realm among the Yuming clan, his magical prowess was finite, rendering the slaughter of dozens or even hundreds of such formidable foes impossible. Should the Jiuxiao Sword Alliance possess alternative means, he felt there might still be a glimmer of hope. Observing Xuan's silence, Xianxian inquired once more, do you have any further questions, young friend? After a moment of contemplation, Xuan shook his head, responding, no, I have no more questions. Xianxian smiled and said, in that case, I shall contact the spirit realm to inform the Jiuxiao Sword Alliance of the situation. Once they have deliberated, a response will be forthcoming. Xuan asked, how long will it take? Xianxian replied, it should not take long. Within a year, I shall come to find you. Xuan nodded, very well. With a flourish of his hand, Xianxian produced a dark turtle shell. This shell has been refined by me, and I shall utilize it to contact you when the time comes. Xuan nodded and accepted the shell. Mo Yuan had been observing quietly from the sidelines, remaining silent. Once the two had concluded their discussion, Mo Yuan finally spoke. Xianxian, upon your visit to the spirit realm, do you intend to join the Wanling Ancestor Court? Xianxian chuckled. Naturally, for we are both of the demon race, and the Wanling Ancestor Court represents our finest sanctuary. And what of you, my old friend? Will you join the Wanling Ancestor Court? You might well attract the favor of the dragon clan within, potentially allowing your bloodline to undergo a further metamorphosis. Upon hearing this, Mo Yuan revealed a hint of longing. As a flood dragon, his lifelong aspiration was to attain full draconic transformation. Xuan, sensing Mo Yuan's yearning, recalled that he possessed a dragon bone relic. Regrettably, it was from the Wutu dragon clan, seemingly not aligned with Mo Yuan's lineage. Moreover, given the preciousness of the relic, Xuan felt that his relationship with Mo Yuan had yet to reach the level where he could bestow such a valuable item upon him. Mo Yuan replied slowly. I shall consider it further. I may indeed join the Wanling Ancestor Court. Lu Xian, intrigued, queried, esteemed seniors. Is the Wanling Ancestor Court not a force of the demon race? Mo Yuan nodded. Indeed, the most powerful demon faction in the spirit realm is the Wanling Ancestor Court, which spans across the 3 continents of the spirit realm. Lu Xian, curious, inquired. Is the strength of the demon race greater than that of the human race in the spirit realm? Mo Yuan and Song Xian exchanged glances before both chuckled. Song Xian stroked his beard and replied, Indeed, they are far superior. The demon race is one of the dominant powers in the spirit realm, including the dragon and phoenix clans, both integral parts of our kind. The number of tribulation transcending practitioners among them is beyond mere digits. Naturally, they are significantly stronger than the human race. Hearing this, Lu Xian felt a pang of envy. He had not realized that both the dragon and phoenix clans were factions within the Wanling Ancestor Court. Lu Xian was aware of the dragon clan. The chieftain of the Wutu dragon clan had previously mentioned that even they were mightier than the human race. Considering that the Wutu dragon clan was merely a segment of the dragon clan, which in turn was part of the Wanling Ancestor Court, Lu Xian couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. The Wanling Ancestor Court was truly a colossal entity. Song Xian smiled. Although the Wanling Ancestor Court is predominantly composed of demons, it also welcomes other clans. Your talents are exceptionally remarkable. I dare say the Wanling Ancestor Court would be more than eager to have someone of your caliber join, should you wish to become a part of it. Do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall facilitate your introduction. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian immediately shook his head. No need, thank you, senior. Though the human race may be diminutive, I am, after all, one of them. While Lu Xian felt a twinge of envy regarding the might of the Wanling Ancestor Court, he had no intentions of joining them. After all, he was of the human race and naturally aligned himself with their interests. Furthermore, Lu Xian had confidence in his own potential. With the 9-colored radiance within him, it was not inconceivable that he could ascend to immortality. Leading the human race to become a premier faction in the spirit realm did not seem an impossible feat. Upon hearing Lu Xian's words, Song Xian was not surprised. He had a keen insight into people. He discerned that this young friend possessed his own principles. Although cultivators tend to be more aloof, Lu Xian still exhibited a degree of warmth. Song Xian smiled. In that case, I shall not press you further. My purpose for visiting has been fulfilled, and I will now reach out to the Jiuxiao Sword Alliance. For the moment, I shall take my leave. Lu Xian immediately clasped his hands in farewell. Farewell, esteemed senior. Song Xian chuckled and bid Mo Yuan farewell, before transforming into a stream of light and vanishing from sight. Mo Yuan gazed at the spot where Song Xian had departed in silence for a moment before turning to Lu Xian. Young friend Lu, the legacy has been entrusted to you. It is time for you to depart. Lu Xian, curious, asked, Aren't you leaving, senior? Mo Yuan shook his head. My injuries have yet to fully heal. I require further time to enter a deep slumber using secret methods. He glanced at the palace behind him. This Xianin palace was jointly crafted by me and an old friend. I shall remain here to accompany my friend for a few more years before ascending to the spirit realm. Lu Xian pondered for a moment before inquiring. Does your injury require any specific elixirs? My alchemical skills are quite proficient. Perhaps I could be of assistance. Hearing this, Mo Yuan burst into bemused laughter. My injuries were inflicted by a transformation realm Yuming foe. The malevolent energy within me is dense. To remedy this, I require a 5th-tier pure yang elixir. The Yang Yin Divine Soul Pill. Can you refine 5th-tier elixirs? Lu Xian smiled. If provided with the formula, I can indeed refine them. Mo Yuan. He stared at Lu Xian, utterly bewildered. You claim you can refine 5th-tier elixirs? Transformation realm elixirs? Lu Xian nodded. Indeed. Aren't you still merely in the nascent soul stage? Lu Xian offered a shy smile. My talent in alchemy is quite commendable. Is that so? Mo Yuan was flabbergasted. After witnessing Lu Xian's extraordinary aptitude during the previous 3 trials, he knew that Lu Xian's potential was unparalleled. Yet now, he was being told that a nascent soul stage cultivator could refine transformation realm elixirs. His lips twitched. Is there anything you cannot do? At this point, even if you claim to be able to connect with heavenly treasures, I would believe you. Lu Xian was taken aback. How did you know I could refine heavenly treasures? Mo Yuan. Chapter 389. Encountering the Heavenly Dao mission again. The treatment of the Heavenly Dao's favored son Mo Yuan was utterly dumbfounded. He had merely jested. Lu Xian smiled shyly. My talent in crafting artifacts is also quite impressive. Mo Yuan. His lips twitched again. What about formations? You can surely create transformation realm formations as well. Mo Yuan couldn't help but laugh. You must be jesting with me. If Lu Xian were merely adept at alchemy, I might accept it. But if he excels in both alchemy and artifact crafting, that seems a tad exaggerated. Yet now you claim that not only can you master alchemy and artifact crafting, but you can also achieve the level of transformation realm formations? If I believe that, I am but a fool. Seeing Mo Yuan's skepticism, Lucian insisted, I am telling the truth. Mo Yuan rolled his eyes, exasperated. I could also claim to be a true immortal. With Mo Yuan clearly unconvinced, Lucian found himself at an impasse. He finally stated, however, if I possess the formula, I can indeed assist you in refining 5th-tier elixirs. Mo Yuan shook his head. 5th-tier formulas and herbs are exceedingly rare. It would be more practical for me to cleanse this malevolent energy myself. Upon hearing Mo Yuan's words, Lucian contemplated for a moment before responding, Senior, while the elixirs may be elusive, I possess another method. Mo Yuan paused, a hint of surprise in his eyes. What method? He inquired. With a smile, Lucian replied, Did I not previously employ a secret technique to overcome the trial of the heart demon? That very technique proves effective not only against heart demons, but also against malevolent energies. Mo Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment, excitement coursing through him. Effective against malevolent energies as well. He had witnessed Lucian utilizing that technique and had been deeply impressed. Initially, he believed it to be effective solely against spiritual attacks like heart demons. The revelation that it could also combat malevolent energies was unexpected. Compared to the ephemeral nature of elixirs, this secret technique appeared far more reliable. Without hesitation, Mo Yuan declared, Should you assist me in expelling this nether fiendish qi, I shall owe you a favor. Simultaneously, Lucian's destiny token quivered slightly. He glanced at it, revealing a smile. Another celestial task. Previously, the patriarch of the Wu Earth Dragon clan had bestowed upon him a celestial mission, rewarding him with a spirit-level technique. To his surprise, another opportunity arose, this time from the dragon clan. It seemed he was fated to intertwine with dragons during this period. Lucian promptly examined the character description on the destiny token. Purify the nether fiendish qi within Mo Yuan. Reward: 1 supreme spiritual vein. Lucian's heart surged with joy. A supreme spiritual vein? The Cold Abyss Sword sect had been pondering where to locate a spiritual vein, yet this celestial task had directly granted him one. It felt like a timely boon. Was the celestial path seemingly designed to bestow rewards upon him? However, he soon recalled his substantial fortune and the merit energy within him. With his current fortune and merit, he might as well be considered a favored child of this realm's celestial path. Such a reward seemed only fitting. Silently accepting the task, Lucian then smiled and suggested, If Senior does not mind, shall we attempt it now? Mo Yuan took a deep breath and replied, Then let us proceed. They descended upon the square before the palace, where Mo Yuan settled cross-legged, facing Lucian. Lucian's expression grew solemn as he formed hand seals and recited the celestial incantation. Esoteric and intricate golden runes materialized. Lucian ascended, a phantom of a blue lotus blossoming beneath him, emanating a cerulean radiance. The light intertwined with the runes, transforming into azure golden droplets that cascaded upon Mo Yuan. Mo Yuan's countenance shifted dramatically, contorting in agony. Simultaneously, wisps of grayish-black energy began to manifest around him, exuding an intensely sinister aura reminiscent of the abyss. As the azure golden droplets fell, they hissed like hot oil splashing into cold water, dissipating the grayish-black energy into mist. Witnessing this, Lucian felt a surge of elation. Indeed, the heavenly grade supreme purifying blue lotus soul crossing incantation was remarkably effective against the nether fiendish qi of the god transformation stage. Mo Yuan, enduring the torment, sensed the purification of the nether fiendish qi and roared in exhilaration, excellent. This accursed energy had tormented him for 100,000 years. During that time, his cultivation had stagnated, and had it not been for the support of the secret technique, he might have regressed. Now that this vile nether fiendish qi finally had the prospect of purification, how could Mo Yuan not feel joy? As time progressed, the nether fiendish qi gradually transformed into gray mist beneath the azure golden droplets. However, Mo Yuan's complexion began to pale, blood trickling from his lips, and even his skin turned a shade of crimson. Noticing this, Lucian furrowed his brow and withdrew the purifying blue lotus soul crossing incantation. He looked at Mo Yuan, concern etched on his face. Senior, are you all right? Mo Yuan, his body trembling, slowly collapsed. After a moment of struggle, he spoke, I am fine. But the nether fiendish qi has penetrated deep into my bones and soul. A single purification is too much and has affected my very being. Lucian realized the tenacity of this nether fiendish qi was beyond his expectations. Mo Yuan continued, however, there is no need for concern. The outer layers of the nether fiendish qi have been purified, and I can gradually expel the internal malevolent energy. With a few more sessions, it will ultimately be purified. Lucian nodded, let it be so. It is a pity that Senior could not purify it at the onset of its affliction. Otherwise, it would not have infiltrated your very bones. Mo Yuan, somewhat exasperated, retorted, "Why couldn't you have been born 10,000 years earlier? Apart from you, where could I find someone to purify me?" Lu Xian chuckled awkwardly. "Is it fair to blame me for that?" Mo Yuan laughed heartily. "I was merely jesting. You have done me a great service. I would have needed at least several thousand more years to entirely eradicate this nether fiendish qi. While my secret technique can mitigate the consumption of my lifespan during slumber, it does not eliminate it entirely. My lifespan is already strained after several more millennia. Even if I do not perish, advancing further will be exceedingly difficult. I am grateful to you." Lu Xian, hearing this, smiled and replied, "Senior is too polite. Your dedication to your friend's legacy is admirable. For me, purifying the malevolent energy is but a trifling task." Pausing briefly, Lu Xian added with a smile, "Moreover, I am not without gain. I have accumulated some merit." As he purified the nether fiendish qi moments ago, streams of merit energy had continuously flowed into him, visibly enhancing his own merit. This was indeed the benefit of the purifying Blue Lotus Soul Crossing incantation. Lu Xian could not help but reflect on how immensely beneficial this inheritance had been for him. Mo Yuan, upon hearing this, was taken aback. "Purifying the nether fiendish qi can yield merit? This is the first I have heard of it." Lu Xian nodded. "Indeed." Mo Yuan gazed at him enviously. "Young friend, your secret technique is truly formidable." Then, as if struck by an idea, he continued, "Since you have helped me resolve this most troublesome nether fiendish qi, I should express my gratitude." With that, he produced a jade slip from his hand. "This is my most treasured possession, a life-saving card, a heavenly grade supreme secret technique. It is through this technique that I have survived to this day. I bestow it upon you." Lu Xian was taken aback, not expecting Mo Yuan to offer him the secret technique. From what he had heard Mo Yuan describe, he understood just how powerful this technique was, capable of allowing a cultivator in the early god transformation stage to endure for 100,000 years, while also facilitating healing during recovery. To claim he was uninterested would be disingenuous. However, he felt it inappropriate to request it from Mo Yuan. Now that Mo Yuan willingly offered this technique, Lu Xian was more than delighted to accept it. He received the jade slip and began to examine it. The 10,000-year tortoise-breathing spirit incantation. This was a heavenly grade supreme secret technique. Its function was quite straightforward. Once enacted, the cultivator would enter a unique state of slumber. During this phase, the cultivator's biological functions would be reduced to a near non-living state, significantly slowing the passage of their lifespan to 1% of the normal rate, or even less. The extent of the reduction is contingent upon the practitioner's comprehension of this secret art, as well as being influenced by the surrounding environment. Furthermore, when employing this arcane technique, one should seek a region abundant in and stable with spiritual veins. The secret art will instinctively guide the Earth's spiritual energy to continuously nurture both the physical body and the soul at an exceedingly gradual pace, mending various injuries. Naturally, if one suffers from foundational wounds or damage to their essence, the technique's efficacy diminishes significantly, merely preventing further deterioration. Nonetheless, this is quite commendable, after all. During the slumbering process, the consumption of lifespan is drastically reduced, and the ability to recover injuries is indeed remarkable. Additionally, during this state of slumber, the practitioner's vital energy is extremely reclusive, nearly merging with the surrounding environment, making it exceedingly difficult for one's consciousness to be detected. This also results in formidable capabilities in stealth and disguise. However, the conditions for the execution of this secret art are quite stringent. A minimum cultivation level of early nascent soul is required. Upon reaching the nascent soul stage, one must achieve meticulous control over their own nascent soul, consciousness, and physical form. This is a fundamental prerequisite. There are also environmental stipulations, necessitating a stable spiritual vein node or a unique site of earth energy. Only within a stable and abundant spiritual environment can the minimum consumption be maintained. Moreover, during the slumber, one's defenses will be lacking. Hence, it is advisable to set up defensive formations or awakening arrays. For instance, it is likely that Mo Yuan employs the external vortex as a means of awakening. Should anyone intrude upon the oceanic vortex, they would be roused from slumber. Aside from these considerations, the secret art bears other risks as well. Should one remain in slumber for an extended duration, their magical power and soul may fall into a state of extinction, making awakening exceedingly arduous. Therefore, the ideal scenario would be to awaken periodically, allowing oneself to reacquaint with their magical power, consciousness, and physical form before continuing in slumber. Although this secret art has some flaws, its formidable capabilities render it a top-tier celestial technique. In fact, Lu Xian perceives this secret art as comparable to spiritual grade techniques in certain aspects. He contemplated using the 9-colored radiance to further deduce and evolve a true spiritual grade technique, ultimately enhancing the effects of this secret art. A glimmer of delight flickered in his heart as he turned to Mo Yuan and expressed his gratitude. Senior, this technique is immensely beneficial to me. Thank you. And Mo Yuan waved his hand and replied calmly, I merely return a favor. After a moment of thought, Lu Xian inquired, given your current condition, Senior, it seems you will require purification once more for a complete recovery. When do you believe would be the most suitable time? Lu Xian was genuinely concerned about Mo Yuan's injuries, especially considering the heavenly task that directly rewarded a superior spiritual vein. Mo Yuan pondered briefly before responding. I will need some time to purify myself, expelling deeper layers of the nether chi. How about every 3 years? Lu Xian had no objections and smiled. In that case, I shall return every 3 years to assist Senior in purifying the malevolent energy. Mo Yuan nodded slowly, saying, that sounds reasonable. Take this shimming token. You may use it to locate the vortex at any time. Excellent. Lu Xian acknowledged, then added, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Go ahead. Mo Yuan gestured, causing the vortex to part. Lu Xian nodded and transformed into a streak of radiant light, soaring out of the vortex. Upon emerging, he glanced back at the slowly closing vortex and exhaled a breath of relief. The rewards from this endeavor were substantial. The Celestial Grade Superior Technique, Xianming Scripture. The Celestial Grade Inferior Secret Art Water Mirror Phantom Technique. And the Celestial Grade Premium Secret Art 10,000-Year Tortoise Breath Concealment Spell. Merely the Celestial Techniques alone amounted to 3. Additionally, he acquired a mid-grade Transcendent Treasure, the Xianming Water Droplet, along with various 5th-grade Heavenly Materials and Treasures. All these were immensely useful to Lu Xian at present. Most importantly, this encounter with Senior Tsang Xian established a connection that would enable communication with the 9 Heaven Sword Alliance. As a paramount force of humanity within the spirit realm, the 9 Heaven Sword Alliance is an unavoidable aspect for human cultivators aspiring to ascend. Lu Xian would inevitably venture into the spirit realm in the future. Thus, establishing contact early would facilitate a smoother transition. Moreover, wielding the Duankong sword would grant him access to the resources of the 9 Heaven Sword Alliance, accelerating his cultivation progress even further. The multitude of benefits was beyond enumeration. Ultimately, even the vexing issue of the premium spiritual vein, which had troubled his master and Senior, was resolved. A smile graced Lu Xian's lips. In the next moment, he transformed into a beam of radiant light, breaking through the sea. The flying vessel remained suspended in the air, its formations steady as ever. Lu Xian swiftly descended upon the vessel, his consciousness sweeping over the area to find Gong Yuyo and Yin Li still immersed in their meditative practices. His time spent in the vortex had not been extensive. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Lu Xian retrieved the Xianming scripture and began to peruse its contents. Although the harvest was immense, it also placed considerable pressure upon him. In a century, he needed to break through to the God transformation stage and wield the Duankong sword, continuing to isolate the spatial phase between the realm and the nether race's small world. In 300 years, should the Duankong sword suffer wear and tear without new support from the spirit realm, the nether race would undoubtedly force their way through the spatial nodes. If Lu Xian lacked sufficient strength to resist, the Xianling realm might be utterly overrun by the nether race. A weighty light flickered in Lu Xian's eyes. In these 300 years, he must at least attain the capability to slay peak God transformation cultivators. This way, even if he could not safeguard everyone in the Xianling realm against the onslaught of the nether race, he could protect the sect and his companions. At that moment, a thought struck Lu Xian. His eyes brightened with a glimmer of excitement. Perhaps he had discovered a means to confront the impending invasion of the nether race. Chapter 391. A solitary stand against a whole clan. Lu Xian's strategy was remarkably simple: puppetry, provided he had sufficient materials. His myriad puppetry secret tome could forge puppets at the peak of God transformation. Furthermore, with Lu Xian's prowess, he could control 81 puppets, together with his own presence. That made a total of 82 entities with peak God transformation power. He could indeed contend with the entire nether race. The sole issue remained the exorbitant consumption of 5th-grade heavenly materials and treasures required to craft 81 peak God transformation puppets. Lu Xian would need ample time to amass such a significant quantity of heavenly materials. He contemplated that each peak God transformation puppet would necessitate at least 20 pieces of 5th-grade heavenly materials. In total, this required over 1,600 5th-grade heavenly materials. Even if Lu Xian utilized the 9-colored radiance to amplify the 5th-grade materials, achieving 4 to 5 enhancements in a year would still be formidable. While generating 4 to 5 5th-grade heavenly materials in a year is indeed astounding, After all, if these materials were to form within a secret realm, it would take no less than a century, or even longer. Amassing over 1,600 fifth-grade heavenly materials would still require 300 to 400 years of time. This was utterly insufficient. Xuan thought for a moment and quickly devised a plan. Thus, the question arises, why not approach the Nine Heavens Sword Alliance? As a premier force among the human factions in the spirit realm, procuring some fifth-tier celestial materials should pose no significant challenge for them. Should the Nine Heavens Sword Alliance find themselves lacking, he could amplify his own resources. After 300 years, even if the human race fails to maintain control over this critical juncture, he would possess sufficient strength to confront the underworld clan. Contemplating this, Xuan felt a sense of relief wash over him. A more ingenious thought crossed his mind. The mystic puppet's secret tome in his possession was merely a heavenly tier technique. If he were to obtain the foundational technique from the heavenly puppet sect and subsequently merge it with the mystic puppet secret tome, he could potentially derive a spiritual tier puppet technique. At that time, the prowess of his puppets might indeed be significantly enhanced. It appears that a visit to the heavenly puppet sect is warranted in the near future, though it must await the elevation of his own strength. This journey to the Tsangming Sea had two primary objectives: the Dragon Abyss secret realm to acquire earth vein treasures and enhance his 9 revolutions Xian Huang body. This task has been accomplished. The second objective, securing the treasure map of the Black Shark Alliance, has also been fulfilled. Remaining in the Tsangming Sea now holds little significance. With a deft hand, Xuan steered the flying vessel towards Tsangzhou. Upon returning to the Cold Abyss Sword Sect, for months had elapsed. As was his custom, Xuan ascended to the summit of the Pill Peak to seek out Luo Qing'an. However, he soon discovered her absence. With a hint of perplexity, he connected with her through the destiny token. "Master, are you not within the sect?" Luo Qing'an replied promptly, "Yes. I am accompanying senior sister to scout for suitable locations for a new sect residence." Realizing that his master and uncle had taken his previous suggestion to heart, Xuan felt a twinge of satisfaction. However, with the prospect of acquiring a supreme spiritual vein, the need to search for a new one had become moot. He smiled and responded, "Master, please return with Uncle Sect Leader. I have discovered new clues regarding a spiritual vein." "You have? A superior spiritual vein? Where is it?" "Master, it is a supreme spiritual vein." "Supreme spiritual vein? Where did you find it?" Luo Qing'an exhibited no skepticism regarding Xuan's assertions. Merely astonished at the source of the supreme spiritual vein, Xuan felt a sense of contentment, at the very least. His master did not perceive him as jesting, an improvement over that old rascal Mo Yuan. "I received a Heavenly Dao mission, and the reward was the supreme spiritual vein." What mission could possibly offer such a generous reward? Surely the task must be perilous? "If it poses too great a danger, my disciple, you must abandon it." Warmth filled Xuan's heart. Even in the face of a supreme spiritual vein, his master prioritized his safety above all else. He chuckled, "It's nothing to me. There is no difficulty involved." "Very well, I shall inform senior sister sect leader. We shall return at once." With his master absent, Xuan retreated to his own cave dwelling. The trio of Nangongyu, Su Su, and Yi Zhiyan, having learned of Xuan's return, rushed to his cave at the first opportunity. Although Xuan had not been gone for long, the three clearly missed him. After a warm reunion, Xuan recounted his recent experiences. The tale of the Xianming Palace's inheritance was one even Gong Yuyao and Yin Li had not encountered. Upon hearing the news regarding the underworld clan, their expressions turned grave. As cultivators of the Xianling realm, the prospect of an impending invasion from races of other minor worlds in 300 years rendered any semblance of mirth impossible. However, upon sharing his plans with them, their eyes gleamed with hope, and smiles graced their faces. If they adhered to Xuan's strategy, there might indeed be a chance to thwart the underworld clan. This only deepened Nangongyu and the others' admiration for Xuan. Their partner's formidable strength instilled a profound sense of security, even in the face of an invasion from other worlds. Upon hearing the matter, Gong Yuyao and Yin Li wore similar expressions. Simultaneously, they expressed their willingness to assist Xuan in the crafting of puppets when the time came. They had shared the mystic puppet secret tome with him through their spiritual connection, each having gained a complete understanding of puppet crafting. Xuan naturally did not refuse their offer. The inclusion of more hands would undoubtedly expedite the crafting process, much like the creation of a transcendent treasure. When Xuan worked alone, it might take 1 or 2 years. However, with assistance, he could achieve success within half a year. Xuan was crafting an inferior transcendent treasure, yet the difficulty of refining a peak transformation puppet was even greater than that of an elite transcendent treasure, and thus it required even more time. To forge 81 peak transformation puppets, the endeavor would likely exceed a century. Subsequently, Xuan utilized their spiritual connection to share the Great Void refining spirit path and void sight technique with Nangong Yu and the others, garnering yet more admiration. After all, this was a spiritual tier technique, and even mere comprehension of it was deeply profound, let alone the endeavor of deducing such a technique. Regrettably, Nangong Yu and her companions soon recognized the limitations of the Xuanji Yinyang contract. They harbored concerns regarding Lu Xian's extraordinary talent, fully aware of their own. Perhaps with Lu Xian's help, their spiritual roots had achieved the level of spirit bodies, rendering them quite talented compared to other cultivators in the Xianling realm. However, in comparison to Lu Xian, they felt woefully inadequate. Should Lu Xian ascend to the spirit realm and uncover techniques of even higher quality? Without the aid of the Xuanji Yinyang contract, they would struggle to gain entry. Would they then be left further behind by Lu Xian? If that were to occur, what recourse would they have? In that moment, a sense of urgency enveloped them, driving them to seek out a heavenly tier dual cultivation technique, enabling Lu Xian to deduce an even more refined dual cultivation secret art. Thus, they might continue to keep pace with Lu Xian.